I am the world-renowned Dragon King of the Night, imprisoned for 5 years in the most perilous prison on earth. Once thought to have gone completely mad, stripped of all power. But when I heard the name I had longed for in the news that she had given birth to our daughter, the chains binding me shattered piece by piece. Blazing fury instantly set the entire prison ablaze. When I rushed home, I found my long-lost daughter being branded a bastard and was about to be beaten to death in front of my wife. My name is Wang Hao, once the Dark Knight Dragon King of Dragon Country. Now, I'm just a man who has recently returned from the 10,000 Hells. 5 years ago, my martial arts were abolished, and I was thrown into this world's top prison. 5 fleeting years have passed since then. Until today, a woman named Qin Liangyu, dressed in a dark yellow cheongsam and claiming to be one of the 9 war gods of the United Council, arrived at the front of my cell. She brought a piece of news, one powerful enough to stir ripples once more in my dead water heart. "Stop pretending, I know you're awake," she said coldly. "I've been ordered by the speaker to give you a way out." I lay peacefully, motionless. A glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she lashed out with a whip, its force powerful enough to annihilate everything. I casually raised my hand to catch it, then tossed it to the ground. "Speak if you have something to say." I stood up, staring at her and the prison warden Lin Feng beside her with an impassive expression. "Bugger off if there's nothing going on. Don't disturb my rest." Qin Liangyu's face turned deathly pale as she struggled to contain her fear. "As long as you hand over the cultivation method of the Heavenly King realm, the speaker is willing to let you go." "I'm not interested," I cut her off, issuing the eviction notice once more. "Do you really want to stay here forever and let your daughter grow up without a father her whole life?" Her words exploded in my mind like a thunderclap. "Daughter?" I leapt up, gripping her shoulders with trembling hands, my voice shaking as I spoke. "Explain yourself clearly. How could I possibly have a daughter?" "Chu Xiaoyun, the young lady of the Chu family in Jianling, gave birth to a child 4 years ago. If it's not yours, then whose could it be?" Chu Xiaoyun, that name had once led me to believe she was dead, driving me in a rage to charge alone into the United Council. Yet now, not only had she not died, but she had also borne me a child. My heart surged with fury, yet also with astonishment. Qin Liangyu took advantage of my distraction to quickly retreat outside the cell, sneering, "If you don't want your old flame and daughter to keep living in a doghouse at the Chu residence in Jiangling, you'd better." Her words felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over my head. "What did you say?" I roared, my eyes bloodshot with rage. "A woman who got pregnant out of wedlock and bore a fatherless bastard. The Chu family is already being kind by not kicking her out," Qin Liangyu said disdainfully. "I heard someone in Jiangling has taken a fancy to her recently. If the Dragon King wishes to save this mother and daughter, he'd better hand over the cultivation method obediently." She mocked me, saying I was shackled with chains forged from heaven-earth profound iron and couldn't escape. "Unbreakable, you said?" I casually shattered the chains with a flick of my hand. Under the astonished gazes of Qin Liangyu and Lin Feng, I slowly raised my head, a disdainful sneer appearing on my face. "How is that possible?" Qin Liangyu widened her eyes in terror. I kicked the prison gate, and the iron cage shattered violently. Lin Feng asked me in horror why my strength had been restored. "The spiritual energy of the netherworld prison is abundant. With me, Wang Hao, here, how could it possibly aid anyone else?" I said calmly. "All these years, I've been bedridden, but in truth, I was absorbing spiritual energy." I couldn't be bothered with Lin Feng and walked straight to Qin Liangyu. With a flick of my finger in the air, I healed the chronic illness she'd suffered from for years. "I, Wang Hao, owe you nothing." With those words, I turned and walked away without a backward glance. Qin Liangyu touched the spot on her shoulder where I had tapped, stunned to find all her old ailments completely vanished, as if by divine intervention. She forcefully suppressed her fear, a flash of determination flickering in her eyes. "I'm going to Jiangling." In Jiangling, at the Chu family's residence, inside a cluttered storage room on the top floor of a villa. Dressed in plain clothes, Chu Xiaoyun stood nervously in place, holding a little girl just over a meter tall in her arms, our daughter. Her younger brother Chu Tianxiao, a cocky young man with slicked back hair, sat on a chair with his legs crossed. "Sis, young Master Fang is handsome and doesn't even mind that you're a second-hand goods carrying some bastard child. What's there to hesitate about?" he said coldly. "Marrying into the Fang family would benefit both you and our Chu family." "I refuse." A resolute expression appeared on Chu Xiaoyun's face. "I'll never marry anyone surnamed Fang." "Don't fucking push your luck." Chu Tianxiao stood up abruptly. "Marry young Master Fang obediently, and you might still keep your life and that bastard child of yours. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending that little bastard back for another reincarnation." Chu Xiaoyun clutched her daughter tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Half an hour later, she changed into the cheongsam handed to her by Chu Tianxiao and slowly descended the stairs. In the main hall of the Chu family, Fang Yunsheng, the young master of the Fang family, sat with Chu Jianhua, Chu Tianxiao's father. "What a shame, she's just a shameless slut," Fang Yunsheng said contemptuously. "I'll marry her, but let me be clear, it's only for the alliance. Afterward, I'll play with her however I please." Chu Xiaoyun's eyes reddened. For Mengmeng's sake, she had no choice but to lower her head. "However, I never want to see that bastard child again. Get rid of it." Fang Yunqing's words drained the color from Chu Xiaoyun's face on the spot. You promised to let Mengmeng go. Chu Xiaoyun turned her head to look at Chu Tianxiao. Chu Tianxiao said indifferently, plans can't keep up with changes. Since young Master Fang dislikes that girl, that's her fate. I won't marry. I won't let you hurt Mengmeng, Chu Xiaoyun shouted, then turned and ran upstairs. Chu Tianxiao kicked her to the ground, glaring fiercely, if you don't please young Master Fang today, not only will that bastard die, but you won't live either. Fang Yunxing sneered and waved his hand dismissively. Chu Tianxiao grabbed a liquor bottle and strode toward Mengmeng, who had been dragged downstairs by the servants and thrown heavily onto the ground. Chu Xiaoyun was overwhelmed with despair, tears flooding uncontrollably from her eyes. At that very moment, the bronze gate of the villa crashed down, and I, dressed in prisoner's garb, strode in. Watching Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, my fury blazed uncontrollably. Who the hell are you? Chu Tianxiao was dumbfounded. You're alive, Chu Xiaoyun murmured under her breath. So you're Wang Hao, the scoundrel involved with Xiaoyun? Chu Tianxiao sneered as it dawned on him. Fresh out of prison, huh? Can't even catch Fang Xiao's eye, so you settle for some ex-convict. I ignored him, step by step advancing toward Chu Xiaoyun. Fang Yunxing said coldly, kid, right now, she's nothing but a dog I own. Arg, I kicked Fang Yunxing squarely in the groin, rendering him useless. You're insane. You're dead. Chu Tianxiao roared with a voice torn from his lungs. I helped Chu Xiaoyun up, looking at the bloody handprint on her face, gently stroking it with my right hand as a surge of warmth flowed into her skin, quickly reducing the swelling. My icy voice reached everyone's ears. Who hit Xiaoyun? Which hand you used? Cut it off yourself. Chapter 4, How Can I Trust You? The moment those words left his mouth, Chu Tianxiao pointed his finger right at Wang Hao's nose and started yelling. Who the hell do you think you are? Demanding I cut off my own hand? Mark my words, if you dare treat young Master Fang like this today, not only the Fang family, but my Chu family won't let you off either. You, and that bastard just wait for death. Chu Jianhua let out a heavy, cold snort. So you're Wang Hao? I thought Xiaoyun had found some big shot disappeared to bear his bastard child only to discover he's just a worthless convict? Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for the Chu family. You're courting death. Seeing the fury in both men, fear instantly surged in Chu Xiaoyun's heart. She instinctively tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve. But Wang Hao remained utterly calm. His gaze turned cold toward Chu Tianxiao. So it was you. As if he hadn't heard Chu Tianxiao and Chu Jianhua's threats, he stepped forward and grabbed Chu Tianxiao's wrist. You should consider yourselves lucky I don't want Xiaoyun and Mengmeng to see blood. What do you mean? You. Chu Tianxiao let out a piercing scream, collapsing to his knees. Clutching his right wrist, his face drained of color. His right hand was severed. The entire right hand hung by skin alone, the bones snapped clean off. Chu Tianxiao grimaced in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he screamed in pain. You're asking for death. Chu Jianhua slammed his fist on the table and stood up, glaring at Wang Hao with a chilling, terrifying coldness in his eyes. Chu Xiaoyun instinctively shuddered. But Wang Hao paid no heed, turning directly toward Mengmeng. The servant who had brought Mengmeng down looked as if he'd seen a ghost, scrambling backward several steps without daring to intervene. Crouching down, Wang Hao peeled the tape off Mengmeng's mouth. The little one bore a 3-part resemblance to Chu Xiaoyun and a 7-part resemblance to Wang Hao. No blood test needed. This was his child. Fighting back the surge of emotion in his heart, Wang Hao forced his voice to sound as gentle as possible. Little one, what's your name? Mengmeng blinked her eyes and said, my name is Mengmeng. Uncle, are you my daddy? Daddy. Wang Hao trembled all over, scooped Mengmeng into his arms, gently patted her back, and said softly, Daddy will take you away from here, okay? The warmth radiating from Wang Hao's embrace enveloped Mengmeng in comfort. Leaning against his shoulder, she slowly closed her eyes. With a soft murmur, she drifted into a deep sleep. Wang Hao turned and walked to Chu Xiaoyun. Gazing at her sorrowfully beautiful face, his voice was soft and filled with regret. I'm sorry I came too late. Chu Xiaoyun trembled, staring at the hand Wang Hao extended toward her. After a long silence, she finally took it. The three strode directly out of the Chu family villa. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Jianhua slammed his teacup onto the floor. Call Dr. Zheng over. He needs to examine young Master Fang and Tianxiao. Also, have someone keep an eye on Wang Hao and his group. If anyone dares treat young Master Fang and Tianxiao like this, I'll make sure their entire family has no place to be buried. Wang Hao carried Mengmeng as they walked out of the residential complex. Chu Xiaoyun followed behind for a while before finally whispering, Where are we going? Wang Hao froze. He had returned in the helicopter from the 10,000 slashing inferno. After landing at the edge of Jianling, he had rushed straight to the Chu residence. Now, not only did he have no place to stay, but he was completely penniless. He didn't even have any ID or a phone. Me. Wang Hao was pondering who he could turn to for help. Chu Xiaoyun closed her eyes in anguish, letting out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. How ridiculous of me to have harbored any expectations for someone who vanished without a trace for 5 years. As she spoke, Chu Xiaoyun abruptly flung Wang Hao's right hand away. Xiaoyun, Wang Hao tried to explain. But Chu Xiaoyun had no intention of wasting words with him. Snatching Mengmeng from his arms, Chu Xiaoyun strode off into the distance. Wang Hao's expression instantly darkened. "Where are you going?" Chu Xiaoyun didn't hide her intentions, coldly stating, "Leaving Jiangling. Going somewhere else. Since you can't protect Mengmeng, I'll risk my life to keep her safe." Wang Hao hurriedly protested, "Xiaoyun, trust me, I'll handle everything. I was just desperate to find you earlier, Xiaoyun." Before he could finish, Chu Xiaoyun had already strided away. She hadn't uttered a single word, yet her face was etched with distrust, suspicion, and even disgust. A scumbag who talked about marriage and got her pregnant one moment, then vanished for 5 years the next. A violent thug who returned in prison garb and brutally injured the young masters of both the Fang and Chu families. A man who, unprepared and without a place to stay, had the nerve to demand he take Mengmeng away. How could she possibly trust him? But just then, cough. Mengmeng, who had been lying on top of Chu Xiaoyun, suddenly began coughing. At first, it was just a soft cough, but gradually, Mengmeng's complexion grew paler and paler. Finally, she collapsed unconscious, her face contorted in agony. Mengmeng! Chu Xiaoyun was horrified. Wang Hao was also startled. Earlier, when he'd held Mengmeng, he'd sensed that her physical condition was very poor. But Wang Hao hadn't taken it too seriously. With him around, he was certain he could restore Mengmeng to health. Who would have thought Mengmeng couldn't even endure these 2 steps? Looking at Mengmeng, Chu Xiaoyun's expression turned frantic. "Mengmeng, hang in there. Mommy will take you to the hospital right now. Don't scare mommy. Xiaoyun, I know some medicine. Let me treat Mengmeng. Trust me this once, okay? Give me a chance, and I'll prove it to you." Wang Hao spoke softly, his face radiating sincerity. He knew Chu Xiaoyun harbored resentment toward him. But he still hoped Chu Xiaoyun would give him a chance. He was certain he could prove himself to her. Chu Xiaoyun froze for a moment, then murmured painfully. 5 years ago, when I was pregnant with Mengmeng and joyfully searching everywhere for you, where were you? When I was forced by my family to abort Mengmeng and was mocked everywhere, where were you? When I gave birth to Mengmeng and we lived together in a storage room with the family dog, where were you then? And now you expect me to trust you? Wang Hao, how can I trust you? What do I have to trust you with? Chapter 5. Fine, I'll kill you. By the end, Chu Xiaoyun's voice was trembling. She fought to suppress her emotions, wiped the tears from her eyes, and walked away, holding Mengmeng close. Wang Hao, too preoccupied to think, could only hurry to keep up. Since someone needed to take Mengmeng to the hospital, Chu Xiaoyun didn't refuse. The Chu residence wasn't far from the city hospital. The 3 of them jogged all the way there. Chu Xiaoyun efficiently registered and queued up. After examining Mengmeng, the doctor frowned slightly, indicating they needed to discuss the situation. He then immediately arranged for her to be admitted. After Chu Xiaoyun paid the fees, she carried Mengmeng to the ward. But her own brow remained deeply furrowed. According to the doctor, surgery might be necessary or even long-term treatment. Where would she find the money for that? Just then, the ward door suddenly swung open. 4 or 5 doctors walked in. Mengmeng's attending physician followed behind, his expression complex. The man leading the group was none other than the hospital's vice president, Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao was quite the figure himself. Though only in his 30s, he had returned from studying abroad and, thanks to his solid connections, had climbed to the position of assistant director within less than 5 years of joining the hospital. This year, he was directly promoted to vice president. Yet after becoming vice president, Xu Xiao completely detached himself from the masses. For over half a year, he devoted all his energy to padding his credentials and inflating his performance metrics, rarely stepping foot on the front lines. Now, clad in a white coat with hands tucked into his pockets, Xu Xiao swept his gaze over Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng before letting out a sharp, cold snort. What the hell is going on here? How could that possibly afford to pay for this little bastard's illness? Why did you admit her? To cause trouble for the hospital? Get her out of here. Chu Xiaoyun's expression immediately darkened. Doctor, what do you mean by that? Xu Xiao coldly retorted, the treatment plan is ready, it'll cost 800,000 yuan. Either pay up or get out. Hospital beds are in short supply, we can't afford to have you lingering here. 800,000? Chu Xiaoyun gasped in shock. Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's terrified expression, Xu Xiao sneered contemptuously. If you can't pay, get the hell out of here. Might as well find a grave for this bastard. Chu Xiaoyun finally understood. Xu Xiao, she was arranged by Chu Jianhua. Otherwise, how could a doctor speak to a patient like this? Though furious, she couldn't possibly argue back. Before she could think further. Smack! A slap sent Xu Xiao crashing to the floor. A large swollen red mark appeared on Xu Xiao's face. Covering her face, she glared angrily at Wang Hao, who had appeared out of nowhere, pointing at his nose and yelling, "You wanna die? You dare attack someone while wearing prison garb? Looks like you want to go back inside, huh? You piece of work." Wang Hao remained unmoved, glaring coldly at Xu Xiao. Mengmeng's illness? If you useless fools can't cure her, I'll cure her myself. You? Xu Xiao sneered with utter contempt. Do you even know what's wrong with her? You're a convict. Did you go to medical school? Did you study medicine? In her condition, she'll be unconscious for days at least. Forget curing her, you won't even get her out of this coma. Mom! Before Xu Xiao could finish speaking, Mengmeng's weak voice suddenly echoed through the room. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Xu Xiao's words were harsh, but that conclusion was the result of their collective deliberation. Mengmeng would need at least 3 to 5 days to regain consciousness. The little girl's physical condition was far too poor. But who could have imagined that now? How could this be possible? Xu Xiao looked utterly incredulous. With Mengmeng's condition, how could she possibly wake up so quickly? This defies all logic. Little did he know that during their argument, Wang Hao had quietly channeled a surge of true qi into Mengmeng's body, temporarily suppressing her condition. Her awakening was only natural. Watching the stunned Xu Xiao, Wang Hao spoke calmly, "What did you just say?" Feeling Wang Hao's mockery, Xu Xiao gritted her teeth and snarled, "So what if she woke up? Can you even afford the surgery fees? Even if you somehow borrowed the money, it wouldn't matter. Mr. Chu has already spoken. No one in all of Jiangling dares to take your case. That bastard is just waiting to die." Watching Xu Xiao completely lose her composure, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but interject, "How could he do this? Mengmeng is his granddaughter after all." "His granddaughter?" Xu Xiao sneered contemptuously. "That bastard? He's not worthy." Wang Hao said coldly, "That old bastard Chu Jianhua certainly doesn't deserve to be Mengmeng's grandfather." Xu Xiao froze, then burst into laughter. "What a joke! Mr. Chu unworthy? You convict. I bet your time in prison fried your brain. But your family really is a perfect match. A whore, a bastard, a convict, ordinary people wouldn't dare be related to you lot." Each word cut straight to the heart. A flash of anger crossed Chu Xiaoyun's face. Mengmeng curled up, head bowed, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Hao instantly flew into a rage. "Get down on your knees and apologize to Mengmeng and Xiaoyun." "What did you say?" Xu Xiao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "You want me to apologize to this bastard and this? Did I hear that right? What the hell do you think you are, you convict? You tell me to apologize and I just do it? Who the hell do you think you are?" Wang Hao stared calmly at Xu Xiao, his voice as cold as ice. "If you refuse, I'll help you." With that, Wang Hao grabbed Xu Xiao by the throat, hoisted him high, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Instant. Arg! Xu Xiao screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees. Tears streamed down his face as sheer terror gripped him. Both his knees were shattered. Wang Hao's voice echoed in his ears once more, "Apologize. You're dreaming." Xu Xiao gritted his teeth, his face twisted with fury. "Kid, if you've got the guts, just kill me. I'll never apologize to her or her bastard today." The other doctors nearby were already frozen in terror. Chu Xiaoyun covered her mouth, her expression one of utter disbelief. Only Mengmeng slowly lifted her head, her large eyes glinting with a faint glimmer of anticipation. Watching Xu Xiao's furious expression, Wang Hao chuckled softly and nodded. "All right." "What?" Everyone froze in surprise. "All right? What was all right?" But the next second, everyone's expression changed. They watched as Wang Hao grabbed Xu Xiao by the collar, dragged him to the window, yanked it open, and flung Xu Xiao out. He was really going to kill Xu Xiao. Chapter 6, Undeserved Reputation. No! No! Xu Xiao was utterly terrified. This convict actually dared to kill him. In an instant, his original confidence vanished completely. He didn't want to die. "I apologize. I apologize to that woman. No, I apologize to your daughter. I apologize to your wife. Spare me. I beg you, don't kill me." Fear etched itself across Xu Xiao's face as he pleaded incessantly. Wang Hao sneered contemptuously and tossed him to the ground. His shattered knees slammed against the ground again, the pain bringing tears to Xu Xiao's eyes. Yet he dared not protest, only managing to stammer, I'm sorry. Wang Hao sneered coldly. "Kneel." Xu Xiao felt his face burning with pain. Wang Hao was humiliating him. But he dared not protest. This guy was wearing prison garb. He might have been locked up for murder. He might even be an escaped convict. If pushed too far, this guy would actually kill. The thought made Xu Xiao slam his forehead against the ground, repeatedly chanting, "I'm sorry. I'm the one who's wronged you. Please forgive me." Within just a few sentences, Xu Xiao's forehead was already bleeding from the repeated blows. But he dared not stop. He could sense the coldness in Wang Hao's expression. If he stopped, this demon might kill him at any moment. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Wang Hao paid Xu Xiao no mind whatsoever. He walked over to Mengmeng and ruffled the little one's head. The little one stuck out her tongue, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. This feeling of being apologized to was something she had never experienced since the day she was born. Wang Hao turned his gaze toward Chu Xiaoyun. Though she knew this wouldn't solve the problem, Chu Xiaoyun understood that staying here wouldn't help Mengmeng's condition either. With that thought, she scooped Mengmeng up and walked out. Wang Hao quickly followed. As the three departed, Chu Xiao finally stopped prostrating himself. By now, his head was already covered in blood. Watching Wang Hao and the others walk away, his eyes burned with hatred. Convicts, bastards, scum. Your arrogance won't last long. Mr. Chu and Mr. Fang will definitely finish you off. Stepping out of the hospital, Chu Xiaoyun's attitude toward Wang Hao had softened somewhat. After all, though Wang Hao was reckless, he had at least helped Mengmeng. There was no need for her to turn on him in front of her. Following behind the two, Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going?" Chu Xiaoyun replied coolly, "The Chu family holds immense power in Jiangling." As that man said, no one in the city would dare perform surgery on Mengmeng. I'll head to Suzhou first, find a place to stay, and see if I can borrow some money from friends to get Mengmeng's surgery done. Just as she spoke, suddenly, two excited voices rang out from the roadside. "Is that really the legendary Dr. Zhong? Are you sure you didn't mistake him?" "Of course I did. Besides Master Zhong, who else would dare call themselves the divine physician of Jiangling? Good heavens! A master of his caliber offering free consultations? I must go see him. Hurry up! If you don't go now, the line will stretch into tomorrow." With that, the two men dashed off. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun froze for a moment, then beamed with delight. Zhongyun, old Master Zhong. The man known as the medical sage of Jiangling. Rumored to be over 90 years old, he had long since retired from the front lines. Yet when his health permitted, he still provided free medical services in Jiangling, giving back to the local people. Chu Xiaoyun never imagined that when all seemed lost, such luck would come her way. If Master Zhong could examine Mengmeng, perhaps she wouldn't need surgery to recover. With this thought, she scooped up Mengmeng and hurried after the two. Wang Hao hurried after them as well. Soon, the three arrived outside a dilapidated little clinic. A long line had already formed. At the front of the line, Zhongyun was providing free consultations to each waiting patient. He took their pulses, asked a few questions, and then wrote out prescriptions. The patients could simply have their medicine dispensed according to the prescriptions. The pace was remarkably swift. While not every ailment was cured, most patients saw significant improvement. Most crucially, old Master Zhong charged nothing. His consultations were entirely free. The line stretched over 100 meters. Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng couldn't see what was happening up front, but Wang Hao had a clear view. Zhongyun was a kind soul, but his abilities fell far short of deserving the title of medical sage. Still, with a few pointers from him, perhaps the old man could even prescribe medicine for Mengmeng. With that thought, Wang Hao said no more and joined Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng in the queue. Before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. Finally, it was almost Mengmeng's turn. A rare smile graced Chu Xiaoyun's face. But just then, thud! Not far away, the patient being treated by Zhongyun suddenly lurched sideways and collapsed onto the floor. His father turned pale with shock, stammering, "Old Master Zhong, my son." Zhongyun frowned, took the man's pulse, and his expression grew increasingly grim. After a long moment, he shook his head and sighed, "Prepare for the funeral." "What?" At those words, the parents immediately knelt on the ground, wailing and sobbing uncontrollably. They didn't even question it. After all, this was old Master Zhong's diagnosis. Yet they still found it hard to accept. He was their son. Watching the weeping couple, Zhang Dong, a pale gray-robed apprentice of Zhongyun, grew impatient. "If you're going to cry, do it somewhere else. Don't get in the way here. We have many more patients waiting for treatment." Standing over 6 feet tall with a sturdy build, Zhang Dong had been by Zhongyun's side for years, learning a fair bit of skill along the way. He had gained some reputation in the area. But the patient's father refused to give up. Clutching Zhongyun's legs, he wailed, "Master Zhong, I beg you, save my son. I'll pay you whatever you ask. I'll even sell my house. I beg you." As he finished speaking, he began banging his head on the ground. The patient's mother knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face as she wailed incessantly. But their reactions only made Zhang Dong angrier. "Get out of here! What are you doing? Don't stand in my way." Today, Zhongyun was providing free medical services, and he'd worked himself to the bone without earning a single penny. He was already boiling with anger. And now these two were wasting his time? With that thought, he kicked the patient's mother hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. "What are you doing?" The patient's father gasped in shock. Zhang Dong's expression remained cold. "Don't you know who my master is? My master says you should prepare for the funeral. Just go prepare it. Your son is beyond saving. Don't waste any more time here. Get out of here." Hearing his words, the elderly couple fell silent. Zhongyun, after all, bore the title of divine healer. If there were even a sliver of hope left, how could he possibly tell them to prepare for the funeral? Their son might truly be beyond saving. At this thought, despair instantly washed over their faces. Chu Xiaoyun stood behind them, watching the scene unfold. She couldn't help but clasp Mengmeng tighter in her arms, her palms sweating cold with anxiety, terrified that Mengmeng might also be given a death sentence. But just then, A cold, disdainful snort suddenly escaped Wang Hao's lips. His voice drifted slowly into everyone's ears. Can't even save this? What a hollow reputation. Chapter 7, Immeasurably Profound. What did you say? The crowd's expressions turned grim. How dare Wang Hao mock Elder Zhong, calling him a fraud? He has some nerve. Chu Xiaoyun was instantly shocked. She grabbed Wang Hao's arm and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Shut your mouth." Their turn was almost up, and Wang Hao dared to mock old Master Zhong? Did he not want Master Zhong to treat Mengmeng? Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's fury, Wang Hao was about to explain. But Zhang Dong flew into a rage on the spot. "You little punk! What the hell are you talking about? How dare you speak like that about my master? Who the hell do you think you are?" He grabbed Wang Hao by the collar. "Apologize to my master." Chu Xiaoyun hurriedly interjected, "Doctor, he didn't mean it that way. He..." Before she could finish, Wang Hao spoke again, his expression calm. "Not up to par, yet you can't take criticism? You even resort to violence? Old master, is this also your wish?" Zhongyun frowned slightly, glaring fiercely at Zhang Dong. "Let him go," she snapped coldly. "What kind of example is this?" Zhang Dong's face flushed crimson. Daring not to retort, he could only step back. Only then did Zhongyun turn to Wang Hao, his voice deep and solemn. "This boy is beyond saving. Even a god couldn't cure him. What wrong have I done in urging him to prepare for the worst?" Wang Hao sneered contemptuously, crouching down beside the youth on the ground. His right hand shot out, striking the boy's abdomen with a sharp jab. "Don't you dare!" Chu Xiaoyun was nearly in tears with panic. Wang Hao wasn't even trained in medicine. Fresh out of prison, and now he's going to touch a comatose patient sentenced to death? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Zhang Dong sneered coldly, "What a charade. If you can cure him, I'll..." Before he could finish. Cough. The unconscious youth suddenly began to cough. His deathly pale face gradually regained some color. Everyone gasped in shock. Chu Xiaoyun covered her mouth, staring at Wang Hao with disbelief in her eyes. Mengmeng, however, blinked her big eyes at Wang Hao, her gaze practically sparkling with admiration. Her dad was amazing. Beside them, old Zhong abruptly stood up, his face frozen in shock. Zhang Dong's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he blurted out, "How is that possible?" Wang Hao shot him a cold stare and said indifferently, "You just said that if I cured him, you'd do something. What is it?" My face darkened with indignation. "Even if he wakes up, it doesn't mean he's cured. Even if he did recover, it would only be down to your luck. With your slapdash approach, 9.5 out of 10 people would die right here. You just got lucky. Do you really think you're that skilled?" Hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Curing illness with a single touch? It's not that easy. Most likely just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. That kid had just been given a death sentence by old Master Zhong. If he couldn't be cured, it wouldn't matter. Who would have thought he'd actually succeed? Chu Xiaoyun let out a long sigh of relief, silently marveling at her good fortune. Mengmeng, however, pouted, her face brimming with defiance. "Dad is clearly amazing. How could this man just say such things?" Wang Hao smiled without rebutting, merely turning to the young boy's family and stating calmly, "For the next 3 days after returning home, avoid thick soups and overly greasy foods. Otherwise, maintain your regular diet." The boy's parents nodded repeatedly, their faces beaming with excitement. "Thank you, Divine Doctor. Thank you, Divine Doctor." As they spoke, they bowed repeatedly to Wang Hao. They couldn't care less what others said. Zhongyun had declared their son beyond saving, yet Wang Hao had brought him back. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? Luck? Luck is part of one's ability. Why didn't anyone else have that luck to cure their son? Wang Hao smiled and waved it off, unconcerned. He turned his gaze toward Zhongyun. Zhongyun met his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. "Your methods are truly astonishing. What brings you here today?" Others might be ignorant, but Zhongyun was no fool. That single finger of Wang Hao contained truly divine medical prowess. Such a figure was no ordinary man. Yet here he stood, clad in prison garb, with the woman beside him seemingly harboring some grievance, a sight that left Zhongyun thoroughly perplexed. Wang Hao replied indifferently, "To bring my daughter for treatment." He beckoned directly to Chu Xiaoyun. Chu Xiaoyun promptly carried Mengmeng over, allowing old Master Zhong to take her pulse. Zhongyun glanced at Wang Hao. Though puzzled as to why Wang Hao didn't examine Mengmeng himself, a doctor's heart is compassionate. He extended his hand and took Mengmeng's pulse. As he felt Mengmeng's pulse, a hint of astonishment flickered in old Dr. Zhong's eyes. Such a pulse at such a young age. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Hao. According to his understanding, Mengmeng was beyond help. But he couldn't understand. Wang Hao's medical skills were clearly superior to his own, and the techniques he just employed were far beyond his capabilities. Why would someone like this bring a patient to see him, even if he couldn't intervene? Did he genuinely expect him to help? Seeing Wang Hao remain silent, Zhongyun cleared his throat and said, "The child's condition isn't particularly complicated, but her constitution is truly quite weak. After taking the herbal medicine, I fear she..." Before he could finish, Zhongyun suddenly heard Wang Hao's voice ringing in her ear. The voice was loud yet focused into a single line, audible only to Zhongyun. "White cloud grass, heavenly mystic bone." Zhongyun froze for a moment, then shock instantly flashed in her eyes. That's right. Though rare, these two items weren't impossible to obtain. By adding these two ingredients, he could completely neutralize the parts of Mengmeng's required herbs that her body couldn't handle, thereby aiding her recovery. At this realization, Zhongyun couldn't help but glance at Wang Hao. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he suppressed his excitement and continued, "I will prescribe a formula for the child. With 7 days of treatment, she should show improvement." As he spoke, Zhongyun wrote out the prescription and handed it to Chu Xiaoyun. Chu Xiaoyun's face lit up with joy. But when she saw the estimated price listed on the prescription, her body trembled slightly. 30,000. It wasn't cheap, but compared to the 800,000 yuan surgery fee, it was incredibly affordable. With that thought, Chu Xiaoyun quickly rose and bowed respectfully to Zhongyun. "Thank you, Elder Zhong. No need for formalities." Zhongyun gave a slightly awkward, bitter smile. The credit for today's success belongs entirely to Wang Hao. How could he possibly accept such a grand gesture? Wang Hao said indifferently, "Xiaoyun, let's go get the medicine. We shouldn't keep the people behind us waiting." Chu Xiaoyun nodded repeatedly, scooped up Mengmeng, and headed out. Watching the three of them walk away, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhongyun's eyes. He turned his head to look at Zhang Dong and spoke in a low voice, "Do you recognize this man?" Zhang Dong curled his lips. "Master, how could I possibly know a convict like that?" Zhongyun snorted coldly. "How insolent. From now on, when you see him, address him as senior. It's not too much to ask." Zhang Dong startled. "Master." Zhongyun waved him off, unwilling to explain further. "Go investigate his background," he ordered coldly. "Remember, don't provoke him. This man," Zhongyun's voice trembled slightly, "is unfathomable." Chapter 8, No Need to Leave. Unfathomable. Zhang Dong swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. His master was none other than the renowned Jiangling medical sage. When it came to medical skill, even across the entire Dragon Nation, he was among the very best. But he said Wang Hao is unfathomable. What is this boy's background? He dared not say more, obediently replied yes, and withdrew. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyun had barely walked a few steps before halting. Wang Hao asked curiously, "Aren't you going to buy medicine for Mengmeng?" Chu Xiaoyun glanced at Wang Hao and said bitterly, "The medicine costs 30,000 yuan. Where would I get that kind of money? I'll borrow some from a friend." Wang Hao froze. He truly hadn't expected that Chu Xiaoyun, the esteemed young lady of the Chu family, couldn't come up with the 800,000 yuan for surgery, let alone the 30,000 yuan for medicine. He hurriedly said, "Xiaoyun, lend me your phone. I'll make a call and get the money right away." Wang Hao, the Dark Knight Dragon King. His men in Jiangling, though he didn't know how they were faring now, wouldn't bat an eye at his request. Whether it was 30,000 or 300 million, they'd deliver it instantly. But, hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun immediately closed her eyes in anguish. "Wang Hao, when will you ever stop this habit of yours, this love of bragging? 5 years ago when we started dating, you had nothing. Now, after 5 years in prison, you've just been released and you tell me you can get money with a single phone call? Who are you going to ask? Those thugs who committed crimes with you back then?" Wang Hao was momentarily speechless. 10 years ago, gravely injured, he took refuge in Jiangling, nearly freezing to death in the alley where he hid. A girl passing by covered him with a blanket and brought him a bag of steamed buns. That girl was Chu Xiaoyun. 3 years later, after dealing with his enemies and leaving everything behind, Wang Hao went to Jiangling. He approached Chu Xiaoyun as an ordinary person, and they grew to know, understand, and fall in love with each other. Until 5 years ago. Wang Hao had intended to reveal everything to Chu Xiaoyun when he proposed. But that delay stretched on until now. Now, even if he were willing to speak, would Chu Xiaoyun even believe him? Chu Xiaoyun said no more. She simply pulled out her phone and began dialing one friend after another. Unfortunately, every single person she asked to borrow money found an excuse to hang up. Some had even blocked her long ago. After being rejected repeatedly, Chu Xiaoyun's eyes welled up with tears. Trembling, she dialed the last number. It was her former best friend, Wu Min. Back then, Chu Xiaoyun and Wu Min were so close they could practically share a pair of pants. But after Wang Hao vanished 5 years ago, Wu Min never contacted Chu Xiaoyun again. Now, reduced to this desperate state, Chu Xiaoyun didn't want Wu Min to know, but she truly had no one else to turn to for help. The call connected quickly. Chu Xiaoyun whispered her request. On the other end, Wu Min's haughty voice came through. "Meet me at the Blue Moon Cafe near your place. I'll be there shortly." With that, Wu Min hung up abruptly. Chu Xiaoyun was overjoyed. Without a second thought, she scooped up Mengmeng and rushed over. Wang Hao followed behind, his brow slightly furrowed. Wu Min. He had met this person back when he and Chu Xiaoyun were deeply in love. She was an extremely snobbish individual. Wang Hao disliked her intensely. If she'd simply borrowed money from Chu Xiaoyun honestly, that would have been one thing. But if she tried any tricks, he would not let her off the hook. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Chu Xiaoyun sat in the coffee shop, staring at the cheapest drink she'd long since finished, feeling increasingly uneasy under the waiter's watchful gaze. Just then, a BMW M3 pulled into the cafe parking lot. A woman dressed in luxurious attire strode inside. Sunglasses obscured most of her face. Her long legs were exposed, and paired with her luxurious outfit, she was stunningly beautiful. The small handbag slung over her arm was a new LV model, undoubtedly costly. As she entered the cafe, she instantly drew the attention of many. Mengmeng, over here. Chu Xiaoyun waved urgently. Wu Min followed the gesture, walked straight over, and sat down across from the three. Her gaze swept over the trio as a faint smirk touched her lips. That haughty voice echoed once more. Xiaoyun, I never imagined you'd end up like this. Chu Xiaoyun lowered her head, unsure how to respond. Wu Min's gaze swept around the room before settling on Mengmeng. With a soft chuckle, she remarked, so this is the illegitimate child who's been dragging you down for 5 years? I really don't know why you even gave birth to her. Chu Xiaoyun gently patted Mengmeng's back to comfort her, her voice tinged with unease. Mengmeng, about the money. She knew Wu Min had always been this way, but for Mengmeng's medicine, she was prepared to endure any humiliation today. But Wu Min paid no heed. Her gaze was filled with contempt as she looked at Chu Xiaoyun, her voice drawn out and slow. 5 years have passed, yet I remain as beautiful as ever. And you? You're past your prime. Your skin's all rough now. How old are you anyway? In another 5 years, won't you look just like a haggard old woman, like my mother? As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Hao again, her disdain growing even more pronounced. And this piece of trash. I told you back then, you shouldn't marry a loser like him. Whoever marries him is doomed. See? I was right, weren't I? Wearing a prison uniform just released from which jail? What crime did he commit? Theft or rape? Listening to Wu Min's scornful mockery, Chu Xiaoyun kept her head down, unable to retort. Mengmeng pouted, her face clearly displeased. Wang Hao, however, remained unruffled. He spoke calmly. Murder. Gah! Wu Min choked on her coffee, coughing repeatedly, her eyes wide with shock. You said what? Wang Hao said indifferently, killed a few people, served 5 years, just got out. Got a problem with that? Wu Min's mouth twitched involuntarily, his grip on the cup growing unsteady. A murderer. And he escaped from prison. She certainly didn't dare cross someone like that. As the esteemed young miss of the Wu family, she certainly didn't want to be dragged down by someone like this. Instantly, the once arrogant Wu Min fell silent. Chu Xiaoyun glanced at Wang Hao, assuming he was just bragging again and paying him no mind. She spoke up once more, Mengmeng, can we discuss the money now? Looking at Chu Xiaoyun, Wu Min's emotions calmed slightly. She snorted coldly, you can't even come up with a measly 30,000? Chu Xiaoyun, you really are getting worse with age. My monthly allowance alone is hundreds of thousands. For me, pulling out 30,000 is as easy as you taking a sip of water. Chu Xiaoyun's face lit up with delight. But before she could speak, Wu Min's voice came through again. But I don't want to lend it to you. Wu Min leaned back, crossed her legs, and wore a smug expression. I came here today just to see what you've become after all these years, you, the woman once crowned Jiangling's most beautiful woman. And now? Those people back then really had no eyes. What do you, Chu Xiaoyun, have to compare with me? What? Chu Xiaoyun lifted her head, eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Min stood up abruptly, sneering contemptuously, didn't you hear me? I'm not here to borrow money from you, I'm here to humiliate you. Now that I've humiliated you, I can leave. With that, Wu Min grabbed her bag and strode out of the cafe. Chu Xiaoyun froze in place, 2 hot tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Her last shred of hope was utterly shattered. She didn't care about the humiliation. But Mengmeng's. What about Mengmeng's illness? Just then, Wang Hao's cold, menacing voice suddenly echoed in Wu Min's ear. Then you won't be leaving. Chapter 9, Want to die? I'll grant you your wish. As he spoke, Wang Hao's right hand gently rested on Wu Min's shoulder. Wu Min felt as though her shoulder had been clamped by a giant vice, the pain making cold sweat break out on her forehead. Recalling Wang Hao's earlier confession that he'd been imprisoned for murder and had escaped, Wu Min's face drained of color. She stammered frantically, what are you doing? I'm telling you, don't you dare do anything. I'm the Wu family's daughter. If you dare harm me, the Wu family won't let you off. And my husband is too. Before she could finish, Wang Hao violently grabbed her neck, yanked her forward, and slammed her face into the coffee cup Chu Xiaoyun had ordered for her. Crash! The coffee cup shattered instantly, and Wu Min's face was slashed with several deep cuts. Arg! Wu Min let out a blood-curdling scream, her hair drenched in coffee, looking utterly disheveled. Wang Hao. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but cry out in shock. She was beginning to doubt whether Wang Hao had been bragging earlier. His fierce expression truly resembled that of a murderer. Wang Hao frowned slightly as he looked at Chu Xiaoyun. Killing someone? For him, it was as easy as eating or sleeping. But he didn't want to scare Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun. Seeing the unease on Chu Xiaoyun's face, he held back and slammed Wu Min hard onto the ground. Get lost. You just wait. Wu Min touched the blood on his head, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. Where's the manager? Keep an eye on these people. When my husband gets here, if one of them is missing, I'll make sure you lose your job. With that, Wu Min staggered out, pulled out her phone, and started dialing. The manager froze for a moment before quickly summoning all the security guards. Looking at Wang Hao and his two companions, a look of helplessness flashed across his face. Gentlemen, I'm truly sorry, but there's nothing I can do. Please understand. Chu Xiaoyun looked flustered. Wang Hao, however, remained calm, clearly not taking Wu Min's threats seriously. If Wu Min let it go, he wouldn't bother causing trouble for this woman. But she actually intended to bring her husband to cause trouble for Chu Xiaoyun? Then bring it on. Perfect. He'd deal with them all at once, rooting out the problem completely and sparing himself future trouble. Watching Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun clutched the restless Mengmeng in her arms and closed her eyes in anguish. How could she have fallen for such a man? Wu Min's man was none other than Chu Songjun, the notorious young master of the Chu family, a figure feared by both the underworld and the authorities in Jiangling. Rumored to be a martial arts fanatic. The way Wang Hao was treating Wu Min, soon enough, he might even drag her and Mengmeng down with him. She must have been blind to choose a man like this to love. Wang Hao looked at Chu Xiaoyun, resigned but offering no further explanation. He knew that no matter what he said now, Chu Xiaoyun wouldn't believe him. So he kept his mouth shut, saying nothing. When the truth was laid bare before her, even if she refused to believe it, she wouldn't be able to argue. And so, 10 minutes later, an SUV pulled up outside the coffee shop. A tall man wearing a black tank top and athletic shorts, his body bulging with muscle, stepped out. He strode quickly to Wu Min, exchanged a few words with her, then pulled her into the cafe. The man who arrived was none other than Chu Songjun. Whoever the hell hit my woman? Get your ass out here. Hearing this, many patrons in the cafe instinctively stepped aside, making Wang Hao and his two companions' table stand out. Chu Songjun dragged Wu Min straight over. His gaze fell upon the trio, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Chu Xiaoyun was truly beautiful. Dressed in a purple qipao, her figure and aura were perfectly accentuated. Though as Wu Min had mentioned, Chu Xiaoyun's skin condition was poor. 5 years of exhaustion had aged her considerably compared to her younger self. Yet her flawless features and elegant bearing were qualities Wu Min could never hope to match in her lifetime. And that body sexy to the extreme. If only he could get her into bed. Taking a deep breath, Chu Jun calmed himself before fixing a cold stare on Wang Hao. His voice was icy as he demanded, "Kid, you're the one who hit my wife?" Wang Hao didn't even bother to lift his head, sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Chu Xiaoyun spoke uneasily, "Young Master Chu, it was Wang Hao who acted out of line. He was in the wrong. Please forgive him." Forgive him? Chu Songjun sneered contemptuously, his face twisted with scorn. He hit my wife, and you expect me to just forgive him? Woman, you really think too highly of yourself. Chu Xiaoyun bit her lower lip, lowering her head and daring not to speak. Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's pitiable expression, a wicked smile spread across Chu Songjun's lips. Sparing him isn't out of the question. Chu Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. Thank you, young Master Chu. Don't thank me so hastily. Forgiveness comes with a price. Chu Songjun narrowed his eyes, his voice drawn out and measured. I want you to spend a day with me at my complete disposal. What? Chu Xiaoyun's face paled instantly. Wu Min was still standing right there. How dare Chu Songjun say such a thing? But Chu Songjun couldn't care less. Choose for yourself. Either you obediently serve me for a day, doing whatever I command, and I'll not only spare him, but give you 30,000 yuan to save your family's bastard. Or else not only will this good-for-nothing die, but you and your bastard child won't live either. Chu Xiaoyun shook her head, her eyes instantly welling up. Fear gradually spread across her face. Just then, Wang Hao, who had been silent for a long while, suddenly raised his head. His cold, menacing voice reached Chu Songjun's ears. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't push me. Get out. What did you say? Xu Zhongjun was momentarily stunned by Wang Hao's words. After a brief pause, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kid, are you asleep? You don't want to kill? I'm standing right here, go ahead, kill me. Let me tell you, today I'm not only going to your woman, but I'm going to her right in front of you. I'm going to make her my. What the hell are you gonna do about it? Ha? Chu Xingjun stood arrogantly, his massive muscles twitching slightly as if taunting Wang Hao. Chu Xiaoyun trembled in terror. Even Wu Min was too tense to speak. But Wang Hao just let out a soft snort. You want to die that badly? I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 10, The Dark Dragon Hall. What? Chu Xiaoyun was startled. Not only was he the young master of the Chu family, but he was also a martial artist. Within the military, those who could match him in combat could be counted on one hand. And Wang Hao actually dared to say he would kill him. Had this prisoner in his uniform lost his mind? But before Chu Xiaoyun could think further. Bang! Wang Hao delivered a direct kick to Chu Xiaoyun's midsection. The kick was blindingly fast. Chu Xiaoyun didn't even have time to react. His body flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a table far away. He hit the ground and couldn't get up again. Everyone was stunned into silence. Wang Hao had actually killed Chu Xiaoyun. Woman collapsed onto the floor, scrambling backward in a panic, her eyes filled with terror. Chu Xiaoyun trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. Only Mengmeng blinked her big eyes at Wang Hao, her gaze carrying a hint of admiration. She had never been protected so fiercely before. Daddy is so awesome. Wang Hao, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He looked at Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng and said softly, "Let's go. I'll handle the money. No need to beg these scumbags." Chu Xiaoyun swallowed hard, her face etched with unease. She was even starting to fear Wang Hao. Wang Hao had transformed into a ruthless killer. Faced with his demand, Chu Xiaoyun dared not refuse. She followed him silently as they walked away. Only then did Wu Min snap back to reality. Panicked, she pulled out her phone and dialed Chu Xiaoyun's father. "Dad, Songjun. Songjun is dead. He was kicked to death at Blue Moon Cafe." "What?" The icy voice on the other end seemed poised to devour Wu Min whole. Chu Xiaoyun's father, Chu Xiaofang, head of the Chu family and a top-tier power broker who ruled both the legitimate and underworld spheres of Jiangling. 30 years ago, Chu Xiaofang was a gangster himself, his hands stained with blood. Later, with social reforms, he became one of the first to wash his hands clean. He started companies and built factories. He controlled several security firms, maintaining a vast network of enforcers. And within those factories lurked many disgraced thugs who'd fallen from grace on the streets. These men were ready to fight and die for Chu Xiaofang at any moment. Across the entire Jiangling region, even the most powerful factions avoided provoking Chu Xiaofang. Yet now, his son had been beaten to death. Chu Xiaofang gritted his teeth. "Who did this?" Woman trembled as she replied, "It was that man Chu Xiaoyun's lover from the Chu family. His name is Wang Hao. He's wearing prison garb, must be a fugitive." "Dad, should I call the police?" "Call the police? Let the cops arrest him?" Chu Xiaofang snorted coldly. "I won't let him off that easily. Seal off the news. I'll have someone bring back Songjun's body. I'll have that bastard's entire family cut into 1,000 pieces. Within 3 days, I'll use his corpse to bury Songjun alongside him." Woman hurriedly agreed and hung up the phone. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes. "Wang Hao. So what if you're arrogant today? You and that Chu Xiaoyun won't have many good days left." After Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun had walked a full 100 meters, Chu Xiaoyun suddenly stopped in her tracks. Looking at Wang Hao, her eyes welled up with tears as she bit her lip and asked, "How did you become like this?" Wang Hao froze. "What?" Chu Xiaoyun turned her head, her voice trembling. "Wang Hao, I don't know what happened to you 5 years ago. But since you're out now, you should start a brand new life. But what about you? You come out and kill someone. Do you want to go back in?" Wang Hao wanted to say the police wouldn't arrest him for this, and even the Longwei authorities wouldn't dare offend him. But seeing Chu Xiaoyun's face filled with distrust, he forced himself to swallow the words and whispered, "Xiaoyun, trust me. They won't call the police." Chu Xiaoyun froze. Wang Hao explained, "With connections in both the underworld and official circles, they won't be satisfied with just having me arrested, interrogated, imprisoned, and executed by the police. They'll want to capture me quickly, take revenge personally, and even make me pay with my life for their son. Therefore, not only will he not report this to the police, he'll actively cover it up." Hearing this, the bitterness on Chu Xiaoyun's face only deepened. What difference would that make? Did you come see Mengmeng today just to make her relive the pain of losing her father? Wang Hao hurriedly waved his hands. "Xiaoyun, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Enough." Chu Xiaoyun's emotions were spiraling out of control. "I don't care what you're thinking. You can drag me down with you, but you can't drag Mengmeng down with you. I'm taking Mengmeng away. Stay away from us. The farther, the better. I never want to see you again in my life. Do you hear me?" By the end, she was practically screaming. Even Mengmeng clung tightly to Chu Xiaoyun's neck, too frightened to speak. Watching the furious Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao spoke in a deep voice, "Xiaoyun, I understand your feelings, but can't you see Mengmeng's physical condition? She fainted again today. Even if I help her regain consciousness now, do you know when her next fainting spell might strike? How much longer can her body endure this? Do you have any idea? Mengmeng needs treatment immediately. Leaving for another city? It might temporarily evade the Chu and Chu family's pursuit, but then what? What about Mengmeng? What about you? In a completely unfamiliar place, with only 30,000 yuan, where would you even get that? Are you taking Mengmeng away just to keep her safe today, without caring about what happens afterward? Wang Hao's barrage of questions left Chu Xiaoyun frozen in place. After a long moment, tears streamed uncontrollably from her tightly closed eyes. Yes, what then? What about her? She didn't know. Mengmeng was her entire world. She couldn't bear to lose Mengmeng. Watching the pain Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao took a deep breath and spoke again. Just give me one chance, okay, Xiaoyun? Lend me your phone, I need to make a call. I promise, I'll get the money for Mengmeng's medical bills. Chu Xiaoyun bit her lip. What money could you possibly get? The loot from your criminal partners back then? Wang Hao didn't argue. He simply replied calmly, compared to Mengmeng's health, does any of that really matter? Chu Xiaoyun fell silent. After a long moment, she finally pulled out her phone and handed it to Wang Hao. In the past, she would have starved to death rather than touch the tainted money. But faced with Mengmeng's life hanging in the balance, she couldn't afford to be picky. If Wang Hao could truly secure this money, she would take him with her to flee to another city and buy medicine to treat Mengmeng. If he couldn't, she would never have anything to do with him for the rest of her life. Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. Taking the phone, he paused briefly before dialing a number directly. The phone connected quickly. On the other end, a cold and surprised voice echoed. Who is this? This was his dedicated number for communicating with important contacts. Few people knew it. Now, a sudden call from an unfamiliar number naturally aroused his suspicion. After all, his status was far from ordinary. Shadow, the Dragon Master of the Dark Dragon Hall. One of the 3 current leaders of the Dark Dragon Hall. The Dark Dragon Hall was a top-tier global organization. Ordinary people weren't worthy of speaking with him. Wang Hao's voice remained calm. It's me, Wang Hao. Chapter 11, as if the Dragon King himself had arrived. Hearing this, Shadow froze for a moment before leaping up in excitement. Boss? When did you? He had 1,000 questions burning in his mind. 5 years. The Dark Knight Dragon King had vanished for 5 years. Although Wang Hao had ceased managing the Dark Dragon Hall's affairs 7 years prior, the very existence of the Dark Knight Dragon King remained the reason many Dark Dragon Hall brothers gathered here. Over the years, with Wang Hao completely vanished, dissenting voices began to emerge within the organization. Despite Shadow's constant suppression, without Wang Hao, the Dark Dragon Hall had become increasingly difficult to control. Who would have thought that today, Wang Hao would actually call again? We'll talk later. I'll send you the address. Have someone bring some cash, a phone, and a change of clothes. Hurry. Yes, boss. Shadow wants to know if this number can be called back. Wang Hao replied indifferently, it's my wife's. Shadow startled, nodding hastily. After Wang Hao gave the location, he immediately dialed the head of the Dark Dragon Hall in Jiangling. Regarding the importance of this matter, Shadow uttered only one sentence. Fail to handle this properly, and you're out of the Dark Dragon Hall. The Dark Dragon Hall held considerable influence in Jiangling. Behind many enterprises and families, large and small, in Jiangling, lay the shadow of the Dark Dragon Hall. The current head of the Dark Dragon Hall in Jiangling was named Su Qi. A shifty-eyed, scrawny man barely 5 feet tall, his trademark shaved head made him look like the lowest-ranking street thug. Yet this very man strikes fear into the hearts of countless bigwigs in Jiangling. The Dark Dragon Hall was notoriously ruthless in its operations. This unsavory-looking Su Qi is a force even many top-tier powerhouses cannot match. Legend has it that Su Qi established his authority in Jiangling by accomplishing just one thing: killing. Those who defied him were all killed. He slaughtered until only those who obeyed him remained. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would surely die without a proper burial. At that moment, carrying a set of clean clothes, Su Qi got off the car and hurried toward Wang Hao and the other two. Mr. Wang. Spotting Wang Hao, Su Qi immediately plastered on a fawning smile, presenting the clothes with both hands. Here are the items you requested. The card is inside, the pin is 6/8. The phone is brand new, and the SIM card is secure. Though Su Qi's expression was obsequious, a hint of contempt lingered deep in his eyes. Shadow hadn't disclosed Wang Hao's identity. He himself had only joined the Dark Dragon Hall in recent years and had never met Wang Hao. Despite Shadow's grandiloquent description, Su Qi didn't take it too seriously. What kind of big shot could someone be who didn't even have a phone and needed him to deliver money? Now, seeing Wang Hao in prison garb, Su Qi couldn't help but let a trace of contempt slip onto his face. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. What the hell is Shadow thinking? How could someone like this possibly be worthy? Just then, Su Qi caught a glimpse of a row of small characters on Wang Hao's prison uniform. 10,000 Sheds Inferno. Instantly, Su Qi shuddered, fear washing over his face as he gulped hard. That was the United Council's first prison. Legend had it that no one imprisoned there ever emerged alive. This man was wearing a Wancha Inferno prison uniform. How had he escaped? Escaped from the 10,000 Torments Inferno? How could that be? Wait. Su Qi suddenly remembered something. The Dark Knight Dragon King vanished for 5 years, his whereabouts unknown. If it's him, perhaps it really is possible. Combined with Shadow's attitude, Su Qi's breathing quickened. Looking at Wang Hao, his voice grew noticeably more sincere. Mr. Wang, if there's anything else you require, please don't hesitate to tell me. I'll see it done. Wang Hao observed Su Qi's shift in demeanor and couldn't help but smile. A smart one. Su Qi shuddered, a faint chill of dread creeping into his heart. He knew that if he had dared to harm Wang Hao today, death would have been his reward. Wang Hao didn't seem to care much. Help me get a legitimate identity, he said casually. Use the name Wang Hao. No problem. Su Qi nodded immediately, his face even lighting up with excitement. To work for the Dark Knight Dragon King. This was the aspiration of countless members within the Dark Dragon Hall. Within the Dark Dragon Hall, he had heard the legend of the Dark Knight Dragon King countless times. He was the one who single-handedly founded the Dark Dragon Hall and elevated it to the pinnacle of the world. Yet for 7 years, the Dark Knight Dragon King had vanished without a trace, leaving no one the chance to serve him again. Corruption had begun to seep into the Dark Dragon Hall. The Dark Dragon Hall now resembled a decaying organization driven by self-interest, making Su Qi feel disdainful of associating with some of its members. But now, Wang Hao had returned. How could this not stir his excitement? Wang Hao wanted to say more. But Chu Xiaoyun was growing impatient. In his eyes, Su Qi had shifty, thieving eyes, clearly no good sort, most likely one of Wang Hao's old criminal associates from back in the day. The money given to Wang Hao was undoubtedly ill-gotten gains. Though she had to accept the money to save Mengmeng. But she didn't want to spend even a minute with someone like him. Let's go. Chu Xiaoyun urged, scooping Mengmeng up and heading for the exit. Wang Hao looked awkwardly at Su Qi, nodded briefly, then turned and followed Chu Xiaoyun as she carried Mengmeng away. Su Qi couldn't help but freeze in place. Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, is this? Afraid of his wife? Wait a minute. That woman is holding a little girl? Could that be the Dark Knight Dragon King's? At that moment, Su Qi's breathing quickened uncontrollably. 7 years ago, when Wang Hao left the Dark Dragon Hall, he warned Ying and the others, no one from the Dark Dragon Hall was permitted to follow him. If discovered, don't blame him for turning hostile. Therefore, even Shadow and the others remained unaware of Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun's affair. Now, watching the receding figures of Wang Hao and his two companions, Su Qi finally noticed something. He had uncovered a shocking secret. Lord Dark Knight Dragon King had a wife and child. Worse still, both Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng seemed to be in dire straits. Especially Mengmeng. She seemed to be quite seriously ill. A cold glint instantly flashed in Su Qi's eyes. This is Jiangling. Right under his nose, someone actually dared to bully the Night Dragon King's wife and daughter? Wang Hao had returned, so treating Mengmeng was naturally beyond his concern. Wang Hao's medical skills were renowned throughout the land. But these years of relentless humiliation against his wife and daughter that he could not tolerate. Looking for trouble. Clenching his fists, Su Qi pulled out his phone and secretly snapped a photo of Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng's backs. He then dialed one of his subordinates. Find out who those people in the photo are. I need to know everything that's happened to them in the last 5 years. Remember, do not alert them. If you encounter them in the future. At this point, fear crept into Su Qi's voice. As if the Dragon King himself had arrived. Chapter 12, Are you running away again? The guy on the other end nearly himself. Encountering Wang Hao and Xiaoyun like the Dragon King himself. Just who are these people? After buying medicine, Wang Hao and the others headed to a nearby hotel. Wang Hao had intended for them to stay at a 5-star hotel, but Chu Xiaoyun refused to spend the ill-gotten gains from the card. With no other choice, Wang Hao accompanied her to a modest local inn. After changing into clean clothes, he took the medicine pot from the pharmacy and began preparing the decoction for Mengmeng. Chu Xiaoyun sat beside him, her gaze unfocused. At this moment, she had long since succumbed to despair. Though Mengmeng now had medicine, Wang Hao had killed Chu Songjun. With the Chu family's formidable forces hunting them down, how could they possibly survive? Not to mention, both the Chu and Fang families were now hunting them down. Never in her life had Chu Xiaoyun felt such utter despair. Just then. Click. The door lock clicked open as someone inserted a key. The innkeeper looked at Chu Xiaoyun and her two companions, then turned to the burly man behind him with a fawning expression. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Gentlemen, it's them, right? Here's the key. I'll be leaving now." With that, the owner hurried out, not daring to linger a second longer. The men strode in, slammed the door shut, and glared coldly at Chu Xiaoyun and her companions. The leader sneered. "Come with us willingly, or we'll make you." Chu Xiaoyun stepped in front of the frightened Mengmeng, her voice trembling with unease. "Who are you? What do you want?" "This convict murdered young master Chu Zhongjuan. What do you think we're here for?" The leader's icy gaze swept over Chu Xiaoyun and the others, his face twisted with contempt. A convict, a family's cast-off daughter, and a bastard. You've got some nerve. Judging by your stance, you want us to force the issue? Then don't blame us for not showing mercy to the fairer sex." He licked his lips, and the other two men rubbed their hands together, grinning wickedly. Chu Xiaoyun only ordered them to capture Chu Xiaoyun and her companions. He never said they couldn't have a little fun. With Chu Xiaoyun's looks, how could they not be tempted? Chu Xiaoyun shuddered and instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? Don't you dare. Do as we please? Chu Xiaoyun, why don't you tell us what you mean by do as we please? If even this convict can have his way with you, why couldn't we? Don't worry, we're in great shape. We'll make sure you're satisfied. As they spoke, the men roared with laughter, their faces brimming with arrogance. Chu Xiaoyun trembled as she shielded Mengmeng with her body, too terrified to speak. At that very moment, Wang Hao's figure vanished from where he stood. The next second, his right hand was already clamped around the neck of the leader of the thugs across from him. Looking for death. You. The thug's face instantly turned crimson. His hands clutched Wang Hao's arm desperately, but those massive hands were like steel pincers. No matter how hard he strained, they wouldn't budge an inch. Watching the man struggle frantically, the other two thugs charged forward. Stop it. As he shouted, one of them picked up a water bottle and hurled it at Wang Hao. Thud. Wang Hao smacked the bottle to the ground with one hand, then suddenly exerted force with his right arm. Snap. A sharp crack of breaking bone echoed. Wang Hao had snapped the neck of the lead thug. Watching the corpse fall to the ground, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but cover her mouth. The other two thugs were frozen in terror. But Mengmeng, blinking her big eyes at Wang Hao, was filled with excitement. Daddy really is the strongest. Daddy easily took care of these bad guys who bullied Mengmeng and Mom. A sense of security she'd never felt before spread across Mengmeng's face, turning it into a smile. Wang Hao turned his head, his gaze settling on the other two. You deserve to die too. No, no. The two roared in anger. One of them even pointed at Wang Hao and cursed, Kid, we're from the Chu family. You've crossed the Chu family, you're dead. You can't kill us. You. I've already killed Chu Xiaoyun. What makes you think you're any different? Wang Hao cut them off coldly. Their expressions froze instantly. They stumbled backward, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. Wang Hao advanced toward them step by step, silent, yet both men felt the chill of impending death. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, they turned and fled. But how could Wang Hao let two worthless scum who dared to harbor evil intentions toward Chu Xiaoyun escape? Bang! Bang! No one could discern Wang Hao's movements. Yet both men collapsed to the ground, their breaths extinguished. Staring at the three bodies on the ground, Chu Xiaoyun clutched Mengmeng tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Hao was like a demon, mercilessly reaping others' lives. Though it was for her and Mengmeng, the Wang Hao before her now filled her with dread. Wang Hao turned his head to look at Chu Xiaoyun and whispered, Are you and Mengmeng okay? Tears welled in Chu Xiaoyun's eyes as she stammered, If you're stronger than them, why couldn't you just drive them away? Why did you have to kill them? What are we supposed to do now? Do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison? Even if you're a fighter, can you take out the entire Chu family? Wang Hao wanted to say, I certainly could. Forget the Chu family, the entire Jiangling region was within his grasp. As for murder? They had insulted his wife and daughter, and now they dared to bully him in his own home. He couldn't bear it. But sensing Chu Xiaoyun's deep distrust, Wang Hao could only swallow his words. He whispered, Let's give Mengmeng her medicine first. We'll talk about the rest later. Chu Xiaoyun took a deep breath, forcing down her unease, and together with Wang Hao, she poured the herbal decoction and fed it to Mengmeng. After drinking the medicine, Mengmeng quickly fell into a deep sleep. Chu Xiaoyun sat by the bedside, staring blankly at Mengmeng. The three corpses in the room seemed to constantly remind her that the Chu family could come knocking at any moment. Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's unease, a cold gleam flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. The Chu family. Damn it! He said in a low voice, Xiaoyun, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Chu Xiaoyun froze at his words, then turned to look at Wang Hao. A wretched smile suddenly spread across her face. You want to run away again? Just like 5 years ago. Chapter 13, The coffin is prepared for you. I'm not. Wang Hao was instantly alarmed. He wanted to explain. He truly wasn't running away. Not 5 years ago, and certainly not now. But Chu Xiaoyun clearly didn't want to dwell on this issue with Wang Hao. She waved him off, turned her head away, gave a wretched smile, and whispered softly, It's up to you. Whether you choose to stay or leave, it doesn't matter to me. Thank you for saving Mengmeng and me just now. You gave us a little more time. As she finished speaking, Chu Xiaoyun slowly closed her eyes, her face etched with profound sorrow. Wang Hao clenched his fists. Looking at Chu Xiaoyun, his voice was filled with unwavering resolve. Trust me, Xiaoyun. I'll be back soon. I'll prove every single word I've said to you. With that, Wang Hao picked up the three corpses and walked out. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Xiaoyun shook her head softly, not taking his words seriously at all. She had long since stopped believing in Wang Hao. For her, rather than pin her hopes on Wang Hao, she'd rather rely on herself. Just as she had done every single day for the past 5 years. Stepping out of the room, Wang Hao glanced at the 3 bodies and immediately called Su Qi. Before long, Su Qi hurried over. His already shifty appearance now betrayed panic as he nervously asked, "Mr. Wang, you called for me?" Wang Hao pointed at the 3 bodies on the floor. "Clean this up." "No problem." Su Qi immediately agreed. Wang Hao pondered for a moment. "Do you know where Chu Xiaoyun is?" "I know." Su Qi nodded repeatedly. "I've already gathered all the information on the Chu family. If you need it, Mr. Wang, I can have someone bring it over immediately." Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Find someone reliable to keep an eye on this place. Don't let anyone harm them, the mother and daughter. Lead the way. I'll go meet Chu Xiaoyun myself." Su Qi's heart skipped a beat. He dared not delay, bowing respectfully. "Yes, sir." Inside the Chu family villa. Curtains drawn tight, everyone knelt on the floor. In the living room lay the corpse of Chu Xiaoyun. Wu Min knelt behind Chu Xiaoyun, silently reciting sutras, not daring to raise her head. The entire Chu household was shrouded in deathly silence. To capture Wang Hao, the Chu family had suppressed news of this incident. Consequently, Chu Xiaoyun's funeral rites could only be held privately at home, without alerting the police. But at that very moment... "Oh no! Master, oh no!" The butler rushed in frantically. Chu Xiaoyun's anger flared instantly. "How dare you! Running about in such a panic, what manner is this?" The butler looked uneasy. "Master, someone outside claims to be Wang Hao. He's brought a large coffin and is demanding to see you." "What?" At these words, everyone was startled. Wang Hao? Chu Xiaoyun's men failed to capture him, yet he dares to come knocking himself? Seeking death. Chu Xiaoyun slammed his palm on the table, stood up abruptly, and strode toward the door. "Follow me. I'll see what this beast wants with the Chu family." The others dared not delay and hurriedly followed. The main gate swung open as the Chu household members strode out behind Chu Xiaoyun. At that moment, at the main gate, outside the courtyard, Wang Hao stood there silently, a massive coffin placed beside him. Behind him, a Porsche Cayenne was parked. Beside the car, a short figure stood behind Wang Hao, its features obscured. Chu Xiaoyun paid no mind to the figure, fixing his gaze on Wang Hao and letting out a heavy, cold snort. "You're Wang Hao? A convict, and you dare come to the Chu family estate to cause trouble?" Wang Hao replied calmly, "Shouldn't you first ask where the men you sent to arrest me have gone?" Chu Xiaoyun froze, his brow furrowing slightly. "Kid, what did you do to them?" Wang Hao lifted his head. A chilling glint flickered in those terrifying eyes. "Killed. They were asking for it." A murderous intent instantly radiated from Chu Xiaoyun's body. First kill Chu Xiaoyun, then slaughter his Chu family thugs. This man deserves to die. He stared coldly at Wang Hao, his voice as icy as steel. "Boy, you've sealed your fate with the Chu family. Originally, after killing those 3 useless fools, if you'd fled the country, you might have had a sliver of hope. But now? You refused the path to heaven and forced your way into hell. Today is the day you die. No one can save you." Chu Xiaoyun was utterly arrogant. But no sooner had the words left his mouth. A cold snort suddenly erupted from behind Wang Hao. "Then I'll be damned if I don't see who dies today." Su Qi slowly emerged from behind Wang Hao. Seeing Su Qi's short stature, Wu Min immediately sneered with contempt. "You short, shifty-eyed rat, you look like nothing but trouble. And you have the nerve to spout such nonsense here? You're only fit to hang around trash like Wang Hao. And you dare spout such nonsense at the Chu family's doorstep? You're practically begging for death. Father, this man, let's dispose of him along with Wang Hao." Wu Min said contemptuously. Not just her many Chu family members standing beside her were thinking the same thing. Yet upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun's expression shifted repeatedly. That short figure unknown to others, but he recognized it. It was someone even he dared not offend. Chu Xiaoyun swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he murmured, "Lord Su Qi? How did you end up here?" "Lord Su Qi?" At those words, Wu Min's expression froze solid. The name Su Qi, she had certainly heard of it. Yet in her imagination, Su Qi had always been a towering figure. Who could have imagined the reality would be like this? Watching the stunned Wu Min, Su Qi remained expressionless as he spoke coldly, "Slap yourself." Wu Min gasped. "Su Qi, sir. Didn't you hear me? Slap yourself." Chu Xiaoyun's furious roar cut Wu Min off mid-sentence. Feeling Chu Xiaoyun's furious glare, Wu Min snapped back to reality. She was facing Su Qi, the very lord of death feared by all in Zhongling. Slapping her own face would have been one thing. Dare to say another word? By then, even Chu Xiaoyun couldn't save her. Though her heart protested 1,000 times over, Wu Min had no choice. She raised her hand and smacked it hard against her own face, again and again. Su Qi didn't call for a stop, and she dared not stop. Finally, after a full minute of self-flagellation, her face a crimson blur, Su Qi finally let out a cold snort. Only then did Wu Min stop. Her entire body trembled, fear etched across her face. She dared not utter another word. Only then did Chu Xiaofang dare to speak. Lord Su Qi, what brings you here today? Su Qi replied indifferently, naturally, to accompany Mr. Wang. Whatever Mr. Wang wishes of me, I shall do. Chu Xiaofang's face instantly drained of color. Wu Min's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be possible? Isn't Wang Hao just a labor reform prisoner? Why would someone like Su Qi show him such deference? But Wang Hao had no time for their idle chatter. Fixing his gaze on Chu Xiaofang, Wang Hao spoke in a cold, icy tone. Chu Xiaofang, your coffin is ready. Will you step inside yourself, or shall I help you in? Chapter 14, Mengmeng is missing. How dare you? Chu Xiaofang's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Who does Wang Hao think he is? Even with Su Qi backing him, he has no right to act like this. Su Qi was powerful, but he wasn't strong enough to completely crush Chu Xiaofang. Didn't Wang Hao realize that treating him this way might push him to desperate measures? Chu Xiaofang couldn't help but glance at Su Qi. But Su Qi's face was utterly calm. In fact, Chu Xiaofang even glimpsed a hint of anticipation there. What on earth was going on? Chu Xiaofang clenched his fists, his face darkening with anger. But he was, after all, the head of the Chu family. After a brief silence, he let out a sharp, cold snort. Wang Hao, do you think having Lord Su Qi backing you gives you free rein to act as you please? Lord Su Qi. Though you are esteemed, you are not so exalted as to crush my Chu family. Feng. At those words, a figure emerged from behind Chu Xiaofang. His face was cold and expressionless, his entire body concealed within a black robe, only his face exposed. His expression was as cold and lifeless as a corpse, evoking a deep-seated dread in anyone who met his gaze. As Offling stepped forward, a smug look spread across Chu Xiaofang's face. Lord Su Qi, it is said that your faction harbors many formidable warriors. Today, I wish to see if you can produce a warrior capable of standing against Offling. Su Qi's eyes flickered with surprise as he looked at Feng. This Feng, he was a martial artist. A true powerhouse. When did the insignificant Chu family become entangled with such an existence? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Offeng grinned, fixing his icy stare on Wang Hao. I'll give you two choices, he said. Either take your own life here, and I'll spare you a whole corpse. Or I will have you torn limb from limb and chopped into pieces to feed the dogs. Choose, boy. Feng's face radiated confidence. But Wang Hao's lips merely curled into a faint smile. A mere ant shaking a tree. His voice was soft, utterly devoid of emotion. Clearly, he held no regard for Offeng whatsoever. Even the others found Wang Hao's words meaningless. But before they could react, boom! A muffled thud erupted suddenly. Feng flew backward like a cannonball, slamming hard into the bronze gate of the Chu family's villa. His body trembled violently before crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes bulged wide. His body trembled for a moment before he slid to the ground. His head lolled to the side, and his breath ceased completely. Everyone froze in shock. Feng. A martial artist. In all of Zhongling, those stronger than him could be counted on one hand. Yet this very man had been killed with a single punch by Wang Hao. Wang Hao. How on earth did he manage that? Even Su Qi couldn't help but swallow hard. Before, although he had essentially confirmed Wang Hao's identity, he had never actually seen Wang Hao in action. Deep down, he always felt something was missing. Now, with Wang Hao's display of power, the last shred of doubt vanished from Su Qi's mind. Truly worthy of the title Dragon King. From this day forward, would be the epicenter of this world's upheaval. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao acted as if nothing had happened. His gaze settled directly on Chu Xiaofang, his expression calm as he said, now, you can choose. Will you come in yourself, or shall I help you? You, how could you possibly? Chu Xiaofang's body trembled uncontrollably, his face etched with panic. Wang Hao's voice was as cold as ice. Chu Xiaofang, you dishonored my wife. Your men, acting on your orders, attempted to seize my wife and daughter. Today, I kill you. Do you have any objections? As he spoke, Wang Hao flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing before Chu Xiaofang and grabbing his shoulder with one hand. No! I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Chu Xiaofang roared furiously. Disagree? Keep it to yourself. Wang Hao snorted coldly. Gripping Chu Xiaofang's shoulder with one hand, he hoisted him up like a small chicken, dragging him forcefully to the coffin and tossing him straight inside. Then, thud! A dull thud echoed as the coffin lid slammed shut. Wang Hao pulled a handful of nails from his pocket and hammered them all into the coffin lid with his bare hands. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao kicked the coffin straight to the bronze gate of the Chu family villa. His voice, cold and menacing, echoed in their ears. Chu Xiaofang's life bought with the peace of your entire Chu family. If you dare seek revenge again, the Chu family will be destroyed. With that, Wang Hao turned and climbed into the Porsche Cayenne parked behind him. Su Qi smiled faintly, personally stepping into the driver's seat to serve as Wang Hao's chauffeur. He drove off with Wang Hao, vanishing from the sight of the entire Chu family. The entire Chu household fell into deathly silence. Only when Su Qi's Qian vanished completely from sight did someone finally blurt out, "Quick, open the coffin." Only then did the crowd snap back to reality. Right. Open the coffin. Wang Hao hadn't killed Chu Xiaoyun just now, he'd merely thrown him into the coffin. Perhaps he was still alive? With that thought, the Chu family members rushed to dismantle the coffin. Nail by nail was pulled out. After exerting tremendous effort, the coffin finally swung open. But by then, Chu Xiaoyun inside had already breathed his last. Everyone collapsed onto the ground, faces etched with despair. Women trembled in sheer terror. Within a single day, both father and son of the Chu family had met their end. Wang Hao treats human life as worthless. What's worse, she had actually offended this very man. The mere thought of her previous attitude toward Wang Hao made women tremble uncontrollably. That she was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. For the rest of her life, she would never dare cross this demon again. Never again. Wang Hao rode back to the small hotel in Su Qi's car. At that moment, the area was completely surrounded by Su Qi's men. Though dressed in plain clothes, they had effectively sealed off the area around the small hotel. It was virtually impossible for anyone to harm Chu Xiaoyun and her daughter without Su Qi's knowledge. Su Qi spoke with confidence, "Rest assured, Mr. Wang. Miss Chu and her daughter will be perfectly safe." Wang Hao said nothing more and strode directly toward the scene. Su Qi followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived outside the room. Wang Hao's expression abruptly changed. Bang! He kicked the door open with a forceful stomp. Inside the room was completely empty. How could this be? Su Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Hao clenched his teeth and slammed his fist onto the table. Su Qi! If a single hair on Zhao Yunruo's head is harmed, I'll make every last one of you pay with your lives. Chapter 15, I'm here to kill. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Su Qi's forehead. Chu Xiaoyun was Wang Hao's woman. And Mengmeng, she's Wang Hao's child. These two meant everything to Wang Hao. Yes. Su Qi rushed out immediately, summoned all his men, and pulled up nearby surveillance footage. After a thorough search, they finally had results. Mr. Wang, your wife and child disguised themselves as service staff and escaped hidden inside a sanitation truck. Su Qi swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, speechless. He knew full well this was no excuse. As a member of the Dark Dragon Hall, if his men failed to detect such a tactic, it was a dereliction of duty. Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to argue with Su Qi over such details. Gritting his teeth, he demanded in a chilling voice, "Where are they now?" Su Qi kept his head bowed, his voice trembling. Our men tracked them. They hadn't gone 2 blocks before a van picked them up. It looked like they were heading toward the Fang family's place. The Fang family? Rage instantly surged in Wang Hao's heart. They're asking for it. If anything happens to them, you'll be buried with them. With that, Wang Hao stormed downstairs, snatched Su Qi's car keys, and sped off toward the Fang residence. Watching Wang Hao's departing figure, Su Qi stood with his mouth agape for a long moment before finally slamming his fist into a nearby utility pole in sheer fury. Su Qi's men stood nearby, unable to contain their curiosity. Boss, who exactly is that guy? What gives him the right to talk to you like that? Shut up. Su Qi shot him a fierce glare, his teeth clenched. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his voice turned icy. I don't want to hear that again. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding past favors and slaughtering your entire family. The subordinate couldn't help but shudder violently, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He could feel the intense killing intent radiating from Su Qi. He knew full well that if he dared speak ill of Wang Hao again, he might truly die. But he couldn't fathom it. Who exactly was Wang Hao? What kind of being could possibly instill such fear in Su Qi? The Fang family. As one of Jiangling City's foremost aristocratic families, the Fang residents stood in the very heart of the city. Their business interests spanned the entire city, primarily centered around catering with entertainment as a secondary focus. In terms of status, the Fang family even surpasses the Chu family, renowned for their influence across both legitimate and underworld circles. At that moment, in the first-floor living room of the Fang family villa, Fang Yunseng slumped against the sofa, his face contorted in agony. Patches of blood stained his legs, where medicinal plasters were applied. His bloodshot eyes blazed with murderous intent. Not far away, Chu Xiaoyun stood there clutching Mengmeng, her face etched with terror. He had feared being targeted by the Chu family, so he'd disguised Mengmeng and slipped out. Little did he expect that the moment they escaped the small inn, they were captured by the Fang family. Now standing opposite Fang Yunsheng, seeing the scars on his body, Chu Xiaoyun's heart was filled with dread. But for Mengmeng's sake, she summoned her courage and stammered, "Uncle Fang, what exactly do you want from us?" "What do we want?" Beside Fang Yunsheng, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s let out a sharp, cold snort. Dressed in traditional Chinese attire, his aged face bore an unyielding resolve. His sparse white hair framed piercingly dark, deep-set eyes. This man was none other than Fang Yunsing's father, the head of the Fang family, Fang Hatao. At that moment, looking at Chu Xiaoyun, Fang Hatao's eyes were filled with rage. "You crippled my son and cut off the Fang family's line. You ask me what I want? Chu Xiaoyun, you filthy, do you think you're something special? What do you think you are? You're nothing but a whore to be toyed with. A worthless. What right do you have to question me here?" Chu Xiaoyun's body trembled uncontrollably. Tears of injustice welled in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. But Mengmeng wouldn't stand for it. She stepped directly in front of Chu Xiaoyun, glaring at Fang Hatao across from them, and bravely declared, "Don't you dare insult my mom. You're the bad guy." Mengmeng. Chu Xiaoyun quickly grabbed Mengmeng. But Fang Hatao let out a cold, harsh snort. "You little bastard, you dare speak to me like that? Slap her." With that, smack. A sharp slap landed squarely on Mengmeng's face. Her tender, smooth little face instantly swelled and turned crimson. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Yet the little girl clenched her lips, scrambled to her feet, and fixed Fang Hatao with an unflinching stare. This made Fang Hatao burst out laughing. "You little bastard dares to glare at me? Fine. Today I'll see just how tough your mouth is." With that, he raised his hand and lashed out again, slapping Mengmeng across the face. Mengmeng's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Her body trembled uncontrollably, fear etched across her face as she curled up and closed her eyes. No matter how brave she tried to be, she was still only a 4-year-old child. But just then, smack! A large hand seized Fang Hatao's wrist mid-air. Wang Hao's cold, menacing voice echoed through the air. "You're courting death. Who are you? How did you get in?" Fang Hatao was utterly shocked. The gate had been opened by someone, though he didn't know when. Wang Hao appeared before him like a ghost, materializing out of thin air. Behind him, Fang Yunsung froze for a moment before erupting in fury. "Dad! It's Wang Hao. He's the bastard who hurt our son." Fang Hatao froze. "You're Wang Hao." Wang Hao glared at him coldly, not even bothering to answer. He simply tightened his grip. Suddenly, arg! A piercing scream erupted as Fang Hatao clutched his crushed wrist, staggering backward in terror. This Wang Hao, what incredible strength! Wang Hao turned his head, his gaze falling on Mengmeng's freshly beaten face. The rage within him grew even more intense. He spun around abruptly, glaring at Fang Hatao as he stepped forward. "You're asking for death, Fang." As he spoke, Wang Hao's knuckles cracked audibly. How could he bring himself to strike Mengmeng, a mere 4-year-old child? Is he even human? The intense rage radiating from him made Fang Hatao swallow hard, a wave of fear rising from the depths of his heart. What are you going to do?" Wang Hao's expression remained unchanged as he murmured softly, "Kill." Fang Hatao's legs buckled, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. He could tell Wang Hao truly dared to kill him. This guy was a demon. At that very moment, "Wang Hao!" Chu Xiaoyun's voice suddenly rang out. Her face frozen in terror, she stared at Wang Hao, shaking her head frantically. She couldn't bear to see Wang Hao kill again. She didn't want Wang Hao to live his entire life as a fugitive. She couldn't bear the thought of Mengmeng growing up and never being able to answer when asked about her father. She didn't want to only see Wang Hao in prison from now on. Watching the terrified Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao fell silent for a long moment. Finally, he sighed, turned to Fang Hatao, and lashed out with a fierce slap. Smack! The blow instantly left a large, swollen mark on Fang Hatao's face. The vivid crimson mark seemed poised to gouge a hollow into his cheek. Wang Hao paid Fang Hatao no further mind, instead grabbing Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng and marching straight out the door. Fang Hatao gasped for breath, intending to signal his men outside to block Wang Hao. But after taking just 2 steps forward, he nearly fell backward in shock. Outside, in the courtyard, a dozen of the Fang family's top enforcers lay sprawled on the ground. Wang Hao had incapacitated them the moment he arrived. And Fang Hatao hadn't even heard a sound from inside. Fang Hatao swallowed hard, staring at Wang Hao's retreating figure and then at the Cayenne parked outside the courtyard. His eyes were filled with utter shock. Wang Hao. Just who was he? Chapter 16, Disgusting. Wang Hao drove off, taking Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng with him. Seated in the luxury vehicle, Mengmeng gazed around in wonder, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity, even forgetting the pain on her face. This was the first time in her life she'd ridden in a luxury car of this caliber. Chu Xiaoyun, however, was accustomed to it. But seeing Wang Hao driving such a car still surprised her. She couldn't help asking, "Is this the car from the person who gave you money before?" Wang Hao nodded. "Yes, but we can use it anytime we want. If you like it, it's yours." Chu Xiaoyun didn't respond to Wang Hao's words. She simply leaned back in the rear seat, a vague suspicion forming in her mind. 5 years ago, Wang Hao might have truly done something big. Did he take the fall for some big shot? Or had he taken some enormous risk to accomplish something? She didn't know the details. But in Chu Xiaoyun's view, it must have been this very thing that brought Wang Hao untold wealth. and those 5 years behind bars were the price he paid. Likewise, it was precisely because of this that Su Qi held such an attitude toward Wang Hao. It was even possible that Su Qi's entire fortune stemmed from that incident 5 years ago. Otherwise, why would he give Wang Hao whatever he wanted? Had Wang Hao abandoned her and their child 5 years ago for all of this? At this thought, a wave of sorrow washed over Chu Xiaoyun. Was it worth it? Perhaps for Wang Hao, it was worth it? Working for some powerful figure, he amassed untold wealth. In the process, he became utterly inflated, treating human lives as worthless. With that thought, Chu Xiaoyun closed her eyes in anguish and said no more. She no longer doubted Wang Hao's capabilities. Millions upon millions for him now, it might be a mere trifle. But perhaps he was no longer the Wang Hao she once knew? Just as Chu Xiaoyun was lost in her thoughts, Wang Hao suddenly spoke in a low voice. Xiaoyun, give me a few days. I'll settle everything and give you the happiest life imaginable. Every promise I made to you, I will fulfill, one by one. Chu Xiaoyun tilted her head, saying nothing. The Chu family, the Fang family, the Chu family. As long as they remain in Jiangling, where could there be happiness? Even if Wang Hao gained something 5 years ago, how much could that powerful figure truly offer him? Could Wang Hao possibly hope to stand alone against the three great families? As if sensing Chu Xiaoyun's unease, Wang Hao spoke in a solemn tone, Chu Xiaofang is dead. What? Chu Xiaoyun sat bolt upright, instinctively pulling Mengmeng close to her chest. While driving, Wang Hao spoke calmly, the Chu family will never bother you again. I can guarantee that. I'll resolve the issues with the Fang and Chu families soon too. Xiaoyun, trust me this once, okay? Just give me a few days. I'll make sure you see hope. By the end of his words, Wang Hao's voice trembled slightly with emotion. Chu Xiaoyun. Mengmeng. These were the two people he cared about most in this world. In their presence, even Wang Hao, the man who conquered the world and disregarded everything, felt his lips tremble with nervousness. As if sensing Wang Hao's sincerity, Chu Xiaoyun also fell silent. After a long moment, she suddenly let out a bitter laugh, sounding somewhat resigned. Do I have any other choice? Do whatever you want. Wang Hao froze, then burst into joy. No matter what, as long as Chu Xiaoyun gave him a chance. In just a few days, he was certain he could completely dispel the doubts in both her and Mengmeng's hearts. Watching the sky darken, Wang Hao stated directly, let's buy an apartment to stay in first. We'll sort out the rest tomorrow. Buy a house? Chu Xiaoyun's mouth fell open. This was definitely a big deal. How could Wang Hao speak so casually? But Wang Hao didn't seem to care much. He didn't want Chu Xiaoyun and her daughter to endure a single day of hardship. After searching on the navigation system, Wang Hao drove them straight to Jiangling's largest and newest residential complex, Jianling Bay Villas. Gazing at the expansive villa complex, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but say, Wang Hao, the properties here are incredibly expensive. You? Wang Hao smiled. It's fine. I checked, there's a villa here with a nice model unit. Though many people have visited it, it's still fully furnished. You can stay there temporarily for a couple of days. Later, we'll go to the furniture mall together. You can pick out your own furniture, and we'll renovate it from scratch. Listening to Wang Hao's grand promises, Chu Xiaoyun gaped for a moment, speechless. Buy a villa? Make do? A villa in Jianling Bay Villa community? That's easily several million. At this rate, how long would Wang Hao's savings from 5 years ago last? But Wang Hao didn't seem to care. Money running out? The Dark Dragon Hall's reserves were beyond counting. He'd never managed to spend it all. What about burning it? Well, it might take a while to burn through it all. What's a mere villa? With that thought in mind, Wang Hao parked his car in a nearby spot and led his mother and daughter into the sales office. Hello, how may I assist you? The moment the three entered, a sales agent approached them. Over the past 2 years, property prices in Jiangling have fluctuated significantly. High-end developments like Jiangling Bay Villas aren't exactly easy to sell. With potential buyers visiting, the salesperson was naturally quite enthusiastic. However, upon recognizing Wang Hao and his companions, the saleswoman froze in place, unable to suppress a gasp of surprise. Chu Xiaoyun? How is this possible? Chu Xiaoyun also froze, lifting her gaze to the uniformed salesperson, surprise evident in her eyes. Tan Yunjun? Tan Yunjun was Chu Xiaoyun's high school classmate. While their relationship wasn't particularly close, there wasn't much animosity between them either. What Chu Xiaoyun didn't know was that Tan Yunjun had always harbored a deep, seething hatred toward her. Back in high school, Chu Xiaoyun was famously the school's most beautiful girl. Even the boy Tan Yunjun liked had been pursuing Chu Xiaoyun. But Chu Xiaoyun couldn't care less about him. After graduation, Tan Yunjun drifted from place to place, relying solely on her looks, even sacrificing her body to scrape together a meager income. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoyun landed a high-level position at the Chu family company right after graduation. This had always left Tan Yunjun harboring resentment toward Chu Xiaoyun. Then, 5 years ago, when Chu Xiaoyun fell from grace, Tan Yunjun was overjoyed. In her eyes, Chu Xiaoyun's misfortune was divine justice. She even believed that after that, she could completely crush Chu Xiaoyun. But she never imagined that today, Chu Xiaoyun would actually come to view the villa. After a moment of stunned silence, Tan Yunjun let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. She crossed her arms, a sneer curling her lips. I thought some big shot was coming to buy a house, but it turns out to be a Thai pregnant out of wedlock and her bastard child? And some random man who appeared out of nowhere? How utterly disgusting. Chapter 17, 3 minutes to raise 100 million. Tan Yunjun. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Xiaoyun's expression instantly darkened. She had no grudge against Tan Yunjun. Why such a reaction? But Tan Yunjun wore a look of utter contempt. She turned her head toward the manager standing nearby and declared loudly, "Manager. There are a few lowly creatures here. Have security throw them out. They can't afford a house yet they come here to disgust us. People like this have no place in our community." You. Chu Xiaoyun felt a surge of anger. Tan Yunjun sneered coldly. What? Got a problem with that? How about I tell everyone how you got pregnant out of wedlock these past few years and gave birth to a bastard with no father? At these words, Chu Xiaoyun's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, her hands clutching the hem of her skirt tightly, unable to utter a rebuttal. Seeing the sexy cheongsam Chu Xiaoyun wore today, Tan Yunjun's face grew even more mocking. I hadn't noticed before, but what exactly is Miss Chu wearing? TSK. Look at those exposed legs in cleavage. Is this an outfit meant to lure stray men? So provocative? Want me to hook you up with some clients? How much per night? Or maybe you don't even charge? Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Hao delivered a sharp slap across her face. Tan Yunjun was knocked flat on the spot, her face instantly swelling up in a large red patch. Glaring at Wang Hao, Tan Yunjun gritted her teeth in fury. What are you doing? You two did something despicable, and now you can't even stand someone speaking up? Manager, throw them out. People like this have no place here. The manager frowned at Wang Hao, his voice icy. What do you think you're doing, resorting to violence in our establishment? If you're not here to buy a property, then please leave. Chu Xiaoyun lowered her head, pulled Mengmeng by the hand, and turned to leave. Today, she had endured enough humiliation and didn't want to linger a moment longer. But as he watched the manager, Wang Hao spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. I'm buying several villas. You fired her? What? Everyone froze in shock. Wang Hao remained utterly calm. I'm buying properties, and you fire this woman? How is that? What a joke. At this, Tan Yunjun burst into a cold laugh. You bought a house? You're just some lowlife who'd settle for a like Chu Xiaoyun. How much money could you possibly have? Who with any money would take a who got pregnant out of wedlock? Or are you the father of that bastard? The cheapest villa here costs over 5 million. Do you even have that kind of money? Wang Hao completely ignored Tan Yunjun, fixing his cold gaze on the manager as he spoke calmly. 3 units? The manager frowned, his voice deepening. Kid, forget whether you can afford it or not. Even if you could buy 3 units, I wouldn't fire our top salesperson just for that. Tan Yunjun flashed a smug smile. I'm the top salesperson here. Even with the sluggish market, I sold 7 or 8 units last month. Who do you think you are? Who would fire me, the top salesperson, just for you? Watching Tan Yunjun's arrogance, Chu Xiaoyun kept her head down, unable to speak. But Wang Hao merely smiled indifferently. Then, 5? The manager flatly refused. Impossible. 10. Wang Hao raised the stakes without hesitation. This time, even the manager was stunned. This Wang Hao, did he think he was buying cabbages? 10 apartments? What was he going to do with them? Hoard them? Seeing the manager's stunned expression, Wang Hao spoke again without hesitation. Final offer 20 units. Go. The manager couldn't help but swallow hard. Over 100 million in sales. All wrapped up in one deal. Even in the real estate industry, this was a massive deal. He stared at Wang Hao, silent for a long moment, before speaking in a deep voice. If you can truly come up with the money to buy 20 villas, today, I will fire Tan Yunjun right in front of you. But if you can't afford it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tan Yunjun couldn't help but laugh. 20 units? Are you just blowing smoke? That's over 100 million. Enough to buy the entire Zone A. What, do you buy villas by purchasing entire neighborhoods at a time? Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but chuckle to herself. In her eyes, Wang Hao was clearly exaggerating. 3 or 5 units, maybe he could scrape together that much. But 20? Over 100 million? What could he have done 5 years ago to warrant such a huge sum? Yet Wang Hao merely smiled faintly, then pulled out the bank card Su Qi had given him earlier and swiped it. What? The manager was stunned. He's actually swiping it? Could this Wang Hao really pull out 100 million? Most crucially, he didn't even look at the property, he just said he'd swiped the card? Does he really not care about this kind of money? Everyone was stunned. Only Wang Hao remained calm, his expression as if nothing unusual had occurred. The manager gritted his teeth, skipped the formalities, and brought out the company's POS machine. He swiped the card in front of everyone and had Wang Hao enter his PIN. Soon. Insufficient funds. Hearing the notification tone, Wang Hao couldn't help but freeze. Beside him, Tan Yunjun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! Still pretending? What are you pretending about? Insufficient funds. That's hilarious. You can't even afford 1 unit, can you? And you were talking about buying 20? Why not just buy the entire neighborhood outright? And you want to live in a villa? Do you even deserve it? Look at that Chu Xiaoyun, does she deserve it? She and that bastard are only fit to live in a storage room, in a doghouse just like they have for the past 5 years. Because they were born low and worthless. Tan Yunjuan's words were dripping with arrogance. Chu Xiaoyun's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and the look she gave Wang Hao was tinged with disappointment. Just moments ago in the car, Wang Hao had promised her he would make her happy. And what was the result? How long had it been? She was being berated right in front of her, yet she didn't even have the means to fight back. Wang Hao stood frozen in shock for a long moment. It had been years since he'd faced such an embarrassing situation of insufficient funds. The funds in his account were sufficient to purchase a small country. This situation simply shouldn't exist. After a long moment, Wang Hao suddenly snapped out of it. That card wasn't his. It was the card Su Qi had given him. Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. When Su Qi had visited last time, he clearly hadn't taken Wang Hao seriously. It was only after meeting him that Su Qi had realized his identity. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that the card Su Qi had prepared for him wouldn't hold much money. Watching the arrogant Tan Yunjun, Wang Hao said calmly, "Give me 3 minutes." 3 minutes? Tan Yunjun froze, then laughed with even more contempt. What? Are you suggesting I give you 3 minutes to scrape together 100 million? Her words dripped with mockery, clearly dismissing the request. The manager couldn't help but snort softly. He now felt that all the words he'd wasted on Wang Hao earlier were a complete waste of time. Yet upon hearing this, Wang Hao nodded lightly, his expression earnest. Exactly. 3 minutes I can raise 100 million. Chapter 18, let's go home. 3 minutes? Ha! At that remark, Tan Yunjun burst into laughter so hard she could barely catch her breath. Give me 3 years, no, give me 3 lifetimes and you could scrape together 300 million? I've never seen anyone brag so much in my life. Chu Xiaoyun, what kind of monster did you end up with? Chu Xiaoyun's face flushed crimson. She hung her head, unable to speak. Wang Hao had truly embarrassed her today. But Wang Hao, upon hearing this, remained utterly calm. He couldn't be bothered with Tan Yunjuan's nonsense. He pulled out his phone and dialed Su Qi's number. Su Qi was pleasantly surprised by Wang Hao's sudden call and answered immediately. Mr. Wang, please transfer more funds to the card you gave me earlier. I need it. I don't want to see that insufficient funds message again. If I don't see the money within 3 minutes, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Wang Hao hung up immediately after speaking. Su Qi's heart skipped a beat. Though he hadn't taken Wang Hao seriously before, that card held 30 million. After all, it was entrusted to him by the shadow. He dared not underestimate it. And now the balance was insufficient? Su Qi was no fool. With a quick thought, he pieced together the likely scenario. Wang Hao must have saved Chu Xiaoyun and now intended to buy a house for her and her daughter. For someone of Wang Hao's caliber, buying a house could easily mean a grand estate somewhere. With that thought, Su Qi didn't hesitate. He immediately transferred several hundred million from his personal account. But he still felt uneasy. After a moment's thought, Su Qi dialed the bank president's number directly. The call connected quickly. The bank president sounded alarmed. Mr. Su, why are you suddenly transferring all your funds? Su Qi replied in a deep voice, that's none of your business. If the funds aren't in place within 2 minutes, you're out of a job. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the bank president's forehead. Su Qi couldn't influence the selection of a state-owned bank president. But he could destroy him outright. With that thought, the bank manager turned and sprinted toward the operations console without another word. He feared others might get wind of the situation and start asking questions at every level, wasting precious time. Su Qi had given him only 2 minutes. He dared not waste a single second. Meanwhile, at the sales office of the Zhonglingbei Villa complex. After hanging up, Wang Hao stood rooted to the spot, closing his eyes to rest. This infuriated the manager, who couldn't help but snap, "Kid, what exactly do you want? Get out of here. Do you want me to call security to throw you out?" Wang Hao replied calmly, "What's the rush? The card is in your hands. Just swipe it again in 3 minutes. If there's still no money, then you can kick me out later." Hearing this, the manager couldn't help but chuckle. "Fine. I'll give you 3 more minutes. I'll be damned if I don't see you conjure 100 million out of thin air on this card in 3 minutes. Tan Yunjun stood by, making no move to intervene. After all, Wang Hao would make a fool of himself in 3 minutes. Why should she rush? Chu Xiaoyun stood at the doorway with Mengmeng in her arms, biting her lip, her face grim. In her eyes, Wang Hao was just saving face and putting on a brave front. But wouldn't he still make a fool of himself in 3 minutes? What was the point of saying any of this now? Could following someone like this truly bring happiness to her and Mengmeng? Truthfully, Chu Xiaoyun didn't ask for much. 5 years of painful existence had steadily lowered her expectations. She didn't need a life of luxury. As long as things stay peaceful and stable, and both she and Mengmeng can live comfortably and happily. But Wang Hao, despite his sweet talk, couldn't even manage that. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Tan Yunjun suddenly chimed in with a sarcastic tone, "Time's up, manager. Go swipe the card. Let's see for ourselves who this big shot is who demands 100 million and gets it instantly." The manager snorted disdainfully. 100 million? Even if someone actually transferred that much, it would never clear in 3 minutes. 3 minutes to transfer 100 million? That's completely unrealistic. If this deal actually goes through, I'll call you dad. Transaction successful. A voice suddenly rang out from the POS machine. The order for 20 villa units automatically began processing. How is that possible? Everyone's expressions turned as if they'd eaten, utterly shocked. Only Mengmeng, holding Chu Xiaoyun's hand, pointed at Wang Hao and jumped up excitedly. "Mom, look! Dad wasn't lying. He really is rich." The little girl's face beamed with pride. That was her dad. Her dad would never lie to her. Chu Xiaoyun stared at Wang Hao in shock, her mind filled with questions. 100 million. Could Wang Hao really come up with that much money? What exactly did he do 5 years ago? Wang Hao, however, remained calm. He looked at the manager beside him and said indifferently, "Can we fire her now?" The manager couldn't help but swallow hard, his hand trembling as he held Wang Hao's card. Not only had Wang Hao successfully swiped the card, but he still showed no interest in the property whatsoever. He spent all that money on the apartment just to fire Tan Yunjun. What kind of person was this? The manager's face was frozen in shock. Seeing Wang Hao's calm demeanor, he dared not delay any longer. He turned directly to Tan Yunjun and roared, "You're fired. You're no longer welcome here." "Manager." Tan Yunjun panicked. "This can't be right. How could this happen?" But the manager didn't even bother to acknowledge her. He turned to the security guard nearby. "Are you blind? Get her out of here. We don't need employees who can't tell right from wrong around here." Tan Yunjun collapsed painfully onto the floor, staring at Chu Xiaoyun in utter shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chu Xiaoyun, that who got pregnant before marriage? How could she land such a wealthy man? But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. Turning to the manager, Wang Hao asked calmly, "Among those 20 villas, is there a model unit?" The manager hurriedly replied, "Esteemed sir, Zone A has 20 villas in total, and the model unit is included. If you dislike it, I'll arrange for it to be completely demolished at no cost. Or you may choose another property, or request a refund. Anything is possible." Wang Hao shook his head. "No need. Just give me the keys." The manager promptly fetched a large bag containing all 20 villa keys. Wang Hao took the keys and turned to Chu Xiaoyun. "Let's go home." "Home?" Chu Xiaoyun nodded, a hint of confusion in her eyes, yet a faint stir of emotion within her heart. Was she finally going to have a home of her own? Chapter 19, The Joint Council's Assassination Division. Chu Xiaoyun glanced back at the manager one last time, satisfied that everything was in order, before following Wang Hao out, still feeling a bit lost. Mengmeng, however, skipped along happily. Having lived in a storage room since childhood, the thought of finally having a home for their family made her grin from ear to ear. Watching the family of 3 walk away, the manager's expression shifted repeatedly. He, too, had some standing. Mo Tao, the young master of the Mo family. His stint as manager here was merely a trial by fire. After all, most of the buyers for these villas were influential figures. His position here also facilitated expanding his network. Who would have thought he'd encounter someone like Wang Hao today? After a moment of silence, Mo Tao dialed his father, Mo Yanfeng, and recounted the entire incident. Hearing Mo Tao's account, a flicker of surprise crossed Mo Yanfeng's eyes. Casually pulling out hundreds of millions to buy a house just for such a trivial matter? In Jianling City, those with such capability can be counted on one hand. And none of them are young people like the one you're describing. As he spoke, countless possibilities flashed through Mo Yanfeng's mind. Keep a close eye on this man. Whatever happens, do not offend him. First, find out where he got that money. This man's arrival in Jiangling is bound to stir up a colossal storm. Mo Tao's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Mo Yanfeng to hold Wang Hao in such high regard. He dared not delay and immediately agreed. In the model apartment. Gazing at the immaculate room, Chu Xiaoyun's eyes grew slightly vacant. This had been her life just 5 years ago. Yet now, it felt so unfamiliar. Mengmeng, however, darted around, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mommy, I want to sleep in this room. There are flowers in this room. And that room has strawberries on the wall. Mengmeng loves strawberries the most. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but lower her head. Strawberries. These days, they weren't particularly precious. But for Mengmeng, she only got to eat them a few times a year. No matter how much she loved them, she could only keep this little wish buried deep inside her heart. Only today, Wang Hao had returned. He took her in his luxury car and brought her to his big house, finally giving the little girl enough security to speak up. As if sensing Chu Xiaoyun's unease, Mengmeng reined in her excitement, dutifully running to Chu Xiaoyun's side and taking her hand. Wang Hao took it all in. Without saying much, he let the two rest at home before heading out to buy some groceries and a basket of strawberries. After washing the strawberries and placing them before Mengmeng, Wang Hao proceeded to prepare dinner for the mother and daughter. Watching the busy figure in the kitchen, Chu Xiaoyun's eyes grew hazy. She felt as though she were witnessing the life she had always dreamed of. Supporting her husband, raising her child, living in peace and contentment. Soon, dinner was ready. After the family ate together, Wang Hao took the initiative to help Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng tidy up the room with the strawberry-patterned wallpaper. The bedding here might not be very clean, and it's too late to do anything about it today. We'll go to the mall tomorrow to buy some daily necessities. For now, we'll just make do. Wang Hao murmured softly, and Chu Xiaoyun nodded gently. Mengmeng, however, was gobbling up strawberries, her little mouth dripping with juice. She nodded excitedly, yes. Yes. Daddy, you're so hardworking. Can't you keep your mouth shut while eating? Chu Xiaoyun's face flushed as she playfully smacked Mengmeng on the head. Wang Hao smiled wryly, saying nothing more before turning to leave. Watching Wang Hao voluntarily retreat to another room, Chu Xiaoyun felt a quiet relief wash over her, yet a faint pang of disappointment lingered. Watching Mengmeng munching on strawberries by the bedside, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but tease, all you ever think about is eating. Mengmeng blinked her big eyes. Mom, didn't you just tell me to stuff my mouth with food? Me? Chu Xiaoyun sighed helplessly, but she simply couldn't scold this little rascal. Only after Mengmeng polished off the entire bowl of strawberries, patting her little belly and burping contentedly, did Chu Xiaoyun finally ask, so, what do you think of Uncle Wang Hao? Isn't he my dad? Mengmeng wondered. Chu Xiaoyun was momentarily speechless. Mengmeng, however, remained calm. Daddy's great. He buys me strawberries, takes me to stay in big houses, takes Mengmeng to the doctor, and even chased away those bullies who picked on mommy and Mengmeng. Mengmeng loves daddy the most. Wait, no. Daddy is the second most important person after mommy. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but smile bitterly to herself. This Mengmeng in just one day, Wang Hao had completely won her over. How innocent she was. But what should they do next? The issues between the Chu and Fang families remained unresolved. And then there was the matter of Wang Hao killing Chu Xiaofang and Chu Songjun. If the other side reported it to the police, the so-called happiness now felt as fragile as a glass cup. One careless move, and it might vanish into thin air. Who knows how long Wang Hao can hold everything together? Chu family villa. In the first floor hall, Fang Hatao and Chu Jianhua both wore grim expressions. Today alone, they had not only consulted their family's private physicians but also sought out renowned doctors throughout Jiangling. Yet the verdict remained the same, neither Chu Tianxiao nor Fang Yunseng could be saved. One had permanently lost an arm. The other could never be a man again. Now, as the two families sat together, anger was etched across both Chu Tianxiao and Fang Yunseng's faces. The young masters of the prestigious Chu and Fang families had been crippled by that convict Wang Hao. If this matter wasn't resolved, how could they possibly swallow their pride? Glaring at the furious pair, Chu Jianhua gritted his teeth. Rest assured, brother Fang. That Chu Xiaoyun, the moment she walked off with that good-for-nothing Wang Hao, she ceased to be part of the Chu family. Brother Fang, if you wish to torment and humiliate her in any way, our Chu family won't object. Fang Hatao snorted coldly, a flash of icy light darting through his eyes. That Wang Hao has some skill. He dared to provoke my family today and drove off quite a few of my enforcers. My men also learned that today he shelled out a huge sum to buy a house in the Jianling Bay Villa complex. He moved in with that Chu Xiaoyun and that bastard child. To deal with this boy, ordinary methods won't suffice. Chu Jianhua was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected Wang Hao to possess such resources. Had he known, he might have let Wang Hao pay a price to take Chu Xiaoyun away. It would have spared him the trouble. But now, even if he regretted it, there was no going back. Without dwelling on it further, he asked in a low voice, "What are your plans, brother Fang?" Fang Hatao snorted coldly, a flash of icy glint darting through his eyes. "If he thinks his fists are strong, I'll find someone with even stronger fists. What do you think, brother Chu? How about enlisting the elite assassins from the Joint Council's Assassination Division?" Chapter 20, What face do you have? The elite assassins of the United Council's Assassination Division. At these words, the expressions of all present shifted. The United Council. That's the foremost organization in the world. How could Fang Hatao have connected with them? Observing the stunned expressions, Fang Hatao stated calmly, "I will contact this individual. He will arrive first thing tomorrow morning." Thank you, Brother Fang. Chu Jianhua hurriedly bowed respectfully. Beside him, Chu Tianxiao couldn't help but blurt out, Uncle Fang, may I accompany this man tomorrow to confront Wang Hao? I want to take my revenge in person. Fang Yunsung also snorted coldly. I'm going too. I want to see this man destroyed with my own eyes. Fang Hatao snorted coldly, a look of contempt crossing his face. Trivial matter. You may all go tomorrow. Just handle it cleanly and avoid trouble. Both men's faces lit up with delight. They could already envision Wang Hao's pitiful, begging for mercy state. Early the next morning, Fang Yunqing and Chu Tianxiao beamed with delight at the sight of the elite assassin from the Joint Council's assassination division that Fang Hatao had brought. The man standing before them was named Tom. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he looked incredibly robust, his muscles bulging as if ready to burst, radiating a terrifying sense of power. Moments earlier, Tom had demonstrated his prowess. With a single punch, he had crushed a solid iron block, leaving a deep dent. His innate superhuman strength was beyond comparison. Such a man taking on Wang Hao. A mere trifle. As easy as slaughtering chickens. Fang Yunsung and Chu Tianxiao wasted no time, taking Tom straight to the entrance of the Jianlingbei Villa complex. Chu Tianxiao led the way straight to the sales office. Manager? Come here. Facing the arrogant Chu Tianxiao, Mo Tao dared not delay. He hurried forward and said, Young Master Chu? What brings you here? Chu Tianxiao replied coldly, Do you know where Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun live? Give me their address. Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun. Mo Tao's heart skipped a beat. He could easily guess that Wang Hao and his group had offended the Chu family. It was only natural that the Chus knew they lived here. Pretending ignorance now would only antagonize them. But he knew even more clearly that Wang Hao was the one he should be currying favor with. With that thought, Mo Tao promptly gave away the location of Wang Hao's model apartment. Watching them walk away, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Chu Xiaoyun's number. The number and name Wang Hao had provided when purchasing the property yesterday belonged to Chu Xiaoyun. The call connected quickly. Mo Tao relayed the recent incident before hanging up. He understood perfectly well that his role was merely to relay the message. What Wang Hao chose to do was entirely his own business. But he didn't think Wang Hao would come out on the losing end. A man regarded by his father as the absolute pinnacle of Jiangling wouldn't be outmatched by mere nobodies like Chu Tianxiao and Fang Yunsung. Inside the villa, Chu Xiaoyun had just woken up Mengmeng after a lazy morning nap. They were eating the breakfast Wang Hao had prepared when Mo Tao's call came through. After hanging up, panic instantly washed over her face. Wang Hao, should we go somewhere else to hide? Yesterday, Wang Hao bought 20 villas. If we switch to a different one at the last minute, Chu Tianxiao and his people probably won't be able to find us, right? But Wang Hao just smiled and shook his head. You guys finish your meal. I'll be right back. With that, Wang Hao stood up and walked out. Chu Xiaoyun was startled. Staring at the closed door, she stood there with her mouth agape for a moment, unsure what to say. Chu Tianxiao and Fang Yunsung must have come fully prepared. Could Wang Hao truly stop them? At that very moment, Wang Hao, having stepped outside, immediately confronted Fang Yunqing and his group head-on. Fang Yunxing's eyes instantly flashed with savagery as he stared at Wang Hao. Wang Hao! Everything you've done to me today, I'll make you pay tenfold. Chu Tianxiao also shouted angrily, Wang Hao, I never expected you to have any skills at all. But today, you still won't escape death. Wang Hao sneered contemptuously. With just you lot? Hearing this, Tom stepped out from behind the two men. He flexed his fists, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Kid, do you think I don't exist? Do you even know who I am? I don't know, and I don't care. Wang Hao's voice was icy as he glanced at Tom's flashy, but useless muscles. One more word, and I'll beat you too. You're asking for it. Tom's eyes turned icy as he snarled, Kid, let me tell you I'm from the Joint Council's assassination squad. No one survives the Union Council's death list. The United Council's assassination squad. As they spoke these words, pride filled every face. Yet in Wang Hao's eyes, a flash of murderous intent instantly flickered. Well, it just so happens that the one I killed was one of your United Council members. How dare you? Tom's face turned pale instantly. But before he could act, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a figure. Instantly, Tom's legs went weak, and he nearly wet himself in fright. Not far away, a figure clad in a dark yellow cheapao stood proudly beside a flower bed. Shoulder-length hair framed a bold, spirited face, and those eyes even from dozens of meters away still held a soul-capturing allure. The figure was none other than Qin Liangyu. What was she doing here? Though puzzled, Tom dared not show the slightest disrespect. He hurried over and bowed respectfully. Your subordinate, Tom, greets the iron-blooded Rose War God. Iron Rose Goddess of War. At these words, Chu Tianxiao and Fang Yunsung both shuddered in fright. They knew exactly what the title God of War signified. The entire United Council boasted only 9 war gods. Each of these 9 was a legendary figure of unparalleled might. And this man before them, so young, was already one of the 9 war gods? At this thought, both men rushed forward, bowing respectfully. Chu Tianxiao's expression was obsequious enough to rival a palace eunuch. Your humble servant, Chu Tianxiao, greets you, war god. But Qin Liangyu paid them no mind whatsoever, striding directly toward Wang Hao. Both men froze in surprise. Then their faces lit up with delight. Wang Hao had dared to speak so boldly today, claiming he had killed members of the United Council? How could Qin Liangyu possibly spare him? Having offended the mighty war god, Wang Hao was as good as dead. Tom spun around to face Wang Hao, bellowing, "Kid, with the war god here today, you're as good as dead." Wang Hao stared coldly at Qin Liangyu before him, his voice as icy as the snow. "You've been following me?" Qin Liangyu shook her head gently, her voice soft enough for only Wang Hao to hear. "I just arrived in Zhongling. When I heard you were here, I came to see for myself. If I were spying on the Dragon King, wouldn't he know?" Wang Hao snorted lightly, choosing not to refute her, effectively acknowledging the truth in her words. Qin Liangyu turned to glance at Tom and sighed. "Could you do me a favor and let Tom go? He's my subordinate." "Do me a favor?" Wang Hao laughed. His smile was utterly contemptuous. "What favor do you have?" Chapter 21, Consequences are yours. "You." Qin Liangyu's face darkened. But she quickly regained her composure. This wasn't the first time she'd witnessed Wang Hao's arrogance. Gazing at Wang Hao, she suppressed the rage boiling within her and demanded in a deep voice, "What do you intend to do?" Wang Hao glanced at Tom, his expression calm. "You'll pay the price for your insolence." Qin Liangyu's body trembled. She knew her subordinate was likely crippled. Yet she dared not intervene. Or rather, if Wang Hao intended to harm Tom, she simply lacked the power to stop him. Qin Liangyu fell silent. Wang Hao strode directly toward Tom. Qin Liangyu gritted her teeth and spoke in a low, firm voice, "Wang Hao, I'll give you benefits." "Benefits?" Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "What could the United Council possibly offer that would tempt me?" Qin Liangyu gaped for a moment, utterly speechless. "Wang Hao, what don't you have?" "Money, power, strength. In all these matters, Wang Hao stands above everyone else." Most crucially, Wang Hao sought nothing. Even with the United Council backing her, Qin Liangyu couldn't offer Wang Hao anything that would sway him. Yet, upon hearing this, Tom instantly flew into a rage. "How dare you? Show no disrespect to Lady Qin." As he spoke, Tom grabbed Wang Hao's shoulder with one hand. His massive hands possessed a God-given strength, like that of a tiger or a bear. Yet now, as he gripped Wang Hao's shoulders and strained with all his might, Wang Hao didn't budge an inch. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Tom's forehead. It finally dawned on him. Why had Qin Liangyu reacted that way just now? Wang Hao was no match for him. But it was too late to realize this now. Too late. Before he could process it. Thud. Wang Hao's fist connected, sending Tom clutching his stomach to his knees. He trembled for a long moment, utterly unable to rise. Chu Tianxiao and Fang Yunsung both stared in stunned silence. Qin Liangyu, the iron-blooded rose war goddess, was still here. Wang Hao had some nerve. How dare he strike Tom and injure him? Fang Yunsung roared in fury, "Goddess of war. This man is arrogant and insolent. I beg you to punish him." Chu Tianxiao quickly chimed in, "Please, Lady Qin, avenge us." But Qin Liangyu paid them no mind. Seeing Tom on the ground, gravely wounded yet still possessing his martial arts prowess not crippled, Qin Liangyu helped him to his feet. She looked at Wang Hao and spoke in a low voice. "Thank you." With that, she dragged Tom away without another word. She understood clearly that Wang Hao had spared Tom's life and preserved his martial arts abilities. This alone was a great favor. As for being confined to a sickbed for 10 days or half a month, what was that compared to this? Watching Qin Liangyu's retreating figure, Chu Tianxiao and Fang Yunsung were both dumbfounded. Not only was Qin Liangyu not angry, she actually thanked Wang Hao. Combined with Qin Liangyu's previous attitude toward Wang Hao, the two were utterly stunned. Qin Liangyu and Wang Hao seemed to have a good relationship. How could that be? What was Wang Hao? He's just a labor camp convict. How could he possibly be connected to Qin Liangyu? But Wang Hao gave them no time to ponder further. His gaze cold as ice, he approached them step by step. "Yesterday I spared your lives, yet you show no remorse. Do you think I should kill you?" "Kill." The moment the word left his lips, sweat instantly drenched their backs. Wang Hao was clearly serious about doing it. After all, this man had just been released from prison. He was still wearing his prison uniform yesterday. Moreover, they both recalled Wang Hao's recent exchange with Qin Liangyu. Perhaps 5 years ago, Wang Hao was imprisoned precisely because he was working for Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu wasn't afraid of Wang Hao, she felt indebted to him. That's why she treated him this way. Just now, it was likely Qin Liangyu who injured Tom, they simply didn't notice. This was her way of repaying the debt she owed Wang Hao, hence her words of thanks. After all, for a god-tier warrior like her, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. As for where Wang Hao got his money? Where did his martial arts come from? Naturally, it was all provided and taught by Qin Liangyu. What other possibility could there be? Watching Wang Hao advance step by step, Chu Tianxiao roared angrily, "Wang Hao, I warn you, don't you dare make a move. We are the young masters of the Fang and Chu families. If you dare harm us, neither family will let you off. You have no favors left to call upon now, no one can protect you." What? Wang Hao froze, momentarily confused by the latter half of Chu Tianxiao's threat. But he didn't bother to dwell on it. With a cold snort, he declared, "Doing reckless things? That's exactly what I love most." With that, bang! With a dull thud, Wang Hao's fist slammed hard into Chu Tianxiao's midsection. Ow! A piercing scream erupted instantly. Before Fang Yunseng could react, Wang Hao swung his hand back and delivered a vicious slap, sending him crashing to the ground. This blow knocked out two of Fang Yunxing's teeth. Watching the two men grimace in pain, Wang Hao had no intention of stopping there. He hadn't joked about killing them. The Chu and Fang families were the darkest shadows haunting Chu Xiaoyun's heart. Only by wiping out these two families could Chu Xiaoyun find peace. As Wang Hao approached step by step, Fang Yunsheng was utterly panicked. He inched backward, his face etched with terror. "Get out of the way. Don't come any closer." Chu Tianxiao bellowed even louder, "Chu Xiaoyun, why aren't you coming out to rein in your husband? Are you trying to murder your own brother?" At Chu Tianxiao's shout, Chu Xiaoyun quickly emerged from the villa, holding Mengmeng. Seeing Chu Tianxiao and Fang Yunxing on the ground, then turning to Wang Hao poised to attack them, Chu Xiaoyun instantly panicked. "Wang Hao, don't do anything rash." Wang Hao frowned slightly. He knew full well that Chu Xiaoyun was worried he'd get into trouble. But killing these two? That was no trouble at all for Wang Hao. Wang Hao turned his head, intending to explain everything to Chu Xiaoyun. But when he saw the moisture welling in her eyes, he fell silent. He had slightly altered the image she held of him, but as for trust? Not even close. If he tried to feed her some fairy tale now, she'd never believe a word of it. Besides, even if he didn't kill these two today, he'd have plenty of chances soon enough. With that thought, Wang Hao snorted coldly. He grabbed the two men and dragged them to the villa's perimeter wall. Like tossing trash, he flung them over the edge. Watching them writhing in pain on the ground, Wang Hao said coldly, "Behave yourselves from now on, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." As he spoke, Wang Hao grabbed the railing of the nearby residential complex wall. The next second, snap! The railing snapped clean in two. Under the stunned gazes of the two, Wang Hao turned and walked away. Chapter 22, Xiao Han. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Fang Yunsheng and Chu Tianxiao's faces darkened as they swallowed hard. Is this even human? He snapped the railing clean in two with his bare hands? After a long moment, it was Chu Tianxiao who finally stammered, "Young Master Fang, what should we do now?" Fang Yunsheng gritted his teeth, his voice icy. "This time, he's exhausted the favor owed to Ironblood Rose. When we deal with him later, I doubt Ironblood Rose will stand in our way. But he does possess considerable strength, and he's certainly not short on funds. Taking him on head-on won't be so simple." Chu Tianxiao's expression shifted. "Then what do we do?" Fang Yunsheng snorted coldly. "He may have some martial arts skills and plenty of money, but in this world, those two things alone won't guarantee smooth sailing. Jiangling remains under our control. No matter how powerful Wang Hao is, he can't possibly stay by Chu Xiaoyun's side every single moment. As long as we capture Chu Xiaoyun and that bastard, Wang Hao will have no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy." Chu Tianxiao's eyes lit up. Young Master Fang meant. A cold glint flashed in Fang Yunsing's eyes. "Keep them under surveillance. The moment they separate, seize Chu Xiaoyun and that bastard. I'll be damned if I don't see if Wang Hao can still act so arrogant then." Chu Tianxiao nodded firmly. "Understood." Inside the villa, Chu Xiaoyun looked at Wang Hao earnestly. "Wang Hao, I hope you won't be so impulsive in the future. Whatever you do, I hope you can be a little more steady, okay? Can we please stop doing illegal things?" Her words carried a hint of pleading. If it were just her, she wouldn't mind Wang Hao doing as he pleased. Deep down, she even harbored a little princess inside herself, always hoping she could go out with Wang Hao and live freely, without a care in the world. But that was impossible. She had Mengmeng by her side. She couldn't bear for Mengmeng to live in constant danger because of Wang Hao's actions, or for her to live in fear. She wanted Mengmeng to keep living that carefree life. Looking at Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao had intended to tell her that killing those two wouldn't cause him any trouble, he could handle it. But seeing the tears welling in Chu Xiaoyun's eyes, Wang Hao ultimately remained silent. He knew that saying too much now would only unsettle Chu Xiaoyun and make her doubt him. Better to agree for now and explain everything gradually later. As for the killings? Next time, just make sure Chu Xiaoyun doesn't see it. With that thought, Wang Hao nodded gently and said earnestly, "I understand. Don't worry. There won't be a next time." Seeing Wang Hao's earnest expression, Chu Xiaoyun exhaled a long sigh of relief. She turned to glance at Mengmeng sitting on the sofa beside her and murmured, "Mengmeng should be okay, right?" Though she didn't know the exact details, some things became clear once she calmed down. Like Wang Hao, he possessed some medical skills. Even if she didn't know where he'd acquired them, these past 5 years couldn't have been spent merely in a prison cell. Once she grasped this, many things fell into place. Naturally, she was now willing to ask Wang Hao about Mengmeng's condition. Wang Hao smiled and nodded reassuringly. Don't worry. With proper rest and medication, you'll be fully recovered before long. Even before that, Mengmeng was no different from other children. Anything they could do, she could do too. With him around, there was no need to worry even if Mengmeng's body wasn't fully recovered yet. Whatever happens, he could save her. Looking at Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun murmured softly, if Mengmeng gets better, I want her to go to kindergarten. A hint of guilt tinged her words. Mengmeng should have started kindergarten last year, but due to her poor health, she had to stay home. Not only did she miss out on school, she didn't even have any friends. Now that she finally had the chance to go out, Chu Xiaoyun naturally hoped Mengmeng could live a life like other children. Wang Hao nodded. It's time she started. While he didn't expect Mengmeng to become exceptionally talented, having more friends to play with would certainly be beneficial. Chu Xiaoyun whispered, I have an old classmate with some connections who's been transferred to the Jiangling Education Bureau. Let's buy some gifts and visit him. See if we can leverage those connections to get Mengmeng into a better school. Wang Hao froze. He wanted to say he could get Mengmeng into the best kindergarten with just one phone call. But seeing Chu Xiaoyun's earnest expression, he nodded instead. All right. He knew full well that Mengmeng was Chu Xiaoyun's Achilles heel. If he insisted on his own way regarding Mengmeng, it would likely backfire. Wherever he could accommodate Chu Xiaoyun, he would accommodate her. Chu Xiaoyun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Without further delay, she took the initiative to wash the dishes. Afterward, the three of them headed to a nearby mall to buy some gifts. Then, driving Su Qi's Cayenne, they arrived at the building where Chu Xiaoyun's old classmate lived. Chu Xiaoyun's old classmate was named Xiao Han. His family held official positions and wielded some influence. After graduation, he initially worked as a teacher but climbed into the school administration through connections after teaching only a few classes. Within 2 years, he transferred to the Education Bureau. Now, he had risen to become the third in command at the Education Bureau. Reaching such a position before turning 30 was nothing short of a miracle. Still, Xiao Han maintained a low profile. He lived in a spacious flat and didn't drive a luxury car. Chu Xiaoyun understood the wisdom of not flaunting wealth. For someone like Xiao Han, being too flashy was never a good idea. At that moment, the two of them carried their belongings and brought Mengmeng to Xiao Han's doorstep. Chu Xiaoyun knocked lightly. Soon, Xiao Han came to open the door. Xiao Han was quite handsome. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, in his 30s, he possessed a mature yet still handsome face, sporting a light stubble. Dressed in a suit, his posture was impeccably straight. As he looked at Chu Xiaoyun standing before him, a flicker of desire instantly crossed Xiao Han's eyes. Back in school, Chu Xiaoyun was renowned as the top beauty in the entire school. There was scarcely a boy in the entire school who hadn't been captivated by her. Xiao Han was certainly one of them. With his deep-pocketed background, pursuing other girls had always been hopeless and disadvantageous. But Chu Xiaoyun simply wasn't swayed by such tactics. This meant that during their school days, the only time he ever got rejected was by Chu Xiaoyun. He'd always harbored a lingering resentment toward her. Who would have thought that years after graduation, they would have another chance to meet? Though Chu Xiaoyun now had a husband and a child, her figure and beauty still stirred his heart just as they had back then. Most crucially, this time, Chu Xiaoyun had come to beg him. He wouldn't mind at all playing with this woman right in front of Wang Hao. At this thought, a wicked smile instantly spread across Xiao Han's face. He gestured invitingly. Come on in, old classmate. You rarely visit, so I absolutely must treat you properly. Chapter 23, I'm Xiao Tian. Chu Xiaoyun, oblivious to Xiao Han's unusual demeanor, pulled Mengmeng inside. Mengmeng, however, wore an obvious frown on her little face. She puckered her lips and gave Xiao Han a disapproving snort. So sleazy. What did you say? Xiao Han's expression instantly darkened. Chu Xiaoyun was startled and quickly covered Mengmeng's mouth, whispering, Mengmeng, don't say things like that. Mengmeng stuck out her tongue, her little face brimming with displeasure. Wang Hao observed everything, narrowing his eyes silently. If this Xiao Han knew when to back down, that would be one thing. But if he dared to lay a finger on Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao wouldn't mind showing him what despair truly meant. The three of them followed Xiao Han inside and sat on the living room sofa. Chu Xiaoyun set down the gifts she'd brought, looked at Xiao Han, and said softly, Xiao Han, we're all old classmates. I won't beat around the bush. I'm actually here about Mengmeng's schooling. Without beating around the bush, Chu Xiaoyun laid out her intentions. She wanted to pull strings to get Mengmeng into a better school. It was perfectly normal for those with even a little influence to pull strings to get their children into good schools, or even request specific classes and teachers. Chu Xiaoyun just wanted a good school, nothing unreasonable. Hearing this, Xiao Han's lips curved into a slight smile. Mengmeng was so adorable she could attend any school she wanted. A look of delight immediately spread across Chu Xiaoyun's face. But Xiaohan spoke again, his voice icy cold. But Xiaoyun, the price you've paid still isn't enough. What? Chu Xiaoyun froze in surprise. Xiaohan crossed his legs and drawled, all these things you've offered don't amount to much money. You're asking me to help you mainly because of our relationship and the favor you owe me, right? Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel awkward. She hadn't been in touch with Xiaohan for ages. If it weren't for Mengmeng, she wouldn't have come looking for him. Now that Xiaohan had laid it all out, she felt a bit at a loss. Xiaohan's expression remained impassive as he continued, but it doesn't matter. I don't care about these things. As long as you're willing to put in a little extra effort, Xiaoyun, getting Mengmeng into a good school isn't just possible, getting her into the best class isn't out of the question either. Chu Xiaoyun's face lit up instantly. Xiaohan, tell me. Whatever I can do, I'll definitely try my best. Of course you can. Xiaohan grinned, a flicker of something else in his eyes. I want you. What? Chu Xiaoyun's expression changed instantly. She instinctively took a step back, panic rising in her voice. Xiaohan, we're just classmates. Please don't make such demands. Besides, I already have a child. So what? Xiaohan chuckled wickedly. I don't want you to be my wife. I have no interest in marrying a whore like you, someone who's been played with and even had a child. I just want to play with you. You. Chu Xiaoyun's face instantly turned ashen. She truly hadn't expected Xiaohan to speak so viciously. But Xiaohan saw nothing wrong with it. Want me to help you? Simple. Just spend a week with me. After a week, we'll each go our separate ways, no strings attached. If you refuse, forget it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiaoyun grabbed Mengmeng and stormed off. Even if Wang Hao hadn't returned, she would never agree to such a thing. Chu Xiaoyun would never sell her body or her soul. Watching Chu Xiaoyun's retreating figure, a cold glint flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. Chu Xiaoyun, let me make this clear, if you refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless. Not only will I refuse to help you, but I'll expose today's events, publicly reporting you for bribing officials. Then, as long as that bastard remains in Jiangling, he'll never set foot in a school again. Xiaohan. Don't push your luck. Chu Xiaoyun erupted in fury. She had thought that if she refused, the matter would simply be dropped. She could then pursue the proper channels to enroll Mengmeng in school. At worst, it would take a little longer, and the school might be slightly less prestigious. Who would have thought Xiaohan would threaten her? Xiaohan burst out laughing. Over the line? Chu Xiaoyun, I didn't force you here, you came running straight to me. I'm going to be this unreasonable today, and what are you going to do about it? Xiaohan's arrogance was palpable, his menacing expression sending a chill down both Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng's spines. But at that very moment, Wang Hao's voice suddenly rang out, cold as ice. If you insist on this, then quit. What? Xiaohan froze upon hearing Wang Hao's words. But after only a moment's pause, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! This is absolutely hilarious. You worthless piece of trash, who do you think you are? Telling me to quit? Do you even know who I am? Let me tell you, I'm now ranked among the top 3 figures in the entire Jiangling Education Bureau. And I could become the top official at any moment. My father is a major figure within the Jiangling City Lord's Mansion. Who do you think you are? Telling me to quit? That's laughable. Xiaohan's words dripped with scorn and contempt. Chu Xiaoyun clutched Mengmeng tightly, turning to look at Wang Hao with a hint of unease in her eyes. She was afraid. She feared Wang Hao might lose control and lash out again. If he really injured Xiaohan, it would mean offending the authorities. Then they would be finished. But Wang Hao appeared utterly calm. He pulled out his phone and dialed Su Qi's number. Arrange for my daughter to attend the best kindergarten and the best class available. Also, there's this guy named Xiaohan, I don't want him staying in his current position any longer. Without waiting for Su Qi's response, Wang Hao hung up. Seeing this, Xiaohan laughed even louder. Kid, are you kidding me? One phone call and you expect me to step down from my current position? Put. There are fewer than 10 people in all of Jiangling with that kind of clout. You're telling me you know someone like that? Wang Hao remained silent, standing coldly in place without uttering a word. He didn't know if Su Qi possessed such power. But he knew this much, as the Night Dragon King, he possessed that kind of power. As long as Su Qi declared this was the Dark Dragon Hall's demand, not his personal one, the entire city of Jiangling would bow to it. Never mind a mere Xiaohan, even the city lord of Jiangling, if Wang Hao found him displeasing. If he ordered it, it would be done. Moments later, Chu Xiaoyun's phone rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number, Chu Xiaoyun froze in confusion. Nevertheless, she answered the call immediately. Hello? Who is this? A flustered voice trembled on the other end. Is this Miss Chu Xiaoyun, Mengmeng's mother? Chu Xiaoyun paused. Yes, it's me. Who's this? The person on the other end swallowed hard, their voice heavy. I am Director Tian Gong of the Jiangling Education Bureau. I'm calling to ask which kindergarten you'd like Mengmeng to attend. Which class would you prefer? I can help arrange it. Chapter 24, The Jiangling Scheme. Cold sweat beaded on Tiangong's forehead, but he was too shaken to wipe it away. His hands trembled, fear etched across his face. Just moments ago, his direct superior had personally called him to handle some matters. He had initially considered advocating for Xiaohan. After all, Xiaohan's family held considerable power and influence. Acting rashly against Xiaohan seemed, in his view, an unwise choice. Instead, his direct superior flew into a rage on the spot. As the superior put it, in all of Jiangling, no one's opinion mattered. This was the province's directive. Hearing this, Tiangong nearly wet himself with fear and immediately made the call as ordered. Listening to Tiangong's words, Chu Xiaoyun was still a bit dazed. "Your director Tiangong? Are you serious?" She instinctively turned to look at Wang Hao. She knew this call must have come because of Wang Hao's earlier phone call. But she couldn't fathom who Wang Hao had actually called and why it could even affect Tiangong. At that moment, Xiaohan, who had been as steady as a rock, suddenly sat up straight. He stared at Chu Xiaoyun, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Director Tiangong? You've got to be kidding me. Director Tiangong is a high-ranking official, how could he possibly call a like you?" Tiangong was his direct superior. Most crucially, Tiangong had extensive connections. If he wanted to climb the ranks, he'd have to wait for Tiangong to be promoted first. And now, Director Tamiya was actually calling Chu Xiaoyun? And it seemed like he was offering her some kind of favor? He didn't believe it. With that thought, he snatched Chu Xiaoyun's phone, flipped it to speaker, and barked, "Who the hell are you? Pretending to be Chief Tamiya? You've got some nerve." Hearing this, Tamiya on the other end was taken aback. Then he exploded. "Xiaohan? Perfect timing. I'll put what I was discussing with Miss Chu on hold and deal with your issue first." "Chief Tian?" Xiaohan froze in place upon hearing the voice. That voice, it was definitely Tiangong's. How could this be? What was Director Tiangong's status? Why would he call Chu Xiaoyun? But Tiangong couldn't care less about such niceties. "You blind fool. You nearly ruined the entire education bureau. I'm telling you, effective immediately, you're suspended. Stay home. Don't ever set foot in this education bureau again. If you want to die, do it on your own, don't drag the rest of us down with you." Xiaohan was left completely dumbfounded. He never imagined Tiangong would actually suspend him as Wang Hao had claimed. After a long moment, he finally snapped out of it and blurted out, "Director Tiangong, don't you dare forget my father is." "Your father? You'd better not mention your father." Tiangong cut him off with a cold snort. "If you want to drag your father down with you, go ahead and involve him. If you want your father to keep his job, then behave yourself, stay at home, and never set foot in my education bureau again for the rest of your life." Xiaohan was utterly dumbfounded. He stood there dumbstruck, unable to utter a word. Chu Xiaoyun was also somewhat shocked. She reached out to take the phone, equally at a loss for words. Tiangong, however, looked serious. "Miss Chu, how about this? I'll arrange for Mengmeng to enroll in the best kindergarten in Jiangling, the affiliated kindergarten of Changjiang Road Primary School, and get her into the top class. If Mengmeng doesn't like it, we can adjust later. Would that be acceptable?" Tiangong's tone betrayed his palpable nervousness. Chu Xiaoyun gaped, utterly speechless. "Changjiang Road Primary School affiliated kindergarten. This is the absolute best kindergarten in all of Jiangling. Even with money, ordinary people couldn't get in. The children who attend there are all from families with power and influence. Could Mengmeng actually go to a kindergarten like this? And even get into the best class?" Chu Xiaoyun snapped out of her daze after a moment and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Director Tiangong. No problem, no problem. As long as you're satisfied." Tiangong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I'll go handle things for you now. Just bring Mengmeng over first thing tomorrow morning." With that, Tiangong hung up the phone. He slumped back on the sofa, gasping for breath, too flustered to speak. A provincial-level big shot. This was someone he'd always wanted to connect with but never had the qualifications to approach. Fortunately, Chu Xiaoyun was reasonably accommodating. Otherwise, he feared he might have scared himself to death today. Meanwhile, at Xiaohan's residence, Xiaohan collapsed onto the sofa with a thud, his face blank with bewilderment. Hadn't Chu Xiaoyun been struggling all these years? Hadn't she become pregnant out of wedlock and nearly been kicked out of the Chu family? Why, today, did this guy by her side possess such incredible abilities? But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply grabbed Chu Xiaoyun, who was still reeling in shock, and turned to leave. Not until Wang Hao and his group had completely disappeared from sight. Xiaohan finally snapped back to reality. He swallowed hard, taking a long moment to steady his nerves before dialing his father's number. This matter was completely beyond his control. But it wasn't time to despair yet. Tiangong actually told him not to drag his father into this? Bull. His father was a major figure in Jiangling City, how could he fail to handle such a minor matter? The Chu family was nothing. His father could make them bow down or even wipe them out with the slightest effort. Soon, the call connected. Xiaohan nervously recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan's father, Xiaoyun, on the other end of the line, couldn't help but show a slight change in his expression. How dare they? To lay a hand on my son, Xiaoyun's son. Xiaohan cried out in anguish, Father, you must avenge your son. Xiaoyun gave a heavy, cold snort. Rest assured. Neither Tiangong nor the Chu Xiaoyun will get away with this. I'm currently handling some confidential matters with the city lord and cannot leave. But once this matter is settled, I shall become the Lord Mayor's most favored man. Then, in all of Jiangling, who could possibly stand against me? Hearing this, Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat. Father, the confidential matters you speak of, could they be? Just keep it to yourself. Don't spread it around. Xiaoyun cut him off coldly. When that time comes, not only will today's grudge be easily avenged, but your future prospects will be limitless. Yes, father. Xiaohan's face lit up with delight. After hanging up, a cold, sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Chu Xiaoyun, wait until my father emerges from seclusion. I will trample you like a... No, I'll trample you right in front of that. I'll cripple you with pleasure before selling you into a brothel. I'll make sure you, Chu Xiaoyun, become the lowly whore of Jiangling City, anyone can toy with. I'll make that worthless man of yours wish he were dead. His lust for Chu Xiaoyun had never burned as fiercely as it did today. That lowlife man by her side dared to treat him this way? He would repay him 1,000-fold. Chapter 25, Woman Pissing Herself. Outside Xiaohan's residential complex. Chu Xiaoyun looked at Wang Hao, her eyes clouded with confusion. She still couldn't believe everything that had just happened was real. After all, Tiangong was the head of the education bureau. He was a figure of considerable influence throughout Jiangling. And yet, such a person had treated her so kindly after just one phone call from Wang Hao, even going so far as to help arrange kindergarten for Mengmeng? And at the prestigious Changjiang Road Elementary School affiliated kindergarten, no less? What exactly had Wang Hao done 5 years ago to amass such extensive connections and unimaginable wealth? Chu Xiaoyun suddenly realized she couldn't fathom Wang Hao at all anymore. Wang Hao, however, saw nothing amiss. His daughter attending the affiliated kindergarten of Changjiang Road Primary School? That was the kindergarten's honor. Now, looking at Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao suddenly said, It's getting late. Why don't we grab something to eat out? Before Chu Xiaoyun could respond, Mengmeng's head shook violently like a rattledrum. No, thank you. We can just eat at home. Really, it's okay. As she spoke, the little girl's eyes welled up slightly, filled with utter terror. Wang Hao froze, turning to look at Chu Xiaoyun. Chu Xiaoyun gave a bitter smile, gently rubbing Mengmeng's little head as she whispered, Mengmeng hasn't had many chances to go out since she was little. Chu Tianxiao threatened her several times. That's why she's always been afraid to eat out. Hearing this, a flash of murderous intent instantly flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. Chu Tianxiao. He really hadn't punished him harshly enough before. A man like that deserved to be killed outright. Wang Hao forced himself to suppress the rage boiling within. He reached out, gently stroking Mengmeng's little head with a smile. You can have whatever you want to eat, Mengmeng. With Daddy here, no one will ever hurt Mengmeng. If anyone bullies Mengmeng, just tell Daddy, and Daddy will avenge you. Though Wang Hao maintained a smile throughout, Mengmeng could sense his overwhelming strength. That fierce protective aura instantly filled Mengmeng with a powerful sense of security. Gradually emerging from her earlier unease, she nodded firmly, looked up at Wang Hao, blinked, and after a moment's thought declared, I want steak. Over the years, Mengmeng had often heard Chu Tianxiao and the others talk about eating steak and such, but she had never tried it herself. Now that Wang Hao was letting her choose, she didn't know what else was good to eat besides steak. Seeing Mengmeng's pitiful expression, Wang Hao felt a sharp twinge of pain in his heart. He gently stroked her silky hair and whispered, All right, we'll have steak. The best steak in Jiangling. Mengmeng's eyes lit up instantly, then she grew a bit nervous. But that must cost a lot of money, right? Daddy has money. Wang Hao winked with a smile. A delighted smile spread across Mengmeng's face. Yay! Wang Hao sighed softly, then picked Mengmeng up in his arms. Turning to Chu Xiaoyun, he said, Look up the highest rated place. Let's take Mengmeng there. Chu Xiaoyun stood with her mouth agape for a moment before finally nodding. She didn't know how long this dreamlike life could last. But since Wang Hao had given her this chance to dream, she would cherish every single moment. Rather than wait until afterward to regret it. The three drove to the finest steakhouse in Jiangling. The steakhouse wasn't overly crowded. After all, such places were expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary people. The overall atmosphere was serene and elegant, with soothing piano music playing in the background, giving it a high-end feel. After arriving, Mengmeng covered her little mouth, too shy to speak. Before they could even be seated, Chu Xiaoyun suddenly froze. Not far away sat a familiar, striking figure. Recalling the BMW M3 she'd spotted earlier in the parking lot, Chu Xiaoyun recognized her instantly without needing to look closely. It was Wu Min. The thought of Wu Min being a member of the Chu family, combined with their previous conflict and the humiliation she had endured, made Chu Xiaoyun's legs feel as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Her right hand clutched Wang Hao tightly as she shook her head repeatedly, a faint trace of fear creeping onto her face. Wang Hao had killed Chu Xiaoyun. Even if he claimed Chu Xiaofang was dead, who could say if it was true? Even if Chu Xiaofang really was dead, with Chu Xiaoyun's revenge still unavenged, what if Wu Min called the police? Wouldn't that mean? Wang Hao froze for a moment, then swept his gaze around the room, instantly grasping the source of Chu Xiaoyun's dread. Smiling, he pulled Chu Xiaoyun toward him and fixed his gaze directly on Wu Min. His voice turned cold as he called out, "Wu Min!" Chu Xiaoyun gasped in alarm. Meanwhile, Wu Min, who had been enjoying her meal heartily, also frowned. Ever since Chu Xiaofang's death, she had used excuses to leave the Chu household and return to the Wu family. She knew full well that the Chu family was finished. With Chu Xiaofang dead, the Chu family would not only descend into internal strife but collapse entirely. After all, the Chu family had lost its own bloodline, they were all outsiders now. How could they possibly remain stable? Why should she stay there mourning day after day? After returning to the Wu family, she immediately set out to enjoy life. Now single and free from the Chu family's shackles, she needed to rebuild her original network and find herself a wealthy, handsome man. Now, being abruptly addressed by name, Wu Min felt a surge of irritation. Beside her, her close friend couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who's that guy?" "Ha? Isn't that woman Chu Xiaoyun?" "Looks like it is. And she's got that bastard kid with her." "Is that man beside her her wild lover?" A few people murmured to each other in low voices. But at that moment, Wu Min trembled violently upon hearing the words. She looked up, nearly scared out of her wits. The man standing beside Chu Xiaoyun, who else could it be but Wang Hao? In an instant, everything Wang Hao had done at the Chu family's front gate earlier flooded back into Wu Min's mind. Her body began to tremble violently. Swallowing hard, she didn't even bother chewing the steak in her mouth, shoving it down before glaring at her friends. "Shut up," she snapped coldly. "Wu Min, you." The others gasped. But Wu Min paid them no mind. She strode forward, her face instantly plastered with a fawning smile as she whispered to Wang Hao, "Mr. Wang, you called for me?" "Ah. Xiaoyun, you look absolutely stunning today, like a celestial being. And this adorable little sister must be Mengmeng? Hello?" As she spoke, Wu Min felt sickened by her own words. She'd never uttered such words in her entire life. But now she had no choice. She had to protect her life. With a killer like Wang Hao, she feared he'd kill her at the slightest wrong word. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng both froze in shock. Mother and daughter stared at each other, shock evident in both their eyes. This woman wasn't like this when they last met. Wasn't she walking with that defiant, proud air? How could she now be acting like a fawning lapdog? Chapter 26, Actually, I am. Wang Hao, however, saw nothing amiss. He said coldly, "There's no need for this. Just tell Xiaoyun whether you'll bother her again or not." "Give her trouble?" Wu Min froze, then shook her head like a bobblehead. "No. Absolutely not. Please rest assured, Mr. Wang. I wouldn't dare." Cold sweat beaded on Wu Min's forehead as he spoke. Turning to Chu Xiaoyun with tearful eyes, he pleaded, "Xiaoyun, I've wronged you so many times before. Just pretend I'm nothing, ignore me, okay? From now on, I'll be your loyal dog. Anyone who dares to have any thoughts about you, I'll be the first to take them out." Staring at Wu Min, Chu Xiaoyun gaped, unable to recover for a long moment. What on earth had gotten into Wu Min? Didn't Wang Hao kill her husband? But Mengmeng, blinking her big eyes, piped up, "Then can you buy me a steak? That way I can save Dad some money." Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Min, however, clung to this like a lifeline, nodding repeatedly. "No problem. I'll treat you both to steak today." "No. I'll give you my membership card." "Mengmeng, whenever you come here, just swipe my card. Spend as much as you want." "Really?" Mengmeng exclaimed excitedly. For the little one, getting to eat delicious food out was the happiest thing in life. And if it's free? Nothing could be better. Wu Min nodded quickly. "Of course it's true. Take a seat inside, I'll go order your steaks right away." "Miss Mengmeng, just treat me like your personal waiter, order me around." "It's my pleasure." With that, Wu Min bowed and scraped as he led the three of them inside to their seats. Chu Xiaoyun looked utterly bewildered. Wu Min's girlfriends stared wide-eyed, as if they'd seen a ghost. They had never seen Wu Min like this before. What on earth was Wu Min afraid of? But Wu Min couldn't care less. Running into Wang Hao here today wasn't a bad thing. With Mengmeng present, Wang Hao wouldn't act recklessly. This situation also gave her a chance to mend things with Chu Xiaoyun. Though after everything that happened, there was no friendship left between her and Chu Xiaoyun. But if she only wanted to be Chu Xiaoyun's lackey? Then there's still a chance. What she needed to do now was to suck up like crazy. Thus, Wu Min personally went to the kitchen to rush the preparation of 3 steaks for the trio. She served them with a perpetually bowed posture and a forced smile, remaining attentive until they finished eating. Only then did she speak again. "Miss Mengmeng, would you like some dessert?" Wu Min knew that if Mengmeng wanted it, Wang Hao would never refuse. If she could just butter up Mengmeng, she'd at least earn some measure of Wang Hao's understanding and acceptance. "Is there dessert?" Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Wu Min nodded eagerly, darted back to the kitchen, and soon returned with several desserts placed before Mengmeng. Watching Mengmeng happily devour the sweets, smiles spread across both Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun's faces. For Mengmeng, this kind of life was incredibly rare. After about 10 minutes, Mengmeng polished off every last crumb. Leaning back on the sofa, she patted her slightly rounded tummy and closed her eyes in blissful contentment. "Mom, that was so good." "Young lady, mind your manners." Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but give Mengmeng a stern glare. Mengmeng stuck out her adorable little tongue and turned to Wang Hao, asking, "Daddy, do I look pretty now?" Wang Hao froze. He hadn't expected Mengmeng to suddenly ask him such a question. He couldn't help but laugh. "You look great. Mengmeng has always been the cutest." Mengmeng immediately looked at Chu Xiaoyun with a smug expression. "Mom, Dad said I look pretty. You just spoil her." Chu Xiaoyun shot Wang Hao a disapproving look. Watching Chu Xiaoyun's alluring expression, Wang Hao also broke into a genuine smile. This was the first time since his return that he'd seen both Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun so relaxed. He couldn't help but glance at Wu Min and gave her a slight nod. "Good work." Wu Min was instantly overjoyed. She knew their relationship had taken a fundamental step toward repair. As long as she kept up her efforts, she would eventually become Chu Xiaoyun's lackey. Then, she might even be able to leverage Wang Hao when necessary. She had witnessed Wang Hao's formidable power that day. With Wang Hao stepping in, he could resolve 9 out of 10 problems she might encounter. After lunch, Wang Hao and the others headed straight to a nearby large supermarket. They spent the entire afternoon browsing and bought a pile of daily necessities. By dinner time, the trio grabbed a quick bowl of noodles at a nearby noodle shop before driving back home. Looking at the household items they'd bought, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Back when he first met Chu Xiaoyun, she was a meticulously refined princess. Everything she used was from big brands, not extravagant, but certainly not affordable for just anyone. But now, 5 years later, even though Wang Hao had explicitly told her he had enough money, Chu Xiaoyun still bought only cost-effective items. 5 years of time and experience had completely smoothed out her sharp edges. This made Wang Hao feel a pang of heartache. He understood well the truth that it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. To see Chu Xiaoyun transformed like this, one could only imagine the hardships she must have endured over these 5 years. As for Mengmeng, she hadn't known a single day of good life before Wang Hao returned. Even with Chu Xiaoyun's utmost protection, she could only shield her from external harm. As for the happy times other children enjoyed, that had nothing to do with her at all. After helping wash the bedsheets and pillowcases and hanging the laundry to dry, Chu Xiaoyun was just wondering if the mother and daughter were about to retire for the night. Chu Xiaoyun suddenly spoke in a low voice. "What really happened 5 years ago?" Wang Hao froze. Chu Xiaoyun looked at Wang Hao, her expression earnest. "Why did you leave without a word? Why did you suddenly disappear? Why did you come back wearing prison clothes? Can you tell me about this?" Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's earnest expression, Wang Hao knew she wanted to get closer to him, to understand what had truly happened to him. 5 years had inevitably created some distance between them. If certain things weren't made clear, they would never truly restore the bond they shared 5 years ago. It would become an eternal knot in their hearts. Wang Hao had no intention of keeping things hidden. He had always been looking for an opportunity to explain everything to Chu Xiaoyun, and now he certainly wasn't going to let this chance slip away. With that thought, he spoke directly. 5 years ago, I was actually planning to propose to you. I was in South Africa at the time, selecting a diamond ring for you," Wang Hao said earnestly. But at that moment, halfway through his words, a sudden jolt shot through Wang Hao's heart. A crucial question had just struck him. 5 years ago, he had suddenly received internal intelligence from the Dark Dragon Hall about Chu Xiaoyun's death. That's why he'd reacted so violently, rushing straight to the United Council headquarters to cause trouble without any investigation. But who had spread that news? Who had sworn with absolute certainty that Chu Xiaoyun was dead? Chu Xiaoyun was clearly fine. Why would such a rumor spread? He seemed to have never considered this question. Chapter 27, The Red-Robed Man. At this thought, Wang Hao's expression darkened. He had always been fearless. As the Dark Knight Dragon King of the Dark Dragon Hall, he wouldn't bat an eyelid even when facing the United Council. Yet now, a sudden chill gripped Wang Hao's heart. Who? He couldn't recall at all. Invisible forces seemed to have manipulated him like a pawn, using him to destroy half the United Council. He had been manipulated. And now, he still had no idea who the other party even was. These past 5 years, there seemed to be no related news at all. What was going on? What exactly was the other party trying to achieve? Wang Hao's mind was filled with questions. Looking at Chu Xiaoyun before him, Wang Hao hesitated. He had originally intended to lay everything out for Chu Xiaoyun. After all, he had everything under control. Even a formidable entity like the United Council was no cause for concern. Qin Liangyu's stance had already made everything clear. The United Council dared not provoke him. But now? The situation is different now. There's another force pulling the strings behind the scenes. And another pair of hands lurking in the shadows. If he told Chu Xiaoyun everything now, once she grasped this layer of truth, it would only unsettle her further. And that was clearly not what Wang Hao wanted. After a brief silence, Wang Hao murmured, "Later, there were some missteps in our cooperation with the United Council. Because of that mistake, I was forced to spend 5 years in prison without even having time to notify you. After my release, upon hearing about your situation, I rushed straight here." "You were working with the United Council?" Chu Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. The United Council? That's the most powerful organization in the world. The top organization in the eyes of ordinary people. Wang Hao, collaborating with such an organization? Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's stunned expression, Wang Hao gave a slight smile. "Yes, some superficial cooperation. But because of that incident where they had me imprisoned, the United Council owes me." This morning, a high-ranking figure from the United Council even stepped in to teach the young masters of the Fang and Chu families a lesson. That's why I dared to take action against them. With the United Council backing me, eliminating these two will ensure your future safety. Moreover, we won't face any trouble either. At that moment, Chu Xiaoyun seemed to understand. No wonder Wang Hao dared to act so brazenly. Because behind him stands the United Council. The United Council owed him. Yet, after a moment's thought, Chu Xiaoyun offered a bitter smile. "Don't go too far. I know the United Council is powerful, and I know they owe you. But favors always come due. You've been stirring up trouble outside all this time. What if one day the United Council decides they've repaid that debt in full? And what if you push them too far? What if the United Council, in a fit of rage, decides to eliminate you? Wang Hao, we need to be more mature. From now on, try to cause less trouble, okay?" Facing Chu Xiaoyun's earnest expression, Wang Hao gaped for a moment before finally nodding softly. "All right, I understand." Chu Xiaoyun nodded, saying no more. She turned and led Mengmeng off to bed. Closing the door, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chu Xiaoyun had always been an exceptionally intelligent woman. He could easily tell she didn't fully believe his explanation. The barrier between them hadn't completely vanished. But Wang Hao simply didn't have the energy to dwell on it now. Jianling was the city where he now lived. It was also the place where Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng would likely live for the foreseeable future. He had to ensure absolute safety here. He knew that the news of Chu Xiaoyun's incident must have originated from Jianling. He had to get to the bottom of this. With that thought, Wang Hao dialed Shadow's number directly. "Where is Elder Dark Dragon 6? Connect me to him." The Dark Dragon Network was the intelligence reconnaissance unit of the Dark Dragon Hall, divided into 7 distinct branches, each covering a different region. Critical intelligence was always relayed to Wang Hao through these channels. And Line 6 was responsible for intelligence in Jiangling. The intelligence Wang Hao had obtained in South Africa originally came from the Elder of Shadow Dragon Line 6. However, since that information was relayed from below, he still needed to conduct some verification on this individual. But upon hearing this, Shadow froze in surprise. "Elder Dark Dragon 6? He passed away from illness 5 years ago." "What?" Wang Hao's expression instantly darkened. He had still clung to a sliver of hope that perhaps there had been some mix-up in the message relay, that the report was merely an accident. But now? This was no accident. How could it be such a coincidence that Elder Dark Dragon 6 also met with an accident 5 years ago? Shadow murmured, "Lord Dragon King, Elder Dark Dragon 6 passed away 5 years ago from a sudden heart attack, just a couple of days after you vanished. Is there something you wish to ask him?" Wang Hao frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, "Are there any records of Elder Dark Dragon 6 activities from 5 years ago?" At this point, Shadow's voice grew somber. "Your Excellency, regarding this matter, I must report something to you. Out of habit, I backed up a copy of those records without giving it much thought. But later, I discovered that the communication logs from the final days before Dark Dragon Elder 6's death had been secretly deleted from the public records. So it was." Wang Hao couldn't help but curse aloud. He had long anticipated that the Dark Dragon Hall would inevitably be eroded after his departure. But what he hadn't anticipated was that 5 years ago, while he was still within the Dark Dragon Hall, the other party had already secured several high-ranking positions. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao pondered for a long moment before his voice grew solemn. "Hand over the documents you're holding. Remember, this matter must remain strictly confidential. No one else may know beyond you and me." "Yes." Shadow nodded in immediate agreement. Wang Hao was his sole master. Whatever Wang Hao demanded, regardless of the reason or his motives, Shadow simply obeyed. Besides, Shadow knew it well himself. The Dark Dragon Hall was no longer the same as it once was. All these years, if not for him holding the fort here, the Dark Dragon Hall would likely have become unrecognizable. But it didn't matter. Wang Hao had returned. Everything would surely return to its proper course. Studying the intelligence Shadow had sent, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes for a long moment before finally settling his gaze on a single name. Tang Miao. This man was one of the intelligence chiefs in the Jiangling region 5 years ago. And before I even learned of this, he had actually called the Dark Dragon's sixth elder. It was highly likely that the information back then had been leaked by him. Was it intentional or accidental? Wang Hao couldn't be certain. What surprised Wang Hao, however, was that according to the records, this Tang Miao was still living in Jiangling City. With that thought, Wang Hao quietly set down his phone and rose to head outside. No matter what, he had to meet this person. Chapter 28, The Man Behind the Conspiracy. Tang Miao. 33 years old. After that incident, Wang Hao had assumed this traitor would secure a hefty sum of money, live comfortably, and perhaps even become a powerful figure in Jiangling City. But now, as he studied the documents in his hands, a strange look flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Tang Miao was now living a miserable existence. 5 years ago, after completing that mission, Tang Miao chose to leave the Dark Dragon Hall, citing severe injuries as the reason for his early retirement. He hadn't even collected the hall's disability benefits. The serious injury was a lie. His true purpose was to escape the vortex entirely. Yet ironically, Tang Miao's life had spiraled into utter chaos ever since. A year later, he divorced and walked away with nothing. After that, Tang Miao rented a dilapidated apartment and reportedly became an alcoholic. At such a young age, his health had already deteriorated significantly. To make matters worse, his ex-wife and son never once came back to see him. According to the records, Tang Miao's life had become utterly miserable. This left Wang Hao deeply puzzled. That very night, Wang Hao made his way to Tang Miao's residence. Instead of entering through the front door, he stood at the window, silently watching Tang Miao continue drinking inside. After a long while, Tang Miao seemed to sense something and turned his head toward the window. Seeing Wang Hao outside the window, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Why was someone standing outside the window? His place wasn't on the first floor, was it? Ghost! Tang Miao stumbled backward several steps, plopping down onto the floor, his eyes filled with terror. Wang Hao watched Tang Miao with a calm expression, then simply opened the window and strode inside. Only then did Tang Miao suddenly realize. It wasn't a ghost. This was a top-tier powerhouse. Who are you? Wang Hao stared coldly at Tang Miao, his voice as icy as ever. You betrayed me back then, yet now you dare ask who I am? Tang Miao, you have some nerve. Betrayal? The moment those two words left his lips, Tang Miao's face turned ashen. Lord Dragon King? Though he had never met Wang Hao, the sheer power behind his words was enough to make Tang Miao realize the truth. The man before him was none other than the Dragon King. Yet, upon recognizing Wang Hao, Tang Miao felt no fear. He slumped to the floor, leaning against the wardrobe, a sudden look of relief spreading across his face. You're still alive? That's wonderful. What? Wang Hao frowned. Tang Miao gave a bitter laugh, his voice trembling. Your Excellency, you may not know this, but after betraying you back then, I immediately left the Dark Dragon Palace. I received a sum of money enough to ensure my family lived 3 lifetimes without worry. Wang Hao remained silent. Tang Miao continued, I didn't dare squander that money. Instead, I invested it elsewhere, letting it grow and multiply, planning to enjoy life once the storm had passed. And so, a year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while traveling, I saw Miss Chu and your child. Watching them endure abuse from her younger brother tore at my conscience. Tang Miao let out a bitter laugh. You might think I'm being hypocritical, but back then, I truly regretted it. After that day, every night I dreamed of that girl's sobs. But in this world, there's no pill for regret. So I made my decision. Divorce. I walked away with nothing. I gave everything to my wife and child, sending them abroad to escape this nightmare. I remained alone in Jiangling, destined to endure a life even more wretched than that of Miss Chu and her daughter. Only this way could I atone for my sins. Wang Hao snorted coldly under his breath, his face brimming with contempt. Tang Miao took a large gulp of wine, gathering his courage. I know you think this is ridiculous, but this is truly how I feel. Besides, what other choice do I have? What other options remain? By the end, Tang Miao's voice had risen several notches. They held my wife and the child in her womb hostage to force me into that act. What choice did I have? Are you telling me to abandon my wife and child for the Dark Dragon Hall, for you, the Dragon King? We're not that close. You're merely my superior, my idol. You have a wife and children too. If it were you, would you be willing? With that, Tang Miao downed another large gulp of liquor. Regretting it doesn't mean I was wrong. Give me 10 chances, 100 chances, 1,000 chances, I'd still choose this path. I'd still do it. This is human nature. Lord Dragon King. This is the human nature we all possess. Hearing Tang Miao's heart-wrenching roar, Wang Hao fell silent. Indeed, everything Tang Miao said was true. If he were in Wang Hao's place, he would have done the same. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao looked at Tang Miao and asked in a deep voice, "Who ordered you to do this?" Tang Miao remained silent. But he understood Wang Hao's meaning. He might as well go die. Even if Wang Hao didn't kill him, the moment he betrayed that person, his death was certain. An organization bold enough to target both Wang Hao and the United Council would find killing him as easy as taking candy from a baby. But now, he had no choice. Besides, ever since the divorce years ago, his heart had already died. Now that Wang Hao had returned and saved Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, he could die in peace. Yet one lingering concern remained in his heart. Seeing Tang Miao's expression, Wang Hao guessed his thoughts and said calmly, "Rest assured, I won't bother your wife and child. In fact, if they run into trouble in Jiangling, I'll lend them a hand." Tang Miao gave a wry smile and nodded lightly. "Thank you, Lord Dragon King." As he spoke, he took another swig of wine. This time, he downed the entire remaining contents of the bottle in one gulp. Staring at the empty vessel, a faint smile touched his lips, as if bidding farewell to this companion that had shared his journey for 4 years. Tossing the bottle aside, Tang Miao murmured, "It's always been the same person contacting me. I don't know his name, can't reach him, and have no idea what organization he represents. I don't know why they're targeting you, or why they're doing all this. Honestly, I know nothing. I don't even know his phone number. He always contacted me alone, using hidden numbers every time. But..." At this point, Tang Miao suddenly looked up at Wang Hao, his voice growing heavier. "But I know this person always goes to a bar in Jiangling. Phoebe. It's a really rowdy bar, chaotic, full of shady dealings. Though he doesn't go regularly, he shows up at least once a month. And he always wore very bright clothes or red robe every single time. Beyond that, he was incredibly generous with his money. If he's still in Jiangling, he'd likely still be going there. If the Dragon King were to go there, he might uncover information related to him." Chapter 29, The Crimson Robe Appears. Wang Hao did not kill Tang Miao. He wouldn't concern himself with Tang Miao's fate. But if Tang Miao's wife and children returned to Jiangling to mourn him, and someone sought to harm them, Wang Hao would intervene to protect them. As for Tang Miao himself? Dead? So be it. A man who betrayed him and brought such calamity upon his family, no matter how many reasons or excuses he might have, was not someone Wang Hao needed to consider. Now, under cover of night, Wang Hao made his way to Phoebe's bar. Located in the western part of Jiangling, Phoebe Bar was not in the city center but rather in a relatively remote area. There weren't many other entertainment venues nearby either. Yet despite this, Phoebe's Bar still drew considerable attention. Clearly, its reputation had already spread far and wide. Many people passed by its surroundings. Most are young men and women. Likewise, there were plenty of people who'd had too much to drink and were being carried away. Wang Hao had encountered one such person before entering, yet he felt not a shred of pity. In a place like this, any sane adult would know exactly what goes on here. The woman looked at least 25 or 26. If she'd been plied with alcohol and carried off, how could she have been unprepared? If that was the case, why should Wang Hao meddle in other people's business? Now, as he walked into the bar, Wang Hao scanned the room and quickly confirmed no one was wearing a red robe. He didn't rush, however, instead heading straight for a corner booth. It was a booth occupied by 3 men and 3 women, all looking very young. Judging by their attire, they were likely college students. One of the guys seemed well off, while the others appeared ordinary. Among the 3 girls, the 2 of above average looks appeared quite outgoing. Ironically, the most beautiful one seemed uncomfortable, huddled in the corner without uttering a word. Even so, the 3 men's eyes never left her. Clearly, they had come for her. As for the 2 moderately attractive girls, they were just along for the ride. Wang Hao couldn't care less about the dynamics among this group. Stepping up to the table, Wang Hao casually slapped the shoulder of the guy who looked the wealthiest and said flatly, "Let me sit inside." "Why should I?" The man's eyebrow shot up. His name was Zhao Lei. While his family wasn't exceptionally wealthy, he still received a monthly allowance of 10 to 20,000 yuan. For a college student, that was absolutely a fortune. It had bred an arrogant, overbearing attitude in him. Now Wang Hao, dressed plainly, dared to speak to him like this, naturally infuriating him. Wang Hao remained unperturbed, simply pulling out his bank card. "I'm buying this round of drinks today. Drink freely, or save a few bottles if you like. I won't disturb you in any way, just let me sit in the back corner. When I'm ready to leave, I'll depart on my own." Wang Hao's words stunned everyone present. Clearly, no one had expected Wang Hao to be so generous. Even Zhao Lei couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure? Just sitting in the back, doing nothing else?" Wang Hao replied calmly, "Yes." Zhao Lei hesitated. After all, if they followed Wang Hao's instructions, ordering drinks worth tens of thousands of yuan would be a huge sum even for him. Just have Wang Hao sit there? It seemed there really wasn't a problem. With that thought, the group exchanged glances and quickly reached a decision. "All right." Zhao Lei glared at Wang Hao, clenched his jaw, and declared bluntly, "I'll let you sit there, but first, I need to see if you've got enough money in your card." Wang Hao smiled faintly. Just order whatever you like. With that, he gently pushed off with his feet, gliding effortlessly into the corner seat. He immediately closed his eyes, completely disinterested in how the group would order their drinks. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Wang Hao to have this kind of skill. Zhao Lei's heart skipped a beat. Coming from a well-off family, he knew more about those powerful individuals than the others. Could Wang Hao's technique just now be that of a legendary martial artist? If so, he shouldn't just avoid offending this man, he should be groveling. With that thought, he pushed the card back toward Wang Hao and murmured, "Sir, please keep your card. If you wish to sit here, then please do. Just don't mind us disturbing you." Wang Hao glanced at Zhao Lei with mild surprise, a faint smile touching his lips. "Clever. But take the card and use it. I don't like owing people. Should our paths cross again, I'll remember you." Zhao Lei's heart leapt with joy. He nodded eagerly, summoned a waiter, and ordered over 10,000 yuan worth of drinks as a gesture of respect before reverently returning the card to Wang Hao. At that moment, the two girls, both quite attractive, had their eyes fixed on Wang Hao. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and their bodies shifted involuntarily closer to him. One of them asked with a smile, "Sir, what's your name? What kind of girl do you like? Someone slender like Tian, or someone curvy like me?" As she spoke, she deliberately thrust out her chest. It must be said, her figure was incredibly hot. Her sweet-looking face paired with that fiery figure was enough to stir desire in any man. Yet Wang Hao didn't even open his eyes. He sat motionless in the corner, eyes closed. This left the others speechless. Exchanging glances, they soon stopped paying attention to Wang Hao and resumed drinking and chatting among themselves. After all, someone who remained utterly unmoved by such overt advances was clearly beyond their comprehension. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Wang Hao remained seated in his spot, utterly still. But at that moment, his eyes suddenly snapped open. His gaze blazed like fiery flames, piercing straight into the distance. There, a figure strode forward, clothed in crimson robes. Most crucially, the aura emanating from this person was that of a martial artist. This man must be the one Tang Miao referred to as the Red Robe. But Wang Hao did not rush to act. The aura emanating from the red-robed figure was not particularly strong. Though he was the one who notified Tang Miao, he was certainly no big shot. An organization daring to take on the United Council, and Wang Hao, how could such a nobody be at its core? Killing him would accomplish nothing. Wang Hao's thoughts were simple enough at this moment. Wait until this man leaves, then follow him back. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. With this plan in mind, Wang Hao sat motionless, his aura tracking the man's presence without making a move. But soon, Wang Hao's expression shifted slightly. This guy was actually approaching them on his own. Had he been spotted? Just as Wang Hao was puzzled, the man in red robes had already walked up to their table, his gaze fixed on the quiet, beautiful woman who had kept her head down the entire time. A wicked smile curled the corners of his mouth. My guy told me there was a pure-hearted beauty here today, and I almost didn't believe it. But who knew such a beauty would actually be here? Come on, tonight, you're mine. Chapter 30, then you can go to hell. Red Robe's words caused several faces to darken. Zhao Lei immediately stepped in front of the girl, his voice cold and menacing. Sir, Xiaoyun is my classmate. Please do me a favor and don't bother her. Do me a favor? The man in red gave Zhao Lei a cold, appraising look and sneered. What favor do you have? You're asking for it. Zhao Lei's expression darkened. He'd never been humiliated like this in his entire life. But the red-robed man showed him no mercy whatsoever, snapping his hand back to deliver a stinging slap across Zhao Lei's face. Smack! The force sent Zhao Lei flying several meters backward, crashing heavily to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other two boys instantly boiled with rage. As college students in the prime of their youth, they naturally couldn't stomach such humiliation from the red-robed man. They charged forward, ready to fight him to the death. But against a martial artist, their level of skill was no match. Utterly clueless. Red Robe let out a cold snort, casually waving his hand to send both of them flying. The two girls cowered to the side, too terrified to resist. Wu Xiaoyun sat frozen in place, her face ashen, her voice trembling. I don't know you. Just go. Leave? Of course I'll leave, but I'll be taking you with me. The red-robed man grinned, licking his lips as a wicked gleam flashed in his eyes. Tonight, I'll savor the taste of this virgin college girl. As he spoke, the red-robed man's eyes blazed crimson with excitement. Pretty female students weren't rare these days. But one this beautiful and still a virgin? That was as rare as a limited edition collectible. Today, he would thoroughly savor Wu Xiaoyun's body. Wu Xiaoyun trembled all over, her eyes filled with terror. She turned her head to look at Zhao Lei. Yet even now, Zhao Lei still hadn't managed to stand up. That blow from the red-robed man had nearly taken half his life. Despair washed over Wu Xiaoyun's face, but then she suddenly remembered something. She turned her head, her gaze settling on Wang Hao. Wang Hao had been incredibly powerful just now. He'd jumped right over here. And he was loaded. If he was willing to help, he could definitely save her. Feeling Wu Xiaoyun's pleading gaze, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He'd intended to pretend he hadn't seen her, but now that Wu Xiaoyun was looking at him like this, the red robe clearly wouldn't ignore him either. But it didn't matter. Since he couldn't follow her, then torture him into submission. With that thought, Wang Hao stood up abruptly. The red-robed figure immediately sneered with disdain. Kid, I thought you were a sensible fellow just now, but now it seems you really are courting death. With that, he leapt into the air, reaching out to grab Wang Hao's head. But just as his hand was about to seize Wang Hao's head, Wang Hao brought down a fierce hand chop from above. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed. Arg! A piercing scream erupted instantly. The red-robed man knelt on the ground, clutching his right arm, staring at Wang Hao with terror etched across his face. That single blow had shattered his right arm. His face turned ashen. Who are you? Wang Hao sneered coldly. You don't need to know. With that, he stepped forward and crushed his foot down on the red-robed man's skull. Instantly, the red-robed man crashed face first onto the table, knocking himself unconscious on the spot. A martial artist of such stature, yet utterly helpless against Wang Hao. Zhao Lei sat on the floor, dumbfounded by the scene. Wu Xiaoyun covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes glistening as she looked at Wang Hao. She never imagined someone would appear like a knight in shining armor, rescuing her from the flames. Though they had only just met, and she didn't even know his name, Wang Hao had already taken root deep within her heart. In her 18 years of life, this was the first time her heart had stirred so profoundly. Wang Hao grabbed the crimson robe by one sleeve and hoisted it up. After taking 2 steps toward the exit, he glanced back at Wu Xiaoyun. His gaze then settled on Zhao Lei as he said flatly, "You two should leave immediately. If my men track you down, it won't end well for you." Zhao Lei froze, then snapped to attention, nodding vigorously. "Yes. Thank you, senior." Wang Hao said no more, striding away decisively. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Zhao Lei and the others dared not linger. They gathered their things and left the bar immediately. Only after hailing a cab back to the school gates did all 6 of them finally exhale in relief. But at that moment, Zhao Lei couldn't care less about others. Wang Hao had stepped in for Wu Xiaoyun. Regardless of whether Wang Hao harbored any feelings for Wu Xiaoyun, from this day forward, she would be someone he needed to protect. With that thought, Zhao Lei walked straight up to Wu Xiaoyun and said earnestly, "Wu Xiaoyun, if anything ever happens, call me. I won't let anyone bother you." Seeing Zhao Lei's earnest expression, Wu Xiaoyun couldn't help but let out a quiet, bitter laugh. She understood exactly what Zhao Lei meant. She turned her head to glance in the direction of Phoebe's bar. Wang Hao. This man had taken root deep within her heart. Outside Phoebe's bar, in a corner of the wasteland, Wang Hao tossed the crimson robe onto the ground and delivered another kick. The excruciating pain jolted the red-robed man awake. Staring at Wang Hao before him, his expression shifted repeatedly. The Wang Hao before him possessed unfathomable power. One who could so effortlessly eliminate him in an instant was no ordinary opponent. Yet, the more formidable the opponent, the less he feared them. After all, the power behind him was enough to strike fear into any martial artist. With this thought, the red-robed man's mood gradually calmed. Gazing at Wang Hao across from him, he spoke in a cold, icy tone, "Boy, I know you have some skill. But capturing me today will be the decision you most regret. The power behind me is beyond your wildest imagination. If you don't want to die, I advise you to kneel and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, the red-robed figure's eyes glowed with icy coldness. But Wang Hao showed no fear. Instead, he wore a faint smile. "Oh? Then tell me, who is this person behind you? Let me hear it. What kind of being could command me to kneel and apologize to a defeated foe with just a name?" The red-robed figure snorted coldly. "You're not worthy to know the name of our organization. But I can tell you this, within Jiangling City, nothing escapes our organization's control. From top to bottom, every single link. From top to bottom, every single link." At these words, Wang Hao's expression instantly darkened. The meaning behind those words couldn't be clearer. The city lord of Jiangling City was one of their own. Unless that were the case, how could he dare speak so boldly? Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao asked in a deep voice, "Between the lord of Jiangling City and you, who holds the higher position within your organization?" A hint of awkwardness flickered across the crimson-robed man's face. Naturally, his status was higher. He was my direct superior. "I see." Wang Hao smiled faintly, a flicker of something else crossing his eyes. "Then you can go die." Chapter 31, Arrogance. "What did you say?" The red-robed man panicked instantly. He just said that even the lord of Jiangling City was one of their men, his direct superior, no less. And now Wang Hao was turning to kill him. Has this guy lost his mind, or does he no longer want to survive in Jiangling? Staring at Wang Hao, he roared, "You brat, don't act recklessly. Mark my words, our organization will avenge every single one of our men. Our organization has countless war gods. Whoever you are, if you dare kill me, you won't live a single day in peace for the rest of your life." Your family will die too. Watching the enraged red-robed figure, Wang Hao showed no anger. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. You've outlived your usefulness. It's only natural to eliminate you. But rest assured, it won't be long before the Lord of Jiangling joins you down there. You won't be lonely for long down there. What did you say? The red-robed man was stunned. Wang Hao intends to kill not only him, but also the Lord of Jiangling City? Has he gone mad? Seeing Wang Hao prepare to strike, the red robe hurriedly spoke again. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the consequences will be unimaginable. No one in this world has ever survived after being targeted by our organization. Never. Never? I don't think so. Wang Hao let out a cold laugh, a trace of contempt flitting across his face. 5 years ago, you tried to take me down. Yet here I am, still alive and well. Isn't that right? What? The man in red robes froze. They'd already dealt with Wang Hao 5 years ago? Who is this guy? Wait a minute. 5 years ago? And this is Jiangling. The man before him possessed terrifyingly formidable strength. The red-robed man suddenly remembered something, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. You're. Wang Hao smiled faintly. It's me. Impossible. The red-robed figure roared in fury. Weren't you imprisoned in the 10,000 slaughter inferno? That's the highest level purgatory of the United Council, and you were severely wounded back then. How could you possibly have survived? Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You know quite a lot, don't you? But unfortunately, the 10,000 calamities inferno is nothing but a passing cloud to me. As he spoke, Wang Hao raised his right hand. Any last words? The red robe collapsed onto the ground, his pants soaked through with urine. Wang Hao. He actually returned. Could not even the 10,000 calamities inferno confine him? What meaning could any words hold before such a man? 5 years ago, the organization exhausted every means to lure Wang Hao into a war against the entire United Council. They believed they could use the United Council to eliminate Wang Hao. Little did they know, Wang Hao nearly annihilated the entire United Council. After that day, the organization placed Wang Hao on a special list all his own. He was the most exceptional one. Even after he was stripped of his powers. Even after he was imprisoned in the 10,000 Torments Hell. But now, he has returned. How could a mere Jiangling hold him captive? This dragon nation. No, the entire world is about to be thrown into chaos. The crimson-robed figure slowly closed his eyes. You need not lift a finger. I am unworthy of the organization. I shall come for you again. With that, the red-robed figure trembled violently and collapsed to the ground. Wang Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. When the red robe had attacked Chu Xiaoyun earlier, he had dismissed him as nothing more than a lecherous fool. Such a man held no place in his regard. Yet this red robe dared to take his own life at a critical moment, rather than be coaxed into revealing more. This organization was no ordinary group. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao said nothing more, promptly disposing of the red robe's body on the spot. He knew full well that 5 years ago, the red robe had merely been an executor. This order likely came from the Lord of Jiangling City himself. But even the Lord of Jiangling City was likely just a pawn in the game. The true puppet master remained unknown, manipulating the entire situation from an unseen vantage point. Using me, Wang Hao, as a pawn? We'll see if you can hold this move steady. With a cold snort, Wang Hao turned and walked away. By the time Wang Hao returned home, it was already the early hours of the morning. Yet Wang Hao felt no inclination to rest. He immediately dialed Shadow's number. Shadow answered immediately. Sir. Look into the Lord of Jiangling City. Give me detailed intel in 5 minutes. Wang Hao's voice was cold as he spoke, then he placed his phone beside him and waited. 5 minutes later. Shadow's voice came through the phone once more. Sir, Wu Qingfeng, Lord of Jiangling City, has held his position for 13 years. He has been diligent and conscientious, fitting the description of someone who neither achieves great merit nor commits grave faults. However, over the years, Wu Qingfeng has clearly harbored numerous secrets, frequently vanishing from public view. Including recently. This time, he vanished alongside one of his key ministers, a man named Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun? Wang Hao furrowed his brow. Didn't he have a son? Shadow nodded. Yes, Xiaohan. Xiaohan? Wang Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected this matter to involve that good-for-nothing Xiaohan. But Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. He gave a slight nod. Got it. With that, Wang Hao hung up the phone. He had no interest in Xiaohan. However, this Xiaoyun, along with Wu Qingfeng, were two he needed to find an opportunity to approach and extract information from. He killed the red robe precisely because Wu Qingfeng possessed more valuable information. Wu Qingfeng, however, he couldn't kill casually, nor could he let the other party discover his existence. He still needed to use this man to uncover the bigger figures behind the scenes. Wang Hao rubbed his temples. He had a feeling. He felt as if he were lifting the curtain on a major event. Early the next morning. Mengmeng woke up at 6 o'clock. She was thrilled about going to kindergarten today. Mengmeng had never been to kindergarten before and had no idea what life there would be like. According to Chu Xiaoyun, there would be lots of little friends at kindergarten who would play with her. This made her incredibly eager. After Wang Hao helped Mengmeng get ready and eat breakfast, he and Chu Xiaoyun took her to kindergarten. Early that morning, the kindergarten teacher was already waiting at the school entrance. Upon seeing Mengmeng, her homeroom teacher, Ms. Lu, hurried out. "Hello, Ms. Chu. This must be Mengmeng? I'm Lu Dan, Mengmeng's homeroom teacher. Please leave Mengmeng in my care." Her words were sincere, her face always smiling, though perhaps a bit overly enthusiastic. After all, this was a request personally requested by Director Tamiya of the Education Bureau. She dared not take it lightly. Suddenly, squeal! The sound of screeching brakes echoed. A Maserati pulled up at the school gate, and a woman dressed in a strikingly flamboyant manner stepped out. In her early 20s, she wore designer labels from head to toe, her face half hidden behind oversized sunglasses, radiating an air of arrogant superiority. The little boy who emerged from the back seat was even more brazen. He strode over arrogantly and, upon seeing Mengmeng, immediately slammed his backpack onto her. Mengmeng, already frail, was knocked flat to the ground. But the boy showed no remorse. Standing arrogantly before her, he declared, "From now on, you're my slave. Got it? Dog slave. Bark for me." Chapter 32, You're Not Worthy. Mengmeng was stunned. Her small face was filled with panic, her body trembling as she dared not speak. It felt like she had been thrust back into the life she had endured these past 4 years. Mocked and humiliated. Lu Dan's expression shifted repeatedly. The little boy before her was named Wu Kailai. His mother, Gong Wani, was a textbook unemployed person. She dressed in the most flamboyant outfits daily, drove the fanciest cars, and reportedly lived in a huge villa. The kindergarten had specifically investigated this, and the results left everyone trembling with fear. Wu Kailai's father was none other than Jiangling City's ruler, Wu Qingfeng. This Wu Kail was his illegitimate son. With such a man involved, they naturally dared not cross him. Even if Mengmeng was introduced by Education Bureau Director Tian Gong, what difference did it make? She couldn't hold a candle to them. Thinking this, Lu Dan pulled Mengmeng aside and whispered, "Kail, stop causing trouble. Let's go inside for class first." As she spoke, she kept signaling to Chu Xiaoyun and Wang Hao, urging them to ignore the situation. But just then, smack! A slap landed hard across Wu Kailai's face. Wu Kailai was knocked flat to the ground, his face flushed crimson, a deep, blood-red handprint clearly visible. Wang Hao stared at him coldly, his voice as icy as the winter wind. "Since your parents failed to teach you manners, I'll do it for them." Gong Wani had been standing by, watching the spectacle unfold with a look of utter indifference. Wu Kailai bullying classmates was nothing new, she couldn't care less. After all, Wu Qingfeng was her protector. Who dared cause her trouble? Who would have thought Wang Hao would actually dare to hit Wu Kailai? Xiao Kai. Gong Wani wrapped her arms around Wu Kailai, her eyes flashing with a cold, menacing glint as she stared at the bloody handprint on his face. She stood up abruptly and strode right up to Wang Hao, pointing her finger in his face as she shouted, "You've got some nerve. Do you even know who my husband is? You dare hit my son? Your entire family will pay the price. I'll make sure that bastard of yours and that by your side." Before she could finish, smack! Another slap. Wang Hao shoved Gong Wani to the ground, his face cold and menacing. "You deserve it. You deserve it. You. Gong Wani trembled violently, her face darkening to an extreme degree. She never imagined Wang Hao would treat her this way. Lu Dan, standing nearby, wore an expression of bitter resignation. She looked at Wang Hao helplessly and said, "Sir, you've gotten yourself into serious trouble." She was the woman of City Lord Wu Qingfeng, who was said to dote on her immensely. After all, she had borne him a son. Though they never formalized their relationship, Wu Qingfeng's affection for her likely surpassed that for his own wife. By offending her like this, you'll likely face. Lu Dan didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. All Wang Hao had to fall back on was the director of education, Tian Gong. Compared to Wu Qingfeng, what was Tian Gong? Gong Wani covered her face as she stood up, pointing at Wang Hao and shouting, You just wait. I'll make sure my husband kills your entire family. No, I'll drag your wife and children out to sell them. I'll make you watch them being treated like dogs." Before she could finish, smack! 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 3 consecutive slaps sent Gong Wani reeling, her mind reeling from the impact. She crashed heavily to the ground, her face instantly swelling. She lay there for a long while, unable to rise. Wang Hao's cold voice echoed once more. "Get out! You won't be coming to the kindergarten anymore. Mengmeng's kindergarten has no place for you. You have some nerve." Gong Wani trembled, glaring at Wang Hao with fury. "You just wait," she snarled. "My husband won't let you off the hook." "Husband?" Wang Hao laughed. "Since when did a mistress dare to act so brazenly? Get out! In an instant, Dongwani felt a sharp pain in her ear, as if she'd gone deaf, unable to make out any sound. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. Daring not to say another word, she grabbed Wu Kailai and hurried out, getting into the car and disappearing from everyone's sight. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Dan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Truly, when gods fight, mortals suffer. With a sigh, she said nothing more, pulling Mengmeng inside. Chu Xiaoyun stared at Wang Hao and demanded in a deep voice, "What the hell were you thinking?" In the past, Chu Xiaoyun would have immediately taken Mengmeng to apologize to him. But the events of the past 2 days had gradually earned Wang Hao a measure of her trust. Wang Hao looked at Chu Xiaoyun earnestly. "Rest assured, I'm doing this for you and Mengmeng. Trust me. I'll handle everything properly. I won't let you or Mengmeng get hurt in any way." Seeing Wang Hao's sincere expression, Chu Xiaoyun said nothing more, only giving a slight nod. Wang Hao exhaled a long sigh of relief and drove Chu Xiaoyun all the way home. Back in his room, he dialed Su Qi's number. After instructing Su Qi to locate Gongwani's residence and inform Chu Xiaoyun, he drove there alone. Gongwani held no interest for him. But Wu Qingfeng was the red-robed man's superior. He might know a great deal. Including who exactly is behind the red robe. And why he, Wang Hao, had been dragged into this. If Wu Qingfeng died easily without revealing anything, this lead would be completely severed. He absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Gongwani's residence. Gongwani slammed the phone down, grinding her teeth in fury. Both she and Wu Kail had been beaten like this, yet Wu Qingfeng's phone was still unreachable. This father figure was nowhere to be found day in and day out. If it weren't for the money he sent every month, Gongwani would have cut ties with him long ago. Still, she leveraged her status to summon one of Wu Qingfeng's confidants from the city lord's mansion. Dealing with a mere Wang Hao? A piece of cake. Before long, the man arrived at Gongwani's residence. He was a man of imposing stature, his face etched with sternness. Muscles bulged beneath his skin, and every movement radiated raw power. Fixing his gaze on Gongwani, he spoke in a deep, commanding tone, "What does the lady require of me?" Gongwani clenched her teeth, her voice cold as ice. "I want that and her entire family dead. First, investigate his background. Once you have the information, capture his daughter. When he comes looking for her, we'll kill them all. I want him to regret ever being born." Observing the furious Gongwani, the man remained silent for a moment before finally nodding slightly. Understood. Though he disdained such deeds, Gongwani remained Wu Qingfeng's most favored woman. She had even borne him a son. As Wu Qingfeng's confidant, it was his duty to handle this for Gongwani. Just as he opened the door to leave, however, he froze in place. At the doorway, Wang Hao stood there with a calm expression. Seeing him open the door, he strode straight inside. His voice drifted out, slow and deliberate. "Scum like you aren't even worthy of killing me." Chapter 33, Mass-Producing Grandmasters. "It's you." Gongwani's face instantly turned ashen upon seeing Wang Hao. Wu Kail was so terrified he collapsed to his knees, wetting himself. The lingering pain in his face reminded him that the man before him was the very one who had once brought him terror and despair. Yet the man at the doorway merely let a cold smile curve his lips. "Sir, you're being a bit too confident. You're not worthy of such arrogance in my presence." As he spoke, he stepped in front of Gongwani. His right hand snatched up an iron chair nearby. With a sudden burst of strength, he snapped one of the chair legs clean off. Clutching the weapon in his hand, he pointed it directly at Wang Hao's head. "How do you want to die?" Seeing the man's dominance, Gongwani, who had been fearful moments before, now lit up with delight. Pointing at Wang Hao, she screamed, "You worthless trash! See that? That's the power of my husband's men. Dare to offend me? I'll make you regret ever coming into this world." Wang Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This man's strength truly surpassed ordinary understanding. Even the most physically fit ordinary person couldn't achieve such strength breaking an iron bar with ease. This was the caliber of a martial artist. Yet Gongwani showed not the slightest surprise. This proved she must frequently interact with such individuals. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Hao's eyes. This Wu Qingfeng, there was definitely something off about him. Yet Wang Hao remained unconcerned. He calmly regarded the man and remarked indifferently, "Do you think this will make me back down?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting you're stronger than me?" His words dripped with contempt. Wu Qingfeng had specifically trained him to this level, precisely so he could protect Gongwani and her son. He was a true martial artist. How dare an ordinary man like Wang Hao speak to him this way? Yet now, looking at the man, Wang Hao merely chuckled softly and shook his head. "I told you you're a waste of space." The words had barely left his mouth. Wang Hao lunged forward. His right hand seized the man's wrist. Instantly. Snap. Arg. Amidst the agonized scream, cold sweat beaded on the man's forehead as pain shot through him. The iron rod slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, his face contorted in sheer agony. Wang Hao had snapped his wrist clean off. What incredible strength this guy possesses. Gongwani and Wu Kailai, standing nearby, were both startled, their faces frozen in horror. In their eyes, anyone sent by Wu Qingfeng was invincible. Who would have thought that today, before Wang Hao, they would be utterly crushed? Though his strength was crushed, the man refused to beg for mercy. Instead, he roared with fury, his powers surging relentlessly. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. This man hadn't resorted to any secret techniques. His power surge came from the relentless depletion of his body's boundless life force. With every burst of power unleashed, a portion of his life force was being drained away. In other words, from start to finish, he was trading his lifespan for power. And behind it all, it seems some kind of drug was driving this process. The organization behind Wu Qingfeng has actually developed such a drug. This is utterly unconscionable. Before Wang Hao could dwell on it further, the man's power surged to its absolute limit. Alas, he remained utterly unable to break free from Wang Hao's right hand, and a flicker of despair flickered in his eyes. His life was nearing its end. Though outwardly unchanged, his internal organs rapidly deteriorated. Until finally, thud! His body crashed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. Gongwani's expression changed, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The man sent by Wu Qingfeng was dead. This had never happened before. Yet she quickly regained her composure, glaring at Wang Hao through clenched teeth. "You bastard! How dare you kill my husband's man? Just you wait, my husband won't let you off the hook." Facing Gongwani's furious expression, Wang Hao remained outwardly calm, though his voice carried a hint of coldness. "You seem to know something?" At these words, Gongwani's expression shifted slightly. Wu Qingfeng had explicitly instructed her never to reveal a single word about many matters. Now, Wang Hao's question made her feel slightly uneasy. "I don't know what you're talking about," she hurriedly protested. Wang Hao gave a faint, indifferent smile. "You don't have to say anything. But sacrificing your own reputation for someone else's secret, do you think it's worth it?" What did you say?" Gongwani instinctively took a step back. She possessed no real abilities. The only thing she could trade for everything was this face. And that fox-like face of hers was Wu Qingfeng's absolute favorite. What exactly was Wang Hao planning to do? Sensing Gongwani's fear, Wang Hao picked up the iron rod from the ground, idly twirling it as he drawled, "Tell me in 10 seconds, if you don't speak, which side of your face should I slash? The left or the right? How dare you?" Gongwani panicked. But Wang Hao just chuckled softly. "I've killed people before, do you really think I wouldn't dare slash your face a few times?" One sentence shattered Gongwani's defenses completely. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What exactly do you want to know?" Wang Hao replied coldly, "Tell me everything you know about Wu Qingfeng." Gongwani's body trembled slightly. I don't know anything. He just kept me as his mistress, made me bear his son, frequently visited to favor me, and gave me a lot of money." Wang Hao snorted coldly. "Refusing to tell the truth, are you?" As he spoke, the iron rod in his hand whirled. In an instant, the sharp tip was mere inches from Gongwani's face. Gongwani was so terrified she nearly wet herself, her voice trembling. "I really don't know anything. All I know is, he's incredibly powerful. He has many powerful men around him, comparable to this one. But even if they all join forces, they still wouldn't be his match." Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. According to the intelligence he'd previously obtained, Wu Qingfeng likely didn't come from a martial arts lineage and had few opportunities to cultivate into a formidable fighter. He likely only became powerful after coming into contact with that organization over the years. Could it be drugs? A thought suddenly struck Wang Hao. Wu Qingfeng and Xiaoyun had been missing for quite some time. Their departure this time might just be to test the medicine. That man's strength earlier was at least equivalent to an ordinary entry-level martial artist. Wu Qingfeng had already been able to take on multiple opponents single-handedly against these martial artists enhanced by drugs under his command. He was likely already at the master level. And above master level lies the realm of grandmasters. Grandmasters are few and far between in the entire dragon nation. They represent the pinnacle of their profession. That organization actually intended to mass-produce grandmasters using drugs? The thought sent a chill down Wang Hao's spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. Chapter 34, What I Care About. Wang Hao was already a top-tier powerhouse. Yet even he could not ignore the threat posed by a grandmaster. They were the pinnacle of existence beneath the war gods. Normally, grandmasters were exceedingly rare. A single city might not even produce one. But what if that organization could mass-produce them through drugs? Then no matter how many limitations these individuals faced, sheer numbers alone could overwhelm you. He suddenly understood why they targeted him to hinder the United Council. By stalling them and buying time for this organization to develop these drugs, they could truly rise to the pinnacle of the world. They could even overturn the entire existing order. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao forced himself to steady his emotions. His gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Gongwani, his voice icy. "Remember this," he said. "You and your worthless son are unworthy of attending Mengmeng's kindergarten. Next time we meet, I won't mind sending you both to reunite underground." With that, Wang Hao casually tossed a surveillance device into Gong Wanni's blind spot before turning and walking out. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Gong Wanni clutched Wu Kailai, who was cowering on the floor, terrified out of his wits, tightly to her chest and swallowed hard. She knew that no matter how much resentment she harbored, all she could do now was wait. Only when Wu Qingfeng returned could she exact her revenge. Gritting her teeth, a cold glint flashed in Gong Wanni's eyes. "I'll just let you scum live a few more days." Wang Hao paid no heed to Gong Wanni's fury. Upon returning home, he immediately called Shadow, instructing him to keep a close watch on Gong Wanni and report any developments immediately. But just as Wang Hao hung up, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Opening the door, Wang Hao looked at Chu Xiaoyun standing there and asked curiously, "What's up?" Chu Xiaoyun whispered, "I didn't bring any belongings when I left the Chu residence earlier. I need to buy some clothes and such. Could you drive me there?" Her tone carried a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Wang Hao finally understood. He quickly replied, "Sure, let's go right now. You can buy whatever you want, I'll cover it. Wait here, I'll go get the car." Watching Wang Hao's slightly nervous figure, Chu Xiaoyun felt a faint stir in her heart. Ever since returning, Wang Hao had maintained an icy aloofness. Yet only in her presence did he reveal this nervous side. Perhaps deep down, he still held a place for her? Soon, the two drove straight to a nearby mall. Wang Hao had intended to take Chu Xiaoyun to buy some high-end brand clothing, but she showed no interest whatsoever. From start to finish, she only looked at affordable, everyday brands. For anything slightly pricier, Chu Xiaoyun didn't even feel the urge to step inside. This left Wang Hao both helpless and heartbroken. But he understood this was trauma accumulated over 5 years, something that would take time to heal. Soon, the two of them walked out of the mall carrying large and small bags. Besides Chu Xiaoyun's clothes, they also bought some for Mengmeng. Compared to shopping for herself, Chu Xiaoyun was more willing to splurge on Mengmeng's clothes. Still, overall, their purchases remained within the average person's budget, without many extravagant items. As they made their way out with their bags, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Chu Xiaoyun?" Both froze, turning their heads to look, surprise flashing in their eyes. The figure not far away was none other than Tan Yunjun. That day at the sales office, Tan Yunjun had offended Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun, leading Mo Tao to fire her on the spot, costing her her job. But this woman had some resourcefulness. In just 2 days, she had managed to hook up with an obviously wealthy older man. Now, she was clinging to the arm of a man clearly over 50, looking quite intimate. Even Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head silently. This woman truly had no bottom. Tan Yunjun, however, wore an expression of pure arrogance. She shot Wang Hao a cold stare and sneered, "Humph. When you first threw down 100 million, I thought you were some big shot. But after checking? Turns out you're just some good-for-nothing fresh out of prison. You were still wearing prison garb before you even went to buy that house. I'd wager that money isn't exactly clean either. Chu Xiaoyun, I wonder how many more days you'll be able to stay in that villa. You haven't even lived in that villa for 2 days, and soon your whole family will be eating prison food together." Tan Yunjun's face was thick with scorn. But Chu Xiaoyun couldn't be bothered to respond, turning to leave. Tan Yunjun called out loudly, "Chu Xiaoyun, did you see my man? Qin Liangyu, one of Jiangling's wealthiest businessmen. His fortune isn't any less than yours, Chu family. Look at the man you've chosen, then look at the man I've chosen. Who's more accomplished? Isn't it obvious?" At her words, a sly smile touched Qin Liang's lips. He stepped forward, glaring at Chu Xiaoyun. "A lowly whore like you? How dare you compare yourself to Yunjun? A whore like her, kneeling on the ground for me to toy with? I wouldn't even bother." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Bam! Wang Hao's fist slammed into his face, instantly swelling his right eye. Blood began to trickle out. And Wang Hao's icy voice echoed slowly into his ears. "If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut." With that, Wang Hao grabbed Chu Xiaoyun and dragged her out. Qin Liangyu clutched his eye, his expression shifting repeatedly, yet he dared not utter a word. Wang Hao had only just been released from prison. A man like that, if pushed too far, who knows what he might do. But watching their retreating figures, Tan Yunjun couldn't hold back any longer. She charged straight at them, pointing an accusing finger as she shouted, "Chu Xiaoyun, tomorrow night is our high school reunion. If you've got the guts, show up. Then I'll make you see just how far behind you are compared to me." Chu Xiaoyun paid her no mind, not even pausing her steps. High school classmates? After her downfall, she had consulted nearly everyone. Not a single one was willing to lend a hand. In her heart, these people had long since lost any reason to maintain a relationship. But Tan Yunjun only pressed her further. "Chu Xiaoyun, if you don't go, I'll tell everyone you married a murderer, a rapist, a sicko. And you bore him a bastard child. I'll tell them you won't last long before you're locked up. You're nothing but a cheap whore. Once you're locked up, they might even dig up your past prostitution records. If I dare not go, I'll make sure you're disgraced and humiliated beyond redemption." Chu Xiaoyun remained indifferent. But Wang Hao suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head, gazing coldly at Tan Yinjun. "We'll go. Hope you don't regret it." With that, Wang Hao pulled Chu Xiaoyun away. Chu Xiaoyun stood there for a long moment before snapping back to reality. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Why did you agree to her?" "I don't care what she said, and I don't care what those people think of me." Before she could finish, Wang Hao softly interrupted her. "But I do." Chapter 35, Mengmeng's Kick. "But I care." Those four simple words left Chu Xiaoyun frozen in place. She could feel Wang Hao's sincerity. Deep down, he truly cared about all of this. He wouldn't tolerate anyone gossiping about Chu Xiaoyun behind her back. She was his woman, and he would protect her with his own hands. Chu Xiaoyun stared at Wang Hao, her mouth agape. After a long silence, she finally gave a bitter smile and nodded gently. Though she said nothing, a warm current stirred within her heart. She suddenly realized that with Wang Hao back, her life might truly change forever. Looking at Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao spoke again with a serious expression. "Xiaoyun, I know you've always been someone who avoids things. For you, these past 5 years meant having no one to protect you. You avoided any trouble you could. That was the only way you could protect Mengmeng. I get it. But things are different now." His words carried unwavering conviction. Chu Xiaoyun froze, momentarily lost for words. But then Wang Hao looked at her with utter sincerity. "Now, I'm by your side. No matter what happens, don't run away. Any problem, we'll face it together and solve it. I don't want anything to become a source of anxiety that might affect you and Mengmeng in the future. Every problem that arises, we'll tackle it head on the moment it surfaces. Okay?" Staring at Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun froze for a long moment before finally whispering, "Can we really do this?" Avoiding it. As Wang Hao had said, this was the only choice for her in the past. She wanted to solve those problems too, but she couldn't. Only by running away could she protect her and Mengmeng's lives. Yet now, Wang Hao was telling her there might be a better option. How could this not excite her? Wang Hao gave a slight smile and nodded gently. "Trust me." Chu Xiaoyun remained silent for a long while before finally murmuring a soft Still, a lingering doubt remained in the depths of her heart. Could this really work? Around 3 in the afternoon, the two went together to pick Mengmeng up from school. On her first day of school, Mengmeng hadn't cried at all. Instead, she seemed incredibly excited. The other children in her class also adored Mengmeng, this adorable, pretty, and well-behaved new student. When Wang Hao and the others came to pick her up, several children waved goodbye to Mengmeng. But just as the three were about to get into the car, Lu Dan suddenly ran up to them. "Momo's dad. Wait a moment." Seeing Lu Dan panting, Wang Hao was a bit surprised. "Teacher Lu? What's wrong?" Lu Dan was a very beautiful female teacher. With long hair, glasses, and a slender, tall figure, she embodied the gentle and graceful appearance of a classic Jiangnan woman. Paired with a white blouse and jeans, she exuded an air of efficiency. Looking at Wang Hao, Lu Dan said solemnly, "Mr. Wang, I need to discuss Wu Kailai with you. After all, his father is the lord of Wu City. The way you treated him this morning. I'm afraid." Before she could finish, Wang Hao let out a sharp, cold snort. "No need to worry. I'll handle this matter myself." Lu Dan's eyes widened in alarm. "Mr. Wang. Mengmeng is so adorable. I hope you'll take responsibility for her. I won't let Mengmeng suffer any harm. Especially not because of her father's irresponsibility." Lu Dan's words were stern. But Wang Hao didn't get angry. He knew Lu Dan was worried about Mengmeng too. Looking at Lu Dan, Wang Hao's voice was calm yet unwavering. "If anyone so much as touches a hair on Mengmeng's head, I'll make them pay with their life." With that, Wang Hao pulled Mengmeng into the car and drove away. Lu Dan stood at the doorway, covering her mouth, her body trembling slightly. Though Wang Hao had spoken lightly, she had clearly sensed the intense killing intent radiating from him. It was the threat of death. Though not directed at her, it still felt like she was standing at the gates of hell. Wang Hao. Who exactly was he? Could it be that he truly held Wu Qingfeng in such low regard? Upon returning home, Wang Hao didn't dwell on these thoughts. He chatted with Mengmeng, and after washing up, asked Chu Xiaoyun to take Mengmeng to bed. He bid Mengmeng good night and prepared to leave. But just then, Mengmeng suddenly pouted, "I don't want to. I want both daddy and mommy to sleep with me." At these words, Chu Xiaoyun's face instantly flushed crimson. She stammered, "Meng, don't say such things." I. What's wrong with that?" Mengmeng pouted. "At kindergarten, all the other kids' parents sleep together. I want you two to sleep together too, or else I won't have a dad. I don't want to be without a daddy." Chu Xiaoyun didn't quite know how to counter Mengmeng's argument. Wang Hao, however, spoke calmly, "Mengmeng, the bed isn't big enough. Daddy's afraid he'll kick you while sleeping at night. Then you can sleep on the floor. You have to stay in this room anyway." Mengmeng looked utterly convinced. Wang Hao was momentarily speechless, exchanging a glance with Chu Xiaoyun. After a long silence, Chu Xiaoyun sighed helplessly. "Then you'll just have to make do on the floor." "Fine." Wang Hao nodded repeatedly. When he looked back at Mengmeng, she raised an eyebrow at him, her expression brimming with anticipation for praise. For a moment, Wang Hao felt both amused and exasperated. The emotional damage he had inflicted on Chu Xiaoyun back then was now being repaired by Mengmeng. Still, with Mengmeng stirring things up like this, Wang Hao found himself naturally drifting off to sleep inside the house. Though they were merely sleeping on the floor, they were sharing a room once more. Chu Xiaoyun felt a bit nervous too, but since one was on the bed and the other on the floor, it was safe enough. She soon drifted off to sleep. Listening to Chu Xiaoyun's breathing, Wang Hao was about to close his eyes and rest. But just then, he froze. Mengmeng wasn't asleep yet? And the little one was still moving? What was going on? As Wang Hao pondered, Mengmeng had already crept up behind Chu Xiaoyun. With a mischievous chuckle, she delivered a swift kick right to Chu Xiaoyun's rear. Ah! Startled awake, Chu Xiaoyun let out a startled cry and tumbled backward, crashing heavily onto Wang Hao. In an instant, the two were locked in an embrace. Chu Xiaoyun felt her mind go completely blank, her body trembling with nervousness as sweat began to break out on her skin. Wang Hao held his breath instantly, his face flushing crimson. Chu Xiaoyun was pressed completely against him now. He could even feel her breath and the warmth radiating from their skin touching. Her sweet, red lips were mere inches from his own. Chu Xiaoyun frantically tried to scramble to her feet, and Wang Hao didn't have the heart to stop her. But the more frantic she became, the harder it was for her to rise. After finally managing to stand, her foot slipped, and she fell right back onto Wang Hao. This time, Wang Hao felt darkness engulf his vision as his breath completely stopped. He was nearly suffocated by those two mountains. Chapter 36:0? You look down on Su Qi? Chu Xiaoyun grew increasingly tense. Her legs felt like jelly, making even standing difficult. Yet sensing Wang Hao's increasingly heavy breathing, she forced her trembling body back onto the bed, gasping for air, her forehead glistening with sweat from the tension. The two of them hadn't touched each other in a full 5 years. 5 years had fostered a sense of unfamiliarity and novelty between them. That sudden contact made Chu Xiaoyun feel as if she'd slipped back 6 years, reliving the heart-pounding sensation of their first intimate moment. She couldn't help but glance at Mengmeng, who was grinning foolishly nearby. It made her grind her teeth in frustration, yet she was utterly helpless. That Mengmeng. Who treats their own mother like that? Early the next morning, Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun dropped Mengmeng off at kindergarten. Wang Hao slipped a GPS tracker into Mengmeng's pocket. That way, if Mengmeng ever got into trouble, he could easily find her. Lu Dan was extremely warm toward Mengmeng. Although Wang Hao's words and actions made her feel a bit awkward, whenever she saw Mengmeng's smiling face, even Lu Dan's deepest worries would melt away into boundless affection. With Lu Dan looking after her, Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun felt at ease. After returning home, Chu Xiaoyun immediately began doing housework. In the spacious villa, she cleaned every nook and cranny, sweating profusely and struggling to straighten her back from the exhaustion. This made Wang Hao frown slightly. Shouldn't we hire a housekeeper? He had brought Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng to live in the villa for them to enjoy, not for Chu Xiaoyun to clean. But Chu Xiaoyun shook her head. No, that would feel too unreal. Doing the cleaning myself makes me feel more at ease. Wang Hao stood there with his mouth agape for a moment before finally letting out a bitter laugh and saying nothing more. For Chu Xiaoyun, accepting all this completely right now was still a bit too difficult. The scars of 5 years wouldn't fade so easily. All Wang Hao could do was stay by her side. With that thought, Wang Hao helped Chu Xiaoyun clean until past 2 in the afternoon. Only then did they each take a shower and prepare to pick up Mengmeng. Tonight, Chu Xiaoyun was attending the high school reunion Tan Yunjun had mentioned, so she took a little time to freshen up. Though it was only a light touch of makeup, the allure was enough to make Wang Hao's breathing quicken uncontrollably. This woman possessed a beauty that was impossible to resist. 5 years had passed, and while time had left its mark on her, in Wang Hao's eyes, she was forever the most beautiful. Compared to yesterday, Mengmeng was clearly in a much better mood today. She had become good friends with many children in the class. When Lu Dan walked her out, she felt a bit reluctant to part with this little angel. She had never met a child as kind and adorable as Mengmeng. Her childhood experiences hadn't made Mengmeng withdrawn, instead, they made her cherish everything she had now even more. She greeted everyone with a smile. No one could help but adore such a child. However, upon seeing Wang Hao, Mengmeng instantly turned into a clingy little girl, insisting he pick her up. With no other choice, Wang Hao held Mengmeng in his arms in the backseat while Chu Xiaoyun drove them to their dinner destination. 5 p.m. Outside a farm in the western suburbs of Jiangling. This gathering was hosted by Tan Yunjun, held at the Feng family's farmstead in the Qin Mountains. Jiangling wasn't a major city, and the overall living standards of its residents were average. Most of the classmates arriving drove family cars worth around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan or took taxis. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth over 500,000 yuan pulled up, instantly drawing the attention of many. Soon, Tan Yunjun and Qin Liangyu stepped out of the car. A girl immediately approached them, her face brimming with envy. "Yun, you've really made it big. Driving a Mercedes E-Class now? Tan Yunjun beamed with pride. Thanks to my wonderful husband. He bought this for me brand new, just purchased. The crowd grew even more envious. Back in the day, Tan Yunjun hadn't been particularly outstanding, so seeing her doing so well now naturally made many people wonder. Just then, a Cayenne suddenly sped up and slammed on the brakes right in front of the group. Inside the car, Chu Xiaoyun was still feeling a bit nervous. If not for Wang Hao warning her to slow down just now, she might have crashed right into them. Stepping out, she immediately apologized to the students ahead. Sorry, I was driving too fast. Chu Xiaoyun was genuinely apologetic. But Tan Yunjun's expression darkened involuntarily. In her eyes, Chu Xiaoyun had come to humiliate her. She drives a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, yet Chu Xiaoyun drives a Cayenne? Was she deliberately trying to outdo her? Feeling the envious stares of her classmates, Tan Yunjun grew even more furious. She snorted coldly. Chu Xiaoyun, you're destined to be nothing more than a man's chauffeur for the rest of your life. This car is clearly old. Did you find some random guy to drive you around? Chu Xiaoyun retorted coldly, mind your own business. Wang Hao responded indifferently, it's just a car. What's wrong with giving it to Xiaoyun? Tan Yunjun scoffed, gift? It's still a used car. But it suits her perfectly. A used piece of junk who takes 4 years to find a sucker after popping out a bastard. She deserves nothing but a used car. Wang Hao replied indifferently, even if it is secondhand, it seems to be quite a bit more expensive than yours, isn't it? What gives you the right to criticize? You. Tan Yunjun clenched her fists, yet found herself at a loss for words. This Cayenne is last year's model. It couldn't have been bought more than a year ago. Even the base model would fetch over 1 million yuan on the used market. Not to mention, it clearly had plenty of optional extras. She drives a Mercedes E-Class worth 500,000 yuan. What right does she have to say anything? But at that moment, Qin Liangyu, who had remained silent, suddenly snorted coldly. Pretentious. I was wondering how a convict could afford such a luxury car. Turns out, it's not even yours. You probably rented it just to show off. At that remark, Tan Yunjun couldn't help but burst out laughing. I knew it. How could a convict like you dare splurge on a luxury car? Chu Xiaoyun, see that? That's the car he rented. How much does it cost per day? Several thousand, right? You're really willing to shell out that much just to show off. The other students couldn't help but shake their heads. Renting a car to show off and getting called out? How utterly embarrassing. But Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. He calmly looked at Qin Liangyu nearby and said indifferently, since you've already found out this car isn't mine, I suppose you've also discovered who the owner is? Qin Liangyu sneered, who the owner is has nothing to do with me. Someone who buys a luxury car only to rent it out to others, what kind of big shot could that be? Still just a loser. Wang Hao's expression remained composed. Oh? So in your eyes, Su Qi is that insignificant? What about Su Qi? Qin Liangyu's expression instantly changed. Watching Qin Liangyu's flustered expression, Wang Hao spoke slowly, do you really think Su Qi would need to rent out his own car? How about I tell him you called him a piece of trash? Maybe he'll want to have a little chat with you? Chapter 37, I can make you unemployable. Tan Yunjun clearly hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation yet. She snorted coldly, her face brimming with disdain. What are you playing at? So what if he finds out? It's just a crappy Cayenne. Do you think my husband can't afford it? My husband just keeps a low profile. Honey, isn't that right? Shut up. Qin Liangyu nearly choked on his own blood. He may look down on Wang Hao, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. Who was Su Qi? As someone who'd been around in Jianling, he knew exactly who he was. Even if he secretly thought Su Qi was just a thug, offending him? That was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do. He neither wanted nor dared to cross someone who danced on the edge of a knife. And the name on that car's registration, it really did spell out Su Qi. He'd been so focused on checking if it was Wang Hao's name that he hadn't considered this possibility at all. Only now, after Wang Hao mentioned it, did it suddenly click. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Su Qi's car proved nothing. In his view, Wang Hao was most likely Su Qi's underling. Wang Hao had probably served 5 years in prison for Su Qi or the big shot behind Su Qi. Now that he was out, Su Qi had given him a large sum of money and lent him a car, that was all. As for Wang Hao being some big shot? Give me a break. Had anyone ever seen a big shot walking around in prison garb? Before this, Wang Hao had spent half a day on the street wearing a prison uniform. Plenty of people saw him. Thinking of this, Qin Liangyu remarked coldly, it's just a car. It doesn't prove anything. Everyone, let's go inside and eat. The food will get cold soon. Saying this, he pulled Tan Yunjun inside. Tan Yunjun was momentarily stunned. Husband. Su Qi is someone you don't want to cross. Keep your mouth shut, don't give them any ammunition. Qin Liangyu lowered his voice. Don't worry. That Wang Hao is probably just one of Su Qi's underlings. As long as it doesn't implicate Su Qi, we can do whatever we want to him. We'll have plenty of chances to make him pay later. Tan Yunjun wasn't stupid. She nodded quickly in agreement, her gaze toward Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun growing colder. Let them enjoy themselves for now. Soon enough, she'd make them pay. Seeing this, the others followed inside. Mengmeng stayed close to Wang Hao and whispered, "Daddy, what are they doing? Why are they talking so mean?" Wang Hao smiled, ruffling Mengmeng's hair as he whispered, "Mengmeng, just focus on enjoying the delicious food. Leave the rest to Daddy. Even if the sky falls, Daddy will hold it up. You don't need to worry, Mengmeng." Mengmeng immediately nodded with a smile. Chu Xiaoyun, however, glanced at Wang Hao uneasily. That Qin Liangyu seems capable, and this is his turf. Wang Hao, you. Wang Hao shook his head with a smile. Don't worry. I promise I'll handle everything today. From now on, I'll make sure he and that Tan Yunjun never dare bother you again. If Qin Liangyu knows when to back down, I'll spare his life. But if he still harbors resentment, then he can go to hell. The world won't miss him. As for Tan Yunjun, last time, Wang Hao had already given her a chance. After today, Tan Yunjun's existence will no longer be needed in this world. Qin Liangyu had made thorough preparations today. As a man past 50, he knew it took real substance to win the affection of these young women. Now that he had the chance to impress Tan Yunjun's classmates, Qin Liangyu brought out the finest dishes the place had to offer. Not just simple farm produce, but also numerous delicacies from land and sea, things ordinary people could never afford to eat. A rough estimate put the total cost of this spread at well over 100,000 yuan. Some items couldn't even be bought with money, only the privileged elite had the privilege to eat them. This made Wang Hao shake his head inwardly. Qin Liangyu was willing to spend over 100,000 yuan on a meal for appearances, yet he only bought Tan Yunjun a car worth just over 500,000 yuan. Clearly, he hadn't lost his mind. His relationship with Tan Yunjun was likely just a fling, nothing deeply meaningful. A little money was all it took, no need to pay such a high price. In fact, Chu Xiaoyun's looks and charm far surpassed Tan Yunjun's. If he had the chance to get his hands on Chu Xiaoyun, he wouldn't hesitate to dump Tan Yunjun. Qin Liangyu introduced each dish one by one, his gaze repeatedly lingering on Chu Xiaoyun. Tan Yunjun beamed proudly, "Honey, you're so amazing. Being with you is truly my blessing." As she spoke, Tan Yunjun deliberately pressed close to Qin Liangyu, her posture a clear declaration of ownership. But when she glanced toward Chu Xiaoyun, her expression instantly darkened. Chu Xiaoyun hadn't acknowledged her at all. Ever since sitting down, Chu Xiaoyun had been feeding Mengmeng, who was eating with her mouth full, her face beaming with satisfaction. This only fueled Tan Yunjun's anger. She hadn't come here today to treat Mengmeng to a meal. Besides, at Qin Liangfeng's age and physical condition, his virility was long gone. Getting her pregnant was practically impossible. Was Chu Xiaoyun actually showing off her child? Wasn't this deliberately trying to provoke her? With that thought, Tan Yunjun wrapped her arms around Qin Liangfeng's arm and murmured coquettishly, "Honey, tell me, is there any young person here today who stands a chance of reaching your level someday?" This remark was clearly aimed at Wang Hao. Qin Liangfeng immediately sneered coldly. "Do you have any idea how much money I spent to build this farm? Over 100 million. And I keep pouring money into it every year. Most crucially, this isn't an investment, it's purely for my personal enjoyment. Some people could never achieve this in their entire lives. Am I right, Mr. Wang?" Wang Hao froze for a moment upon hearing this, then couldn't help but laugh. "So in your eyes, opening a farm is some great achievement? Ridiculous." Qin Liangfeng snorted coldly. "Not a big achievement? Go ahead and start one yourself if you think you can." Wang Hao sneered with disdain. "My goal in making money isn't to find another plot of land to farm myself. Didn't you farm enough in your past life that you want to continue in this one?" Qin Liangfeng's face darkened with anger at Wang Hao's words. But he quickly regained his composure, sneering coldly, "What a silver tongue. I bet you're just spouting this nonsense because you don't have the guts to start a farm yourself, right?" Tan Yunjun sneered venomously, "Wang Hao, stop pretending. Aren't you tired of it? My husband's farm is right here, a shining example. If you've got the guts, build one just like it. If not, shut your mouth. What are you pretending for?" Their back-to-back remarks cast a slightly oppressive chill over the room. Everyone except Mengmeng, who was still shoveling food into her mouth, had set down their chopsticks and bowls, their expressions complex. But Wang Hao remained utterly calm. Turning to Qin Liangfeng, he said calmly, "Opening a farm is fine, but I'm not interested. But I can make sure your farm doesn't last." Chapter 38, Next Life, remember to keep your eyes open. "I can make sure this place doesn't last." One sentence, and Qin Liangfeng's expression changed instantly. Yet the panic lingered on his face for less than 3 seconds before he let out a heavy, cold snort. "Kid, you think you're Su Qi? You think I'll shut down just because you say so?" "Put." A torrent of words. Wang Hao replied calmly. "Whether it's just talk or the real deal, why not give it a try?" "Try it?" Qin Liangfeng looked at Wang Hao with surprise. "What do you mean?" Wang Hao dialed Su Qi's number without hesitation. I'm at a farm called Qin Liangyu. Bring some people over. He's crossed me. Without waiting for Su Qi's response, Wang Hao hung up the phone. Qin Liangyu's laughter grew even more maniacal. You're just one of Su Qi's minions, and you dare talk to Su Qi like that? Kid, your act is way too phony. Besides, even if Su Qi really shows up, so what? Do you really think I, Qin Liangyu, am afraid of him? If Su Qi wants to make an enemy of Qin Liangyu, he'll have to pay a heavy price. For your sake? He'd never pay such a price. Kid, you're overestimating yourself and Su Qi too. Tan Yunjun beside him wore a look of utter scorn. Wang Hao, what do you think you are? Talking to Su Qi like that? Do you even dare? Do you even deserve it? Didn't that call of yours even go through? Or were you just putting on airs with some stranger? Wang Hao chuckled bitterly. He hadn't expected these two to think that way. But he couldn't be bothered to argue. Whether it's real or not, he said indifferently, we'll find out soon enough. I doubt Su Qi will be too late. Seeing Wang Hao's unruffled demeanor, Tan Yunjun couldn't help but snort coldly. So you like to put on airs? Fine, I'll just wait and see. I'll be damned if I don't see how you explain yourself when midnight strikes and Su Qi still hasn't shown up. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Then, the door was shoved open. Seeing the figure at the doorway, Tan Yunjun's face betrayed a hint of disgust. The man's appearance was downright sleazy. Combined with his short stature, he looked like a shifty-eyed crook, utterly unlikable. But beside her, Qin Liangyu's expression changed instantly. This shabby figure was none other than the man whose name sent shivers down the spines of countless influential figures in Jianling City. Su Qi. Had he truly come for Wang Hao? After a moment's hesitation, however, he spoke coldly. Mr. Su Qi, I never expected you to actually show up today. But let me make one thing clear, this man has offended my woman, Qin Liangyu. Even if he is your subordinate, I hope you will step back on this matter. After all, this involves my woman. Is it worth antagonizing me over a subordinate? You'd better weigh that yourself. Qin Liangyu's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Clearly, none of them had expected this shabby little man before them to be the legendary Su Qi. Tan Yunjun, after a moment of stunned silence, once again wore an expression of pride. She was Qin Liangyu's woman. Even if Wang Hao could summon Su Qi, so what? Would Su Qi really risk antagonizing Qin Liangyu for the sake of his subordinate? Yet, facing Qin Liangyu's haughty expression, Su Qi paid him no mind whatsoever. He walked straight to Wang Hao's side, instantly plastering on a fawning smile as he bowed low. Mr. Wang, you sought me out? With that single sentence, the entire room fell into dead silence. No one expected Su Qi to grovel so lowly before Wang Hao. Wang Hao's expression remained calm as he said, close this farmstead. No problem. Su Qi nodded immediately, then turned to Qin Liangyu beside him and said coldly, will you close it yourself, or shall I do it for you? Qin Liangyu's expression shifted repeatedly. He never imagined Su Qi would adopt such an attitude in Wang Hao's presence. Who exactly was this Wang Hao? Countless questions flooded Qin Liangyu's mind. Yet he still refused to bow his head. With so many people present today, if he were to bow his head now, where would his dignity lie? Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a cold, icy tone, Mr. Su Qi. This man has shown disrespect to my woman. No matter what, I cannot bow to him today. That would be slapping my own face. Mr. Su Qi may possess formidable strength and immense influence, but think again if you believe destroying the Qin family will be so easy. When the time comes, Mr. Su Qi will pay a heavy price for this. Mr. Su Qi, do you truly believe this is worth it? Qin Liangyu's words momentarily stunned Su Qi, but he soon burst into a cold laugh. What's a little skin? Serving Mr. Wang is a matter of life and death. I, Su Qi, won't hesitate for a second. Shut this place down or let the Qin family vanish from Jiangling altogether, the choice is yours. With that single sentence, the entire room fell silent. Qin Liangyu's expression darkened to an extreme degree. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Who exactly is Wang Hao? That foolish Tan Yunjun, just who did she offend? But regardless, it was clear he couldn't possibly take on Wang Hao for Tan Yunjun's sake today. Otherwise, forget about a mere farmstead, the entire Qin family would be doomed. With that thought, he closed his eyes and groaned in anguish, I'll shut this place down myself. Husband. Tan Yunjun was instantly thrown into a panic. If Qin Liangyu backed down, wouldn't she lose completely today, losing all face? She refused to accept it. But Qin Liangyu gritted his teeth and snapped, shut the hell up. One more word, and I swear I'll kill you. All because of that damn Tan Yunjun. If it weren't for this offending Wang Hao, he wouldn't have lost this farmstead for nothing today. Tan Yunjun froze in shock. Staring at Qin Liangyu, she stammered in panic, you're actually cursing me? How could you? You. Before Qin Liangyu could respond, Wang Hao's voice drifted over, Mr. Qin, do you still intend to keep this woman by your side? That single sentence instantly snapped Qin Liangyu back to reality. Keeping Tan Yunjun, this source of trouble, around meant he might die one day without even knowing why. The thought struck him, and he immediately declared, "No. From this day forward, I have no connection whatsoever with this person." His gaze shifted directly to Tan Yunjun. "What are you staring at? Get out. I'm taking back everything I ever gave you. Dare to take back a single thing, and I'll have someone kill you, you." Qin Liangyu's sudden reversal plunged Tan Yunjun into utter despair. She couldn't help but scream, "Qin Liangyu! How could you do this to me? I'm your woman. You'll get what's coming to you for this." Kicking her was bad enough, but now he wanted to take everything back? Then wouldn't her prized handbag and car be gone too? She refused to accept it. But before Qin Liangyu could speak, Suchi let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. "Whether Mr. Qin gets his just desserts is none of your concern, you dying man. Once you're in hell, remember to grow proper eyes when you're reincarnated next time." Chapter 39, Chu Xiaoyun's Arrest. Hell. The moment those 3 words left his lips, Tan Yunjuan's face instantly contorted with terror. The anger from moments ago vanished in an instant, replaced by endless panic. Death. This was something she had never even considered before. She couldn't help but cry out, "You can't do this. You can't kill someone. It's against the law. Illegal?" Su Qi laughed. "Laws are meant to restrain trash like you, not me. Take him away." "No." Tan Yunjun knelt directly on the ground, her hands clutching Qin Liangfeng's calf desperately. "Husband, you can't abandon me. I beg you, don't abandon me. Get lost." Qin Liangfeng kicked Tan Yunjun to the ground, his eyes cold. "Don't ever call me husband again. It disgusts me." Tan Yunjun knelt on the ground, her mouth agape, trembling violently with panic. The more Qin Liangfeng had once doted on her, the more ruthless and heartless he was now in abandoning her. Scanning the room, Tan Yunjuan's gaze finally settled on Chu Xiaoyun. Crawling and scrambling, she reached Chu Xiaoyun, clutching her legs and kneeling before her, banging her head repeatedly on the ground. "Xiaoyun, I was wrong before. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. I beg you, please forgive me. Tell your man not to kill me, please don't kill me. As long as you let me live, I'll do anything. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. From now on, I'll be your dog. I beg you." Seeing Tan Yunjun reduced to such a pathetic state, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Had Wang Hao not possessed such formidable power today, she couldn't even imagine what might have befallen her. Tan Yunjun was no pushover. But they were classmates, after all. Seeing Tan Yunjuan's pitiful state after being cast aside, Chu Xiaoyun's tender heart simply couldn't bring itself to be cruel. Thinking this, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Wang Hao. Feeling Chu Xiaoyun's gaze, Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle to himself. Though Chu Xiaoyun hadn't said a word, he knew clearly that her heart had softened. This kind-hearted woman, even when the world treated her like hell, her heart remained gentle and benevolent. Looking at Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyun, if you let her off today, she will surely come back to trouble you in the future. This person cannot be trusted." Chu Xiaoyun's smile was tinged with bitterness. "But she's begging me." Wang Hao sighed. He knew Chu Xiaoyun had already made her decision. His gaze fixed on Tan Yunjun, Wang Hao's voice turned as cold as ice. "I spare your life today. But next time, if you dare to harm Xiaoyun or Mengmeng in the slightest, I'll make you understand what consequences are far more terrifying than death. Get out." Those words instantly plunged Tan Yunjun into a fear akin to death itself. She scrambled out, her face ashen white. When Wang Hao spoke those words, a bone-chilling aura emanated from him, directed solely at her. That aura filled her with a terror beyond words. She knew it was Wang Hao who had taken everything from her. She would find Wang Hao and take revenge. Revenge on Chu Xiaoyun. Even seek revenge on Mengmeng. But no matter how many thoughts raced through her mind, she had to hide them all right now. Otherwise, Wang Hao would surely kill her. Gritting her teeth, Tan Yunjuan's eyes grew icy. "Wang Hao, if you've got the guts, protect Chu Xiaoyun for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll avenge today's humiliation sooner or later." Sooner or later. Watching Tan Yunjun leave, Wang Hao glanced at Mengmeng, who was patting her full belly after finishing her meal. He said indifferently, "Everyone, feel free to continue eating. Mr. Qin can close up after they're done. Our family will be heading out now." With that, Wang Hao took Chu Xiaoyun's hand, scooped up Mengmeng, and walked out. Watching their retreating figures, everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly to themselves. Eat? How could they possibly have the appetite for it? Back home, Chu Xiaoyun still felt a bit dazed. Wang Hao had truly resolved everything. When Wang Hao agreed to attend this gathering last night, she had even blamed him. But after he truly resolved everything cleanly, she finally understood she had underestimated Wang Hao's capabilities, and she had underestimated that Su Qi, who looked like nothing more than a petty thief. He was a figure powerful enough to strike fear into Qin Liangfeng. Even her own father would likely be no match for him. And yet, that very man had groveled before Wang Hao like a lowly servant. Wang Hao's capabilities far exceeded her wildest imagination. Now, leaving Mengmeng inside watching TV, Chu Xiaoyun approached Wang Hao on her own. I want to go back to work. Work? Wang Hao froze, momentarily lost for words. With his capabilities, why would Chu Xiaoyun need to work? To put it bluntly, even if Chu Xiaoyun worked her entire life, she couldn't possibly amass even a tenth of his current wealth. Yet as she looked at Wang Hao, a faint, helpless smile touched her lips. I know what you mean. You want to support me for life, and you have the means to do so. But Wang Hao, I just don't feel secure. I need to create value with my own hands. Only then can I feel grounded. Everything I have now feels too ephemeral and intangible. Wang Hao was momentarily speechless. He understood exactly what Chu Xiaoyun meant. Only what she earned through her own abilities could she use with a clear conscience. Anything else would leave her feeling uneasy. Yet the thought of Chu Xiaoyun enduring the hardships of the workplace filled Wang Hao with a pang of reluctance. As if reading his thoughts, Chu Xiaoyun smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I'm not foolish. I just want to earn things with my own hands. Without survival pressures, why would I let anyone bully me? And if I do run into trouble, you'll still be there for me, right? At those final words, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile too. Yeah, what about him, Wang Hao? What problem in this world could he, Wang Hao, not solve? If Chu Xiaoyun wanted to do something, she should just go for it. With that thought, Wang Hao nodded gently. Fine. Early the next morning, Wang Hao took Mengmeng to school alone while Chu Xiaoyun stayed home to draft and submit her resume. After all, Chu Xiaoyun was a graduate of a prestigious university. Her academic record had always been outstanding, and with her experience working at the Chu family company, her capabilities were undoubtedly solid. However, having been out of the workforce for 5 years, this gap in her resume made her feel uneasy as she submitted applications. By late afternoon, Chu Xiaoyun finally received an interview invitation. After getting ready, Chu Xiaoyun headed straight to the interview. Wang Hao didn't think much of it. But less than 2 hours after Chu Xiaoyun left home, Wang Hao's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number on the screen, Wang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's thought, he answered the call. Who is this? Fang Yunqing's cold, menacing voice echoed faintly from the other end of the line. Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun is in my hands. If you don't want her dead, come to the Fang residence and beg me on your knees. Chapter 40, Since you've come, you won't be leaving. Fang Yunqing's icy tone instantly drained the color from Wang Hao's face. Chu Xiaoyun captured by the Fang family. Previously, Wang Hao had never taken the Fang family seriously. To him, the Fang family was insignificant. If he wanted to wipe them out, he could do it any time. But Wang Hao never imagined that today, the Fang family would dare to capture Chu Xiaoyun. And their purpose, naturally, was to seek revenge against him, Wang Hao. At that moment, Wang Hao was consumed by rage. Fang Yunsung, you're courting death. I'm courting death? Ha! Fang Yunsung burst into laughter. Wang Hao, if you want Chu Xiaoyun to live, hurry over here and beg me on your knees. Otherwise, I will kill her no. First, I'll find 10,000 beggars to take turns abusing her, leaving her begging for death but unable to die. Once she's been ravaged beyond recognition, no longer fit to be called a woman, then I'll finish her off. By the end of his rant, Fang Yunsung had completely lost his mind. Wang Hao had crippled him. As a man, Wang Hao had crippled his lower body, robbing him forever of the chance to truly be a man. This was an outcome he could never accept. He would exact bloody vengeance. He would make Chu Xiaoyun lose her ability to bear children. And she would be ruined in the most brutal way possible. He would make Wang Hao suffer unbearably. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hao suppressed his raging fury despite his fury. After hanging up, he drove straight to the Fang residence. The entire journey, Wang Hao practically floored the accelerator pedal. He sped like a man possessed, soon arriving at the Fang family's front gate. He didn't even bother to park properly. He slammed his car right into the Fang family's gate. Crash! With a deafening crash, the massive bronze gate was smashed to pieces by Wang Hao. Though the car was now completely wrecked, Wang Hao didn't care. He stepped out of the driver's seat and walked step by step toward the depths of the villa. In the living room, Fang Yunsung was startled. However, upon recognizing Wang Hao's figure, he let out a cold sneer. Stop right there. Wang Hao, mark my words, if you take one more step forward, your woman will die before your very eyes. Fang Yunqing's furious roar made Wang Hao frown. He didn't rush to act, instead standing his ground and scanning the room with his gaze. Over 20 people were present. The majority were concealed in the upstairs hallway, weapons in hand, poised to pounce on him at any moment. Meanwhile, on the living room sofa, Chu Xiaoyun lay bound and gagged on the sofa. Beside her stood Fang Yunsung and Fang Hatao. Fang Yunsheng held a knife pressed against Chu Xiaoyun's throat. Fang Hatao, meanwhile, held a gun in his hand, pointed directly at Chu Xiaoyun's head. Should Wang Hao make any sudden move, they would not hesitate to kill Chu Xiaoyun right here. At that moment, staring at Wang Hao, Fang Yunsheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Hao, you're so cocky. Go ahead, keep acting cocky. Weren't you acting all high and mighty at our place earlier? Didn't you try to kill me? Didn't you try to make me lose my manhood? Now Chu Xiaoyun is in my hands. Go ahead and keep bragging if you dare. You want to kill me? Then Chu Xiaoyun will be my burial companion. That way I won't be lonely in hell. I'll just this to death on the way down. By the end, Fang Yunsung was practically screaming. Ever since Wang Hao crippled him, he'd descended into madness. Especially after realizing he couldn't even scratch Wang Hao in a direct confrontation, it shattered his fragile pride completely. Now, he had no other thoughts. Only one thing occupied his mind. He would make Wang Hao regret it. He would make that man die in regret. And in his eyes, the current situation was utterly hopeless. Wang Hao was utterly powerless, completely at his mercy. Chu Xiaoyun struggled frantically, yet no sound escaped her throat. Her eyes brimmed with tears as her body trembled uncontrollably. She never imagined she would become Wang Hao's weakness, used by others to target him. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly silent. He kept his head bowed, seemingly deep in thought. This infuriated Fang Yunsung, who had been eager to see Wang Hao humiliated. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Wang Hao, starting now, do exactly as I say. First, break your legs. Use that stick lying on the ground over there." Wang Hao glanced over and saw a stick lying on the ground. Clearly, the other side had prepared for this. Today, Fang Yunsheng intended to use Chu Xiaoyun to force him into self-harm right here. But as he looked at Fang Yunsheng, a sudden smile flashed across Wang Hao's previously expressionless face. This smile left everyone stunned. Fang Hatao couldn't help but roar angrily, "What are you laughing at? Kid, haven't you seen the situation clearly today?" "I see it clearly." Wang Hao nodded, his smile growing more contemptuous. "You haven't seen through me at all." "What?" Fang Hatao froze. "What do you mean? Could it be Wang Hao was actually willing to give up Chu Xiaoyun?" Just as everyone froze in shock, Wang Hao's figure vanished instantly from where he stood. Before Fang Hatao and Fang Yunsung could react, Wang Hao grabbed Fang Yunsung's wrist with one hand and snapped it clean off. The knife fell to the ground. Fang Hatao, snapping out of his daze, fired his gun instantly. But, bang! Bullet after bullet struck Wang Hao's back. Before he could react, Wang Hao whipped his head around and delivered a kick straight to his midsection. Arg! A piercing scream erupted instantly. Fang Hatao's gun clattered to the ground. Wang Hao paid him no mind, carrying Chu Xiaoyun out as he kicked the gun over 10 meters away. He tore off the duct tape covering Chu Xiaoyun's mouth and began untying her bonds. But at that moment, Chu Xiaoyun's eyes were completely wet. "No, you've been shot. You need to get checked out, you." Chu Xiaoyun could barely form coherent words, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Her gaze fixed on Wang Hao was filled with heartache. She knew Wang Hao loved her. She had always known. But after 5 long years, how could there not be a trace of resentment deep within her heart? Even those resentful thoughts made her feel that Wang Hao might not love her as much as she thought. But just now, Wang Hao had used his own body to shield her from a bullet. In that moment, Chu Xiaoyun could no longer hold back her tears, breaking down completely. Her own condition was the last thing on her mind now. All she wanted was for Wang Hao to get to the hospital immediately. She couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to him. Watching the terrified and distraught Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao gently patted her back and spoke softly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." His words carried an unusual gentleness, leaving Chu Xiaoyun momentarily dazed. Fine? She had seen him get shot with her own eyes. How could he possibly be fine? But before Wang Hao could explain further, Fang Hatong's cold voice cut through the air once more. "Kid, you think this is over? Still getting all lovey-dovey here? Since you've come today, you're not leaving." With that, Fang Hatao swept his arm dramatically. Instantly, over a dozen figures burst out from the stairwells on every floor above. Each of them held a gun, all aimed squarely at Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun. Chapter 41, Unclosed Eyes. Despite being surrounded by so many gun-wielding men, Wang Hao remained remarkably calm. His gaze fixed coldly on Fang Hatao and Fang Yunsung as his voice rang out, icy and unyielding, "After today, the Fang family will cease to exist in Jiangling." What? At these words, Fang Yunsheng and Fang Hatao both burst into loud laughter. Fang Yunsheng couldn't help but retort, "Wang Hao, you're kidding me, right? Open your eyes. You're the ones about to die. No more Fang family in Jiangling? Are you still half asleep?" Fang Hatao also snorted coldly, "I admit you have some skill, you even saved the Chu Xiaoyun in that mess earlier. But what about now? All these guns are pointed at you. Tell me, how do you plan to survive this?" Both men wore confident expressions, while Chu Xiaoyun showed signs of panic. She finally snapped back to reality. Wang Hao really hadn't been injured just now. In her mind, Wang Hao was likely wearing some kind of bulletproof vest. But the situation was different now. So many people were aiming down at them from above, and Wang Hao's bulletproof vest clearly couldn't protect his entire body. If these men opened fire, they were as good as dead. Chu Xiaoyun didn't mind dying herself. But she didn't want to drag Wang Hao down with her. Sensing Chu Xiaoyun's unease, Wang Hao simply patted her back gently and said softly, "Close your eyes and count to 10, okay?" "What?" Chu Xiaoyun froze, not quite grasping Wang Hao's meaning. At a time like this, why was Wang Hao asking her to count? Yet seeing the sincerity in his expression, Chu Xiaoyun closed her eyes. She knew she had no choice now. Either she trusted Wang Hao, or she waited here to die. Given that, why should she meddle in so many things? Seeing Chu Xiaoyun close her eyes, a flash of murderous intent instantly flickered in Fang Yunseng's eyes. Closing her eyes. This was nothing short of an insult to him. "Kill these two es." Fang Yunseng ordered directly. Almost the instant his words left his mouth, Wang Hao shot forward. His figure shot upward like a streak of light, leaping directly onto the second-story ledge. Before the gun-wielding Fang family henchman could react, Wang Hao's fists already slammed into them. Which was faster, the gun or the fist? Wang Hao was faster. Bang! The successive thuds rang out as densely as gunfire, accompanied by waves of agonized screams. In the blink of an eye, all 20-plus members of the Fang family's entourage were knocked down by Wang Hao. They were all thrown from the upper floor, landing right before Fang Yunseng and Fang Hatao. Their guns were thoroughly disarmed by Wang Hao, piled up in a heap nearby. Most crucially, these 20-plus men had ceased breathing entirely. They were all dead. This scene left both Fang Yunseng and Fang Hatao utterly dumbfounded. They never dreamed Wang Hao could be this powerful. Such tactics were utterly beyond their comprehension. Beside them, Chu Xiaoyun, who had finished counting to 10, hurriedly turned around. But the moment she turned her head, she froze in shock. What was going on? How had all these people been taken care of? Was it Wang Hao? But how could that be possible? She had counted to 10 very quickly, taking only a few seconds. How could Wang Hao have taken out over 20 people in an instant? Remember, these people were all upstairs. Even if Wang Hao had climbed the stairs, he wouldn't have had enough time to go up and come back down that quickly, right? A faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips as he looked at the Fang family duo. "They're dead. Now it's your turn." "No, no." Fang Yunseng stumbled backward, trembling with terror. In that moment, he finally felt true fear. He finally understood. Wang Hao was no match for him. This man was like a demon. Fang Hatao gritted his teeth, his face deathly pale. He remained slightly more composed than Fang Yunseng. Even so, what had just unfolded utterly defied his comprehension. He knew Wang Hao was formidable. For this reason, he had countless men armed with firearms waiting upstairs for Wang Hao. Yet who could have foreseen this outcome? Wang Hao's speed was so blindingly fast that even with guns drawn, no one could aim at him. This guy was like a ghost. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Wang Hao, Fang Hatao's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he pleaded, "Can you spare my son and me?" Wang Hao smiled. "What do you think? Capturing Chu Xiaoyun and threatening him with her life? How could Wang Hao possibly tolerate such a thing?" Glaring at Wang Hao, Fang Hatao's voice turned icy. "Wang Hao, if you kill me, the consequences will be unimaginable. Behind me stands His Excellency the Prince of Jiangnan. Most of my Fang family's income over the years has gone to His Excellency the Prince of Jiangnan. Killing me would sever His Excellency the Prince of Jiangnan's financial lifeline. Then, in all of Jiangling, no one will be able to protect you. Think carefully." At these words, Chu Xiaoyun's expression shifted instantly. The Prince of Jiangnan. This man is no ordinary figure. Jiangling City lies within the Jiangnan province, situated in the eastern part of the entire Dragon Nation. Within the Jiangnan province, there exists a self-proclaimed king of Jiangnan. This man was not part of the official Dragon Nation government, yet due to his formidable strength, vast numbers of followers, immense influence, and boundless wealth, he proclaimed himself king in the Jiangnan region. Even after this, the authorities never truly subdued him. His title as the king of Jiangnan was truly well-deserved. Outside Jiangnan, he was hardly a major figure. But within the Jiangnan province? No one dares cross him. So the Fang family actually worked for the Prince of Jiangnan? Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Hao. But Wang Hao appeared utterly calm. The king of Jiangnan? Bull. To put it plainly, Wu Qingfeng, the city lord of Jiangling, is the one behind that crimson cloak. He's not one of the Jiangnan king's men. A man who can't even control the city lord of his own territory, what right does he have to call himself the king of Jiangnan? Nothing but an empty title. Back when Wang Hao ruled the realm, this so-called king of Jiangnan would have bowed respectfully before him, addressing him as your dragon majesty. Finished? Then you may die. Wang Hao's icy voice echoed out. Fang Yunseng and Fang Hatao's expressions instantly froze on their faces. Moments ago, when Fang Hatao revealed the Jiangnan king stood behind them, both had been brimming with smug satisfaction. After all, with the king of Jiangnan vouching for them, Wang Hao would never dare to kill them. But who could have imagined that Wang Hao didn't care at all? No, you can't. That's the Prince of Jiangnan. If you do this, he'll definitely come to kill you to avenge us. Fang Yunseng nearly shouted the words. But Wang Hao only sneered contemptuously. If he didn't come, so be it. If he actually did come, then let him go to hell to keep you company. With that, Wang Hao stomped his foot directly onto the edge of the nearby staff. Instantly, the staff spun through the air and landed precisely in his grasp. Then, Wang Hao hurled the wooden staff with all his might. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the staff streaked like a flash of light, piercing straight through the hearts of both Fang Hatao and Fang Fuxing. Both men were pinned to the wall, their eyes wide open. Even in death, their eyes remained fixed and unblinking. They died with eyes wide open. Chapter 42, The King of Jiangnan. The once vibrant Fang household now lay in utter stillness. Every single one of them had perished in the living room. The second hand of the clock ticked steadily, as if echoing the rhythm of human hearts. Chu Xiaoyun stood frozen nearby, utterly dumbfounded. She knew Wang Hao was formidable now, but she never imagined he would be so audacious. To wipe out the entire Fang family. And in doing so, he'd offended the Jiangnan king. How could he dare? Watching Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wang Hao, offending the prince of Jiangnan over something like this? It's not worth it. Who says? Wang Hao cut Chu Xiaoyun off abruptly, his voice serious and resolute. They captured you and threatened your life. That's a capital offense. Never mind the king of Jiangnan, even if the dragon nation's sovereign did this, I'd take his life. Watch your words. Chu Xiaoyun hurriedly covered Wang Hao's mouth, tears glistening in her eyes as her body trembled slightly. For 5 years, she had never felt such genuine care from anyone. Now that Wang Hao suddenly treated her like a precious treasure held in the palm of his hand, even she felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Did he not care if he offended her, even if it meant offending the prince of Jiangnan? With a husband who cherished her like this, what more could she possibly want? Chu Xiaoyun murmured, but so many people died here. What if this gets traced back to you? Rest assured, I'll handle it cleanly. Wang Hao smiled faintly and immediately called Su Qi. Su Qi immediately arrived with his men and set the entire surrounding area ablaze. The entire Fang family perished in the inferno. That day, the entire city of Jiangling was shaken to its core. The Fang family's mysterious conflagration claimed the lives of Fang Yunsheng, Fang Hatao, and countless servants. Evidence? What evidence could possibly remain in the ashes? Everything was an accident. As the news reached Chu Tianxiao's ears, shock spread across his face. How could this happen? He didn't believe this was mere coincidence. First, Fang Yunsheng informed him that he had captured Chu Xiaoyun. Then, Fang Yunsheng's home caught fire, killing everyone inside? Most crucially, Chu Xiaoyun's body wasn't among the remains. Clearly, this fire was set by Wang Hao. Who exactly was Wang Hao? A wave of dread surged through Chu Tianxiao's heart. Chu Jianua's brow furrowed as well. He had always considered Wang Hao a good-for-nothing. Later, although Wang Hao had demonstrated his abilities, Fang Jianhua had no choice but to tolerate him due to the Fang family's influence. But now, things were different. The entire Fang family had been burned to the ground by Wang Hao. If he could now welcome Chu Xiaoyun back, mend their relationship, and make Wang Hao an asset to the Chu family, perhaps the Chu family could still rely on Wang Hao to achieve a brighter future. As for Chu Tianxiao's hand? Losing a hand was nothing compared to Fang Yunsheng, who had been rendered infertile. Thinking this, Chu Jianhua said in a deep voice, Tianxiao, you need to rein in your temper from now on. When you see Chu Xiaoyun again, humble yourself and apologize. Dad! Chu Tianxiao was instantly alarmed. He understood perfectly what Chu Jianhua meant. But how could he just bow his head and admit defeat? He hurriedly protested, Father, you can't do that. The Fang family has powerful backers. Fang Yunsheng told me that the one pulling the strings for the Fang family is none other than the Prince of Jiangnan. Countless fortunes flow into the Prince of Jiangnan's coffers every year. Now that the Fang family has been wiped out, the Prince of Jiangnan will surely come looking. It'll be a piece of cake for him to trace the root of this matter. If we restore ties with Chu Xiaoyun now, we might end up being targeted by the Prince of Jiangnan ourselves. Even if we do nothing, we could still be implicated. At these words, Chu Jianua's expression shifted slightly. Prince of Jiangnan? Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Chu Tianxiao nodded emphatically. Father should know the Prince of Jiangnan's temperament. If they trace it back to Wang Hao, he'll likely wipe out our entire Chu family before we can even explain ourselves. The only way to earn his forgiveness is to take the initiative now before His Excellency launches a full investigation and report this to him ourselves. Then, His Highness the Prince of Jiangnan will certainly spare us. We might even replace the Fang family and become His Highness's new representatives in Jiangling. Chu Jianua's eyes lit up instantly. This truly moved him. If he could truly replace the Fang family as the new representative of the King of Jiangnan in Jiangling City, their prospects would be bleak and unfavorable. Then, no one would be able to stop the Chu family's rise in Jiangling City. With this thought, Chu Jianua's voice grew solemn. Let's go to seek an audience with His Highness the Prince of Jiangnan. This time, we must replace the Fang family. Once we crush that insignificant insect Wang Hao, Jiangling will surely have a corner of land belonging to the Chu family. Jiangnan City. As the most prosperous city in the Jiangnan province, the Prince of Jiangnan had always resided here. Chu Tianxiao and Chu Jianhua headed straight for the Prince of Jiangnan's residence. Seeing the two approach, the Jiangnan King's men snorted coldly. What kind of trash dares to cause trouble at the Jiangnan King's residence? Get lost. As one of the king's men, he knew the identities of everyone qualified to see the king. Chu Tianxiao and Chu Jianhua before him clearly did not belong on that list. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiao couldn't help but feel anger rising within him. He was, after all, a young master of the Chu family. When had he ever been treated this way? Chu Jianhua, however, remained far more composed. He grabbed Chu Tianxiao's arm and bowed deeply to the guard, saying, "Your Excellency, we have come to seek an audience with His Highness the Prince of Jiangnan. This concerns the annihilation of the Fang family in Jiangling. We humbly request your permission to announce our arrival." Hearing this, the Jiangnan prince's attendant was startled. He had heard earlier that the Prince of Jiangnan was furious. The Fang family in Jiangling, who had been responsible for generating income for the Prince of Jiangnan, had been destroyed in a massive fire. The investigation even concluded it was an accident. This was utterly unacceptable to him. Now these two have come to report, saying it concerns this matter? Perhaps His Royal Highness the Prince of Jiangnan might actually see them. With that thought, he ushered them straight inside. Soon, the two men were presented before the Prince of Jiangnan. The Prince of Jiangnan wasn't particularly tall, barely over 5 feet 7, yet his build was remarkably stocky. Moreover, this self-proclaimed Prince of Jiangnan was exceedingly arrogant. Though indoors, he wore a yellow robe, as if crowned with an imperial dragon robe. Simply sitting there, he radiated an intense sense of oppression. Gazing at them, the king of Jiangnan spoke in a cold, icy tone, "Speak. What is going on?" Chu Jianhua swallowed hard and recounted everything. The king of Jiangnan let out a sharp, cold snort. "Wang Hao? What kind of trash is that? Never heard of him." As he spoke, a cold smile curled the corners of the king of Jiangnan's mouth. "I know what you came for today. I can give it to you. But I have 2 conditions. Chu Jianhua hurriedly replied, "Please enlighten us, Your Excellency." The Prince of Jiangnan replied indifferently, "First, you will escort my men to avenge the Fang family. The annihilation of my loyal followers is no trivial matter. It is a direct affront to my authority. You must see this through to the end." The two men repeatedly agreed. Chu Tianxiao's face lit up with excitement. Leading the charge to exact vengeance on Wang Hao, this was precisely what he had been seeking. The king of Jiangnan continued, "Second, I hear your family's eldest daughter, Chu Xiaoyun, is quite the beauty? Bring her back to me. I want to taste her." Chapter 43, He's Asking for Death. What? Chu Tianxiao was startled. He hadn't expected that Chu Xiaoyun's reputation for beauty had already reached the king of Jiangnan's ears. What he didn't know was that the Prince of Jiangnan had always been quite fond of women. Earlier, upon hearing that Fang Yunseng intended to form an alliance with the Chu family for Chu Xiaoyun's sake, he had ordered an investigation into her background. Upon seeing her photos and videos, he was instantly overcome with excitement. This woman perfectly embodied the image of the ideal woman in his heart. He would have her in his bed. But he wasn't in a hurry. In his view, once Fang Yunseng had slept with Chu Xiaoyun, he could simply take her for himself afterward. As for her having slept with one more man? Who cares? Chu Xiaoyun had already slept with Wang Hao and even bore him a child. She was already a. What difference did it make if she was a little more of one? Sleeping with another man's wife only made it more thrilling. Who could have imagined that the Fang family would be wiped out? Now that Chu Tianxiao had come knocking, he naturally intended to bring Chu Xiaoyun along too. Chu Jianhua, however, didn't dwell on such thoughts. He stated directly, "Your Excellency, the King of Jiangnan, rest assured. These are minor matters. We will handle them properly." The Prince of Jiangnan hummed in acknowledgement, waving his hand to signal the two men to withdraw. Soon, the men arranged by the Prince of Jiangnan emerged and positioned themselves beside Chu Tianxiao and Chu Jianhua. Observing these men, Chu Tianxiao couldn't help but swallow hard. There were 10 of them in total. Though not many, these 10 men were no ordinary lot. They were genuine powerhouses. They were far beyond mere pretenders. Any one of these 10 men could have the so-called dignitaries of Jiangling City scrambling to recruit them as family guardians, desperate to secure their protection. And now, all 10 of them stood before him, fully armed. In a sense, deploying just these 10 men would be no exaggeration. They could rival a small military unit. To deploy such a force against a mere Wang Hao? It would be a piece of cake. Chu Tianxiao clenched his fist, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Wang Hao, today I will settle all the grievances we've carried for years." After bringing Chu Xiaoyun home, Wang Hao examined her injuries and prepared some medicinal soup for her to drink. As for the job search, Chu Xiaoyun hadn't completely given up. Although today's events had ruined her interview, she still wanted to try again. Wang Hao said little about it. Chu Xiaoyun was his entire world. As long as Chu Xiaoyun was willing and happy, Wang Hao would fully support her in everything. Work if she wanted to work, start a business if she wanted to start a business, or just relax if she wanted to relax. As his woman, there was nothing she couldn't do. By 3 in the afternoon, Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun drove to the kindergarten to pick up Mengmeng after school. Since the Cayenne had been wrecked in the crash, Wang Hao borrowed another car from Su Qi. This time, however, the car was a sports car, stylish, but not exactly practical for picking people up. Su Qi couldn't help it. His fleet consisted of either the old Cayenne, this sports car, or some large vans meant for transporting people to fights. He couldn't very well lend Wang Hao one of those bloodstained vehicles to pick up a child, could he? Wang Hao didn't seem to mind much. After today, he could always buy another car, no big deal. As they drove over, Mengmeng had been brought along by Lu Dan. Mengmeng's performance at kindergarten remained outstanding. Lu Dan couldn't help but marvel, feeling Mengmeng showed remarkable talent in many areas. She even considered suggesting Mengmeng take up music or painting to open more paths for her future. Wang Hao, however, wasn't particularly concerned about it. As long as Mengmeng was happy, what she learned wasn't important. But just then, a sudden commotion erupted. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look. His expression changed instantly. Not far away, a full 10 vehicles were barreling straight toward them. These vehicles paid no heed to the pedestrians around them, barreling through recklessly. Wang Hao quickly pulled Chu Xiaoyun aside and ducked to the roadside. As for Mengmeng, he wasn't too worried. Lu Dan and Mengmeng were still inside the school gates. Surely the cars wouldn't drive onto campus? But the next second, Wang Hao's expression changed completely. Those 10 cars were indeed all charging straight toward the school gate. To be precise, they all charged toward Mengmeng's direction, looking for trouble. Wang Hao was instantly enraged. Lu Dan was also horrified. She scooped up Mengmeng and dashed into the kindergarten, watching helplessly as several cars crashed into the iron gate at the entrance before finally coming to a halt. Mengmeng! Chu Xiaoyun's face drained of color as she rushed over, scooping Mengmeng into her arms, panic etched across her features. Just then, as the cars finally ground to a halt, a loud, arrogant laugh echoed from the distance. Ha! Who'd have thought? You're lucky you got smashed to bits before you even got on board. But it doesn't matter now. Wang Hao, today is the day you die. As the words echoed, Chu Tianxiao's figure slowly emerged, his face brimming with arrogance. He stared coldly at Wang Hao, his expression utterly defiant. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Hao's eyes. He knew full well that Chu Tianxiao certainly didn't possess the capability, nor would he dare to show such arrogance in front of him so casually. His audacity likely stemmed from some special source of backing. Recalling the recent annihilation of the Fang family and the death of Fang Yunsong, a thought surfaced in Wang Hao's mind. You've hooked up with that Jiangnan king? You know? Chu Tianxiao froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. So what if I do? Wang Hao, scared now? Too late. Let me tell you, the prince of Jiangnan has set his sights on that Chu Xiaoyun. Today, I'll kill you first, then hand your woman over to the king of Jiangnan to toy with. Even in death, you'll wear that green hat in hell. Ha! By the end of his rant, Chu Tianxiao was trembling with excitement. Today, he would finally have his revenge. This was what he had longed for. Yet at those words, a cold gleam instantly flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This prince of Jiangnan was courting death. If the prince of Jiangnan hadn't come looking for trouble, it wouldn't have mattered. But not only had he come, he'd set his sights on Chu Xiaoyun? Then don't blame him for leaving him no way out. Glancing around at the menacing, cold-faced thugs emerging from the vehicles, Wang Hao remarked indifferently, are these all the useless scum under the Jiangnan king's command? Insolent! Chu Tianxiao's expression darkened instantly. His voice turned icy. Wang Hao, let me tell you this, these 10 men are all top-tier masters. Pick any one of them at random, and they could tear you to pieces. Now, you'd better start thinking about where you'll be buried after you die. As he spoke, the 10 men of the Jiangnan king had already surrounded Wang Hao completely. All the parents and teachers around the kindergarten retreated dozens of meters away, watching the scene with terror-stricken expressions, not daring to approach. This scene utterly exceeded their wildest imaginations. Yet a cold, contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Where I'm buried is none of your concern. But they will all die far from home. Chapter 44, I am the Dark Knight Dragon King. They'll die far from home? At this remark, Chu Tianxiao doubled over laughing. Ha! That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Wang Hao, do you even know what you're saying? Do you even know who they are? They are all formidable figures under the Jiangnan king's command. What are you, some nobody? How dare you speak like this? The 10 men all wore expressions of scorn. In their eyes, Wang Hao carried not a shred of the aura that might inspire fear. This fellow seemed like the most ordinary person, his aura subdued, not the slightest bit intimidating. Upon hearing Chu Tianxiao's words, they strode directly toward Wang Hao, encircling him completely, ready to strike him down at any moment. But as he looked at this group, Wang Hao merely snorted lightly. You really are blind. With that, Wang Hao ceased concealing his aura entirely. Instantly, that terrifying aura engulfed all 10 of them. In the blink of an eye, their faces turned deathly pale. 7 of them froze in shock, while the other 3 turned and fled. Wang Hao's aura surpassed even that of the Jiangnan King. And this was merely what he had revealed at this moment. His true strength, the full extent of his power, remained unknown to all. Wang Hao was unbeatable. But to flee now? Too late. The moment they deliberately drove to ram Mengmeng, their fate was sealed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao strode forward in 2 strides, yanking all 3 back by the collar and slamming them hard onto the ground. Then, bang! A series of thuds echoed. The entire group lay motionless on the ground, utterly defenseless, dead on the spot. Terrified screams filled the entire venue. Everyone was terrified. No one had expected Wang Hao to commit murder in broad daylight. Yet compared to the others, the one gripped by the deepest terror at that moment was Chu Xiaoyun. He had brought so many of the Jiangnan King's men today, convinced Wang Hao was as good as dead. Who could have imagined that not only was Wang Hao still alive, but he had also effortlessly disposed of this entire group? At that moment, he was utterly petrified. Wasn't Wang Hao just a useless? He'd merely picked up a few moves from Qin Liangyu. How could he be this strong? Was the United Council too powerful, or was the king of Jiangnan too weak? Wang Hao, however, remained calm as he dialed Su Qi's number and summoned him over. Upon hearing Wang Hao had killed someone and needed him to handle it, Su Qi felt not fear but growing excitement. As a member of the Dark Dragon Hall, what he longed to see most was Wang Hao's return. Wang Hao had been gone far too long. The martial world had long forgotten him. But now, Wang Hao had begun killing again. And his victims were men loyal to the Jiangnan King. This gave him hope. The hope of Wang Hao's return to the underworld. Such a turn of events was exactly what he'd been hoping for. Upon arriving, Su Qi immediately ordered his men to dispose of the bodies and deal with any witnesses who had seen the scene. He would suppress this incident for Wang Hao at any cost. Watching Su Qi, Wang Hao spoke coldly, "Protect my family. This is the last time I'll trust you. If anything else goes wrong, you can just go ahead and kill yourself. If anything happens to Miss Chu or Miss Mengmeng, Su Qi, bring your head to me." Su Qi immediately nodded forcefully, summoning all his men to escort Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng back. Chu Xiaoyun said nothing more about it. Everything Wang Hao had done had long surpassed her imagination. All she could do now was trust Wang Hao. After escorting Mengmeng back, Wang Hao turned his gaze toward Chu Tianxiao. Feeling Wang Hao's gaze, Chu Tianxiao's body trembled uncontrollably. What do you want to do?" Before Wang Hao, a figure like Su Qi was treated like a dog. And Wang Hao had killed Jiangnan Wang's men without hesitation. Such a man was like a god or a demon. Gazing at Chu Tianxiao, Wang Hao spoke coldly, "Show me the way. Take me to see the king of Jiangnan." What? Chu Tianxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom what he'd just heard. Who was the king of Jiangnan? He is the mightiest being in all of Jiangnan, a god in the eyes of every soul. He was a figure no one in Jiangnan dared to offend. Wang Hao actually intends to challenge the king of Jiangnan? Had he lost his mind? Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm, his expression cold as ice. What? Do I need to say it twice? Or do you want me to kill you and send someone else to guide me? I'll guide you. I'll guide you. Chu Tianxiao blurted out. Deep within his once despairing heart, a faint flicker of excitement now stirred. He saw a glimmer of hope. That lunatic Wang Hao actually intends to cause trouble for the Jiangnan king? If Wang Hao dies at the hands of the king of Jiangnan, then Chu Tianxiao will survive. This was his last chance. Wang Hao couldn't care less about Chu Tianxiao's thoughts. Chu Tianxiao would die soon enough. But Wang Hao wouldn't let him die so easily. Once he met the king of Jiangnan, he would join him in. Suffer a fate worse than death, enduring every possible humiliation before finally dying. Outside the Jiangnan king's residence. Seeing Wang Hao approach, the servant at the gate sneered with contempt. What trash! Get lost! This is the residence of the prince of Jiangnan. No unauthorized persons are permitted to approach. This man remained as arrogant as ever, just as he had been when he met Chu Tianxiao. But the moment the words left his mouth, his expression changed. He saw Chu Tianxiao, already dead or unconscious, being carried in Wang Hao's arms. Chu Tianxiao, wasn't he sent to handle matters for the prince of Jiangnan? Hadn't he taken away the Jiangnan king's entire group of powerful subordinates? Why was he now being carried back like this? Before he could say more, Wang Hao turned his gaze toward the gate. With a cold laugh, he kicked Chu Tianxiao out. In an instant, Chu Tianxiao slammed heavily into the gate, shattering it completely. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his face turning deathly pale. But Wang Hao couldn't care less about his life or death. He walked over, grabbed him up, and strode into the villa, heading straight for the inner living room. Seeing the Jiangnan king still reading on the sofa, Wang Hao kicked Chu Tianxiao flying once more. This time, Chu Tianxiao flew straight toward the Jiangnan king. In an instant, the Jiangnan king's expression changed drastically. He could sense the sheer power behind Wang Hao's kick. If he tried to shield Chu Tianxiao, he'd likely get hurt himself. With that realization, the Prince of Jiangnan let out a cold snort and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Chu Tianxiao was instantly blown to smithereens. This even made Wang Hao raise an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected the king of Jiangnan to be so ruthless toward his own men. He couldn't care less about Chu Tianxiao's life or death. But the king of Jiangnan had no time for such thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Wang Hao, his voice cold and menacing. Who exactly are you? With such power in that face of yours, I recognize you. Who are you? Wang Hao sneered with contempt. Who am I? The Dark Knight Dragon King Wang Hao. Chapter 45, Whip him. Whip him to death. What did you say? The Jiangnan king's face instantly turned ashen. Dark Knight Dragon King? The name Wang Hao was entirely new to him, but the title Dark Knight Dragon King struck him like thunder. This young man before him, was he the Dark Knight Dragon King who had vanished 5 years ago, the one who had once set the entire world ablaze? You've got to be kidding me. He sensed nothing extraordinary about Wang Hao. But after only a moment's shock, the Jiangnan king let out a heavy, cold snort. Never mind whether you are that Dark Knight Dragon King, even if you are, so what? That Dark Knight Dragon King has been gone for 5 years. 5 years. This world has changed beyond recognition. Back then, his commands commanded obedience across the land. But 5 years have passed. That legendary realm he once claimed to possess? Perhaps it too has long since been unraveled. Even if you are the Dark Knight Dragon King, so what? You've still vanished for 5 years. Rumor has it you've been imprisoned by the United Council for 5 years? Then you're nothing special after all. As he spoke, the king of Jiangnan seemed to be psyching himself up, relentlessly humiliating Wang Hao. He kept repeating this to himself. The rumors of the Dark Knight Dragon King being peerless under heaven must be false. A truly peerless being could never be captured, could never vanish into thin air. And certainly not leave his own wife and children to suffer for 5 long years. Watching the king of Jiangnan, Wang Hao froze for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. It seems I was too merciful back then. I didn't scare the hell out of you petty scoundrels. What? The king of Jiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Mercy? The Dark Knight Dragon King of that era had nothing to do with mercy. He was a god of slaughter, terrorizing the realm. None dared defy him. And now Wang Hao dared suggest he had been too merciful back then? What did he mean by that? Too bad Wang Hao wasn't about to explain it to him. With a cold snort, Wang Hao shot forward like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was before the Jiangnan king. Another icy snort escaped him as he slammed a fist into the Jiangnan king's midsection. This blow hadn't even been delivered with full force. And the Jiangnan king before him was the pinnacle of Jiangnan's martial might. The ruler whose power dominated Jiangnan. A man who had earned the title of Jiangnan king through his iron fists alone. Yet under Wang Hao's single punch. Boom! The king of Jiangnan crashed heavily to his knees, his body trembling, eyes filled with shock and utter disbelief. He never dreamed Wang Hao's punch would be so devastating, so overwhelming he couldn't withstand it. Watching the king of Jiangnan kneel motionless on the ground, a cold, contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of Wang Hao's lips. Weren't you just so arrogant? Why are you kneeling now? The king of Jiangnan's face was grim. He wanted to retort at Wang Hao, but that single punch had left him without the strength to even stand. He knew full well that Wang Hao intended to humiliate him. Had it not been for that, Wang Hao could have easily killed him with that single punch. This man was terrifying. The king of Jiangnan's expression shifted repeatedly as he contemplated countless ways to retaliate. Yet in the end, a look of utter defeat spread across his face. Before Wang Hao, he was utterly powerless to fight back. And he now fully believed that Wang Hao was indeed the Dark Knight Dragon King. With that realization, he trembled as he pleaded, "Dragon King, please spare me." In that moment, he cast aside every shred of his dignity. What Jiangnan king? What was the first under heaven? Before Wang Hao, they were utterly insignificant. Gazing at the king of Jiangnan, Wang Hao gave a cold snort, refusing to acknowledge him. Instead, his eyes swept the room before he spoke slowly, "Come out." What? The king of Jiangnan froze. This was his residence. There was no one else here. Who exactly was Wang Hao telling to come out? Under the Jiangnan king's astonished gaze, a figure slowly walked in through the main gate. Dressed in a yellow qipao, she looked bold and spirited. It was Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu's face also flashed a hint of surprise as she looked at Wang Hao. "I used the strongest concealment techniques of the United Council, yet you still discovered me." Wang Hao sneered with disdain. Concealment? As long as a person is alive, they possess vitality. And vitality can never be concealed. Even if you cease breathing, with no energy escaping, it cannot alter the powerful life force inherent in a strong individual. Qin Liangyu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Vitality. Wang Hao, could he actually sense this too? What was she supposed to do now? She couldn't just sever her own life force and pretend to be dead, could she? Qin Liangyu shook her head and offered an explanation. "I wasn't following the Dragon King with ill intent. I merely wished to witness the full might of his power." Today's sight proved it truly a name that lives up to its reputation. As she spoke, cold sweat drenched Qin Liangyu's back. She could sense that the Jiangnan king before her was also a god-tier warrior, no less formidable than herself. Yet even such a being had been effortlessly annihilated by Wang Hao. Wang Hao like a god or a demon? Wang Hao snorted coldly, his voice indifferent. I won't bother arguing with you this time. But if it happens again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yes. Qin Liangyu bowed his head, not daring to argue. Watching Qin Liangyu, fear flashed across the Jiangnan king's face. He recognized Qin Liangyu. In the United Council, there was only one female warrior of war god tier strength. Qin Liangyu actually treated Wang Hao like this. This alone spoke volumes. The Dark Knight Dragon King of Yore was truly terrifying indeed. Gazing at Qin Liangyu, Wang Hao spoke coldly, I'll give you 3 minutes. Notify all the sworn enemies of the king of Jiangnan. Have them arrive within half an hour. I have business with them. What? At these words, both Qin Liangyu and the Jiangnan king felt a chill run down their spines. What does this Wang Hao intend to do? But Wang Hao couldn't care less. He plopped down on the nearby sofa, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Qin Liangyu's expression instantly darkened. She knew Wang Hao had given her no room to bargain. If she refused, the Jiangnan king's death would pale in comparison to the torment awaiting her tenfold more brutal. With that thought, Qin Liangyu dialed a number immediately. After relaying the orders, members of the United Council swiftly began making arrangements. Within half an hour, all of the Jiangnan king's sworn enemies and adversaries stood before the gates of the Jiangnan king's residence. They stood in a daze, too stunned to speak. The one who summoned them was an official of the United Council reportedly acting on orders from Qin Liangyu, the iron-blooded rose war goddess. Unease stirred within them. They were all sworn enemies of the Prince of Jiangnan. What purpose could there be in summoning them here today? Could it be that the Prince of Jiangnan had defected to the United Council, intending to eliminate them? As the group pondered these questions, inside the chamber, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a leisurely tone, Is everyone present? Qin Liangyu hastily bowed respectfully. Your Highness, everyone is present. Wang Hao gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Have them line up. Bring them in one by one. One by one, they will take turns slapping this Prince of Jiangnan. Until they are beaten to death. Chapter 46, Pan Wei. Until he's beaten to death. The moment these words were spoken, terror instantly flashed across the Jiangnan king's face. For the past half hour, he had been racking his brain, trying to figure out what Wang Hao intended to do to him. That uneasy feeling had thrown him into a panic, yet he dared not ask rashly. But when Wang Hao finally revealed his true purpose, the Prince of Jiangnan couldn't help but turn pale. This was something he had never anticipated. Staring at Wang Hao, the Prince of Jiangnan shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with terror. Dragon King, no. Please, no. Wang Hao intended to kill him. And in the most humiliating way possible. It was utterly unbearable. Even Qin Liangyu standing nearby found it hard to fathom. Wang Hao, you're too ruthless. Yet Wang Hao remained calm, his voice cold as ice. Those who harm my wife and children must face consequences. Otherwise, some people might never learn their lesson. Qin Liangyu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't fully grasped who Wang Hao's warning was meant for. Now she finally understood. It was meant for her, the monkey. It was for the Joint Council. Neither the United Council nor Qin Liangyu were fools. Wang Hao had recalled how back then, someone had deliberately orchestrated the clash between the two sides. After he'd rushed back in such a panic, they too could naturally surmise that something significant must have happened to cause Wang Hao to treat them that way. But even they hadn't uncovered the truth. Regardless, the grudges between them should be reset to zero. But setting the past aside didn't mean the future would be blank. Wang Hao was sending a warning to the United Council. Is the Jiangnan kingdom powerful? No matter how powerful, he alone can be crushed by Wang Hao. Simply because this man nearly harmed Wang Hao's family. If anyone dares harm Wang Hao's family, the consequences would be utterly unbearable. At this thought, Qin Liangyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. I understand, she said in a solemn voice. I'll go summon them immediately. With that, Qin Liangyu walked straight out. Moments later, she returned with a man in tow. This man was the sworn enemy of the Prince of Jiangnan. His entire family had perished because of the prince, and he had long sought vengeance. Yet, with his meager strength, he was no match for the prince. Had Qin Liangyu not leveraged the United Council's influence to locate him and summon him here, no one would have known he'd been hiding in Jiangnan all this time. Now, gazing down at the Prince of Jiangnan lying on the ground, a flicker of unease crossed his face. After all, in terms of strength, he was far inferior to the Prince of Jiangnan. He was merely a novice martial artist. Though Qin Liangyu had instructed him to come in and slap the Jiangnan king, he still hesitated to act. He couldn't help but glance up at Wang Hao. He knew Qin Liangyu obeyed this man's commands. Though he didn't know who this man was, he was certain he was a top-tier figure, incomparable to anyone else. That this man now demanded he strike the Prince of Jiangnan must mean he had his reasons. Feeling the man's gaze, a faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips. Go ahead and strike. He won't retaliate. Yes. Gritting his teeth, the man hesitated no longer. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across the face of the Prince of Jiangnan. Though the King of Jiangnan possessed formidable strength, he was now gravely wounded by Wang Hao, stripped of his power, and held firmly in Wang Hao's grasp, utterly immobilized. The impact of that slap sent a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. His face twisted into an expression of utter agony. He was like a character in a game whose health remained intact but whose defense had been completely wiped. Anyone striking him would inflict agony. But he wasn't going down that easily. He would endure that agony again and again, until his final breath. Watching the Jiangnan king scream in agony yet utterly immobilized, a look of delight flashed across the man's face. He immediately began delivering a barrage of slaps. Only after delivering over 20 slaps did he begin to tire. Wang Hao cut him off. Enough. Step down. Next. Knowing his strength was nearly spent, the man didn't linger and withdrew immediately. The next person to step forward immediately joined in the beating. One after another. Each one had only one task, to slap him. In the blink of an eye, the last of the 12 who had come forward had arrived. It was a young woman. In her early 20s, she was strikingly beautiful, dressed provocatively, with long, wavy brown hair that gave her an alluring aura. Only her face felt slightly mismatched with her figure and features. It even gave Wang Hao a sense of dissonance. The moment she saw the Queen of Jiangnan, an endless torrent of rage erupted from her. Her exquisite features contorted into a hideous grimace. The Jiangnan king lay beaten to a pulp at her feet. Yet without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward. Without a word, she slapped the Jiangnan king across the face. Before he could rise, she raised her foot still clad in high heels and crushed it down hard onto his groin. This time, even Wang Hao couldn't help but flinch. This woman was truly ruthless. The king of Jiangnan, struck by that kick, couldn't even utter a scream before his life completely faded away. Yet the woman still wasn't satisfied. She charged forward and delivered several more brutal stomps. Kicking a corpse. Wang Hao swallowed hard. He glanced at Qin Liangyu and whispered, "What grudge does this woman hold against the Prince of Jiangnan?" Qin Liangyu gave a bitter smile. "Her name is Pan Hui." The Prince of Jiangnan tried to force himself on her, but her father intervened. After that, both her parents died. Even the Prince of Jiangnan likely never imagined Pan Hui would be so audacious. She changed her name, altered her appearance, and became alive and made for a family living near the prince's residence. After I sent word earlier, she was the first to arrive in just 3 minutes flat. Wang Hao couldn't help but silently gasp in astonishment. This Pan Hui truly had nerves of steel. As Wang Hao and Qin Liangyu discussed Pan Hui lifted her head and looked toward Wang Hao. "Thank you, Your Excellency." As she spoke, she tore off the disguise covering her face. The face revealed beneath was undeniably more stunning than before. Her alluring charm had intensified. Her eyebrows and eyes now complemented her features far better than before. Even Wang Hao, upon seeing Pan Hui's true appearance, couldn't help but inwardly marvel. This woman was truly beautiful enough to make one want to commit a crime. No need. Wang Hao shook his head, unconcerned. His purpose in coming was solely to punish the Prince of Jiangnan. The fate of others held no interest for him. Yet Pan Hui immediately knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully to Wang Hao. "Pan Hui greets Your Excellency. From this day forward, you are Pan Hui's reborn parents. Pan Hui vows to serve you faithfully, as ox or horse. I beg Your Excellency to grant this wish." Chapter 47, Xiaoyun emerges. Wang Hao was taken aback. It must be said, having a beauty like Pan Hui serve as a servant at one's side was practically any man's dream. A woman with such innate charm could stir the heart, even arouse excitement in any man. Yet now, looking at Pan Hui, Wang Hao merely shook his head. "Sorry, no interest." It wasn't a polite refusal, it was utter indifference. He didn't give Pan Hui the time of day. Pan Hui was utterly stunned. Qin Liangyu couldn't help but speak up in a solemn tone, "Lord Dragon King, Pan Hui's background is tragic. She has no one to rely on now. Could you perhaps?" She actually hoped Wang Hao would take Pan Hui with him. After all, their people knew a great deal about Pan Hui. If Wang Hao truly took her, the United Council might even find a way to control her in the future, thereby uncovering some of Wang Hao's secrets. But before she could finish, Wang Hao's cold, icy voice reached her ears. "Stop entertaining such chaotic notions. It's easy to get yourself killed. Understand?" That single sentence instantly drenched Qin Liangyu's back in cold sweat. Her body trembled as she swallowed hard, daring not utter another word. Wang Hao turned his gaze to Pan Hui, speaking with detached indifference. "With your abilities, you can survive perfectly well on your own. You don't need to depend on me. Even if you lack such ability, it's none of my concern. I'm no saint, why should I care whether you live or die?" With a faint chuckle, Wang Hao turned and walked away. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Liangyu's eyes. Wang Hao, you really are ruthless. Such a beautiful woman, and he could reject her so decisively, without a moment's hesitation. As for Pan Hui, she watched Wang Hao's departing figure, a subtle flicker of surprise in her own eyes. This man was truly extraordinary. She found him even more intriguing. Wang Hao paid Pan Hui no mind. First, as he had said, he simply didn't care about the lives of others. The Dark Knight Dragon King, or rather, the entire Dark Dragon Hall, had never been a righteous force. To him, Pan Hui's life or death meant nothing. Even if 10,000 people like Pan Hui died because of him, Wang Hao wouldn't bat an eyelid. Secondly, Wang Hao suspected something was off about this Pan Hui. Transforming one's appearance was no simple feat. For someone to pull off disguise so effortlessly and one so convincing that even he, Wang Hao, had barely detected it was anything but ordinary. In other words, Pan Hui's background might not be as straightforward as it seems. Someone from the United Parliament? Or even someone from that organization in red robes? Lastly, and most crucially, Pan Hui is a woman, a very beautiful woman. Wang Hao still hadn't earned Chu Xiaoyun's complete trust and affection. He certainly didn't want to bring a woman back and upset Chu Xiaoyun, risking everything going back to square one overnight. Returning home, Wang Hao breathed a long sigh of relief upon seeing Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, both now calmer. Mengmeng, who had been somewhat frightened, ate a little before asking Chu Xiaoyun to take her to rest. Returning to his own room, Wang Hao massaged his temples. He knew full well that, if things continued like this, he couldn't hide his true identity from Chu Xiaoyun for much longer. Though he'd previously been unconcerned about revealing everything to her, even worried she might not believe him, the situation now was entirely different. Given Chu Xiaoyun's sharp mind, once she learned his true identity, it wasn't impossible for her to piece together what had happened 5 years ago. That would only plunge her into a life of constant worry. The only way to resolve this. The only solution was for him, Wang Hao, to resolve everything before that happened. As long as he destroyed that organization first, even if Chu Xiaoyun guessed something later, he could openly admit it without hesitation. Gazing out the window, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, Wu Qingfeng hopes you'll come out soon. I still have so many questions for you. Jiangling City Lord's Mansion. In the underground chamber. 2 middle-aged men stood there, their clothes torn and tattered, covered in countless wounds. One stood about 5 feet 9 inches, neither tall nor short, with a well-proportioned build and an unremarkable face. In a crowd, he would blend in as just another ordinary person. The other was tall, yet he stood slightly hunched over, as if afraid to appear too imposing beside the man beside him. Yet both wore expressions of pure excitement. These two were none other than Wu Qingfeng and Xiao Yunqi. At that moment, Wu Qingfeng, the slightly shorter of the two, clenched his fist, stared at his right hand, and let out a wild, triumphant grin. Success! Finally, success! They had been trapped in this basement far too long. During this time, after taking the medicine, they endured endless agony. Now, their suffering had finally ended, and their abilities had undergone a tremendous enhancement. Grandmasters! They now rivaled the might of a grandmaster. At this thought, smiles spread across both their faces, impossible to suppress. After a moment, Wu Qingfeng spoke first. Alright, let's head home for now. Your son called you earlier, he must have matters to attend to. I need to reassure my family as well. We'll meet again in a few days. By then, I may have an important mission for you. Yes, sir. Xiao Yunqi promptly bowed respectfully. Yet a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Bullying people, and now they've gone after his son? Tonight, he would settle the score with that bastard and avenge his son. With this resolve, upon returning home, Xiao Yunqi immediately instructed Xiao Han to take him to confront Wang Hao. Over the past few days, Xiao Han had already thoroughly investigated Chu Xiaoyun and Wang Hao's situation. Though he hadn't uncovered Wang Hao's origins, he had uncovered some matters connected to him. For instance, Wang Hao's shadow likely loomed behind the Fang family's fire. Moreover, Su Qi was Wang Hao's subordinate. Of course, news from the Jiangnan King's side hadn't spread widely, as Su Qi had sealed off information at the school entrance. Meanwhile, news from Jiangnan had yet to reach Jiangling. After all, with the Jiangnan King dead, his faction was in utter chaos, everyone scrambling for power and influence. No one had the time to organize intelligence for external transmission. Even so, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. But in Xiao Yunqi's eyes, the insignificant Fang family? The insignificant Su Qi? How could they compare to him? He was now a grandmaster. Su Qi? The Fang family? They'd have to kneel before him. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yunqi made his way to Wang Hao's residence. Wang Hao, deep in thought in his own room, suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed an extremely turbulent aura. A grandmaster-level aura. It must have been a recent breakthrough. The aura felt restless and even hollow to Wang Hao, suggesting it wasn't achieved through legitimate means. Was it Wu Qingfeng, or Xiao Yunqi? Whoever it was good they'd finally emerged. With a cold snort, Wang Hao leaped straight out the window. Chapter 48, No Future for the Guinea Pig. Xiao Yunqi was currently following Xiao Han on their way to Wang Hao's residence. His face was etched with a cold, contemptuous sneer. Wang Hao? He's not even worth mentioning. He was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. In all of Jiangling, aside from Wu Qingfeng, no one could land a single blow against him. How could he possibly care about a mere Wang Hao? All along the way, he'd been boasting to Xiao Han about their future. Soon, he would be heavily relied upon, becoming a key figure by Wu Qingfeng's side. Then, the Xiao family would stand atop the entire Jiangling region. Then, no one would be their match. But just as they were about to reach Wang Hao's residence, whoosh! A figure landed directly before the two of them. The newcomer was none other than Wang Hao. Seeing Xiao Han, a cold smile spread across Wang Hao's lips. So it's you too. Xiao Han froze in surprise. Recognizing Wang Hao's face, he immediately turned to Xiao Yunqi, panic in his voice. Father, it's him. This is the one who cost my son his job. Xiao Yunqi immediately sneered coldly. Boy, is this how you dealt with my son? I thought it must be some big shot who could mobilize high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau. Turns out, it's just a martial artist with a bit of skill? How disappointing. Wang Hao appraised Xiao Yunqi from head to toe, then smiled faintly. I didn't even bother to conceal it, yet you couldn't sense my strength at all. Your so-called Grandmaster realm is clearly flawed. Xiao Yunqi's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't told anyone yet that he was a Grandmaster. How did Wang Hao know he was a Grandmaster? Most crucially, now that everyone knew he was a Grandmaster, why did Wang Hao show no fear whatsoever? A sense of foreboding instantly surged from the depths of Xiao Yunqi's heart. He instinctively turned to look at Xiao Han. You go first. No need. Wang Hao spoke indifferently, waving his hand casually. In that instant, an overwhelming force pierced straight through Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han stood frozen, mouth agape, clutching his chest as his body slowly collapsed. Shock etched itself across his face. He never imagined Wang Hao would kill him so directly. Worst of all, his father, whom he'd boasted about as if he were a god or demon, showed not the slightest reaction. Only when Xiao Han's life completely faded did Xiao Yunqi finally snap out of his stupor. Glaring furiously at Wang Hao, he cried out in anguish, "How dare you kill my son? Why wouldn't I?" Wang Hao chuckled, glancing around before saying indifferently, "This isn't the place for a conversation. Let's find somewhere else to talk." With that, Wang Hao delivered a swift karate chop to the back of Xiao Yunqi's neck. Xiao Yunqi was utterly defenseless and instantly lost consciousness. A Grandmaster? Before Wang Hao, he was nothing but trash. Carrying Xiao Yunqi all the way, Wang Hao headed straight for a nearby wasteland. After tossing Xiao Yunqi onto the ground, he stomped his foot right onto the man's face. Arg! A piercing scream erupted as Xiao Yunqi sat up, clutching his face in agony. When he looked at Wang Hao again, his eyes were filled with sheer terror. He never dreamed the man his son had offended could be this powerful. Was this even human? He was already a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Why did he feel like an insignificant insect in Wang Hao's presence? Observing Xiao Yunqi's uneasy expression, Wang Hao spoke coldly. From this moment on, I ask the questions. You answer. I expect no unnecessary words, nor any concealment of truth. If I become displeased, I won't hesitate to make you wish you were dead. Understand? The chilling tone sent shivers down Xiao Yunqi's spine. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he stammered, "What exactly do you want to ask me?" He had come to cause trouble for Wang Hao today, yet Wang Hao seemed to have been waiting for him all along, which naturally puzzled him. He was certain he'd never cross this man. Wang Hao replied indifferently, "Where did you get your strength? Drugs? Or did you undergo some kind of physical modification?" Physical modifications were indeed one way to enhance strength, though they were troublesome and came at a high cost. If Xiao Yunqi's strength came from physical modifications, it wouldn't be a major issue. Xiao Yunqi dared not conceal the truth, his voice trembling as he admitted, "I took drugs." Drugs? A cold glint instantly flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Who gave you the drugs? Or rather, who supplied you and Wu Qingfeng with these drugs? Wu Qingfeng. Hearing those three words, the astonishment in Xiao Yunqi's eyes grew even more pronounced. The other party even knew that Wu Qingfeng was involved. Who exactly was Wang Hao? Though puzzled, Xiao Yunqi dared not delay. He hurriedly replied, "I don't know. I truly have no idea who gave it to me. Lord Wu sought me out 10 days ago, gave me this medicine, and had me swallow it with him. For these past 10 days, I'd been with Lord Wu the entire time, enduring endless agony. It felt like my entire body had been peeled off and replaced. But our strength has also risen to the Grandmaster level." Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. "You don't know who Wu Qingfeng is working for?" Xiao Yunqi forced a bitter smile. I truly have no idea. Lord Wu is the ruler of Jiangling City. To put it bluntly, I'm just a dog under his command. He's already given me such immense benefits that I'm overjoyed. How could I dare ask more? Benefits? Hearing this, Wang Hao let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Last time he saw that Wu Qingfeng's subordinate by Gong Wanni's side, the guy was trading his lifespan for power through drugs. This time, the medicine was most likely trading away years of life for power. This so-called benefit might even hasten Wu Qingfeng's demise. Yet Wang Hao remains somewhat perplexed. Normally, the strength one could gain through drugs would cap out at the Grandmaster level. After all, human lifespans are finite. From what Wang Hao understood, power gained by sacrificing years of life wouldn't last even a few moves at the Grandmaster level. Yet Xiaoyun before him was a Grandmaster level powerhouse. What was going on? Just how advanced were the drugs developed by that organization? If they could truly mass-produce Grandmasters? Then the entire world would likely have no one capable of standing against them. Should tens of thousands of Grandmasters emerge, even he, Wang Hao, couldn't possibly kill them all. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao said coldly, "If you fail to bring me information that satisfies me, you should know the consequences." At these words, Xiaoyun's face paled instantly. "I truly don't know. I'm not withholding anything. I've told you everything I know. Don't kill me, please don't kill me." Watching the terrified Xiaoyun, Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He knew Xiaoyun wasn't lying. But he still deserved to die. "Even if I spare you, you won't live much longer. A lab rat has no future." With that, Wang Hao swept his hand through the air. Instantly, a colossal surge of energy ripped through Xiaoyun's body. Xiaoyun stared down at the gaping hole in his abdomen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Hao had killed him with a single strike. As Xiaoyun's body slowly collapsed, Wang Hao's phone rang. It was Su Qi calling. "Mr. Wang, Wu Qingfeng has gone to Gongwani's place." Chapter 49, "Now, it's your turn to die." Su Qi's call came at the perfect moment. His men had been keeping a close watch on Gongwani's location. However, Wang Hao had given strict instructions beforehand, so they dared not act recklessly. His men merely watched from afar, not daring to approach or inquire. They relayed the news to Wang Hao immediately. Upon hearing the news, Wang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. He really felt sorry for his mistress. She'd barely been home before heading straight there that very night. Hanging up the phone, Wang Hao rushed straight over. Meanwhile, at Gongwani's residence, Gongwani clutched Wu Qingfeng and wept uncontrollably. "Husband, look at me, look at our son. We're so miserable. You must avenge us." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Her haggard appearance was heartbreaking to behold. Wu Kale gritted his teeth beside her. "Dad, you must beat that to death. And that bastard of hers, I want her kneeling before me, serving me. To be my little dog forever." It was hard to imagine such words coming from the mouth of a mere 5-year-old child. Yet Wu Kailai uttered these words without a hint of unease. Having lived a pampered life since childhood, his worldview shaped entirely by Gongwani, he cared not a whit about how a child his age ought to behave. All he knew was that the pain Wang Hao had inflicted upon him, he would repay tenfold. As for Wang Hao merely protecting Mengmeng, he couldn't care less. No one could stand in the way of what he wanted. Gazing at the wounds covering both of them, Wu Qingfeng let out a heavy, cold snort. His voice was icy as he declared, "Rest assured, I will see justice done for both of you in this matter." "How long have I been gone? Some people seem to have forgotten what this Jiangling city is called." Gongwani cautioned, "Husband, I know you're formidable, but that Wang Hao is no ordinary man. He dispatched your men with ease earlier." "It matters not." Wu Qingfeng's face brimmed with arrogance. "In this day and age, I am unrivaled in Jiangling. Even across the entire province, aside from that troublesome figure in Jiangnan, the rest are either my superiors or simply no match for me." Mentioning Jiangnan, Wu Qingfeng felt a slight unease. Upon his release, he immediately reviewed the major events unfolding. While others couldn't find any information about the Jiangnan king's death, he had heard rumors. The king of Jiangnan killed outright by a top-tier powerhouse who came to take his life. That person's strength is simply unfathomable. Even those above him might not stand a chance against him. However, if anyone were to target such a person, it would be his superiors. It shouldn't involve him. As for the rest, across the entire province, there's no one else worthy of his attention. As for that insignificant Wang Hao, he could crush him with ease, kill him with a flick of his wrist. Seeing Wu Qingfeng's confident demeanor, Gongwani couldn't help but smile. "Honey, have you gotten even more formidable?" Wu Qingfeng smirked triumphantly. "Of course. This time Wu Qingfeng intended to show off in front of Gongwani. But before he could finish his sentence, bang! The front door was kicked open. Wu Qingfeng's expression changed instantly. "Who? How dare you?" Hearing this, the intruder burst out laughing. "What's the matter? Weren't you looking for trouble with me? Now I've come to you myself, and you ask who I am?" As he spoke, Wang Hao strode in, hands in his pockets, exuding sheer arrogance. Spotting Wang Hao, Gongwani gasped in alarm. "Husband, it's him, Wang Hao." "Him?" A cold glint instantly flashed in Wu Qingfeng's eyes. He glared coldly at Wang Hao, his voice as icy as steel. "Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare lay a hand on my people? Looks like you've grown tired of living." "Oh?" So you think my people are untouchable? Wang Hao smiled. He paid no heed to Wu Qingfeng's murderous glare, instead sitting down on the sofa, crossing his legs, and saying casually, "But I killed the king of Jiangnan. Why should I spare your men?" "What did you say?" At those words, Wu Qingfeng's face instantly turned ashen. "Killed the king of Jiangnan? The king of Jiangnan killed by Wang Hao? Are you kidding me? How old is this kid? How could such a young man possibly kill the prince of Jiangnan? The prince of Jiangnan is a god-tier warrior." Gong Wani froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "How could someone of the king of Jiangnan's stature possibly be killed by trash like you? Wang Hao, don't get too full of yourself. You're nothing but a recently released convict. Do you really think you're some big shot now?" Watching the arrogantly defiant Gong Wani, Wang Hao replied indifferently, "I can't be bothered to explain to you. But since Wu Qingfeng is back, you no longer have any value in staying alive." "What did you say?" Gong Wani was instantly startled. Wang Hao sneered coldly. "The moment you insulted Mengmeng and Xiaoyun, your fate was sealed. I spared your life earlier only to use you as bait to lure Wu Qingfeng here. Now you can go die." "What a joke!" Wu Qingfeng snorted coldly. "Wang Hao, don't think you're anything special. I, Wu Qingfeng, am still here. Do you have any idea how powerful I am now? You dare harm my woman in front of me? You're dreaming." Wu Qingfeng spoke with brimming confidence. This was the confidence granted by his mastery. Yet Wang Hao's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Is that so? Xiaoyun had said the same thing before. And now he's dead. How much stronger are you than him?" Wang Hao spoke casually, yet Wu Qingfeng's smile froze solid on his face. His eyes widened, his entire body trembling. Xiaoyun is dead? He knew Xiaoyun's strength well. Not much weaker than his own. How could Wang Hao have killed Xiaoyun? If that was the case, Wang Hao could certainly kill him too. At this thought, Wu Qingfeng's legs grew weak beneath him, and he could scarcely walk. Wang Hao let out a cold laugh, advancing step by step toward Gong Wani as he asked indifferently, "Any last words?" "Get away. Don't do anything rash. Husband, stop him. Stop him." Gong Wani kept backing away, her face frozen in terror. She saw the fear in Wu Qingfeng's eyes. Wu Qingfeng was truly terrified. Even now, Wu Qingfeng could barely control his own body. Watching Wang Hao step closer and closer, Gong Wani let out a wail and yanked Wu Kailai in front of her. At this moment, she would rather Wu Kail die first than let Wang Hao kill her. But witnessing this scene, the coldness on Wang Hao's face only deepened. To treat even your own child this way, you scum. Truly deserve to die. With that, Wang Hao delivered a powerful kick. Instantly, Wu Kailai and Gong Wani were slammed hard against the wall. Both eyes widened in terror as their bodies gradually went limp. Wu Kail, Gong Wani. Dead. Wang Hao didn't bother to glance at them, turning his head directly toward Wu Qingfeng. "Now, it's your turn." Chapter 50, The Marquis of Pingjiang. You. Wu Qingfeng's body shook violently, terror etched across his face. The power Wang Hao had displayed far surpassed his own. This man could truly kill him. What had that foolish woman, Gong Wani, done? Why had she offended such a killing god? But soon, a cold glint flashed in Wu Qingfeng's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Kid, I won't let you off. Die." With a furious roar, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his body. At that moment, the intensity of his power had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. And even beyond that. A furious roar erupted from his throat, "Die." His fist hurtled straight toward Wang Hao. But just as his fist was about to strike Wang Hao, Wu Qingfeng suddenly turned and fled. He never intended to fight Wang Hao to the death. He only wanted to lure Wang Hao into defending himself, then seize the chance to flee. In that moment, he even employed some special techniques taught by his mentor, vanishing from close range to a distant horizon in the blink of an eye. But the instant his figure turned away, a massive hand slammed down, grabbing him squarely by the head. And Wang Hao's voice drifted into his ears. "Could your tricks be a little more sophisticated? Besides, do you really think I'd need to stand there defending with all my strength, unable to move, against your attacks? You think you can run from me? Wu Qingfeng, you're seriously overestimating yourself." As he spoke, Wang Hao unleashed a sudden burst of force. In an instant, Wu Qingfeng was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with sheer terror as he stared at Wang Hao. Wang Hao hadn't even bothered to defend himself just now. From start to finish, a mocking sneer had played on his face. He hadn't taken her seriously at all. "You." Wu Qingfeng's expression shifted repeatedly. He recalled Wang Hao's earlier words. This man killed the king of Jiangnan. Earlier, he hadn't given it much thought, dismissing it as Wang Hao's bluff to intimidate him. But after witnessing Wang Hao's formidable strength and audacity, he believed it. Without absolute confidence, how could he have just stood there without even trying to dodge? Looking at Wu Qingfeng, Wang Hao said calmly, "Now, can you answer my question?" Wu Qingfeng froze in surprise. He had always believed it was Gong Wani who had provoked Wang Hao. But now it's seen. Things weren't so simple. Wang Hao's target was him. Wu Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he demanded, "What exactly do you want to know? Between us, aside from Gongwani, there's no grudge." "No grudge?" "Not necessarily." Wang Hao chuckled lightly. "I've looked into you. Your meteoric rise began 7 years ago. But your organization crossed me 5 years ago and paid dearly for it. So tell me, what grudge do you hold against me?" 5 years ago? Jianling? Wu Qingfeng froze. His rise to become one of the core members of the organization had only happened in recent years. Wang Hao suddenly mentioning 5 years ago left him somewhat bewildered. But after staring at Wang Hao for a long moment, he suddenly remembered something. 5 years ago, the organization had dealt with the Night Dragon King. He had once heard his superior mention this incident after drinking. Even that person had expressed profound emotion at the time. However, aside from those who had personally participated in the operation, others even mid to high-level officials might not have known about it. His superior was no exception. He had only heard that the organization had once manipulated the Dark Night Dragon King, sending him to cause trouble for the United Council. Unexpectedly, the United Council had indeed suffered greatly, and the Dark Night Dragon King had been completely imprisoned by them. Pity the Dark Night Dragon King's wife and daughter, though. After that, they became a widow and orphan, left to suffer abuse. When he first heard of this, he paid it no mind. In his eyes, the Dark Night Dragon King deserved to die long ago. But now, hearing Wang Hao mention it, it suddenly clicked. When he first arrived, Gongwani had mentioned the situation of Wang Hao's family. Wang Hao had been gone for years before returning. Before that, Chu Xiaoyun had been raising Mengmeng as a widow and mother all by herself. Could Wang Hao be? The moment this thought surfaced, Wu Qingfeng's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet a resolute glint gradually hardened in his eyes. He might as well die. He knew the organization's nature all too well. If he dared to reveal even the slightest detail, the organization would never let him off. Then, not only would he die, but his wife and daughter would die too. Despite his infidelity in keeping a mistress on the side, Wu Qingfeng still cared deeply for his wife and daughter. Better to die alone than die together. With this thought, Wu Qingfeng prepared to sever his vital meridians and end his own life. But at that very moment, his entire body froze in place. His body was completely immobilized. He had lost control of his own body. And atop his head, a large hand had materialized. It was Wang Hao's hand. Gazing at Wu Qingfeng, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh, sneering with contempt, "I knew you'd beg for death. But before me, death isn't something you can choose." Wu Qingfeng's expression shifted repeatedly, yet no words of rebuttal could form. The Dark Night Dragon King. The terrifying figure who single-handedly turned the entire United Council upside down back then. How could he possibly have the right to argue back in front of such a man? Gazing at Wu Qingfeng, Wang Hao's expression turned cold. "I was going to let you speak for yourself, but it seems I'll have to retrieve it myself now." "You're going to take it?" Wu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. How could Wang Hao possibly extract what was inside his mind? A cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he stared at Wu Qingfeng. The next instant, a brutal force shattered through Wu Qingfeng's mind. The chaotic jumble of thoughts swirling in his mind instantly became jumbled and disordered. His body completely lost all self-control. His mouth began to utter incoherent mutterings. He kept talking. Most of it was meaningless rambling things like wanting to live, wanting his wife and children. Yet amidst this chaos, fragments of information that Wang Hao cared about emerged. Lord Pingjiang. I cannot betray Lord Pingjiang. The Marquis of Pingjiang is an official warlord, no comparison to that Jiangnan king. The organization will never fall. Once these elixirs reach his lordship the Marquis of Pingjiang, he will forge a formidable army of grandmasters. In this eastern campaign, with this elite force at his disposal, his enemy will be utterly hopeless and outmatched. He will achieve earth-shaking feats. He might even be in theft as a regional prince. Then the organization will have taken root. The organization will surely unify the realm. As his final words echoed, Wu Qingfeng's mind shattered completely. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Chapter 51, The Traitor. The Marquis of Pingjiang. Hearing that name, a flash of shock crossed Wang Hao's eyes. This Marquis of Pingjiang was no ordinary man. He was one of the top generals guarding the eastern border of the Dragon Nation, a man who truly held military power in his hands. Such a man, and he was part of that organization? A high-ranking member, no less? Perhaps the events of that year were orchestrated by this very Earl of Pingjiang. The thought struck him, and without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao had shadow locate the Marquis of Pingjiang's residence. He set off immediately, racing there through the night. Under the cover of night, Wang Hao sped along the road in his car, soon arriving outside the Marquis of Pingjiang's estate. The estate lay utterly silent, not a sound to be heard. Standing before the mansion's gates, Wang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. There was no trace of powerful energy. Not only was there no trace of the Marquis of Pingjiang, but he sensed no aura from any other powerful figures within the manor either. What was going on? In the middle of the night, where had everyone from the Pingjiang Marquis' residence gone? Frowning, Wang Hao called Shadow again. After a brief investigation, Shadow quickly returned with an answer. Reporting to the Dragon King, the Marquis of Pingjiang led all the powerful figures from the Marquis of Pingjiang's residence to the eastern border just this evening. It seems they're joining the battle on the eastern border. Engaging in combat. Wang Hao's expression shifted slightly. He recalled what Wu Qingfeng had said earlier. To the border. Earn merit. Be in theft as a feudal prince. Establish roots for the organization. Perhaps this time, the Marquis of Pingjiang went there precisely to use that medicine to create Grandmaster-level warriors to counter external threats. But, while the medicine might temporarily help the Dragon Nation weather this crisis, it's absolutely not a good thing in the long run. Once this drug is used, the elite soldiers of the Dragon Nation will essentially all perish at the border. Those who survive the battlefield won't live long either. Even setting aside the issue of life and death, once troops taste the benefits of this drug, if they habitually rely on it to resolve crises in the future, that might be the truly fatal blow to the Dragon Nation. The military would be utterly corrupted. This is a drug that corrodes the soul. Though Wang Hao was not an official, his Dark Dragon Hall resided within the Dragon Nation. His family, the people he cares about, all live in the Dragon Nation. He would never allow anyone to destroy the soldiers guarding the borders of the homeland he cherished. With that resolve, Wang Hao wasted no words and drove straight for the border. He must stop the Marquis of Pingjiang before he could administer this drug to large numbers of soldiers. Early the next morning. Eastern border of Longhua. The Marquis of Pingjiang looked at Yan Liangkai, the border commander before him, and spoke calmly. Commander Yan, you've considered my proposal thoroughly. You've seen the capabilities of the men I've brought. With this drug, the turmoil in the eastern frontier will be resolved effortlessly. Do you wish to plunge the entire eastern frontier into perpetual warfare? Or do you wish to see every soldier under your command perish, without a single survivor? The Marquis of Pingjiang spoke with grave solemnity. He was a middle-aged man who appeared upright, standing about 1.8 meters tall. Dressed in Marquis attire, he exuded an air of lofty superiority, his expression brimming with unyielding pride. Across from him stood Yan Liangkai, a garrison commander clad in armor. Though appearing somewhat simple-minded, his eyes held a steadfastness and sharp intelligence. After all, becoming a border commander for the Dragon Nation was no easy feat. Ordinary men could not be compared to him. Gazing at the Marquis of Pingjiang, Yan Liangkai spoke in a deep voice, Your Excellency, I understand your words perfectly well. But the consequences of this medicine are extremely grave. At best, it breeds complacency toward cultivation among the people below. At worst, it alters the very ethos of the entire Dragon Nation, driving countless individuals to strive for drugs rather than pursue proper cultivation. This is unacceptable. What's wrong with that? The Marquis of Pingjiang snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. As long as the medicine can be supplied long-term, it too becomes part of one's strength. It represents a nation's military might. Do you think modern armies don't rely on high-tech products? Reliance is not wrong. So what if they use medicine? Winning battles is what matters. Could it be that in General Yan Shou's mind, the lives of these soldiers below matter less than how good a story sounds? Yan Liangkai couldn't help but fall silent. Yet something felt off, preventing him from hardening his heart to act. And just then. Report. The Eastern Sea Kingdom has mobilized nearly its entire nation for a massive offensive. Our frontline troops are struggling to hold their ground. What? Yan Liangkai's face instantly drained of color. The Eastern Sea Kingdom had long been a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom, only gaining independence 100 years ago. Its national strength was far inferior to that of the Dragon Kingdom. Now they dare to mobilize their entire nation to invade the eastern border of the Dragon Kingdom? Have they lost their minds? But regardless, under such pressure, he truly felt he couldn't hold out much longer. If the eastern border fell, the people would suffer terribly, and the consequences would be catastrophic. This thought made him lift his gaze toward the Marquis of Pingjiang. Deep down, a decision had already begun to take shape in his mind. Marquis of Pingjiang. I've truly gone to great lengths to find you. Just then, Wang Hao's voice suddenly echoed from the distance. The two turned to see Wang Hao striding through the air like a streak of light, landing directly before them. The overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Hao caused both men's expressions to change instantly. So powerful. Yan Liangkai blurted out, Who are you? Wang Hao ignored Yan Liangkai, fixing a cold stare on the Marquis of Pingjiang. Marquis of Pingjiang, how could you commit such a despicable act? Have you no conscience left? How dare you? A chill shot through the Marquis of Pingjiang's heart. Though he didn't know who Wang Hao was or why he spoke thus, he couldn't let him continue. If Yan Liangkai's newly stirred desire to deploy drugs were truly suppressed, and the eastern frontier mobilized its full defenses, the Eastern Sea not fighting a desperate battle might not continue their relentless assault. After all, those men were there because he had summoned them. Yet the benefits he offered were insufficient to drive them to risk everything in a full-scale assault on the Dragon Nation. The best way to prevent this was to kill Wang Hao right before his eyes. With Wang Hao dead, as long as Yin Liang agreed to administer the drugs and the East Sea forces withdrew accordingly, he could obtain everything he desired. With that thought, he launched a surprise punch, aiming straight for Wang Hao's heart. Yin Liang's expression instantly changed. Your Excellency. In his eyes, no matter what, Wang Hao must be allowed to finish speaking. Yet a faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips. I knew scum like you would do something like this. As he spoke, Wang Hao seized the Marquis of Pingzhong's wrist and twisted it with all his might. Arg! Amidst the agonized scream, the Marquis of Pingzhong instantly unleashed his full strength, violently repelling Wang Hao. Shock flashed in his eyes. Who the hell are you? Why are you obstructing us? Do you realize this choice plunges the entire populace of the Dragon Nation into dire suffering? This is treason. Treason? Wang Hao laughed. A wave of contempt washed over his face. If I'm not mistaken, the Eastern Sea faction's relentless assault they'll stop at nothing to attack us was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Traitor! Earl of Pingzhong. Chapter 52, One Man, One Banner, holding back thousands of troops. Traitor, Marquis of Pingzhong. At these words, Yin Liangkai beside him paled visibly. He couldn't help but turn to the Marquis of Pingzhang, exclaiming, Your Lordship. Is what this man says true or false? The Marquis of Pingzhang remained silent. Yet within his heart, a storm raged. He never imagined Wang Hao would blurt out such a thing. This fellow seemed to know him inside out. Now, having forced himself to steady his emotions, he scrutinized Wang Hao before him. That face looked strangely familiar. But the memory behind that familiarity felt distant, leaving him momentarily unable to place it. After a long moment of deep thought, the Earl of Pingzhong's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have remembered something. 5 years ago, this man had once entered his life. That day, it was Wang Hao, the very man he had arranged to be lured in, who was sent to deal with the United Council. This face, coupled with that terrifying power. The identity of the man before them could only be one. The Dark Knight Dragon King, Wang Hao. The Marquis of Pingzhang, realizing the truth, didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned and fled. He knew Wang Hao's power all too well. 5 years ago, he was already a terrifying force unmatched under heaven. Though he didn't know how Wang Hao had emerged, one thing was certain, Wang Hao was not someone he could possibly stand against. Flee, and there might still be a sliver of hope. Stay? Certain death. With this thought, the Marquis of Pingzhang instantly fled. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, charging forward while unleashing a barrage of palm strikes. Wave after wave of force slammed into the Marquis of Pingzhang, yet failed to break his full-strength defense. However, certain peculiar energies clung to the Earl of Pingzhang. Only when he vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving behind a pool of blood, did Wang Hao halt his assault. The Marquis of Pingzhang had resorted to forbidden techniques to force his escape. His body must have suffered severe damage. Yet, he had also escaped unharmed. Yet all of this had been within Wang Hao's expectations. Wang Hao understood clearly that an entity of the Marquis of Pingzhang's caliber was already among the upper echelons of that organization. The person he was about to meet was likely the true core of this organization. If he could find that person, perhaps Wang Hao could finally exact his revenge. But to kill only the Marquis of Pingzhang? That wouldn't count as revenge. In fact, it would leave a massive threat unresolved. Had the Marquis of Pingzhang not stirred trouble in the eastern frontier today, Wang Hao would never have rashly met him. Instead, he would have observed for a while, waiting for an opportunity to draw information from him or follow him to meet others. But under today's circumstances, he had no choice but to act. Still, Wang Hao wasn't entirely without gain. Within those palm strikes, Wang Hao had forcibly imbued his power onto the Marquis of Pingzhang. Henceforth, whenever the Marquis of Pingzhang was nearby, Wang Hao would be able to sense his presence. With this, perhaps he could uncover the force behind the Marquis of Pingzhang. Revenge is not far off. Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. Turning to the Marquis of Pingzhang's men standing nearby, he spoke coldly, a pitiful bunch of pawns. General Yan, he continued, I want a corpse. Is that acceptable? Yan Liang's expression shifted repeatedly. He stared at Wang Hao in shock, his eyes flickering with an unusual expression. Wang Hao, who exactly is this man? Why did the Marquis of Pingzhang choose to flee outright? What exactly does this man intend to do? Observing Yan Liang's stunned expression, Wang Hao spoke calmly, Here's the deal, I'll relieve General Yan of the crisis in the eastern frontier and dedicate all the military merits from this operation to him. In return, General Yan provides me with a corpse. That settles our accounts. What do you say? At Wang Hao's words, Yin Liangkai finally snapped out of his daze. The great battle raged on. The eastern frontier now faced the crisis of its gates being breached. Without time for further thought, Yin Liangkai stared at Wang Hao and asked gravely, Are you truly confident you can repel the enemy? Wang Hao smiled faintly. A petty kingdom by the East Sea dares to oppose my dragon nation? They're nothing but overconfident ants. General Yan, follow me. With that, Wang Hao stepped into the air and ascended. Yan Liangkai gritted his teeth and immediately followed at a brisk pace. Soon, the two arrived at the border gate of the frontier nation. At that moment, both sides were observing a truce. On the Dragon Nation side, many bore visible wounds. A group of Grandmaster level 1000-man commanders panted heavily, their faces etched with fear and unease. The enemy forces were overwhelmingly numerous. Though the Eastern Sea Kingdom was far weaker than the Dragon Kingdom, mobilizing the entire nation to attack a single eastern border gate had left them struggling to cope. When Yan Liangkai and Wang Hao approached, several thousand-man captains froze in surprise. "Boss, who is this?" Yan Liangkai hesitated, unsure how to respond, and turned to look at Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled faintly and said calmly, "I'd like to borrow our national flag." Yan Liangkai frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then handed Wang Hao a national flag. Wang Hao raised the flagpole and leaped high into the air, soaring right over the border. This scene caused everyone's expressions to change instantly. What was Wang Hao up to? It wasn't just Yan Liangkai and his men across the border, a group of Donghai Kingdom generals also froze in shock. Wang Hao's face was utterly unfamiliar to them. What was this man, waving the Dragon Nation's flag, trying to accomplish? Under the stunned gazes of all present, Wang Hao stepped directly out through the gate, advancing to the center of the battlefield less than 100 meters before the Eastern Sea Kingdom's army. Thud! Wang Hao planted the flag into the ground. Instantly, a 100-meter-long fissure ripped open across the earth. Standing alone with his flag before the East Sea Kingdom's army, Wang Hao spoke calmly. "Cross this line, and die. Those who fail to retreat 10 kilometers within 10 minutes shall die. Those who utter vile words to insult the Dragon Nation shall die." 3 consecutive declarations caused Yan Liangkai, watching from within the distant kingdom's gates, to pale visibly. Wang Hao's audacity was simply too great. What was he trying to accomplish? Is he challenging an entire nation single-handedly? Across the field, the group of generals led by the Eastern Sea Kingdom also froze in surprise. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire group burst into loud laughter. The leaders sneered with utter contempt. "What a joke! Today, we shall breach the eastern defenses of your Dragon Kingdom. I'll see just how much you can accomplish alone." A faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips. "What can I do? I can kill you." As the words fell, Wang Hao stomped his foot on the ground. His figure shot forward in an instant, charging straight toward the man. In the blink of an eye, he was upon his opponent, delivering a punch that slammed directly into the man's head. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao's speed surpassed everyone's imagination. By the time the crowd reacted, Wang Hao had already flipped back beside the national flag. Holding it aloft, he stood proudly, utterly still. At the same time, boom! The warrior led by Donghai crashed heavily to the ground, dead. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Wang Hao's voice echoed once more through the crowd. "I'll say it again. Cross the line, die. Those who fail to retreat 10 kilometers within 10 minutes shall die. Those who utter slander against the Dragon Nation shall die. Oh, but now you only have 9.5 minutes left. Life or death, the choice is yours." Chapter 53, Cowards of the East Sea. The entire eastern frontier lay in deathly silence. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Eastern Sea Kingdom stood frozen in place, speechless. On the other side, the gates of the Dragon Kingdom slowly opened. Yan Liangkai led the Dragon Kingdom's delegation out, positioning himself behind Wang Hao. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Wang Hao grew complex. They still didn't know who Wang Hao was. Yet at the very moment of the Dragon Kingdom's peril, this man had stepped forward to halt the Eastern Sea Kingdom's advancing army. And he had immediately slain their foremost general. After a long moment, another figure finally stepped forward from the opposing side. Gritting his teeth, he addressed Wang Hao. "Boy, your strength is formidable, but you are but a single man. If the entire nation of Donghai attacks, can you possibly stand against us alone?" He expected Wang Hao to admit defeat and then make excuses. He had even prepared himself to outmaneuver Wang Hao no matter what the youth said. After all, the morale of the entire East Sea Kingdom was at rock bottom right now. Watching Wang Hao kill their leader right before their eyes, yet being powerless to stop it was a devastating blow to morale. He needed a single phrase to salvage the situation. But instead, a faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips. "If I enter the East Sea shall become a nation of the dead. Either you force me to take a stroll through the Eastern Sea, or you make your decision now. Choose for yourselves." With those words, the entire Eastern Sea contingent was rendered speechless. Wang Hao going to the East Sea? A man who plucks a general's head from the midst of 10,000 soldiers as easily as taking something from a sack. If he goes to the East Sea, no one there can stop him. He would be a walking nuclear bomb. Wherever he goes, destruction follows. Wang Hao's threat struck a nerve with every single one of them. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Kingdom's people shifted repeatedly, until finally, all fell into a deathly silence. They had no rebuttal. Gazing at the group, Wang Hao snorted coldly and spoke again. 5 minutes left. The man across from him gritted his teeth, his voice cold and menacing. We can withdraw our troops. But remember this, the man you just killed was the East Sea's strongest warrior, the younger brother of the Marquis of Tianma. The Marquis of Tianma will come to Long Kingdom to find you. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Marquis Tianma? A petty villain from the East Sea. If he wants to come and die, he's welcome anytime. But just now were you threatening me? The man across from him froze, about to explain. But Wang Hao's figure flickered and vanished. The next second, the man was dead. As if nothing had happened, Wang Hao stood before the Eastern Sea army after the killing, clapping his hands as he surveyed the crowd. His expression calm, he asked, "Is there a man here who dares draw his blade against me?" Not a single voice answered. Every single one of them fell silent, frozen in fear. Wang Hao sneered with contempt. The East Sea nothing but cowards. With that, Wang Hao turned his back on the Donghai Nation's people, strode back to the Dragon Nation's flag, and once again raised it high, pointing it toward the heavens. A fierce wind arose. The flag fluttered fiercely. Wang Hao's voice echoed solemnly, "Today, Dragon Nation has achieved a great victory. The Eastern Sea Kingdom has retreated in defeat from the eastern border of the Dragon Kingdom. Tomorrow, Dragon Nation's envoys shall arrive. Cession of territory and indemnity payments neither shall be spared. Cowards of Donghai Kingdom, does anyone object? I'll fight you to the death." One man could bear it no longer. With a furious roar, he charged straight at Wang Hao. But Wang Hao merely sneered coldly, waving his hand casually. Instantly, a wind blade sliced clean through the man's throat. The entire arena fell silent once more. Fear spread through every heart. Finally, the highest-ranking official among the remaining Donghai forces closed his eyes and cried out in anguish, "Retreat." Those words, filled with utter humiliation, sounded like heavenly music to the ears of the soldiers. Everyone turned and fled as if escaping, swiftly vanishing beyond the Dragon Nation's border. Instantly, cheers erupted from the Dragon Nation's border troops. Long live the Dragon Kingdom! Long live the Dragon Kingdom! Yan Liangkai looked at Wang Hao with a complex expression. He never imagined that Wang Hao would resolve today's peril in such a manner. The mighty Eastern Sea army, before Wang Hao, seemed like children utterly defenseless. Wang Hao gazed at him with a calm expression, his voice slow and deliberate. "What I came for, I shall take. The rest is up to you to handle. Remember to inform the sovereign to send envoys for negotiations. Demand as many concessions as possible." With that, Wang Hao smiled and patted Yan Liangkai's shoulder before turning and walking away. Yan Liangkai stood frozen in place for a long moment, speechless. Beside him, someone couldn't help but ask, "Boss, who was that guy just now? Damn, he was handsome. That was so damn satisfying. I've never seen those little bastards from Donghai Kingdom look so humiliated. It made me so damn proud I could have jumped for joy." "Enough." Yan Liangkai shot him a disapproving glare. "I don't know who he is either. But I promised to keep today's matter confidential. This matter must not be disclosed. I'll personally return to the capital to report the details to the sovereign." By the end of his speech, Yan Liangkai couldn't help but rub his temples. The crisis in Donghai resolved clearly a good thing. Yet his mind was in turmoil. He couldn't shake the feeling that an even greater crisis was about to emerge. Today, Jiangling was in an uproar, the entire city thrown into chaos. The city lord, Wu Qingfeng, was dead. The deputy city lord had temporarily assumed the position to investigate Wu Qingfeng's death. Before the public could process this news, a series of further reports began circulating. The Marquis of Pingjiang has betrayed the nation. A nationwide manhunt is underway. A great victory in the eastern border. A mysterious warrior, bearing the national flag, single-handedly held back the vast Eastern Sea army. Ordinary citizens of Jiangling now found themselves utterly overwhelmed, unsure which crisis demanded their attention first. Alone at home, Chu Xiaoyun wore an expression of profound complexity. Early that morning, Wang Hao had called her, asking her to take Mengmeng to school first, promising he'd return soon. Now, it was already noon, yet Wang Hao still hadn't returned. News of Donghai and the Marquis of Pingjiang kept pouring in. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't shake the feeling. Perhaps the incident in Donghai was Wang Hao's doing. But could it be? Such a legendary powerhouse, a terrifying figure capable of commanding the heroes of the East Sea, could it be Wang Hao? Was she overthinking things? Wu Qingfeng's death, however, likely had something to do with him. After all, he died in Gongwani's home, and an affair scandal had been exposed. Shaking her head, Chu Xiaoyun was deep in thought. The door suddenly swung open. Wang Hao walked in. Chu Xiaoyun hurried forward. "Are you okay?" Wang Hao shook his head gently. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Xiaoyun gave a bitter smile and whispered, "Did you kill Wu Qingfeng?" Wang Hao avoided Chu Xiaoyun's question, replying in a solemn tone, "Xiaoyun, trust me. I'll handle everything. Once everything settles, I'll tell you the truth. For now, I don't want you to worry. Just do whatever you want to do. Whatever it is, I'll support you." After a long silence, Chu Xiaoyun finally nodded with a bitter smile.
I understand, Wang Hao. I'm planning to interview at a company this afternoon.
Wang Hao froze. After what happened with the Fang family, Chu Xiaoyun actually still wants to go to work? But then again, she had no enemies in Jiangling now, so Chu Xiaoyun was relatively safe for the time being. Rather than staying home and overthinking things day after day, it would be better to get back to work.
Wang Hao nodded in agreement.
Whatever you want, you can have. Chapter 54, Someone Wants to Reap the Rewards.
North of Jiangling, Tian'an City. This small town near Jiangling was ancient and dilapidated.
Most of its young people had left to seek work and life in places like Jiangling or Jiangnan, leaving behind primarily the elderly. At this moment, the Marquis of Pingjiang sat in a dilapidated old house, consuming various medicinal herbs to restore his health. His expression was grim beyond words. He never dreamed in his wildest dreams that Wang Hao would reappear and crush him so easily.
Dark Knight Dragon King, you truly are astonishing.
Gritting his teeth, an icy glint flashed in the Marquis of Pingjiang's eyes. He understood clearly that the Dark Dragon Hall itself was not terrifying. Now, their own people had even ascended to high-ranking positions within the Dark Dragon Hall, capable of shattering it at any moment. But Wang Hao, this Dark Knight Dragon King, was enough to fill him with dread. Not long ago, he had received news from the Eastern Sea Kingdom. Wang Hao, single-handedly, had held off an entire army, inflicting devastating losses upon the Eastern Sea Kingdom. After this incident, the network of connections he had spent years building within the Eastern Sea Kingdom had completely collapsed. Yet the Marquis of Pingjiang knew Wang Hao wouldn't die so easily. Though he was not far from Jiangling, the proverb holds true, the darkest spot is under the lamp. Wang Hao would never suspect he was here. Right now, he simply made a phone call to summon the core member of the organization who maintained direct contact with him. As a high-ranking member of the organization, the Marquis of Pingjiang knew far more than Wu Qingfeng and the others. The name of this organization was Crescent. The sole objective of the Crescent Moon organization was to reshape the entire world. They sought to create what they deemed a truly perfect world. To achieve this, the first step was to seize control of the world. However, even someone of the Marquis of Pingjiang's stature was merely a high-ranking figure in terms of power and had never truly come into contact with the core of the entire Crescent Moon organization. The core leadership never met with him directly. Instead, a red-robed figure had always been assigned to convey messages and orders on their behalf. This time, the Marquis of Pingjiang had merely relayed the message. Barely 2 hours later, the door to his residence was opened. The one who entered was none other than that red-robed figure. A flicker of surprise crossed the figure's eyes as he looked at the Marquis of Pingjiang. The Dark Knight Dragon King truly hadn't lost his edge over the years. 5 years of imprisonment hadn't diminished his power in the slightest. He remained one of the world's most formidable beings. Cut the sarcasm. The Marquis of Pingjiang gently massaged his wounds, his face dark and grim. What do we do now? Any ideas? The red-clad figure smiled faintly. Had the Dark Knight Dragon King emerged a year earlier, we'd have been powerless. We'd have had no choice but to continue scraping by. But now, things are different. The formula has been perfected. Give us time to gather the ingredients, and we can produce tens of thousands of doses. Then, even the Dark Knight Dragon King himself would die under the assault of 10,000 grandmasters. The man in red radiated absolute confidence. After all, even on the battlefield, a grandmaster could command 1,000 soldiers. A nation's grandmaster-level combat strength barely adds up to 1,000. And that's among the top-tier powers. Weaker nations possess no more than 100 grandmasters. Each one lost is one less. They could effortlessly produce tens of thousands of grandmasters. Such power is sufficient to reshape the entire world's order.
A mere Wang Hao? He can be killed without a second thought. Gazing at the man in red, the Marquis of Pingjiang's voice grew icy. It's not as simple as you think. If he were as madly possessed as he was 5 years ago, we could certainly surround and kill him. But if he chooses to flee, not even 10,000 masters or even 100,000 could stop him. Then we'll lure him into a trap, a place he can't escape. The man in red smiled faintly, his voice lingering as he said, well, that will depend entirely on you, Marquis of Pingjiang. You are currently under his watchful eye. The Marquis of Pingjiang's face darkened instantly. Using me as bait? Fine. But not now. At the very least, I must first secure the means to protect myself. It's not just about regaining my strength. I need the organization to give me some benefits. This time, my sacrifice is too great. The man in red smiled faintly. Rest assured. Before the plan begins, we will provide you with sufficient benefits to ensure your survival. After all, the Marquis of Pingjiang remains one of the organization's most elite assets. High-ranking members are never abandoned. The Marquis of Pingjiang's expression shifted slightly. The higher-ups won't be abandoned. What else could that mean? If mid to lower-level members encountered such a situation, they'd have been buried without a trace long ago. Because Chu Xiaoyun had gone for an interview, Wang Hao went alone to pick Mengmeng up from school that afternoon. Lu Dan looked at Wang Hao, her expression incredibly complex. After yesterday's events, she knew full well that Wang Hao was no ordinary man. Especially with the news of Wu Qingfeng's death spreading today, Lu Dan was utterly shocked. She scrutinized the news report. Wu Qingfeng had died at Gong Wanni's home. Along with Gong Wanni and Wu Kailai all dead. Recalling the grudge between Wang Hao and them, Lu Dan felt a chill in her heart. Fear spread throughout her body, leaving her speechless. Wang Hao, however, remained remarkably calm, paying no heed to Lu Dan's reaction. After picking up Mengmeng, he took the initiative to prepare dinner. By the time Chu Xiaoyun returned, she brought good news. She'd aced the interview and could start work tomorrow. A rare smile graced Chu Xiaoyun's face as she spoke. For 5 years, she had never received a shred of social recognition. Now, finally, she had the chance to work even if it was just a small company, even if it was the most ordinary job, and she still felt a deep sense of relief. That feeling was something no one else could give her. Night fell. Wang Hao was about to rest when his phone suddenly rang. "Mr. Wang, there's something I need to discuss with you." Su Qi's voice sounded hesitant on the other end. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. "Get to the point. What's going on?" Su Qi's voice grew solemn. "Mr. Wang, the Dark Dragon Hall's higher-ups have ordered my transfer to another city. Someone else will be sent to take over everything in Jiangling." "A promotion?" Wang Hao was taken aback. Su Qi hasn't exactly distinguished himself, has he? How'd he get a promotion? Su Qi shook his head. "No, it's a lateral transfer." "A lateral transfer?" Wang Hao frowned. Individuals like Su Qi typically only work in one location. Unless there are special circumstances, transfers are rarely made lightly. Take Su Qi, for instance. It took him years to gain a thorough understanding of every detail in Jiangling. Precisely for that reason, lateral transfers were virtually unheard of for people like him. Su Qi's words now left Wang Hao somewhat puzzled. Su Qi gave a wry smile. "To be honest, this actually has something to do with you, Mr. Wang." Wang Hao froze. "Me?" Su Qi nodded. "You killed Wu Qingfeng, Mr. Wang." Combined with the Pingjiang Marquise rebellion and the eastern border conflicts, Jiangling now appears to some as a land of opportunity. Under these circumstances, they naturally want to plant their own people here to reap the benefits and climb the ranks. Chapter 55, "You're too trash to be my enemy." At those words, even Wang Hao's expression darkened. He naturally understood Su Qi's meaning. With Wu Qingfeng dead, chaos would surely erupt in Jiangling. At that point, their underground operations would become far easier to execute. No matter who from the Dark Dragon Hall came, they could seize the opportunity to make a killing, thereby accumulating merit and paving the way for the future. Such a situation would never have been permitted under Wang Hao's rule. But the Dark Dragon Hall is no longer what it once was. Wang Hao understood this well. Yet, consumed by his desire to live an ordinary life with Chu Xiaoyun, he had no intention of returning to the Dark Dragon Hall. Who could have imagined that this very matter would now land squarely on his shoulders? Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao pondered for a moment before asking in a deep voice, "When will your replacement arrive?" Su Qi gave a wry smile. "Right about now. He should be here soon. He only called me to notify me after arriving in Jiangling." Wang Hao nodded. "All right, I got it. Give me the address. I'll come find you." Su Qi's heart leapt with joy. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Wang Hao shook his head. "No need to thank me. I'm doing this for myself, not to help you." Su Qi lived in Jiangling's renowned affluent neighborhood. Shortly after Wang Hao arrived, a loud pounding echoed on the door. Outside, angry shouts echoed. "Su Qi! Open the door! You knew I was coming, yet you didn't come out to greet me earlier? How dare you?" Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. "Aren't you two supposed to be equals?" Su Qi gave a wry smile. "Mr. Wang, you're unaware that this man is a favorite of Zhang Jiaozhu, the nominal second in command of the Dark Dragon Hall. Thanks to that connection, his actual standing within the Dark Dragon Hall far surpasses mine. The Dragon Lord is the highest authority in the Dark Dragon Hall, second only to the Dragon King himself." When Wang Hao left earlier, there was no Zhang Jiaozhu. When did this man appear? Seeing Wang Hao's astonishment, Su Qi sighed and explained, "Zhang Jiaozhu only joined the Dark Dragon Hall 4 years ago. But over these 4 years, he's achieved countless major accomplishments. It's precisely because of this that he was able to ascend to the position of Jiaozhu so quickly. The man outside is Yangli, his trusted confidant and a veteran subordinate who has been by Zhang Jiaozhu's side since his entry into the Dark Dragon Hall. That's precisely why this man could act so arrogantly without anyone daring to say a word." Wang Hao snorted coldly, about to speak. Outside, Yang Li's voice rang out again. "Su Qi! Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Open the door now. Don't tell me you're planning to stick around Jiangling to pad your record and refuse to leave." Su Qi turned to Wang Hao with a look of resignation. Wang Hao said calmly, "Go open the door for him. Don't say anything rash. I'm curious to see what this man from Zhang Jiao's faction can actually accomplish." Su Qi nodded and stepped forward to open the door. But the moment the door swung open, bam! Yang Li delivered a direct kick to Su Qi's midsection. Su Qi was already short and not skilled in combat. The force of Yang Li's kick sent him flying backward several meters, slamming hard into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face drained of color, and his eyes blazed with fury. Yang Li, what do you think you're doing? Yang Li walked in slowly. Unlike Su Qi's slight frame, Yang Li was tall and muscular, radiating raw power. Wearing only a tank top, he flexed his muscles at Su Qi in a show of bravado, sneering, "What do I mean? Su Qi, get a grip on your place. After all this time, you finally opened the door for me, don't you deserve a beating?" Su Qi gritted his teeth in fury. "We're the same rank. I opened the door late, why should I get beaten?" "Same rank?" Yang Li laughed, his smile dripping with contempt. "Su Qi, you're nothing but an old-school piece of trash. The Dark Dragon Hall has changed. Now is the era of Zhang Jiuzhu. I serve Lord Zhangjiao, while you have no one above you. At best, you're just that old useless Shadows man. But he's been in seclusion for years, how many in the Dark Dragon Hall even recognize him anymore? Who can you blame for following the wrong master?" Su Qi's eyes flashed with ferocity. "Bull. Since Lord Zhangjiao arrived, he's achieved countless feats, but his ideas are clearly misguided. They go against the Dragon King's vision. They violate the very foundation of the Dark Dragon Hall." "The Dragon King?" Yang Li sneered. "A man vanished for 5 years, you tell me his ideas from 5 years ago represent the Dark Dragon Hall's foundation? Su Qi, have you not woken up yet? Let me tell you this, the Dragon King will never return. Soon enough, the Dark Dragon Hall will belong to Zhang Jiao." "Is that so?" The words had barely left his mouth. Wang Hao's voice suddenly echoed out. Yang Li froze, turning to stare at Wang Hao. Surprise flashed in his eyes. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Just as Su Qi was about to explain, Wang Hao spoke indifferently. "I'm on good terms with Su Qi, you could say I'm an old friend of the Dark Dragon Hall." "The Dark Knight Dragon King won't return?" Yang Li asked, his curiosity piqued. "And what makes you say that?" Yang Li froze at the remark, then sneered contemptuously, "What gives me the right? Because I know he didn't go off on some important mission, he was captured." "Is that enough? Captured?" A cold glint instantly flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Few people knew about his entrapment at the United Council. Only 2 groups. One group was from the United Council. However, the United Council shouldn't be provoking him now, and this Yang Li was unlikely to be one of them. The other group are members of that organization. Compared to the United Council, the Crescent Moon faction not only likely knew about this incident, but would probably be immensely proud of it. After all, they had taken down the mighty Night Dragon King without losing a single soldier. Now, gazing at Yang Li before him, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, his voice turning icy. "You have a point, but I'm not known for my patience." "What?" Yang Li froze, momentarily stunned. Wang Hao rose slowly, pacing toward him step by step, his expression unreadable. "I have some connection with the Shadow. You just insulted him. So, I feel like punching you. What do you think?" Yang Li couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, you're just some trash who popped up out of nowhere. How dare you talk to me like that? Listen carefully, I represent Zhang Jiuzhu, the second in command of the Dark Dragon Hall. Never mind whether you're my match, even if you could beat me, would you dare? Hit me, and Lord Zhangjiao will make sure you." Yang Li tried to intimidate Wang Hao further. But before he could finish his threat, bam! Wang Hao's fist slammed straight into his midsection. Yang Li collapsed to his knees instantly, clutching his stomach, unable to speak. His eyes widened as he stared at Wang Hao, terror filling his gaze. "You? What's wrong with me?" Wang Hao sneered contemptuously. "Either get lost, or go find your boss Zhang Jiao. You're too trashy to be my enemy." Chapter 56, Mengmeng's Capture. "You're asking for it." Yang Li's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He never imagined Wang Hao would be so audacious as to speak to him like this. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. "Getting beaten up and still daring to provoke me, you're quite the character." With that, bang! Another kick landed squarely on Yang Li's jaw. Yang Li's jaw dislocated from the impact. He collapsed to the ground in agony, tears welling in his eyes. His entire body trembled with pain, yet he dared not utter another word. This Wang Hao was nothing but a madman. He didn't give a damn about Zhang Jiuzhu. Gritting his teeth and forcing back the agony, Yang Li scrambled out on all fours. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Su Qi, the murderous intent in his eyes growing ever more intense. Just you wait. It wouldn't be long before he dealt with these 2 damned bastards. Watching Yang Li's retreating figure, Su Qi stepped forward to close the door. Turning to Wang Hao, his eyes held a hint of curiosity. "Why, Mr. Wang?" He couldn't quite grasp it. Given Wang Hao's status and influence, revealing his identity and eliminating this man would pose no real difficulty. Yet Wang Hao had only intervened minimally, showing no sign of his true strength. This was unusual. Wang Hao said indifferently, "Ask only what you must." If he comes looking for trouble again, notify me immediately. With that, Wang Hao turned and walked away. He spared Yang Li not because he feared Yang Li, but because he feared that Zhang Jiaozhu. He intended to lure out that Zhang Jiaozhu. Or rather, to provoke Yang Li into deploying certain special forces against him, Wang Hao. After all, Yang Li knew about his capture back then. That was far too unusual. But Wang Hao had no proof. He needed Yang Li to expose his own weakness. And when the other side sees a glimmer of hope to counter him and goes all out, that's precisely when they're most likely to slip up. Yang Li left Su Qi's place and headed straight to the hotel. Sitting in his room, his eyes were filled with a cold glint. On his way back, he had already had Wang Hao investigated. A native of Jiangling, he had just returned to the city. He seemed to have some money, an unmarried partner, and a child. Yang Li snorted coldly, holding Wang Hao in utter contempt. What was Wang Hao? Just trash. Dealing with someone like him? Just make him suffer thoroughly once and for all. With that thought, Yang Li conducted some inquiries and headed straight for the gates of the Chu family villa. At that very moment, Chu Jianhua was at home holding a memorial service for Chu Tianxiao. Chu Tianxiao had met a tragic end at the hands of the Jiangnan Wang family. He found it utterly unbearable, yet dared not hold a large memorial service for fear of attracting trouble. The sudden knock at the door startled him. Who might you be? Though he didn't recognize Yang Li, the man arrived in a luxury car, dressed impeccably, with servants attending to him. His license plate was from the capital. This was no small fry. Seeing Chu Jianhua looking somewhat flustered, Yang Li coldly asked, "Is Chu Xiaoyun one of your Chu family members?" Chu Jianhua's expression changed, his voice tinged with shock. "You're looking for her?" Yang Li replied indifferently, "A man named Wang Hao has offended me." "Is he your Chu family's son-in-law?" Chu Jianhua waved his hands frantically. "Sir, please don't misunderstand. My relationship with Chu Xiaoyun has long been severed. As for that Wang Hao, he's my mortal enemy. That Wang Hao killed my son. I'll never forgive him." "That's best." Yang Li said coldly, "I intend to deal with that Wang Hao. I need you to do something for me." Chu Jianhua startled. "Sir, Wang Hao is no ordinary man. He possesses considerable abilities." "You?" "I'm with the Dark Dragon Hall." Yang Li stated his affiliation directly. "Do you think Wang Hao is stronger than the Dark Dragon Hall?" Dark Dragon Hall. The mere mention of those three words nearly scared the pants off Chu Jianhua. That's undoubtedly the most elite power in the world today. Legend has it that back when the Dark Knight Dragon King still ruled, even the major powers dared not provoke the Dark Dragon Hall. And now, the man before him, Yang Li, actually hailed from the Dark Dragon Hall? Chu Jianhua immediately bowed respectfully. "Sir, please speak. Whatever I can do to assist you, I will do my utmost." Yang Li snorted coldly, his tone indifferent. "I don't want to make a big fuss and offend the local authorities. Therefore, tomorrow afternoon, you will go in advance as her maternal grandfather and retrieve Mengmeng, Wang Hao's daughter. Once Mengmeng is in my hands, Wang Hao will walk right into the trap. Then, all our grievances you and I will settle them with him once and for all." Chu Jianhua's expression instantly darkened. Truth be told, he'd harbored complex feelings toward Wang Hao all this time. He knew full well that Wang Hao was involved in Chu Tianxiao's death. But this very knowledge had filled him with dread. After all, Chu Tianxiao had gone with the Jiangnan King's men that time. Yet he still met his end at Wang Hao's hands. How could this not fill Chu Jianhua with dread? He understood clearly that given Chu Xiaoyun's kindness, if he were willing to humble himself, perhaps he could truly return to the past with her and make Wang Hao his ally. But now, realizing the person beside him belonged to the Dark Dragon Hall, Chu Jianhua quickly made up his mind. The Prince of Jiangnan was no match for the Dark Dragon Hall. Wang Hao was as good as dead. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't possibly survive at the hands of the Dark Dragon Hall. Given that, there was no reason left for him to hesitate. With that thought, Chu Jianhua gritted his teeth and declared, "Agreed. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll pick Mengmeng up early. I request that you meet me at the kindergarten entrance." Yang Li smiled faintly. "Rest assured. After tomorrow, Wang Hao will cease to exist in this world." With that, Yang Li turned and walked away. Watching Yang Li's departing figure, Chu Jianhua's expression grew increasingly complex. To capture Mengmeng, his own granddaughter, to deal with Wang Hao? That was indeed going too far. But so what? Compared to the future of the Chu family, compared to avenging Chu Tianxiao. Pale in comparison. Early the next morning, Wang Hao dropped Mengmeng off at kindergarten. He had intended to lend his car to Chu Xiaoyun, but she found it too flashy and opted to take the bus to work instead. Wang Hao felt a bit helpless. But he understood Su Qi's sports car was indeed a bit too flashy. If she really drove that to work, her colleagues would probably give her strange looks. Perhaps it was time to buy 2 family cars. But Wang Hao wasn't rushing to handle these matters. He would provide Chu Xiaoyun with ample funds, and when she felt the need, she would naturally make the purchase. For the next couple of days, his primary task remained handling Yang Li's affairs while keeping a close eye on the Marquis of Pingjiang. Before he knew it, the clock had struck 3 in the afternoon. Wang Hao instinctively prepared to head to the school gate early to snag a parking spot for picking up Mengmeng. But before he could step outside, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Dan calling. This puzzled Wang Hao. Although both he and Chu Xiaoyun had her number, Lu Dan usually called Chu Xiaoyun first when she needed something. Why was she contacting him directly this time? Could something have happened? Wang Hao's expression changed as he answered the call. On the other end, Lu Dan's panicked voice came through. Mr. Wang, Mengmeng was forcibly dragged away by her grandfather. I couldn't stop him. Chapter 57. 5 years ago, they called me the Dark Knight Dragon King. What did you say? A murderous rage instantly erupted from Wang Hao's body. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes bloodshot, the murderous intent radiating from him solidifying into tangible form. Chu Jianhua. He's courting death. Wang Hao muttered a thank you, hung up the phone, and immediately drove straight toward the Chu family villa. He would never let Mengmeng come to harm. Inside the Chu family villa. Boom! As the gate collapsed, Chu Jianhua inside the house jolted awake, sitting bolt upright. Seeing Wang Hao at the doorway, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He sure got here fast. Despite his surprise, Chu Jianhua showed no panic. Instead, he chuckled lightly, his tone cold and detached. Wang Hao, have you come to rescue your bastard child? Wang Hao's voice was icy cold. What have you done to Mengmeng? Chu Jianhua burst out laughing. What have I done to her? Naturally, I've made her wish she were dead. As he spoke, Chu Jianhua clapped his hands. 2 henchmen immediately wheeled out a hospital bed. On the bed, Mengmeng lay unconscious, her face deathly pale. Countless medical devices were attached to her body, including a large bottle of blood. Seeing Wang Hao trembling violently, Chu Jianhua sneered, I drained nearly all her blood. Right now, she's only clinging to life through the 4 I'm feeding her and all these messy machines. Wang Hao, I know you're a fighter. I know that even after we captured Chu Xiaoyun, you still managed to kill every last one of the Fang family's men. You really are formidable. But it's useless. Right now, this bastard's life is in my hands. If anything happens to me, the power to her machines will cut out instantly. Then she'll die for sure. If you want her to live, you'd better behave yourself and do as I say. Chu Jianhua's words dripped with arrogance. In his eyes, no matter how capable Wang Hao was, he had no choice now. Otherwise, Mengmeng would die. Yet Wang Hao's eyes still burned with murderous intent, his voice icy cold. You still underestimate me. Therefore, you will die a miserable, agonizing death. What? Chu Jianhua was startled, staring at Wang Hao with eyes brimming with astonishment. What did Wang Hao mean by that? Mengmeng's life was in his hands. Wang Hao did he actually dare to attack him? Just as Chu Jianhua was reeling in shock, Wang Hao's figure suddenly flickered into motion. In an instant, he darted forward, landing beside Mengmeng. The 2 men flanking Mengmeng were each knocked down with a single punch from Wang Hao. Keep in mind, these 2 were also skilled fighters, both under Yang Li's command. Yet before Wang Hao, they offered no resistance whatsoever. Chu Jianhua finally snapped back to his senses. He roared furiously, Wang Hao, do you want that bastard of yours to die? Wang Hao sneered with contempt, not even waiting for Chu Jianhua to cut the power. He ripped off every so-called life-saving device attached to Mengmeng's body, along with the 4 needle. Chu Jianhua's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't Wang Hao the one who cared most about Mengmeng? Why today did he not even care about Mengmeng's life? Wang Hao couldn't care less about Chu Jianhua's thoughts. After removing the equipment, Wang Hao pulled out a box of silver needles and began inserting them one by one into Mengmeng's body. Mengmeng's life didn't need anyone else's methods to save it. He possessed the power to protect Mengmeng himself. As Wang Hao inserted each needle, Mengmeng's complexion instantly regained some color. Seeing this, Chu Jianhua's expression changed completely. He never imagined that Wang Hao, besides possessing extraordinary martial prowess, also wielded such formidable medical skills. But Chu Jianhua didn't dwell on it for long. He hadn't come unprepared today. Fixing his gaze on Wang Hao, he roared, kill him. His attention is entirely on my child, he's no match for us. With that, Yang Li's men charged forward. They all thought the same. No matter how strong Wang Hao was, his attention was entirely on Mengmeng right now. With so many of them launching a surprise attack, and Wang Hao still needing to administer acupuncture to Mengmeng, how could he possibly be their match? But before they could even close in on Wang Hao, boom! Waves of true qi transformed into fist winds, knocking the entire group flat to the ground. The entire group, utterly powerless to resist, collapsed painfully to the ground, wailing in agony. Chu Jianhua was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? Killing from a distance? Wang Hao, just what kind of being was he? But Wang Hao paid Chu Jianhua no mind whatsoever. He turned his head directly, gazing toward the southeast corner of the room. He had noticed it the moment he entered there, a surveillance camera. And the only one who could be watching this scene through that camera was Yang Li. Otherwise, where would Chu Jianhua have found such a large number of powerful subordinates? With a cold snort, Wang Hao flipped the surveillance camera the middle finger. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, the camera crashed to the floor, shattered instantly. 2 kilometers away. Yang Li, watching everything unfold from inside his car, couldn't help but swallow hard, his face turning deathly pale. He never dreamed Wang Hao could be this powerful. All his men were utterly powerless against Wang Hao. That was at least master-level strength. This was far beyond what he could possibly contend with. Who exactly was Wang Hao? Though stunned, Yang Li had no time to dwell on it. He knew he had to get out of there immediately. Wang Hao was unbeatable. But Wang Hao wouldn't be able to run rampant for long. Once he returned, he would summon Zhang Jiaozhu. Once Lord Zhang Jiao was free, dealing with a mere Wang Hao? A piece of cake. Meanwhile, inside the house, Chu Jianhua had already fallen to the floor in terror, so scared he wet himself. He had lured Wang Hao here today specifically to exact revenge. But what he never could have imagined was that Wang Hao would effortlessly resolve everything and even save Mengmeng's life. Mengmeng was still alive, while everyone he had summoned lay defeated. He stared at Wang Hao in terror, his voice trembling. Wang Hao, I'm warning you, don't you dare do anything rash. My people aren't ordinary folk. They're all elite warriors of the Dark Dragon Hall. Kill me or kill them, and you'll have the Dark Dragon Hall to answer to. You know the Dark Dragon Hall, right? It's not comparable to the Jiangnan King you've crossed before. If you know what's good for you, I advise you to get down on your knees and beg for mercy right now. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. At these words, the crowd nearby glared at Wang Hao with vicious looks, their faces tinged with smug satisfaction. In their eyes, even if someone had to die, it would be Chu Jianhua. After all, Chu Jianhua wasn't part of the Dark Dragon Hall. But them? None of them dared to kill. So what if Wang Hao was stronger? Did he dare offend the Dark Dragon Hall? Feeling the arrogance radiating from the crowd, Wang Hao suddenly smiled. His smile was filled with utter contempt. The Dark Dragon Hall has its own rules. Those who defy their superiors shall be put to death. Disrespecting superiors? The entire group was dumbfounded. When had they ever defied their superiors? Observing the curious crowd, Wang Hao remained composed as he spoke calmly. Don't you understand? My name is Wang Hao. 5 years ago, people called me Dark Knight Dragon King. Chapter 58, work for me for 2 days. 5 years ago, people called me the Dark Knight Dragon King. With that single sentence, the entire crowd fell into a deathly silence. Everyone gaped at Wang Hao, speechless. Especially those from the Dark Dragon Hall. Though most had only recently joined the Dark Dragon Hall, they'd heard the legends of the Dark Knight Dragon King. In fact, it could be said that 8 or 9 out of 10 who joined the Dark Dragon Hall did so precisely because of the Dark Knight Dragon King's legendary past. They never imagined that Wang Hao himself was the Dark Knight Dragon King. Wang Hao, the very being they'd dreamed of serving. No, that's impossible. How could you be the Dark Knight Dragon King? Didn't you vanish 5 years ago? A convict released in prison garb? Chu Jianhua roared furiously. Yet his words only served to confirm Wang Hao's identity. The Dark Dragon Hall members trembled from head to toe, their eyes filled with terror. Vanished for 5 years. Just like the Dark Knight Dragon King. A convict returning in prison garb? Rumors had indeed circulated that their Dark Knight Dragon King had been imprisoned. At that moment, everyone was plunged into profound terror. Wang Hao stared coldly at the crowd, his voice icy as he asked, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" The entire group fell silent. Anything else to say? Of course not. They dared to come after their Dark Knight Dragon King. And they committed such inhuman acts against Wang Hao's daughter. They had absolutely no reason to expect to live. Only Chu Jianhua was still making a last-ditch struggle. He roared furiously, "Wang Hao, you cannot kill me. I am Xiaoyun's father. Mengmeng's grandfather. Killing me would be an act of treason. You can't. Watching the enraged Chu Jianhua, Wang Hao's face twisted with scorn. It's precisely because of fathers like you, grandfathers like you, that Xiaoyun and Mengmeng suffer their greatest tragedy. After you're gone, their future will only be brighter." With that, Wang Hao raised his hand. Instantly, a fierce killing intent completely engulfed Chu Jianhua. That palpable, tangible killing intent made Chu Jianhua's body tremble uncontrollably. Wang Hao truly intended to kill him. No! Chu Jianhua screamed in agony, then turned and ran for the exit. He absolutely couldn't die here. He refused to accept it. He must live. Chu Jianhua sprinted toward the door. But Wang Hao's cold, menacing voice rang directly in his ear. "You still think you can escape? Chu Jianhua, you really are brainless." The words had barely left his mouth. A brutal force slammed into Chu Jianhua's back. Chu Jianhua crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened as his body trembled for a long moment before he finally lost consciousness completely. The last bloodline of the Chu family, Chu Jianhua. Dead. From that day forward, Chu Xiaoyun was free of all shackles. Wang Hao coldly surveyed the Dark Dragon Hall members surrounding him, snorting disdainfully. Next time around, have some moral backbone. With that, Wang Hao swept his hand. In an instant, every last one of them was dead. In their final moments, they dimly grasped the truth. Like the hottest topic of late the events in the eastern frontier. They had been wondering what kind of figure could possibly resolve such a massive crisis in the eastern realm. But now that Wang Hao had appeared here, they all understood. Who else could it be but Wang Hao? Their Dark Knight Dragon King. Remained the same, the one standing at the pinnacle of the world. Surveying the bodies strewn across the ground, Wang Hao immediately called Su Qi, instructing him to come handle the situation. He carried Mengmeng home himself, performing acupuncture on her while simultaneously preparing medicinal decoctions. With Wang Hao's abilities, he could certainly save Mengmeng's life. But even so, it would take at least 3 to 5 days before Mengmeng could fully recover. She'd lost too much blood. Moreover, to restore her vital essence, Wang Hao might need to find some potent remedies for Mengmeng to consume. Ordinary medicines were insufficient to replenish the vital energy Mengmeng had lost. Just as he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang. It was Chu Xiaoyun calling. Wang Hao, Meng. On the other end, Chu Xiaoyun was already sobbing uncontrollably. She had been at work and hadn't checked her phone. By the time she saw it, Lu Dan had already called her over a dozen times and sent several texts. Reading the message nearly made her faint, and she immediately called Wang Hao. Wang Hao soothed her in a low voice, "Don't worry, Mengmeng is fine. We'll talk about it when you get home." Chu Xiaoyun nodded frantically and hailed a taxi straight home. Seeing Mengmeng lying on the bed, Chu Xiaoyun wept uncontrollably. Why did he have to do this? How could he do this? Wang Hao said in a deep voice, "He's dead. I killed him." Chu Xiaoyun shuddered and fell silent. After a long moment, she closed her eyes in anguish and murmured, "He brought it upon himself." Wang Hao offered no reply. He understood the complexity of Chu Xiaoyun's emotions. She despised everything Chu Jianhua had done to Mengmeng, yet no matter what, he was her biological father. His death still left her with a heavy heart. Looking at Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyun, I need to leave for a while." "No more than 3 days." Chu Xiaoyun froze, turning to look at Wang Hao. He spoke calmly, "I need to resolve some matters. Otherwise, leaving them unchecked won't be good for either you or Mengmeng. However, Mengmeng's condition has been unstable these past few days. Even with the prescription I left behind, relying solely on you to care for her won't be enough to guarantee her recovery." Chu Xiaoyun gasped. "Then what should we do?" Wang Hao considered for a moment before saying, "I'll go talk to Zhongyun. His medical skills are average, but if he just follows the prescription I gave him and keeps a close eye on Mengmeng, it should be fine. Zhongyun's medical skills are mediocre." Wang Hao's words made Chu Xiaoyun let out a bitter laugh. Looking back after everything that had happened, Chu Xiaoyun could easily see that it was Wang Hao who had guided Zhongyun to prescribe the medicine for Mengmeng. But Zhongyun was, after all, a renowned miracle doctor in Jiangling. Would he willingly do that? Chu Xiaoyun still found it hard to believe. Wang Hao gave a faint smile. "He will. Keep an eye on Mengmeng. I'll go find him." With that, Wang Hao walked straight out. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Chu Xiaoyun's gaze grew complex. What kind of man was her husband, really? Leaving home, Wang Hao immediately located Zhongyun with Su Qi's help. Zhongyun resided in a suburban villa in southern Jiangling. Inside the villa at that moment, Zhongyun appeared somewhat tense. Behind him, Zhang Dong wore a look of utter contempt. No matter how much Zhongyun admired Wang Hao, deep down he couldn't help but think that a man barely older than himself couldn't possibly be anyone important. Looking at Wang Hao, Zhongyun asked in a low voice, "Mr. Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Hao replied indifferently, "I'm inviting you to my home to work for 2 days. Chapter 59, Tell him what I am. How dare you?" Zhang Dong blurted out angrily. "Kid, who do you think you are to speak to my master like that? And you want my master to work for you? Put. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. Don't stand in my way." Facing Zhang Dong's furious tirade, Wang Hao paid him no mind. He simply stared at Zhongyun indifferently and said, "I need to be away for a few days. During that time, I'll need you to keep an eye on my daughter and administer her medication based on her condition. I've already prepared the specific formulas and herbs. Just administer them to her as needed." Zhongyun frowned slightly. Though he held Wang Hao's medical skills in high regard, he was, after all, an elderly man. As an elder, being given such an arrangement by Wang Hao inevitably stirred some resentment within him. His voice grew heavy as he replied, "This old man has been feeling unwell lately. I'm afraid traveling would be inconvenient." Before Zhongyun could finish, Wang Hao pulled a book from his pocket. Zhongyun froze in surprise. "What was this?" Wang Hao replied indifferently, "A medical text I compiled. If you're willing to undertake this task, I can lend you this book for the next few days." "What a joke!" Zhang Dong sneered contemptuously. "You expect my master to read your medical book? Who do you think you are? My master's medical skills far surpass yours. Why would he need to read some book you wrote? Get lost. Stop wasting our time. Wang Hao remained completely unmoved, merely observing Zhongyun in silence. Zhongyun clearly wasn't as arrogant as Zhang Dong. He lowered his head and glanced at the medical text. Though he held Wang Hao in high regard and admired him, deep down he didn't believe Wang Hao's medical skills were significantly superior to his own. That incident the other day was likely just a fluke, merely proving Wang Hao had a deeper understanding of certain aspects than he did. But the moment he read the contents of the medical text before him, his expression instantly turned ashen. Even just the first page, the very concepts outlined in the table of contents had already surpassed his own level by a whole tier. No, by several tiers. Wang Hao's medical skills were undoubtedly far above his own. If he were permitted to study this medical text, his own skills would advance dramatically. For someone who had devoted his entire life to medical study, this was an opportunity of immense value. With that thought, Zhongyun hesitated not a moment. His voice grew solemn as he declared, "No problem. Mr. Wang may take as many days as he needs. During this time, the safety and health of your daughter shall be in this old man's care. Should any mishap occur, this old man will pay with his life." Zhang Dong was utterly dumbfounded. "Master, have you lost your mind? That's just a worthless piece of trash. What's so special about his book?" "Shut up." Facing Zhang Dong's repeated insults, Zhongyun roared to cut him off. "To repeatedly humiliate Mr. Wang like this, how dare you call yourself a doctor? From this day forward, you are no longer my disciple. If I ever hear anyone say you claim to be my disciple again, don't blame me for being harsh. Get out." Zhang Dong froze in place, his mouth agape for a long moment, utterly speechless. He never dreamed Zhongyun would expel him from the school over a single medical text belonging to Wang Hao. Trembling, Zhang Dong slowly backed away in fear, not daring to utter another word. Wang Hao thanked Zhongyun and brought him home. Chu Xiaoyun still found it hard to believe that Wang Hao had actually brought Zhongyun back to work for him. But Wang Hao had no time to explain any of this. He had previously instructed Su Qi to keep an eye on Yang Li. On the way back, Su Qi informed Wang Hao that Yang Li had already left Jiangling for the Central Plains province. According to information Su Qi had uncovered, that Zhang Jiaozhu was in Zhongyuan province. Now, upon leaving home, Wang Hao immediately boarded a flight to Zhongyuan province. Following the intelligence Su Qi had provided, he proceeded directly to Yang Li's location. Meanwhile, at Yang Li's residence, sitting across from Yang Li was a man who appeared utterly ordinary. Standing at 5 feet 9 inches, with features indistinguishable from millions of ordinary people and an unremarkable outfit. If placed in a crowd, no one would give him a second glance. Yet standing before him, Yang Li felt immense pressure. For this man was none other than Zhang Jiao, the second in command of the Dark Dragon Hall. Though he appeared ordinary, the deeds he had committed were enough to strike fear into anyone. He was a ruthless demon who killed without batting an eye. The bodies of the innocent he had claimed could likely be piled into mountains. Even after becoming the Dragon Lord, he forbade others from uttering his name. Those who failed to address him as Lord Zhang Jiao met their end. Gradually, even Yang Li himself was on the verge of forgetting his real name. Now, gazing at Lord Zhang Jiao, Yang Li quietly recounted everything that had transpired in Jiangling. Zhang Jiaozhu's expression grew increasingly grim. Yang Li made it sound simple, offending a powerful figure in Jiangling who was well connected to Su Qi, likely at the Grandmaster level or above. But the problem was, he was thinking far more deeply than Yang Li realized. He knew the situation within the Dark Dragon Hall all too well. Su Qi was a favored retainer of the Night Dragon King, a member of the Shadow faction. He was notorious for his ruthlessness and was unlikely to associate with just anyone. Suddenly appearing in Jiangling, having just returned, possessing formidable strength, and having vanished for years, most crucially, Su Qi still held such an attitude. What was his name? Zhang Jiaozhu stammered. Yang Li froze. His name is Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Damn it. Hearing that name, Zhang Jiaozhu nearly cursed out loud. What the hell did that damn Yang Li do? Offended Wang Hao. And now he's coming to me for revenge? Has he lost his mind? And there was another extremely serious problem. Yang Li had targeted Wang Hao's family. Back then, Wang Hao nearly took on the entire United Council single-handedly over Chu Xiaoyun's death, causing an absolute firestorm. Now, as the mastermind behind the scenes, Yang Li nearly killed Wang Hao's child. And yet he's still alive and made it to Central Plains? This is impossible. Unless Wang Hao deliberately let him through. At this thought, Zhang Jiaozhu sprang to his feet and headed for the exit. He must leave. This place was no longer safe. To others, he was the lofty Zhang Jiaozhu. But in front of Wang Hao, he was just Zhang Wei. That little guy from the countryside. Zhang Jiaozhu, what are you doing? Seeing Zhang Wei rise to leave, Yang Li was momentarily stunned. But before Zhang Wei could say more, the door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Wang Hao stood in the doorway, his cold gaze fixed on Zhang Wei as his voice rang out, icy and menacing. Since you're here, you're not leaving. What are you doing here? Yang Li froze, then pointed at Wang Hao and shouted, look closely. This is Zhang Jiaozhu. Who do you think you are, talking to Zhang Jiaozhu like that? What am I? Wang Hao chuckled, turning to Zhang Wei. Why don't you tell him what I am? Zhang Wei trembled, staring at Wang Hao. He swallowed hard, his voice shaking. I've seen Lord Dark Knight Dragon King. Chapter 60, A Trip Back. The Dark Knight Dragon King. The moment those 4 words left his lips, Yang Li collapsed to his knees. His eyes went blank, his body shook violently, and he was utterly speechless. Wang Hao. This guy? He's just a nobody from Jiangling City. How could he possibly be the Dark Knight Dragon King? But Zhang Wei had no time to ponder such questions. He stared at Wang Hao, his body trembling slightly as he demanded in a deep voice, what exactly does the Dragon King desire? Don't be impatient. It's not your turn yet. Wang Hao spoke calmly, his gaze coldly fixed on Yang Li nearby. You dared to harm my daughter. You're quite bold. Yang Li shuddered, fear flickering in his eyes. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Wang Hao laughed. I'm going to kill someone. What else could it be? Yang Li's face instantly drained of color. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the exit. He wanted to live. But against Wang Hao, how could his meager strength possibly allow him to escape? Wang Hao let out a soft snort, and the window that had been opened suddenly slammed shut. Yang Li slammed into it, crashing to the floor instantly. The shards of glass he shattered landed precisely in his throat. Yang Li's eyes widened, his face etched with utter resentment, before he finally lost consciousness completely. Zhang Wei couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew full well how formidable Wang Hao was. The Dark Knight Dragon King was a figure that once struck fear into every organization across the Dragon Nation and the entire world. Yet witnessing Wang Hao's true power firsthand had stirred a primal dread within him. Staring at Wang Hao, Zhang Wei couldn't help but ask, Lord Dragon King, what exactly do you want? Wang Hao replied calmly, are you with the Dark Dragon Hall, or that other organization? Zhang Wei trembled violently, staring at Wang Hao in terror, his legs growing weak beneath him. He had previously believed he might not die. After all, he had no knowledge of the previous events they were all Yang Li's doing. At worst, he'd be charged with dereliction of duty. But Wang Hao's single question left him utterly speechless. Did Wang Hao know? Feeling the increasingly icy glare on Wang Hao's face, Zhang Wei lowered his head, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, Lord Dragon King, I did not betray you. When I joined the Dark Dragon Hall, you were already gone. I never pledged loyalty to you, how could there be betrayal? I merely made the choice that served my own interests best. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. So you joined that organization after entering the Dark Dragon Hall? Zhang Wei nodded. They said they could help me climb the ranks. At first, I didn't know what they were up to. I just thought having someone to collaborate with, someone who could offer substantial support, would be beneficial for me. But later, I realized something was off. His expression darkened slightly as he continued. The demands from that organization grew increasingly outrageous. They were even preparing to push me into the top position of the entire Dark Dragon Hall. I was genuinely terrified. But if I refused, they threatened to expose everything. Then, I'd be as good as dead. Seeing Zhang Wei's unease, Wang Hao let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. With your intelligence, did you really not notice anything when they first started helping you? You were blinded by greed, no need for excuses. Zhang Wei didn't argue. He just lowered his head and said, I admit it. But you can't blame me. It's not just me, many of the elders in the Dark Dragon Hall are actually under their control. Of course, some are different from me. What? Wang Hao frowned. Zhang Wei whispered, many of them were forced to take a drug, compelling them to work for the organization. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. What percentage of the Dark Dragon Hall does this represent? Zhang Wei considered for a moment. About 1/5. 1/5. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He truly hadn't expected so many to be under Crescent's control. Though it was only 1/5, if these individuals were scattered across every position, Crescent Moon could bring the Dark Dragon Hall crashing down in an instant. If they chose to, the Dark Dragon Hall could face disaster at any moment. Though Wang Hao had long ceased to concern himself with the Dark Dragon Hall's affairs, he could never stand idly by and watch it crumble. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao pondered for a moment before speaking. Give me the list of names you know. Zhang Wei's expression darkened. Lord Dragon King, you're asking for my life. The organization never spares any traitors. Wang Hao scoffed coldly with disdain. No, he said. They won't get the chance to deal with you. Because I'll kill you first. You wouldn't dare betray that organization? But no traitor to the Dark Dragon Hall survives. Zhang Wei's face instantly drained of color. Clenching his fists, he spoke coldly, Dragon King, if you were destined to kill me, why would I tell you any of this? Wang Hao laughed. His voice drifted slowly into Zhang Wei's ears. Death is not merely death. It can be vastly different, even more so than the difference between life and death. Do you believe that? With those words, Jiang Wei's expression froze solid on his face. The difference between death and death. If anyone else had said that, he might have doubted it. But Wang Hao saying it. He believed it. The reason Wang Hao was feared back then wasn't just his terrifying strength, but also his dreadful methods. Especially his interrogation methods. There was no mouth he couldn't pry open. How could he, residing within the Dark Dragon Hall, not have heard these legends? Today, if he didn't talk, he would surely suffer a fate worse than death. At that moment, Jiang Wei's back was drenched in sweat. He kept his head bowed in silence for a long while, finally closing his eyes in anguish. The list is recorded on my phone. However, it's not complete and may contain errors. I asked the Dragon King to verify it himself. Wang Hao took Jiang Wei's phone, found the file, and a faint aura of murderous intent began to emanate from his body. The list contained many names he recognized. Back then, they were all brothers who fought alongside him to conquer the world. If they were merely under the influence of drugs and forced to work for New Moon, that would be one thing. But if they harbored other intentions? Then don't blame Wang Hao for disregarding their past bonds. With a cold snort, Wang Hao fixed his gaze on Jiang Wei and said icily, "I'll give you a quick death." Jiang Wei nodded. "Thank you." With that, he slowly closed his eyes. He knew this was the best outcome for him. Wang Hao waved his hand casually. In an instant, a powerful force pierced through Jiang Wei's body. Wang Hao paid no attention to the two corpses on the ground, merely staring silently at the list, his expression slightly complex. Dark Dragon Hall. He had been away for far too long. The Dark Dragon Hall of today was no longer the organization he once managed. Was it truly appropriate for him to return now and purge everything? If everyone within the Dark Dragon Hall were like Jiang Wei and Yang Li, perhaps there would be no need for him to purge it. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao quickly made his decision. No matter what, he must return. Chapter 61, You Shouldn't Have Come Back. The Dark Dragon Hall's headquarters lay in the northern reaches of Dragon Nation. The Dark Dragon Hall was divided into multiple branches. Over the years, it had undergone continuous restructuring and reorganization, dismantling nearly all of its original configurations. However, the position of Shadow, the Dragon Master, remained unshakable. No matter how the organization changed, no one could challenge Shadow's position. For this Dragon Commander title was personally bestowed by Wang Hao. Shadow alone is responsible for the Dark Dragon Hall's top-secret intelligence, reporting directly and solely to Wang Hao. For years, no matter how turbulent the inner workings of the Dark Dragon Hall became, no one dared touch Shadow. For they knew well that behind Shadow stood countless individuals who revered Wang Hao above all else. Shadow was their spiritual anchor. They would never allow Shadow to be harmed. Yet at this moment, Shadow's expression was grim beyond measure. He was being hunted down. And by the very forces of the Dark Dragon Hall. His lair had been raided outright. Hundreds of powerful warriors had joined forces to besiege him. Had it not been for his keen senses, his life would likely have ended right there in his own home. What's going on? Why would these elite warriors from the Dark Dragon Hall suddenly come after him en masse today? As the Dragon Master, Shadow was well aware of the fact that the Dark Dragon Hall was in disarray. Many members were no longer trustworthy allies of the Dark Dragon Hall. Yet even Shadow himself had failed to uncover concrete evidence, let alone uncover the true nature of the organization behind these individuals. Under these circumstances, he couldn't even report anything to Wang Hao. Yet Shadow remained confident. He understood his own position well. Unless these individuals were prepared to completely sever ties and seize control of the entire Dark Dragon Hall, they would never move against him lightly. Though internal strife raged within the Dark Dragon Hall, the current leader could never betray Wang Hao. Because that person was Wen Xingxue, Wang Hao's childhood friend and junior sister. As Wang Hao's junior sister, Wen Xingxue had always shared an exceptionally deep bond with him. After Wang Hao's departure, Wen Xingxue had taken the helm of the Dark Dragon Hall, dedicating nearly all her energy to ensuring she did not disappoint him. Over the years, she suffered greatly from enemy infiltration, often lying awake at night, consumed by frustration over various matters. As long as such a person remained, no one would dare cause trouble within the Dark Dragon Hall. To do so would only provoke her wrath, leading to the complete eradication of all threats. Their current actions leaves only one possibility. Wen Xingxue is in danger too. At this thought, the Shadow's expression shifted repeatedly. Yet he had no heart to consider anything else. He himself was in grave danger. Behind him, countless Dark Dragon Hall warriors pursued relentlessly. Ahead lay sheer cliffs, a dead end. Shadow's figure flickered instantly, vanishing into a crevice beneath the cliff face. He grabbed his phone and dialed Wang Hao's number. But no signal. Shadow cursed under his breath. He knew full well the enemy had prepared for this, bringing signal-blocking devices specifically to prevent him from contacting outside help. Or perhaps it wasn't just that. Their target wasn't just her, it was Wen Xingxue too. They feared he might figure something out and send someone to rescue Wen Xingxue. After careful consideration, Shadow recalled. Over the past 2 days, Wen Xingxue had been assigned to a special project requiring a trip to the northern Yan snow mountains. And this time, Wen Xingxue had taken over half of her elite forces with her. If they were ambushed and killed. Even if Wen Xingxue survived, the loss of her men could mean the Dark Dragon Hall would change hands. Gritting his teeth, Shadow clenched his fists. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to escape. He must inform Wang Hao. Inform Wen Xingxue. If Wen Xingxue hadn't yet fallen into a desperate situation, that would naturally be best. But if she really had been ambushed, only Wang Hao could save her in this dire situation. With that thought, Shadow darted out. But barely a few steps out, his expression abruptly changed. Not far ahead, an overwhelmingly powerful force suddenly materialized. That force, like a streak of light, forcibly blocked his path. Shadow's face darkened with grim determination. The Dragon Binding Array. The Confinement Dragon Formation, the Dark Dragon Hall's ultimate trapping array. He never imagined these people would use this against him. At that moment, a cold and sinister voice drifted into Shadow's ears. Lord Dragon Master, were you not the Dark Knight Dragon King's most loyal watchdog? How does it feel to be sealed here by the methods left behind by the Dragon King himself? Shadow turned his head, the murderous intent in his eyes growing ever more intense. Sun Tao. The Dragon King treated you well in his time. How could you stoop to this? Not far away, a man approached with an arrogant expression. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, his hands tucked into his pockets, he exuded supreme pride, none other than Sun Tao, the third-ranked figure of the Dark Dragon Hall and one of its Dragon Lords. Though his standing within the Dark Dragon Hall fell short of Zhang Wei's, Sun Tao was a true veteran of the organization. Back in the day, he had been one of those who fought alongside Wang Hao to build their empire. Though rumors of Sun Tao's impending betrayal had circulated for some time, the moment he actually arrived to hunt him down, a strange feeling washed over Shadow. Hearing this, Sun Tao let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Treated me well? During the Dragon King's reign, I fought countless battles for years, yet I ended up worse off than you, Shadow. Now that he's gone, it took me only a few short years to become the third in command of the Dark Dragon Hall. And that's only because that worthless Wen Xingxue was hogging the position as acting Dragon King. Otherwise, I'd be among the top 2 in the Dark Dragon Hall. Or even become Dragon King of the Dark Dragon Hall. How dare he, Wang Hao, treat me as if he's been generous. Put. Shadow spat angrily. All these years, how many of our old brothers have you crushed with your scheming and forced into exile? Don't you know that yourself? In terms of ability, what right do you have to sit in your current position? If not for betrayal, if not for those behind the scenes using every underhanded trick, even assassination, to prop you up, how did you ever rise to power? What did you rely on to get here? Enough! Sun Tao cut Shadow off with a cold snort. No need to say more. Shadow, I know you look down on me, but it doesn't matter. Today, I will kill you. You enjoy being Lord Dragon's lapdog, don't you? Then go to hell and keep licking his boots. With that, Sun Tao swept his arm wide. Those around him channeled their energy into the binding array. Shadow's body was instantly immobilized, utterly unable to move. Sun Tao drew his long sword with his right hand, pointing it directly at Shadow. Now, do you have any last words? Shadow clenched his fists, his face pale and despairing, a faint glimmer of hopelessness creeping across his features. But at that very moment, Wang Hao's voice suddenly echoed into everyone's ears. Sun Tao. The one who should be preparing his last words is you. What? The moment the voice sounded, everyone present, Sun Tao included, turned deathly pale. That voice, they knew it all too well. It was Wang Hao's voice. The voice of the Dark Knight Dragon King, vanished for years. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao slowly emerged from the distance. A world apart. With just a few steps, his figure had already arrived before Shadow. Sun Tao clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Wang Hao, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Your Excellency, you should never have returned. Chapter 62, What right do you have? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh? Sun Tao's voice was cold and menacing. Your Excellency. You've been gone far too long. You abandoned the entire Dark Dragon Hall for far too many years. Never mind what happened these past 5 years, what about before that? How long has it been since you last oversaw the Dark Dragon Hall? Wang Hao remained silent, merely furrowing his brow slightly. Sun Tao continued, what has the entire Dark Dragon Hall been doing these years? How has it developed? What goals do its members pursue? Are you aware? Do you even care? Ha! Sun Tao seemed almost frenzied. You don't know. You don't care. You only care about yourself. You only care about your precious little wife. Your daughter. You abandoned us for nearly a decade. And now, through my own hard work, I, Sun Tao, have clawed my way to this position. Just because I want to kill the people you left behind when you departed, I become a traitor? I become a despicable criminal? Your Excellency, don't you find this utterly ridiculous? Wang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. He understood Sun Tao's meaning perfectly well. He had been gone far too long. Even he himself was uncertain whether he should return to the Dark Dragon Hall. Were it not for New Moon's existence and their infiltration of the Dark Dragon Hall, Wang Hao might never have returned at all. But upon hearing this, the shadow snorted coldly. "Put! Sun Tao, have some dignity. Who do you think you represent? You represent only yourself." Across the entire Dark Dragon Hall, tens of thousands of brothers, the vast majority, still stand ready to fight for the Dragon King. The Dragon King is the light in our hearts. Whether he's been gone 5 years or 10, so what? We are willing to wait. Yet you and your band of traitors dare use this as an excuse to attack the Dragon King? Ridiculous. If you truly feel wronged, leave the Dark Dragon Hall. Go wherever your heart desires. No one is stopping you. You chose to be a traitor, so why pretend to be so high and mighty? Sun Tao, have some dignity. The barrage of words left Sun Tao's face turning an ugly shade of red. Shadow. This isn't your place to speak. Shadow let out a cold laugh. What? Hit a nerve? All these years, how many of the old brothers from the Dark Dragon Hall, those who were willing to fight for the Dragon King, have you framed or transferred? You know exactly how many you've dealt with. What does any of this have to do with whether the Dragon King is present or not? What about those brothers with exceptional abilities? You assigned them to meaningless posts, driving them to despair until they had no choice but to leave the Dark Dragon Hall. Was that fair to them? Where is the fairness you constantly demand? How dare you speak? You, who poisoned your own brothers just to climb higher, what right do you have to speak a single word about the Dragon King? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. Targeting your own people. That's a taboo of the Dark Dragon Hall. Sun Tao gritted his teeth, his voice cold and menacing. The victor writes history. Why so many words? Dragon King. Since you've returned today, let Sun Tao see just how much of your former glory remains. With that, Sun Tao lunged forward, charging straight at Wang Hao. Not only Sun Tao, but the entire group of men beside him gritted their teeth and charged toward Wang Hao. They knew clearly, if they didn't kill Wang Hao today, they would die. Only by fighting to the death could they cling to a sliver of hope. Facing their onslaught, Wang Hao revealed a cold, disdainful sneer. You're not worthy of knowing my true strength. With that, Wang Hao swung his arm violently. In an instant, overwhelming force sent Sun Tao and his entire group flying backward. They crashed heavily to the ground, instantly incapacitated. Before Wang Hao, these men who had been so overbearing and unrivaled elsewhere now seemed utterly helpless. Wang Hao watched them all with a calm expression, his voice cold as ice. Shadow, deal with them according to the hall's rules. Shadow nodded. After publicly confessing their crimes according to protocol, they were executed. But master, that's not important. Qing Xue Shi. Wang Hao's expression darkened. What about Qing Xue? Though years had passed since they last met, Wang Hao harbored deep affection for his childhood sweetheart. One Qing Xue. This is his childhood sweetheart, the woman he treats like his own sister. Wang Hao would never allow anything to happen to her. Shadow relayed everything he knew and every conjecture he had. Wang Hao's gaze fixed directly on Sun Tao. What do you intend to do to Qing Xue? Hearing this, Sun Tao's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Your Highness, when Qing Xue is nothing but a worthless waste. She's only managed to serve as the Dark Dragon Hall's acting Dragon King all these years because of her connection to you. How many within the hall truly respect her? Today is the day she dies. Her death will greet your return. How does this grand offering strike you? Ha! As he finished speaking, Sun Tao burst into maniacal laughter. Wang Hao gave a cold snort, then swept his hand out, instantly unleashing a surge of energy. The force instantly pierced Sun Tao's throat. Sun Tao clutched his throat with both hands and collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. Without hesitation, Wang Hao turned to the shadow and said in a deep voice, "These men are yours. I'm going to find Qing Xue." With that, he turned and walked away. Wen Qing Xue. You stubborn girl, hold on a few more days. Wait for me. By Yanshan Snow Mountains. Located in the northern frontier of the Dragon Nation, it was perpetually blanketed in snow and utterly desolate. Yet for the past few days, Wen Qing Xue and her companions have been journeying through these lands in search of something. For Wen Qing Xue had received intelligence that an unparalleled treasure might be hidden here. Frost Blossom. This rare natural herb, born only beneath 1,000 miles of frozen ice, could grant a tremendous boost in one's abilities. Most crucially, this substance wasn't just Wen Qing Xue who knew it existed here. Her mortal enemy, Luofeng Valley, one of the Dark Dragon Hall's rivals, also knew of it. Had she been the only one aware, Wen Qing Xue's temperament would never have driven her to risk venturing here. But to prevent her enemies from gaining overwhelming power and returning to trouble the Dark Dragon Hall, Wen Qing Xue brought her most trusted followers here en masse. Their objective, naturally, was the snow-condensing flower. Wen Qing Xue was an extremely cautious individual. Her visit this time wasn't based on mere hearsay, but on concrete intelligence she had gathered. Yet Wen Qing Xue's expression was now grim beyond description. Before her, over 2/3 of her most trusted elite warriors had been killed or wounded. When Xingxue herself was also gravely wounded, her expression grim. Facing her stood over 30 individuals. Though they too bore wounds, their faces were twisted into sinister grins. Victory was assured. Not only had they surrounded Feng Xingxue, but they had also sealed off the area with a deadly poison, ensuring Wen Xingxue and her companions had no chance of escape. What is there to fear in a cornered beast's last stand? Gazing at Feng Xingxue, the leader of the opposing group slowly stepped forward. Dressed entirely in crimson, he resembled a blood-red moon. Smiling coldly at Feng Xingxue, his voice was as icy as a demon from the underworld. Miss One, have you prepared your last words? Chapter 63, What you cannot kill, I shall slay. When Xingxue's expression darkened. Clutching the wound on her chest, she growled, Who exactly are you? Why lure us here only to slaughter us? What's the purpose? The red-clad figure smiled. Miss One, you are a clever woman. If I'm not mistaken, you must still possess some special means. In a critical moment, even escape is not impossible. Given that, why would I waste words before ending your life? Wen Xingxue cursed silently under her breath. Gazing at Wen Xingxue, the red-clad figure spoke again in a drawn-out tone, If Miss One has nothing further to say, then you may die. Oh, and by the way, congratulations, Miss One. The Dark Dragon Hall you served so devotedly will undoubtedly thrive under its new master. And that shadow who stood against you will join you underground. What did you say? When Xingxue gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Shadow. That direct descendant left behind by Wang Hao. He actually dares to target even the shadow? Seeking death. Clenching her fists, Wen Xingxue lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, she charged before the crimson-robed figure. To catch the thief, first catch the king. If she could eliminate this man, today's peril would be averted. In that critical moment, Wen Xingxue had even secretly consumed a special pill, forcibly unleashing her latent potential. Yet, facing Wen Xingxue's assault, the red-robed figure remained unflustered. His form instantly retreated several steps, while those behind him closed in, completely surrounding Wen Xingxue. Two fists couldn't fight four hands. Within moments, Wen Xingxue was defeated, crashing heavily to the ground. Her face was deathly pale, and as the side effects of the potion kicked in, excruciating pain washed over her. Cold sweat drenched her head and body. The red-robed figure emerged once more from behind the crowd. His smile grew increasingly sinister as he looked at Wen Xingxue. Miss Wen seems to have lost even the strength to kill me now, doesn't she? I was only focused on killing Miss Wen before, but seeing her in this fragile state now, it's truly pitiable. Perhaps, before we end Miss Wen's life, we could engage in something else first. What do you say? How dare you? Instantly, several people beside Wen Xingxue rushed to protect her. They were all Wang Hao's followers, naturally utterly loyal to Wen Xingxue. But upon seeing them, the man in red merely snorted with disdain. A bunch of rabble, do you even deserve to speak here? Kill them. With that, his entourage charged forward. Trapped within their encirclement, Wen Xingxue and her companions had no room to escape. But at that very moment, boom! A muffled explosion suddenly echoed through the air. Everyone froze in shock. Not far away, the man who had been about to strike down one of Wen Xingxue's subordinates suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning, lifeless on the spot. The expressions of the others all turned deathly pale. What kind of technique was this? Who could have done this? Amidst the stunned silence, Wen Xingxue's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Brother Hao, is that you? I'm sorry I'm late. Wang Hao slowly descended before Wen Xingxue, gently wiping the tears from her eyes. He grasped her hand, his entire body trembling slightly. He had come so close to never seeing Wen Xingxue again in his lifetime. Turning his head to glance at the group not far away, a cold gleam flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. You can die. Arrogant. One man's expression darkened as he roared and charged forward. In his mind, Wang Hao had only managed to silently eliminate their comrade because of the element of surprise. In a fair fight, he might not be their match. Yet, observing his reaction, a cold, contemptuous smirk spread across Wang Hao's lips. Then you shall die first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Hao casually swung his arm. Instantly, a powerful force hurled the man dozens of meters away, slamming him into a massive tree. The tree's branches pierced clean through his body. In an instant, the entire scene fell deathly silent. The henchmen of the red-robed men were thrown into a panic. What kind of technique was this? Among those sent to ambush Wang Hao, for alone had reached the war god tier. It was precisely because of this that they could severely wound Wen Xingxue, who was also a war god. Yet just now, in the blink of an eye, half of them were dead. Wang Hao snorted coldly, then casually scooped up a handful of snow from the ground. The snow on the northern Yan mountains was relatively fine and fluffy. But in Wang Hao's hands, cotton could also serve as a blade. With a casual flick of his wrist, snow flew everywhere. Countless snowflakes pierced straight through these men's bodies. In the blink of an eye, over 30 people lay dead. Wen Xingxue's men trembled with excitement. It had been years since they'd seen Wang Hao in action. Wang Hao's display today had ignited them completely. Their Dark Knight Dragon King was no less formidable than in his prime. He was even more formidable. Clap. 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 A sudden burst of applause erupted. The man in red looked at Wang Hao, a faint smile curling his lips. The Dark Knight Dragon King is truly formidable. That presence is just like 5 years ago during the battle with the United Council. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. You know me? The man in red laughed. 5 years ago, it was I who orchestrated your confrontation with the United Council. How could I not recognize you? It was you. At that moment, a fierce killing intent radiated from Wang Hao. His entire form blurred like a streak of light as he charged straight toward the man in red. Yet the man in red remained rooted to the spot as if he'd abandoned all resistance. He stood motionless, a smile on his face. As Wang Hao seized his throat, his expression changed abruptly. He tore off the man's crimson robe. His back was covered in silver needles. This was nothing more than a controlled puppet. The true master of the red-robed figure was nowhere to be found. Puppet magic cultivated to this level was utterly unheard of. That person from back then. What kind of being was he? And what exactly is that organization trying to accomplish? Wang Hao's expression shifted repeatedly. Meanwhile, the puppet in his hands had long since lost all signs of life. Tossing aside the corpse, Wang Hao turned his gaze toward Wen Xingxue. Just as they had been 7 years ago, when they last met. Time seemed to have left no trace on Wen Xingxue's face. This childhood sweetheart of his remained as youthful and radiant as ever, needing to deliberately use makeup and clothing to appear more mature. Only by doing so could she maintain her position as the acting Dragon King and command the respect of the masses. 7 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Wang Hao's heart was now weighed down by a new burden of guilt. I'm sorry. Wen Xingxue shook her head softly. How go, will you come back? Wang Hao fell silent. Return? To be his Dark Knight Dragon King? After a long moment, Wang Hao shook his head again. For me, right now, there are more important matters to attend to and more important people to protect. Xingxue, once you return, purge the entire Dark Dragon Hall. The Dark Dragon Hall may be a minor power, may not stand at the pinnacle of the world, but it must be united as one. All who defy the leadership, kill them. Those you wish to kill but cannot bring them to me. I will kill them. Those simple words instantly warmed Wen Xingxue's heart. Understood. Wang Hao ruffled Wen Xingxue's hair lightly. Practice the cultivation techniques I left behind diligently. You are the future of the Dark Dragon Hall, not some acting Dragon King. You may rely on me, but you must not depend on me. Understand? Wen Xingxue nodded obediently, her childlike demeanor leaving the assembled subordinates momentarily dumbfounded. Was this really the same decisive and ruthless acting Dragon King they knew? Wang Hao shook his head with a smile, about to leave. Suddenly, he froze in place. Not far away, something peculiar had been left behind on the red-robed puppet's body. Chapter 64, Ambush. Who was being targeted? It was a blade of grass. Not some precious medicinal herb, but an ordinary blade of grass clinging to the crimson robe Wang Hao had torn from the figure. It possessed no medicinal properties, yet its color was peculiar, a faint bluish tint, with slender, pointed leaves. Noticing the astonishment in Wang Hao's gaze, Wen Xingxue also gasped. This was the wind lotus grass of the Jiangnan region, primarily found north of Jiangling in the city of Tianin. Wang Hao's expression changed instantly. Tianin city? That was less than 200 kilometers north of Jiangling. Could it be that the man in red had been there all along? Or was he? He was deliberately luring him there? Wang Hao knew full well that someone of this caliber would never leave such obvious evidence, allowing him to pinpoint their location so easily. The fact that he left this behind was most likely intentional, a deliberate attempt to lure Wang Hao to Tianin city. There, a colossal conspiracy most likely awaited him. But strangely enough, Wang Hao actually wanted to go see for himself. So what if there was a conspiracy? What if they were thoroughly prepared? There is no place in this world that can hold him, Wang Hao, captive. With that thought, Wang Hao spoke in a deep voice. Xingxue, I'm entrusting the matter of the Dark Dragon Hall to you. When Xingxue replied uneasily, Brother Hao, Tianin city might very well be a trap. I know. Wang Hao snorted coldly, his face radiating confidence. But that trap, it might not be meant for me after all. With that, Wang Hao turned and walked away. Watching his departing figure, Wen Xingxue couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Her Hao Ge was truly beyond words. But regardless, Brother Hao is back, and that's what matters. As Wang Hao had said, it was time to purge the Dark Dragon Hall. Those who refuse to obey will be slaughtered. Those Wen Xingxue cannot kill, Wang Hao will come to slay. The Dark Dragon Hall may not be the most powerful sect under heaven, but it must stand as a solid, united front. Tianin city. After emerging from the northern Yan snow mountains, Wang Hao wasted no time, boarding a flight immediately. Upon exiting the airport, he headed straight for the outskirts. Wang Hao knew well that any attempt to ambush him could never be staged within the city limits. Everything within the city would hinder their attempt to ambush him. After all, in the eyes of these people, they believed they could successfully ambush him. Therefore, they couldn't afford to give Wang Hao any chance to hide or escape. In the city, it would only make it easier for Wang Hao to conceal himself. As for committing mass murder in the city, these people didn't have the guts for that. If they dared to do so, the next day, the Dragon Nation authorities would mobilize all their forces to hunt them down. Don't be fooled by Wang Hao single-handedly holding off the Eastern Sea Kingdom and the eastern border earlier. To underestimate the Long Nation's authorities because of that would be utterly foolish. Among the Dragon Nation's 4 borders, the eastern frontier has always borne the least pressure and remains the region with the thinnest military deployment. The Eastern Sea Kingdom is arguably the weakest among Dragon Nation's neighboring states. The fiercest battles rage in the northwest and northwest frontiers. Any unit drawn from those regions would put the eastern frontier forces to shame. The Dragon Kingdom's elite forces are concentrated in these 2 regions. If Crescent Moon truly carried out a massacre of civilians in Sky Shadow City, it would immediately invite the Dragon Nation's official crackdown. An organization is not worthy of being compared to the Dragon Nation, one of the world's top superpowers. At that moment, Wang Hao, having exited the airport, hailed a taxi to the outskirts. Following Tianjin City's map, he headed straight to a desolate wilderness in the western suburbs. Here lay a vast, long-abandoned industrial zone. Tianjin City had once been a heavy industrial hub. Over the years, talent had drained away, and the relocation of these major polluting enterprises left behind a vast expanse of vacant, heavily contaminated old industrial zones. Due to its remote location and lack of commercial value, the Tianjin City authorities had no urgency to demolish it. To ambush and eliminate Wang Hao here was truly perfect. Most crucially, Wang Hao sensed a trace of his own lingering presence here. The Marquis of Pingjiang right here. After taking a few steps, Wang Hao halted abruptly and looked up toward the distance. There stood a middle-aged man, looking somewhat surprised. Standing about 1.8 meters tall, he was dressed in commoner's clothes, yet the arrogance in his very bones remained impossible to conceal. He looked lofty and aloof, his expression supremely haughty. It was none other than the Marquis of Pingjiang. Seeing Wang Hao, a flicker of surprise crossed the Marquis of Pingjiang's eyes. "What are you doing here?" Wang Hao gave a cold laugh. "Didn't you want me here?" The Earl of Pingjiang's expression darkened. "You know? Was it that hard to guess?" Wang Hao smiled. "How did you plan to deal with me? Lure me inside, then use a human wave tactic to surround me and trap me in there, right? You!" A flicker of panic instantly crept across the Marquis of Pingjiang's face. How could Wang Hao know? Yet Wang Hao's face was etched with contempt. He strode toward the Marquis of Pingjiang, speaking calmly. "Then why haven't you fled inside? Do you want me to kill you right here?" The Marquis of Pingjiang's expression shifted repeatedly. Finally, gritting his teeth, he spun and bolted out. So what if Wang Hao had guessed? Today, he would either watch helplessly as Wang Hao entered without daring to pursue, or come in and die inside. No matter how powerful Wang Hao was, facing so many formidable opponents today, he had absolutely no chance of survival. But just as the Marquis of Pingjiang was about to enter, Wang Hao's figure suddenly materialized behind him. With a faint smile, he remarked, "You're too slow. I'll give you a lift." With that, Wang Hao delivered a swift kick to the Marquis of Pingjiang's backside. Thud! The Marquis of Pingjiang was sent flying, crashing heavily into the gate of the abandoned factory. The gate shattered into pieces as he fell to the ground, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. That casual kick nearly cost the Marquis of Pingjiang half his life. But the Marquis of Pingjiang had no time to care. Gritting his teeth, he mustered every ounce of strength to crawl into a nearby tunnel, vanishing from Wang Hao's sight in an instant. Wang Hao snorted coldly and strode straight inside. The abandoned factory held not a trace of life. Judging by the direction the Marquis of Pingjiang had taken, all his arrangements must be underground. By all accounts, this place had lain abandoned for years. If that organization intended to do something, they could indeed carve out their own territory underground. They could even conceal a large number of loyal assassins. Following the success of this drug trial, they must have already administered the medication to these assassins. In other words, hidden within this place are numerous master-level assassins. Of course, compared to their original ambition using the Marquis of Pingjiang as a proxy to secure regional autonomy under the pretext of resolving the eastern frontier crisis, this damp, shadowy underground domain is but a drop in the bucket. With a cold snort, Wang Hao yanked open the massive underground passageway door and leapt down. Ambush? They'd better know exactly what kind of power Wang Hao possesses before attempting to ambush him. Let them see who was truly ambushed today. Chapter 65, Bury them all here. With a cold snort, Wang Hao leapt straight down into the secret passageway. The moment he descended, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. How deep? He descended at least 100 meters before finally landing. Looking up at his surroundings, a look of astonishment flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This subterranean world was truly breathtaking. The surroundings were filled with mechanized structures. Though the walls were unadorned, mere piles of simple concrete, this very simplicity only amplified the intense mechanical aura. Coupled with the various large, even colossal machines scattered about, even Wang Hao had to admit this organization possessed considerable capability. The mechanical quality of many devices here even surpassed global standards. Just as Wang Hao was marveling at the sight, a cold, echoing voice suddenly drifted through the air. "Welcome to the world of New Moon, Lord Dark Knight Dragon." Wang Hao turned toward the voice, a flash of icy glare darting across his eyes. Approaching him from a short distance away was none other than another figure clad in crimson robes. Had this been earlier, Wang Hao would have charged forward without hesitation to slay the figure. But now he knew full well that this one before him was, 9 times out of 10, just another puppet. After all, his combat prowess was merely at the war god tier. At that level, it was utterly impossible to manipulate others of the same rank to become his puppets. Staring at the red-robed figure, Wang Hao spoke coldly, "The world of the new moon? Is it just a basement?" A cold glint instantly flashed in the red-robed figure's eyes. "Your words, Lord Dragon King, are as unpleasant as ever. A basement? Look at everything here, this technology, these symbols of the future. Can you deny this isn't the future of the entire world? This place is not the future." Wang Hao's voice was icy as his gaze swept around the room. If even life itself becomes a tool in the human world, what kind of world is that? Life? Is life so important? The man in red snorted coldly. "Dragon King, haven't you killed enough people? How dare you speak such words? This world is consumed by war year after year. Are the deaths not numerous enough? And how many lives have we at Crescent Moon truly taken? Even if it were 10 or 100 times more, it still wouldn't match the number of lives lost annually in this filthy world's wars. My Crescent Moon world will know no war. Is that not a good thing? Must you insist on watching people fight to the death, rather than embrace a peaceful world free from war? Lord Dragon King, do you not find this utterly ridiculous?" As he spoke, the man in red appeared visibly agitated. This wasn't just rhetoric to stir trouble, it was what he truly believed. Create a new world. A peaceful world without war. A world where power is concentrated in their hands. Yet upon hearing this, Wang Hao simply let out a cold laugh. "That's nothing but your fantasy. What difference does it make how many powerful individuals you create? Do you truly believe other nations lack even stronger figures? What purpose do your studies serve, other than to claim more innocent lives? New Moon? Nothing but a bunch of pitiful fools living in their own delusions. Bull." The man in red glared at Wang Hao, his teeth clenched. "Let me tell you, Wang Hao, our research doesn't stop here. We will continue our research. Sooner or later, we'll develop the means to mass-produce even stronger beings. When the day comes that we can mass-produce war gods, will you still think my words are a joke? When thousands of war gods emerge, who in the world could stand against them?" Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. "You've already started researching this?" The man in red paused, then gradually regained his composure. He glared coldly at Wang Hao and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to tell the Dragon King all this. Today, Lord Dragon King dared to come here knowing we were waiting. It seems he's quite confident in his own strength. I'm curious, just what kind of realm is the Heavenly King realm? Where does the Dragon King's confidence truly stem from?" Wang Hao sneered contemptuously, "You're not worthy of knowing." As he spoke, Wang Hao unleashed a devastating punch. Instantly, overwhelming force surged toward the red-robed figure. The red-robed figure's expression changed, and he swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, countless powerful figures closed in from all directions. From the entrance where Wang Hao had entered, a series of sounds echoed out. That passage had been sealed shut by countless defensive barriers. Today, at New Moon, they would surround and eliminate Wang Hao right here. Yet, as he watched the countless grandmasters swarm toward him, a flicker of pity crossed Wang Hao's eyes. What a pitiful bunch. Today, I shall grant you all release. With that, Wang Hao stomped his foot down on the ground. Instantly, the earth cracked open. This caused the group of grandmasters charging toward Wang Hao to panic instantly. This underground location was inherently less stable than the surface. With Wang Hao's stomp, the earth cracked open, and everything around seemed poised to collapse at any moment. "Wang Hao, you're mad." The man in red roared in fury. "If this place collapses, you'll die too." "Die?" Wang Hao laughed. "How could this place possibly trap me? Ambush me? Then you'll all be buried here." With that, Wang Hao stomped his foot down on the ground once more. Boom! The fissure instantly widened. The massive fissure swallowed countless grandmasters who had just charged forward. The surrounding power systems collapsed in an instant. A pitch-black void engulfed everything, visibility vanished completely. And the collapse continued. Wang Hao glanced upward, then leaped out with a sudden burst of speed. Boom! Amidst a series of thuds, Wang Hao smashed through 100 meters of rock and forced his way out of the ground. The Marquis of Pingjiang and the man in red couldn't help but curse. Wang Hao was utterly unpredictable. They had assumed that even if Wang Hao was exceptionally powerful, he would eventually be worn down and defeated. Who could have imagined he would obliterate the entire underground base, burying all the grandmasters beneath the earth? Worst of all, now they themselves were finding escape difficult. Follow me. Gritting his teeth, the man in red grabbed the Marquis of Pingjiang and dragged him deeper into the underground city. After prying open a pipe, boom! A deafening roar echoed. The explosion shattered the entire floor above, forcibly blasting open a hidden escape route. The two forced their way out. As for those grandmasters below, no time to worry about them. The passage was still collapsing. There was no time to let them escape this way too. As the two burst through the surface, Wang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile at the sight of their disheveled state. Marquis of Pingjiang, I never expected you to be held in such high regard. I truly don't understand what possible justification could there be for valuing you, a traitor who can no longer secure anything for them in the imperial court? The Marquis of Pingjiang snorted coldly but remained silent. But now, gazing at Wang Hao, the man in red spoke in a drawn-out voice. Lord Dragon King is truly formidable. Next time we meet, our new moon faction will be far more cautious. As he spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, charging straight toward Wang Hao. Chapter 66, The Extraordinary Woman at the Clinic. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. He truly hadn't expected the red-robed man to dare come looking for trouble. The Marquis of Pingjiang clearly knew more, turning and fleeing immediately. As the red-clad man drew near, Wang Hao sensed the shift in his aura and instantly realized something was off. This guy wasn't just coming to fight him to the death. This guy is here to blow himself up. Damn it! In an instant, Wang Hao stumbled back several steps. Though his strength far surpassed that of the red-robed man, facing a war god tier powerhouse's suicide blast head-on, even someone like Wang Hao couldn't guarantee he'd emerge unscathed. Yet now, watching Wang Hao, the red-robed man only laughed with even greater maniacal glee. Lord Dragon King, this grand gift is mine to offer you. Who will prevail next time remains to be seen. As the words fell, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the red-robed figure. In the blink of an eye, that energy enveloped Wang Hao completely. Not only was this fellow preparing to self-detonate, but his explosion was clearly practiced. The explosive force locked onto Wang Hao, and then the man in red detonated himself. In an instant, all the explosive energy surged toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao cursed under his breath and immediately activated his full defenses. The next second, boom! A deafening roar echoed. Everything around Wang Hao vanished in an instant. Wang Hao himself plummeted heavily from midair, coughing up a mouthful of blood as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This was the first time he had been injured since becoming a heavenly king, except for that time years ago when the United Council's siege had left him in poor condition, his heart dead, fighting recklessly without regard for consequences until he was captured. And it was no minor wound. Self-destruction. Even a war god tier powerhouse would normally struggle to injure Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao's speed allowed him to instantly create distance, often denying opponents even the chance to detonate. And a normal war god wouldn't train in how to self-detonate more effectively. But this red-robed figure was different. As the creator of these puppets, this self-destruction tactic suited him perfectly. Once he perfected this technique, even 10 or 8 of them detonating simultaneously would be enough to kill Wang Hao. At this moment, Wang Hao felt a faint sheen of sweat forming on his back. Crescent moon. Their modus operandi was truly terrifying. And then there's the Marquis of Pingjiang. What possible use could that man still have? If it were anyone else, Wang Hao couldn't fathom what use a disgraced Marquis of Pingjiang could possibly be. But when it comes to New Moon, factoring in that red-robed figure's favorite puppet magic, a terrifying thought suddenly surged in Wang Hao's mind. The Marquis of Pingjiang, a member of the Dragon Nation's royal family. Perhaps this New Moon faction intended for the Marquis of Pingjiang to become their puppet ruler someday. They truly aspired to rule the entire world. And the Marquis of Pingjiang's existence would provide them with the perfect justification. All they need is a pretext for his demotion, then use some tactics to whitewash everything, fabricate a narrative, and the Marquis of Pingjiang could still be recognized by the people as royal blood. And a royal ascending the throne through rebellion? Well, that might just work. The audacity of these men knows no bounds. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao let out a cold snort, saying nothing more. He couldn't care less who ruled Longhua. Had he not been dragged into this mess, he wouldn't have bothered with the Crescent Moon's affairs at all. But what New Moon had done 5 years ago made Wang Hao determined to kill them. The Marquis of Pingjiang. This time, the fellow would be sent to a truly secure location, or rather, one of the most secretive places within the Crescent Moon organization. Even Wang Hao would struggle to track him down. But Wang Hao wasn't in a hurry. For Crescent to make a name for themselves, they must get involved in major events. Otherwise, spending their entire lives as rats in the shadows, no matter how grand their ambitions, would be utterly meaningless. As long as Wang Hao kept his eye on the world's major events, finding traces of Crescent wouldn't be too difficult. Shaking his head, Wang Hao walked straight out of the abandoned factory. The vast, abandoned factory lay in utter ruin, and Wang Hao himself bore some gruesome wounds. Truthfully, if Wang Hao returned home, he could treat himself without issue. But he didn't want to worry Chu Xiaoyun in Mengmeng. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao made his way straight to Tianjin City, where he found a small traditional Chinese medicine clinic. These days, for ordinary people, minor ailments were treated with quick-fix medications, while serious illnesses were handled at large hospitals. Few still placed faith in these TCM clinics. In the fast-paced society, aside from some elderly who preferred herbal remedies for maintenance, most people favored Western medicine for its quick, surface-level solutions. The clinic Wang Hao entered was merely a small private practice, less than 50 square meters in size. Only one person sat inside, not even an assistant was present. Yet this person left Wang Hao somewhat astonished. She was a young woman dressed in hanfu, around 25 or 26 years old, with a classical, sweet beauty that made her seem like a fairy stepped out of a painting from centuries past. With no patients present, she sat unhurried in a corner of the clinic, gently caressing an ancient zither. The melody was enchanting, ethereal and dreamlike. Spotting Wang Hao enter, covered in blood with his clothes torn to shreds, the woman startled. She rose immediately. "Come lie down," she said. "Let me tend to your wounds first." Wang Hao shook his head gently. "No need. Just prescribe me some herbs. Lend me a stove, I'll brew them myself." The woman froze, her brow furrowing slightly. "Your injuries are severe. Don't be reckless." Wang Hao smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." She was a woman of quiet elegance. Seeing Wang Hao's persistence, she said no more and went straight to the point. "What herbs do you need?" Wang Hao casually picked up paper and brush, swiftly jotting down several medicinal ingredients. As she looked at what he'd written, a flicker of surprise crossed her otherwise composed face. "The formula you've written, it seems to be." "Ha?" Wang Hao was taken aback. "You recognize it?" The formula he wrote was passed down by his master in ancient prescription. Why would this woman react this way? The woman spoke softly. "This formula is recorded in the Xianyuan Pharmacopoeia. It targets external injuries in powerful individuals, causing a relatively intense and painful reaction, but it has excellent restorative effects. Within a short time, the patient can appear indistinguishable from an ordinary person." Wang Hao's expression changed instantly. She actually recognized it. Moreover, she even specified the origin of the formula. This was merely Tianjin City, after all just a small traditional Chinese medicine clinic spanning 50 square meters. How could a woman here possess such knowledge? Noticing Wang Hao's astonished gaze, the woman remained utterly composed. She examined the wounds on Wang Hao's body and said softly, "Sir, please lie down on the bed inside. The injury on your back is rather troublesome to treat yourself. I recognize this prescription. I'll prepare the medicine shortly and apply it for you myself." Chapter 67, Tang Miao is dead. Wang Hao glanced at the woman before him with some surprise and asked curiously, "What is your name?" "Ji Hong." The woman answered calmly. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. The Ji surname in the medical lineage was no ordinary name. Take Zhongyun, the so-called medical sage of Jiangling, whom Wang Hao had encountered earlier in Jiangling. In a sense, he was a true prodigy. His ancestors possessed no top-tier medical lineage. He had reached his current standing entirely through self-study. Such individuals, while worthy of respect, lacked the legacy to surpass those standing on the shoulders of giants relying solely on personal effort to learn. Ji Hong before him, however, was the latter. The Ji family's legacy spanned generations, leaving behind countless medical traditions. Born into the Ji lineage, Ji Hong naturally benefited from this heritage. Take Wang Hao's prescription, for instance. If given to Zhongyun, it would likely take years of study to grasp its underlying principles. But when Ji Hong studied it years ago, someone had already taught her the simplest method. This particular arrangement was just one technique among many in the medical arts. Still, Wang Hao said little more. Ji Hong's reasoning made sense. Since his goal was to repair the injury as quickly as possible to spare Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng any worry, he naturally had to strive for perfection. With that thought, Wang Hao went straight into the inner room, shed his clothes, and lay face down on the bed. After preparing the herbs and decoction as requested, Ji Hong entered to examine Wang Hao's injuries. Seeing the dense cluster of wounds covering Wang Hao's back, a flicker of alarm flickered across Ji Hong's previously composed face. Clearly, such severe injuries were beyond what she had anticipated. As if sensing Ji Hong's shock, Wang Hao spoke calmly, "You must have just come from the Ji family, right? The elders of the Ji family wouldn't be like you. But then again, it's been years since anyone from the Ji family stepped out. How is it that even a youngster like you has emerged to practice medicine now?" Ji Hong's face flushed slightly as she murmured, "You ancient masters roam the mortal world with reckless abandon, constantly inflicting severe internal and external injuries. If my Ji family doesn't step forward, this world will only become more chaotic." Wang Hao frowned. Since his return, he hadn't paid much attention to the state of the world. He had even been consciously or unconsciously avoiding all of it. But Ji Hong's words jolted him awake. The world was in greater chaos than when he had left it. A chaotic age? Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao said no more. Once Ji Hong had finished brewing the herbal decoction, she began applying it to him, bit by bit. It must be said, the ancient formula was truly miraculous. Applied to Wang Hao's body and accelerated by his qi cultivation, the wounds on his skin began healing at a visible pace. In just half an hour, Wang Hao was fully restored. His entire back was smooth as before. As the wounds vanished, Wang Hao's enviable back muscles were revealed before Ji Hong's eyes. Gazing at those perfect contours and sensing the raw masculine power radiating from his muscles, Ji Hong's face flushed crimson. Though she was a doctor and had treated many male patients, the bodies she had seen were covered in scars. At best, they had some faint definition from exercise. A physique like Wang Hao's, radiating explosive power, was something she had never encountered before. For a moment, Ji Hong felt her heartbeat quicken. Though she was a doctor, it was clear Wang Hao wasn't a patient who needed her medical care. Seeing a body radiating such masculine beauty, her mind inevitably drifted to some rather embarrassing thoughts. Ji Hong forced herself to regain control. "Please turn around," she instructed Wang Hao. "It's time to apply the ointment to the front." "Front?" Wang Hao froze, then flushed crimson. "I'll do it myself." Some of his injuries were on his lower abdomen and even his thighs. Having Ji Hong apply the ointment there would make even him, Wang Hao, feel slightly awkward. Ji Hong nodded and stepped back out of the room. Closing the door, she glanced in Wang Hao's direction, her face flushing crimson all the way to her neck. What on earth was I thinking? After his injuries were treated, Wang Hao paid the bill, bought some medicine suitable for Mengmeng's recovery, and returned to Jiangling. 3 days had now passed since Wang Hao's departure. Seeing Wang Hao return, Zhang Yun, who had been monitoring Mengmeng's condition and reading whenever possible, was taken aback. "You're back already?" Wang Hao replied calmly, "Take your books back and read them at your leisure. I'll take care of Mengmeng. You've worked hard these past 2 days. "Ah. It's no trouble at all, no trouble at all." Zhang Yun shook his head repeatedly. "You call this hard work?" If he could, he'd gladly keep working this hard forever. Wang Hao smiled, saying nothing more, and turned his gaze to Mengmeng on the bed. Zhang Yun was an extremely responsible person, and Mengmeng was being well taken care of under his watch. Though she hadn't fully recovered yet, she was mostly back to normal. With a couple more days of rest and the special medicines he'd bought from Ji Hong, a full recovery shouldn't be difficult. By late afternoon, Chu Xiaoyun had also returned. After all, Chu Xiaoyun had just started her new job, and her boss treated her well. With Mengmeng under Zhang Yun's care, Chu Xiaoyun had resumed her normal work schedule these past 2 days. Upon returning home and seeing Wang Hao there, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed her face. "You're back?" These past few days, she'd been feeling a bit uneasy. After all, Wang Hao had been gone for a full 5 years last time. Although Wang Hao had said this time would only be a few days, a lingering fear still gnawed at her heart. Even in her sleep these past nights, nightmares had occasionally plagued her. Only now, seeing Wang Hao, did Chu Xiaoyun finally relax. Wang Hao smiled faintly. "Let's eat. I cooked something simple." Chu Xiaoyun nodded softly. After putting her things away, she suddenly remembered something and whispered, "Someone came looking for you a couple of days ago." "What?" Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Someone had come to his home while he was away? "Are you okay?" Seeing Wang Hao's tense expression, Chu Xiaoyun shook her head gently and said softly, "That person didn't do anything. They just left a letter for you." Chu Xiaoyun pulled a letter straight from her bag and handed it to Wang Hao. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Hao's eyes as he read the name on the envelope. Tang Miao. He already had an idea. Opening it, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just as he had feared. Tang Miao was dead. To be precise, when he wrote this letter, Tang Miao had already sensed his impending death. He'd begun noticing someone tailing him whenever he went out to buy liquor. But he hadn't sought to save himself, he'd simply left Wang Hao this letter. Reading the contents of the letter, Wang Hao sighed deeply, his face filled with emotion. Tang Miao wasn't afraid of death. His only concern was for his wife and daughter. He knew they would return to mourn him after his death, but that very moment would be the most perilous time for them. After all, they held nearly all of Tang Miao's assets in their hands. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao instructed Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng to go eat first before retreating alone to an inner room. He dialed Su Qi's number. Chapter 68, I'm here to kill. Any news on Tang Miao? The phone connected, and Wang Hao spoke in a deep voice. Su Qi paused for a moment before nodding urgently. Yes. You told me to keep an eye on him, so I've had people watching him constantly. Tang Miao died at home yesterday. Cause of death unknown. The police couldn't determine the specifics either. However, the police have notified his wife and daughter, who have rushed back from abroad to arrange his funeral. The service is scheduled for today. Judging by the timing, it should be happening right now. Wang Hao was startled. Give me the address. Yes. Su Qi wasted no time, promptly sending the details to Wang Hao. Without delay, Wang Hao rose and left, heading straight for the funeral home where Tang Miao's service was being held, following the address provided by Su Qi. Songshan Funeral Home. As one of Jiangling's largest funeral homes, Tang Miao's body now lay within its halls. Two figures knelt before the coffin containing the body, weeping openly. The older one was a woman around 30, her hair neatly pinned up, bearing the appearance of a housewife. A long black dress concealed her figure. Her haggard face was etched with sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. This woman was none other than Tang Miao's wife, Zhao Yafan. Beside her stood a girl about Mengmeng's age, her eyes brimming with tears, her body trembling slightly. This child was Zhao Yafan and Tang Miao's daughter, Tang Hui. Compared to Zhao Yafan's anguish, Tang Hui's expression was far more composed, or rather, blank. She stared blankly at the coffin before her, clearly unable to comprehend how her father could have suddenly and completely left this world. Just as the mother and daughter were overcome with grief, a cold, contemptuous snort suddenly pierced the crowd. Humph. Such a show. Anyone unaware would truly believe how deep your feelings for him were. At these words, both women's expressions instantly hardened. Zhao Yafan whipped her head around, furious. Who's talking nonsense? Though she and Tang Hui had left the country long ago, it was all Tang Miao's doing. Because Tang Miao understood the consequences for himself. And Zhao Yafan chose to leave the country for the sake of the child. Had it not been for that, she would have even been willing to die alongside Tang Miao. Others could deliberately question anything about her, but they absolutely could not question her feelings for Tang Miao. Yet upon hearing this, the man strode out brazenly, his voice cold as ice. What? A venomous woman who fled abroad long ago to live in luxury, abandoning my brother alone in Jiangling, and now you dare to contradict me? With that, he strode directly before Zhao Yafan. The crowd now got a clear look at his face. He bore a passing resemblance to Tang Miao, yet compared to him, he lacked the steadiness and instead carried a hint of cunning and treachery. Judging by his attire, his life couldn't be much better either. This man was none other than Tang Miao's cousin, Tang Sen. Glaring at Tang Sen, Zhao Yafan clenched her teeth and coldly declared, Tang Sen, stop spouting nonsense. My relationship with your brother doesn't need explaining to you. You don't need to explain it to me, Tang Sen snorted coldly. But I think you should explain my brother's death to the public and to the police. Zhao Yafan frowned. Tang Sen, what exactly are you trying to say? Tang Sen sneered coldly, his voice icy. What do I want to say? I just want to tell everyone the truth. I just don't want a murderer to walk free with my brother's inheritance. How dare you? At that, Zhao Yafan sprang to her feet, glaring at Senior Tang Sen. I won't stand for you spouting nonsense here. Spouting nonsense? Tang Sen snorted coldly. I brought witnesses with me this time. A witness? Zhao Yafan was utterly baffled. She hadn't done this thing at all. In fact, she knew exactly who was responsible. How could Tang Sen possibly find a witness to prove she killed Tang Miao under these circumstances? Sensing Zhao Yafan's questioning gaze, Tang Sen clapped his hands. A figure slowly emerged from the crowd. Standing over 6 feet tall with a sturdy build, it was none other than Zhang Dong, the man expelled from Zhongyun's martial arts school. Some in the crowd recognized him and couldn't help but feel curious. After all, Zhang Dong was once Zhongyun's disciple and held considerable renown in Jiangling. What brought him here today? And what witness role would he play? Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Dong smiled faintly and announced in a loud voice, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Zhang Dong. I am here today at the invitation of Mr. Tang to bear witness to something for you all. What is he testifying to? Zhao Yafan was utterly baffled. Zhang Dong's gaze swept around the room as he spoke. Several years ago, I examined Mr. Tang Miao. During that examination, I discovered that Mr. Tang Miao had been systematically drugged over a long period. The substance administered was a hallucinogen specifically designed to be applied to crucial areas of the lower body. What? Everyone present stared wide-eyed in shock. Zhao Yafan's eyes betrayed utter disbelief. Impossible. Impossible? Tang Sen sneered contemptuously. What else could you possibly say? Besides you, who else could have administered such drugs to my brother over such a long period? No wonder my brother gave you all his assets and sent you abroad. Turns out you were drugging him with hallucinogens all alone? Zhao Yafan, you truly are a venomous woman. Now that my brother is dead, you come crawling back with your fake concern? Where the hell were you all these years? Spit. Today, I'll expose every single one of your crimes to the world. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Yafan immediately panicked. But Tang Sen sneered contemptuously, What? Are you suggesting that Mr. Zhang Dong, renowned throughout Jiangling, made a special trip just to torment you and fabricate lies? Zhao Yafan, you're seriously overestimating yourself. For a moment, Zhao Yafan didn't know how to respond. She couldn't fathom why Zhang Dong would say such things, nor did she know how to explain herself now. Staring at Zhao Yafan, Tang Sen narrowed his eyes, finally revealing his true colors. Now, hand over every last bit of my brother's inheritance. I won't let my brother's fortune fall into the hands of someone as venomous as you. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding my brother's wishes and throwing you in jail. You and that bastard who knows if he's even my brother's child will spend the rest of your lives rotting in prison together. Shut up. Hearing Tang Sen's insults toward Tang Wei, Zhao Yafan's body trembled. Yet she had no idea how to counter him. Zhang Dong's reputation weighed too heavily upon her. But at that very moment, "Humph!" A heavy, cold snort suddenly echoed through the air. Wang Hao slowly emerged from the crowd, his voice chillingly reaching Zhang Dong and Tang Sen's ears. "Zhang Dong. The very words, compassionate heart of a physician, have been thrown to the dogs by you. A man like you has no place in medicine." As he spoke, Wang Hao strode step by step toward Zhang Dong. His chilling demeanor sent a shiver down Zhang Dong's spine, causing him to instinctively take a step back. What do you want?" Wang Hao let out a cold snort. "For Tang Miao's dying wish, kill." Chapter 69, Doesn't the master want to know? Killing to fulfill Tang Miao's dying wish. The words sent Zhang Dong reeling back several paces, panic etched across his face. What do you mean? Don't do anything rash." Wang Hao sneered coldly, "Am I the one acting recklessly, or are you? You know the answer in your heart." Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Dong's forehead. He could be arrogant and overbearing with others. But in front of Wang Hao, he dared not harbor any thoughts. After Zhongyun expelled him from the sect, he'd investigated Wang Hao, intending to take action against him. The result? Better left unknown. Once he found out, he nearly scared the living daylights out of himself. Wang Hao was like the Grim Reaper. The things this bastard had done in Jiangling lately were enough to get him killed 800 times over. Wang Hao snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. "Get out now. I'm sparing your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhang Dong swallowed hard, not daring to utter a word of protest. This left Tang Sen feeling uneasy. He could see the unease in Zhang Dong's eyes. Looking at Wang Hao, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Who the hell are you? What does my brother's death have to do with you?" Wang Hao's cold gaze fixed on Tang Sen as his voice turned as icy as steel. "Tang Miao was my subordinate. He entrusted his orphan child to me. I shall honor his dying wish. I will protect his family. Whoever harms his family, I will kill them. Whoever harms his family, I will kill them." The arrogant words sent Tang Sen's face turning ashen. He couldn't help but interject, "This is a society governed by law. Don't act recklessly. And that attacked my brother first." Smack! Before he could finish, Wang Hao's hand smacked Zhang Dong across the face. This left Tang Sen utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Dong looked utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. Those were Tang Sen's words. Why was Wang Hao hitting him? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Wang Hao spoke coldly, "Zhang Dong, is that right? Tell me what's the truth." A chill ran down Zhang Dong's spine as he swallowed hard. He knew that once he revealed the truth, his life would be over. He would be forever branded with shame. But he had no choice. He had no choice. If he didn't speak, he would die. With this realization, Zhang Dong, though seething with resentment, could only utter painfully, "I took Tang Sen's money and conspired with him to swindle Tang Miao's family out of this sum." What? The moment these words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Just moments ago, they had considered Zhang Dong's words highly credible given his standing. Who could have imagined such a swift reversal? Everything Zhang Dong had claimed was now overturned by his own admission. All for money. Instantly, all eyes turned to Tang Sen, their anger boiling over. They had all been played by Zhang Dong and Tang Sen. Tang Sen couldn't help but panic. He never imagined Zhang Dong would choose to lose all dignity just to admit the truth. Who exactly was this Wang Hao? Why was Zhang Dong so terrified? Tang Sen gritted his teeth, said nothing, and turned to walk out. He knew full well that if he continued causing trouble here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Escape was the only option. In his mind, who present would dare stop someone as ruthless as him? But the moment he turned his back, Wang Hao's icy voice echoed from behind him. "Did I give you permission to leave? What are you doing? You actually dare to kill me?" Tang Sen felt a flicker of unease, yet he still didn't believe Wang Hao would dare kill him. After all, this was a society governed by law. And in front of so many witnesses. How could Wang Hao possibly dare to kill him? Glaring at Tang Sen, Wang Hao snorted coldly. "Why wouldn't I? Who do you think you are?" Standing behind Tang Sen with his hands in his pockets, Wang Hao appeared harmless. Yet from his lips came a low, muttered whisper. "Die." The words had barely left his lips. Boom! Tang Sen's entire body crashed heavily to the ground. Lying there with his mouth agape, his eyes filled with terror and unease, he never managed to utter a single word from start to finish. His life was snatched away like that. Even in his final moment, he had no idea how he had died. Everyone else present was also left stunned and dazed. Wang Hao actually dared to kill someone in broad daylight like that? Has he lost his mind? Zhang Dong was so terrified his legs went weak, and he wet himself right there. Wang Hao is ruthless. The worst part is, after Wang Hao killed someone, you couldn't even find any evidence. Everyone knows Tang Sen was killed by Wang Hao, yet Wang Hao never even took his hands out of his pockets the entire time. Even if you arrested him, there'd be no grounds. Zhao Yafan and Tang Hui both stared at Wang Hao with unease. Despite Wang Hao claiming to be Tang Miao's guardian and having killed Tang Xin to save them, he was still a murderer. In his presence, a flicker of unease and panic still stirred within them. Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He looked at the two women and said softly, "After the funeral, come find me. I'll be waiting outside for you." With that, Wang Hao walked straight out and stood silently by the doorway. Yet no one present dared to cause trouble for Zhao Yafan and Tang Hui anymore. Everything Wang Hao had done had deeply intimidated everyone present. Zhang Dong scrambled out in a panic, while Tang Sen's body was quickly taken away by Su Qi's men. And so it remained until 2 hours later. The entire funeral concluded. As the guests dispersed, Zhao Yafan approached Wang Hao. Staring at this man she had never met before, she closed her eyes, suppressed her fear, and bowed respectfully. "Zhao Yafan, at your service, sir." Wang Hao replied calmly, "No need for formalities. Tang Miao asked me to look after you too, and I shall do as instructed. Whatever you need, just ask. I shall see to it." Wang Hao placed no restrictions whatsoever. As long as the two dared to ask, he dared to grant their wishes. Such was Wang Hao's confidence. Yet Zhao Yafan merely shook her head gently, offering a wry smile. "We require nothing. Everything my late husband left behind is more than enough for us to live the finest life. If I must say what we truly seek, it would be to return safely each year to pay respects at his grave, free from threats." Wang Hao nodded gently. "Very well. I grant you this." Seeing Wang Hao's earnest expression, Zhao Yafan fell silent for a moment before suddenly whispering, "Sir, is there anything you wish to know?" Wang Hao shook his head. He was helping them merely to fulfill Tang Miao's dying wish. He had no intention of learning anything from them. Yet a flicker of something strange passed through Zhao Yafan's eyes. "Sir, since you claim to be the one my late husband entrusted with his final wishes, then surely you must be the very person he spoke of back then, the one he held in such deep respect, yet was forced to betray?" Wang Hao froze. He hadn't expected Tang Miao to have held such an opinion of him. Looking at Wang Hao, Zhao Yafan continued, "Sir, wouldn't you like to know who has sought out my mother and me over the years?" Chapter 70, The Sun Family. What? Wang Hao's expression darkened. Who had been seeking out Zhao Yafan and her daughter all these years? Hadn't they left the country? And people still came looking for them? Could it be people from New Moon? Seeing Wang Hao's astonished expression, Zhao Yafan gave a bitter smile. "It seems you're unaware of this, sir. All these years, though we've been abroad, people have kept seeking us out, repeatedly threatening us, demanding we keep our mouths shut and not speak out about certain matters." Wang Hao furrowed his brow. "They don't want you to say what?" Zhao Yafan hesitated before continuing, "About my husband's income sources. They knew people would inevitably wonder where our money came from, so they demanded we never speak of it publicly. Previously, perhaps because my husband was still alive, they never laid a finger on us, just sought to silence us. But from now on..." Zhao Yafan trailed off, yet the worry in her voice was palpable. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. "Who?" Zhao Yafan took a deep breath before uttering the words in a solemn tone, "The Sun family of Jiangling." The Sun family of Jiangling. The mere mention of that name caused Wang Hao's expression to darken. The Sun family was considered a top-tier clan in Jiangling, their influence far surpassing even the Fang and Chu families. They were a powerhouse in Jiangling capable of reaching provincial-level influence. Most crucially, the company Chu Xiaoyun had recently started working for was owned by Sun Xinxue, the eldest daughter of the Sun family. Could there be a connection here? Wang Hao couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He looked at Zhao Yafan and nodded earnestly. "Thank you." Zhao Yafan shook her head with a wry smile. "Being able to assist you in any way brings me some peace of mind. In the future, we'll need to trouble you to look after us, mother and daughter." Wang Hao gave a slight nod. Zhao Yafan then pulled Tang Hui forward, and together they bowed to Wang Hao once more. "Would you like to come to our home, sir? Yafan will cook a few dishes to express our gratitude." Wang Hao shook his head. He understood perfectly well why Zhao Yafan was saying this. This woman was too unsettled. Now, she had lost the greatest support of her life. Only by leaning on Wang Hao, this towering tree, could she find a modicum of peace. "No need. Rest assured, I'll have people keeping an eye on you and your daughter." As he spoke, Wang Hao directly assigned Su Qi to handle the safety of the mother and daughter, then had Su Qi send him all the information on the Sun family. Wang Hao paid particular attention to Sun Xinxue's background. This 30-year-old woman stood out among the Sun family's descendants. Highly capable, she had established her own company without relying on the Sun family's backing, yet had firmly secured her foothold in Jiangling. Most crucially, her company had minimal financial ties to the main Sun family operations. Moreover, due to her gender, Sun Xinxue held little standing within the family hierarchy. In other words, Sun Xinxue might not be privy to certain family matters. This was actually a good thing. However, Wang Hao understood that if New Moon decided to target him, Sun Xinxue might very well get dragged into it. But this was the workplace Chu Xiaoyun had worked so hard to secure. Before any real trouble arose, Wang Hao couldn't afford to act rashly. With that thought, Wang Hao said no more and quietly set down the documents. He hoped the Sun family would be sensible enough to recognize the situation. As long as Chu Xiaoyun wasn't involved, Wang Hao couldn't be bothered with them. The Sun family was insignificant. Even if they worked for New Moon, they wouldn't know much, and Wang Hao had no desire to cause them trouble. But if they dared to harm Chu Xiaoyun? Then don't blame him, Wang Hao, for being ruthless. The Sun family? Forget the minor Jiangling Sun family, even the most powerful Sun in the entire Dragon Nation. Wang Hao himself would not hesitate to eliminate them. Meanwhile, the Sun family. News of everything that transpired at Tang Miao's funeral had already reached the ears of the Sun family. Seated in the main chair of the living room, a man clad in plain white robes appeared utterly cold. His fingers traced a string of beads as he murmured, "Wang Hao. I never imagined he would be the legendary Dark Knight Dragon King." His words were punctuated by a sharp, cold snort. This man was none other than Sun Muzhou, the head of the Sun family. It was under his leadership that the Sun family had gradually risen to become the foremost clan in Jiangling, developing into a power rivaling provincial-level authorities. To outsiders, he was the Sun family's once-in-a-century guiding star. Yet Sun Muzhou himself knew the truth. None of this was really his doing. The Sun family's current achievements were not due to him, but to his collaboration with Xin Yue. 7 years ago, the Sun family began their partnership with New Moon. Initially, Sun Muzhou didn't perceive New Moon as particularly formidable, assuming it was merely an equal partnership. But the more time passed, the more alarmed Sun Muzhou became. Xin Yue's capabilities completely surpassed his expectations. With New Moon's assistance, the Sun family rose step by step from a third-rate clan in Jiangling to become the premier family standing at the pinnacle of Jiangling in just a few short years. Such a rapid ascent was enough to strike fear into anyone. As the Sun family's status rose, Sun Muzhou gradually gained access to more core figures and matters within the Crescent Moon. This included information he had previously been deemed unworthy to know. For instance, the Dark Knight Dragon King had been dealt with by the Crescent Moon, which is why he'd been imprisoned for 5 years. What shocked him even more was that the Dark Knight Dragon King was one of their own Jiangling natives. He was currently in Jiangling and had just recently come into contact with Zhao Yafan. Zhao Yafan, the very person the Sun family had long been tasked with intimidating. But right now, he couldn't spare a thought for Zhao Yafan. As he scanned Wang Hao's files, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The Dark Knight Dragon King's wife actually worked at that girl Sun Xinshue's company? His subordinates nearby couldn't help but shake their heads silently. "Master, this Dark Knight Dragon King isn't all that impressive. His own woman has to come work for us Sun family? Do you really think he's some big shot? He's just being toyed with by those above him. He's nothing but a guy with a bit of martial arts skill. What's there to care about?" A look of contempt flashed across Sun Muzhou's face. In his eyes, the insignificant Wang Hao was utterly worthless. Still, he coldly ordered, "Regardless, since the higher-ups need us to deal with Wang Hao, go notify that girl Sun Xinxue. Tell her the family needs her. Have her return immediately." The subordinate hesitated slightly before murmuring, "Master, the young lady, she's always had a strained relationship with the family. Asking her to come back, she might not. That's not up to her." Sun Muzhou snorted coldly, a flash of icy glint darting through his eyes. "If she comes, everything can be discussed. If she refuses to help, don't blame me for showing no mercy, I'll deal with her directly." The subordinate's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the unyielding resolve in Sun Muzhou's tone and nodded slightly. "Yes, sir." Chapter 71, Whose Death Do You Want? Xinxue Creative Company, Ltd. This was the company Sun Xinxue had built from scratch. Growing it from a small studio to its current scale had not been easy for Sun Xinxue. Throughout her entrepreneurial journey, the Sun family never offered her any assistance. Even the initial startup capital was saved from 2 years of working odd jobs. The hardships involved in growing a tiny studio to its current stature were known only to Sun Xinxue herself. Yet Sun Xinxue found joy in it all. She deeply cherishes the feeling of building something entirely on her own, without relying on anyone else. Today, every employee in the company was carefully selected by her, each capable of handling their responsibilities independently. The sense of the company thriving filled her with even greater delight. But today, Sun Xinxue's company welcomed an uninvited guest. Frowning slightly at the figure before her, Sun Xinxue asked, "Uncle Yang? What brings you here?" The man before her was Yang Muyu, the Sun family's steward. Though Yang Muyu appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man, Sun Xinxue knew full well that he was the most trusted subordinate by her father, Sun Muzhou, known for his ruthless efficiency. Sun Muzhou entrusted him with many crucial matters. Sun Muzhou had never shown the slightest interest in her company. Why would he send Yang Muyu here today? Noticing Sun Xinxue's puzzled expression, Yang Muyu offered a faint smile. "I've come today on behalf of the master of the household to request the young lady's assistance with a matter." "My assistance?" Sun Xinxue was utterly baffled. Though her relationship with the Sun family was strained, she couldn't deny that Sun Muzhou's capabilities, connections, and financial resources completely overshadowed her small company. What could Sun Muzhou possibly need her help with? Yang Muyu smiled faintly and explained in a low voice, "The head of the family wishes for you to bring one of your company's employees to the Sun residence for an audience with him." An employee from my company? Sun Xinxue grew even more perplexed. What possible connection could any of her employees have with Sun Muzhou? What exactly was Sun Muzhou planning? However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, Sun Xinxue let out a cold snort. "Please leave, Uncle Yang. If father wishes to meet someone, he can arrange it himself. I refuse to personally push my employees into the abyss." Yang Muyu's brow furrowed slightly. "Miss, please choose your words carefully. It is an honor for anyone the head of the family wishes to see." "Honor?" Sun Xinxue scoffed coldly. "How many people he summoned ever came out alive? You call that an honor? Uncle Yang, you're welcome to leave now." "You!" Yang Muyu's expression darkened. He truly hadn't expected Sun Xinxue to be so unyielding, refusing to give Sun Muzhou any face. But his expression quickly hardened again. Narrowing his eyes at Sun Xinxue, he said in a deep voice, "Miss, this was your golden opportunity to reconcile with the family head. You've squandered it yourself." "A chance to reconcile?" Hearing this, Sun Xinxue couldn't help but laugh coldly. Did he still think she was begging him to reconcile with the Sun family, to return to the Sun family? How laughable. With that, Sun Xinxue wasted no words and turned to leave immediately. Watching Sun Xinxue's retreating figure, a cold glint instantly flashed in Yang Muyu's eyes. He truly hadn't expected Sun Xinxue to refuse to give him face to such an extreme degree. Stepping out of Sun Xinxue's company, Yang Muyu immediately dialed Sun Muzhou's number. Hearing this, Sun Muzhou let out a heavy, cold snort. Since she refused the olive branch and chose to bite the bullet, he wouldn't hold back. "I'll forcibly take control of her company, secure everyone inside, and ensure no information leaks out. As for that Chu Xiaoyun, I'll personally take care of her." "Yes." Yang Muyu wasted no time. After hanging up, he immediately contacted several members of the Sun family. Before long, two vans pulled up outside Sun Xinxue's company building. Over a dozen thugs stepped out, each wearing an arrogant, domineering expression and bulging with muscle. They marched straight towards Sun Xinxue's company. Led by Yang Muyu, the group smashed open the doors of Sun Xinxue's company. "Yang Muyu! What are you doing?" Sun Xinxue was instantly alarmed. Yang Muyu sneered coldly, "Miss, you're the one who doesn't know when to back down. Don't blame me. Restrain them all. No one is to leak any information out." Upon hearing this, the thugs immediately obeyed. In the blink of an eye, all 20-odd people in the entire company were pinned to the ground. They were no match for him. Sun Xinxue clenched her fists, glaring at Yang Muyu. "Yang Muyu," she spat furiously. "What the hell do you think you're doing? This is a society governed by law. Do you believe I won't call the police to arrest you?" "The police?" Yang Muyu laughed, his smile dripping with contempt. "Miss, have you underestimated your father? If even the police could arrest him, he wouldn't be worthy of being the head of Jiangling's foremost family." With that, Yang Muyu ignored Sun Xinxue entirely, striding directly to Chu Xiaoyun. He reached out, cupping her chin. "TSK, truly a lovely creature. Even after bearing a child, she retains such beauty and figure. No wonder he's so utterly obsessed, causing such a commotion for you." Chu Xiaoyun's expression instantly hardened. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm talking nonsense?" Yang Muyu froze for a moment before letting out a sharp, cold snort. "You truly are a foolish woman. Even now, you probably don't even know what kind of man you have, do you?" Chu Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat. She had naturally suspected Wang Hao's identity. In her eyes, Wang Hao was far from ordinary. Even the events of 5 years ago might not be exactly as they were told. Even what he had said was already difficult for Chu Xiaoyun to comprehend. But none of it might be the truth. Yet now, hearing Yang Muyu's words, Wang Hao had surpassed even her wildest expectations. Her man truly stood at the pinnacle of realm she could never hope to reach. But at this moment, Chu Xiaoyun had no heart to ponder much further. Glaring at Yang Muyu before her, she gritted her teeth and demanded, "What exactly are you trying to do? What do I want?" Yang Muyu grinned. "Naturally, to capture you. Once I capture you, your man will have no choice but to submit. Such a cost-effective deal, tell me, shouldn't we go for it?" Chu Xiaoyun's expression darkened. She instinctively tried to step back, but the person behind her held her firmly in place. Yang Muyu chuckled wickedly. "Chu Xiaoyun, when you're reincarnated next time, remember to choose your fate carefully. Some destinies are beyond your capacity to bear. Being his woman means accepting thee to die for it." Fear washed over Chu Xiaoyun's face. The unease in her heart had completely consumed her. "Yang Muyu! How dare you!" Sun Xinxue couldn't help but roar in fury. But Yang Muyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Miss, I once gave you the chance to remain the eldest daughter of the Sun family. It was you who chose to abandon it. Now you come to stop me? You are not worthy. You. Sun Xinyue's face turned deathly pale. The helplessness of being unable to protect even her own employees made her clench her fists so tightly her nails dug into her flesh. But at that very moment, a cold, sinister voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Who do you want dead? Chapter 72, You're asking for death. Who? Yang Muyu's expression instantly changed. He sensed the faint undertones of threat. Turning his head, his heart skipped a beat. The figure approaching from the distance was none other than Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected him to arrive so promptly. But Wang Hao knew perfectly well that this was only natural. He had instructed Su Qi to monitor this location. Upon discovering Yang Muyu arriving with his men, he had rushed over immediately, determined not to miss a single moment. Now, as he stared at Yang Muyu, Wang Hao's expression turned icy cold, his eyes filled with a piercing glare. Daring to touch his woman? The Sun family was courting death. Meanwhile, Yang Muyu was slowly coming to his senses. He looked at Wang Hao, a wicked smile curling his lips. Mr. Wang, what a coincidence you've arrived just in time. As he spoke, Yang Muyu cracked his neck, then suddenly shot a look at his henchman beside him. Without hesitation, the henchman lunged forward, grabbing Chu Xiaoyun by the throat. He intended to intimidate Wang Hao. But the moment the thug moved, Wang Hao let out a cold snort. Seemingly taking only a single step forward, he instantly appeared before Chu Xiaoyun. He grabbed the thug's wrist and squeezed it hard. Instantly, a sharp cry of pain erupted. A piercing scream echoed. The man crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his wrist in agony, unable to utter a sound. Everyone froze. No one had seen Wang Hao's move. How had he done it? Why had he taken the man down in the blink of an eye? Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He paid the man no mind, instead reaching out to untie Chu Xiaoyun's bonds. Gently caressing her cheek, he murmured softly, "I'm sorry I was late." Chu Xiaoyun shook her head gently, her eyes flickering with an unusual expression as she looked at Wang Hao. She was now deeply curious just who was Wang Hao, the man she loved? Why would these people go to such lengths to target Wang Hao, even going so far as to come looking for trouble with her? As Chu Xiaoyun pondered these questions, Yang Muyu snorted coldly, his icy gaze fixed on Wang Hao. Mr. Wang Hao, you do have some skills. But since you've come here today, let's settle everything right here and now. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. You're quite confident. I hope it's not born of ignorance. Yang Muyu grinned. Mr. Wang, my Sun family knows exactly what you've been up to these past days. Wang Hao looked slightly surprised. Then why come looking for trouble? Why wouldn't we? Another cold snort echoed. This time, Sun Muzhou strode directly through the doorway. Father? Sun Xinyue's eyes widened in shock. In a sense, Sun Muzhou was the most influential figure in Jiangling. Even Wu Qingfeng, the city lord before Jiangling's founding, held far less influence within the city than he did. It could be said that unless it involved some top-tier figure, her father would never need to intervene personally. Why had her father come in person now? Just who was this Wang Hao? Observing Sun Muzhou, a flicker of intrigue crossed Wang Hao's eyes. He was genuinely curious. Since New Moon had already secured control over Wu Qingfeng, logically speaking, they shouldn't need anyone else in the Jiangling region. Yet they still supported Sun Muzhou's Sun family. It was clear that New Moon placed great importance on Jiangling. They would stop at nothing to seize control of Jiangling. Wang Hao snorted lightly, his tone cold. I'm curious, where does your confidence come from? In Wang Hao's eyes, no matter how formidable Sun Muzhou's forces might be, they could never stand a chance against the Marquis of Pingjiang. The Marquis of Pingjiang had nearly met a gruesome end at Wang Hao's hands. Where did Sun Muzhou get the confidence to take him on? Sun Muzhou sneered with contempt. To deal with Mr. Wang, one naturally avoids direct confrontation. As long as there's a chance of harming Miss Chu Xiaoyun, forcing you into self-destruction wouldn't be difficult, would it? Wang Hao's expression darkened instantly. Sun Muzhou waved his hand, and several figures instantly burst from behind him, darting into every corner of the room. He glanced back at Sun Xinyue and silently shook his head. I gave you a chance to live. You chose not to take it. With that, Sun Muzhou grabbed Yang Muyu beside him and instantly darted toward the rear. The prowess displayed by both men was unmistakably that of grandmasters. Under normal circumstances, Wang Hao could have easily restrained them. But now, sensing the palpable tension in the air, Wang Hao couldn't help but curse inwardly. That damn Sun Muzhou. He'd brought nothing but suicide squads. He intended to blow this place to smithereens, dragging everyone down with him. His goal was to force Wang Hao to bear the full brunt of the explosion's consequences just to protect Chu Xiaoyun. Even with Wang Hao's incredible speed, he couldn't stop everyone at once. In the blink of an eye. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The entire building shook violently. Sun Xinyue's company office collapsed completely. Wang Hao, heedless of others, immediately shielded Chu Xiaoyun beneath his body. He would not allow Chu Xiaoyun to suffer even the slightest harm. As for killing Sun Muzhou? In Wang Hao's heart, he was already dead. How dare he treat Chu Xiaoyun this way today? Wang Hao would never forgive him. Now, as the explosion subsided, Sun Muzhou and Yang Muyu, standing outside and watching everything unfold inside, both let smiles spread across their lips. The explosives they brought had completely obliterated the small house. Not only Chu Xiaoyun and Wang Hao, but also the room where Sun Xinxue and the others were staying. The entire three-story building was destroyed. Including all the other company personnel on every floor, they had all met a tragic end within. The entire building lay in utter silence. They certainly didn't believe Wang Hao could emerge unscathed. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly be severely injured. Unless, of course, he had abandoned all concern for Chu Xiaoyun's fate. Just as he was thinking this, Sun Muzhou and Yang Muyu's expressions abruptly changed. Yang Muyu even gasped aloud in disbelief. How could this be? From the ruins, Wang Hao's figure slowly floated out. And in his hands, he was still holding two people. None other than Chu Xiaoyun and Sun Xinxue. Chu Xiaoyun had fainted from fear during the explosion. Sun Xinxue, however, though not deliberately protected by Wang Hao, had survived the blast through her own experience and a bit of luck. Though her injuries were severe, she remained conscious. Gazing at Sun Muzhou across the room, her eyes welled up with tears, her body trembling violently. She knew her relationship with Sun Muzhou was strained, but she never imagined he would choose to kill her too. That was her father. But before Sun Xinxue could dwell on it further, Wang Hao tossed her onto the floor and charged straight towards Sun Muzhou. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao was upon Sun Muzhou, his right hand clamping down on Sun Muzhou's throat. You're courting death. Chapter 73, If I don't want it, no one can force it. How could you possibly? Staring at Wang Hao, Sun Muzhou's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The explosion moments ago had been deliberately orchestrated by them. Even a Grandmaster-level powerhouse would have perished if caught in the full force of it. Sun Xinxue's survival was due not only to luck, but also to Sun Muzhou deliberately pushing her toward a weak spot in the blast before leaving. But how could Wang Hao possibly emerge unscathed? He and Chu Xiaoyun had been right in the core area of the blast damage. Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, his right hand clamped tightly around Sun Muzhou's throat, his eyes burning with icy fury. Any last words? No. You can't kill me. You can't. Sun Muzhou roared in fury, and dozens of figures burst forth from behind him. Each one was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Of course, none were genuine masters, merely artificially enhanced warriors. In actual combat, they could only sustain master-level combat power for a few moves before perishing. Yet even so, such numbers acting in concert were still beyond what ordinary men could withstand. Moreover, the moment they attacked, they would self-detonate. They intended to take Wang Hao down with them. Yet Wang Hao stood motionless, a faint, contemptuous sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't even bother to defend himself. The next second, boom! A deafening roar echoed. The Grandmaster at the forefront detonated his body. The intense blast instantly obliterated everything in its vicinity. Yang Muyu let out a piercing scream, perishing in the blast's aftershock. Yet those behind him continued to charge forward relentlessly. Today, they were determined to kill Wang Hao at any cost. But, after nearly half of them detonated themselves, the surrounding streets had been reduced to utter chaos. Those self-detonating grandmasters, their internal energy depleted in physical forms nearly obliterated, lay on the ground like charred pieces of coal. Yet the remaining attackers halted in their tracks. Not because Wang Hao was dead, rendering their self-detonations unnecessary, but because terror and unease now etched themselves onto every face. Wang Hao was completely unharmed. Not only that, but he had even casually shielded Sun Muzhou. Sun Muzhou could only be killed by his own hand. In that instant, every Grandmaster-level expert under Sun Muzhou's command was plunged into endless terror. Sun Xinxue's eyes widened as she covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was witnessing. All along, she had believed she had climbed her way into this city's upper echelons through her own abilities. But now, after witnessing Wang Hao and Sun Muzhou's men engage in such a battle right on the street, she suddenly realized that everything she had achieved before was nothing but self-delusion. The true upper echelons were a realm she could scarcely fathom. At this moment, Sun Xinxue's expression became incredibly complex. Sun Muzhou glared at Wang Hao, his eyes flashing with fury. His voice was cold and menacing. Wang Hao, you got lucky today. But sooner or later, you will fall. How could you place such importance on a woman? This is an unforgivable weakness. Sooner or later, it will be your death. Sooner or later. Facing the furious Sun Muzhou, Wang Hao snorted coldly and hoisted him high into the air. Since you have no last words, then you may die. No! Sun Xinxue screamed in terror. She rushed forward in 2 strides, grabbing Wang Hao's arm anxiously. Please, don't kill him. As she spoke, tears welled in Sun Xinxue's eyes as she shook her head repeatedly. Though she held no affection for Sun Muzhou, he was, after all, her father. Most crucially, just before the explosion, Sun Muzhou had saved her. She knew Sun Muzhou still cared for her. How could she possibly stand by and watch Sun Muzhou die under these circumstances? But Wang Hao only snorted coldly. He must die. With that, Wang Hao suddenly exerted force with his hand. In an instant, Sun Muzhou's neck snapped cleanly. The group of grandmasters scattered in an instant. Gazing at Sun Muzhou's lifeless body lying on the ground, tears instantly streamed down Sun Xinshue's cheeks. She knelt on the ground, speechless. Wang Hao observed Sun Xinshue's anguished and despairing expression, yet he did not move against her. Though Sun Xinshue was also a member of the Sun family, she hadn't harmed Chu Xiaoyun. Wang Hao naturally wouldn't kill her rashly. At that moment, Wang Hao picked up Chu Xiaoyun and returned directly to his home. Chu Xiaoyun had only fainted from shock and fear. Her body hadn't suffered serious injury, and she soon regained consciousness. Yet Chu Xiaoyun knew that after today's events, she could no longer return to work normally. In fact, Sun Xinshue's company would likely shut down entirely. After all, with so many deaths today, Sun Xinshu likely had no desire to keep her company running. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask, "What do you plan to do next?" Chu Xiaoyun now understood that Wang Hao was someone beyond her comprehension. Everything that had happened 5 years ago must have hidden circumstances. It all felt like a forbidden realm she couldn't touch. Rather than pry for answers, she'd rather stay by Wang Hao's side and watch him resolve it all. Wang Hao replied calmly, "Just focus on being with Mengmeng. The rest, I'll handle." Just as he spoke, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Wang Hao opened the door to find a tall, slender female police officer standing there. This was a stunningly attractive policewoman. Even fully clad in her uniform, her figure remained undeniably striking. That kind of figure could only come from years of dedicated fitness training. Even Chu Xiaoyun couldn't compare. Especially that pert behind it was impossible for any man to look away. Her face, too, was undeniably that of a police beauty. If not for the icy expression on her face that made one want to keep their distance, she would be a temptress capable of stirring the heart of any man. After a quick glance, Wang Hao kept his eyes straight ahead and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" The female officer immediately flashed her badge. "Criminal Investigation Division, Tao Min. You are suspected of public murder. We're here to arrest you. Please come with us." "Officer," Wang Hao. Chu Xiaoyun rushed forward, desperate to explain. Wang Hao smiled and stopped her. "It's fine. I'll go with her. I'll be back soon. Take good care of Mengmeng." "Be back soon? Humph." Tao Min sneered contemptuously, then waved her hand dismissively, signaling for someone to handcuff Wang Hao. In her eyes, a murderer like this deserved to rot in prison. But just as several officers approached Wang Hao with handcuffs, he spoke calmly, "You don't have the authority to cuff me. How dare you?" Tao Min's eyes instantly turned cold. "I'm handcuffing you today, and I'll see what you can do about it." Hearing this, the officers swiftly closed in on Wang Hao, their demeanor utterly unyielding. They were officers of the people. No matter who the person was, if they broke the law, they would be arrested. But the moment Tao Min finished speaking, Wang Hao's hand suddenly clamped down on her throat. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent engulfed Tao Min. And Wang Hao's cold, menacing voice echoed slowly into her ears. "So young, why seek death? I'll only go with you if you can take me away. If I refuse, no one can force me." Chapter 74, The Power to Kill Belongs to Him. "You." Tao Min's expression changed instantly, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Wang Hao. She knew that if Wang Hao wished, he could kill her at any moment. This man was terrifying. Even the others standing beside Tao Min now wore uneasy expressions. They understood that Wang Hao hadn't killed anyone yet was already showing them immense leniency. Observing the panic in their eyes, Wang Hao slowly released Tao Min. He shoved his hands into his pockets and strode toward the police car nearby, his voice calm as he said, "Let's go, my family. You'd better not get any ideas. Otherwise, I guarantee that Jiangling will have a new master." Jiangling, a new master. The moment those words left his mouth, Tao Min's face turned paler than liver. Wang Hao was threatening the entire city of Jiangling. He was threatening the entire dragon nation. Who rules Jiangling? Longhua. The implication behind Wang Hao's words was downright audacious. Yet, the more arrogant Wang Hao appeared, the less daring Tao Min felt to act against him. After all, how could someone who dared utter such words possibly be someone she could stand against? Such a man was far beyond Tao Min's reach. If she was going to deal with Wang Hao, she'd have to wait until she brought him back to the station. With that thought, Tao Min gritted her teeth, gave a cold snort, and followed Wang Hao into the car, driving away. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but let a bitter smile curve her lips. Once upon a time, when she and Wang Hao were dating, the entire Chu family looked down on him. And it was precisely because of that disapproval that she had endured the past 5 years. Who could have imagined that the Wang Hao of today would reveal such terrifying capabilities? Before the Sun family, Jiangling's foremost clan, he was like a god of death. The lord of Jiangling had died because of him. The medical sage of Jiangling regarded him as a master. Now, before the Jiangling police, he single-handedly threatens the entire nation of Longhua. Such a domineering figure. Had the Chu family known his true identity and origins back then, they wouldn't have ended up in this dire situation. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but shake her head silently, pushing the thought aside. Just as she had resolved before, Wang Hao was simply beyond her comprehension. For her now, taking good care of Mengmeng was the greatest help she could offer Wang Hao. At the police station, Wang Hao was led by Tao Min into a small room. Only the two of them were present. Tao Min stared intently at Wang Hao, her eyes flickering with an unusual expression. Though Wang Hao had caused her immense distress, she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Why did you kill Sun Muzhou?" "He was going to kill my lover." Wang Hao remained calm as he spoke slowly. "He also killed many ordinary people. He deserved to die." Tao Min clenched her fists. "Even if he deserved death, it should be the law that punished him, not you killing him." "The law?" Wang Hao laughed. "Wait for you to arrest him? Can you even catch him? He's a grandmaster. He has a group of grandmasters under him. What do you have to arrest him with?" "Me." Tao Min couldn't help but clench her fists. As one of Jiangling Police's top officers, Tao Min knew full well the terrifying power of a grandmaster. During her investigation into Sun Muzhou and the deceased victims, she had already detected the abnormal aura emanating from these individuals. All grandmasters. A multitude of grandmasters. Originally, Jiangling had not a single grandmaster. The sudden emergence of so many grandmasters naturally unsettled her. At this moment, Wang Hao's words left her utterly unable to refute him. So many grandmasters committing murder regardless of whether Wang Hao would let her take responsibility for it. Even if he did, could she possibly handle it? However, after a brief silence, Tao Min snorted coldly. "Regardless, this is no justification for executing them in broad daylight. You have no right to do that." "I do," Wang Hao cut her off. "I have done great service to the Dragon Nation. If I don't even have the right to kill a bunch of criminals, then I suppose I need to re-evaluate my relationship with the Dragon Nation." "What?" Tao Min's expression changed instantly. Seeing Tao Min's stunned expression, Wang Hao didn't bother with small talk. He asked directly, "Who's in charge here?" Tao Min frowned slightly. "What, trying to pull strings to get out?" Wang Hao smiled. "If I wanted to leave, do you really think this place could stop me? I just want someone sensible to come over and tell you in person that I have the right to kill them." Tao Min's brow furrowed deeply. She couldn't believe a word Wang Hao was saying. He had the right to kill them? Where on earth did he get that confidence? What gave him the nerve to say such things? However, observing Wang Hao's self-assured demeanor, Tao Min paused briefly before responding with a cold snort. "I'll go fetch Director Yuan Hua right now. Once he arrives, I'll see what else you have to say." With that, Tao Min turned and walked out. Moments later, Tao Min returned with a middle-aged man in tow. Compared to Tao Min, who was striking in both looks and figure, this middle-aged man named Yuan Hua looked utterly ordinary. At first glance, he resembled the most ordinary of commoners, the kind you'd never notice in a crowd, the type who wouldn't draw a second glance. Yet upon seeing him, Wang Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The aura emanating from this man was no weak one. This fellow was actually a hidden grandmaster-level powerhouse in Jiangling. Most crucially, beneath his unremarkable appearance, if he chose to conceal himself, even Wang Hao might not have noticed him. Now, upon seeing Wang Hao, Yuan Hua's eyes instantly flashed with a strange light. He sensed the intense pressure emanating from Wang Hao. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Yuan Hua gritted his teeth and charged toward Wang Hao. In that instant, overwhelming power surged through his hands, hurtling straight toward Wang Hao. It must be understood that Yuan Hua was no mere drug-addled like Sun Muzhou's crew. He was a genuine grandmaster, possessing formidable strength. As Yuan Hua's fist charged toward him, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Hao's eyes. Not bad strength, but his combat experience is severely lacking. As he spoke, Wang Hao seized his wrist and twisted it violently. In an instant, Yuan Hua dropped to his knees, clutching his wrist as he looked up at Wang Hao. He let out a long sigh and said, "Thank you." Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, watching Yuan Hua, Tao Min was also somewhat shocked. Yuan Hua was no ordinary man. Not only was he the top official and head of this place, but he was also a member of the official dragon group of the Dragon Nation, specifically responsible for managing certain official logistics in Jiangling. His status and standing were far beyond those of ordinary people. Yet now, Yuan Hua was displaying such an accommodating attitude toward Wang Hao? Could he really be planning to let Wang Hao off the hook? At this thought, Tao Min voiced her displeasure. "Director Yuan, this man is a murderer. He killed. Release him." Yuan Hua cut Tao Min off immediately, his expression calm. He had every right to kill those people. Why? At these words, Tao Min's expression immediately darkened. Why? Yuan Hua smiled, his expression unruffled. Because his military achievements are enough to atone for 1,000 capital offenses. Killing a few who deserved it, that's a right he has. Is his to wield. Chapter 75, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Military merit? The moment those two words left his lips, Tao Min's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yuan Hua with utter astonishment. That murderer, Wang Hao, actually has military merits to his name? She gritted her teeth. Even if he had once earned military honors, it couldn't change the fact that he had committed murder today. Even if he had slaughtered tens of thousands of enemies, it couldn't atone for today's crime. Yuan Hua smiled wryly. Who told you he only killed thousands of enemies? What? Tao Min was momentarily stunned. Yuan Hua spoke calmly, single-handedly, he averted the crisis in the East Sea, altered the course of the East Sea campaign, and shook the heroes of the East Sea to their core. This feat stands as an achievement for the ages, saving millions of the Dragon Nation's people. With such military achievements, killing is his right. The East Sea. Tao Min's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. As one of the most capable officers in the Jiangling Police Department, she had naturally heard of the Eastern Sea incident. Yet she never imagined that the man before her, Wang Hao, was the very one who had resolved the Eastern Sea crisis. Tao Min fell silent. Yuan Hua didn't bother explaining further to her. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, on behalf of the Long Nation government, I promise you this incident can be treated as if it never happened. Should anyone harm those close to you in the future, I will personally ensure all consequences of your actions are thoroughly handled. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. This was no small matter. Yuan Hua must have ulterior motives behind his promise. Sure enough, Yuan Hua smiled as he looked at Wang Hao. But I need Mr. Wang to agree to one thing. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, his voice calm. What is it? Yuan Hua took a deep breath and said solemnly, Mr. Wang, do you remember Yan Liangkai? Wang Hao gave a slight nod. He was a man with a broad perspective. Yan Liangkai may not possess the overwhelming strength to intimidate the entire East Sea single-handedly like you do. Yet he managed to command the Eastern Army whose overall strength was limited to resist the East Sea for years. Had the East Sea not mobilized its entire force this time, they wouldn't have been able to scratch the eastern part of the Dragon Nation. That alone speaks volumes about his capabilities. Moreover, had it been anyone else, they likely would have succumbed to the immense temptation offered by the Marquis of Pingjian long ago. Yet he remained steadfastly composed. It could be said that this was one of the reasons the Dragon Nation remained secure amidst the new moon crisis. Wang Hao felt a pang of curiosity when Yuan Hua suddenly mentioned Yan Liangkai. Gazing at Wang Hao, Yuan Hua spoke solemnly, Yan Liangkai will arrive in Jiangling shortly to preside over an investiture ceremony. An investiture ceremony? Wang Hao froze. Jiangling was merely a small city, hardly a military stronghold. Why would Yan Liangkai's investiture be held there? Noticing Wang Hao's astonishment, Yuan Hua sighed and explained, he's coming to Jiangling for you, of course. Me? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Yuan Hua explained, the Dragon Nation's investiture of Yan Liangkai isn't for Yan Liangkai himself, but to counter the Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea mobilized its entire nation to attack our borders. Though they ceded territory and paid reparations, it still fails to ease the Dragon Nation's deep-seated resentment. This conferment ceremony specifically invited Donghai's top generals and even their second-in-command to witness it in person. To stir trouble? Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Yuan Hua chuckled. Exactly to provoke them. After the Eastern Sea treated our Dragon Nation this way, we naturally must make them lose all face. However, knowing the East Sea, these fellows won't bow down easily. They might just pull some dirty tricks. Holding it in Jiangling is precisely to leverage Mr. Wang's influence to protect Yan Liangkai, ensuring the East Sea loses all face. Wang Hao fell silent. He certainly didn't think such provocation was meaningless. The grudges between the Dragon Nation and the East Sea cannot be summed up in a few words. In a sense, this very act could even be considered a contest for national destiny. Long ago, an old-school general of Longhua had declared, when Longhua truly becomes mighty, its first act must be to annihilate Donghai. The East Sea would forever remain a wound for the Dragon Nation. Though the Dragon Nation has not yet reached such heights of power, forcing the East Sea to submit is a scene countless Dragon Nation citizens long to witness. This moment presents the Dragon Nation's finest opportunity. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, his voice heavy. The East Sea is a minor matter, but with the Dragon Nation acting this way, the First Empire and Second Empire of the West won't just sit back and wait for disaster. At the mention of these two nations, Yuan Hua let out a heavy, cold snort. These two great powers have long dominated the world. Even the Dragon Nation often finds itself constrained by their formidable power. The East Sea Kingdom's audacious offensive this time beyond its collaboration with Crescent likely has tacit approval from these two powers behind the scenes. Both empires crave to see the Dragon Nation in turmoil. This time, the Dragon Nation intends to humiliate the East Sea Kingdom before the entire world. These two nations might very well intervene. Yuan Hua looked at Wang Hao and said solemnly, rest assured, we've made thorough preparations. When the time comes, Mr. Wang need only focus on suppressing the Eastern Sea Kingdom. Should the Western First and Second Empires intervene? Our Dragon Nation's warriors aren't just sitting around eating rice. As he finished speaking, a shadow of grim coldness flickered in Yuan Hua's eyes. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. He had always known that the might of the Dragon Nation was unmatched by any other country. Even the first and second greatest Western empires might not be able to consistently suppress the Dragon Nation. Yet, the Dragon Nation handled everything with remarkable restraint, as if something far more crucial demanded their full attention. For this reason, the nation's international restraint was beyond the comprehension of many. But this time, perhaps the Dragon Nation was about to make a high-profile move. At this thought, Wang Hao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "All right, I'll be there that day." "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Yuan Hua offered a slight smile and bowed respectfully. An unusual gleam flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He could sense that while Yuan Hua respected him, he did not fear him. And the only source of such confidence could be the might of the Dragon Nation. Even the United Council had to bow before him, Wang Hao, yet the Dragon Nation dared to defy him. Where did the Dragon Nation's confidence truly stem from? Though puzzled, Wang Hao chose not to dwell on it. After agreeing to Yuan Hua's request and confirming the time, Wang Hao turned and left immediately. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Tao Min beside him couldn't help but whisper, "Director Yuan, this guy. He's the key." Yuan Hua narrowed his eyes, his voice tinged with gravity. "The future of Longwei, perhaps. He has his place." "Ha?" Tao Min couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind Yuan Hua's words. But Yuan Hua said no more. As someone dispatched to Jiangling by the central government, Yuan Hua was actually privy to information about many matters. For instance, Wu Qingfeng. He had been keeping a close eye on Wu Qingfeng all along, wanting to see what kind of trouble he was brewing. What surprised him, however, was that Wang Hao had resolved the entire situation. This man might not have any desire to serve the Dragon Nation. But since he was an enemy of New Moon, then he was someone the Dragon Nation could collaborate with. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. Chapter 76, Kill Wang Hao. Jiangling Hospital. Sun Xinxue lay in her hospital bed, her expression somber. Although Sun Muzhou had always treated her poorly, at least he was her father, and she still had a family. But now, everything was gone. Sun Muzhou was dead. The entire Sun family had been destroyed in an instant. Lying in her hospital bed, she couldn't care less about her company. Just moments ago, the police had left after questioning her about certain matters. Sun Xinxue didn't lie, she truthfully explained everything. But recalling everything that had happened only deepened the agony in Sun Xinxue's heart. Wang Hao had killed her father. And he did it without any regard for her attempts to stop him. He forcibly killed her father. At that moment, her father had already lost the strength to fight back. Sun Xinxue knew full well that her father had attacked Wang Hao first. She possessed the most basic sense of right and wrong. Yet the scene of Wang Hao personally striking down her father right before her eyes, she could never let it go. Whenever she closed her eyes, the scene would replay vividly before her. Faintly, she could even see Sun Muzhou's agonized face and hear his desperate cries for her. Sun Muzhou wanted her to avenge him. Clutching her hair, tears streamed uncontrollably down Sun Xinxue's face as she trembled in agony. Just as Sun Xinxue was in the throes of agony, the hospital room door suddenly swung open. Sun Xinxue startled. Who? Because she was involved in Sun Muzhou's case, ordinary people couldn't enter her hospital room. How could someone suddenly appear? Turning her head, Sun Xinxue couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes. The visitor appeared deeply mysterious, shrouded entirely in a black robe. Upon entering, they didn't rush to answer her question but instead closed the door and drew the curtains. Sun Xinxue's frown deepened. Who exactly are you? What brings you here? The cloaked figure slowly lowered their hood, sat down in a chair, and gazed at Sun Xinxue. Their voice was slow and deliberate. You may call me Black Cloak, or that someone, or he, whichever you prefer. Names are merely labels, no need to dwell on them. You wouldn't know me, of course. But your father, Sun Muzhou, was my friend. Sun Xinxue's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? The black-robed one said indifferently, Sun Muzhou, your father who just passed away, was my friend. Now, I seek vengeance for him. I wouldn't trust anyone else, but you are his daughter. I'm asking for your help. Surely you won't refuse? Sun Xinxue's expression couldn't help but shift slightly. She never imagined the black robe would know Sun Muzhou. And now he's come to her seeking vengeance for Sun Muzhou. Gritting her teeth, Sun Xinxue's voice turned grim. My father's death was his own doing. Besides, our relationship was far from good. I have no reason whatsoever to avenge him. Is that so? The figure in black robe smiled faintly, showing no anger. Instead, he quietly produced a small box and placed it before Sun Xinxue. Sun Xinxue couldn't help but furrow her brows. What is this? The black-robed figure said indifferently, open it and see. Frowning, Sun Xinxue slowly opened the box. Inside lay, to her astonishment, a letter. A letter written to her by Sun Muzhou. The contents weren't particularly remarkable. Just words a father wanted to share with his daughter. Yet as Sun Xinxue read it, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. This was the paternal love she had longed for her entire life, yet had never received. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Beside her, the figure in black robes spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "I have read this letter." In other words, had Wang Hao not appeared, you would now be a woman who possessed a father's love and everything you ever desired. It was Wang Hao who deprived you of the right to have it all. Sun Xinxue lowered her head, saying nothing. The man in black robes showed no impatience, simply sitting cross-legged beside her, quietly awaiting Sun Xinxue's response. The letter? He had seen it, of course. In fact, this letter was forged by his own hand. Sun Muzhou harbors no affection for Sun Xinxue. For this man, power was his sole pursuit. And the purpose of the black robe forging this letter was naturally to target Wang Hao. As one of New Moon's core members, the black robe knew full well how formidable Wang Hao was. This man was a formidable opponent, even tens of thousands of grandmasters would struggle to defeat him. His only weaknesses is Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Only through these two women, the most important in his life, could he be dealt with. But Wang Hao guards them fiercely. Even the New Moon would struggle to capture them by force, making it nearly impossible to use them against him. Sun Xinxue, however, is an exception. Chu Xiaoyun owes her. After all, it was because of Chu Xiaoyun that Sun Xinxue's company was destroyed. If Sun Xinxue wanted to arrange a meeting with Chu Xiaoyun, it wouldn't be difficult. In fact, she could even get Chu Xiaoyun to avoid Wang Hao on her own. And this, naturally, would be their best opportunity to deal with Wang Hao. After a long silence, Sun Xinxue spoke in a low voice, "What do you want me to do? Wang Hao is beyond my capabilities." A faint smile touched the corner of the black-robed figure's lips. "You don't need to confront Wang Hao. You only need to do one thing. Leave the rest to me." Sun Xinxue froze. "What?" The cloaked figure replied calmly, "Arrange to meet Chu Xiaoyun. It would be best if she brings her child along. Avoid Wang Hao at all costs. As long as you do this, I'll handle the rest." Sun Xinxue's expression instantly darkened. She naturally hated Wang Hao. It was Wang Hao who killed her father and destroyed everything she had. But Chu Xiaoyun was innocent. In the days since Chu Xiaoyun joined her company, she'd worked diligently. Even after Mengmeng got injured, she still completed her daily tasks and finished her work at home every night. An employee like that, if not for Wang Hao, owed her nothing. Now, the black robe actually wanted her to lure Chu Xiaoyun and even Mengmeng out to deal with Wang Hao? Sun Xinxue couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me who Wang Hao really is?" Wang Hao? Mentioning Wang Hao, the black robe's expression grew slightly somber. "Years ago, you might have heard his name. Back then, people called him the Dark Knight Dragon King." The Dark Knight Dragon King. Hearing those 4 words, Sun Xinxue's expression changed instantly. That title, she had indeed heard of it back then. 7 or 8 years ago, that name was pure legend. Back when she was still in school, she had even been infatuated with the Dark Knight Dragon King. But she never imagined that time would change everything and that this Dark Knight Dragon King would become the greatest enemy of her life. Sun Xinxue's expression darkened to an extreme degree. Her fists clenched tightly, her body trembling slightly. The cloaked figure didn't press her, instead leaving behind a note. "Write down my number. Come find me when you're ready." With that, the cloaked figure turned and left the hospital room. The cloaked figure's sudden departure left Sun Xinxue momentarily stunned. Before she could dwell on it, her expression abruptly changed. At the doorway now stood a man who unsettled her. Wang Hao. When had he arrived? Chapter 77, Does Mengmeng need to avoid him? Sun Xinxue's body trembled slightly, leaving her speechless. Wang Hao, however, looked at her with a calm expression and strode straight inside. "How's your recovery going?" Hearing Wang Hao's question, Sun Xinxue felt at a loss about how to face him. After a brief silence, she nodded gently. "I'm fine. Nothing serious." Wang Hao sniffed lightly, his brow furrowing slightly. He detected an unsettling scent. It definitely wasn't Sun Xinxue's scent, nor did it belong to any of the doctors here. Someone else had been here. And that scent, it unsettled him. Frowning, Wang Hao said nothing more, only calmly adding, "Rest well. Here, take this. It will help your recovery." As he spoke, Wang Hao placed a small box directly in front of Sun Xinxue. Sun Xinxue froze in surprise. Wang Hao explained, "Go ahead and eat it. You should be able to leave the hospital today after finishing it. If you need any help later, just let me know. I'm truly sorry about your father. But I won't let anyone who harms Xiaoyun live. So, I'm sorry." With that, Wang Hao turned and walked away. Watching his departing figure, Sun Xinxue's expression grew increasingly complex. She stared at the pills inside the box in her hand, finding it hard to believe. Discharged from the hospital after taking this today? What kind of treasure was this? Wang Hao was actually willing to give it to her? After a long silence, Sun Xinxue clenched her teeth and swallowed the pill. She knew full well that if Wang Hao wanted to kill her, he wouldn't have gone to such trouble. He could have accomplished this without anyone noticing. The pill he gave her must be genuine. And now, as the pill slid down her throat, a faint look of shock flickered across Sun Xinxue's face. She could distinctly sense the changes within her body. It was a healing process radiating from within. All the damage she had sustained, including the emotional pain, seemed to be gradually dissipating. Sun Xinxue rubbed her forehead, where she had been injured. The wounds had completely healed. Was this the power of the Dark Night Dragon King? At that moment, Sun Xinxue's expression grew increasingly complex. Wang Hao. Was someone like this truly someone she could handle? However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Sun Xinxue quickly made up her mind. Her task was simply to lure Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng out. The rest was up to the figure in black. The Dark Night Dragon King. So what? He was the one who had cost her family. This grudge, she must avenge. Of course, Sun Xinxue knew that if she tried to meet with Chu Xiaoyun now, Wang Hao would surely grow suspicious. Rather than risk it, she'd be better off waiting. She could always arrange to meet Chu Xiaoyun another day when Wang Hao was busy or unavailable. Wang Hao paid no attention to Sun Xinxue's situation. To him, giving Sun Xinxue a pill to aid her recovery was already showing her ample favor. His only concerns were Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Now back home, Mengmeng's condition was weak but still manageable, while Chu Xiaoyun was merely exhausted. Wang Hao prepared some medicinal broth for both of them. After consuming it, both showed noticeable improvement. In fact, Mengmeng would be fine to go to school tomorrow. This news thrilled Mengmeng immensely. As a new student, she was filled with anticipation for her classmates and teachers. Having not seen them for several days, she missed them dearly. The thought of finally seeing her friends tomorrow brought a smile to Mengmeng's face. But when night fell and it was time for bed, Mengmeng still clung tightly to Wang Hao. "Daddy, I want Daddy to sleep with me." Her words came as she clung tightly to Wang Hao's leg. Wang Hao glanced awkwardly at Chu Xiaoyun. Chu Xiaoyun sighed and said, "Then it'll be the same as last time." "No. I want Daddy to sleep in the bed." Mengmeng cut Chu Xiaoyun off immediately. Chu Xiaoyun froze for a moment, then her pretty face flushed slightly. Sleep in the same bed? Instantly, Chu Xiaoyun's heartbeat quickened. Yet she didn't argue, merely lowering her head in silence. Wang Hao's heart leapt with joy. He ruffled Mengmeng's little head and murmured, "All right, then Daddy will sleep with you and Mommy tonight." "Who asked you to keep us company?" Chu Xiaoyun muttered under her breath, yet her body betrayed her thoughts as she promptly went to fetch blankets and pillows for Wang Hao. Wang Hao chuckled softly, glancing down at Mengmeng. The little girl blinked her big eyes, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. What was this little girl? What mischievous scheme is she hatching now? Though puzzled, Wang Hao didn't press further. Instead, he and Chu Xiaoyun settled down on either side of Mengmeng. Though nervous, Chu Xiaoyun's weakened state soon lulled her into sleep. Mengmeng, however, though utterly exhausted, stubbornly held on. Only after confirming Chu Xiaoyun was sound asleep did she chuckle softly, then climb up behind her. Wang Hao instantly opened his eyes, staring at Mengmeng in surprise. "Mengmeng, you." "Shoo." Mengmeng hastily made a shushing gesture toward Wang Hao. Before Wang Hao could react, she delivered a swift kick to Chu Xiaoyun's rear. "Ah!" Chu Xiaoyun jolted awake from the kick and tumbled straight into Wang Hao's arms. Wang Hao instinctively wrapped his arms around her, closed his eyes, and pretended to be fast asleep. Meanwhile, Mengmeng, positioned behind Chu Xiaoyun, sprawled out flat on her stomach in feigned sleep. Feeling Wang Hao's embrace, Chu Xiaoyun's heart raced. She glanced at Mengmeng, then looked at the sleeping Wang Hao before her. Swallowing softly, she remained silent for a moment before finally closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep in his embrace. Though she had long been accustomed to falling asleep alone, staying in Wang Hao's embrace now gave Chu Xiaoyun a familiar sense of security. It was just like 5 years ago. Nothing had changed. Early the next morning, Wang Hao had been awake for some time. Yet, feeling Chu Xiaoyun sleeping soundly in his arms, he remained perfectly still, simply holding this woman in silence. This was something he'd fantasized about for a long time, and he never imagined that yesterday, with Mengmeng's help, it would actually happen. At that moment, Mengmeng also woke up. Sitting on the bed, she rubbed her eyes and glanced at Chu Xiaoyun and Wang Hao cuddled together beside her. She chuckled softly, picked up Chu Xiaoyun's phone, and snapped a photo of the two of them. Click! The sudden sound of the shutter echoed through the room. Startled, Chu Xiaoyun immediately broke free from Wang Hao's embrace. She looked at Mengmeng, flustered, and stammered, "Mengmeng, what are you doing?" "Taking a picture." Mengmeng waved Chu Xiaoyun's phone triumphantly. "So Mommy came crawling into Daddy's arms in the middle of the night, did she? Should Mengmeng step aside next time? What nonsense are you talking about?" Chu Xiaoyun's face instantly flushed crimson. Mengmeng tilted her little head and said, "Teacher Lu said that when Mommy and Daddy hug, they might do some strange things that little kids shouldn't see." Chapter 78, The Buddhist Monastery Arrives. What kind of nonsense is this? Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun's face flushed all the way to her neck. Lu Dan. This teacher always seems so proper, how could she say such nonsense to Mengmeng? Wang Hao was also at a loss for words. But he understood that for kindergarten teachers, some things were hard to explain to children. He guessed Mengmeng must have heard these things from somewhere else, and when she asked Lu Dan, the teacher couldn't help but feel helpless. Shaking his head, Wang Hao stood up and said, "Alright, Mengmeng, time to get dressed. We're heading to kindergarten today." Mengmeng giggled and blinked her eyes. "Then can I sneak hugs from mommy and daddy at home?" Mengmeng. Chu Xiaoyun practically screamed. "Are you asking for a beating? I'm going to get dressed." Without another word, Mengmeng grabbed her clothes and dashed into the adjacent changing room. Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. After breakfast, when they returned from dropping Mengmeng off at kindergarten, Wang Hao suddenly received a call from Yuan Hua. "Tonight? So soon?" Hearing Yuan Hua's words, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel surprised. He'd assumed Yin Liangcai's affair would require at least some preparation time. Little did he expect the investiture ceremony would be held tonight. Yuan Hua gave a wry smile. These things must be done as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the buzz dies down, the effect won't be as good. Wang Hao agreed, thinking it made sense. "Alright, I got it. I'll be there tonight." "Thank you." Yuan Hua exhaled a long sigh of relief. With Wang Hao's presence, Yin Liangcai's safety and the entire Dragon Nation's prestige would be far better safeguarded. After hanging up, Wang Hao looked at Chu Xiaoyun and said solemnly, "Tonight, I need to attend Yin Liangcai's investiture ceremony. You take care of Mengmeng." Wang Hao intended to make arrangements. But Chu Xiaoyun smiled and interrupted him. "Don't worry. I'm not a child. After all these years, don't you think I know how to take care of Mengmeng? Just focus on your own affairs." Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's expression of a devoted wife and mother, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. All right. Everything he did was to ensure Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng could have a better life. And clearly, Chu Xiaoyun was now striving for it too. That was enough. At 2 in the afternoon, Wang Hao arrived at the hotel where Yin Liangcai had been appointed and took a seat in the corner. Silent, he sipped his tea with an air of leisure, his demeanor at odds with the bustling atmosphere. After all, on such a grand occasion, countless influential figures from all over Jiangling had gathered here, eager to catch a glimpse of Yin Liangcai in person. Of course, they also took the opportunity to discuss business matters among themselves. After everyone arrived, they gathered together to discuss matters, while Wang Hao sat alone in the corner. Before they knew it, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. The banquet hall was now packed to capacity. Nearly all the guests had arrived. However, Yuan Hua, seated at the head table, furrowed his brow slightly. The most crucial guest had yet to arrive. But now that the appointed time had arrived, Yuan Hua hesitated no longer. He promptly announced the commencement of the gift presentation segment preceding the investiture ceremony. Instantly, all the guests began presenting gifts to Yin Liangcai. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, Yin Liangcai had performed a great service this time. For such a figure, if they could present gifts that truly resonated with him, it would undoubtedly be a boon for their future prospects. And so, the crowd formed a line to present all manner of gifts. From precious ginseng and medicinal herbs to all manner of rare calligraphy and paintings, the offerings were abundant. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the main gate. Wei Donghai of Donghai Kingdom has come today to present gifts and offer congratulations to General Yin Liangcai. At these words, everyone couldn't help but grow curious. Yin Liangcai's recent appointment was earned through his valor in repelling the Eastern Sea invasion. Now, Wei Donghai of the Eastern Sea Kingdom had personally come to present gifts? It must be noted that Wei Donghai was no ordinary man. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he was among the foremost warriors in the Eastern Sea Kingdom, indeed, arguably its official strongest warrior. His mastery of the sword was nothing short of divine. Rumor has it that over a decade ago, Wei Donghai single-handedly challenged all the swordmasters of the Dragon Kingdom and returned undefeated. Of course, some of the Dragon Kingdom's top-tier figures never recorded any combat encounters with him. Even so, it was clear Wei Donghai's prowess was absolutely top-tier. And today, he has come as well? And to present a gift to Yin Liangcai? For a moment, curiosity flickered in everyone's eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wei Donghai slowly walked in through the main gate. But the moment he stepped inside, every face in the room changed. Wei Donghai hadn't come empty-handed. Instead, he held a massive coffin. At that moment, striding boldly in, Wei Donghai held a coffin aloft, his face bearing an air of arrogance as he spoke in a cold, menacing tone. "Wei Donghai, today I present this coffin to General Yin Liangcai. May General Yin enjoy it soon. You're asking for death." At these words, many present couldn't help but turn pale. This wasn't a congratulatory visit at all. He was clearly here to pick a fight. Yuan Hua, however, narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his gaze. He knew full well that Wei Donghai had come to pick a fight. But this was only natural. After all, Long Nation had invited representatives from Donghai Nation to witness the proceedings, essentially inviting Donghai to pick a fight. Longwo wanted to lay all grievances out in the open, preventing Donghaeguo from playing any dirty tricks. Wei Donghai's provocative actions were only to be expected. What Yuan Hua was more concerned about was the power behind Wei Donghai. A mere Wei Donghai would never dare come to the Dragon Kingdom alone to provoke such a challenge. Behind him, there must be others. With this thought, Yuan Hua's gaze swept directly behind Wei Donghai. And at that glance, Yuan Hua's expression shifted abruptly. They had indeed invited the second in command of Donghai Kingdom, a prince of Donghai, and Donghai's top general Wei Donghai himself. Yet now, seeing this, his heart still couldn't help but skip a beat. The figure striding toward them from the distance was not a prince of Donghai Kingdom. The figure clad in imperial yellow robes was none other than King of Donghai. The King of Donghai had personally come. What shocked Yuan Hua even more was that at that moment, by the King of Donghai's side, another figure walked shoulder to shoulder with him. This person wore white robes, hair neatly coiled, right hand holding a sacred vase, left hand a dust-sweeping whisk. Their expression was serene, devoid of desire or need. Yet that face, Yuan Hua recognized. This was none other than the Western Second Empire's foremost Buddhist warrior, the Jade Lotus Bodhisattva. The Second Empire, backed by the Buddhist sect, possessed formidable strength. Buddhist warriors were among the world's most formidable combatants. In terms of raw combat prowess, even the warriors of the Dragon Nation might not be their match. Yuan Hua had considered the First and Second Empires might intervene in this affair, but he never imagined that Bodhisattva Jade Lotus, the foremost powerhouse of the Buddhist sect, would personally come here today. Today, trouble was brewing. Chapter 79, The Second Empire? What a joke! Bodhisattva Yulua. Her appearance caused a flicker of surprise to pass through Yan Liangcai's eyes. Having fought against the Eastern Sea Kingdom for years in the Eastern Frontier, Yan Liangcai cared little for anyone from the Eastern Sea, not even Wei Donghai, not even the Eastern Sea King. Yet the Second Empire's Jade Lotus Bodhisattva Yan Liangcai could not afford to ignore. In this vast world, only 2 or 3 nations truly held in high regard by the Dragon Nation. The Second Empire of the West was undoubtedly one of them. This Jade Lotus Bodhisattva possessed a terrifying combat record, having claimed the lives of multiple top-tier figures from the Dragon Nation. Now that the Jade Lotus Bodhisattva had come in person, even he could not help but feel uneasy. Yet Yan Liangcai quickly regained his composure. Fixing Wei Donghai with a cold stare, he remarked indifferently, "Thank you, General Wei, for the coffin. I shall keep it well. It may prove useful someday when I see off the dignitaries of Donghai Kingdom. After all, the coffin came from Donghai. It is only fitting that it be used for the people of Donghai." "How dare you!" Wei Donghai's expression instantly darkened. His eyes turned icy as he hurled the coffin forcefully at Yan Liangcai. Yan Liangcai's expression shifted as he caught the coffin with one hand and placed it on the platform. Fixing Wei Donghai with a cold stare, he snorted, "Since you have come to celebrate today, I, Yan, must return the courtesy. Otherwise, would that not dishonor the spirit of my Dragon Nation? Bring forth the gift I prepared for the Eastern Sea Kingdom." At these words, a flicker of surprise instantly crossed both Wei Donghai's and the Donghai King's eyes. "Yan Liangcai, what are you doing?" Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, several Eastern Frontier soldiers emerged, carrying a massive painting on their shoulders. Seeing this painting, even Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. For the painting depicted the very scene from days past, Wang Hao standing alone outside the Eastern Frontier, a single man holding a national flag, single-handedly holding back the thousands of troops of the Eastern Sea. On the scroll, the Eastern Navy soldiers on the opposite side were depicted with terrified expressions, some even kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. This painting was an utter humiliation to the East Sea. Instantly, both Wei Donghai and the Eastern Sea King's faces turned deathly pale. Especially Wei Donghai, he roared with fury on the spot. "Yan Liangcai, you've gone too far. What? You get to send me coffins, but I can't send you a painting?" Yan Liangcai sneered contemptuously, his eyes brimming with scorn. "When did the Eastern Sea Kingdom become worthy of conducting diplomacy with my Dragon Kingdom? You call this excessive? So what if I do? What can your Donghai Kingdom possibly do to my Dragon Kingdom? You." A cold glint flashed in Wei Donghai's eyes. He turned to look at the Eastern Sea King and the Jade Lotus Bodhisattva. Both nodded slightly. Seeing this, Wei Donghai's lips curled into a cold sneer. He then charged fiercely toward Yan Liangcai on the stage. "Yan Liangcai, if you're going to spout such big talk, let's see if you have the guts to back it up." As he spoke, the overwhelming aura emanating from Wei Donghai engulfed the entire arena, charging straight toward Yan Liangcai. Yan Liangcai's expression instantly changed. He was a strategist, skilled in planning but not adept at close combat, and his strength wasn't top tier. Now, with Wei Donghai charging straight at him, he felt uneasy. However, Yuan Hua had already prepared his forces. With a sweeping gesture, a group of men charged forward, blocking Wei Donghai's path. Wei Donghai sneered coldly. What's this, Yan Liangkai? You lack the courage to face me yourself? You dare only send these useless fools to block my path? Is this the new war god crowned by the Dragon Nation? Absolutely laughable. Yuan Hua remained calm, replying indifferently, it's not that Yan Liangkai lacks the courage, it's that you are unworthy. You, a mere pirate from the East Sea, demand to fight my Dragon Nation's war god? So my Dragon Nation's war god must fight you? You're sorely overestimating yourself. Pirate scum of the East Sea. This time, Yuan Hua's words left Wei Donghai utterly humiliated. Yet upon hearing this, a wicked grin spread across Wei Donghai's lips. What if I insist on fighting him? Yuan Hua raised an eyebrow. Then he'd have to get past them first. No need for such trouble. Just then, the previously silent Jade Lotus Bodhisattva spoke in a deep, resonant voice. She slowly stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the group of powerful figures before Yan Liangkai. A faint smile touched her lips as she suddenly swept her hand through the air. Instantly, a colossal force blasted the entire group backward, leaving them all gravely wounded in an instant. Yuan Hua's expression darkened. What does Bodhisattva Yulua intend? What does the Second Empire intend? Her expression serene, Bodhisattva Yulua spoke indifferently, the Second Empire also wishes to witness whether the Eastern Sea's warlord or the Dragon Nation's rising war god proves superior. I merely intervened for justice. What is wrong with that? The Dragon Nation may claim the East Sea is unworthy of equal dialogue with them, but surely the Second Empire is worthy? Bodhisattva Yulua's response caused both Yuan Hua and Yan Liangcai's expressions to darken. They knew full well that the Bodhisattva before them surpassed their preparations. Confronting such an existence would be no simple task for them. Instinctively, both men's gazes fell upon Wang Hao, standing not far away. Clearly, today, Wang Hao was their last hope. The Dragon Nation's authorities simply cannot mobilize their top-tier forces from the northwest to deal with the East Sea. Now, with the Second Empire's elite suddenly arriving here, aside from Wang Hao, they truly had no one capable of standing against them. Feeling their gazes, Wang Hao smiled faintly, rising to his feet and striding forward. The Jade Lotus Bodhisattva couldn't help but frown slightly. After sizing him up, she sneered with disdain, "What are you? What right do you have to be here for today's affairs? Get lost." Just as Yuan Hua was about to speak up, Wang Hao calmly interjected. "Your mouth is foul. You deserve a beating." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely across Bodhisattva Yuluo's face. In an instant, the entire venue fell deathly silent. The power Yuluo Bodhisattva had just displayed was enough to strike fear into anyone. They all knew clearly that Bodhisattva Yuluo was far beyond their ability to oppose. She was a peerless powerhouse. Such a formidable being was beyond the reach of ordinary people, even touching her was a distant dream. Yet Wang Hao had just publicly slapped her across the face. Bodhisattva Yulua hadn't even had time to react. Wei Donghai and the Donghai King both wore expressions of sheer terror. After a momentary freeze, Bodhisattva Yulua snapped back to reality, her body instantly radiating boundless killing intent. "Boy, you have some nerve. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you believe I?" Before she could finish speaking. Smack! Another slap landed. This single blow sent Bodhisattva Yulua crashing to the ground, his face instantly swelling into a massive lump. Yu Luo Pusa was stunned. Beside him, Wei Donghai and the Donghai King gaped in utter shock, utterly speechless. The mighty Bodhisattva Yulua, before Wang Hao, was treated like a toy manipulated at will, utterly powerless to resist. It was utterly unimaginable. Watching the terrified Bodhisattva Yuluo cowering on the ground, Wang Hao stepped forward and spoke in a slow, measured tone. "Second Empire? What kind of trash is that? Chapter 80, East Sea, apologize. What did you say?" Yuluo Bodhisattva's face instantly turned ashen. "Wang Hao, you have some nerve. It was one thing for him to strike me, but to dare insult the Second Empire like this? He's courting death." Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. His gaze fixed coldly on Bodhisattva Yulua as he spoke in a measured tone. "The Second Empire? A mere speck like that dares to cause trouble in Long Nation? You've overestimated yourselves. How dare you?" Yuluo Bodhisattva instantly leapt to his feet, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he glared at Wang Hao. "Boy, if you've got the guts, leave your name behind. Let's see if my Second Empire dares to kill you." Though she was no match for Wang Hao, the Buddhist sect stood behind her. How could a mere Wang Hao possibly stand alone against the entire Buddhist sect? Wang Hao smiled faintly at Bodhisattva Yulua, showing no anger. He strode over to her side and whispered softly into her ear, "Dark Knight Dragon King, Wang Hao." Dark Knight Dragon King. The moment those four words left his lips, Bodhisattva Yulua's expression froze solid. The name Dark Knight Dragon King was etched into the memory of every powerful figure in the Second Empire. For in the past, Wang Hao had single-handedly infiltrated the Second Empire, all to eliminate one of its supreme masters. Because that man had inadvertently killed a member of the Dark Dragon Hall. That day, countless Second Empire powerhouses emerged to block Wang Hao. Yet the outcome left them utterly dismayed. Over a dozen Buddhist masters, acting collectively, proved utterly powerless against Wang Hao. After Wang Hao brutally beat them down, he executed the target he sought to eliminate right before everyone's eyes, then strode away with utter confidence. Across the vast Second Empire and the vast Buddhist sects, not a single soul could hinder him in the slightest. Originally, with the Dark Knight Dragon King vanished for years, even Bodhisattva Yuluwa had nearly forgotten the terror he once instilled in them. Yet now, upon hearing Wang Hao declare his identity, her body trembled uncontrollably. The events of that era seemed to replay before her eyes once more. That long-vanished dread resurfaced in her mind. Observing the terrified Bodhisattva of Jade Net, Wang Hao spoke calmly, "If you wish to challenge me, I'm always ready. But a friendly reminder. If you harm anyone close to me, not a single trace of Buddhism will remain." A single sentence sent a shiver down the Jade Lotus Bodhisattva's spine. Had anyone else spoken such words, she would have dismissed them with contempt. What is the Buddhist sect? In the entire world, there are few who could threaten the Buddhist sect. But when these words came from Wang Hao, she couldn't help but take notice. Whether Wang Hao could destroy the Buddhist sect was debatable, but he could certainly bring immense peril to it. And if all of this were to stem from her, Jade Luo Bodhisattva, then her death would be certain. At this thought, Bodhisattva Yuluwa swallowed hard, instinctively retreating several steps. She dared not obstruct Wang Hao in the slightest. Seeing this, both Wei Donghai and the Donghai King's expressions darkened. Their boldness in causing trouble here today rested entirely on the backing of Bodhisattva Yuluwa. It was the backing of the Second Empire, represented by Bodhisattva Yuluwa, that gave them the audacity to come here. But now, Bodhisattva Yuluwa had backed down? This left them in a bind. Wang Hao strode calmly before Wei Donghai, his voice steady as he spoke. "You wish to challenge Yan Liangkai? The war god of the Dragon Nation isn't someone you can challenge on a whim. If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill me first. That is, assuming you have the ability." Wei Donghai swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Wang Hao had just utterly crushed Bodhisattva Jade Lotus. Yu Luopu to a strength far surpassed his own. You want him to take on Wang Hao? That would be less painful than just killing him outright. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I have no grudge against you, sir. My feud is solely with Yan Liang, that is why I challenged him. Are you forcing yourself into someone else's personal grudge? Who says there's no enmity between us?" Wang Hao smiled calmly at Wei Donghai before him. "The man in that painting is me. Do you think there is no grudge between us?" That single sentence sent shivers through both Wei Donghai and the Donghai King's bodies. They had heard the frontline soldiers recount the day's events and understood better than anyone else just how terrifying the strength of the person who had struck the day truly was. And now, such a person stood before them? In that instant, Wei Donghai's will to fight vanished completely. Exchanging a glance with the king of Donghai, the two hesitated not a moment. Grabbing the Jade Luo Bodhisattva statue, they turned and fled. They couldn't bear to stay here another minute. But just as the three turned to leave, Wang Hao's cold, menacing voice echoed in their ears once more. "Did I give you permission to leave? You!" The three stared at Wang Hao in terror, their faces etched with unease. The king of the East Sea gritted his teeth. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I am the king of the East Sea. I have personally come here today. Could it be that you intend to behead me?" Wang Hao smiled coldly. "Your Excellency brought your men to cause trouble in my Dragon Kingdom. Now you come and go as you please, without so much as an apology. Even if you were the king of the First Empire, I, the Dragon Kingdom, would not let you leave so easily. Now, you must offer a solemn apology to the people of the Dragon Nation. If you refuse to apologize, beheading? That may well be the consequence." The faces of the Eastern Sea King and Wei Donghai instantly turned paler than liver. They sensed the intense killing intent radiating from Wang Hao. They knew this man was genuinely intent on killing them. But, would he really dare? Instinctively, both men turned their heads to look at the Jade Lotus Bodhisattva beside them. Feeling their gazes, the Jade Lotus Bodhisattva gave a wry smile, his face etched with bitterness. "Apologize," he said. "Do as he says." Though the Jade Lotus Bodhisattva offered no further explanation, the expressions on their faces grew incredibly grave. They could sense the fear in the Bodhisattva of Jade Lotus toward Wang Hao. According to Bodhisattva Yuluwa's words, Wang Hao was truly capable of killing them. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. Gazing at Wang Hao, Wei Donghai felt anguish, yet for the sake of survival and the dignity of the Donghai King, he bowed his head and murmured, "I'm sorry." His voice was faint, yet his face was etched with agony. All his life, he had walked with his head held high. He had always looked down on the people of the Dragon Nation. In his eyes, 100 years ago, had it not been for foreign aid, the Eastern Sea Kingdom might even have had a chance to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Yet now, he was forced to bow before the Dragon Kingdom, to apologize to them. This was simply just as Wei Donghai was consumed by agony. Wang Hao's contemptuous sneer suddenly cut through the air, abruptly interrupting him. You call this an apology? And who the hell do you think you are? Do you even have the right to represent the Eastern Sea Kingdom in apologizing to my Dragon Kingdom?
Both Wei Donghai and the Eastern Sea King's expressions darkened.
What do you mean by that?
Wang Hao snorted coldly, grabbing Wei Donghai by the head and slamming it hard against the ground. His gaze then fixed on the Donghai King standing nearby. Watch closely. I'll teach you how to apologize properly.
Chapter 81, The King of Donghai kneels.
You. The Donghai King's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with terror.
Yuan Hua and Yan Liangsai's expressions also shifted slightly.
They had indeed sent Wang Hao to deal with these Eastern Sea figures today, but they never imagined he would be this overbearing. This was nothing short of publicly humiliating the Eastern Sea Kingdom. But they loved it. This was precisely what they wanted to see. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Hao lifted Wei Donghai high as if he were a toy, repeatedly slamming his forehead against the ground.
Watching Wei Donghai's forehead crack open, the Donghai King's body trembled uncontrollably. He blurted out, What do you want from me?
Wang Hao tossed aside the half-dead Wei Donghai, his voice cold and menacing.
Kneel down. Apologize to Longwu.
Confess to all your crimes committed in Longwu back then.
And kowtow.
If you fail to do even one of these things today, you'll leave your corpse here. Don't think of leaving. You. At these words, the Donghai King's face instantly drained of color. He never imagined Wang Hao would treat him this way, growing so brazen. Most crucially, admitting those past crimes would deal a devastating blow to Donghai Kingdom standing on the international stage. The Eastern Sea Kingdom would be humiliated, met with scorn, and branded as a nation of heinous crimes in the eyes of others. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly cold and indifferent. There were things he had long intended to do. Given this opportunity today, he would certainly not let the King of Donghai off the hook. The King of Donghai kept his head bowed, unable to speak for a long while. His inner turmoil was immense. But Wang Hao cut through his thoughts with a cold, sharp voice. I don't have time to waste here. You have 10 seconds left. Either kneel and apologize, or die. 10. 9. Wang Hao couldn't be bothered with the Eastern Sea King's nonsense and began counting down immediately. The Prince of Donghai couldn't help but curse under his breath. Wang Hao clearly couldn't wait to finish counting and finish him off. He finally understood. Wang Hao's primary objective had never been to make him apologize, it was to kill him. To kill him, the ruler of Donghai Kingdom. This guy couldn't care less about international repercussions. He only wanted to do whatever he pleased. Hearing Wang Hao count to 3, the King of Donghai dared not delay any longer. He stammered frantically, I apologize. I'll apologize immediately. As he spoke, the King of Donghai dropped to his knees on the ground. Yuan Hua and Yan Liang exchanged glances, both seeing a flash of shock in each other's eyes. This was absolutely beyond anything they could have ever imagined. The impact was immense. It was even greater than all of Yan Liangsai's previous military achievements combined. This was news capable of thrilling every citizen across the entire Dragon Nation. As they looked at Wang Hao, both men's expressions grew complex. Wang Hao wasn't part of the official state apparatus. In fact, he often went against the grain of the official establishment. This guy was completely uncontrollable. Yet whether 5 years ago or recently, deep within his bones, he seemed to harbor an intense, unwavering affection for this nation and its people. In the East Sea incident, his accomplishments even surpassed those of all the Dragon Nation's generals. This guy, truly, is a pleasant surprise. Wang Hao paid no heed to their thoughts. He simply signaled the cameraman behind him to point their lenses directly at the King of the East Sea. Though the king was utterly unwilling, survival demanded he comply with Wang Hao's demands. Facing the camera, he spoke clearly and distinctly, word for word. The Eastern Sea Kingdom's invasion of the Dragon Kingdom a century ago was indeed true. The Eastern Sea Kingdom committed mass slaughter across the Dragon Kingdom back then. In some places, entire cities saw hundreds of thousands slaughtered. The Eastern Sea Kingdom bears grave responsibility for its invasion of the Dragon Kingdom. On behalf of all Eastern Sea, I offer our deepest apologies to the Dragon Kingdom. We are truly sorry. Each word resonated so deeply that even some wealthy merchants from Jiangling present trembled with emotion. This was the answer they had waited years to hear. This was the outcome they had longed to witness. Now, Wang Hao had delivered it all to them. How could they not be moved? But at this moment, the King of Donghai could not spare a thought for anything else. After saying everything, he glared at Wang Hao and gritted his teeth. Now, can I leave? Wang Hao flung the half-dead Wei Donghai at his feet. Take this trash and get lost. The Dragon Nation has no place for scum like you. Gazing at the crippled Wei Donghai on the ground, the King of Donghai felt 1,000 pounds of weight crushing his heart. After being crippled, Wei Donghai would only be a liability. Yet now, Wang Hao had publicly dumped him on him, effectively pinning this burden squarely on his shoulders. From now on, however unwilling he might be, he would have no choice but to silently bear it all.
With unbearable sorrow, the king of Donghai picked up Wei Donghai and turned to leave. The Jade Lotus Bodhisattva couldn't help but turn back for one last look at Wang Hao. Dark Knight Dragon King. His reappearance, whether it was for good or ill, she couldn't say. But she didn't dwell on it. This was not for her to decide. This matter should be handled by the Buddhist hierarchy. She is not worthy. With this conviction, the group departed without delay. Wang Hao, however, paid no heed to the commotion. He simply returned to his seat and resumed sipping his tea, as if none of the earlier events had any bearing on him whatsoever. For a moment, even Yuan Hua and Yan Liangkai were at a loss for words. Any other person who had achieved such an astonishing feat would likely have rushed to claim their rewards immediately. But Wang Hao? He couldn't care less. In this man's heart, only his wife and child. Others? He couldn't care less. And so, the investiture ceremony proceeded as scheduled. Yan Liangkai was officially named war god, and one by one, people stepped forward to congratulate him. Everyone was in high spirits. Though everyone was intrigued by Wang Hao, not a single soul dared approach him. After all, the power Wang Hao had just displayed was beyond their reach. A man like him, if he wished to befriend others, could simply speak up. Why sit silently in the corner? Since Wang Hao had made his disinterest in idle chatter abundantly clear, the others naturally refrained from further conversation. Now, with the investiture concluded, Yan Liangkai and Yuan Hua approached Wang Hao of their own accord. Mr. Wang, our deepest gratitude for your assistance this time, Yuan Hua bowed respectfully. Though Yan Liangkai had just been infected as a war god, he showed no airs whatsoever, bowing 90 degrees with utmost reverence. Thank you. As a man of the military, Yan Liangkai wasn't particularly eloquent, but Wang Hao could clearly sense his sincerity. Wang Hao shook his head slightly, about to speak. His phone suddenly rang. It was from Su Qi. A text message. But upon reading it, Wang Hao's expression changed instantly. Boss, the wife took Miss Mengmeng to meet Sun Xinxue. Chapter 82, The Pitiful Wang Hao. When Su Qi sent this message, he hadn't given it much thought himself. After all, in his eyes, Sun Xinxue wasn't particularly dangerous. She and Chu Xiaoyun had always gotten along well, so it was perfectly normal for her to invite Chu Xiaoyun out. Had Chu Xiaoyun not taken Mengmeng along, he wouldn't have felt the need to notify Wang Hao. But right now, Wang Hao's heart was pounding wildly. He knew exactly what this timing signified. Few people knew he was attending this banquet. If Sun Xinxue had simply stayed home to recuperate, she wouldn't have known any of this, much less coincidentally invited Chu Xiaoyun to dinner right now. This wasn't normal. If Wang Hao wasn't mistaken, there was definitely a conspiracy behind this. Someone was using Sun Xinxue to target Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, intending to use them both to take him down. Wang Hao instantly recalled the peculiar scent he'd detected in Sun Xinxue's hospital room that day. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now it dawned on him perhaps that was when the other party had already persuaded Sun Xinxue to target Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Cursing under his breath, Wang Hao rose to leave. Yan Liangkai startled, instinctively calling out to Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, is there anything we can do to help? No need. Wang Hao's tone was cold. Midway through walking away, he suddenly stopped, turned to glance at the two men, and said indifferently, I'm going to kill someone. Many people might die. You two, handle the aftermath. With that, Wang Hao strode out decisively. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, both men felt a chill run down their spines. What exactly was Wang Hao planning to do? Meanwhile, at Sun Xinxue's home, Chu Xiaoyun arrived with Mengmeng and sat across from Sun Xinxue. Sun Xinxue had prepared a table full of dishes. Seeing all the food, Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Yum! Auntie Sun is such a great cook. As she spoke, Mengmeng promptly picked up another shrimp to eat. Seeing Mengmeng's delighted expression, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but sigh softly, sorry for making you laugh. It's fine. Sun Xinxue gently shook her head, watching Mengmeng with a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Always busy with work, she'd never had time for romance or marriage. This also meant she had never experienced the joy a child could bring. Now, gazing at Mengmeng, this adorable little angel, her eyes softened with a hint of maternal affection. Observing Sun Xinxue, Chu Xiaoyun asked curiously, Ms. Sun, did you ask me here today for a specific reason? Hearing this, Sun Xinxue snapped out of her earlier days. She looked at Chu Xiaoyun and whispered, do you know what happened after you regained consciousness? Chu Xiaoyun froze, then shook her head gently. After that day's unconsciousness, Wang Hao had brought her back. By the time she regained consciousness, she was already mostly recovered. Sun Xinxue's sudden inquiry about that day left Chu Xiaoyun feeling bewildered. Sun Xinxue gave a bitter smile and whispered, your lover, Wang Hao, killed my father. What? Chu Xiaoyun's expression changed instantly. But then she recalled the police coming to her door earlier. Instantly, she understood what Sun Xinxue meant. She lowered her head and forced a bitter smile. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. You don't need to apologize to me. Sun Xinxue clenched her fists and spoke softly. But Mengmeng shook her head and spoke up, Aunt Sun, I'm sorry. I know Dad wouldn't kill someone for no reason, but he's your father. You must not want him dead. No matter what happened. Just like Mengmeng would never want anyone to hurt her dad either. Mengmeng's sincere expression sent a jolt through Sun Xinxue's heart. Mengmeng looked at her earnestly. Auntie Sun, I'll talk to my dad when I get home. I'll make sure he makes it up to you properly. After all, it's his fault you lost your father. Or else, I'll have him be your father. Cough. At that remark, Sun Xinxue and Chu Xiaoyun nearly choked on their drinks. That little Mengmeng really is childishly candid. Mengmeng. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but give her a fierce glare. Mengmeng tilted her head and asked, Is that bad? I think my dad is really good at being a dad. I love my dad so much. Don't you? Sun Xinxue sighed helplessly and whispered, We're the same age. Mengmeng suddenly looked thoughtful, then turned to Chu Xiaoyun with curiosity. Mom, can Dad marry 2 wives? Ahem. Both Chu Xiaoyun and Sun Xinxue couldn't help but roll their eyes. This Mengmeng, does she even know what she's saying? Sun Xinxue looked at the innocent Mengmeng. Though exasperated, something deep within her was quietly stirred. She could sense that both Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng were genuinely caring for her, sincerely wishing her well. At that moment, looking at Sun Xinxue, Chu Xiaoyun spoke softly once more. Miss Sun, I deeply regret this matter. If you require any compensation, I will do everything within my power. I don't expect you to ever fully forgive me for this. But I will strive to make amends for everything. I'm sorry. Chu Xiaoyun's words carried a heavy weight. Sun Xinxue's eyes instantly welled up with tears. After lowering her head in silence for a long moment, she suddenly raised her hand and pointed toward the door. You may leave now. Ha! Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng both froze in surprise. Sun Xinxue had invited them over for dinner today, yet now, barely 2 bites in, she was telling them to leave? Yet as she looked at the two of them, Sun Xinxue's emotions clearly surged. I said go. Go! Hurry up and leave. By the end, Sun Xinxue practically screamed it out. This made Chu Xiaoyun's heart skip a beat. Chu Xiaoyun wasn't stupid. From Sun Xinxue's reaction, she vaguely guessed something was amiss. Daring not to linger, she grabbed Mengmeng and headed for the exit. But just then, bang! The glass in the living room shattered completely. Several figures stepped through the massive floor-to-ceiling window, instantly surrounding the 3 of them. Chu Xiaoyun's expression darkened. Sun Xinxue frantically shouted, What are you doing? This is my home. I refuse to cooperate with you anymore. Let them go. Do you hear me? I refuse to cooperate with you. As she spoke, Sun Xinxue's body trembled slightly. But upon hearing this, the leader in black robes across from her let out a wicked laugh. Miss Sun, it seems a bit late for you to be calling the shots now. Now, Miss Chu and Miss Mengmeng are in our hands. As he spoke, the cloaked figure licked his lips, his gaze settling on Chu Xiaoyun. A peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. Miss Chu, long time no see? Chu Xiaoyun clenched her fists, shielding Mengmeng tightly behind her. Are you here for Wang Hao? Clever. The cloaked figure smiled faintly, then waved his hand decisively. Instantly, several henchmen surged forward, forcibly restraining Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng before dragging them aside. Today, I'll make Wang Hao himself kneel before me like a pitiful wretch. Chapter 83, I demand you kneel. Anxiety flickered in Chu Xiaoyun's eyes. Behind her, Mengmeng trembled violently, clutching the hem of Chu Xiaoyun's robe in terror. Not far away, Sun Xinxue's expression darkened. She leapt to her feet, roaring, I said I won't cooperate with you anymore. Release them. Do you hear me? The figure in black robes let out a cold, disdainful sneer. Release them? Miss Sun, have you overestimated yourself? Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll just let them go because you tell me to? Miss Sun would do well to behave herself. If you keep quiet, I might spare your life. If you persist in this manner, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from the figure cloaked in black. Everyone's expressions changed. They knew that if the commotion continued, the cloaked figure would surely kill Sun Xinxue. Yet Sun Xinxue gritted her teeth and declared, I demand you release them. Either kill me, or release them. The cloaked figure paused, then couldn't help but smile. Miss Sun, do you think I wouldn't dare kill you? Sun Xinxue shuddered. Still, she gritted her teeth and declared, if you kill me, it will inevitably plunge Jiangling into chaos. I know many influential figures in the Jiangling government. You. Big shots? The black-robed figure laughed, a laugh tinged with contempt. His cold gaze fixed on Sun Xinxue as he spoke in a drawn-out tone, To me, there are no big shots in the Jiangling government. The single sentence left Sun Xinxue frozen in place. Her face flushed with panic as she looked at the man in black, unsure how to respond. The cloaked figure chuckled. Miss Sun, are you still going to try to stop us? Sun Xinxue clenched her fists. I don't care what you think, I won't let you harm them. Then I'm afraid we'll have to disagree. The cloaked figure snorted coldly, giving his subordinate a single glance. His henchman let out a sinister chuckle and strode towards Sun Xinxue, his voice cold and menacing. How would you like to die, Miss Sun? I've got a new way to die here, care to give it a try? Like being slowly toyed with and killed by a few of us brothers. As he finished, the man licked his lips, his face brimming with excitement. Sun Xinxue's expression instantly darkened. She wasn't afraid of death. Or rather, after Sun Muzhou's death, she no longer cared about such things. But to be toyed with until death? She refused. No, you. Sun Xinxue tried to say something more. But the man couldn't be bothered to waste words on her. Opportunities to play with the beauty of Sun Xinxue's caliber were few and far between. Now that he finally had the chance to enjoy intimate moments with Sun Xinxue, how could he possibly let it slip away? Gazing at Sun Xinxue, the man let out a wicked chuckle and strode forward decisively. His hands were already itching to get started. Despair filled Sun Xinxue's eyes as her gaze fell upon the scissors resting on the nearby table. She would rather end her own life than endure this. With that thought, Sun Xinxue grabbed the scissors and stabbed them into her own throat. Sun Xinxue believed her actions were swift, yet the man across from her merely waved his hand casually. The scissors slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. The smile on his face grew even broader. Miss Sun, you still wish to die in my presence? I say you die, and you die. I say you don't die, and you have no right to die. As he spoke, he began advancing step by step toward Sun Xinxue. In that moment, Sun Xinxue was utterly overcome by despair. Chu Xiaoyun grew frantic. She couldn't help but roar, take it out on me. Leave innocent people out of this. Let Miss Sun go. Take it out on you? A smirk curled the black-robed figure's lips. So Miss Chu wishes to bear all this for her boss, huh? Or could it be, Miss Chu, that deep down, you're just a who craves getting involved with all of us men at once? Seems like Mr. Wang can't satisfy you in his daily life. As he spoke, the smile on the black-robed man's face grew increasingly sinister. Compared to Sun Xinxue, Chu Xiaoyun was clearly the body he desired to enjoy more. This was Wang Hao's woman. That kind of emotional satisfaction no other woman could ever give him. Sun Xinxue? He'd leave her to his man. But if it were Chu Xiaoyun? Then he would personally indulge in her body. He wouldn't miss out on the body of the Dark Knight Dragon King's woman. Feeling the gaze of the cloaked figure, Chu Xiaoyun's body trembled uncontrollably. Her face was etched with regret. If only she hadn't come out today. If only she'd warned Wang Hao beforehand, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this point. It was all her fault. But the black robe cared little for such thoughts. He spoke indifferently, tonight, let us all indulge ourselves to the fullest. Let's start with Miss Sun as our appetizer. Come on, strip her naked. Let us all admire Miss Sun's figure. Hearing this, the henchman burst into laughter as he stepped forward. Staring at Sun Xinxue, he grinned wickedly, Miss Sun, I see you're quite tall and slender. Those long legs of yours? I'd love to take a closer look. As he spoke, his hand reached out to pull down Sun Xinxue's pants. Sun Xinxue struggled in agony, but her entire body felt as if it had been struck by a petrification spell, utterly immobilized. But just then, whoosh! A shard of broken glass suddenly flashed past. The expression on the man's face froze solid as shock filled his eyes. He slowly raised his hands, but only his arms came up. Both of his hands were severed clean off. No, no! He couldn't help but scream in agony. The others present instantly snapped to attention. The figure in black robes couldn't help but exclaim in shock, who? Outside the window, Wang Hao's figure stepped inside one stride at a time, his cold gaze sweeping over the people in the room, his body radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Are you all seeking death? With that, Wang Hao strode directly toward the man in black. These people actually dared to try to sleep with Chu Xiaoyun? They're courting death. The figure in black robe's expression darkened instantly. Grabbing Chu Xiaoyun fiercely, he snarled, Wang Hao. Mark my words, if you dare take one more step forward, I'll strangle her to death. Don't think I can't do it. I'm a god-tier warrior, damn it. I may not be your match, but killing her before you can kill me? That's as easy as pie. If you don't want her dead, then stop right there. As he spoke, not only the black-robed man but all his henchmen closed in around Chu Xiaoyun, their weapons trained on her in Mengmeng. If Wang Hao dared to make a move, they would kill Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. For a moment, the murderous intent in Wang Hao's eyes grew even more intense. Yet he had no choice but to halt his advance. As the cloaked figure had said, they truly had the means to make good on their threat. As powerful warriors, they posed a far greater threat to Wang Hao than ordinary people ever could. Gritting his teeth, a cold, menacing glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. What do you want? The black-robed figure grinned. What do I want? I want you to kneel before me. Chapter 84, I will destroy New Moon. Kneel. The moment those two words left his lips, the murderous intent in Wang Hao's eyes intensified instantly. In his entire life, Wang Hao had never once knelt. And this black-robed figure dared demand he kneel? How dare he? Yet the man in black robes saw nothing wrong with it. With a smug look on his face, he urged, "Hurry up. Once you kneel, I'll have someone film this scene. When that video spreads, I imagine the whole world will be thrilled for me. In this world, there's probably no one else who could make Wang Hao kneel." Wang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Beside him, Chu Xiaoyun shook her head repeatedly. Even Sun Xinxue, whom Wang Hao had just rescued, couldn't help but interject, "Wang Hao, he's definitely bluffing. There must be other demands. Don't trust him." "Of course there are other demands." The black-robed figure grinned, his voice echoing slowly, "After you kneel, I want you to hurt yourself bit by bit. I want you to cripple yourself right here, with your own hands. If you do it, I'll spare your wife and child. Rest assured, I won't go back on my word. As long as you can no longer fight, no longer threaten our organization's growth, whether you live or die won't matter." As he spoke, the figure in black robes seemed almost excited. If he could ultimately cripple Wang Hao, the merit he earned would be enough to propel him skyward within the crescent moon, perhaps even securing him a seat among its top 3 leaders. Such status and standing were beyond his wildest dreams. And now, this opportunity lay right before him. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes at the black-robed figure, making no move to speak. His gaze swept around the surroundings. Sun Xinxue's residence was a small villa. Living alone, the place was sparse and empty, offering little that Wang Hao could use as a weapon. Wang Hao lifted his head to look at Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Both women were visibly panicked. Under the control of martial artists, expecting them to escape on their own was utterly unrealistic. Unless he, Wang Hao, could instantly kill all these people from a distance, there was no way he could save them. For anyone else, this was impossible. Even legendary warriors like Qin Liangyu couldn't achieve such a feat. However, if it were him, Wang Hao, it might not be impossible. But it was far too risky. Should he fail, it would be Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun who paid with their lives. If the target were fewer than 10 people, Wang Hao could confidently eliminate them all in an instant. Even if one of them was a god-tier warrior like the Black Robe. Even without weapons, even if they held Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng hostage, he could end these bastards in an instant, no question about it. But the problem was, there were 12 of them. If he took the risk, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng might very well die. Though the probability wouldn't exceed 50%, he dared not take that risk. Today's situation was indeed a bit troublesome for Wang Hao. But just then, Wang Hao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Outside, he sensed a familiar aura. It was Qin Liangyu. This woman had followed him. Wang Hao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He knew Qin Liangyu had remained in Jiangling all along, seemingly intent on keeping tabs on him. But since she'd never done anything to him, Wang Hao hadn't paid it much mind. After all, Wang Hao trusted Qin Liangyu. This woman was solely focused on climbing the ranks, utterly indifferent to anything else. She wouldn't target him, so Wang Hao simply ignored her existence. He never expected that today, she would follow him here. Crucially, at this moment, only Wang Hao had noticed Qin Liangyu. As Wang Hao turned his head, Qin Liangyu and Wang Hao locked eyes in mid-air. Though it lasted only an instant, Qin Liangyu's heart skipped a beat. She understood Wang Hao's meaning. Wang Hao was asking her to help him kill someone. Though Qin Liangyu and Wang Hao were not close, at this moment, she found no reason to refuse his request. She knew all too well what Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng meant to Wang Hao. No matter how much the United Council had threatened or bribed him before, Wang Hao had never agreed to hand over the cultivation technique that could reach the Heavenly King realm. But if she could save Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng this time? Perhaps Wang Hao might give her the cultivation technique after all. After all, for Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng held extraordinary significance. With that thought, Qin Liangyu hesitated not a moment, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Hao. Wang Hao, in turn, raised his right hand. This caused the dark-robed figure across from him to frown. Wang Hao, what are you doing? Let me make this clear, if you dare lay a finger on any one of us today, the rest of us will kill your woman and child immediately. Think carefully. Wang Hao ignored the black-robed man. He merely fixed his gaze on the group, his eyes sweeping across them before pointing at the 3 closest to the window. These 3, he said coldly, are yours. The moment the words left his mouth, the aura radiating from Wang Hao erupted violently. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged through every one of them except the 3 near the window. This force surged directly toward their heads, crushing their brains on impact. Behind the 3 by the window, Qin Liangyu's figure materialized instantly. Qin Liangyu couldn't help but curse under her breath. Couldn't this Wang Hao have waited just a moment? She barely had time to react. Fortunately, these 3 were merely martial artists. Qin Liangyu's prowess was formidable enough to charge forward in an instant. As Wang Hao struck down the others, she instantly slew these 3. In the blink of an eye, all 12 black-robed figures and his men lay sprawled on the ground. Behind Wang Hao, the sole survivor still lying on the ground, the one whose arm Wang Hao had just shattered, froze in shock. His mouth hung open, utterly speechless. Sun Xinxue covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to fathom what she was seeing. What exactly had Wang Hao done? Qin Liangyu had at least charged out in an instant, unleashing explosive attacks and weapon strikes to kill 3 men in that brief moment. But Wang Hao? This guy hadn't done a thing. He just stood there. Then, 9 opponents across from him simply dropped dead on the spot. Is this even human? Gulp. In that instant, both of them swallowed hard. But Wang Hao paid them no mind. He rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. His body trembled slightly. Just now, he had nearly lost the 2 people most precious to him. Crescent moon. Damn it! At that moment, Wang Hao's aura radiated an unparalleled, bone-chilling coldness. He whipped his head toward Qin Liangyu, his voice deep and ominous. The United Council, have they uncovered any information on them? Is there anything I don't already know? Qin Liangyu's heart skipped a beat. What are you going to do? What am I doing? Wang Hao snorted coldly. I'm going to make them disappear. Chapter 85, The Purple Robe. Make New Moon vanish. Though Wang Hao had been investigating New Moon's affairs all along, he hadn't been this urgent before. After all, the grudge between him and Xin Yue wasn't something that had developed overnight, it was a long-standing issue. But today's events had finally cemented his resolve. He would stop at nothing to destroy New Moon. This damned organization must vanish. Qin Liangyu gave a wry smile, his voice tinged with resignation. The Crescent Moon organization was indeed quite peculiar. Over the years, the United Council had uncovered some information, but nothing crucial. However, we've uncovered a new lead. Crescent imports certain special herbs from overseas. If you need it, I can pass you the intel on this lead. It might prove useful. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He was actually in desperate need of such intelligence now. Originally, the Dark Dragon Hall could handle many matters. But over the years, the Dark Dragon Hall had been infiltrated. The intelligence truly under its control, especially anything related to Crescent, was inevitably scarce. After all, when even your core members are their people, how could you possibly uncover their secrets? By comparison, the United Council was a complex entity, comprising top figures from multiple nations. Achieving complete control over it was virtually impossible. This was precisely why Qin Liangyu could now provide the location. Staring at Qin Liangyu, Wang Hao said in a low voice, "Give me the address. I'll go myself." Qin Liangyu nodded without hesitation, immediately calling headquarters to request the relevant files and sending them to Wang Hao. As Wang Hao studied the documents, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. After putting them away, he turned to look at Sun Xinxue beside him. This woman. If not for her previous act of standing up for Chu Xiaoyun and the others, Wang Hao would have killed her. Yet Sun Xinxue had risked herself for Chu Xiaoyun's sake, and that had stirred something within Wang Hao. After staring at her for a long moment, Wang Hao ultimately said nothing more. He simply pulled Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng toward the exit. Qin Liangyu couldn't help but startle. What about here? So many people had died, yet Wang Hao was just walking away. Wasn't he afraid of inviting trouble? The Dragon Nation's government, no one had the right to underestimate them. Wang Hao replied indifferently, "It's none of your concern. Someone will handle it." With that, he took Chu Xiaoyun's hand, cradled Mengmeng, and strode out of Qin Liangyu's sight. Before Qin Liangyu could dwell on it, the sudden roar of an engine echoed through the air. Qin Liangyu's heart skipped a beat. That was the sound of off-road vehicles, and quite a few of them. Government agents. Had Wang Hao already cultivated such close ties with the Long Nation's government? Without hesitation, Qin Liangyu sprang to her feet and vanished from the spot in a single bound. Meanwhile, several SUVs pulled up outside Sun Xinxue's residence. Watching Yuan Hua and Yan Liangkai burst in, Sun Xinxue's expression grew slightly complicated. Yuan Hua said nothing. He had researched the situation beforehand and had a general understanding of the circumstances, so naturally he wouldn't embarrass Sun Xinxue. He simply had his men take away the bodies and arranged for the broken glass to be replaced overnight. Sun Xinxue stood in a daze for a full half-hour before gradually coming to her senses. Returning to her room, she gazed out the window, her expression still complex. Wang Hao. The enmity between this man and her seemed destined to remain forever tangled. Wang Hao's home. Chu Xiaoyun, still shaken by the day's events, clung to Wang Hao as they went to bed that night. She curled tightly into his embrace, unable to speak for a long while. Mengmeng also clung to Wang Hao's arm, too afraid to let go. Clearly, the events of the day had plunged both of them into deep fear. Though Wang Hao yearned to seek revenge against Xin Yue, he knew the mother and daughter now depended on him. He would have to put that plan on hold for now. Meanwhile, near the capital city. In a small town. The town itself was small, yet its largest factory was anything but. Spanning tens of thousands of square meters, it looked quite grand, attracting many young people from the town to apply for jobs there. Yet the factory never advertised for workers. Its workers seemed to appear out of nowhere, operating without a hitch day after day for years on end. Yet if anyone were to actually step inside the factory, they would discover that this enormous facility was merely a facade. The key lies underground. At this moment, deep beneath the factory. Inside a room. Over a dozen people gathered here, staring at the documents before them, their expressions all slightly grim. According to the latest intelligence, the Black Robe had encountered trouble. Their operation against Wang Hao and Jianling was not going smoothly. At the head of the room, a figure clad in crimson sat silently, eyes fixed on the documents before him, a cold gleam flickering within. After a long moment, he set down the documents and turned his gaze to the others around him. These individuals fell into two distinct groups. One group wore robes of various colors, yellow, blue, and other hues, a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. These were women, each possessing exquisite features and figures undeniably beauties. The other group wore ominous black robes, each man imposing and muscular. Now, sensing the red-robed man's gaze, everyone immediately straightened their posture and lifted their heads. The red-robed figure spoke in a cold, icy tone as he surveyed the crowd. Everyone, you have all witnessed the events in Jiangling. The Dark Knight Dragon King is not an enemy we can afford to provoke lightly. At these words, the expressions of the entire group darkened slightly. The people of the Crescent Moon had always been supremely arrogant. In their eyes, few in the world were worthy of their attention. Yet now, this Dark Knight Dragon King, Wang Hao, the man who should have died 5 years ago, has repeatedly thwarted their plans. How could this not enrage them? Yet their leader forbids them to oppose him. The woman in yellow robes spoke coldly, "Boss, what of the Dark Knight Dragon King? He's not immortal. Making him die, isn't that possible?" These words resonated with many, who immediately nodded in agreement. But the man in red snorted coldly. "What do you know? Our priority now isn't defeating the Dark Knight Dragon King, it's developing ourselves. Our drug development has already surpassed the limits of the Grandmaster realm. I believe you all understand what that means next." At these words, everyone's hearts began racing uncontrollably. The next step? That's the level of a war god. Power comparable to that of Qin Liangyu. If they truly succeeded in developing drugs that could forcibly elevate human power to that level, then even 10 Wang Haos wouldn't be enough to fight them. At this thought, the purple-robed woman murmured, "Boss, is there any hope for the next phase of development?" The red-robed figure replied indifferently, "No problem. After all, the difference between the God of War realm and the Grandmaster realm is merely quantitative, not qualitative. As long as we maintain sufficient raw materials for experimentation, results will come sooner or later." As he spoke, the red-robed figure seemed to recall something. Turning to the purple-robed woman, he said gravely, "The medicinal herbs from Weinan Kingdom are now of utmost importance. Starting tomorrow, you will oversee them. Under no circumstances can there be the slightest mishap with this batch of herbs." Chapter 86, Can I Even Be Heard Now? The medicinal herbs from Weinan. Hearing this, the purple-robed woman took a deep breath and rose respectfully to bow to the man in red. Yes. She knew full well how crucial that batch of herbs from Weinan was. They were the cornerstone of the new drug currently under development by the entire Crescent. Only with a steady supply of herbs from that region could they ensure the research continued, ultimately developing a drug truly capable of creating a war god. Even if he sent his own puppets to handle this matter, the man in red had no absolute certainty and could not feel at ease. Only by sending the purple-robed one could he feel even slightly reassured. Seeing Purple Robe agree, Red Robe hummed in acknowledgement, nodding lightly. "With you handling this, I can rest easy. Everyone else, carry on as usual. Regarding Wang Hao, everyone must avoid his sharp edge. Let him run rampant. Let there be some losses. It doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't involve Weinan, let him have his way." Everyone sensed the gravity in the red-robed man's words and promptly bowed respectfully. "Yes." The man in red said no more, merely turning his head to glance in the direction of Jiangling. Jiangling. This insignificant place had now become the focus of their entire attention. Everything. All because of that one man. The first heavenly king-tier powerhouse in this world, in this era. Early the next morning, Wang Hao took leave from work to stay home with Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun, never leaving their side. For Wang Hao, annihilating New Moon was undoubtedly crucial, yet Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng would forever be his utmost priorities. Nothing and no one could ever compare. After spending the entire day at home with Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, Wang Hao received new intelligence from Qin Liangyu. The New Moon had dispatched a high-ranking figure to Weinan? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He had already been interested in that medicinal herb supply route, hoping to find some clues about New Moon through it. However, while that route might prove useful, it wasn't urgent, he could take his time. But now, with a high-ranking New Moon official heading there, it likely meant that location now held immense importance for Crescent. In fact, it was even more important than the crisis he, Wang Hao, had brought upon it. What could that be? Only their pharmaceutical research. Nothing else could possibly justify Crescent dispatching its core personnel at a time like this. Hanging up the phone, Wang Hao found himself in a quandary. Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng's conditions remained unstable. But if he missed this chance, who knew how long it would be before the next opportunity to capture Crescent's core personnel arose? Just as Wang Hao was wrestling with this dilemma, Chu Xiaoyun's voice suddenly drifted out. "Do whatever you need to do. I'll take care of Mengmeng. Wang Hao froze, turning his head to look. Chu Xiaoyun had appeared beside him at some point, a faint smile playing on her lips. Wang Hao couldn't help but pause. Chu Xiaoyun was under considerable pressure herself. After all, what happened yesterday was something no one could easily accept. But Chu Xiaoyun. Looking at Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun smiled faintly and said softly, "You don't need to look at me like that. I'm an adult, after all. You're risking yourself for me and Mengmeng's sake. I can't hold you back. Rest assured, I'll take good care of Mengmeng. Anyone who dares to harm Mengmeng, they'll have to step over my dead body first." As she finished speaking, Chu Xiaoyun's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Wang Hao gazed at the woman, silent for a long moment, before finally pulling her into his arms. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but tremble all over. For the first time in 5 years, they embraced each other so willingly. Wang Hao patted Chu Xiaoyun's back and whispered softly, "Thank you. Having you was truly wonderful." Holding Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun gently shook her head. "It's wonderful that I have you." Just as they stood embraced, Mengmeng's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Quick, kiss. Kiss." Her eyes fixed on the couple, wide with excitement and anticipation, her face beaming with joy. Chu Xiaoyun was startled and quickly stepped out of Wang Hao's embrace. Looking at Mengmeng, she stammered, "Mengmeng. When did you? I've been right here the whole time." Mengmeng tilted her little head, rubbing her hands together impatiently. "Mommy, hurry up and kiss Daddy. I can't wait any longer. Can't wait my ass." Chu Xiaoyun's face flushed crimson. Furious, she lunged forward, scooped up Mengmeng, and marched her into the bedroom. "Go do your homework." "But I don't have any homework." "I'll give you some. Do it now. And there'll be more after you finish." "Mom, you're just lashing out because you're embarrassed." "Yes. That's for talking back." Listening to their exchange, Wang Hao, sitting on the sofa outside, couldn't help but chuckle. This little cutie is such a quirky little kid. That very night, Wang Hao caught a flight to Weinan. Weinan, located in the southern part of Longhua, was quite a distance from Jiangling. By the time Wang Hao arrived, it was already early the next morning. Instead of confronting Xin Yue directly, Wang Hao first headed to the local Jinan Marquis' residence. The Marquis of Jinan. Like the Marquis of Pingjiang, he was a regional marquis, responsible for the security of his domain. However, unlike the Marquis of Pingjiang, the Marquis of Jinan was not only the current sovereign's own younger brother, but also a man of exceptional integrity. He adhered strictly to the righteous path in all his dealings, with no hint of scandal ever attached to his name. Though his abilities were limited, his integrity was precisely what Wang Hao needed at this moment. At this moment, Wang Hao made his way to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence. Upon seeing Wang Hao, the Marquis of Jinnan couldn't help but frown. The Marquis of Jinnan was a towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall with an exceptionally imposing physique. Ordinary people standing beside him might even feel as though they were barely half his size. The green dragon crescent blade in his hand was said to be a replica, crafted to exact specifications of the legendary weapon attributed to Guan Yu. The Marquis cherished this blade deeply, carrying it with him at all times unless absolutely unavoidable. Now, with Wang Hao's arrival, the Marquis of Jinnan held the green dragon crescent blade, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Hao, a hint of unease flickering within them. "You say an organization has taken control of the official medicinal herb import site in my entire Weinan region? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The Marquis of Jinnan radiated absolute confidence. Every matter in all of Weinan, no matter how great or small, was handled by him or his men. His men were brothers who had weathered hardships alongside him. He couldn't imagine them betraying him. Looking at the Marquis of Jinnan, Wang Hao spoke calmly, "If your excellency doubts this, simply come with me to see for yourself." "Wouldn't that settle the matter? I sought your presence not because I cannot resolve this matter alone, but to avoid inadvertently killing your men and incurring the wrath of the Dragon Nation's authorities." "Kill my men? You?" The Marquis of Jinnan snorted coldly, his face brimming with contempt. "My men are true heroes. What kind of person are you to think you could harm my men?" Hearing this, Wang Hao showed no anger. He merely smiled faintly, then vanished from his spot in an instant. The next instant, Wang Hao stood before the Marquis of Jinnan, his right hand pressed against the Marquis's throat. A faint smile played on his lips. "Now, my lord, do you still believe I cannot harm your men?" Chapter 87, The Terrifying Crescent Moon. "You." The Marquis of Jinnan's face turned deathly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. In that instant, Wang Hao's speed had reached an extreme. The Marquis of Jinnan considered himself quite capable, yet just now, before Wang Hao, he felt as slow as a snail, utterly unable to react. Wang Hao offered a faint smile, releasing his right hand as he spoke calmly, "Your Excellency, the truth lies in your own eyes. Go and see for yourself. There's no point in arguing with me here, is there?" The Marquis of Jinnan gradually regained his composure and replied in a deep voice, "Where exactly is the problem you speak of?" "Your Excellency, simply follow me." Wang Hao smiled faintly and turned to leave. The Marquis of Jinnan snorted coldly, gripping his green dragon crescent blade as he followed directly behind. Today, he would see for himself where this port controlled by outsiders, as Wang Hao claimed, was located. Half an hour later. Gazing at the events unfolding hundreds of meters away, the Marquis of Jinnan's body trembled slightly. That place was an official port for the importation of medicinal herbs. Yet at this very moment, it was importing contraband. Most crucially, the person in charge of oversight hadn't even bothered to inspect the cargo. After a brief exchange with the other party, they simply waved it through. And the person handling the negotiations was a woman clad in purple robes, radiating an overwhelming aura. Observing the furious Marquis of Jinnan, Wang Hao spoke calmly, "Now, Your Excellency, do you believe my words?" The Marquis of Jinnan snorted coldly, sparing no words. Gripping his green dragon crescent blade, he charged straight into the fray. Since the incident occurred on his territory, he would personally resolve it. At that moment, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from the Marquis of Jinnan, the purple-robed woman overseeing the herbal imports paled. "Get the goods and move," she barked coldly. "I'll hold him off." With that, she let out a cold snort and leapt high into the air, charging straight at the Marquis of Jinnan. A chill ran through the Marquis of Jinnan's heart. Even wielding his green dragon crescent blade, he had no certainty he could handle the purple-robed woman. The aura emanating from the purple-robed figure now far surpassed his own. Fixing the Marquis of Jinnan with a cold stare, the purple-robed figure barked, "Old fool, get out of the way. Mind your own business. Pretend you never saw this, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. How dare you?" The Marquis of Jinnan flew into a rage. He was the official representative of the southern frontier. What kind of person is this purple-robed man to speak to him like that? In his fury, the Marquis charged toward the purple-robed man in an instant, swinging his green dragon crescent blade straight at the man's head. The purple-robed figure chuckled softly, his body flickering aside to evade the Marquis's strike. Simultaneously, his long leg shot out, delivering a powerful kick straight to the Marquis's midsection. Thud! The force of the kick sent the Marquis of Jinnan flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His green dragon crescent blade clattered to the floor. The look in his eyes as he stared at the purple-robed figure now held a hint of terror. This man is incredibly powerful. After all, the Marquis of Jinnan was a god-tier warrior. Yet the purple-robed man, despite being of a lower rank, had instantly defeated him. Where on earth did such a formidable powerhouse come from? Yet the purple-robed figure clearly paid no heed to such matters. She glared coldly at the Marquis of Jinnan and said icily, "Your lordship, behave yourself properly, and you might live a little longer. Don't waste your own life." "You," the Marquis of Jinnan snarled through gritted teeth. "Go ahead and kill me if you dare. If I die, chaos will erupt in Weinan. Then we'll see where you can run to." His words brimmed with unyielding arrogance. Yet the purple-robed figure showed no sign of panic, instead wearing a faint smile. "The Marquis of Jinnan is quite confident. But why don't you try it? See if I dare to kill you." As she spoke, the purple-robed figure planted her foot squarely on the green dragon crescent blade that lay discarded beside the Marquis of Jinnan. In an instant, the blade sprang upward, landing squarely in her grasp. Holding the blade with one hand, she pressed it directly against the Marquis of Jinnan's throat. The Marquis of Jinnan's face instantly turned deathly pale. He never imagined the purple-robed figure would dare to go this far. But at that very moment, bang! A sharp crack echoed through the air. The green dragon crescent blade in the purple-robed man's hand was flung away, crashing heavily onto the ground beside him. The force of the blow sent him staggering back several steps, a sharp pain shooting through his palm. She snapped her head up, glaring ahead and roaring, "Who's there?" Wang Hao emerged slowly, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. "Purple robes? Looks like you're part of the inner circle here in New Moon, huh? Wang Hao." The sight of Wang Hao caused the purple-robed figure's expression to change drastically. This guy, how could he be here? The red-robed one had sent her to Weinan to handle this precisely to avoid delays that might alert Wang Hao to something amiss. But now, just one day after Wang Hao dealt with the black-robed man, how had he already arrived in Weinan? How did he know about this? Could it be that the black-robed man had revealed something before his death? Countless doubts plagued the purple-robed woman, darkening her expression further. This also surprised the Marquis of Jinnan standing nearby. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he forced himself to rise and blurted out, "She's afraid of you? Who exactly are you?" Wang Hao ignored the Marquis of Jinnan, his gaze fixed coldly on the purple-robed woman. "Will you tell me everything I want to know, or shall I force it out of you?" The purple-robed woman snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with a sinister glint. "Dark Knight Dragon King, don't get too excited. You might not be able to kill me." With that, the purple-robed figure whipped around and bolted out. Herbs? Tasks? None of it mattered anymore. All she wanted now was to save her own life. With that single-minded purpose, the purple-robed figure sprinted away at an astonishing speed. Even her body was faintly oozing blood. "Purple robe, you've resorted to forbidden arts." Wang Hao snorted coldly, turning to look at the Marquis of Jinnan. Set aside some of those herbs for me, he said in a deep voice. I'll need them later. With that, Wang Hao immediately gave chase toward the purple-robed figure. Despite the purple robe's forbidden technique, the gap in their strength remained undeniable. Soon, Wang Hao caught up to the purple-robed figure. Feeling the distance between them rapidly closing, the purple robe couldn't help but curse inwardly. This Wang Hao, his speed is simply too fast. Heavenly King. Is this the terrifying power of that legendary realm? Purple Robe marveled inwardly, yet his movements showed no sign of slowing. She silently recited the incantation, and the aura emanating from her body shifted once more. This time, even Wang Hao felt his heart skip a beat. In that instant, he distinctly sensed the shift in the purple-robed woman's aura. She seemed to have sacrificed something, forcibly elevating her own power by a significant margin. Most crucially, her lifespan appeared entirely unaffected. It seemed New Moon possessed unique methods. It must be noted that even before this, the purple-robed figure's combat prowess far surpassed that of the Marquis of Jinan, firmly placing her among the top-tier war gods. Now, with this new enhancement, she has even begun to approach the pinnacle of god-level combat mastery. And the purple robe isn't even Qin Yue's strongest individual. Qin Yue is truly terrifying. Chapter 88, the crimson-robed figure appears. Though the purple-robed figure before him hadn't yet reached a level that truly terrified Wang Hao, the red-robed figure behind her, the one who could command countless war god-tier warriors, might very well possess strength that didn't fall short of his own. Add to that the thing New Moon was researching. If this organization wasn't swiftly destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Hao snorted coldly, ignoring the distraction, and charged once more toward the purple-robed figure. The purple-robed figure dashed forward. Her speed had reached its absolute limit, proving to be not much slower than Wang Hao's. Yet Wang Hao still kept pace, relentlessly applying pressure and inflicting damage from behind. By the time the chase ended, the purple-robed figure was covered in wounds. She gritted her teeth, her eyes flickering with a strange light. If this dragged on, she would surely die today. To survive, she needed a way to stall Wang Hao for even a moment. With that thought, the purple-robed figure clenched her teeth and roared, "Wang Hao, what exactly do you want to know? What will it take for you to spare my life?" Wang Hao smiled faintly, his voice cold and indifferent. "Spare your life? Fine. Tell me where the New Moon headquarters is, and I'll let you live." Bull. Purple Robe couldn't help but curse inwardly. Even if she told Wang Hao the location of the Crescent Moon headquarters, she wouldn't die now, but once Wang Hao tracked her down, she'd still meet her end. And who knows? Maybe both Wang Hao and Red Robe would want her dead. But Purple Robe wasn't stupid. She pulled out a piece of paper, swiftly wrote a line of characters in blood, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it aside. "The address is written there," she said coldly. "Go get it yourself." Wang Hao sneered coldly and waved his hand. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy enveloped the paper note, propelling it directly into Wang Hao's hand. Unfolding it, Wang Hao sneered with disdain. "Just as I expected. Woman, if you don't behave, I'll kill you outright." With that, Wang Hao flung the note away. Scrawled across it were nothing but circles and crosses, not a single legible character. The purple-robed figure's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Wang Hao's strength to be this formidable. The object she'd hurled with all her might was snatched effortlessly by Wang Hao without even slowing down. Gritting her teeth, a strange light flickered in Purple Robe's eyes as she spoke again almost immediately. "Wang Hao, this is my most treasured possession. If you obtain it, your strength will rise to a whole new level. Are you sure you don't want it?" As she spoke, the purple-robed figure hurled a small box forward, enveloped in all her power. This time, even Wang Hao couldn't catch it mid-air without moving. The intense energy emanating from it confirmed to Wang Hao that it was indeed a treasure. And priceless. Yet a cold smile spread across Wang Hao's lips. "I have no interest in these things. Either tell me what I want to know, or die." As he spoke, Wang Hao charged straight behind the purple-robed man, his overwhelming power instantly enveloping him completely. Instantly, the purple-robed figure's face turned deathly pale. She was truly cornered. But at that very moment, Wang Hao abruptly halted, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The purple-robed figure's expression also changed, lifting her head to look up in shock. "Boss? How did you get here?" Not far away, a figure clad in crimson stood clearly visible. None other than the leader of New Moon. He actually came? The purple-robed man's face was filled with astonishment. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. He could sense the aura emanating from this man. War god perfection. And it was overflowing. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao's voice turned icy. "Those puppets earlier, you created them?" "Yes." The red-robed figure offered no concealment, replying indifferently. "You may kill the others, but she is mine. You cannot touch her." "I can't kill her?" Wang Hao laughed with utter contempt. "You know exactly what kind of life you forced my wife and daughter to endure these past 5 years. And now you tell me I can't kill her? Are you overestimating yourself?" The man in red shook his head gently, his tone calm. I haven't overestimated myself. I'm merely betting that Lord Dark Knight Dragon King wouldn't gamble with the lives of his own wife and daughter. That's all. Wang Hao's expression turned cold. What do you mean? The man in red replied indifferently, since Lord Dark Knight Dragon has departed Jiangling, he must have arranged for someone to protect your wife and daughter. Let me guess, who might they be? Powerful figures from the Dark Dragon Hall? Or perhaps members of the United Council? I've heard you've had some contact with that Qin Liangyu. She's in Jiangling, right? Wang Hao's expression shifted slightly. Before his departure, he had indeed arranged for Qin Liangyu to protect Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. That was his greatest reliance. After all, Qin Liangyu possessed considerable strength. If Qin Liangyu truly achieved great feats this time, passing down the Heavenly King's breakthrough method to her in the future might not be out of the question. But now, this red-robed figure had directly revealed all of this. This left Wang Hao feeling uneasy. He stared coldly at the red-robed man, his voice icy. What do you mean? The red-robed figure replied indifferently, if Lord Dark Knight Dragon King is willing to take a gamble, it is not impossible. Killing us too would be as easy as turning your hand. But no matter how powerful you are, you cannot instantly return from here to Jiangling. And once I'm dead, my men in Jiangling will immediately move against Miss Chu. You should know full well whether one Qin Liangyu can stop my men. As he spoke, the red-robed man's lips curled into a faint smile, sending a chill through Wang Hao's heart. Could Qin Liangyu really stop them? Not necessarily. Though Qin Liangyu is the war god of the United Council, possessing formidable strength, if the enemy employs forbidden arts like Purple Robe, Qin Liangyu might not necessarily be their match. Should Qin Liangyu fall, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng would undoubtedly be captured. The consequences of that would be beyond Wang Hao's ability to bear. Gazing coldly at the crimson-robed figure before him, Wang Hao's voice turned icy. Are you threatening me? Not a threat. A deal. The crimson-robed figure smiled faintly and shook his head. Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, if you wish to kill me, you certainly could. But my men's chances of killing Miss Chu and the others? At best, 80 to 90%. I certainly have no right to threaten Lord Dark Knight Dragon King. But we can strike a deal. Your Excellency releases us too, and I, in turn, shall present Your Excellency with a great gift. What? Wang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. The red-clad figure smiled faintly, speaking calmly, I can guarantee that within half a year, I will not lay a finger on your wife or daughter. You may not trust me, Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, but I always keep my word. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. Calling it a great gift, but in reality, it was nothing more than a verbal promise. Frankly, this promise carried far too many strings attached. Should Wang Hao turn his fury upon Xin Yue, the other party could renege at any moment. But equally, as long as he, Wang Hao, did not rush to deal with New Moon, the other party would honor their promise. After squinting and remaining silent for a long while, Wang Hao spoke again in a cold tone, I have one more request. Chapter 89, Grandfather's Passing. The man in red was unsurprised by Wang Hao's words and responded proactively, Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, speak freely. Wang Hao snorted coldly. The people of New Moon shall never set foot in Jiangling for all eternity. A flicker of surprise crossed the red-robed man's eyes. The purple-robed man couldn't help but curse, Wang Hao, don't push your luck. The New Moon faction had significant operations in Jiangling. Wang Hao's demand would undoubtedly inflict heavy losses upon the New Moon. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly composed. If they agreed, so be it. From now on, any Crescent Moon member I encounter in Jiangling will be regarded as a provocation. I will strike them down immediately. If I refuse, then today, we'll take our chances. The man in red remained silent. He understood Wang Hao's meaning perfectly well. As long as the Crescent Moon people remained in Jiangling, Wang Hao would never find peace. Even if Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng were safe today, the future would still plunge them into constant peril. Wang Hao couldn't care less about the so-called 6-month promise. What he demanded was for New Moon to completely withdraw from his wife and daughter's lives. Only then could Wang Hao find peace. After a long silence, the man in red suddenly smiled. He looked at Wang Hao, his expression calm as he said, I can agree. But Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, I do hope you won't find it too much of an adjustment. What? Wang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. The man in red offered no further explanation, stating directly, I will have my men withdraw from Jiangling immediately. Dark Knight Dragon King, might you also release us? Wang Hao snorted coldly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Hao felt a lingering unease deep within. The red-robed man's parting words had left him with an uneasy feeling. After a moment's thought, Wang Hao dialed Qin Liangyu's number. On the other end, Qin Liangyu's voice carried a weighty tone. Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, I've just received intelligence that numerous officials in Jiangling are evacuating urgently. The number exceeds 1/5. It includes nearly all the high-ranking officials. Additionally, several top-tier clans are also evacuating Jiangling. This is extremely sudden. What exactly have you done? At those words, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. 1/5 of the officials. plus several top-tier clans. Crescent Moon. This effectively puts the entire Jiangling under their control. No wonder they could threaten him, Wang Hao, with such impunity in Jiangling. This place was their backyard. In a sense, they could even establish their own kingdom here if they wished. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao said in a low voice, "Don't worry about it. Just make sure Xiaoyun and Mengmeng are safe. Once I return, I'll give you a reward." With that, Wang Hao hung up the phone. A look of surprise and delight flashed across Qin Liangyu's face. Both she and Wang Hao knew exactly what kind of reward he meant. Once she secured that reward, perhaps the status of the United Council. Her status would rise to new heights. Wang Hao paid no heed to Qin Liangyu's thoughts. Upon returning to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence, he observed the Marquis's furious expression and asked calmly, "My lord, how do you intend to handle this matter?" The Marquis of Jinnan looked up at Wang Hao, avoiding a direct answer to his question. Instead, he coldly declared, "The Dark Knight Dragon King. I truly never imagined that the Dark Knight Dragon King, who struck fear into the world 7 years ago, would be so young. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Though he called Wang Hao a hero, his tone clearly sharpened at the word, his eyes flickering with a strange light. The Dark Knight Dragon King had frequently clashed with the authorities 6 or 7 years ago. Though they were minor incidents, they still caused the authorities considerable trouble. Others might overlook these incidents, but the Marquis of Jinnan remembered them all. He also recalled the higher-ups' assessment of Wang Hao. Knows the weight of matters, distinguishes right from wrong, but cannot be disciplined. Now, facing Wang Hao, the Marquis of Jinnan felt a hint of complexity in his own emotions. Wang Hao looked at the Marquis of Jinnan and said calmly, "Regardless of what the Marquis intends to do, I have only one request. I ask that his lordship the Marquis of Jinnan grant me a portion of the medicinal herbs seized earlier. I have a use for them." "For what purpose?" the Marquis of Jinnan asked in a deep voice. Wang Hao remained silent. He did not answer the Marquis of Jinnan's question, merely returning his gaze with calm composure. That expression even carried a hint of mockery. This made the Marquis of Jinnan inwardly curse. He understood Wang Hao's meaning perfectly well. This guy was mocking him. What right did he have to ask such a thing? The Marquis of Jinnan snorted lightly, saying nothing more. With a sweeping gesture, his men brought over the herbs he had prepared long ago and handed them to Wang Hao. Wang Hao opened the bag, gave it a glance to confirm nothing was missing, and a faint smile touched his lips. "Thank you." With that, Wang Hao turned and walked away. This caused the Marquis of Jinnan's heart to skip a beat. "Aren't you curious about what I plan to do?" I asked. "You didn't answer, and I'm not going to ask again." "It doesn't matter anyway." Wang Hao spoke calmly, his figure vanishing before everyone's eyes. Watching Wang Hao's vanishing figure, the Marquis of Jinnan couldn't help but sigh deeply. For Wang Hao, this matter was concluded. But for the Marquis of Jinnan, everything was only just beginning. New Moon. The existence of this organization was, of course, known to the authorities. In fact, they knew more than Wang Hao, more than the United Council. Yet despite this, the Crescent still managed to pull off some shady deals right under their noses. This means the authorities have also been infiltrated to a significant extent. This matter must be reported to higher authorities. With this in mind, the Marquis of Jinnan made some arrangements and immediately boarded a private jet that night bound for the capital. After flying back to Jiangling, Wang Hao headed straight home. Seeing Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng safe and sound, Wang Hao breathed a long sigh of relief. Chu Xiaoyun, clearly unaware of what had transpired, looked at Wang Hao and asked softly, "Is everything resolved?" "Temporarily resolved, I suppose." Wang Hao sighed. Xin Yue had agreed to withdraw all personnel, but in doing so, had also dealt Wang Hao a severe blow. Wang Hao had demonstrated his formidable power this time, and New Moon had shown their strength. If Wang Hao dared to act recklessly, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng would almost certainly meet their end. But this wouldn't stop Wang Hao from taking action against New Moon. On the contrary, it only made him regard Xin Yue with even greater respect. The drug they were developing this time could very well create God of War level powerhouses. If they truly succeeded in developing it, then even he, Wang Hao, wouldn't be able to change anything. The so-called half-year the other party mentioned might just be the time frame the red-robed men had set for developing the drug. Of course, Wang Hao wouldn't share any of this with Chu Xiaoyun. Watching Wang Hao, Chu Xiaoyun spoke softly once more. "Wang Hao, I need to go to the eastern suburbs. Grandfather has passed away." "Grandfather?" Wang Hao was startled. Chu Xiaoyun's grandfather had never gotten along well with Chu Jianhua, but he doted on Chu Xiaoyun. However, in recent years, due to poor health, the elderly gentleman had been recuperating in the countryside of the east suburb. The old man had actually passed away? Chapter 90, Selling Chu Xiaoyun. Looking at Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He could sense her unease. He knew she must be suffering deeply inside. Yet she held back her tears, instead seeking his advice. Pulling Chu Xiaoyun into his embrace, Wang Hao gently patted her back and whispered, "I'll go with you." Chu Xiaoyun nodded, saying nothing more. After picking up Mengmeng, Wang Hao drove straight toward the countryside with the two of them. East Suburb. This was the poorest area of Jiangling, poorly developed. Near the city gate, it was desolate, with few people still living nearby. Chu Xiaoyun's grandfather had remained here ever since his health declined. In his words, this was returning to one's roots. This place was his roots, the roots of the Chu family. No matter how wealthy he became, he insisted on dying here. Now, at last, the old man's wish had been fulfilled. Wang Hao drove them all the way here. After getting out of the car, Chu Xiaoyun rushed straight into the house. In the rustic earthen house stood a massive coffin, containing the body of Chu Xiaoyun's grandfather. Simple funeral items were arranged nearby, yet the surroundings felt utterly devoid of mourning. Only a few people stood close by, playing with their phones, showing not a shred of emotion. Chu Xiaoyun wept as she entered, kneeling before her grandfather's coffin. She bowed her head forcefully, refusing to rise for a long time. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Wang Hao stood behind Chu Xiaoyun, holding Mengmeng in his arms, and sighed softly. Had he returned just a few days earlier, perhaps he could have prolonged the old man's life? But now, the man was gone. Even he, Wang Hao, couldn't bring the dead back to life or restore flesh to bones. After Chu Xiaoyun knelt for a long while, a figure suddenly entered. Xiaoyun? Step aside. I need to take my uncle to be cremated. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun froze, turning her head to look. The man was around 50, with a shrewd, cunning look about him. His eyes were small and sly, giving off an unsettling vibe. Though his clothes were ragged, a gold chain hung around his neck, creating an oddly incongruous sight. Seeing this man, Chu Xiaoyun froze in surprise. Uncle Chu he? But grandfather just passed away today. Why cremate him now? Normally, it takes 3 days after passing before cremation and burial. Grandfather had only just passed away, why cremate him today? Chu he snorted coldly. What else? Leaving him here brings bad luck to everyone. Cremating and burying him sooner is better for everyone. You! Chu Xiaoyun's face instantly darkened. She gritted her teeth in fury. No! I will keep vigil for grandfather for 3 days. He can be buried after 3 days. Fine. Chu he didn't mince words. Want to show filial piety? Then pay up. Every day we delay costs 10,000 yuan. I'm out of here. As he spoke, Chu he wore a look of utter contempt. Chu Xiaoyun was furious upon hearing this. 10,000 a day? These guys don't even make 10 grand combined in a month. How dare they? But before Chu Xiaoyun could retort, Wang Hao's voice cut in. Give me the card number. I'll transfer the money. Now get lost. What? Chu he was taken aback too. He knew Chu Jianoa's branch had made a fortune, but he never imagined Wang Hao would actually hand over 10,000 yuan a day. Just how rich is this guy? His eyes darted around, and he quickly corrected himself. You might have misheard me earlier. What I meant was 10,000 a day per person. There are 6 of us here. 3 days of vigil? That's 18,000. Pay up and we'll leave. Shameful. Chu Xiaoyun gritted her teeth in fury. 18,000. Even when she was working, that was nearly her entire annual income. How dare Chu he demand such a huge sum from her right off the bat? But Wang Hao remained calm. Account number. I'll transfer it. To Wang Hao, whether it was 10,000 or 18,000, it was a drop in the bucket. These people were Chu Xiaoyun's relatives. He couldn't just take action against them. Since that was the case, paying them to keep quiet was the best way to ensure peace and quiet. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Chu he was stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Hao to be willing to hand over 18,000. But this time, he couldn't bring himself to ask for more. He gave his card number, and after confirming Wang Hao had indeed transferred the 18,000, he promptly left with the others. Watching Chu he and the others depart, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. She turned to Wang Hao and whispered, "Thank you." Wang Hao shook his head gently. "I'll wait for you at the door with Mengmeng." With that, Wang Hao carried Mengmeng to the entrance, giving Chu Xiaoyun a quiet space to remember her grandfather. 3 days of keeping vigil. Who knew if it would be enough time for Chu Xiaoyun to tell her grandfather about the pain she'd endured these past 5 years? Outside the room, in the distance, Chu he and his crew had just divided the 180,000 yuan. One of the underlings whispered, "Brother Chu, this kid's got serious cash. We can't just let him walk away like this. If we could squeeze a few million out of him, we'd be set for life." By the end of his sentence, he was rubbing his hands together in sheer excitement. The others all wore looks of delight. But Chu he snorted coldly. With rich guys like this, they won't care unless you squeeze them until it hurts. You really want to rip him off for $1 million or $2 million? You think he won't turn around and hire a gang of thugs to kill you all? At this, everyone flinched, their faces clouding with unease. One of them grumbled reluctantly, "Brother Chu, are we just letting this slide? We're not going to fleece such a fat sheep?" Chu he replied in a deep voice, "We can't go after him ourselves, of course. But instead of targeting that fat sheep, if we go after Chu Xiaoyun, perhaps we can gain even more." Go after Chu Xiaoyun? Everyone froze in surprise. Judging by the situation earlier, Wang Hao was the one with the money and Chu Xiaoyun seemed quite concerned about the 180,000 yuan. What could we possibly gain from targeting Chu Xiaoyun? Chu, he snorted coldly. You lot really are brainless. Didn't you see just now? That Chu Xiaoyun, even after having a kid, she still looks pretty damn good. As he finished speaking, Chui couldn't help but lick his lips. The others all showed excitement in their eyes. As Chui said, Chu Xiaoyun's looks were indeed top-notch. Her figure, however, was enough to make them all practically drool. A woman like that would make any man's heart race. Yet they remained puzzled. Brother Chu, so what? They murmured. No matter how beautiful she is, what does that have to do with us? Chu, he replied indifferently, that's where you're missing the point. A while back, I met the young master of the Tang family from the neighboring city Tang Hao. What do you think? If I showed Tang Hao photos of Chu Xiaoyun, wouldn't he be captivated? As he spoke, a hint of excitement flickered in Chu's eyes. When Tang Hao comes to forcibly take Chu Xiaoyun as his woman, won't he have to give us ample rewards? As for that guy from earlier? Humph. So what if he's rich? Could he possibly compare to young Master Tang Hao? Chapter 91, Wang Hao's Threat. At Chui's words, the others' eyes lit up as well. As Chui said, a big shot like Tang Hao definitely held a higher status and position than Wang Hao. After all, they had all inquired about Chu Xiaoyun's situation. This Wang Hao had vanished for a stretch several years ago, leaving Chu Xiaoyun to endure a long period as a widow before finally returning recently. What could such a man possibly accomplish? How could he possibly be compared to Tang Hao? At this thought, excitement flashed across everyone's faces. If Tang Hao took a liking to Chu Xiaoyun, they were bound to make a killing this time. While Chu Xiaoyun paid her respects to her grandfather inside, Wang Hao chatted with Mengmeng outside, telling her stories. Though he called them stories, they were actually Wang Hao's own personal experiences. Mengmeng nestled in Wang Hao's embrace, listening with rapt attention. Wang Hao had Su Qi send over some food, drinks, and a simple bed, staying with Chu Xiaoyun for 3 days. It wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that Chu Xiaoyun slowly rose, her voice weary as she said, "Let's bury grandfather." Wang Hao nodded and approached her, his voice calm. "I've had Su Qi find the right people. I'll have them come handle it. You should rest first. Don't overexert yourself." Chu Xiaoyun gave a bitter smile and nodded. Compared to 3 days prior, her emotions had gradually settled, allowing her to face everything with calmness. After Wang Hao helped her sit down nearby, he had the people Su Qi arranged come over and cremate Chu Xiaoyun's grandfather. Holding the urn, Chu Xiaoyun had initially wanted to bury her grandfather underground. After all, that had been his lifelong wish. But just then, a group led by Chu he suddenly appeared before the 3 of them. Chu Xiaoyun frowned slightly and coldly asked, "What brings you here?" She had been paying her respects to her grandfather for 3 days, and not once had these people shown their faces. Now, just as she was preparing to bury grandfather's ashes, they suddenly appeared to block her path. What was their purpose? Observing Chu Xiaoyun's puzzled expression, Chui grinned and drawled, "Xiaoyun, we'll discuss grandfather's burial later. Right now, there's a more important matter requiring your attention." More important? Chu Xiaoyun frowned. What could possibly be more important than burying grandfather? Just as her confusion deepened, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Dressed in luxurious attire, he stood in stark contrast to Chu He and the others beside him. A man in his late 20s, carrying himself with a hint of roguishness, hands stuffed in his pockets. As he approached, his gaze lingered unabashedly on Chu Xiaoyun, his eyes brimming with undisguised desire. This unsettled Chu Xiaoyun, while Wang Hao frowned slightly, a faint aura of killing intent emanating from him. Chu He clearly hadn't sensed the killing intent emanating from Wang Hao. He continued his introduction with a smug expression, "This is Tang Hao, the young master of the Tang family from the neighboring city. You know the Tang family's standing, right, Xiaoyun?" Chu Xiaoyun felt puzzled. She knew the Tang family indeed, they were a renowned aristocratic clan in the neighboring city. In terms of power and status, they even surpassed the Chu family. But Chu Xiaoyun couldn't understand why the Tang family's young master, Tang Hao, would be here. And what did his presence have to do with her? Seeing her puzzled expression, Chui spoke again. "Xiaoyun, consider yourself lucky this time. Young Master Tang Hao has taken a liking to you and he doesn't mind the little burden you're carrying. Hurry over and go with young Master Tang Hao. From now on, wealth and honor will be yours for the taking." With that, Chui waved his hand dramatically. Several men instantly rushed forward, grabbing Chu Xiaoyun and dragging her toward Tang Hao. Wang Hao let out a cold snort and grabbed one of them by the shoulder. "Get lost." Facing Wang Hao's threat, the man sneered contemptuously. "Kid, what are you playing at? You're just some rich guy without bodyguards or anything. What gives you the right to act all high and mighty around us? Get lost. Or else, you think I won't cripple you?" His words dripped with arrogance. The others all wore expressions of watching a show. In their eyes, Wang Hao, a rich city slicker who couldn't possibly stand a chance against them in a fight? With Tang Hao backing them up, they weren't afraid of Wang Hao. Wang Hao let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Ignorant! With that, he suddenly exerted force with his hand. Instantly, the man's shoulder bones shattered under the crushing pressure, sending him into a wailing scream of agony. Let go! Let go, I said. As he spoke, he collapsed to his knees, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The others nearby were instantly alarmed, rushing forward as they glared at Wang Hao, shouting angrily, "Kid, what are you doing? Let go immediately! Did you hear me? Let go? Fine." Wang Hao snorted coldly, grabbed the man's shoulder, and hoisted him up with brute force. Then, he slammed him violently against the wall. Thud! The man flew like a cannonball, knocking the others flat on the ground. Even Chu Hi's expression changed instantly. He truly hadn't expected Wang Hao to be this capable in a fight. He charged forward, pointing a finger at Wang Hao's nose and snarled, "Kid, don't you dare pick a fight. Do you even know who young Master Tang is? Who the hell do you think you are, laying hands on him? Uing." Chu Hi tried to say more. But Wang Hao didn't give him the chance. Glaring coldly at Chu Hi, Wang Hao delivered a sharp slap across his face. Smack! The blow sent Chu Hi crashing to the ground, leaving a terrifying bloody handprint on his face. You. Chu Hi couldn't even speak. Tang Hao, whom he had summoned, also wore a look of fury. You brat, you've got some nerve. Don't you even respect my Tang family? As he spoke, Tang Hao advanced step by step toward Wang Hao, his voice icy cold. If you've got the guts, state your lineage. I'll see just who you are, daring to provoke the Tang family. Wang Hao eyed Tang Hao up and down, his expression turning contemptuous. Who do you think you are, to even presume to know my identity? You! The words sparked an immediate surge of fury in Tang Hao. He never imagined that in this remote mountain village, someone would dare speak to him like that. Glaring at Wang Hao, he gritted his teeth and snarled, "Fine. Just you wait. Soon enough, I'll have this. I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees. You talk too much." Wang Hao cut him off coldly, then delivered a kick straight to his knee. Suddenly, arg! The agonized scream echoed throughout the area. Tang Hao knelt on the ground, his forehead covered in cold sweat, unable to utter a word. The look in his eyes as he stared at Wang Hao was pure terror. Wang Hao's kick had shattered his leg. In that instant, all the cocky boasts he'd just spouted were swallowed back whole. Wang Hao stared at him coldly, his voice as icy as ice. I don't care who you are. If you dare threaten my Xiaoyun even once more, I will make sure your so-called family and background vanish into nothingness. With that, Wang Hao grabbed Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng and strode away. Originally, Chu Xiaoyun had planned to bury her grandfather here. But now, it was unnecessary. In this world, the only one who still cared about grandfather was Chu Xiaoyun herself. In that case, it would be better to bury him closer, making it easier for Chu Xiaoyun to visit his grave and pay her respects. Chapter 92, Mengmeng gets beaten. Watching Chu Xiaoyun and Wang Hao walk away, Tang Hao's face alternated between green and purple. He never imagined that coming to a place like this would end up like this. A broken leg. This was an outcome he could never accept. Young Master Tang. Chu Hi and the others approached, their faces filled with unease. They had summoned Tang Hao this time, primarily for the benefits he had promised. Who could have imagined that in the end, Tang Hao couldn't even hold back that kid, Wang Hao? Now that Tang Hao's leg was broken, none of them dared speak. Gritting his teeth, Tang Hao's voice turned icy. Help me back. Return to the Tang residence first. You lot, go investigate. Find out exactly what that brat is up to. I'll make him regret ever being born. Yes. Chu Hi and the others dared not delay, rushing off to carry out the orders. And in their eyes, there was a hint of coldness. Wang Hao. That damned bastard had completely ruined their plans this time, leaving them with nothing. They would make him pay dearly. Crossing Tang Hao? That was Wang Hao's most fatal mistake. That night. The Tang residence. Tang Hao sat in his wheelchair, his leg encased in plaster, his expression dark and grim. His father, Tang Ao, had taken him to see several of the city's top physicians that day, but the result was, not a single one could guarantee he would ever walk again. This outcome was unbearable for him. Across from him stood a man in his 50s. Slightly overweight, he bore a certain resemblance to Tang Hao, though lacking the younger man's roguishness and possessing a more mature demeanor. Dressed in plain cloth garments, he appeared far more composed. This man was none other than Tang Ao. His eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched so tightly his entire body trembled slightly. Tang Hao was the sole heir of the Tang family. Now that Tang Hao's legs had been crippled, how could he possibly inherit the Tang family's legacy? Wang Hao had effectively cut off the Tang family's line. Clenching his fists, Tang Ao stared at Chu Hi and the others, who stood nearby looking terrified. His voice was as cold as ice. That Wang Hao, are you certain he doesn't have any major connections? Have you thoroughly investigated him? Chu Hi swallowed hard, stepping forward. Mr. Tang Ao, Wang Hao only recently returned to Jiangling. Based on the information we've gathered, he doesn't appear to have any significant assets under his control. As for the others, I'm afraid my capabilities are limited. I haven't uncovered anything significant. By the end of his explanation, Shui couldn't help but look embarrassed. His meager abilities? Investigating Wang Hao? What the hell could he possibly uncover? But at that moment, a man clad entirely in black, form-fitting clothing suddenly spoke up. Master, the young master's injuries clearly bear the mark of a martial artist. The reason this person dared to attack the young master likely stems not from his background or wealth, but from his actual strength. Shui nodded repeatedly. Exactly. He disposed of us with ease earlier. We'd gladly risk our lives for young Master Tang Hao, but we simply aren't his match. Hearing this, Tang Ao frowned. Shadow, are you confident you can handle him? Shadow. This man was the Tang family's top-tier retainer, a formidable Grandmaster-level expert. Had he not provoked someone he couldn't afford to cross, he wouldn't have ended up here, reduced to serving as the Tang family's revered master. Hearing this, Shadow smiled faintly and said calmly, judging by the injuries on your body, young master, this man's strength should be slightly inferior to mine. If the master requires it, I can intervene. Very well. Tang Ao slammed his hand on the table. Tomorrow morning, you'll accompany me to have a little chat with that Wang Hao. Dare to treat my Tang family's only son this way? I'll make sure he has no place to be buried. Wang Hao's residence. After 3 days of keeping vigil, Chu Xiaoyun's physical condition was extremely poor. Upon returning home, Wang Hao bought some herbs for Chu Xiaoyun and prepared a medicinal meal. That evening, Wang Hao had intended to take Mengmeng to bed himself, allowing Chu Xiaoyun to rest alone. After all, with Mengmeng nearby, Chu Xiaoyun would instinctively get up during the night to tuck her in, likely preventing her from getting proper rest. But upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun gently shook her head, her lovely face flushing slightly as she whispered softly, Wang Hao, I want to sleep holding you tonight. By the end, her voice was barely audible. Mengmeng's eyes widened in shock. Mom! Are you going to do that with Dad? Mengmeng. At that remark, Chu Xiaoyun nearly choked on her own blood. Where on earth did Mengmeng pick that up? So young, and already knows about that? Mengmeng immediately covered her eyes. It's okay, you two just go ahead and do it. I promise I won't look. Mengmeng. You're asking for a beating. Chu Xiaoyun nearly leapt up in fury. This Mengmeng really is out of control. She absolutely had to figure out where this little brat picked up all these unhealthy ideas. Seeing this, Mengmeng immediately turned and ran, diving straight back into her little room. Watching the mother and daughter bicker, Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head silently. He looked at Chu Xiaoyun and murmured, Need me to keep you company tonight? Chu Xiaoyun felt a bit embarrassed by Mengmeng's antics, but she still nodded gently. Wang Hao smiled faintly, saying nothing more. That feeling of being relied upon by his woman. That's fine. Early the next morning, Wang Hao didn't take Mengmeng to kindergarten. Instead, he let her rest at home for a few days. After all, Mengmeng had been utterly exhausted these past few days. Now that she could finally rest at home, Wang Hao didn't want to miss this chance. With Chu Xiaoyun no longer working and staying home alone, she developed a newfound interest in tending to her plants. As Chu Xiaoyun herself put it, people from the dragon country had a natural talent for farming deep in their bones. With time on her hands now, she looked at the empty courtyard and simply had Wang Hao go to the plant market to buy a bunch of flowers and plants to grow. Mengmeng was clearly fascinated by it all, tagging along to help the whole time. Leaning back on the living room sofa, Wang Hao watched the mother and daughter bustling about in the yard, a faint smile touching his lips. This was the life he had longed for. Once he had completely dealt with Xin Yue, perhaps they could continue living this peaceful life forever. Lost in thought, outside the house, a car abruptly pulled up in front of Wang Hao's villa. Several figures slowly emerged from the vehicle. It was Tang Ao, Tang Hao, Shui, and Shadow, all four of them. Tang Hao sat in his wheelchair, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Shui still had bandages on his face. Spotting the four, Mengmeng, who was watering flowers outside, immediately puckered her lips. You're bad guys. You're not welcome here. Mengmeng. Chu Xiaoyun gasped in alarm, instinctively reaching out to pull Mengmeng back. But the shadow let out a cold chuckle, slowly approaching Mengmeng. It crouched down, a wicked smile curling its lips. Little one, you didn't have a good father. With that, smack! A single slap sent Mengmeng flying backward, crashing heavily into the courtyard. In an instant, Wang Hao's face turned deathly pale. Chapter 93, Take on Wang Hao? What a joke! Wang Hao had been resting inside and hadn't paid much attention to what was happening outside. Who could have imagined that by the time he reacted, Mengmeng had been struck? An unparalleled rage erupted from Wang Hao's body as he sprang to his feet and stormed out of the room. Seeing Wang Hao emerge, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He glared coldly at Wang Hao, his eyes blazing with fury. Wang Hao! Today, I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing me, Tang Hao. Tang Ao and Yingzi beside him wore expressions of smug arrogance. Even Chu he wore a look of utter contempt. In his eyes, Wang Hao was as good as dead today. Yet Wang Hao seemed oblivious to them all. He walked over to Mengmeng, gently stroking the spot where she'd just been struck. Wang Hao's true qi slowly seeped into Mengmeng's skin. The bruises on Mengmeng's face gradually faded, and her complexion grew noticeably rosier. Even Mengmeng couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and delight. "Daddy, it doesn't hurt as much anymore." Chu Xiaoyun beside them exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness they had Wang Hao at home with his astonishing medical skills. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stop worrying about that blow for who knows how long. Yet Wang Hao showed not a trace of excitement at that moment. A fierce killing intent still radiated from his body. Setting Mengmeng down and letting Chu Xiaoyun carry her aside, Wang Hao strode directly toward the group across from him. His voice, cold and menacing, reached their ears. "Who just hit Mengmeng? Step forward. How dare you?" Hearing this, Tang Hao erupted in fury. "Kid, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak to a Tang family member like this? You!" Smack! Before he could finish, Wang Hao's palm sent him crashing to the ground. This time, Wang Hao held nothing back. After that blow landed, He never got back up. The life force emanating from his body vanished completely. Instantly, Tang Hao and the others nearby turned deathly pale. No one had expected Wang Hao to be so ruthless. A single slap had instantly killed Chu. He had some nerve. Didn't he fear the consequences of escalating this and getting arrested? But Wang Hao cared not a whit. Glaring coldly at the other three, he spoke again. "Who just hit Mengmeng? Get out here." "I did." "So what?" Shadow spoke coldly, glaring at Wang Hao as his right hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. Wang Hao's earlier move had made him feel a bit of pressure. But in Wang Hao's eyes? Meaningless. "You? Then you, too, can go to hell." With that, Wang Hao stepped forward and delivered another stinging slap. Smack! This time, the shadow met the same fate as Chu before him, knocked flat on the ground, lifeless. Tang Hao and Tang Ao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Their mouths gaped open, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. In their eyes, Shadow was a top-tier powerhouse, the very person they'd specifically brought along to take down Wang Hao. If not kill Wang Hao, he should at least be able to trade blows with him, right? Who could have imagined that Wang Hao would kill Shadow with a single slap? Before Wang Hao, Shadow was as fragile as a roadside wildflower, utterly defenseless. Both men trembled uncontrollably, utterly speechless. But Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He lifted his head to face Tang Hao and Tang Ao, his cold voice echoing once more. "You two deserve to die too." "No, no." This time, Tang Ao and Tang Hao finally snapped out of their stupor. Without another thought, they turned and fled. Tang Hao frantically spun the wheelchair's wheels, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Today, they had thought they could make Wang Hao die without a burial place. Who could have imagined that in the end, Wang Hao would kill their shadow? Kill Chu He. And now, Wang Hao was coming for them. But alas, they wanted to run? Too late. Glaring at the two, Wang Hao snorted coldly. He lunged forward in an instant, pinning Tang Hao to the ground. A chilling smile curled his lips. "Leave? Did I give you permission?" As he spoke, Wang Hao suddenly exerted force with his hand. Tang Hao's wheelchair flipped over, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact was so severe he couldn't even stand up. Wang Hao strode forward in 2 strides, yanked Tang Ao back from the car door, and slammed him down hard on top of Tang Hao. Gazing coldly at the screaming father and son, Wang Hao's voice was as icy as the snow. "Any last words?" Tang Hao was already completely panicked. He could only shake his head frantically, unable to utter another word. Tang Ao regained some composure and glared at Wang Hao, his teeth clenched in a threat. "Wang Hao, let me tell you this: the power behind the Tang family is not something you can afford to provoke. They are the true pinnacle of power in this world. Kill us both? Think carefully. The world's most powerful entities?" Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "What kind of big shots could your Tang family possibly know?" Tang Ao's face darkened. But then, gritting his teeth, he added, "A big shot the Tang family knows, who claims to be from an organization called Crescent Moon. You may not have heard of it, but its power is beyond your imagination. If you kill me, New Moon will kill you." Crescent Moon. Hearing those 2 words, Wang Hao's expression shifted noticeably. He truly hadn't expected the Tang family to have any connection with New Moon. But upon reflection, it made sense. With Crescent's influence spanning the entire nation, it was hardly surprising that the Tang family would have some connection to them. Seeing Wang Hao's astonished expression, Tang Ao paused in surprise before chuckling. "So you know about Crescent too? If you know New Moon, you should understand that New Moon is not to be trifled with. Kid, if you don't want to die, let us go. Otherwise..." Before he could finish, Wang Hao raised his hand to cut Tang Ao off. "Which New Moon member do you know? Why not give him a call and ask if he's interested in causing trouble for me, Wang Hao?" "What?" Wang Hao's words stunned Tang Ao, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wang Hao remained utterly calm. "I'm giving you this chance. If you don't make the call, I'll take matters into my own hands." After a moment of stunned silence, Tang Ao finally snorted coldly with contempt. Fine. You asked for it. Wang Hao, you just wait. When the new moon's elite arrive, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. As he spoke, Tang Ao dialed a number. As the call connected, a fawning smile spread across his face. Brother, it's Tang Ao. I've run into a bit of trouble here. Could you help sort this out? The Tang family is willing to pay the highest price. His tone was utterly servile. The voice on the other end snorted coldly. Speak. What is it? There's nothing this world can't do for my new moon. As long as the price you pay is high enough, even plucking the moon from the sky isn't impossible. Hearing this, Tang Ao's face lit up with delight. He hurriedly explained, it's not that complicated. Just dealing with one person, Wang Hao, from Jiangling. Tang Ao continued his excited introduction. But before he could finish, beep. The call was abruptly hung up. Chapter 94, Wu Xiaoyun's Family Crisis. Tang Ao froze in place, his mouth agape, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. He was in the middle of revealing the identity of Wang Hao, the powerful figure from Xin Yue. Before he could finish, the other party hung up. What the hell was that about? He immediately dialed the number again. But this time, the other party didn't even pick up, they hung up immediately. By the time he tried a third time, he was blocked. Tang Ao was stunned. Why? He hadn't even said anything yet. Was this really necessary? Could it be just because he mentioned Wang Hao's name? Instinctively, Tang Ao looked up at Wang Hao. Recalling Wang Hao's confident demeanor just moments ago, the shock on his face grew even more pronounced. Xin Yue is afraid of Wang Hao. How could this be? He had witnessed Xin Yue's formidable strength firsthand. How could such a formidable force be afraid of Wang Hao? Who exactly is this Wang Hao? Countless questions plagued Tang Ao. But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him. Since the call ended and no reinforcements were coming, it seemed he could send them on their way. As he spoke, Wang Hao took deliberate steps toward the two men. Tang Ao collapsed to his knees with a thud, his eyes glazed over, utterly speechless. He never imagined that his son's little fling with a girl would lead to such terrifying consequences. Wang Hao gave a cold laugh, ignoring them completely. With a casual flick of his wrist. Thud. Thud. Two dull thuds echoed as both men slammed into the car door, their lives extinguished. Wang Hao dialed Su Qi's number, summoning him over to haul away the bodies and clean up the entire scene. Wang Hao then returned inside. Seeing Mengmeng, Wang Hao had intended to offer some comfort. But to his surprise, Mengmeng showed no fear at all, far from it. Instead, her face was lit up with excitement. Daddy's so awesome. He took out those bad guys in just a few moves. Mengmeng wants to learn martial arts too. Mengmeng wants to be strong too. Next time, Mengmeng will kill those bad guys too. Seeing Mengmeng's excited expression, both Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun were speechless. This little girl really is a bit off. At 4 years old, her mind is filled with nothing but killing and martial arts. Is this even a normal child? Wang Hao rubbed his temples, sighing helplessly. There'll be time for that later. After escorting the two inside to rest, Wang Hao stepped out to wander around, planning to buy some herbs and such. Recently, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng had been through quite a lot and needed some herbs to restore their health. But just as he reached the herbal shop's entrance, Wang Hao froze in surprise. Not far away, he spotted a familiar figure. Zhao Lei? What was that guy doing here? Wang Hao's impression of Zhao Lei was still frozen in time from their last encounter. Back then, Zhao Lei had been drinking at a bar with that beautiful college student named Wu Xiaoyun. Zhao Lei was a sharp-witted rich kid. His family wasn't exceptionally wealthy or powerful, but he was sharp. He had even promised to help him out if the opportunity arose. But right now, Zhao Lei was in a terrible state. His body was covered in bruises, his condition extremely poor, barely clinging to life. His expensive clothes were beaten beyond recognition. Wang Hao frowned involuntarily, stepping forward to ask in a deep voice, "How did you get beaten up like this?" Hearing Wang Hao's voice, Zhao Lei froze, instinctively lifting his head. The moment he saw Wang Hao, his eyes lit up with astonishment and joy. "It's you? My benefactor. Save me. Save Xiaoyun. I beg you." As he spoke, Zhao Lei began banging his head on the ground. This made Wang Hao frown slightly. He pulled Zhao Lei up and said in a deep voice, "Just call me Wang Hao." "What happened? What's wrong with that girl, Wu Xiaoyun?" In Wang Hao's memory, Wu Xiaoyun was a very quiet and low-key girl. Though beautiful, someone like her shouldn't normally attract trouble. Why did Zhao Lei imply that Wu Xiaoyun's trouble was the reason he ended up beaten like this? Looking at Wang Hao, Zhao Lei explained with a bitter smile, "It's Wu Xiaoyun's father, Wu Gang. He'd racked up a mountain of gambling debts, and the creditors came demanding Wu Xiaoyun pay them off. If she didn't, they threatened to sell her into slavery. Xiaoyun had no choice but to ask me for help. I went to negotiate with them and even offered to cover the entire debt. But then those guys demanded double the interest. They borrowed the money less than 7 days ago and demanded double the interest. When I refused, they beat me up like this. By the end of his story, Zhao Lei's body was trembling slightly. He was, after all, a smart rich kid. When had anyone ever treated him like this? Moreover, from the other party's reaction, it wasn't hard for him to see that what they wanted wasn't double the interest. They wanted to sleep with Wu Xiaoyun. Even if he were willing to pay, the other party would just find a new excuse. Originally, after being thrown out, Zhao Lei had felt utterly hopeless, thinking only of coming to this pharmacy to buy some medicine. Who would have thought he'd run into Wang Hao? This encounter reignited hope within Zhao Lei. Wang Hao frowned slightly and demanded, "Where does Wu Xiaoyun live? Take me there." As he spoke, Wang Hao touched Zhao Lei's broken right leg and gave it a sharp twist. A wave of sharp pain shot through Zhao Lei, then his eyes widened in disbelief. His leg was actually healed? Just by bending it like that? What kind of technique was this? Go! Zhao Lei swallowed hard, not daring to delay. He immediately took Wang Hao straight to Wu Xiaoyun's home. Meanwhile, at Wu Xiaoyun's home, Wu Xiaoyun curled up in a corner, arms wrapped tightly around her chest. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with tears. Before her, her father Wu Gang, a man of average height, lay beaten and bruised all over, having shielded her from the attack. Yet Wu Gang clung desperately to the group, refusing to let go even as he faced certain death. It was all because he had been tricked into gambling and lost money. He would rather die than drag his daughter down with him. At that moment, the leader across from them kicked Wu Gang flying across the room. This man was powerfully built, wearing a white tank top that revealed numerous menacing tattoos across his body, his face twisted into a wicked grin. "You old bastard, you still think you can stop me? I'm going to have my way with your daughter today, and no one can stop me. You think I took you gambling and lent you money for nothing? Because I was setting you up. Now that you can't even pay back your debts, why the hell shouldn't I have my way with your daughter? Lu Yu, you're not human." Wu Gang roared, his face drained of color. He'd known Lu Yu for years. He'd always regarded Lu Yu as a good brother. Who would have thought that Lu Yu had been scheming against him from the very first minute? "I'm not human?" Lu Yu's smirk grew even more smug. "Then I'll show you I'm even less human." As he spoke, Lu Yu ordered 2 henchmen to pin Wu Gang down. He stepped forward, grabbed Wu Xiaoyun, and began ripping off her clothes. Today, no one would stop him from sleeping with Wu Xiaoyun. But just then, bang! The front door was suddenly kicked open. Lu Yu's expression instantly changed. "Who?" Before he could finish speaking, thud! A foot slammed directly into his midsection, sending him flying several meters backward. Chapter 95, Underground Fighting. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao slowly walked into the room, approached Wu Xiaoyun, and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. I'm here. Everything's fine." Staring at Wang Hao, Wu Xiaoyun's mouth hung open, her eyes filled with utter shock. She never would have dreamed that in her darkest hour, the one who saved her would be Wang Hao. This man she'd only met once. In that moment, Wu Xiaoyun's body trembled slightly. Her emotions overwhelmed her, and she threw her arms around Wang Hao, tears streaming down her face. "Wah!" She cried out loud, releasing all the pent-up frustration in her heart. Wang Hao gently patted her back, then turned his gaze to Lu Yu, who had just been helped up by his men. His voice was calm as he said, "How much does Wu Gang owe you? I'll pay it back. You and your men, get the hell out of here now." "Pay back?" Lu Yu snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Like I need your filthy money? Today, I'm going to this. Dare to ruin my fun? Beat him." At that, Lu Yu's entire crew charged toward Wang Hao. But Wang Hao didn't even loosen his grip on Wu Xiaoyun. With one hand, he grabbed the head of the man charging at the front and exerted force. Instantly, the man's head pivoted like a hinge as Wang Hao hoisted him high into the air, then slammed him down hard onto the other standing opposite. Thud! The entire group crashed to the ground. The leader's head bore 5 bloody gashes from the grip. Instantly, every face turned deathly pale. Is this even human? Wang Hao glanced at Wu Xiaoyun, seeing her emotions gradually calm, then released his grip and slowly approached Lu Yu. Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and the fear in his eyes grew more intense. He stammered anxiously, I want my money. Give me the money, and I'll leave immediately." "Money now? Too late." Wang Hao snorted coldly, then stomped down with his foot. Instant snap. Lu Yu's right leg bone shattered under the crushing pressure. Arg! Lu Yu let out a piercing scream, cold sweat pouring from his head as the pain left him speechless. But Wang Hao wasn't done yet. He stared coldly at Lu Yu, his voice icy as he demanded, "Where's the IOU? Stuff it in your mouth and swallow it. Also, transfer 1 million to Wu Xiaoyun's family, then get the hell out." "Why the hell should I?" Lu Yu couldn't help but shout. It was clearly Wu Gang who owed him money. Why should he have to pay Wu Gang 1 million? And why should he swallow the IOU? "Why the hell should I?" A cold smile curled at the corner of Wang Hao's lips. "Why? Because I can kill you anytime I want." "Kill him." The words sent cold sweat trickling down Lu Yu's forehead. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He was nothing but a bully, preying on others through deception and trickery. Kill him? He didn't have the guts. But the Wang Hao before him clearly was. The thought sent a shiver of terror through Lu Yu. I know. I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Lu Yu hurriedly complied. Watching the million yuan transfer from Lu Yu hit their accounts, Wu Gang and Wu Xiaoyun were both momentarily stunned. They never dreamed that today, when Wu Gang had clearly racked up a massive gambling debt, not only would he not have to repay it, but he'd actually come out 1,000,000 yuan richer. After completing everything, Lu Yu dared not linger. Supported by several henchmen, he hurriedly fled Wu Xiaoyun's home. Zhao Lei watched the entire scene unfold and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wang Hao was terrifying. There seemed to be nothing this man couldn't accomplish when he set his mind to it. As for Wu Xiaoyun, her eyes were practically sparkling. She was just a college student. She hadn't met many people, let alone had any contact with adult men. But Wang Hao had saved her from danger twice. Under these circumstances, it was only natural for her to develop deep feelings for Wang Hao. She even wanted to be his woman. Of course, being too shy to voice such thoughts, she could only sit there blushing. Wang Hao, however, didn't seem to mind much. He turned to look at Wu Gang and asked casually, "What's going on? How did you end up owing so much?" Wang Hao asked casually. After all, a place like Jiangling doesn't have any large casinos. Gambling is also illegal in the Dragon Kingdom. How could Wu Gang, an ordinary person, have racked up such a massive gambling debt? Looking at Wang Hao, Wu Gang gave a wry smile. I incurred it at an underground boxing ring. An underground boxing ring? Wang Hao froze in surprise. What kind of boxing ring? Wu Gang explained, in the southern suburbs, beneath a factory, there's a large underground boxing ring that can hold hundreds of people. The fighters battle inside steel cages, and we just place our bets. Since fights go until one fighter is knocked out, I figured there's no chance of fixed matches, so I bet. An underground boxing ring. Until death. Just a few sentences were enough to make Wang Hao's face turn pale. He never imagined such a place existed in Jiangling. Places like this must be incredibly profitable. Moreover, Wang Hao knew full well. The more shady the place, the higher the likelihood of fixed fights. Not the fighters themselves rigging the matches, but the organizers manipulating the fighters' fates and outcomes at will. They could even recruit strong fighters to pose as weak opponents and deceive the audience. In short, such venues inevitably generate enormous profits. But equally, the casualties would be terrifyingly high. Moreover, they're accompanied by massive disappearances in the corresponding cities. Jiangling, there's actually a place like this? Wang Hao frowned deeply. He didn't mind other things, but the existence of this underground fighting arena was like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment and endanger those close to him. He had to see this place for himself. With that thought, Wang Hao's voice turned grave. Where is this underground boxing ring? Ha? You're going to? Wu Gang was still a bit dazed. Wang Hao snorted coldly. I'm not like you. Wu Gang's face flushed with embarrassment. Daring not to argue, he immediately gave Wang Hao the exact address. Wang Hao instructed Zhao Lei to look after Wu Xiaoyun before turning and leaving. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Wu Xiaoyun's expression grew complex. She had never felt this drawn to a man before. Noticing Wu Xiaoyun's expression, Zhao Lei's lips suddenly twisted into a bitter smile. I had someone look into it earlier. He has a child. Wu Xiaoyun froze. Zhao Lei said indifferently, but even becoming his mistress would be an unattainable goal for countless women, wouldn't it? Wu Xiaoyun opened her mouth, but in the end, she only let out a bitter laugh and said nothing more. South Suburb. Wang Hao made his way over and quickly located the underground boxing ring at the spot Wu Gang had described. The factory housing the ring was merely a front. There were no employees inside. Yet outside the factory, over a dozen security guards were stationed, making the perimeter heavily guarded. Wang Hao took a quick look at the entrance. Those entering fell into two categories. One group came to gamble. These individuals either had an escort or carried a membership card for the place. The other group consisted of fighters. Anyone coming to fight could be escorted inside by dedicated staff. Wang Hao snorted coldly and walked straight in. Chapter 96, The Crescent Moon Legacy. Several security guards immediately blocked his path. After sizing him up, they coldly demanded, "What's your business here?" Wang Hao replied indifferently, "To fight." You? Disdain instantly flashed across the guards' faces. Those who came to fight either looked fierce, as if ready to fight to the death, or towering and imposing, clearly not to be messed with. Wang Hao? He looked far too ordinary. Just like an ordinary person. How could someone like this possibly fight here? Glancing at the security guards, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh before grabbing one of their wrists and suddenly exerting force. In an instant, the man's wrist snapped clean off. Arg! The man let out a piercing scream, cold sweat pouring from his forehead as he was rendered speechless. Wang Hao smiled faintly. Now, may I enter and box? As he spoke, Wang Hao exerted force once more, mending the man's wrist. Several security guards couldn't help but swallow hard, not daring to say another word. They hurriedly summoned the person inside specifically assigned to handle fighters. Soon, a man in black emerged. Looking at Wang Hao, his eyes held a hint of confusion. "You're here to fight?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance back at the security guards. The guards all looked utterly helpless, as if they wanted to cry. The leader whispered, He's really strong." "Strong?" The man turned to glance at Wang Hao with surprise, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. But he clearly knew more than these guards. He whispered, "You're a martial artist?" Wang Hao gave a slight nod. "Yes." Respect instantly appeared on the man's face as he said in a deep voice, "This way, please." As he spoke, he led Wang Hao directly inside. Following him, Wang Hao soon arrived at an elevator. They descended together, dropping a full 3 floors before the elevator came to a stop. Wang Hao followed the man deeper into the facility. A massive arena came into view before Wang Hao. The platform lay ahead and below, measuring roughly 20 meters in both length and width. The entire arena was enclosed within a massive iron cage. Inside the cage, 2 fighters were locked in a brutal melee. Their fight was brutal and unrestrained, with neither fighter holding back. They even bit at each other's bodies with their teeth, driven solely by the will to win. Outside the ring, hundreds of spectators sat on surrounding chairs, shouting and cheering for the fighters they had bet on. Wang Hao watched it all silently, his eyes filled with coldness. Such underground boxing arenas would bleed a city dry. Consider this, nearly every person present would lose at least millions in the gambling process. Hundreds of people, each losing millions, that's over $1 billion. And if this place operated long enough, who knew how many more waves of people it would devour? Wang Hao observed that some among them were clearly men of immense wealth and privilege. Who knows how much these individuals have lost here? If this continued long enough, the entire city of Jiangling would become warped. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao let out a heavy, cold snort. The man beside him couldn't help but furrow his brow. "What's the matter? Afraid to fight now?" Wang Hao replied indifferently, "Their skill level is too poor." The man froze, then sneered coldly, "We certainly have high-level matches too. But if you wish to make money, it would be best to cooperate with us. This way, it benefits everyone." Wang Hao frowned slightly but offered no rebuttal. Following the man inside, they soon arrived at an office. Upon arriving, Wang Hao had casually altered his appearance slightly and changed into a different set of clothes. To Wang Hao's surprise, Lu Yu was also present in this very office. Beside Lu Yu stood a figure clad in silver robes. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. The style of that silver robe was identical to the purple one from before. Only the shoulder insignia lacked certain elements, suggesting a lower rank. But there was no doubt about it, this man must be from Crescent Moon. This underground casino actually originated from New Moon? Wang Hao's eyes instantly turned cold. The man in red had assured him earlier that all Crescent operatives would be withdrawn from Jiangling. Yet now, with countless high-ranking officials evacuated from Jiangling, Crescent had left this underground casino behind. It was clear just how enormous the profits this underground casino brought them must be. However, upon seeing Wang Hao, neither the silver-robed man nor Lu Yu seemed to find anything amiss. Lu Yu had just finished lamenting his beating, while the silver-robed man snorted coldly, "Such a minor incident, why make such a fuss? You go find more easy targets. I've got business to attend to. I've got a meeting with a big shot soon. No time to waste on you." Lu Yu glanced back at Wang Hao and froze for a moment. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from Wang Hao. But seeing Wang Hao's unfamiliar face, Lu Yu dismissed it and strode out without another thought. Wang Hao paid Lu Yu no mind. This sort of guy? Just a nobody. Not worth mentioning. What truly concerned him was the superior mentioned by the silver-robed man. Wang Hao knew all too well the nature of people like Xin Yue. If he forced the silver-robed man now, the latter would likely kill himself rather than lead him to that master. Acting rashly would only alert the snake and let it escape. Even if he destroyed this underground casino, it wouldn't be enough punishment for New Moon. Everything required careful planning. With that thought, Wang Hao strode directly before the silver-robed man and said coldly, "You're in charge here? Arrange a match for me. I need money." Wang Hao's demeanor perfectly embodied that of a powerful man desperate for cash. Hearing this, a faint smile touched the corners of the silver-robed man's mouth. "Very well. I'll arrange a match against a formidable opponent. Win, and 30 million is yours." "Fine." Without another word, Wang Hao turned and strode out of the room. Watching Wang Hao's departing figure, the silver-robed man's lips curled into a cold smirk. He turned to an underling and ordered icily, "Arrange for Huang Chang to fight him." Huang Chang? The subordinate's expression immediately changed. Huang Chang was the undefeated champion here. His strength was terrifying. To pit such a being against Wang Hao? "Silver robe, are you trying to get Wang Hao killed?" As if reading the subordinate's thoughts, the man in silver robes snorted coldly. "This man's attitude is arrogant and beyond redemption. Have Huang Chang eliminate him, no need to waste our time. The subordinate's heart skipped a beat, unable to suppress the question, but what if he's stronger than Huang Chang? The silver-robed one paused, then a wicked smile spread across his lips. If he's stronger than Huang Chang, then he must be killed all the more. Huang Chang's strength is already approaching that of a grandmaster. If he's stronger than Huang Chang, then he's a grandmaster. His death would be the finest nourishment for the master. How could I possibly let him live? By the end of his words, a cold smile curled the corners of the silver-robed man's mouth. That master is a top-tier powerhouse in New Moon City. If he could truly provide that master with the corpse of a grandmaster-level warrior, perhaps he could gain some favor from that noble one. What the silver-robed man didn't know was that every word he spoke was being heard clearly by Wang Hao, who was waiting outside the door for the battle to begin. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The corpse of a grandmaster-level powerhouse? What exactly is this big shot from New Moon planning? Chapter 97, You Don't Need to Leave. At that moment, Wang Hao's gaze turned icy cold. He must root out this person hiding within New Moon. Otherwise, even if this place were destroyed, as long as this person remained alive, they could bring disaster upon Jiangling at any moment. Worse still, affect Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun. After all, those capable of mastering such techniques were rarely normal. Should their emotions become too turbulent, who knows what they might do? Wang Hao would not tolerate such a threat existing in Jiangling, or near Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. With that thought, Wang Hao said no more and simply waited in silence. Huang Chang. Since this opponent of his intended to kill him, he would seize the opportunity to meet that person. With that thought, Wang Hao said no more and simply closed his eyes to rest. Soon, Huang Chang was assigned a match. However, his first match wasn't against Wang Hao, but against another opponent. The battle was fierce. Huang Chang didn't appear particularly strong, and it wasn't until he had been severely wounded by his opponent that he finally slew him. The sheer ruthlessness of his execution caused a cold gleam to flash in Wang Hao's eyes. This man was truly ruthless. Such individuals were most likely arranged by New Moon, specifically tasked with handling these kinds of battles. Judging by Huang Chang's current state, it seemed likely that many would soon be betting on him, Wang Hao. Shaking his head, Wang Hao chose not to meddle in others' affairs. These people mostly aren't worth pitying. He had no desire to play the saint and save everyone. As Huang Chang's fight concluded, sure enough, Xinyu immediately arranged for Huang Chang to continue fighting him a round-robin match. Watching Huang Chang feign near death on the stage, many spectators below chose to bet on Wang Hao. If Wang Hao got beaten to death, it would mean another profit for Xinyu. Wang Hao paid little heed, leaping high into the air and landing on the ring. Glancing at Huang Chang across from him, Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. But a wicked grin spread across Huang Chang's lips. Kid, you're shaking your head? You have no idea you're about to die. Huang Chang's voice was barely audible, only Wang Hao and himself could hear it. But Wang Hao shook his head again. I can't guarantee anything else, but you won't live past today. As he spoke, Wang Hao lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Huang Chang, landing a punch squarely in his midsection. Put! Huang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his face growing increasingly grim. He never dreamed Wang Hao could be this strong. Far away, the silver-robed figure watching the fight stood up abruptly. This Wang Hao is incredibly powerful. The power he displayed just now was undoubtedly at the Grandmaster level. A Grandmaster. If he could eliminate Wang Hao, that would be a gift for the one who commands him. At this thought, the silver-robed figure couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. A strange gleam flashed in his eyes as he quietly gathered a mass of power. He possessed the genuine strength of a peak Grandmaster. Today, he must kill Wang Hao. Huang Chang was also starting to panic. The order he received was to kill Wang Hao. Originally, in his eyes, it was just another performance. Who could have imagined the outcome would turn out like this? Wang Hao's power was beyond his wildest imagination. Wang Hao strode toward Huang Chang, smirking triumphantly. A weakling like you is no match for me. As he spoke, Wang Hao clenched his right fist and slammed it directly into Huang Chang's head. From start to finish, Wang Hao displayed nothing but the power he had just unlocked at the Grandmaster level. Huang Chang dodged relentlessly. Finally, he found a sliver of an opening and kicked Wang Hao. Almost simultaneously, the silver-robed figure unleashed a force he had been building up, slamming it directly into Wang Hao. In an instant, Wang Hao's eyes widened. His entire body trembled violently before crashing heavily to the ground. Watching Wang Hao's fallen form, Huang Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and exhaled a long breath of relief. He knew exactly who had struck the decisive blow. But he also knew that what he needed to do now wasn't celebrate, it was put on a show for the spectators outside, to prevent them from growing suspicious. With this thought, Huang Chang immediately rose to his feet, raised his right hand high, and wore a look of smug satisfaction. The audience erupted in an uproar. Soon, a wave of angry shouts directed at Wang Hao erupted. In their eyes, it was all Wang Hao's fault. He was simply too weak, and that was why this had happened. The silver-robed man paid no heed to the commotion. He ordered his men to carry Wang Hao's body onto the stage. But unseen by anyone, a faint aura slowly seeped into Huang Chang's body. The silver-robed man personally carried Wang Hao's body all the way to the deepest part of this underground boxing arena. There, a dimly lit chamber lay hidden. The room was vast, easily exceeding 100 square meters. The silver-robed figure carried Wang Hao's body all the way there and spoke softly at the entrance. "Master, we have the body of a Grandmaster-level warrior. Do you require it here?" The figure inside paused for a moment before responding indifferently, "Yes, bring it in." The silver-robed figure beamed with delight and hurriedly opened the door to enter. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, spotting the figure not far away. It was a man shrouded entirely in black robes. The black robes seemed to symbolize the core figure within the Crescent Moon organization. Just like the man Wang Hao had killed earlier. Now, gazing at Wang Hao's corpse, the black-robed figure remarked indifferently, "Not bad. He's young enough to be suitable for alchemy." For alchemy? Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He knew of an ancient method passed down through the ages using human bodies to refine elixirs. But that method was utterly despicable, a demonic and heretical practice. Moreover, it was an ancient technique long lost to history. How could this person know? Or rather, how did Qin Liangyu know? At this moment, Wang Hao's mind began to ponder certain things. For instance, how did Qin Liangyu obtain the formula for concocting that potion capable of dramatically enhancing one's power? Perhaps New Moon had always possessed some ancient methods. They likely stumbled upon some ancient relic by accident. At that moment, the cloaked figure spoke in a calm tone. "All right, you may leave first. Later, I will give you some benefits." "Thank you, sir." The silver-robed man was overjoyed. He had been stuck at the peak of the Grandmaster realm for far too long, unable to break through. If the black-robed one truly intended to aid him, he would have a strong chance of advancing to the War God realm. Then, perhaps he too would have a chance to don the black robes. But at that very moment, Wang Hao, lying on the stretcher, suddenly let out a faint smile as he slowly opened his eyes. "You don't need to leave." "What?" The expressions of both the black-robed and silver-robed figures turned deathly pale. They never imagined that Wang Hao, who had clearly ceased breathing, would suddenly open his eyes and awaken. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He gazed at them silently, his voice detached. "Qin Liangyu broke the rules. Therefore, you deserve to die. Who the hell are you?" The black-robed man's face twisted in fury. Wang Hao gave a cold snort. "Jiangling. Besides me, Wang Hao, is there anyone else who harbors such deep-seated hatred toward you?" Chapter 98, The Police Officer's Date. Wang Hao. At the sound of those two words, the black-robed figure's expression instantly turned utterly grim. The silver-robed figure beside him widened his eyes in utter disbelief at what he'd just heard. He knew exactly what Wang Hao looked like. This couldn't be. As he pondered this, Wang Hao rubbed his face. In an instant, his appearance returned to normal. The expressions of both the black-robed and silver-robed figures grew increasingly grim. They never dreamed that today, Wang Hao would actually show up here right before their very eyes. Instinctively, the black-robed man spun around, ready to flee. But before Wang Hao, he had no chance to escape. With a cold sneer, Wang Hao grabbed his shoulder, yanked him back, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Thud! The black-robed man crashed to the ground, grimacing in agony. Wang Hao had merely exerted force with his hand, yet it had shattered the man's shoulder. The silver-robed man was so terrified he wet himself on the spot, sitting on the ground and soiling himself. In Wang Hao's presence, he simply couldn't keep his cool. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed man glared at Wang Hao. "What exactly do you want?" "Wang Hao, my New Moon faction has no desire to be your enemy." "You?" Wang Hao snorted coldly, cutting him off. "No intention of opposing me? What about the promise to withdraw all Crescent members from Jiangling? What are you lot then? If I were to ask your leader, he'd probably deny to his dying breath that you're part of New Moon, wouldn't he? If you're not Crescent, then what impact does my agreement with him have?" At these words, both the black-robed and silver-robed figures froze in place. Just as Wang Hao had said, for the greater good, the red-robed would surely abandon them. In that moment, both men sank into profound despair. Gazing at them, Wang Hao spoke coldly, "How do you wish to die?" "No. I don't want to die. I refuse." Hearing this, the silver-robed man screamed in agony. Wang Hao couldn't help but snort lightly. "Since you're still spouting nonsense, then go ahead and die." With that, Wang Hao's eyes turned icy cold. In the blink of an eye, a colossal force pierced through the silver-robed man's body. His eyes bulged as he collapsed instantly. Simultaneously, Wang Hao's right hand seized the black-robed man's throat, crushing it with brutal force. Instantly, the black-robed man's throat was crushed. A chunk of flesh was torn from his neck. The black-robed man instantly collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Wang Hao glanced back at the still bustling underground boxing ring, snorted coldly, and immediately dialed the police. He then made his way to the factory gate outside the ring and waited quietly. Before long, police cars arrived. Leading the team was an old acquaintance of Wang Hao's. Tao Min. Today, Tao Min wasn't in uniform, she'd rushed over in plain clothes. She wore tight-fitting jeans on the bottom and a white hoodie on top, giving her a youthful and energetic vibe. Paired with her face, she even gave off the vibe of a college student. As she approached, Tao Min glanced at Wang Hao, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "What are you doing here?" Wang Hao smiled. "Without me, you wouldn't have found this place." Tao Min was momentarily speechless. She was actually on leave today, and the underground bare-knuckle boxing case was one she had been assigned to previously. But she'd never managed to pinpoint the key location, let alone secure crucial evidence. Who would have thought that not only had Wang Hao called the police, but he also claimed all the main perpetrators were dead? This drove Tao Min to abandon her vacation entirely. She had been midway through shopping at the mall when she rushed straight here. After staring at Wang Hao in silence for a long moment, Tao Min finally said nothing more. She simply led her team inside to make the arrests. 1 hour later, countless new Moon members and gambling participants were brought out. With over 100 officers mobilized, manpower was stretched thin, and reinforcements were still being dispatched from various units. After the operation concluded, Tao Min sought out Wang Hao once more. Her expression was slightly complicated as she looked at Wang Hao. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a low voice, this time, "Thank you." Tao Min had always disliked Wang Hao. In her eyes, he was nothing but a villain who killed indiscriminately, relying solely on connections and past merits. She hadn't known the details of what Wang Hao had done to the Eastern Sea King last time, so naturally, she hadn't felt much affection for him. But this time, Wang Hao had once again performed a great service. Not only had he apprehended a gang of criminals, but he had also saved countless families. Most crucially, because of this case, Tao Min, who had been in charge of it all along, might even get promoted. She owed Wang Hao. Under these circumstances, Tao Min naturally couldn't say a single word against Wang Hao. Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected Officer Tao to actually know how to express gratitude. "What do you mean by that?" Tao Min flushed instantly. She always prided herself on being upright and principled, but now, teased by Wang Hao, she felt a bit embarrassed. Gritting her teeth and glaring at Wang Hao, Tao Min snapped, "I'll treat you to dinner later. Be at the police station in an hour." With that, she turned and stormed off. "Wait. Hold on." Wang Hao froze in place. He had no interest in having dinner with Tao Min. Sure, Tao Min was beautiful, with a great figure, the kind of athletic curves that were hard for others to match. But the problem was, he, Wang Hao, had a wife and child. If he went out with someone unattractive, he wouldn't worry about Chu Xiaoyun misunderstanding. But someone as beautiful as Tao Min? He was genuinely afraid Chu Xiaoyun would overthink it. But Tao Min didn't give him a chance to explain. She'd already gotten into the car and driven off. Wang Hao rubbed his temples in exasperation. This woman had a stubborn streak, she never gave him a chance to explain. Shaking his head, Wang Hao felt helpless but knew he had no choice but to head to the police station first. It wasn't that he was afraid of Tao Min. Given her temper, he genuinely feared that if he didn't resolve this today, she might turn around and come looking for him at his home. Then, that would truly give Chu Xiaoyun cause for misunderstanding. And so, Wang Hao made his way to the police station. After waiting a while, Tao Min emerged. Looking at Tao Min, Wang Hao sighed helplessly. "Really, you don't need to treat me to dinner. I still have to go home and cook for my wife and kids." "No way. You have to. If you don't, I'll camp out at your doorstep every day." Tao Min gritted her teeth, her stance unwavering. She absolutely didn't want to owe Wang Hao a favor. Wang Hao was at a loss for words. This woman, how could she be so unable to take a joke? He'd only mentioned it casually, yet now she was clinging to him? Though reluctant to resolve this matter completely, Wang Hao had no choice but to truthfully inform Chu Xiaoyun about it. Chu Xiaoyun had met Tao Min once before. Though puzzled by the news, she didn't suspect Wang Hao of any wrongdoing in broad daylight and simply acknowledged his explanation. After hanging up, Wang Hao looked at Tao Min with a resigned expression. "Where should we eat?" Tao Min thought for a moment, then suddenly pulled out 2 discount coupons. "A friend gave these to me earlier. Apparently it's a pretty high-end restaurant. I'll take you there." Chapter 99, One more word and I'll kill you. Seeing Tao Min's troubled expression, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Though Tao Min was beautiful, her social skills were practically non-existent. Especially when it came to arranging dinner dates with men asking her to handle that was simply too much to ask. Even now, bringing up those coupons made her feel slightly uneasy, unsure if it was appropriate. "If you keep chasing men like this, you'll scare them off." Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Tao Min's face flushed red. "Why would I chase after a man?" she retorted irritably. "I'm perfectly fine on my own. Why would I need a man?" Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. But he didn't press the matter. As Tao Min said, she was an independent woman. Until she met the right person, there was no need to consider such things. Besides, with Tao Min's looks and charm, even if she were to date, it would be men pursuing her, and she could take her time choosing. Asking her to pursue men? That scenario would likely never happen in her lifetime. Shaking his head, Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. He simply got into Tao Min's car and rode all the way to the restaurant where she had a discount coupon. The restaurant style looked very trendy, exuding a warm and cozy vibe even from the outside, giving off a high-end feel. Tao Min held 2 discount coupons, feeling slightly nervous. Her income wasn't exactly high. This restaurant clearly catered to a higher-end clientele. If the coupons weren't accepted, she wouldn't be able to afford to treat Wang Hao. As soon as they stepped inside, a server approached them. "Beautiful lady, handsome gentleman, what can we do for you today?" Tao Min quickly pulled out the discount coupon and asked, "Can we use this?" The server glanced at it and nodded. "No problem, it's valid. This way, please. Wishing you a wonderful evening." What? Tao Min froze, still processing the remark. What did she mean by wishing them a wonderful night? It's still noon. They're here for lunch. The waiter froze. This coupon includes the evening room rate, the best 5-star suite with floor-to-ceiling windows, a huge bed, and stunning views outside. No! Tao Min quickly interrupted the waiter, her face flushing all the way to her neck. "We're not a couple, so we don't need a hotel room." Not a couple? The waiter looked utterly baffled. If you're not a couple, what are you doing dining at a couple's restaurant? Couple's restaurant? This time, not just Tao Min, but Wang Hao was baffled too. This place is a couple's restaurant? Why did Tao Min bring me to a place like this? As if sensing Wang Hao's confusion, Tao Min was nearly in tears. She blurted out, "No, Wang Hao, listen to me. I really didn't know this was a couple's restaurant. I just came here to eat." Wang Hao massaged his temples and told the waiter, "Arrange dinner. We'll leave right after eating. We don't need the hotel accommodation." The waiter stared at Wang Hao for a moment before snorting coldly. He turned to lead the way, muttering under his breath, pretending to be some righteous gentleman? "Such a gorgeous woman, and you're leaving her for someone else?" Wang Hao's face darkened instantly. What kind of talk is that? What did she mean, if you don't take her, someone else will? He was the passive one, okay? He didn't even want to come here. For a moment, Wang Hao felt overwhelmed, rubbing his temples in frustration. Yet he couldn't really say much, so he followed Tao Min upstairs. They chose a corner table in the dining hall, ordered their meal, and waited for it to arrive. Both wore worried expressions. Wang Hao feared someone might see them and tell Chu Xiaoyun, only for the story to be embellished and lead to misunderstandings. Tao Min, meanwhile, dreaded running into someone she knew and not being able to explain herself clearly. Their demeanor looked exactly like two people having an affair. As dish after dish arrived, they wolfed down their meal, quickly devouring most of it. But just then, "Tao Min? What are you doing here?" A surprised voice suddenly rang out. Tao Min and Wang Hao both turned their heads. Not far away, a young man in a white suit was walking over, arm linked with a beautiful girl. The girl had a classic plastic surgery face obviously altered by the knife. Her outfit was extremely revealing, leaving most of her body exposed. She was constantly rubbing her chest against the man in the white suit's arm. Yet the man in the white suit paid no attention whatsoever to the plastic-faced woman's advances. His gaze was fixed intently on Tao Min and Wang Hao across the way, his eyes filled with coldness. Tao Min couldn't help but frown. "You Hang? What are you doing here? Why am I here?" "That's a question I should be asking you," Yu Hang retorted, abruptly pushing the woman away. He strode up to Tao Min and pointed at Wang Hao, demanding, "Who is he? Why is he having dinner with you?" Tao Min snapped back irritably, "What business is it of yours?" Yu Hang snorted coldly. "I'm your fiancée. What do you mean it's none of my business?" "Fiancée? I never agreed to anything." Tao Min retorted coldly. "That charade you staged with Feng Qi, don't drag me into it. Besides..." As she spoke, Tao Min glanced at the plastic surgery-faced woman nearby and said coldly, "You bring some random woman you found out of nowhere to dinner, and then you have the nerve to question me? How dare you?" Tao Min was utterly speechless. It was already infuriating enough that this Yu Hang guy, who fancied himself her fiancé, had come to lecture her. And now he's brought a woman along. Absolutely outrageous. With no emotional foundation between them whatsoever, he was essentially a man thrust upon her by her stepmother. Tao Min naturally despised him intensely. Yet at those words, Yu Hang wore nothing but contempt. "You're my fiancé, of course you can't go around fooling around. As for me? That's none of your business." With that, Yu Hang slammed his hand down on the table, pointed at Wang Hao, and coldly snorted, "Kid, this woman is mine. No one else has the right to touch her. If you know what's good for you, I advise you to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Yu Hang was utterly arrogant. His background, coupled with the backing of Tao Min's stepmother, Feng Qi, meant he couldn't care less about Wang Hao. In his eyes, Wang Hao, nothing more than a puppet he could manipulate at will. Wang Hao set down his chopsticks, glanced up at Yu Hang, and couldn't help but sigh softly. "Why on earth did you have to come provoke me?" "What?" Yu Hang froze, then couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Kid, are you implying I can't mess with you? Who do you think you are? Watching the arrogant Yu Hang, Wang Hao shook his head, too lazy for words. He grabbed the chopsticks beside him and thrust them down with force. The chopsticks pierced straight through the back of Yu Hang's hand. Arg! A piercing scream erupted instantly. Yu Hang staggered back in agony. Across the entire restaurant, countless people couldn't help but scream. Terror and unease filled every pair of eyes. Yu Hang glared furiously at Wang Hao. Kid, you're asking for it. Looking for death? Wang Hao smiled, his expression still calm. Say one more word, and believe me, I'll really kill you. Chapter 100, Scratch her face to shreds. What did you say? Yu Hang's expression instantly darkened. Kill him? How dare Wang Hao? But Wang Hao remained utterly calm. Without so much as a glance at Yu Hang, he simply picked up a fresh pair of chopsticks and resumed eating his meal. He didn't even bother threatening Yu Hang a second time. Yu Hang clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably. That Wang Hao, damn him. Not only had he injured him, but now he dared to show such contempt? How dare he? But soon, Yu Hang let out a heavy, cold snort. Ignoring Wang Hao, he turned to Tao Min, his voice icy cold. Tao Min, think carefully. This is your Aunt Fingqi's decision. She now represents the Tao family's stance entirely. Are you prepared to antagonize the entire Tao family? Tao Min remained silent. But Wang Hao could see her brows furrow slightly. Clearly, such threats still had some effect on Tao Min. Seeing Tao Min's reaction, Yu Hang snorted coldly. Just you wait. I'll see what you have to say when Aunt Feng gets here. With that, Yu Hang dismissed the woman with the plastic surgery face and stepped outside the restaurant to call Feng Qi, Tao Min's stepmother. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and whispered, "What's going on? Need help?" Tao Min gave a bitter smile and shook her head gently. It's just that mess at home. No need to trouble you. As she spoke, Tao Min couldn't help but rub her temples. My mother passed away early, so my father found me a stepmother. I never had any issues with it even though she was only about 10 years older than me and I always respected her. But as I grew up, she started seeing me as a thorn in her side. She's convinced I'll challenge her for the family inheritance. To that end, she'd stop at nothing to marry me off. This Yu Hang is the man she set her sights on. Behind my back, she schemed to force me into an engagement ceremony with him even when I wasn't present and invited a whole crowd to witness it. The more I resisted, the more she believed I wanted to fight her for my father's assets. By the end of her story, Tao Min couldn't help but shake her head, her face etched with exhaustion. A person like her had no interest in fighting over any inheritance. She just wanted to make her own way in life. But clearly, Feng Qi didn't believe her. Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but look surprised. Is your family that wealthy? And your stepmother, she's afraid you'll fight her for the inheritance? Tao Min replied with a hint of resignation, my father holds some influence, I suppose. But I studied abroad since childhood and worked at the police station after college, so I'm not really familiar with the details. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. This Tao Min was remarkably unambitious, she didn't even know how much wealth her own father possessed. But Wang Hao didn't press further, simply continuing with his lunch. Before long, Yu Hang returned. This time, he was accompanied by a woman dressed in opulent attire. The noble woman was dressed in an elegant and luxurious manner. The pearl necklace around her neck alone was worth millions. That outfit alone was worth at least as much as a top-tier luxury villa. Seeing this man, the disgust on Tao Min's face grew noticeably more pronounced. Wang Hao instantly understood. This man was none other than Tao Min's stepmother, Feng Qi. All the way over, Feng Qi swayed her hips, looking quite flirtatious. Spotting Wang Hao and Tao Min seated across from each other at a table in this couple's restaurant, she pointed at them and erupted in a tirade. Tao Min, where did you find this wild man? You rejected the respectable man I introduced to you, and now you're dating around while engaged? You shameless woman. And Feng Qi. Tao Min, hearing this, flew into a rage and addressed Feng Qi directly by name. Wang Hao is my friend. He's also the benefactor who provided immense assistance to our police station in this case. What's wrong with me inviting him to dinner? What a joke. Feng Qi scoffed coldly. Do you even believe your own words? What kind of place is this? This is a couple's restaurant. If someone had contributed to the case, why would they be dining with you at a couple's restaurant? You really do have it both ways. Tao Min couldn't be bothered to explain. She simply said coldly, who I dine with and where I dine is none of your business. You're disturbing my meal. Please leave. Seeing Tao Min's assertive demeanor, a cold gleam flashed in Feng Qi's eyes. She had agreed to marry Tao Min's father, Tao Kangyong, precisely because of his power and influence. Tao Min might not know the full extent of Tao Kangyong's capabilities, but Feng Qi understood them better than anyone. Tao Kangyong was a direct descendant of the ancient Tao family. The network of connections behind him was worth its weight in gold. And in his hands lay possessions that made countless others green with envy. As for Feng Qi herself, her background was no less impressive. The Feng family was no ordinary clan either. Now Tao Min dares to speak to her like this? This woman absolutely cannot remain in the Tao family. Otherwise, endless calamity would surely follow. To make Tao Min obedient, today, her arrogance must first be humbled. With that thought, Feng Qi pointed directly at Wang Hao and let out a heavy, cold snort. Servants! Get this guy out of here. I'll see who holds the real authority here today. At his command, several of Feng Qi's men strode in swiftly. Though only 3 in number, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes upon seeing them. These 3 were no slouches. The weakest among them was still at the martial artist level. The other 2 were even grandmaster level powerhouses. Just who was this Feng Qi? And if even Feng Qi, someone capable of mobilizing such elite fighters, was scheming over Tao Kangyang's inheritance, just who was Tao Kangyang? But clearly, Feng Qi couldn't care less about Wang Hao's thoughts. As the 3 entered, she pointed directly at Wang Hao. Him! Throw him out! At her command, the 3 men advanced. A cold smile played on the lips of the master leading them. Kid, get out of here fast. Save yourself the pain. Physical suffering? Wang Hao smiled, lifting his head to meet the man's gaze. His voice was slow and deliberate. Do you have the ability? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Wang Hao's body. In an instant, all 3 were enveloped. The terrifying aura forced all 3 to kneel instantly, cold sweat pouring from their brows as their bodies trembled uncontrollably, leaving them speechless. This scene caused Feng Qi, standing nearby, to pale visibly. What are you doing? But the 3 paid Feng Qi no mind. The aura Wang Hao had unleashed was unmistakably that of a heavenly king. They naturally didn't know what a heavenly king was. But they understood it was an aura comparable to that of a war god. Faced with such power, they stood no chance. Gazing at Wang Hao now, all 3 trembled in terror, their faces drained of color, eyes brimming with unease. They dared not speak casually, fearing they might inadvertently provoke Wang Hao. Watching them, Wang Hao spoke again, his voice cold and indifferent. I don't care for that woman. Scratch her face to shreds, and then you can leave. Otherwise, I'll take your lives instead. Chapter 101, Dealing with Mengmeng. How dare you? At these words, Feng Qi's expression darkened instantly, his eyes brimming with icy coldness. Kid, what do you think you are? Ordering them to deal with me? They're all my people, how could they possibly? Feng Qi had been mocking Wang Hao. But before she could finish her sentence, the 3 figures on the ground all rose to their feet and marched straight toward her. This sent Feng Qi into a panic. She stumbled backward, her voice trembling with terror. What are you doing? Stop. Stop right there. By the end of her sentence, Feng Qi's body was shaking uncontrollably. She collapsed onto the floor, her face ashen, unable to utter another word. The 3 men now stood directly before her. Looking at Feng Qi, they sighed and said, "We're sorry." With that, they immediately attacked Feng Qi. Ah! The agonized screams filled the air. Yu Hang, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. He had thought Wang Hao had already shown enough cruelty by crippling one of his hands earlier. But who could have imagined that now, facing Feng Qi, Wang Hao would have her face utterly disfigured? For a woman, this was an utterly unbearable fate. Especially for someone like Feng Qi, who was meant to be a stepmother. Her beauty was precisely why Tao Kangyang, Tao Min's father, had valued her so highly back then. If her face were disfigured, Tao Kangyang would likely abandon her. For Feng Qi, who was determined to seize the Tao family's assets, this was an outcome she could never tolerate. Finally, amid waves of agonized screams, the 3 men turned and fled the room the moment Wang Hao gave his nod of approval, daring not to linger for even a moment. As for Feng Qi, lying on the ground, was pitiful beyond words. Her face was now streaked with blood, deep into the bone marrow. Given her condition, even the finest medical technology in the world would struggle to restore her to her former self. She would never again be the graceful young woman she once was, but instead an old, ugly woman. In that moment, Feng Qi's face twisted with agony and fury. Gritting her teeth as she glared at Wang Hao, her voice dripped with venom. You just wait. I will kill you. I will. You just wait. By the end, Feng Qi was practically screaming, her body trembling uncontrollably. But Wang Hao merely gave her a contemptuous glance and said coldly, if you still want to cut something off, I don't mind if you keep talking. That single sentence sent Feng Qi reeling backward in panic. She spun and fled, not daring utter another word. Watching Feng Qi and Yu Hang's retreating figures, Tao Min couldn't help but lift her gaze toward Wang Hao. She had come today merely to repay her debt. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? Now she owed Wang Hao even more. Tao Min couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. She stared at Wang Hao for a long moment before sighing, thank you. You've helped me again. Wang Hao sensed Tao Min's worry and smiled reassuringly. I'm not doing this for you, so don't feel any pressure. She came looking for trouble, so naturally I had to deal with her. Wang Hao made it sound so effortless. But Tao Min kept shaking her head. No matter what, this started because of me. I'll repay you next time I get the chance. We'll see about that next time. Wang Hao waved it off casually, not making a big deal of it. With things escalating like this, Tao Min clearly couldn't stomach the meal anymore. He didn't press further, simply leaving the restaurant with Tao Min. When the waiter who had escorted them upstairs earlier saw Wang Hao again, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Earlier, when he'd escorted Wang Hao upstairs, he'd dismissed him as a deadbeat freeloader. He'd even flaunted his disdain openly. But now? Bull. If Wang Hao was a loser, then he was trash. But Wang Hao clearly wasn't the type to dwell on such things. He didn't even ask Tao Min for a ride and simply hailed a cab home himself. He didn't want Chu Xiaoyun to get the wrong idea. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Tao Min's expression grew complex. She had never felt anything for Wang Hao before. In fact, she even disliked him somewhat. After all, in her eyes, Wang Hao was nothing but an abuser of power. But today, it was Wang Hao who had protected her. Had Wang Hao not intervened, she had no idea what kind of situation she would have faced today. It was Wang Hao who saved her. That feeling of being rescued by a hero would stir the heart of any woman. Tao Min couldn't help but shake her head, pressing her temples firmly. Tao Min, what are you thinking? He has a wife and kids. With that thought, Tao Min slammed her foot on the gas pedal and sped away. Since she'd taken the day off, she might as well go back and see for herself. Before this, Tao Min hadn't really taken her father's influence seriously. She'd always thought of herself as just a rich kid with a bit of money. But she wasn't stupid. Feng Qi's reactions over the years had made it abundantly clear to her that her father was no ordinary man. Previously, she had been reluctant to engage with a father she didn't feel particularly close to, rarely returning home. But now it seemed. Perhaps it was time to go back. She could care less about the so-called inheritance. But he was her father, after all. She certainly didn't want the old man to be taken advantage of. Meanwhile, Feng Qi was driven to the hospital by Yu Hang. After a series of examinations, the results left Feng Qi heartbroken. Every wound had penetrated deep into the bone. Even with the best reconstructive surgery, it would take at least a year before he could show his face in public, and even then, the results would look terribly unnatural. Because the bones beneath Feng Qi's skin had been damaged by those martial artists. Under these circumstances, the hospital was utterly helpless. Upon hearing this news, the hatred in Feng Qi's eyes grew even more intense. Wang Hao. She didn't know who this bastard was, but she would never let him off the hook. Investigate. I want every single detail about this kid. Everything. By the end of her sentence, Feng Qi was practically screaming. Upon hearing this, Yu Hang, standing nearby, immediately set to work. Soon, Yu Hang returned with the information. As Feng Qi scanned Wang Hao's records, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. He's married? And has a daughter? Humph. That Tao Min, what a lowlife. Daring to be the other woman? Then I'll make sure this adulterous couple becomes infamous. Yu Hang froze. What did Aunt Feng mean? Feng Qi gave a cold laugh, her tone indifferent. With the Feng family's influence, making something go viral and known to every soul in Jiangling City? That's no trouble at all. That Wang Hao, how dare he cheat on his wife and child with Tao Min? Fine. Then I'll make sure his wife and children can't hold their heads up in public. Which kindergarten does his daughter attend? I'll make sure everyone knows Wang Hao is a scumbag and that he and his wife are getting divorced. I'll make his child suffer unbearably at kindergarten. I'll make sure everyone mocks him as a pitiful little brat with no father or mother. By the end of her rant, Feng Qi's eyes were already filled with pure hatred. Dare to cross me? I'll make him wish he were dead. Chapter 102, Do You Still Want Mengmeng? At these words, Yu Hang beside him couldn't help but shudder violently. He swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Though he'd been collaborating with Feng Qi all along, deep down, Yu Hang saw her as nothing more than a greedy woman. Working with her held no psychological burden for him. It was simply mutual exploitation. Their objectives were laid bare. One sought to expel Tao Min from the Tao family, while the other desired to sleep with her. But now, witnessing this side of Feng Qi, Yu Hang felt a chill run through his very soul. This Feng Qi truly had no moral boundaries whatsoever. Would he even go after the child? Go! Yu Hang swallowed hard, but said nothing more. Wang Hao was as good as dead this time. That Feng Qi is nothing but a devil. Wang Hao's residence. After discussing it with Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao decided to send Mengmeng back to kindergarten tomorrow. After all, Mengmeng's health had mostly recovered. At this age, she was like a sponge, soaking up everything around her like crazy. It was the perfect time for learning. Staying away from school for too long wouldn't be good for her. Meanwhile, at the Tao residence, Tao Min returned home to an unusual quietness. Usually, whenever Tao Min returned, the house was bustling with activity. But today, upon entering the house, she heard not a single sound. Where was Tao Kanyang? And the servants of the Tao household, where were they? Frowning, Tao Min made her way upstairs and stopped outside her father's room. There were sounds coming from inside. Clearly, Tao Kanyang was home. Tao Min knocked softly on the door. Tao Kanyang's voice came from inside, sounding heavy and weak. Who is it? The moment she heard that voice, Tao Min's expression changed instantly. Tao Kangyong's voice sounded so weak. It sounded as if he were on the brink of death. Last time she came back, Tao Kangyong was still singing at the top of his lungs. As she pondered this, Tao Min's expression suddenly froze on her face. Her last visit? That must have been half a year ago already. For the past 6 months, Tao Min had been swamped with work and hadn't returned to see Tao Kangyong at all. Their rare exchanges were limited to the pale, lifeless words on WeChat. She hadn't even sent him a single voice message. At that moment, Tao Min's eyes stung with unshed tears. Though Tao Kangyong hadn't been able to offer Tao Min much companionship, he had provided her with the best material comforts. Whatever she desired, Tao Kangyong would do his utmost to provide. He had also strongly supported her dream of becoming a police officer, even hiring a personal trainer to help her prepare for the police academy entrance exams. Now that Tao Kangyong was growing old, she hadn't even returned home in half a year. The thought made Tao Min's body tremble slightly as she whispered softly, "Dad, it's me, Xiaomin." Xiaomin? Tao Kangyong was instantly overjoyed, and the room suddenly echoed with clattering sounds. Tao Min hurriedly opened the door and stepped inside. She saw Tao Kangyong looking disheveled as he struggled to get out of bed. He accidentally bumped into the nightstand, sending items scattering across the floor. Tao Min looked at Tao Kangyong and couldn't help asking, "Dad, where are the maids? Why isn't anyone here?" Tao Kangyong shook his head with a smile. "Your aunt said it wasn't necessary since I'm home alone. I'm not used to being taken care of anyway. It really isn't worth wasting the money." Tao Min clenched her fists, her expression darkening by the second. That damn Feng Qi. It was bad enough she meddled in her life, but now she'd actually driven away the household staff? Even if it were any other time, how could she bear to do this now that Tao Kangyong's health was so poor? Tao Min's voice grew solemn. "Dad, please hire some new servants. Why is your health so poor?" By the end of her sentence, her eyes were brimming with tears. The father she remembered was as strong as an ox. But now, Tao Kangyong was frail and weak, as if a breeze could knock him over. Tao Kangyong shook his head with a smile. "Old age. It's only natural that the body weakens with time. Who can stay young forever? Our little Min is almost at the age to marry, isn't she?" As he spoke, his face was filled with tender affection. Tears welled up uncontrollably in Tao Min's eyes. She had always felt that Tao Kangyong didn't love her enough. But now, hearing his sincere words, she could finally feel that love. She knew clearly that her father loved her more than anyone else. And the more she felt this, the more repulsed Tao Min became by Feng Qi. Just as she was thinking this, suddenly, cough. Tao Kangyong began coughing painfully, unable to stop for a long time. Then, a mouthful of blood gushed out. Tao Min's heart skipped a beat. She rushed forward in panic. "Dad!" The next morning, after dropping Mengmeng off at kindergarten, Wang Hao returned home. But the moment he arrived home, Wang Hao froze in place. Chu Xiaoyun's expression was clearly off. This made Wang Hao frown slightly. "What's wrong?" Chu Xiaoyun shook her head. "Nothing." Wang Hao stepped forward, looking at Chu Xiaoyun earnestly. "Whatever happened, tell me. Between us, everything can be discussed openly. There's no need to hide anything." Seeing Wang Hao's sincerity, Chu Xiaoyun gave a bitter smile. She took out her phone, opened a news article, and handed it to Wang Hao to glance at. Seeing the content of the news, Wang Hao also frowned. There, prominently displayed, were photos of Wang Hao dining with Tao Min. The caption read, "Prominent Jiangling tycoon caught cheating with local female detective." Wang Hao certainly wasn't a renowned tycoon. But to say he was a prominent tycoon wasn't entirely inaccurate. In terms of assets, influence, power, and connections, Wang Hao was unmatched throughout Jiangling. Yet, at this very moment, Wang Hao's eyes flickered with an unusual glint. Who did this? Besides Feng Qi, there was clearly no one else. But what was this guy's purpose in stirring up such a scandal? To disgust himself? To disgust Chu Xiaoyun? Wang Hao glanced up at Chu Xiaoyun, only to see her smiling and shaking her head. "Don't worry, I won't overthink it. If you had other intentions, you would have left long ago. Why stay by my side?" Wang Hao remained silent, though a lingering unease still hung between his brows. Feng Qi wasn't someone who vented emotions casually. This woman acted with extreme purposefulness. What exactly was she planning this time? That same afternoon, at the kindergarten, Lu Dan took Mengmeng aside to the office, gently stroking her hair with a grave expression. All morning, Mengmeng had been relentlessly teased and mocked by several children. After lunch, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears on the spot, completely breaking down. Meanwhile, Lu Dan had also seen the news about Wang Hao's affair. In her view, it was precisely because of Wang Hao's infidelity that Mengmeng had endured a day of relentless taunts from the students. With that thought, Lu Dan immediately dialed Wang Hao's number. "Mr. Wang, please come to the kindergarten immediately. If you still want this child, Mengmeng." Chapter 103, Touch Mengmeng, and you'll die. "What did you say?" Wang Hao's expression instantly darkened. If he still wanted Mengmeng? How could he possibly not want Mengmeng? What exactly did Lu Dan mean by that?
On the other end of the line, Lu Dan clenched her teeth, her voice cold and sharp.
You're the one who cheated. You know exactly what you've done.
Now Mengmeng is being called a fatherless child at kindergarten.
A child her father abandoned. She's been bullied until she cried. Wang Hao, as her father, don't you feel even a shred of guilt? What?
A murderous intent instantly flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He never dreamed these rumors would reach Mengmeng's ears.
And it seems like almost every child knows about it.
The children telling Mengmeng this wasn't because they were bad children don't understand such things.
They simply voiced their honest thoughts after hearing the news. The real issue lay with those who orchestrated it all.
Normally, these children wouldn't have known about this before leaving home.
Unless
someone deliberately leaked the information to Mengmeng's classmates' parents beforehand, allowing the children to overhear their discussions.
Feng Qi.
She's deliberately targeting Mengmeng. She's using Mengmeng to make Wang Hao suffer. The murderous intent surging through Wang Hao could no longer be contained. His voice deepened as he declared, "I'll go pick Mengmeng up." With that, he hung up abruptly and turned to Chu Xiaoyun.
Come with me to pick up Mengmeng. You take her home to rest. I have business to attend to. Wang Hao didn't specify what he intended to do. But Chu Xiaoyun's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She understood Wang Hao's meaning perfectly well. Wang Hao must be up to something illegal. Like murder. But anyone who treats Mengmeng like this Chu Xiaoyun doesn't want her to live either. Nodding, Chu Xiaoyun accompanied Wang Hao to the school. Upon seeing Wang Hao, Lu Dan tried to say something. But sensing the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Wang Hao, Lu Dan forced herself to swallow every word, unable to utter a sound for a long moment. Only after Wang Hao strode away did Lu Dan finally dare to glance at Chu Xiaoyun. She couldn't understand why Chu Xiaoyun would come with him to pick up Mengmeng, even after Wang Hao had cheated on her. Feeling Lu Dan's gaze, Chu Xiaoyun held Mengmeng close, gently patting her back to soothe her while explaining calmly, Wang Hao has offended some people. This is how they're dealing with him. But rest assured, Teacher Lu, Wang Hao will handle all of this. He won't allow anyone to harm Mengmeng in the slightest. No one. Not a single soul. Those few simple words sent a shiver through Lu Dan's body. She instinctively turned her head toward the direction Wang Hao had just departed. Wang Hao. This man, she truly couldn't fathom him at all. Jiangling Police Station. Wang Hao had intended for Tao Min to take him to Feng Qi. But Tao Min hadn't returned yet. Her father Tao Kanyang was critically ill, and she'd gone to the hospital to care for him. According to the police station, as Tao Kanyang's partner, Feng Qi should also be at the hospital by now. In fact, the entire Feng family would likely be there together. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao headed straight for Jiangling People's Hospital. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, Tao Kanyang lay in the hospital bed, hooked up to a cluster of monitors displaying unfavorable readings. Tao Min knelt by the bedside, her eyes wet with tears that streamed down uncontrollably. After Tao Kanyang fell into a coma yesterday, she had rushed him here. The hospital's examination results left Tao Min utterly shocked. Tao Kanyang was severely poisoned. He could die at any moment. Though Tao Min had secured the best doctors, they still couldn't guarantee his survival. With the Feng Qi family arriving, Tao Min was seething with rage. If this weren't a hospital, she'd have stormed over and punched Feng Qi. That damn woman. To secure a larger share of the inheritance for herself, she even fired all the servants. If not for that, how could Tao Kanyang have ended up in such a state? Even now, with Feng Qi disfigured and swathed like a rice dumpling, Tao Min felt not a shred of pity. She just wanted to beat the woman to death. Beside Feng Qi stood a towering man. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, he was imposing, with a sturdy build and an unquestionably cold expression. He was Feng Qi's father, the head of the Feng family, Feng Xiao. Glancing at Tao Kanyang's critical vital signs on the monitor, Feng Xiao exchanged a look with Feng Qi before speaking coldly. Brother Tao may not pull through. We should divide the inheritance now, rather than discuss it during his funeral arrangements. That would be inappropriate. Is now any more appropriate? Tao Min gritted her teeth in fury. Her father was gravely ill, on the brink of death at any moment, yet the Feng family dared to discuss dividing his inheritance now? Did they possess even the most basic sense of decency? But Feng Qi merely sneered coldly. Why was it inappropriate? The man was on his deathbed. What was wrong with dividing the money now to avoid disrupting the funeral later? Besides, how many minutes would it take? The inheritance is mine. I'll give you 20 million. The rest is none of your business. Any objections? You. Tao Min gritted her teeth in fury. She couldn't care less about 20 million or not. All she wanted now was to do everything in her power to keep Tao Kanyang alive. Even if it meant just one more year. At the very least, give her the chance to stay by her parents' side. But Feng Qi's words clearly showed he didn't care about any of this. Father really didn't know people at all. At that moment, Tao Min trembled with rage. But just then, A cold voice suddenly cut through the air, abruptly interrupting everyone. The division of the inheritance, let's reconsider it. After all, there's no need to give money to someone who's about to die. Who? At these words, Feng Qi and Feng Xiao both turned their heads involuntarily, their eyes flashing with anger. Tao Min's face was equally stunned. That voice, she knew it all too well. It was Wang Hao's voice. Wang Hao. How did he get here? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao slowly approached and stood before them. A faint, contemptuous smirk played at the corners of his mouth. What? After I beat you like that yesterday, you don't recognize me? It's you! Feng Qi stumbled back several steps, pointing at Wang Hao and shouting angrily, "This is a hospital. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't you dare do anything rash." The mockery on Wang Hao's face grew even more pronounced. Who do you think you are, warning me? You're the kind of person who would do something like what you did to Mengmeng. Tell me, why should I let you off? As he spoke, Wang Hao advanced step by step toward Feng Qi. Feng Qi's expression grew increasingly grim. Wang Hao knew everything. She had meticulously planned everything. She wanted to make Wang Hao suffer unbearably. But she never imagined that the moment she laid a hand on Mengmeng, Wang Hao would immediately move to kill her. Now, as Wang Hao stepped closer, his icy voice pierced her ears. Anyone who touches Mengmeng must die. Chapter 104, Next Life, Be Human. No, no. You can't kill me. Do you hear me? You can't kill me. You can't. By the end, Feng Qi was practically screaming. Watching Wang Hao continue to approach her, Feng Qi suddenly seemed to think of something. She pointed directly at Tao Kangyong on the hospital bed. I'm telling you, if I die, no one in this world will be able to save him anymore. Think carefully. Do you want Tao Min to hate you for the rest of her life? What did you say? Tao Min's expression instantly darkened. She glared at Feng Qi. What did you just say? Say it again. Feng Qi snorted coldly, his voice detached. The doctor said it himself, he's like this because of poisoning. With the antidote, he could live another 2 years. Tao Min, sign this agreement now. Pledge to relinquish the inheritance and voluntarily transfer all of Tao Kangyong's assets to me in the future. I can save him. You. At that moment, Tao Min's expression darkened to an unbearable grimness. When the doctor had mentioned her father's poisoning earlier, she'd assumed it was due to accumulated toxins in his body. Who could have imagined Feng Qi would now come out with such a demand? And the fact that Feng Qi could produce an antidote clearly spoke volumes. The poison, she was the one who administered it. She couldn't even wait for Tao Kangyong to die of old age naturally, she wanted to poison him to death ahead of time. That damn woman. Does she have even a shred of conscience left? At that moment, Tao Min's body trembled uncontrollably. Feng Qi, however, wore a look of smug satisfaction. In her eyes, this was her only way to survive. Wang Hao would never risk breaking Tao Min's heart to kill her. But at that moment, upon hearing her words, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. Who said you need an antidote to counter poison? What? Feng Qi and Feng Xiao both froze in shock. The poison they administered was a slow-acting toxin. While not immediately fatal, it gradually eroded a person's bodily functions. Someone poisoned as severely as Tao Kangyong would only survive another 2 years, essentially as a vegetable, even with the antidote. If Wang Hao didn't even have an antidote, how could he save Tao Kangyong? Wang Hao sneered contemptuously, striding directly before Tao Kangyong and casually producing a box of silver needles. This startled Tao Min. Wang Hao, what are you doing? Wang Hao turned to Tao Min, his expression calm. Do you trust me? Tao Min gazed into Wang Hao's eyes, filled with confidence and sincerity. After a long moment of silence, she finally nodded firmly, stepped back, and handed Tao Kangyong over to Wang Hao. Wang Hao then drew a silver needle and thrust it directly into Tao Kangyong's body. Seeing this, Feng Qi and Feng Xiao froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Feng Xiao sneered, Ha! You think a single silver needle can save him? Don't you know his condition? With his body like this, what can you possibly save him with? What gives you the right to save him? Feng Qi wore an even more contemptuous expression. I thought you were some kind of master, but in the end, you're just a pretentious charlatan. You think you can detoxify him? If you can cure him, I'll eat 2 pounds of. Before he could finish, Feng Qi abruptly sat bolt upright, his face frozen in terror. On the hospital bed, Tao Kangyong, whose breath had nearly ceased, suddenly showed a return to normal heartbeat. His eyelids even fluttered slightly. What's happening? Was Tao Kangyong about to wake up? Tao Min's face lit up with excitement. But she dared not ask Wang Hao any questions. She knew all too well that the worst thing for a doctor during treatment was interference. She didn't want her meddling to get Wang Hao into trouble. The more she thought about it, the more nervous Tao Min became. Her palms were drenched in cold sweat, and she nervously bit her lower lip, struggling to speak. And just then, cough. A soft cough suddenly came from Tao Kangyong on the hospital bed. This left Feng Qi and Feng Xiao utterly dumbfounded. A cough proved he was genuinely recovering. Most crucially, judging by the readings on the monitors, Tao Kangyong's vital signs were now nearly indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. In other words, the effects of the toxin were essentially disappearing. Tao Kangyong was fine. Without an antidote, Wang Hao cured him with just a single silver needle. This can't be. Feng Qi roared in fury. It must be a deathbed recovery. Yes. It must be a deathbed recovery. By the end of his rant, Feng Qi's voice was hoarse from shouting. A cold smile curled at the corner of Wang Hao's lips. Last gasp? Why don't we wait an hour here and see if it's a last gasp or a real recovery? Besides, you just said that if I cured him, what would you eat? How about I let you eat your fill before you die? You! Feng Qi trembled so violently she could barely speak. She never dreamed Wang Hao could actually save Tao Kangyong. But now, staring at Wang Hao, Feng Qi couldn't bring herself to think about anything else. She certainly wouldn't eat. All she wanted now was to survive. Feng Qi knew well that she couldn't possibly escape from Wang Hao. The only one who could save her now was Tao Kangyong. With that thought, she shouted directly at Tao Kangyong, "Husband! The stranger your daughter brought here is trying to kill me. Save me!" What? Tao Kangyong opened his eyes with a pained expression. Deep down, he still harbored feelings for Feng Qi. But just then, Tao Min snorted coldly and pulled out a small voice recorder from her pocket. Feng Qi's face instantly turned ashen. When did you? Tao Min snorted coldly. I'm a police officer, after all. Do you really think I'd come here unprepared? As she spoke, Tao Min played the entire recording for Tao Kangyong to hear. Tao Kangyong's expression completely changed. He never imagined that the person he'd brought in would turn out to be such a piece of work. He turned his head away, refusing to deal with any of this anymore. Didn't Feng Qi say Wang Hao was going to kill her? It would be best if that were true. He himself couldn't care less if Feng Qi died. In that moment, Feng Qi was utterly plunged into despair. She turned her gaze toward Feng Xiao. She knew her father was her last hope now. Feng Xiao shot Wang Hao a cold stare, his voice as icy as steel. Boy, the Feng family isn't some entity you can bully at will. Guards! At his command, a group of Feng family retainers charged forward. But before Feng Xiao could issue further orders, Wang Hao suddenly barked, "Get lost!" In an instant, the men were swept away as if by a tornado, all flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, none able to rise. This left Feng Xiao utterly dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? He had never witnessed such a terrifying presence. But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered with him. Turning his gaze to Feng Qi beside him, Wang Hao took a single step forward, instantly closing the distance. With one hand, he seized her throat. In your next life, try being human. With that, Wang Hao tightened his grip. Feng Qi died. Chapter 105, The Tao Family. Feng Xiao stood dumbstruck by the side, helplessly watching Feng Qi die before his eyes. The so-called experts he had summoned were utterly powerless against Wang Hao. What was he, then? Glaring at Wang Hao, Feng Xiao clenched his fists, his face drained of color, speechless. Wang Hao turned his cold gaze toward him, his voice as icy as ice. What? Does the Feng family also wish to be buried with her? Feng Zhao's expression darkened. Though seething with fury inside, he dared not utter another word. Gritting his teeth, he strode away without a second glance. He knew full well that after today, the Feng family could forget about getting anything from Tao Kangyong. All those things they had schemed for years to obtain would now fall into someone else's hands, right before their very eyes. Watching Feng Zhao's retreating figure, Wang Hao made no move to stop him. He knew full well that Feng Qi had orchestrated the entire affair concerning Mengmeng. Feng Xiao was certainly no saint. But his crimes didn't warrant death. As for retaliation? If Feng Xiao wanted to come, then let him come. But Wang Hao wouldn't spare anyone a second chance at life. With a cold snort, Wang Hao turned his gaze toward Tao Kangyong on the hospital bed. At this moment, Tao Kangyong's emotions had gradually settled. His body noticeably improved. He immediately tried to sit up and bow to Wang Hao. After all, no matter what, Wang Hao was his savior who had killed Feng Qi. Tao Kangyong was no ungrateful man. But Wang Hao stopped him directly, saying indifferently, "You haven't fully recovered yet. Rest first. Besides, you're my senior. There's no need for such formality." Tao Kangyong stopped moving and turned to look at Tao Min, asking excitedly, "Mengmeng, is this your boyfriend?" "Ha? No." Tao Min waved her hands frantically, her face flushing crimson in an instant. She didn't even know when it had happened when deep within her heart, she had developed such strong feelings for Wang Hao. But she knew all too well that Wang Hao had a wife and children. And he loved his wife and child deeply. No matter how selfish Tao Min might be, she could never tear apart someone else's family. Tao Kangyong, being an experienced man, could guess the situation from Tao Min's reaction. After all, Tao Min had always been the most principled person. As a police officer, how could she tolerate indiscriminate killing? Yet when Wang Hao killed Feng Qi right before her eyes, she didn't bat an eyelid. What else could this possibly mean? To divert the topic, Tao Min spoke up first. "Dad, you really are blind. Don't you see what kind of person Feng Qi is? How could you ever bring someone like that into our home?
Her tone carried a hint of displeasure.
Feng Qi's character was utterly deplorable, it was plain for all to see. As for his looks, Feng Qi might be decent looking, but she's hardly a knockout, is she? How could Tao Kanyong be so infatuated with her? Tao Kanyong froze for a moment, then couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. You really don't understand anything. But it's not your fault. You were too young when your mother passed away to remember much. And back then, your mother was physically weakened from giving birth to you. She seemed to age 10 years overnight.
You never saw your mother when she was young. As he spoke, Tao Kanyong reached for his phone, opened an old photograph from who knows how many years ago, and handed it to Tao Min. As she gazed at the figure in the old photograph, Tao Min's eyes widened in astonishment. The woman in the photo bore an uncanny resemblance to Feng Qi 7 or 8 parts alike. Of course, this woman looked much more pleasing to the eye, with an air of scholarly refinement between her brows that gave her an elegant presence. Most crucially, Tao Min recognized who this was. It was her mother. The mother she remembered from childhood had always been frail and sickly, her skin wrinkled. This made it impossible for Tao Min to imagine what her mother had looked like in her youth. But upon seeing this photograph, she suddenly understood why Tao Kanyong had poured so much emotion into Feng Qi, why he was so utterly captivated by her. It was all because of Feng Qi's face. To see that face, almost identical to his mother's, Tao Kanyong had long ceased to care about anything else. A man of his caliber, how could he fail to see Feng Qi's little scheme? He was merely playing dumb. Tao Min fell silent. Beside them, Wang Hao furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "Uncle Tao, if I may ask out of curiosity, are you from the Tao family?" "That Tao family?" A weight settled in Wang Hao's voice as he spoke. "That Tao family? Which one?" "Naturally, the Tao family, one of the most prestigious aristocratic clans in the capital of the Dragon Nation. That was the top-tier family even he, the Dark Knight Dragon King Wang Hao, couldn't afford to ignore or underestimate." Previously, Wang Hao had never associated Tao Min's family with that Tao family. Neither Tao Min nor Tao Kanyong came anywhere near that level. But Feng Qi's family's actions left Wang Hao no choice but to suspect. The Feng family was no obscure minor clan. They would not have targeted Tao Kanyong like this without reason. Tao Kanyong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Yes." Tao Min looked utterly bewildered. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Tao Min always knew their family was well off, but to say they were some kind of top-tier aristocratic family? That was definitely not the case. At the very least, they weren't from a family that even someone like Wang Hao would take notice of. Seeming to sense his daughter's confusion, Tao Kanyong sighed softly. He didn't hide anything, explaining in a low voice, "I do indeed come from the Tao family of the capital. That top-tier family ranked among the top 10 in the Dragon Nation. However, over 20 years ago, because my love for Mengmeng's mother wasn't accepted by my family, I took her and left the capital. We came to Jiangling, and through my own abilities and prior savings, I established a stable life here. Though the Tao family didn't bless our union, they didn't interfere either, essentially leaving me to my own devices. And I, for my part, was quite content with that arrangement." Tao Min grew even more perplexed upon hearing this. "If that's all there is to it, father, it doesn't seem like such a big deal, does it? No matter how powerful the Tao family was, what did it have to do with Tao Kanyong now?" Noticing Tao Min's confusion, Tao Kanyong gave a bitter smile. "At first, I truly wasn't important. Because besides me, the Tao family had my older brother. My elder brother's abilities in every aspect were no weaker than mine, in fact, he was even stronger. With him succeeding as the head of the Tao family, the family felt completely at ease. But years ago, my elder brother was diagnosed with lung cancer. Everyone knows his days are numbered." By the end of his words, a weight settled on Tao Kanyong's face. "And it was precisely after that incident that Feng Qi approached me. I could even sense that many people were watching me. Because they understood that if anything happened to the eldest brother who had no sons, only 2 daughters, I would become the prime candidate to succeed as head of the Tao family in the coming period. And 6 months ago, my eldest brother passed away. Though I never formally assumed the role, in his final will, my eldest brother bequeathed to me." Chapter 106, The 10 Great Families. All of the Tao family's assets were bequeathed to Tao Kanyong. At this revelation, not only Tao Min but even Wang Hao's expression changed. The entire fortune of one of the top 10 premier clans in the Dragon Nation. Their combined value was beyond imagination. And now, all of it was in Tao Kanyong's hands. As news of Tao Kanyong's elder brother's death spread, word of this matter would inevitably reach many. And among them, many would undoubtedly set their sights on Tao Kanyong. And this was precisely why Feng Qi had been so eager to act earlier. If Tao Kanyong didn't die soon, once others got involved, whether she could get her hands on that money would be anyone's guess. No wonder she was so eager to poison him. But Tao Min was puzzled. She looked at Tao Kanyong with a puzzled expression, curiously asking, "Dad, if you don't want to get involved in the Tao family's affairs, what's the point of taking this money?"
You could have simply returned it to the rest of the Tao family long ago. It would have avoided trouble and allowed you to distance yourself from it all. Tao Kanyong gave a bitter laugh. Do you think I don't want to? But before he passed away, my eldest brother specifically instructed me all of this must remain in my possession. It must not be passed on lightly. He suspected there was a traitor within the Tao family. And this traitor held a high position. He didn't even trust his own daughter completely. Even his death, his health issues, they were all connected to that person. How could I possibly bear to hand all this over to the very person who caused my brother's death? What's more, do you truly believe the Tao family's assets are merely about money? If that were the case, the Feng family wouldn't have coveted them. By the end of his words, Tao Kangyong's voice carried a hint of resignation. This left Tao Min momentarily stunned. Were the Fengs that formidable? Could they actually look down on the Tao family's wealth? Tao Kangyong shook his head. The Feng family itself was insignificant. But the Fengs work for the Tang family, one of the 10 great clans. What they truly covet isn't the Tao family's wealth, but the Tao family's ancestral top-tier cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques. At this revelation, Tao Min was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. He had always known that each of the 10 great families possessed their own ancient cultivation heritage. The Tao family was no exception. Tao Kanyong being an ordinary person didn't mean his elder brother in the Tao family was one too. And what Fengqi sought to obtain might very well be the Tao family's most supreme cultivation technique. Now, observing Tao Min and Wang Hao, Tao Kanyong explained that what Fengqi desired, or rather, what the Tang family coveted, was the Tao family's most supreme heart sutra. This cultivation method perfectly complements the Tang family's techniques, capable of significantly enhancing their effectiveness. However, this technique has always been reserved solely for the head of the Tao family to cultivate. Since my elder brother never relinquished it before, I naturally couldn't just hand it over lightly. Tao Min stood by, utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined her family background could be this complicated. Yet in Wang Hao's eyes, a flicker of something strange flickered. He cared little for the Tao family's so-called top-tier cultivation technique. The cultivation technique he, Wang Hao, practiced would surpass all others in power. As the Dark Knight Dragon King, as the world's only openly acknowledged Heavenly King-level powerhouse at present, he possessed that much confidence. However, if the Feng family was backed by the Tang family, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for him, Wang Hao. After Feng Shao returned, he would inevitably come looking for trouble. The Feng family itself was weak and insignificant, so Wang Hao didn't pay them much mind. But if the Tang family intervened, their influence would rival that of the New Moon, one of the 10 great families. Their weight in the nation was unmatched by any other faction. Each of these clans could sway the stability of the entire Dragon Nation and influence official policy decisions. Their power is beyond what outsiders can imagine, including the Tao family. Don't be fooled by the fact that only the weak Tao Kanyong holds all this power now. Why then do others dare not act recklessly? Because the Tao family's elite warriors still exist. The 10 great clans all possess warriors of god-tier strength. Most crucially, they don't have to hide like the crescent moon. Their influence spans the entire nation. If the Tang family were to issue a single command, perhaps they could truly make Wang Hao unable to take a single step in Jiangling in the open. After all, the Dark Dragon Hall of today is no longer what it once was. However, Wang Hao didn't dwell on it too much. The Tang family had better not push things to that point. If it came to that, Wang Hao wouldn't mind returning to the Dark Dragon Hall, making it the foremost power under heaven, and then annihilate the Tang family. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao looked at Tao Min and Tao Kanyong and said calmly, "If either of you needs assistance with this matter, you may speak to me. Uncle Tao's health is no longer a concern, he should just go home and rest. I shall take my leave now." Tao Kanyong and Tao Min both nodded. Watching Wang Hao's departing figure, Tao Kanyong turned to Tao Min and whispered, "You like him, Dad?" Tao Min's face flushed instantly. "He's already married with children." "Don't say such things." But Tao Kanyong just smiled and shook his head. "I'm not asking you to marry him. Besides, you wouldn't be a good match for him anyway." As he spoke, Tao Kanyong sighed, looking somewhat helpless. Tao Min couldn't help but frown. "Dad, come on." She was undeniably a first-rate beauty, and now her family background had grown so powerful, how could she still be unworthy of Wang Hao? Tao Kanyong didn't elaborate, merely shaking his head gently as a bitter expression flickered across his face. Why isn't she good enough? Naturally, it was because of Wang Hao's capabilities. He'd seen Wang Hao's reaction when the Tao and Tang families were mentioned. This guy didn't care at all. In fact, he even carried a hint of murderous intent. Even the 10 great clans, if they provoked him, they might not escape unscathed. How could such a man be worthy of Tao Kanyong's daughter? After all, he's not the true head of the Tao family. He was merely an ordinary proxy. Meanwhile, after Feng Shao departed, he made no delay whatsoever, heading straight for the Tang family estate in the capital. Upon entering the Tang residence, Feng Xiao immediately dropped to his knees before Tang Yao, the family head, and began banging his head on the ground. Seated not far away was a man of well-proportioned build, appearing exceptionally refined and scholarly, even carrying a hint of an intellectual's demeanor. Dressed in ancient-style robes and holding a scroll, he was none other than the head of the Tang family, Tang Yao. Watching Feng Xiao kneel and kowtow, he narrowed his eyes. Feng Xiao, rise and speak. What is this? Feng Xiao burst into tears on the spot, his body trembling as he pleaded, head of the Tang family? I beg you, please vindicate my Feng family. My daughter was ordered to infiltrate Tao Kanyang. Today, Tao Kanyang was to die, and my daughter would have secured everything the Tang family desired. But who could have foreseen that a third party would suddenly intervene, killing my daughter and saving Tao Kanyang? All our efforts have gone down the drain. As he finished speaking, Feng Xiao slammed his forehead onto the ground with a loud thud. I implore you, head of the Tang family, to permit me to take a top-tier warrior from your family to hunt down and kill this man, avenging my daughter. Chapter 107, Spare his life. A cold gleam instantly flashed in Tang Yao's eyes. How dare you? You dare to ruin even the Tang family's good fortune? Exactly. Feng Xiao's face was twisted with rage. I request that the Tang family head send the Tang family's strongest warriors to accompany me to Jiangling to execute this traitor. I, Feng Xiao, vow to avenge the Tang family and myself. As he finished speaking, Feng Xiao once again slammed his forehead against the ground with a thud before Tang Yao. Tang Yao narrowed his eyes. He knew full well that Feng Xiao's actions were driven more by self-interest than anything else. His daughter had been murdered, he could never accept it. Seeking out the Tang family was merely a means to leverage their power. But Tang Yao didn't dwell on it. After all, Feng Xiao was essentially his dog. Hurting his dog would be disrespecting the Tang family. Given that, lending a hand was hardly inappropriate. After a moment's thought, Tang Yao spoke indifferently, let Tang Yi accompany you. With Tang Yi's prowess, in a place like Jiangling, a mere speck of land, no one could hold a candle to him. Tang Yao radiated absolute confidence. Feng Xiao, upon hearing this, was instantly overjoyed. Tang Yi. He was one of the Tang family's strongest outside the inner circle, rumored to be approaching god-tier combat power. For such a formidable presence to deal with a mere Wang Hao of Jiangling? A mere trifle. At this thought, Feng Xiao immediately banged his head against the ground in another loud kowtow to Tang Yao. Thank you, head of the Tang family. Tang Yao shook his head, saying nothing more. Soon, Tang Yi was summoned out. Tang Yi appeared utterly cold and emotionless, like a robot. He was essentially a combat machine cultivated by the Tang family, devoid of any genuine emotion. Even his name had been bestowed upon him by the Tang clan. Going on missions with Feng Xiao held no special significance in his eyes. Watching Tang Yi, Feng Xiao couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The Tang family was truly terrifyingly powerful. No wonder they're one of the 10 great families. Even their mass-produced enforcers were nearly god-tier warriors. The Feng family had truly found a formidable master this time. Just then, as Feng Xiao led Tang Yi away, a slender figure darted out from behind and rushed to Tang Yao's side, throwing her arms around his neck. Daddy! I want to go to Jiangling too. This person was none other than Tang Yao's daughter, Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao was an 18-year-old girl, radiant with youthful beauty. Fresh out of high school and now in college, she had spent her days honing her skills across various roles within the Tang family enterprise. Her capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary students. This had always fueled her desire to contribute to the Tang family. However, Tang Yao had always shielded her, never allowing her to rush out and make her mark. Watching Tang Xiaoxiao's pouting expression now, Tang Yao couldn't help but shake his head. Don't you know how dangerous it is for you to go out and handle things? Tang Yao didn't refuse outright. After a moment's thought, he said, if you truly wish to go to Jiangling, it's not impossible. But I have one condition. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Dad, just say it. I'll agree to anything. Tang Yao shot her a disapproving look and said flatly, if you must go to Jiangling, so be it. But this time, you must protect yourself. I'm sending Tang Heir to accompany you. You must not stray from his side at any time. Tang Heir. Though it might sound like he's weaker than Tang Yi, these individuals are merely numbered sequentially, their strength isn't ranked in that order. In terms of strength, Tang Heir was actually several levels stronger than Tang Yi. He was a bona fide god of war tier powerhouse. Though his combat experience is lacking, making him the weakest among the war gods, he remains a war god tier powerhouse nonetheless. This was a level of power utterly beyond comparison. If Tang Heir were to accompany them throughout the journey, Tang Yao believed it would at least guarantee Tang Xiaoxiao's safety. A look of conflict flashed across Tang Xiaoxiao's face. Her primary reason for wanting to leave was to escape her parents' control and gain some freedom. But with Tang Heir tagging along, every move she made would inevitably reach Tang Yao's ears first. How could she relax and enjoy herself then? Nevertheless, after a brief silence, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. No problem. We'll figure it out once we're out. Getting out was better than staying cooped up at home. Watching Tang Xiaoxiao jog away, Tang Yao shook his head. His daughter was growing up. These things were bound to happen sooner or later. And besides, what's so dangerous about a mere Jianling? There's no real danger to speak of. Early the next morning, after dropping Mengmeng off at kindergarten, Wang Hao returned home to tend to the garden with Chu Xiaoyun, savoring this simple marital pleasure. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept through the air. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. It was the aura of a peak grandmaster. Who could it be? As he recognized the figure approaching, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Xiao? What, did I just let you off the hook and now you're back to court death? Seems you're not too fond of your life. At this, Feng Xiao let out a cold laugh. See the elder who came with me? This is a Tang family powerhouse, Lord Tang Yi. Today, I've brought Lord Tang Yi here to claim your life. You call this me coming to throw my life away? That I don't value my life? How laughable. Feng Xiao appeared utterly arrogant. Beside him, Tang Yi slowly stepped forward, his gaze settling on Wang Hao, his expression unchanged. Yet at this moment, Wang Hao quietly furrowed his brow as he looked at Tang Yi. He could naturally sense the aura emanating from Tang Yi, that of a grandmaster at the peak of his power. The problem was, Tang Yi's peak grandmaster level was not entirely cultivated through cultivation. Within it, Wang Hao sensed traces of medicinal substances. When it came to enhancing strength through drugs, the name New Moon was impossible to avoid. Of course, Tang Yi wasn't some worthless peak master who relied purely on drugs, he simply used large quantities of them as supplements during his cultivation. Still, Wang Hao didn't dwell on it too much. Qin Yue. Given her formidable power, it wasn't hard to understand why she'd meddle with the 10 great families. Looking at Tang Yi, Wang Hao smiled faintly and said calmly, "Is this your reliance? What? You actually look down on even the Tang family's strongest?" Feng Xiao couldn't help but sneer with contempt. "Let me tell you, Senior Tang Yi killing you would be like taking candy from a baby." Before the words had even finished echoing, boom! Wang Hao's fist slammed heavily into Tang Yi's midsection. In an instant, Tang Yi collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach with both hands, his entire body trembling. He couldn't even stand up. His dantian had been shattered by Wang Hao's single blow. From that moment onward, he possessed not a shred of power. Apart from the muscles still clinging to his body, all his power had vanished. In that moment, despair flashed uncontrollably in Tang Yi's eyes, erasing the robotic composure he had once possessed. Feng Xiao was completely dumbfounded. He had brought Tang Yi along, brimming with confidence. In his eyes, Tang Yi was practically invincible. Yet who could have imagined that before Wang Hao, Tang Yi couldn't even withstand a single move? What on earth was going on? Who exactly was this Wang Hao? Watching Feng Xiao's terrified expression, a cold smile curled at the corner of Wang Hao's lips. "Now, you can go die." "No, no!" Feng Xiao screamed in terror, scrambling backward. But at that very moment, "Hold him!" A sharp cry suddenly rang out. Chapter 108, Kill Mengmeng, and Wang Hao will be thrown into chaos. Wang Hao turned his head with curiosity. Not far away, a striking figure approached slowly, followed by a cold-eyed man dressed similarly to Tang Yi but possessing even greater strength. A god of war tier powerhouse. This striking figure appeared to be around 18, barely out of adolescence. Her attire wasn't extravagant, just standard college student wear. Yet the jewelry she casually wore hinted at her extraordinary wealth. Spotting the woman, Feng Xiao immediately shouted out, "Miss Tang! Save me! Save me!" The one who arrived was none other than Tang Xiaoxiao. After shouting, Feng Xiao turned to glare at Wang Hao and barked, "Kid, what are you waiting for? Let me go. This is Tang Xiaoxiao, the eldest daughter of the Tang family. She's a true figure at the pinnacle of society. No one dares to defy Miss Tang's orders." "You." Feng Xiao tried to say more, but Wang Hao cut him off with a cold laugh. "You talk too much." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Bang! Wang Hao delivered a brutal stomp to his midsection. Instantly. Put! Feng Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Wang Hao had actually killed him even after Tang Xiaoxiao had stepped in to stop him. That damned Wang Hao, how dare he? Alas, he had no chance to ponder these thoughts. As his life force completely faded, Feng Xiao collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Beside him, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression turned pale with shock. "Wang Hao! What do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear me?" "I heard you." Wang Hao nodded indifferently. "But what did you say?" "What the hell does it matter to me? None of my damn business." Those four simple words instantly turned Tang Xiaoxiao's face ashen. As the eldest daughter of the Tang family, she was always treated with respect. Even in the capital, no one dared speak to her like this. Especially among her peers. Though Wang Hao was a few years older than her, he was still considered a peer. And yet, in this situation, Wang Hao dared to speak to her like this. He had the nerve. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao was thoroughly enraged. She whipped her head toward Tang Er beside her and roared, making him understand the consequences. Tang Er didn't move, but furrowed his brow slightly and said in a deep voice, "Miss, look at the ground. Tang Xiaoxiao froze, then looked down. Her expression changed instantly. Tang Yi now lay sprawled on the ground, his face drained of color, every trace of his formidable aura vanished. Tang Yi had been crippled by Wang Hao. This Wang Hao's strength was likely no weaker than Tang Er's. It was even possible he was stronger. If Tang Er were forced to fight Wang Hao and suffered defeat, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Xiaoxiao was no fool. She gradually regained her composure, no longer pressuring Tang Er to fight. Instead, she fixed Wang Hao with a cold stare and said, "Young man, do you know what happens to those who cross the Tang family?" "I don't know, nor do I care to find out." Wang Hao's expression remained calm as he turned and walked straight back to his own courtyard. This caused Tang Xiaoxiao's expression to darken. Wang Hao didn't even bother to hear her threat through. This man clearly held no regard for the Tang family. Clenching her fists, Tang Xiaoxiao suppressed her rage. She ordered Tang Er to take Tang Er with him, then drove away. Feng Zhao's death had effectively thrust the Tang family into outright opposition with Wang Hao. Tang Xiaoxiao had no intention of failing on her very first mission. This time, she would make Wang Hao pay the price. With this resolve, Tang Xiaoxiao drove to a residence the Tang family had purchased long ago in Jiangling, deep in thought about how to deal with Wang Hao. Suddenly, thump! A knock sounded at the door. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Tang Er walked straight over and opened the door. Seeing the visitor at the door, Tang Er couldn't help but look puzzled. "Who might you be? What brings you here?" The visitor was dressed in a strikingly flamboyant and alluring manner. Upon seeing Tang Er, a smile instantly spread across her face. "Greetings, venerable elder of the Tang family. I am Tan Yunjun, an enemy of Wang Hao. Would the elder permit me to enter and meet Miss Tang Xiaoxiao?" The visitor was none other than Tan Yunjun. Ever since she had crossed paths with Wang Hao, Tan Yunjun had been residing in the countryside of Jiangling, biding her time for an opportunity to confront him. Yet the longer she waited, the more dread filled her heart. She had kept tabs on Wang Hao all along and knew exactly what he had done. His actions made it painfully clear to Tan Yunjun that she had crossed someone she could never afford to provoke. Under such circumstances, Tan Yunjun dared not act rashly to seek revenge against Wang Hao. But this time, Tang Xiaoxiao's arrival in Jiangling gave her a glimmer of hope. She understood clearly that Wang Hao had previously angered the Tang family because he had offended the Feng family. Now, with Tang Xiaoxiao's arrival, she finally had her first chance to meet someone capable of dealing with Wang Hao. Naturally, she had to go pay her a visit. Hearing this, Tang Er couldn't help but pause, instinctively turning his head to look at Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Wang Hao's enemy to come looking for her. But Tang Xiaoxiao quickly regained her composure and said indifferently, "Come in." "Yes." Tan Yunjuan's heart leapt with joy. She hurriedly entered the room, stood before Tang Xiaoxiao, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Miss Tang." Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively, paying no heed to Tan Yunjuan's deference. Instead, she asked coldly, "You have a grudge against Wang Hao?" Tan Yunjun clenched her teeth. "He robbed me of everything. I dream of destroying his family." Feeling the intense hatred radiating from Tan Yunjun, Tang Xiaoxiao accepted her words without doubt. "You should know Wang Hao's capabilities. He's formidable. Even in the capital, few could stand against him. You're coming to me about someone like that. Do you have some method to deal with him?" Tan Yunjun nodded, lowering her voice. "Miss Tang, do you wish to make him suffer agonizingly, unable to live or die? Or do you simply want to kill him?" Tang Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Naturally, the former." Tan Yunjun smiled faintly. "That's far too simple. Miss Tang, do you know why he insisted on killing Feng Qi before?" "Why?" "Because Feng Qi caused his daughter to be verbally abused at kindergarten. His fury was all for his daughter. If Miss Tang could kill his daughter outright, this man would be utterly devastated." By the end of her speech, Tan Yunjuan's face even showed a hint of excitement. Having kept a close watch on Wang Hao all this time, she had come to understand him better. As long as Mengmeng was killed, Wang Hao would be utterly devastated. In her eyes, this was the simplest and most effective way to exact revenge on Wang Hao. Yet upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao frowned and coldly asked, "Are there other methods? Target a child? If word gets out, what face would the Tang family have left?" Tang Xiaoxiao's refusal sent a chill through Tan Yunjuan's heart. Still, this outcome was within her expectations. After all, the Tang family was one of the 10 great clans. To target a 4-year-old child if word got out, the Tang family truly couldn't afford such a loss of face. Hearing this, Tan Yunjun nodded firmly. Of course there were other means. "Miss Tang, you are a member of the Tang family. With the Tang family's influence, making Wang Hao's life in Jiangling unbearable, even rendering him homeless, wouldn't you agree that's hardly difficult?" Chapter 109, Tan Yunjuan's Revenge. Make Wang Hao's life unbearable. Make him homeless. At these words, Tang Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. Difficult? For anyone else, it would be impossible. But if you're asking the Tang family to do all this, that wouldn't be difficult at all. With the Tang family's influence, they could even make everyone in Jiangling too afraid to come near Wang Hao.
Vendors wouldn't dare sell them anything, and real estate developers wouldn't dare let them stay in their current homes.
Even including Mengmeng. Killing Mengmeng? The Tang family couldn't bring themselves to do it. But if you're suggesting expelling Mengmeng from kindergarten, that would be perfectly acceptable. And it would merely be a side matter. Then, she wouldn't believe Wang Hao could remain indifferent.
Making Wang Hao suffer was precisely her goal. With that thought, Tang Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and said in a solemn tone, "I'm entrusting this matter to you. You have my permission to temporarily mobilize all of the Tang family's resources. How long will it take you to handle it?" After all, the Tang family was an outsider in Jiangling. Tang Xiaoxiao now needed someone who understood Jiangling better and Wang Hao better to handle all this. Tan Yunjun was clearly the best choice. Upon hearing this, Tan Yunjun's face lit up with excitement. She had assumed she would merely offer advice and direction to Tang Xiaoxiao, with the Tang family handling the final execution themselves. Who would have thought Tang Xiaoxiao would grant her such extensive authority? Most crucially, this meant she could personally exact revenge on Wang Hao. The thought sent shivers of excitement through Tan Yunjun's body. She immediately knelt before Tang Xiaoxiao and said respectfully, "Thank you, Miss Tang. I shall not disappoint. Before the day is out, I will make Wang Hao wish he had never been born." Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao gave a slight nod. This was her first mission outside the compound, and she had no intention of failing. And inflicting suffering upon Wang Hao for someone of her god-tier strength, that should count as a decent outcome, right? By then, she believed her father wouldn't blame her. After dealing with Tang Yi and Feng Xiao, Wang Hao paid little further attention to the matter. He continued tending to the flowers and trees in the courtyard with Chu Xiaoyun, happily occupied with his tasks. Chu Xiaoyun, it seemed, had grown accustomed to this chaotic mess. Even when Feng Xiao died right before her eyes, she showed no emotional reaction. She understood clearly that for Wang Hao, eliminating these invading enemies was no great matter. If she couldn't adapt, she wouldn't be worthy of staying by Wang Hao's side. Just then, Chu Xiaoyun's phone suddenly rang. "It must be the cherry tree I ordered," Chu Xiaoyun said with a smile. As she spoke, she answered the call. Over the past couple of days, Chu Xiaoyun had purchased numerous flowers, plants, and trees to plant in the courtyard. The cherry tree was also something she had decided to buy after discussing it with Mengmeng. But as soon as Chu Xiaoyun answered, an anxious voice came through the line. "Miss Chu, we've returned the cherry tree you purchased. Could you please confirm this on your end?" "What?" Chu Xiaoyun froze, still processing the news. Her cherry tree had been returned? Why? She had checked the delivery status earlier, wasn't it already out for delivery? But the shop owner on the phone sounded utterly helpless. "Miss Chu, please don't push me. If I sold you this, I wouldn't be able to keep my shop open. Please, don't ask any more questions. I've processed the return. You'll just have to find another place to buy it." With that, the shop owner hung up immediately. This only deepened the confusion in Chu Xiaoyun's eyes. What was going on? She was just buying a cherry tree, why couldn't it be delivered? Though puzzled, Chu Xiaoyun didn't dwell on it. She decided to water her flowers first. But just then, the tap water suddenly stopped. And all the lights in the house went out. Water and power outage? Even Wang Hao couldn't help but frown, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. He seemed to sense something. Someone was targeting them. Otherwise, how could this be such a coincidence? And this house was sold to him by Mo Tao. Though Mo Tao didn't know his true identity, he had his suspicions. Under these circumstances, why would they cut off the water and electricity here? Filled with questions, Wang Hao dialed Mo Tao's number directly. On the other end, Mo Tao's voice sounded heavy. "Mr. Wang, I'm truly sorry. But this matter concerns the very survival of the entire Mo family. My father, Mo Yanfeng, has personally ordered it. I have no choice. Perhaps you should consider finding alternative accommodations." Mo Tao's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The Tang family demanded they evict Wang Hao immediately, forbidding him from staying there. Otherwise, the Mo family would face the consequences. Mo Tao naturally dared not go to Wang Hao's door to evict him, so he could only resort to cutting off water and electricity. Deep down, he was terrified, fearing Wang Hao might lash out at him in anger. Now, with Wang Hao calling, Mo Tao was so tense that cold sweat beaded on his forehead. But upon hearing this, a cold smile immediately appeared at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. "Don't worry, I won't harm you. Just tell me who ordered you to do this. I'll handle the rest myself." Mo Tao's heart skipped a beat. He could sense the confidence in Wang Hao's words. But, is that person really someone Wang Hao can handle? Mo Tao and Mo Yanfeng had always held Wang Hao in the highest regard, willing to cooperate with him on any matter. But the problem was, this enemy was simply beyond their wildest imagination. That's the Tang family. They stood at the very pinnacle of the entire dragon nation. How could Wang Hao possibly stand a chance against such a force?
If he had disclosed the Tang family's intelligence to Wang Hao, and the Tang family later traced it back to him, the entire Mo family might be. Yet, Mo Tao couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. The one who had come to see him earlier was none other than Tan Yunjun. Tan Yunjun, she had once been an employee here. This time, Tan Yunjun had returned with arrogant disdain, hurling insults and humiliating him, even forcing Mo Tao to bow his head and apologize. Every single act had struck at Mo Tao's pride. The mere thought of it filled Mo Tao with inexplicable fury. Gritting his teeth, he stated bluntly, "Mr. Wang, please do not reveal that this came from me. This time, it's the Tang family targeting you." It was the Tang family's eldest daughter, Tang Xiaoxiao, who personally gave the order. And it was that Tan Yunjun who came to carry it out. Tan Yunjun? At the mention of her name, Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a heavy, cold snort. Last time, Wang Hao spared her life for Chu Xiaoyun's sake. Little did he expect she'd come looking for death again. Got it. Thanks. With that, Wang Hao hung up the phone. But before he could say anything else, his phone rang again. It was Lu Dan calling. Lu Dan's voice trembled with fear on the other end. "Wang Hao, who exactly have you offended?" The principal said he'll stop at nothing regardless of whatever arrangements Director Tamiya made earlier to get Mengmeng expelled. Chapter 110, Tan Yunjun is asking for trouble. Get Mengmeng out. At that moment, rage surged straight to Wang Hao's temples. He didn't mind being targeted. Let them use whatever means they had. Wang Hao could handle it. In fact, as long as it didn't directly harm Chu Xiaoyun, even if some things were aimed at her, Wang Hao wouldn't be overly concerned. After all, Chu Xiaoyun wasn't some delicate little girl. She could handle herself and wouldn't be affected by minor troubles. But Mengmeng was different. No matter how strong Mengmeng appeared, she was still just a child. A 4-year-old who keeps getting into trouble at kindergarten. How would her classmates see her? Now she's been expelled outright. Even if she could return someday, wouldn't this leave an irreparable wound deep in Mengmeng's heart? At that moment, Wang Hao clenched his fists tightly. His voice turned icy as he said, "Teacher Lu, please calm Mengmeng down first. Have her rest in your office for a while. I'll resolve everything within an hour." Lu Dan hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and replying, "All right. I'll have Mengmeng rest here with me for an hour. I'll handle things at the school for you too. I'll do everything in my power to protect Mengmeng from harm. But if it goes beyond that, I can't guarantee anything. I hope you understand that. I'm just a teacher, I don't have that kind of authority." Wang Hao nodded slightly. "Thank you." With that, Wang Hao hung up the phone. He knew Lu Dan had already done everything possible to protect Mengmeng. As a teacher, she had done all she could. The rest was up to him, Wang Hao. With that thought, Wang Hao snorted coldly and dialed Su Qi's number. "I need Tang Xiaoxiao's current location." Tang Xiaoxiao. Since this Tang family heiress had come to Jiangling, then she needs to understand whose turf Jiangling really is. Hearing this, Su Qi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He could sense Wang Hao's fury. Su Qi dared not delay. He immediately looked up the information and relayed it to Wang Hao, who drove off, disappearing from the entrance of his home. Tang Xiaoxiao? The Tang family? One of the 10 great families? So what? He, Wang Hao, truly didn't mind offending them. It's just a bit more trouble, that's all. If they really pushed him too far, he could just storm their door and wipe out the Tang family. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao parked his car outside Tang Xiaoxiao's residence and kicked the door open with one swift kick. Crash! The deafening crash made Tang Xiaoxiao's face pale. Tang Er, standing nearby, darkened his expression and instantly stepped forward, blocking Wang Hao's path. Though he said nothing, his meaning was crystal clear. Wang Hao intended to harm Tang Xiaoxiao. He'd have to get past him first. Tang Xiaoxiao's face also bore a hint of confidence. Tang Er was a god-tier powerhouse. Even if he was the weakest link among them, he wasn't someone others could easily defeat. With Tang Er around, no matter how powerful Wang Hao might be. Before Tang Xiaoxiao could think further. Bam! Wang Hao's fist slammed directly into Tang Er's midsection. Tang Er was instantly sent flying several meters backward, crashing heavily into the wall before collapsing to the ground. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression turning utterly grim. He never dreamed Wang Hao could be this terrifying. He was, after all, a war god-level powerhouse. Why was he now so utterly fragile and easily crushed before Wang Hao? You! Tang Er tried to rise and fight again, but Wang Hao planted his foot squarely on Tang Er's chest. With a cold stare, he declared, "Dare to obstruct me again, and you will die. Think carefully." Tang Er's eyes brimmed with agony. Yet from his lips, he forced out a few words. "Don't harm the young lady." Those simple words instantly brought tears streaming down Tang Xiaoxiao's face. Tang Er's loyalty to the Tang family was beyond anyone's comprehension. These fighting machines, should have perished long ago. It was the Tang family who gave them a second life and nurtured them into such formidable warriors. Under these circumstances, they would never betray the Tang family in the slightest. Even if it meant death, he would never allow anyone to harm Tang Xiaoxiao in his presence. Touch Tang Xiaoxiao? Step over his dead body first. Hearing this, Wang Hao snorted coldly. Blind loyalty. Those who aid and abet tyranny deserve death. With that, boom! Wang Hao stomped down with all his might. In an instant, Tang Er's chest shattered completely. His heart had utterly ceased to beat. Tang Er stared wide-eyed at Wang Hao, his hands clutching Wang Hao's ankles with deathly grip. Yet after a long moment, they finally relaxed. His life force vanished completely. All signs of life vanished. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cry out in anguish. Uncle Tang Er. Her voice trembled as she looked up at Wang Hao, fists clenched in fury. Why did you kill him? He was just a servant. Why couldn't you spare his life? You killed him, not me. Wang Hao's expression remained calm, his emotions utterly still. You chose to attack me, forcing me to come here. You nearly harmed Mengmeng, which enraged me. You failed to stop him from fighting me to the death, forcing me to kill him. Now you play the innocent victim, questioning why I killed him? Is this the true nature of the Tang family's young miss? Such despicable behavior. You. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression instantly darkened. She had assumed that facing a colossus like the Tang family, Wang Hao would only choose to flee, never daring to lay a finger on her. Who would have thought? Gritting her teeth, Tang Xiaoxiao took a long moment to steady her emotions before clenching her fists and declaring, Wang Hao, even if you kill me, it won't change the Tang family's decision. When that time comes, my Tang family will deal with you even more ruthlessly. By then, even taking a sip of water will be illegal. You'll become a wanted criminal across the entire dragon nation. I know. Wang Hao's expression remained calm, utterly composed. This left Tang Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. What? Wang Hao said indifferently, that's why I never expected to resolve the Tang family's issues through you. In the face of the Tang family's problems, what are you? Contempt filled Wang Hao's expression as he spoke. Tang Xiaoxiao was merely a youngster sent out for training. She held absolutely no decision-making power over the Tang family's major affairs. How could Wang Hao possibly expect to resolve his feud with the Tang family through her? Tang Xiaoxiao was merely his conduit to the Tang family. Staring at Tang Xiaoxiao, Wang Hao coldly demanded, Where's Tan Yunjun? Tang Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, her voice trembling. She went to the school herself after seeing your daughter hadn't been expelled. Wang Hao's eyes instantly turned icy. Tan Yunjun was courting death. With a cold snort, Wang Hao grabbed Tang Xiaoxiao by the collar with one hand and strode toward the door. This sent Tang Xiaoxiao into a panic. What are you doing? Let me go. Did you hear me? Let me go. Or else, my dad won't let you off the hook. Your dad? Wang Hao sneered coldly. The one I'm going to see is your dad. Once I've dealt with Tan Yunjun, your Tang family will be next. Chapter 111, I won't let them off either. Amid Tang Xiaoxiao's utter shock and terror, Wang Hao grabbed her by the arm, dragged her out the door, and shoved her into the car. He drove straight toward the kindergarten. He strapped Tang Xiaoxiao into the passenger seat and pinned her down with a powerful surge of true qi. Unless a Martial King-level expert intervened personally, no one could take Tang Xiaoxiao away. At that moment, Wang Hao strode into the kindergarten. The security guard at the entrance startled, instinctively moving to block his path. After all, it was class time, even parents weren't supposed to enter now. But Wang Hao swatted the guard's hand away, his voice cold as ice. Did someone named Tan Yunjun go in earlier? How did you know? The guard was taken aback. When Tan Yunjun had arrived earlier, she had immediately presented her credentials as a representative of the Tang family. How could a mere security guard dare to stop her? But Wang Hao didn't care about any of that. With a cold snort, he strode straight inside. Meanwhile, inside Lu Dan's office, Lu Dan clutched Mengmeng tightly, her face ashen. She never imagined that Tan Yunjun would come to the kindergarten on behalf of the Tang family to cause trouble for Mengmeng. She had promised Wang Hao she would protect Mengmeng for 1 hour, no matter what. Even if Tan Yunjun came representing the Tang family now, she couldn't break her promise. With that resolve, she glared coldly at Tan Yunjun across the room and gritted her teeth. I don't care who you are. Mengmeng's paperwork isn't finalized yet. I won't allow her to be kicked out like this. Mengmeng is just a child. With her parents absent, how could I possibly hand her over to others? Especially not to their sworn enemies. Refuse? Tan Yunjun's eyes flashed with a cold, sinister glint. Are you sure about this? If you don't hand her over to me, you become an enemy of the Tang family. No, your entire kindergarten, the entire Jiangling education department will become enemies of the Tang family. Are you sure you'll still be alive then? The word sent a shiver down Lu Dan's spine. Yet she still clutched Mengmeng tightly, showing no sign of letting go. The kindergarten principal standing nearby, however, found this utterly unacceptable. He stormed forward, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Dan and bellowed, What are you doing? Hand this child over to the Tang family's envoy immediately. Do you want to drag the entire kindergarten down with you? Lu Dan, I'm telling you, hand this child over to her now, or I'll fire you. Offend the Tangs, and soon no kindergarten in all of Jiangling will dare hire you. Think carefully. Lu Dan's face paled. She was just an ordinary person. For ordinary people, work is absolutely the most important thing. Losing her job completely would spell trouble for the rest of her life. But she couldn't give up. She had promised Wang Hao. She would protect Mengmeng no matter what. Thinking this, Lu Dan clutched Mengmeng tightly, refusing to let go even for a moment. Seeing this, the principal's face darkened with fury. He strode forward in 2 strides, grabbed Lu Dan's shoulders, and lashed out with a sharp slap. Smack! The force sent Lu Dan tumbling backward onto the ground. Mengmeng immediately crouched down, looking at Lu Dan anxiously. Teacher Lu. Are you okay? Lu Dan tried to say something more. But the principal across from her cut her off immediately. Lu Dan, don't push your luck. Where are the security guards? Get over here. Take Lu Dan away. This child must be handed over to the Tang family's envoy. At those words, a group of security guards immediately surrounded her. Lu Dan was utterly panicked. Though she was determined to protect Mengmeng at any cost, she was just a woman. How could she possibly shield Mengmeng from so many burly men? But just then, get out of the way. A furious roar suddenly erupted. In an instant, the group of security guards seemed to be pushed backward by an invisible force, stumbling and staggering, their faces filled with unease. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao slowly approached. He gently patted Mengmeng's head as she rushed over and clung to his leg, his face filled with self-reproach. Mengmeng had nearly been in danger. All of this was his fault, Wang Hao's. And now, Mengmeng began to cry. Daddy, that mean principal, he hit Teacher Lu. Wang Hao frowned. Turning to look at Lu Dan, he saw the swollen redness on her face and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Although Lu Dan had promised to protect Mengmeng for an hour, Mengmeng was a complete stranger to her. The principal himself had intervened. Why would she sacrifice herself for Mengmeng? Yet this woman had taken a beating for Mengmeng. At that moment, even Wang Hao felt a pang of sorrow. He stepped forward, reached out, and gently stroked Lu Dan's cheek. You. Lu Dan's face flushed, and she instinctively tried to pull away. But the next second, her eyes widened in shock. The swelling and pain on her face vanished instantly. Lu Dan froze in shock. She had thought Wang Hao was trying to flirt with her, but it turned out he was actually treating her. Most crucially, just by touching her once, the injuries on her face had healed? How on earth did he manage that? Wang Hao paid no attention to Lu Dan's reaction. Pulling his hand away from Lu Dan's face, he turned his gaze directly toward the principal. Did you hit her? The principal shuddered and instinctively took a step back. The power and presence Wang Hao had just displayed were genuinely terrifying. But Wang Hao couldn't care less about his thoughts. He stepped forward and delivered a hard slap, sending the principal crashing to the ground. This blow landed far harder than the principal had struck Lu Dan earlier, instantly swelling his face and even leaving faint traces of blood visible. Wang Hao paid it no mind, turning his gaze toward Tan Yunjun. The murderous intent in his eyes grew ever more intense. You're asking for death. The icy voice made Tan Yunjun's face turn deathly pale. But remembering the Tang family's backing, she gritted her teeth and retorted, Wang Hao, don't get cocky. I'm here representing the Tang family. If you dare offend me, you offend the entire Tang family. Think carefully. The Tang family? Wang Hao sneered coldly, his face twisted with contempt. I've already killed their people. I wouldn't mind killing one more. What? Tan Yunjun's heart skipped a beat, panic creeping onto her face. Kill someone? Was Wang Hao planning to kill her in public at the kindergarten? Wang Hao couldn't be bothered with her. He turned to Lu Dan and said flatly, have Mengmeng step outside for now. Blood isn't good for her. Lu Dan was still a bit dazed, but Mengmeng immediately turned and walked to the side, pouting, Daddy, I'm not a little kid anymore. I like watching you beat up this bad guy. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Dan felt like her worldview was crumbling. Mengmeng. This little girl who usually seemed so gentle, how could she secretly enjoy watching this kind of thing? Massaging her temples, Lu Dan led Mengmeng out of the office. This left Tan Yunjun utterly panicked. She couldn't help but scream, Wang Hao, I'm telling you, the Tang family won't let you off the hook. I'll be waiting for you in hell. You won't be long in joining me. You will. Hearing this, Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. The Tang family won't let me off? Sorry, but I won't let them off either. If they don't play nice, I won't mind sending them down to keep you company. Chapter 112, Tang Yao. Get out here. Let the Tang family join her down below. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone's expressions changed. Has Wang Hao lost his mind? How dare he say such a thing? Tan Yunjun couldn't contain her fury and roared, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea what level of aristocratic family the Tangs are? They're one of the 10 great clans of Dragon Nation. They stand among the most powerful forces at the very pinnacle of the entire Dragon Nation. And you want the Tang family to come down and entertain me? How dare you say such a thing? Why wouldn't I? Wang Hao sneered contemptuously, his face dripping with scorn. The Tang family? They're nothing. With that, Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to exchange another word with Tan Yunjun. He instantly closed the distance between them. Before she could react, his fist slammed into her midsection. Tan Yunjun's eyes widened in horror as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Wang Hao's blow shattered her internal organs. She collapsed slowly, her eyes gradually losing focus. All life drained from her body. Tan Yunjun. Dead. Without another word, Wang Hao turned to the severely injured principal standing nearby and said coldly, Lu Dan, you're responsible for protecting her. If she suffers any harm, I guarantee you'll join that Tan woman down there. The principal couldn't help but tremble. But he knew he had no right to object now. Even after being beaten, he dared not cause trouble for Wang Hao. This was a man who dared to cross even the Tang family. Wang Hao. As long as he could still bring Mengmeng to school alive these next few days, that alone would prove everything. A man the Tang family couldn't touch. What right did he, a mere principal, have to cause trouble for him? At that moment, Wang Hao followed them out, looked at Lu Dan, and whispered, Mengmeng is in your care. Lu Dan furrowed his brow slightly. After such a major incident, wasn't he going to take Mengmeng home to rest? Wang Hao smiled, ruffling Mengmeng's little head as he said calmly, the little one's mental resilience has been forged through this. This minor incident won't affect her too much. Always taking Mengmeng home wouldn't be good for her social interactions with classmates. Lu Dan nodded gently. As a teacher, she knew Wang Hao was speaking the truth. Since Wang Hao himself was willing and Mengmeng had no objections, she naturally wouldn't say much more. But looking at Wang Hao now, she couldn't help but ask, what about you? What about the Tang family? In Lu Dan's view, even though Wang Hao had just spoken harshly, the family he'd offended was none other than the Tangs. They were one of the most prestigious families in all of Longhua. Facing such a powerhouse, Wang Hao surely had some kind of plan in place, right? Yet at her words, a cold smile instantly spread across Wang Hao's lips. The Tang family? Of course I'll go talk to them. Whoever dared lay a finger on Mengmeng and Xiaoyun would face punishment. With that, Wang Hao turned and strode straight toward the kindergarten exit. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Lu Dan felt a bit dazed. She acknowledged that Wang Hao's treatment, combined with glimpses of his formidable strength, proved he was exceptionally capable. But what had just unfolded was still hard for Lu Dan to fathom. Wang Hao seemed to genuinely hold the Tang family in utter contempt. Who exactly was this man? The thought that such a man had just caressed her cheek made Lu Dan's lovely face flush slightly. She lowered her head and said nothing more. Just then, Mengmeng, standing nearby, suddenly tilted her head and spoke up. Teacher Lu, why are you blushing? Have you fallen for my dad? You're talking nonsense. Lu Dan's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably at that moment. What on earth was going through Mengmeng's little head? She has a mother, after all. How dare she say such things? But Mengmeng wore a look of pure satisfaction. I knew my dad was the most amazing, the most charismatic. Mr. Lu, don't worry, I won't tell Mom. If you like Dad, go ahead and sneak a kiss, I'll pretend I didn't see. Mengmeng. At that moment, Lu Dan felt like she had three heads. What kind of student had she ended up teaching? Not a single word out of her mouth was serious. Kiss Wang Hao? How? How could that be possible? Meanwhile, Wang Hao drove straight to the airport. This only made Tang Xiaoxiao's expression grow increasingly grim beside him. What the hell do you think you're doing? She could sense the murderous intent radiating from Wang Hao. That bastard just went inside Tan Yunjuan's life is as good as gone. Under these circumstances, why was Wang Hao still taking her with him? What was he planning to do? Watching Tang Xiaoxiao's conflicted expression, Wang Hao remained calm. Hand over your ID. Lead the way. I'm going to the Tang residence. To the Tang family? Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but gasp in shock. In her eyes, though Wang Hao spoke arrogantly, he surely wouldn't actually go looking for trouble with the Tangs. The Tangs were a first-rate, top-tier aristocratic family. It was one thing for Wang Hao to be at odds with the Tangs externally, but to actually go out of his way to cause trouble for them at their doorstep? Had he lost his mind? Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm, not even bothering to exchange more words with Tang Xiaoxiao. Upon arriving at the airport, he bought a ticket and flew straight to the capital. Throughout the journey, Tang Xiaoxiao dared not utter a word. She could feel Wang Hao's overwhelming dominance. This guy wasn't afraid of the Tang family at all. If she dared say another word to him, she feared he might actually turn around and kill her. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao swallowed repeatedly, her face pale and unsightly, unable to utter a word. It wasn't until they arrived in the capital and got into a taxi that Wang Hao looked at her. Only then did she slowly give him the location of the Tang family estate. Hearing this, the taxi driver's expression changed noticeably. You two are heading to the Tang family estate? Yes. Wang Hao nodded lightly. The driver swallowed hard, uneasily adding, I can only take you to a 0.1 kilometer from the estate. The rest of the way, you'll have to walk yourselves. Why? Wang Hao frowned. The taxi driver couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The Tang family's tyranny who doesn't know about it? If I dare take you to the Tangs and accidentally provoke their people, I'd probably lose my car. The driver's words carried a heavy sense of helplessness. Wang Hao couldn't help but snort coldly, turning to glance at Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao's face also showed a hint of surprise. She had previously thought the surroundings near the Tang family estate were pleasant quiet, not too far from the bustling city center, and convenient for everything. But today she realized it wasn't the estate's location that was so special, it was that no one else dared to come near. The Tang family was simply too overbearing. Wang Hao said nothing more. After arriving a kilometer outside the estate gates, he got out of the car, grabbed Tang Xiaoxiao by the arm, and dragged her right up to the entrance. He then tossed her to the ground without a shred of tenderness. His voice echoed coldly into the estate. Tang Yao, head of the Tang family? Get out here. Chapter 113, The Tang Family, kneel. How dare you? At these words, a group of people burst out from the manor, glaring at Wang Hao with eyes brimming with fury. The Tang family was a top-tier clan. One of the 10 great clans of Dragon Nation. Wang Hao dared to storm right to their Tang family's doorstep and hurl insults at their family head. Worst of all, he had just thrown their eldest daughter, Tang Xiaoxiao, to the ground. This was utterly intolerable. In an instant, a figure charged forward. This man was none other than a god-tier warrior. No less formidable than Tang Heir. Judging by his attire, he was clearly a core member of the Tang family's elite forces, not some hired mercenary. Yet, as he watched this man charge forward, a cold, contemptuous sneer curled the corners of Wang Hao's mouth. A worthless fool dares to lay a hand on me? Get lost. As he spoke, overwhelming force sent the attacker crashing backward several meters, slamming heavily to the ground. The others present couldn't help but change their expressions. Who could have imagined that a formidable warrior of war god tier would be forcibly knocked down at a distance by Wang Hao? What level of power was this? A top-tier war god? For a moment, no one dared to make a move. And just then, a cold snort suddenly echoed through the air. Not far away, Tang Yao slowly stepped forward. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he fixed them on Wang Hao. Boy, you dare come to the Tang family? You have some nerve. Who do you think you are? As he spoke, Tang Yao suddenly swept his arm wide. Instantly, several figures materialized from all directions, encircling Wang Hao completely. Seeing these figures, the other members of the Tang family couldn't help but show expressions of shock. These weren't Tang family strongmen. They were elite warriors from all corners of the capital, each a battle god in their own right. A full 6 of them. Combined with the Tang family's own war god, over 10 war gods had gathered here today. Even Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Yet Tang Yao remained utterly confident. Upon learning of Tang Heir's death, he knew Wang Hao possessed formidable strength. He must be a top-tier god of war-level powerhouse. Such a formidable opponent was naturally beyond the reach of ordinary war gods. But, even if they were no match, how much could the difference really be? They were all war gods. No matter how powerful you are, if 10 of us gang up on you, how could you possibly prevail? Today, he had paid handsomely to gather countless men, all for the purpose of ambushing and eliminating Wang Hao. Surveying the crowd around him, Wang Hao's lips suddenly curved upward in a faint smile. Is this it? A rabble. Ragtag bunch. Those simple words instantly turned the faces of all these war god-level powerhouses pale. What a joke. They were all war god tier beings, among the absolute elite of this world. Across the entire Dragon Nation, few could even be mentioned in the same breath as them. Gathered together in the capital, they were practically invincible. And Wang Hao dared call them a rabble? He's asking for trouble. 2 of them charged straight out. The others didn't hesitate either, immediately coordinating to follow suit. They couldn't care less about Wang Hao's strength. Today, with 10 of them joining forces, they'd dare to storm the imperial palace in the capital. Wang Hao? He could be killed with a flick of the wrist. In an instant, a murderous aura radiated from every one of them. Yet the scorn on Wang Hao's face only grew more pronounced. With your lot, you dare make such a racket before me? Useless trash. With that, Wang Hao delivered a direct kick toward the nearest opponent. The man's expression darkened instantly as he raised both arms to shield himself, attempting to block Wang Hao's attack. But Wang Hao seemed to ignore him entirely, unleashing a full-force kick. Instantly. Boom! Boom! The explosive sound echoed instantly. The man was instantly blown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggled briefly, then slumped lifelessly with his neck twisted to one side. This left everyone else present staring in horror. Even the war god tier experts who had already charged to Wang Hao's front halted in their tracks. They stared at him in stunned disbelief, speechless. What kind of technique was Wang Hao using? It was beyond belief. A single kick to kill a war god? Has anyone in this world ever possessed such power? Even a peak war god expert couldn't possibly achieve that. Who are you? Even Tang Yao, who had always been brimming with confidence, couldn't help but roar in fury. He couldn't fathom how his meticulously planned ambush could be ended with a single kick from Wang Hao. Such power truly exceeded his wildest expectations. Wang Hao sneered coldly with disdain. You dare hunt me down across the world to ambush me without even knowing who I am? One of the Tang clan's 10 great families? Is that all you've got? You! For a moment, the expressions of many Tang family members turned complex. They were furious. Yet, they dared not utter a word. At this moment, Wang Hao stood before them like an invincible warrior. They dared not attack. Such a man had every right to speak those words. Seeing the group's silence, Wang Hao let out another cold snort. Wang Hao, former leader of the Dark Dragon Hall. You may still call me by the name you did back then. Dark Knight Dragon King. Dark Knight Dragon King. Just 4 simple words sent a chill down everyone's spine. How could they possibly forget this name? How could they not know it? It was the embodiment of their deepest, most primal fear. He was among those who once shattered the entire Dragon Nation, indeed, the very pinnacle of the world itself. Even the Dragon Nation's sovereign had once praised him lavishly, lamenting his inability to serve the nation. Such an existence, how could ordinary war gods like them possibly compare? Even if the very best of the Dragon Nation's official forces were to step forward, they would still be no match for Wang Hao. Yet none of them could have imagined that this figure, vanished for 5 years, would return. And now he was clashing with the Tang family. On the ground, Tang Xiaoxiao gaped at Wang Hao, her eyes wide, speechless for a long moment. Is Wang Hao this powerful? The Dark Knight Dragon King? The very being she and countless members of the Tang family had once revered as a god now stood before her and had just taken her hostage? In that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao was utterly lost in shock. Tang Yao couldn't help but swallow hard, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he stammered, Why, you're the Dark Knight Dragon King? Wang Hao chuckled. What? Is there someone in this world who dares to impersonate me? Tang Yao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Indeed. The Dark Knight Dragon King, what kind of figure was he? Even when he vanished all those years ago, it was after a bloody battle that nearly crippled the United Council and shocked the entire world. After that battle, the United Council's standing in the world had even declined somewhat. Who would dare impersonate such a man? At this thought, Tang Yao closed his eyes in anguish, his voice growing heavy. What does the Dark Knight Dragon King desire? Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. The entire Tang family kneel. Chapter 114, The Overwhelming Pressure of the Dark Knight Dragon King. Everyone, kneel. At these words, the expressions of the Tang family members darkened. The few outsider war god level experts present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were actually feeling a bit relieved right now. Thankfully, they weren't members of the Tang family. Otherwise, having war god tier warriors kneel before others would be utterly humiliating. But before they could dwell on it further, Wang Hao spoke again. You lot, join them. Whoever refuses to kneel shall die. The words sent a wave of pallor washing over every face instantly. One of them couldn't help but roar in anger, Lord Dark Knight Dragon King. Even if your power is peerless, we are still war god level powerhouses. How can you? He tried to argue his case. After all, he wasn't some powerless nobody without backing. The power behind him was no weaker than the Tang family. Under these circumstances, Wang Hao actually demanded he kneel? How could he possibly endure this? But Wang Hao wore nothing but contempt and disdain on his face. You talk too much. I don't like it. With that, Wang Hao lunged forward. His speed in that instant surpassed everyone's expectations. Before anyone could react, he was already before the war god tier powerhouse. After a quick once-over, he sneered and delivered a direct kick. Thud! The kick sent the war god flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the railing at the far end of the estate before coming to a halt. The man hung lifelessly from the railing, utterly devoid of vitality. A mighty war god tier powerhouse, yet with a single casual kick from Wang Hao, another had fallen. At that moment, fear gripped everyone present. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly composed. He turned to Tang Yao and said coldly, You're responsible for finding out who else refuses to comply. I'll kill them all at once to save time. Bang! This time, every single person knelt down without hesitation. Even the group of war god level powerhouses did the same. They were indeed dissatisfied. But they dared not defy him. Wang Hao's power had utterly subdued them. Less than a minute later, all members of the Tang family, including Tang Yao, along with the remaining 5 outsider war god level experts, knelt before Wang Hao, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Staring at Wang Hao, Tang Yao swallowed hard and stammered, Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, what do you wish to do next? Wang Hao snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. How do you intend to resolve what the Tang family did to those close to me? Tang Xiaoxiao had previously reported the measures she intended to take, and Tang Yao was naturally aware of them. Hearing Wang Hao's demand now, he hastily replied, reporting to Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, the Tang family will immediately rescind all orders. Just revoke? Wang Hao retorted sharply. Tang Yao shuddered visibly. No. Of course not. Beyond revoking all orders, we will personally inform everyone that from now on, they must treat Mr. Wang Hao as they would treat our Tang family, no, even better than they would treat the Wang Hao Tang family. They must regard you as if they were seeing the emperor himself. Tang Yao felt he had stooped to the dust. But Wang Hao saw nothing amiss. He merely snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the other Tang family members present. After scanning the room, Wang Hao spoke again, his voice cold and detached. Earlier, someone who had wronged me, I momentarily relented and spared her. Later, it backfired, causing my daughter and beloved to face grave danger. Now tell me, how should I deal with those who cross me? Should I forgive them if they admit their mistakes, or should I kill them outright? The moment these words left his mouth, Tang Yan's back instantly became drenched in sweat. He shook his head frantically, panic etched across his face. No need to kill. From this day forward, the Tang family shall follow the Dark Knight Dragon King's commands without question. The Dark Knight Dragon King shall henceforth be the master of the Tang family. We implore the Dark Knight Dragon King to spare the lives of every member of the Tang family. With those words, many members of the Tang family closed their eyes in anguish. They had always been profoundly proud. In their eyes, as one of the 10 great clans of the Dragon Nation, few powers could even be mentioned in the same breath as them. When had they ever needed to follow others or acknowledge anyone as their master? Yet now, Tang Yao had no choice but to speak these words. Only by doing so could they possibly grasp that meager sliver of hope. In fact, Wang Hao might not even deign to look their way. Watching Tang Yao now, Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It seems you truly wish to live. But I, Wang Hao, don't need so many lackeys. You're not even worthy to be my dogs. Many members of the Tang family couldn't help but twitch their lips slightly. This Wang Hao is utterly arrogant. The Tang family isn't even worthy to be his dogs? How could he utter such words? Yet Wang Hao saw nothing wrong with it. He stared coldly at Tang Yao and said indifferently, "Kneel and apologize to me. Record a video for me." No. The moment those words left his mouth, Tang Yao panicked. If he did that, wouldn't it completely destroy the Tang family's dignity? How could that be possible? But Wang Hao only sneered coldly. Between face and life, one must be lost. You choose. The entire Tang family fell into deathly silence. They all knew exactly what choice Tang Yao would make. Yet the profound meaning behind the choice still tore at their hearts with agonizing pain. From this moment onward, the Tang family's dignity would be utterly trampled under Wang Hao's feet. As expected, less than half a minute later, Tang Yao bowed his head. The Tang family is willing to apologize. Wang Hao gave a cold snort, said nothing more, and turned to leave. The Tang family had achieved their objective with this visit. From now on, the Tang family would effectively be holding the biggest leverage over Wang Hao. Any future rebellion would only result in utter humiliation. If that video were to leak, the Tang family would be utterly disgraced. Even if any Tang family member dared to defy him and cause trouble, Wang Hao wouldn't hesitate to wipe out the entire Tang family. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Tang Xiaoxiao finally rose slowly. She approached Tang Yao, head bowed, her face filled with unease. "Father. I'm sorry." In Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes, it was all her fault that the Tang family had suffered such devastating losses. Had she not provoked Wang Hao, none of this would have happened. But Tang Yao gently shook his head. "It's not your fault. Even if I had gone to Jiangling myself, I might not have done any better than you." His words carried a hint of his own unease. As the head of the Tang family, one of the 10 great clans, Tang Yao's status and standing were unmatched in all of Longhua. Even the most influential ministers of the current dynasty could scarcely challenge him. But Wang Hao, the Night Dragon King, the shockwaves this man sent through the world 5 years ago still reverberated in people's hearts. Now that he has reappeared, who knows what will unfold? Moreover, it said that the Dark Knight Dragon King's disappearance back then was somehow connected to that mysterious organization. At this thought, Tang Yao couldn't help but utter a low murmur. Crescent Moon, you've made that demon even more terrifying. Chapter 115, Tao Kangyong's arrest. Dad, what did you say? Tang Xiaoxiao was still processing the information. But Tang Yao shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. He knew all too well what he was facing now. The Tang family's future was fraught with trouble. Qin Yue had some basic collaborations with the Tang family. Among the 10 great families, how many were completely severed from New Moon? Previously, they hadn't perceived any issues, but after Wang Hao's emergence, complications arose. Qin Yue and Wang Hao were mortal enemies. Though Wang Hao and Qin Yue seem to have reached a temporary equilibrium now, this balance likely won't last more than a few days. Who knows what the future holds? The venerable Tang family, caught in the middle, now found itself teetering on the brink. Upon arriving in Jiangling after leaving the capital, Wang Hao immediately noticed multiple missed calls on his phone. All were from Tao Min. Wang Hao was somewhat surprised. Tao Min never initiated contact with him. What could she possibly want with all these sudden calls? Driven by curiosity, Wang Hao answered the call. On the other end, Tao Min's voice sounded uneasy. Wang Hao, please help me. Her voice was already breaking into sobs. Startled, Wang Hao didn't rush to ask what happened. Instead, he immediately said, "Where are you? I'll come find you." After Tao Min gave him her home address, Wang Hao hailed a taxi and headed over. Upon entering the room and seeing Tao Min nearly breaking down, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown slightly. What was going on? After all, Tao Min wasn't just anyone, she was a police officer. And a highly capable one at that. How could someone like her suddenly break down emotionally to this extent? Looking at Wang Hao, Tao Min said with a hint of despair, "Ever since my father came home from the hospital, he's been staying with me. But when I came back at noon today to cook for him, he suddenly vanished. I couldn't get through on the phone. I had the police check the surveillance footage, and it turns out he was taken away in a blind spot. After that, the car that took him vanished and never reappeared on any cameras. Wang Hao, what should I do?" By the end of her sentence, Tao Min was nearly too distraught to speak. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. This was clearly premeditated. Most likely, they were after the Tao family assets held by Tao Kangyong. If that were the case, the list of suspects would be endless. Nevertheless, Wang Hao maintained his composure and asked in a low voice, "Is there surveillance footage from when they captured your father?" Tao Min nodded. Yes, but the perpetrator wore a mask the entire time, covered in a coat, and had a hat pulled down. It's impossible to identify their features. No problem. Wang Hao shook his head. Tao Min retrieved the footage and handed it to him. Watching the movements of the figure in the footage, a flicker of realization crossed Wang Hao's eyes. It's someone from the Tao family. What? Tao Min froze, still processing the revelation. The Tao family? How could Wang Hao tell just from this video that the person was from the Tao family? Wang Hao said calmly, "The room shows no traces. The perpetrator is clearly a formidable opponent capable of avoiding leaving any evidence. But there are so many powerful individuals, why must it be someone from the Tao family?" Tao Min was puzzled. Wang Hao pointed at the footage. Look, the perpetrator never fully left the hallway's surveillance range. In other words, he knocked your father unconscious right at the room's doorway. But look at the footage later when he carried your father away, there are marks on the back of your father's neck where he was struck. In other words, your father was struck from behind. Unless it was someone familiar, why would your father turn his back on someone immediately after opening the door? And among your father's acquaintances, who would know all this and have the strength to carry him away? Besides the Tao family, who else could it be? Hearing this, Tao Min couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, during Tao Kangyong's time in Jianling, he'd only encountered ordinary people, none with such formidable strength. Among his acquaintances, the only ones who could be considered powerful were the Tao family. At this moment, Tao Min felt a sense of helplessness. Years of criminal investigation had made her hypersensitive to evidence. What Wang Hao had said didn't even qualify as evidence in criminal investigations, it was nothing but wild speculation. Such approaches were discouraged within the police department. Yet for Tao Min now, such unfettered conjecture offered a glimmer of direction. Looking at Wang Hao, Tao Min couldn't help but ask, "So what should I do now?" Wang Hao's voice was grave. "Go to the Tao residence. Every minute your father is held poses a threat. But they probably won't dare to harm your father directly en route. They'll likely take him back first to threaten and coerce him. Only if that fails will they resort to killing him. Since they can only transport him by car, we can fly directly there and should arrive before anything happens to him." Hearing this, Tao Min's heart sank. "I'll go find someone to buy tickets right now." Wang Hao shook his head. "I'll handle it." With that, Wang Hao immediately contacted Su Qi, who secured 2 tickets for the earliest available flight. They set off for the city where the Tao family resided. 2 hours later, dusk was falling. Wang Hao and Tao Min stood at the entrance of the Tao family compound in Jincheng. Tao Min felt slightly nervous. After all, as someone who had always considered herself an ordinary person, she had never interacted with a top-tier family like the Taos. But for her father's life, she had no choice but to come. Wang Hao, on the other hand, appeared remarkably calm. Having just returned from picking a fight with the Tang family, Wang Hao couldn't care less about the so-called 10 great families. Beyond the top 3 families, the lower 7 were utterly insignificant. Now, as they made their way inside, Wang Hao shoved aside the guard at the entrance. Guided by his sense of Tao Kangyong's aura, he strode straight to a villa. Without knocking, he kicked the massive bronze door open. Boom! The bronze door collapsed in a thunderous crash. Who's there? The people inside were startled. They were in the midst of something crucial. Even someone knocking to enter would unsettle them. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly remain calm when the door was kicked open? When Wang Hao and Tao Min entered, the people seated in the living room couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in their eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected Tao Min to show up so quickly. Yet he quickly regained his composure, fixing Tao Min with a cold stare as he spoke indifferently. "Tao Min, what are you doing? Have you no manners whatsoever? Even if your father, Tao Kangyong, now controls the entire Tao family's assets, you have no right to act this way. Tao Min clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Uncle Tao Sun. I have no desire to argue with you. I just want to know where my father is. Release my father. Your father? At this, the middle-aged man named Tao Sun snorted coldly. How should I know where your father is? Your father is in Jiangling. Is he missing? Then go look for him in Jiangling yourself. What are you doing coming to my Jinchang? Aren't you a police officer? Does finding someone mean you can just show up and make accusations without any evidence? These few words left Tao Min at a loss for words. But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to engage. He strode purposefully toward the staircase. He had already sensed that Tao Kangyong was upstairs. Though he still had a faint pulse, his labored breathing made it clear he was in dire straits. The other party was likely torturing him with some method, trying to force him to hand over the Tao family's assets. Seeing Wang Hao head upstairs, Tao Sun's expression immediately darkened. Stop him. In an instant, two figures blocked Wang Hao's path. Both were war god tier. Yet as he looked at them, a cold, disdainful smile touched the corners of Wang Hao's lips. Get lost or die, your choice. Chapter 116, The Crescent Moon Yellow Robe. How dare you? Both men were enraged. Get out or die. How dare Wang Hao speak like this? They were both top-tier powerhouses. They were both war gods. And they were the Tao family's war gods. In Jinchang, they ruled like local warlords. No one dared challenge them. Now this outsider, Wang Hao, dares to tell them to get lost or die. One of them sneered coldly, his contemptuous gaze fixed on Wang Hao. You dare speak like this on Tao family territory? Kid, you must be tired of living. Without another word, the two charged toward Wang Hao, their movements swift and deadly. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on Wang Hao. One blocked his path while the other struck to kill. Their coordination was flawless. Even a war god tier powerhouse would suffer severe injuries against such a coordinated duo. Yet as he watched them, a cold, disdainful sneer spread across Wang Hao's lips. Kill me? You too? With that, Wang Hao flipped his body and delivered a powerful kick. A sweeping kick sent both of them crashing to the ground. Crucially, both sustained injuries to their legs. Especially the first person to be kicked. Pain made cold sweat break out on his forehead, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Wang Hao's seemingly simple kick had actually snapped one of his legs clean off. What kind of power was this? Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao looked down coldly at the two men lying on the ground. I'm going to check something, he said. When I return, if you dare resist even slightly, kill. With that, Wang Hao strode directly upstairs. The two men writhed in agony, struggling to rise. But the damage inflicted by that single blow left them utterly unable to rise. Even Tao Sun's expression couldn't help but change. But Wang Hao paid them no mind. Upon reaching the upper floor and seeing Tao Kangyong inside the room, a cold, sinister glint instantly flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Tao Kangyong was being injected with a special drug. Under the effects of the drugs, Tao Kangyong's body convulsed uncontrollably, his face contorted in agony. This was the method the Tao family had used to coerce Tao Kangyong. Without hesitation, Wang Hao charged forward, kicking the person administering the drugs flying. He then swiftly administered several injections to Tao Kangyong, stabilizing his heartbeat and gradually easing his pain. Immediately, he scooped Tao Kangyong up and headed downstairs. Tao Kangyong's condition wasn't something that could be cured with a simple get well soon. His recovery would require at least some time of treatment. Right now, Wang Hao's priority was to get Tao Kangyong out of there. Soon, Wang Hao returned downstairs carrying Tao Kangyong. At that moment, he let out another heavy, cold snort. Downstairs, Tao Min had actually been subdued by Tao Sun. Clearly, Tao Sun understood that since Wang Hao had already gone upstairs and possessed such formidable strength, allowing Wang Hao to proceed unchecked would likely mean certain death for him today. But by capturing Tao Min, he effectively gained another chance at survival. With Tao Min in his grasp, Wang Hao would never dare to lay a finger on him. Now, looking at Wang Hao, Tao Sun spoke up first. Kid, I don't know who you are, but today, you actually dared to force your way into the Tao family? Let me make this clear, you have two choices. Either release Tao Kangyong and you and Tao Min get out. Or I'll make sure you lose this woman forever. As he spoke, Tao Sun's face was filled with smug satisfaction. But Wang Hao paid no heed to Tao Sun's words. He walked step by step toward the door, set Tao Kangyong down, then turned to face Tao Sun. His voice was cold and indifferent. You can't kill her. What? Tao Sun froze. He was, after all, a god-tier warrior. How dare Wang Hao speak to him like this? Unable to kill her? How could he possibly fail to kill Tao Min? Tao Min was merely a slightly stronger individual among ordinary people. As a war god, how could he possibly? Before Tao Sun could think further, a silver needle suddenly shot out. The needle's speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached Tao Sun's face and pierced the hand gripping Tao Min's throat. Tao Sun didn't even have time to react before the needle pierced his skin, causing him to let out a pained howl. That arm instantly became useless. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao was upon him, yanking Tao Min away while simultaneously kicking Tao Sun flying backward. Crash! Tao Sun slammed hard into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He was already half dead. The terror and unease in his eyes grew ever more intense. He never imagined Wang Hao could be this powerful. What kind of being was this? How could someone like this be by Tao Min's side? As Tao Sun's unease deepened, Wang Hao's voice rang out once more. It seems you're ready to die. The voice was soft, yet Tao Sun's face instantly drained of color. Wang Hao intends to kill him. No! No! Tao Sun roared in fury. I am a member of the Tao family. I belong to the Tao clan, one of the 10 great families. You cannot, you dare. You're going to kill the acting head of the Tao family? What kind of Tao family member are you? Wang Hao sneered contemptuously, his face twisted with scorn. You're nothing but a traitor to the Tao family. With that, Wang Hao took a step forward. But at that very moment, a sigh suddenly echoed through the air, followed by a gentle, resigned female voice. Dark Knight Dragon King, why bother? The moment that voice sounded, everyone was instantly startled. Dark Knight Dragon King? Hearing those 4 words, even Tao Man and Tao Kangyong, who had harbored countless speculations about Wang Hao, couldn't help but change their expressions. Wang Hao, was he actually the Dark Knight Dragon King? The very same Dark Knight Dragon King who had shocked the world 5 years ago? Everyone's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Tao Sun turned pale with fright, stumbling backward in a panic, unable to utter a word. He had just dared to provoke the Dark Knight Dragon King? This man had slaughtered countless war gods in his prime. What was he, Tao Sun, a mere entry-level war god, compared to that? Staring at Wang Hao, Tao Sun swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to the figure not far away. That man was his last hope now. After all, without that person's guidance, he never would have poisoned Tao Kangyang's elder brother, nor gained the opportunity to control the Tao family as he did now. Yet now, upon seeing the new arrival, a cold gleam instantly flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Dressed in a pale yellow robe, the figure appeared elegant, as if stepping out of a painting, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Pausing 3 meters before Wang Hao, she bowed respectfully. This humble maiden greets Lord Dark Knight Dragon King. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, his voice instantly turning icy. The New Moon faction truly leaves no stone unturned. Your ambitions are far greater than I ever imagined. New Moon. Indeed, the woman in the yellow robe before him was one of New Moon's agents. The Tao family has also been manipulated by Crescent. Chapter 117, Kneel and serve Uncle Tao as his dog. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the yellow-robed figure couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Dark Knight Dragon King, New Moon has no desire to be your enemy. We never imagined the Tao family affair would involve you. Why not devise a mutually beneficial solution? What do you say? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Win-win? The man in yellow robes nodded, his voice gentle. With the Dark Knight Dragon King's approval, I can sever ties with the Tao family immediately. 60% of their assets would go to your people. My New Moon faction would only take 40% and the life of Tao Sun. Beyond that. At this point, the yellow robe suddenly drew a deep breath, his expression growing complex. If His Majesty the Dark Knight Dragon King is willing, he may toy with me as he pleases. As she spoke, the yellow robe abruptly reached up and tore the robe from her body. At this sight, many of the powerful figures present couldn't help but gasp, their breathing growing ragged. Beneath the robe, she wore absolutely nothing. It must be noted that the yellow-robed woman was no fading beauty. She appeared to be in her 20s, possessing a mature and graceful demeanor, a beauty as ethereal as a celestial being, and a voluptuous, sensual figure. Her figure was enough to make any man lose control of his desires. Tao Min couldn't help but turn her head and mutter under her breath, shameless. But Wang Hao only let out a cold laugh. You're worthy of being toyed with by me? I find you disgusting. You. Huang Pao's expression darkened instantly. As one of New Moon's top-tier warriors, being so openly disdained by Wang Hao instantly ignited fury in her eyes. But Wang Hao paid her no mind whatsoever, coldly stating, the Tao family I want 100%. Beyond that, Tao Sun's life must be spared. The yellow-robed one frowned. Was the Dark Knight Dragon King no longer willing to negotiate? Wang Hao smiled. A smile brimming with utter contempt. His cold gaze fixed on the yellow robe as he drawled, who do you think you are, worthy of negotiating with me? If I were you, I wouldn't have shown my face at all. At least then you might have saved your pathetic life. The man in yellow robe's face darkened instantly. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and snarled, Wang Hao, you wouldn't dare kill me today, would you? Do you believe that if you kill me, your wife and children? The yellow-robed man had intended to threaten Wang Hao further. But at that very moment, Wang Hao's figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, Wang Hao stood directly before her, his right hand clamped tightly around her throat. The aura emanating from him was as bone-chillingly cold as hell itself. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. Threatening me with my wife and child? Then you can go to hell. The next second, Wang Hao's grip tightened violently. Instantly, the man in the yellow robe's face turned deathly pale. The excruciating pain left her utterly speechless. Hoisted high by Wang Hao, she thrashed wildly, yet her struggles changed nothing. Then, crack! With a resounding thud, the yellow robe crashed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. The mighty new moon yellow robe today, he was killed by Wang Hao in such a manner. A death beyond all doubt. Tao Sun was stunned. While others were unaware of the yellow robe's identity, he knew. He was one of New Moon's men. A core member of that terrifying organization. And a god of war of immense power. Tao Sun was no match for her at all. The two were not even in the same league. And Wang Hao actually intends to kill such an existence? Has he lost his mind? But Wang Hao couldn't care less. He turned his gaze directly toward Tao Sun, his voice cold and detached. You needn't pine for her. Because you're about to join her soon enough. What? Tao Sun froze, then spun, and fled. Now that the yellow robe was dead and Wang Hao held overwhelming power, how could he dare resist? All he wanted now was to escape. He just wanted to get away from this damn Wang Hao. If he'd known Wang Hao was this twisted, how could he have ever allied with New Moon, betrayed the Tao family, and poisoned Tao Kangyang's elder brother? But now, was it too late for regrets? Too late. Wang Hao merely gave a cold snort. A powerful force erupted from the opposite direction, violently shoving Tao Sun straight into Wang Hao's path. Wang Hao's fist slammed through Tao Sun's right chest. Heart shattered instantly. Tao Sun's mouth hung open, his face twisted with bitter resentment. Yet his life force had already completely dissipated, leaving him utterly incapable of any further action. Thud! Tao Sun's corpse fell to the ground, utterly lifeless. The rest of the Tao family trembled in terror, speechless. None of them could have imagined such a cataclysmic upheaval would occur today. With Tao Sun dead, the Tao family was truly about to undergo a cataclysmic shift. At that moment, Wang Hao's gaze swept over the remaining attendees. His voice was cold and detached. Is there anyone in the Tao family who still dares to defy me? A deathly silence fell over the entire crowd. Every powerful member of the Tao family chose to remain silent, not a single one daring to utter a word of dissent. Are you kidding? Just now, 2 war gods died and 2 were injured. What right did the rest of them have to speak now? Wang Hao turned to Tao Kangyang and said indifferently, Uncle Tao, you should take the helm of the Tao family from now on. Not taking the position is far more perilous than assuming it. Tao Kangyang's expression grew slightly complex. But I'm merely mortal. If I were to take the position of head of the Tao family, and those below me refuse to submit, His words betrayed lingering uncertainty. As a war god, Tao Sun could naturally suppress those other war gods. But what was Tao Kangyang? You want him to suppress those war gods? Would those war gods even listen to him? Even Tao Kangyang himself didn't believe it. Yet upon hearing this, Wang Hao simply let out a cold laugh. Is there really such a huge difference between ordinary people and war gods? His gaze swept coldly around the room, his expression dripping with contempt. To my eyes, they're all mere ants. So what? A slightly stronger ant can look down on weaker ants? You! At those words, the 2 wounded war gods instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment. All along, the war gods have carried another title. Invincible war gods. In the eyes of ordinary people, the war gods were invincible beings. Though there were many war gods, any one of them could easily strike fear into a region without much trouble. Even within the military ranks, true war gods were few and far between. The most crucial point is that war gods are incredibly difficult to kill. Defeating one of equal standing is exceedingly difficult. Yet now, Wang Hao has reduced the war god to utter worthlessness. Equivalent to ordinary people. And worst of all, they couldn't even argue back. Killing them is no different from killing ordinary people. Gazing coldly at the 2 war gods, Wang Hao declared icily, from this day forward, you 2 will serve Uncle Tao Kangyang as his lackeys. Any objections? Their mouths hung open, their expressions twisted into a complex mix of emotions. Their pride refused to accept such a fate. Yet they knew all too well that as former servants of Tao Sun, refusal would likely earn them instant execution at Wang Hao's hands. This man cared not a whit for their lives. He didn't care. Rather than die now, they might as well agree to Wang Hao's demands. Perhaps in the future, Tao Kangyang wouldn't dare to truly force them to do anything. With that thought, the 2 exchanged a glance and bowed respectfully. We both pledge our absolute loyalty to Mr. Tao Kangyang. Wang Hao gave a cold laugh and shook his head lightly. You are not sincere. But it's no big deal. As he spoke, Wang Hao suddenly pulled 2 pills from his robe and shoved them into their mouths. With a forceful squeeze of his hand, he forced them to swallow the pills. Their faces instantly turned ashen. What did you do to us? Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. Nothing much. Just ensuring your lives now belong to Uncle Tao. Any thoughts of betrayal will be met with a gruesome death. Don't believe me? Try it. Chapter 118, Tao Men is drunk. Both men's expressions instantly turned uglier than if they'd eaten. They never imagined Wang Hao possessed such methods. Though it sounded absurd, the real question was, who would dare to test it? Whoever tried it would likely lose their life right here. Gritting their teeth, the two men wore complex expressions, yet neither could bring themselves to speak for a long while. Finally, bang! Both men knelt before Tao Kongyong, painfully kowtowing in submission. "Greetings, master." Those words utterly shattered their dignity. Never in their lives had they endured such humiliation. Yet before Wang Hao, they had no choice whatsoever. A powerhouse like Wang Hao could easily kill them 100 times over. Observing their reactions, Tao Kongyong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He truly hadn't expected Wang Hao to resolve the complex situation of the Tao family so effortlessly. Wang Hao, however, said little. "Uncle Tao," he remarked indifferently, "now that the Tao family matter is settled, let's go upstairs. I'll treat you first." Although Wang Hao had already temporarily relieved his pain, a full recovery was still a long way off. Tao Kongyong nodded promptly at the suggestion, and Wang Hao once again led him upstairs. The treatment lasted a full 3 hours. It was only after nightfall that Wang Hao finished the treatment and emerged from Tao Kongyong's room. Tao Min rushed forward, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Wang Hao, how is my father?" She didn't care whether Tao Kongyong could become the head of the Tao family or about any of those interests. All she wanted was for Tao Kongyong to be well. Wang Hao nodded. "He'll recover soon. Don't worry. I'll leave the prescription behind. 3 doses daily are essential." As he spoke, he turned his gaze directly to the 2 war god-level warriors standing nearby. With a cold snort, he ordered, "You two are responsible for his care." "Understood?" "Yes." The 2 men dared not delay, nodding hastily in agreement. Wang Hao said no more, turning his gaze to Tao Min and stating flatly, "I'll be heading back now." Jincheng wasn't too far from Jiangling, but flying back would still take some time. Wang Hao didn't want Mengmeng to wake up tomorrow and not see her dad. Tao Min froze for a moment before hurriedly offering, "I'll see you off." With that, Tao Min followed Wang Hao out. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Everything that had happened today was completely beyond Tao Min's capabilities. Though she was a police officer, she was still just an ordinary person. She possessed no extraordinary abilities and certainly couldn't alter the course of events within a prominent family like the Taos. Today, it was Wang Hao who had helped her, turning her life around when it had spiraled completely out of control. And this was already the umpteenth time he'd rescued her from the brink. Any woman would feel moved by such actions. Watching Tao Min follow him all the way out, Wang Hao said calmly, "No need to see me off. You should go back first." Tao Min shook her head and smiled bitterly. "My father just sent me a message, instructing me to return to Jiangling with you. The Tao family doesn't want me lingering here too long, having too much contact with these people." Wang Hao paused for a moment before nodding in understanding. As Tao Kongyong had said, Tao Min really wasn't suited to stay here any longer. The Tao family was far too complicated. This was one of the 10 great families of Longhua. Ordinary people simply couldn't survive within it. Tao Kongyong had no choice but to return and assume the role of family head. As for Tao Min, he desperately wanted Tao Min to stay far away from all this. The Tao family is no place for anyone. Especially now. Chaotic times were approaching. Being an ordinary person was far better than getting entangled in all this. With a sigh, Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. He simply nodded and boarded the plane with Tao Min, returning to Jiangling. Upon landing, Tao Min spoke again. "You must be hungry. Let's go to my place. I'll cook for you to repay your kindness today." "No need," Wang Hao shook his head, intending to decline. But Tao Min stamped her foot. "No. You absolutely must come." Wang Hao froze, staring at Tao Min's pouting face, momentarily speechless. This woman really had a peculiar temperament. First she insisted on taking him out to dinner like this, and now she was being just as forceful about him coming to her place for a meal. Thinking this, Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. With that attitude, how are you ever going to find a boyfriend? Tao Min shot him a disdainful look. "None of your business. You're coming home with me." With that, Tao Min strode purposefully toward the taxi stand. Wang Hao was at a loss for words, utterly helpless against Tao Min. But he was genuinely hungry, and since Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng were probably asleep, he just needed to get back before they woke up. Having a meal first wouldn't hurt. With that thought, Wang Hao followed her. Together, they soon arrived at Tao Min's home. Tao Min wasted no time, heading straight to the kitchen to get busy. Though a police officer, Tao Min was someone who truly understood the art of living. Her cooking was quite decent, and soon she served up 4 stir-fried dishes and a soup. At the same time, she poured a glass of red wine for both Wang Hao and herself. This caught Wang Hao off guard. "Drinking?" "Yes, wine." Tao Min took a generous sip herself, her expression growing somewhat complex. "I'm a bit nervous." Wang Hao looked at Tao Min and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He understood exactly what she meant. After what happened at the Tao residence, her entire worldview had been shattered. As a police officer, the law was something she believed must be obeyed without question. Murder? Absolutely impermissible. Yet today, Wang Hao had committed murder right before her very eyes. And no one else seemed to find anything wrong with it. In other words, every powerful individual experiences the exact same thing every single day. Each and every one of them goes out to kill. This was a massive blow to Tao Min's worldview. Looking at Tao Min, Wang Hao sighed softly and murmured, "I know what you're afraid of. But there's no need. Just keep doing what you think is right. As for the martial artists, you can think of them as animals." Animals? This comparison caught Tao Min off guard. Wang Hao chuckled. They possess destructive power far beyond ordinary people like lions and tigers in the wild. A starving tiger kills someone on the street, then vanishes deep into the mountains. What can you do? These people are the same. Even if they kill someone, they won't leave a single trace behind. You should just stick to your own rules. If the day ever comes when we find evidence but can't apprehend that damned villain. At this point, Wang Hao smiled. "I'll help you." "You'll help me?" Tao Min smiled too. "Aren't you the first scoundrel of this kind I've ever encountered?" Wang Hao chuckled helplessly. "Him? A rogue? Well, that wasn't entirely wrong." With a smile, Wang Hao took a sip of red wine and said no more. The two finished their meal quickly, and Wang Hao was about to leave. But just then, thud! Tao Min collapsed right onto the table. Seeing Tao Min's clearly intoxicated state, Wang Hao was at a loss for words. This woman, a detective no less, what kind of drinking tolerance is this? One glass of red wine and she's this wasted? Chapter 119, Deflecting the Blame. Watching the inebriated Tao Min, Wang Hao remained silent for a long moment before finally saying nothing more. He simply picked her up and carried her toward the inner room. Given her state, he had to make sure she got proper rest. He couldn't just leave her here and walk away. Soon, they reached the inner room, and Wang Hao couldn't help but pause in surprise. Tao Min had always been a very straightforward person. Her words and actions were straightforward, giving off the same vibe as a male classmate from her school days. But now, stepping into Tao Min's room, Wang Hao found himself somewhat stunned. The room was filled with pink-themed items. Plush toys, dolls, and even adorable little dresses hung on hangers. This puzzled Wang Hao. This Tao Min, she never wore dresses even when going out on weekends. Why buy them then? Was she secretly wearing them when she was alone? Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Glancing back at Tao Min, who was being held in his arms like a princess, Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. This woman truly had a side hidden deep within her heart. But Wang Hao didn't say much about it. After placing Tao Min on the bed and helping her out of her shoes, he prepared to tuck her in and let her rest. Then he could leave and go home himself. But just then, Tao Min suddenly wrapped her arms around Wang Hao as he bent down to tuck her in, pressing his head directly against her chest. In that instant, Wang Hao couldn't help but flush crimson, too flustered to speak. What was Tao Min doing? Had this woman lost her mind? Though Wang Hao had never harbored romantic feelings toward Tao Min, her figure was undeniably stunning. Years of rigorous training had given her a physique with features few other women could match. As for Tao Min, whether drunk or otherwise, she suddenly clung to Wang Hao and began babbling nonsense. "Don't go, I'm scared." "What the hell are you scared of?" Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. This woman, her character is fine, but why does she have such terrible drinking manners? Though exasperated, Wang Hao said nothing more. He swiftly broke free, quickly tucked the blanket around Tao Min, and turned to leave. Only after Wang Hao had completely left Tao Min's home, and the sound of the door closing echoed out, Tao Min suddenly opened her eyes. Gazing in the direction Wang Hao had departed, her eyes held a complex mix of emotions. How many people in this world could possibly have such a low tolerance for alcohol that a single glass of red wine could knock them out cold? She wasn't drunk from the wine, she was drunk on herself. Only by getting drunk could she find the courage to say certain things, to do things she herself resisted deep down, things that defied morality. Alas! Her charm still fell short. New Moon's lair. Red Robe stared at all the files, his expression incredibly complex. Yellow Robe is dead. You must understand, these women clad in robes of various colors are far more than mere subordinates. They were his women in red. Each of these women shared an intimate bond with him. Now that the Yellow Robe was dead, his rage was palpable. Wang Hao was pushing him to the brink, bit by bit. Gritting his teeth, the crimson-robed figure trembled. Beside him, the purple-robed man couldn't hold back any longer. "Sir, Wang Hao has gone too far. I'm ready to act." "No." The red-robed man shook his head, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. "Those who dare to act against him will face dire consequences, even us. 5 years have passed. Though we've grown considerably, the gap between us and Wang Hao remains too vast. In this world today, setting aside those old masters who've hidden away for years and vanished from sight, this Wang Hao is the sole heavenly king. His power surpasses all of us. Unless we can mass-produce war gods, killing him is far too difficult. And even if we succeeded, the losses would be beyond what we could bear. I'm not afraid of death." Purple Robe shouted. The others nodded in agreement. Their loyalty to the crimson robe was beyond question. For red robe's cause, they would even die. Yet Hongyi still shook her head. But I don't want you to die. And now is not the time to fight Wang Hao to the death. As she spoke, Hongyi's voice gradually calmed. A faint, cold smile suddenly curved her lips. 5 years ago, I diverted the crisis eastward, forcing Wang Hao into a deadly battle with the then dominant United Council. That single battle trapped Wang Hao for 5 years and left the United Council reeling to this day. Why couldn't I do it again today, 5 years later? As long as Wang Hao remains the world's sole acknowledged heavenly king, he remains a living target. The men in purple robes couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Divert the blame? How? There's no force in this world as overwhelmingly powerful as the United Council was. Who could possibly stand alone against Wang Hao? Hearing this, the crimson-robed figure sneered coldly. No single faction could stand toe-to-toe with Wang Hao and prevail. But if all under heaven knew that Wang Hao had returned to Jiangling and that he now had a wife and children, his mindset had changed. And even believed that threatening Wang Hao could elevate them to God-king status? The words sent a chill through the hearts of those present. Clearly, none had anticipated the crimson robe would suddenly utter such words. Staring at the crimson-robed figure, the purple-robed man couldn't help but ask, "Are you suggesting?" Red Robe narrowed his eyes, his voice tinged with a chilling edge. "Diverting the trouble eastward, even the joint council back then couldn't kill Wang Hao? Then I'll divert this trouble to the entire Dragon Nation. Once Wang Hao becomes the target of everyone's wrath, I'll be watching to see how a middle-aged man with a wife and children intends to face all this. Dare to oppose my new moon? Then I'll make him taste the consequences." Jiangnan City. Ever since Wang Hao had forced her to kill the Jiangnan king years ago, Pan Hui had opened a small supermarket in Jiangnan. She spent her days restocking and selling goods, living a leisurely life without needing to rely on anyone. Living alone, she didn't seek huge profits. As long as she found reliable suppliers and could support herself, that was enough. Under these circumstances, she lived a contented life. But at that moment, Pan Hui's expression suddenly changed. She instinctively took a step back, lowering her head as if afraid someone might see her. Even so, the newcomer let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Stop hiding, Pan Hui. I see you." Pan Hui swallowed hard, slowly raising her head to look at the approaching figure not far away, her face pale. The man appeared to be in his 20s, roughly the same age as Pan Hui. At around 5 feet 9 inches, he wasn't particularly tall, yet the faintly emanating cold aura about him filled Pan Hui with dread. Most crucially, Pan Hui recognized that face. Staring at the man, Pan Hui's voice trembled. "Pan Kaiyue, what are you doing here? What am I here for?" Pan Kaiyue smiled faintly. "The family is willing to give you an opportunity, a chance to return and become the Pan family's cherished young lady. I wonder if you'll seize it." Chapter 120, Half-Step Heavenly King. What? Pan Hui's expression changed. She had been away from the Pan family for far too many years. Back then, Pan Hui had left the Pan family precisely because her parents had gotten into trouble. The Pan family had chosen to abandon them, ultimately forcing Pan Hui's parents to leave the clan and start anew on their own, raising her in Jiangnan. Later, when her parents angered the Jiangnan queen over her sake, they had sought the Pan family's help. But the result? The Pan family refused to lift a finger. This is why her parents ultimately perished at the hands of the Jiangnan king. This experience engraved an unshakable hatred for the Pan family deep within Pan Hui's heart. Had they been willing to intervene back then, how could her parents have met such a fate? But now, why has Pan Kaiyue, the eldest son of the Pan family, come here? What does he intend to do? Observing Pan Hui's furrowed brow, Pan Kaiyue detected no unusual reaction. He merely remarked indifferently, "You've met Wang Hao. He's done you a favor, correct?" Pan Hui frowned slightly. "You came to see him, so why bother with me?" Her words betrayed a hint of confusion. She remembered Wang Hao, of course. He was the one who avenged her. When she first met Wang Hao, Pan Hui had been filled with many thoughts. After all, as a member of the Pan family, she knew full well that if she could follow Wang Hao, she wouldn't have to worry about her future for the rest of her life. She could even seek revenge against the Pan family. In her eyes, it was the Pan family who had indirectly caused her parents' deaths. But after Wang Hao rejected her, Pan Hui gradually let go of those thoughts. Living an ordinary life alone in Jiangnan wasn't so bad. But she never imagined Pan Kaiyue would come knocking on her door today, seemingly intent on using her to approach Wang Hao for some purpose. Looking at Pan Hui, Pan Kaiyue sneered coldly. "Seeking you out? Naturally, there's something only you can accomplish. I want you to poison Wang Hao." "Impossible." Pan Hui refused outright. "Even if you killed me, I wouldn't help you with something like this. Wang Hao was her benefactor. What reason could she possibly have to poison Wang Hao to help the despised Pan family against him?" Yet at those words, Pan Kaiyue's lips suddenly curved upward in a faint, wicked smile. He pulled out his phone and played a video stored on it. The video showed several children who appeared utterly delighted. Aged around 4 or 5, about the same as Mengmeng, they weren't attending school. Instead, they were in a dilapidated little room, reading books on their own while eating fruits and snacks. These children were none other than the children adopted by Pan Hui. Pan Hui had been supporting these children for years, even while disguised and infiltrating the Jiangnan king's inner circle. They were all abandoned children, each with physical disabilities. All Pan Hui could do was rent a small house and secretly provide them with food. The children were remarkably well behaved and obedient. Though their food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities were meager, they radiated smiles every single day. To Pan Hui, they were her entire world. In fact, her decision to open a supermarket was partly to conveniently stock up on food and supplies for these children. She didn't expect them to become wealthy or even secure formal household registration for them to attend regular schools. As long as they lived happily, Pan Hui felt content. This was Pan Hui's deepest secret. Who could have imagined that today, Pan Kaiwei would show up and present her with this video? What do you mean by this? At that moment, Pan Hui erupted in fury. But Pan Kaiwei tucked away his phone, his tone cold and detached. If you help us, not only can you reclaim your status as the Pan family's eldest daughter, but we can also use our connections to secure household registration for these little ones. They'll become children with normal lives. But if you refuse to help, they're finished. Pan Hui, think carefully. You. Pan Hui's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She never dreamed Pan Kaiwei could be so ruthless. But Pan Kaiwei remained utterly indifferent, his cold gaze fixed on Pan Hui as he said, "What you choose to do is none of my concern. But the lives of those little ones rest entirely in your hands. Think it through carefully." Pan Hui clenched her fists, standing frozen in place for a long moment, unable to speak. Pan Kaiwei showed no impatience, simply sitting down beside her. 5 minutes later. Pan Hui gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll do it for you. But Wang Hao is in Jiangling, and I barely know him, just a passing acquaintance. What reason could I possibly have to get him to come? Am I supposed to invite him to dinner?" A sly smile instantly appeared at the corner of Pan Kaiwei's mouth. "Leave that to me. All you need to do is poison him once he arrives." His words brimmed with confidence. Pan Hui couldn't help but protest, but he's the kind of man who can kill the Prince of Jiangnan with a flick of his wrist. "You? Humph, the Prince of Jiangnan?" Pan Kaiwei sneered coldly with disdain. "Compared to my Pan family, what is he?" The remark left Pan Hui frozen in place, her mouth agape for a long moment. She never imagined Pan Kaiwei could be this utterly confident. Turning to Pan Hui, Pan Kaiwei coldly added, "Wait here. Wang Hao will come by this afternoon." With that, Pan Kaiwei turned and walked away without another word. Watching Pan Kaiwei's retreating figure, Pan Hui was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Hao? Was she really going to poison him? Jiangling. After dropping Mengmeng off at kindergarten, Wang Hao stayed home to keep Chu Xiaoyun company. Coming home so late yesterday felt like he hadn't fulfilled his duties as a husband. But just as he and Chu Xiaoyun were discussing what to plant in the backyard, Wang Hao's expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Chu Xiaoyun froze. Wang Hao said in a low voice, "Don't go outside until I return." As he spoke, Wang Hao pulled Chu Xiaoyun back inside. He spread his aura around the room, then charged out immediately. He had just sensed a lurking presence. Even a war god tier powerhouse wouldn't faze Wang Hao. But that aura just now. Though not a heavenly king, it was practically a heavenly king in all but name. It was merely a hair's breadth away from crossing the final threshold. As a heavenly king himself, Wang Hao knew exactly why the other couldn't take that final step. This was Wang Hao's greatest secret. And the very reason why, in this world, only he, Wang Hao, stands as a heavenly king. Such a formidable figure suddenly appearing at his residence, there must be something behind it. No matter what, he had to pursue and find out. Driven by this resolve, Wang Hao followed the aura's trail, pursuing relentlessly. Yet his brow furrowed deeper with every step. The opponents seemed to have taken some kind of drug, greatly enhancing their speed. They charged forward, matching Wang Hao's pace without faltering. After a prolonged chase, the two arrived directly at Jiangnan City. But then, the figure vanished completely into a corner. Wang Hao halted, his brow tightly knitted, unease flickering in his eyes. Why did they bring him here? "Mr. Wang? What brings you here?" Pan Hui's voice suddenly echoed through the room. Wang Hao turned his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "It's you? Chapter 121, that thing wants to hurt me too?" Wang Hao remembered Pan Hui vividly. After all, Pan Hui was undoubtedly a first-rate beauty. In his entire life, Wang Hao had rarely encountered a woman like her, whose allure was written all over her face. If this woman set out to seduce a man, few could resist her charms. Even now, Wang Hao still remembered Pan Hui's pleading after she saved the Jiangnan king. That soft, alluring charm was enough to make any man's heart flutter. Now, as he looked at Pan Hui, Wang Hao felt a surge of curiosity. What was she doing here? Pan Hui said hurriedly, "Mr. Wang, I just made lunch. Would you like to come in and have a bite?" "No, thank you." Wang Hao waved her off immediately. He had no interest whatsoever in dining with Pan Hui. Right now, he only wanted to know where that half-step Heavenly King powerhouse was. Hearing this, Pan Hui's expression shifted slightly. A flicker of panic instantly crept across her face. Mr. Wang, please eat here. Give me a chance to repay you. My little supermarket has a kitchen and places to eat and sleep. Please come in and rest for a while. After you finish your meal, you can do whatever you wish. By the end of her plea, Pan Hui's face was flushed crimson. She lowered her head, rubbing her hands together nervously, her heartbeat visibly racing. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Hao's eyes. Why was Pan Hui so flustered? Countless possibilities instantly flooded Wang Hao's mind. After a brief silence, Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll go in and try it. With that, he gestured invitingly toward Pan Hui. Pan Hui visibly relaxed, quickly ushering Wang Hao inside. She presented him with a table laden with prepared dishes and poured him a bottle of wine. Wang Hao didn't object, simply smiling as he ate. Across from him, Pan Hui hadn't touched a single bite the entire time, her expression visibly flustered. Several times she seemed on the verge of speaking, but Wang Hao didn't press her. He just ate heartily, nodding frequently and praising Pan Hui's cooking. Finally, after a full half hour, Wang Hao suddenly tilted his head and collapsed unconscious onto the table. Mr. Wang! Pan Hui gasped, instinctively tugging at his arm. But Wang Hao showed no sign of response whatsoever. At that very moment, a loud laugh echoed into the room. The Pan family's soul-shattering powder isn't something you wake up from so easily. Pan Hui, you've done us a great service this time. The Pan family will remember it. As he spoke, Pan Kaiwei strode in, his face aglow with excitement as he stared at Wang Hao sprawled across the table. Who is Wang Hao? He is the Dark Knight Dragon King. The world's sole Heavenly King level master. Back in the day, with Wang Hao's ruthless and merciless demeanor, who would dare provoke him? Even someone of Pan Kaiwei's caliber, if he truly provoked Wang Hao, would be chased down and beaten to death without a second thought. But now, things are different. The Wang Hao of today has become a man ruled by his emotions. To him, the people by his side mattered above all else. To ensure those close to him lived better lives, Wang Hao wouldn't even mind protecting ordinary civilians. This is something the Dark Knight Dragon King of the past could never have done. But precisely because of this, Pan Kaiwei was able to seize Wang Hao today. Glaring at Pan Kaiwei, Pan Hui clenched her teeth and said, "Remember what you said, you're not allowed to hurt them." Pan Kaiwei burst into laughter. Of course. Now that you, Pan Hui, are considered the young lady of the Pan family, how could I possibly neglect those you wish to support? Tomorrow, I'll have people secure their identities and household registrations so they can attend school normally. And as for you, Pan Hui, you'll live in luxury from now on, never wanting for anything. Pan Hui shook her head firmly. Just get them registered properly. Nothing else is necessary. I don't particularly want to return to the Pan family anyway. At these words, Pan Kaiwei froze, narrowing his eyes as his voice turned icy. Pan Hui, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Pan Hui snorted coldly. Is there a problem? If not for them, why would I have agreed to do anything for you? Let me make this clear, Pan Kaiwei. Once their household registration is complete, I'll send them to be raised by others. The Pan family can forget about using them to threaten me ever again. Pan Hui, refuse to wallow in the same filth as you lot. Pan Kaiwei laughed bitterly in rage. Fine. Fine, Pan Hui. You've got some nerve, huh? Very well. I'll register their household registration. Everything else is none of your business. But remember this, Pan Hui, this time, it was you who poisoned Wang Hao. You're the one who offended the Dark Knight Dragon King. If the Pan family ever reconciles with the Dark Knight Dragon King and obtains the means to become the Heavenly King, you won't be part of the Pan family then. Do you think he'll spare you? Pan Hui closed her eyes. Dying by his hand is better than dying by yours, you filthy creature. You! Pan Kaiwei gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with icy coldness. The gaze he cast upon Pan Hui now held a hint of murderous intent. But at that very moment, Wang Hao suddenly sat up straight. His eyes slowly opened. At that moment, Pan Kaiwei's face turned deathly pale. How could this be? What he had Pan Hui administer to Wang Hao was the Pan family's soul-shattering powder. The most potent poison. A single drop could render a war god-level warrior unconscious instantly. So what if Wang Hao was powerful? This time, they used a massive amount. Enough to poison 100 war gods. How did Wang Hao suddenly wake up? But Wang Hao wore a look of utter disdain. He coldly eyed Pan Kaiwei, grabbed his arm with one hand, and said indifferently, "It was quite the effort to lure you out. You've swallowed so much filth. You know?" Pan Kaiwei's heart skipped a beat. The soul-shattering powder he had Pan Hui administer was colorless and odorless. He'd been watching from afar the entire time, and Pan Hui hadn't told Wang Hao anything. How could Wang Hao possibly know under these circumstances? Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Are you brainless? Just look at that girl's expressions and reactions from start to finish. If I weren't as brain dead as you, with a poorly developed cerebellum, I wouldn't have failed to figure it out. As he spoke, Wang Hao felt utterly speechless. Pan Hui's acting was utterly pathetic. That look of panic on her face, who wouldn't find it suspicious? If she hadn't known he was coming, why would she be alone here with a table full of food prepared? Is she a pig? And then there were those moments during dinner when she seemed to want to say something but held back, plus her distracted look. Who couldn't figure it out? Only Pan Kaiwe, that brainless fool, would have asked Pan Hui to act. Yet Pan Kaiwe still looked utterly baffled. But you clearly ate. What did you eat? That filthy thing? Wang Hao chuckled. That worthless junk thinks it can hurt me? Did a dog eat your brain? You! Pan Kaiwe was completely dumbfounded. Wang Hao's voice instantly turned icy. Speak up. What level of power does the Pan family wield? Why did you suddenly turn against me? Chapter 122, I'll give you the chance to become a king. Cold sweat poured down Pan Kaiwe's forehead. He was genuinely panicking. The pressure Wang Hao exerted was overwhelming. Earlier, he'd relied on special drugs to temporarily unleash his full power, matching Wang Hao's speed level. That allowed him to safely escape here, hide, and lure Wang Hao into this trap. But now, with the drugs wearing off and Wang Hao gripping his arm, he was utterly powerless to resist. Even though Wang Hao was only gripping his arm with one hand, the excruciating pain was almost unbearable. He could feel the gulf between himself and Wang Hao. The two of them were simply not on the same level. Gulp! Pan Kaiwe swallowed hard, gritting his teeth. Dark Knight Dragon King, though my Pan family lacks warriors as formidable as you, we're not ones you can simply dispose of. You'd be wise to release me. Otherwise, my Pan family. Are you threatening me? Wang Hao cut Pan Kaiwe off coldly, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Do you know what happens to those who threaten me? Besides, do you even have the right? Cold sweat instantly beaded on Pan Kaiwe's forehead. Wang Hao's voice turned utterly icy. Since you refuse to speak, I'll speak for you. Pan Kaiwe froze, then his face instantly turned ashen. He saw the silver needle Wang Hao had drawn from his right hand. Legend had it that the Dark Knight Dragon King possessed not only unmatched strength but also extraordinary medical skills. If this man used the silver needle, he might truly extract something from his mouth. As a member of the Pan family, Pan Kaiwe knew full well that certain secrets of the Pan clan must never be revealed. If Wang Hao used the silver needles to force him to reveal everything, the Pan family would be in deep trouble. At this thought, Pan Kaiwe clenched his teeth, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. Dark Knight Dragon King, I will not reveal anything. The words had barely left his lips. Pan Kaiwe's body suddenly convulsed violently, then collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. He had chosen suicide. He had directly destroyed his dantian and shattered his own heart. Wang Hao couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. After staring blankly for a moment, he shook his head. Pan Kaiwe was quite the character. As he spoke, his gaze shifted directly to Pan Hui. Pan Hui's face was equally stunned. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Looking at Pan Hui, Wang Hao spoke calmly. I know about you poisoning me. There were reasons behind it. Tell me. If I can accept it, I may forgive you. Pan Hui gave a bitter smile and told Wang Hao everything about her previous agreement with Pan Kaiwe. Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Pan Hui to be such a compassionate woman. But Wang Hao said little, merely stating flatly, I can choose not to pursue this matter. But you must prove your worth. Pan Hui froze for a moment before grasping Wang Hao's meaning. Pan Kaiwe was dead. For the information Wang Hao sought about the Pan family, Pan Hui was the ideal source. After all, Pan Hui was family. She must know many things about the Pan family. Moreover, from Pan Hui's previous conversation with Pan Kaiwe, Wang Hao could easily tell that Pan Hui held little affection for the Pan family. Given that, she naturally had no reason to refuse sharing this information with him. After a moment of silence, Pan Hui spoke in a low voice. I don't know much about the Pan family myself, but they refer to themselves as an ancient lineage. An ancient family? Hearing those words, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly what an ancient noble family meant. For he knew that among these ancient clans, there existed an old man of heavenly king caliber. Of course, that old man had never truly appeared in the world since Wang Hao became a heavenly king, and many were unaware of his existence. A clash between kings had never occurred. But the mere existence of this individual, coupled with Pan Kaiwe who stood at the threshold of heavenly kings, spoke volumes. Ancient clans are formidable. The Pan family is no ordinary clan. Pan Hui continued, earlier, Pan Kaiwe mentioned to me that capturing you was to uncover the methods behind achieving heavenly king status. But as for why they've suddenly become so aggressive, I have no idea. Wang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. That top-tier figures would target him to uncover the path to becoming a heavenly king didn't surprise Wang Hao. After all, it was only natural that those individuals would aspire to become heavenly kings themselves. Yet Pan Kaiwe's sudden arrival left Wang Hao with an uneasy feeling as if he'd been set up. It was too abrupt. Even Wang Hao himself felt a slight unease. At that very moment. Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, would you like to know what's going on? Qin Liangyu's voice suddenly echoed through the air. Wang Hao froze, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The United Council knows? Qin Liangyu gave a slight nod. Our people have been monitoring certain individuals. They spread exaggerated rumors about His Majesty the Dark Knight Dragon King, so naturally we were informed. What's more, he even passed some information to individuals under the Joint Council's influence. Your Excellency may review the specific details yourself. Qin Liangyu offered no further explanation, simply handing Wang Hao a dossier. As Wang Hao scanned the contents, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Xin Yue is courting death. Wang Hao's voice grew dark and ominous. He knew full well this was Red Robe's revenge against him. He had killed Huang Pao, how could Hong Yi let it rest? But Red Robe didn't want to confront Wang Hao directly. Instead, he chose to frame Wang Hao as the Dark Knight Dragon King now settled in Jiangling, with a wife and children to care for, no longer the bloodthirsty killer he once was. Threatening his family could easily yield the information he sought. News of the opportunity to ascend to Heavenly King had spread far and wide. These rumors were half-truths. This meant powerful figures would now target Wang Hao. And once targeted by powerful figures nationwide, Wang Hao would be in serious trouble. As the Crimson Robe had stated, Wang Hao does indeed have a wife and children. If someone were to capture his wife and children, take them to a hidden location, and demand he hand over the means to achieve Heavenly King status before releasing them, what could Wang Hao possibly do? He'd have no choice but to hand it over. No matter how powerful he is, he couldn't possibly rescue Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng from afar. Worse still, if anything happened to Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, the tragedy from 5 years ago could very well repeat itself. In a fit of rage, Wang Hao might just single-handedly take on every faction in the entire Dragon Nation. Then, the new moon lurking in the shadows would naturally reap the benefits as the third party. At that moment, Wang Hao's gaze turned icy cold. He suddenly turned to Qin Liangyu. If I help you become the Heavenly King, would you be willing to personally protect my wife and daughter for 3 years? What? Qin Liangyu's expression darkened. Wang Hao, however, appeared utterly resolute. I will help you achieve the Heavenly King realm. But within 3 years, you will no longer be the iron-blooded rose of the United Council. You will become the personal bodyguard to my wife and daughter. If you can do it, I'll help you reach the Heavenly King realm. Fail, and I'll find another. The choice is yours. Chapter 123, The Pan Family, Kneel. Qin Liangyu's eyes instantly widened in shock. Her mouth hung open, speechless for a long moment. She never imagined Wang Hao would suddenly utter such words today. The opportunity to become the Heavenly King she had longed for, Wang Hao had just handed it to her today. How could this not fill her with excitement? As for serving as Wang Hao's bodyguard for 3 years? What was that? 3 years? For powerhouses like them, it was but the blink of an eye. In comparison, becoming a Heavenly King was something she might not even achieve after 30 years of striving. Now, to trade 3 years for the chance to become a Heavenly King, how could she possibly refuse? With that thought, Qin Liangyu dropped to her knees with a thud. Please grant me this favor, Lord Dragon King. Wang Hao said nothing, simply placing his hand atop Qin Liangyu's head. Instantly, surges of power surged into Qin Liangyu's body, simultaneously altering certain structures within her. Though she felt the pain, Qin Liangyu suddenly felt enlightened. Is this even possible? As she spoke, Qin Liangyu's body trembled uncontrollably. Wang Hao had performed a comprehensive transformation on her body. Following the transformation, the stagnant energies within her body now circulated freely and normally. More importantly, she was now on the verge of a breakthrough. After all, she had already reached the peak of the War God realm, standing but a single step away from the Heavenly King realm. Without Wang Hao, forcing the breakthrough would have left her as a half-step Heavenly King like Pan Kaiwa. But that would have blocked her path entirely. Now, with Wang Hao's assistance, Qin Liangyu's body underwent a tremendous transformation in an instant. The energy she had stored erupted in an instant, elevating her power to new heights. She had taken that step. Though she had only just crossed it, Qin Liangyu's face was filled with excitement. She had done it. She had become a Heavenly King. She was now the second Heavenly King in the open world, second only to Wang Hao. In that moment, Qin Liangyu's eyes shone brightly with excitement. Yet at the same time, she sensed something else. For instance, the path beyond becoming a Heavenly King was still incredibly long. Breaking through to Heavenly King was not the end. Moreover, Qin Liangyu was struck by a terrifying realization. How many years had it been since Wang Hao broke through to Heavenly King? After all this time, how far has Wang Hao's cultivation progressed? Just how powerful is he now? Countless doubts plagued Qin Liangyu, making Wang Hao increasingly inscrutable to her. Previously, she had simply believed that Wang Hao was a Heavenly King while she was merely a war god. A vast chasm separated them. But once she too broke through, they would stand as equals. But now? The gap was even wider than she had ever imagined. Yet at this moment, Qin Liangyu's primary concern lay not in this realization. It was the method of this breakthrough. How did you know this could break through the Heavenly King realm? Did you try it yourself? As she spoke, Qin Liangyu found it almost impossible to fathom. Such a breakthrough method, if it failed, the person would be ruined. How on earth did Wang Hao come up with this? Yet Wang Hao remained calm, his expression serene. He had inherited it. Legacy. The moment those two words left his lips, Qin Liangyu's heart skipped a beat. Wang Hao, where did he get this legacy? What exactly had he inherited? If he had a legacy, didn't that mean Wang Hao had a master? If Wang Hao was already this powerful, what kind of strength did his master possess? At that moment, no matter how mentally prepared Qin Liangyu had been, her expression couldn't help but change. You. Wang Hao offered no explanation. The legacy. That was his secret. Even if it were like 5 years ago, even if one day he, Wang Hao, were to turn against the world in a fit of rage, he would never reveal his inheritance. His chosen path would reveal itself in its own time. He, Wang Hao, would never force it. Moreover, it was precisely because of that ancient inheritance that Wang Hao came to understand what terrifying entities still existed in this world, including the heavenly kings within the ancient clans, and certain hidden dangers. But Wang Hao cared little for these things. If the sky were to fall, those fellows would hold it up. All he wanted was to live the happiest life possible with his wife and children. That was enough. Qin Liangyu looked at Wang Hao and asked softly, Lord Dragon King, what are your next plans? Wang Hao pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to Pan Hui. Do you know the location of the ancient Pan family? Pan Hui froze, then nodded instinctively. Wang Hao turned directly, his tone calm as he ordered, lead the way. To the Pan family. The Pan family? The words had barely left his mouth when Pan Hui's expression changed. Mr. Wang, the Pan family is formidable. Are you powerful? Wang Hao smiled, offering no further explanation. Qin Liangyu, standing nearby, sensed boundless killing intent emanating from Wang Hao. She knew exactly what Wang Hao was about to do. He was preparing to make an example of them. Guided by Pan Hui, the three made their way to the Pan family. The Pan family resided in a nearby small town. The town was small and appeared quite dilapidated. The entire town resembled the style of the 1990s, with everyone appearing very simple and unassuming. But as you walked deeper into the town, you gradually sensed a change. At the easternmost edge, the town was suddenly enclosed by fences, barring entry to anyone. Peering through binoculars, one could glimpse countless exquisitely ornate buildings. These structures not only seemed out of place in such a poor town, but they also possessed a classical beauty. It's as if the White House had been transported here. Such opulence stood in stark contrast to the surrounding poverty. Pan Hui murmured softly. This place, she said, was the Pan family estate. Her words carried a hint of emotion. It had been years since she last returned. Having grown up in such surroundings, yet gradually returning to an ordinary life as an adult, anyone else would likely have suffered a mental breakdown long ago. Even Qin Liangyu beside her couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Even the headquarters of the United Council lacked such opulence. The Pan family truly was. Qin Liangyu was at a loss for words. But Wang Hao merely smiled and shook his head. How could the United Council compare? How many people does the United Council have to support? How many does the Pan family have? In any organization, the core interests are driven by the top tier. The current United Council's core combat strength likely isn't much stronger than the Pan family's, yet how much do they spend? It's only natural they have the funds to build such a palace here. Qin Liangyu frowned slightly. In her view, how could the insignificant Pan family possibly be compared to the United Council, once the foremost power in the realm? But Wang Hao offered no further explanation. He simply led Pan Hui and Qin Liangyu inside with purposeful strides. Upon reaching the massive palace gates, Wang Hao spoke coldly. The Pan family, come forth. Kneel and await your execution. Chapter 124, The Truth of the United Council's Past. How dare you? In an instant, numerous Pan family members charged forth, rushing straight toward Wang Hao, their faces etched with fury. The Pan family was an ancient lineage, standing at the very pinnacle of the entire dragon nation. Though they maintained an extremely low profile, the world did not know them as intimately as it did the 10 great clans. Yet anyone who truly came here and knew the Pan family would express their respect from the bottom of their hearts. Consider this, any single one of the 10 great clans boasts at least 4 or 5 war god tier powerhouses as their foundation. Ancient families? They have even more. And by far. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, in the blink of an eye, 7 war gods burst forth, all charging straight toward Wang Hao. They unleashed their full power from the very start. Yet sensing the murderous intent radiating from this group, a cold smile touched Wang Hao's lips. The Pan family, anyone who can speak, come forward. As he spoke, Wang Hao didn't even move, standing perfectly still as his aura erupted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, every single one of the charging attackers was knocked to the ground by the sheer force of his power. The others present all wore expressions of terror. Clearly, no one had anticipated Wang Hao could be this powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had repelled a full 7 war gods. What kind of power was this? Even the head of the Pan family himself probably didn't possess such power, did he? Under the gaze of all the surrounding Pan family members, a sensual figure suddenly emerged from the entrance of the enormous palace. She was an exceptionally alluring woman, bearing a certain resemblance to Pan Hui in both appearance and demeanor, both radiating an undeniable charm. The difference, however, was that Pan Hui never deliberately flaunted her allure. This woman, however, radiated allure from her attire to her makeup. Any man who laid eyes on her would likely struggle to contain his excitement. Those with weaker self-control might just drop their pants on the spot. This woman was a veritable siren. She walked up to Wang Hao, bowed to him with a seductive smile, and said, "This humble maiden, Pan Yao, greets His Excellency, the Dark Knight Dragon King." Dark Knight Dragon King. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the hearts of the 7 who had attacked earlier skipped a beat. They knew Wang Hao well. The Pan family was currently facing immense trouble, having just made the decision to take action against Wang Hao. These men were, after all, war gods. How could they not be aware of this? But Pan Kaiwei had only just gone to cause trouble for Wang Hao. Pan Kaiwei hadn't even returned with news yet. How could Wang Hao already be here? And the woman by Wang Hao's side, wasn't that Pan Hui? Could it be that Pan Kaiwei had already? At this thought, everyone's expressions darkened. As for Pan Yao, upon hearing Wang Hao's voice, she had already guessed the situation. Rather than confronting him head-on, it would be wiser to employ some tactics. With this thought, Pan Yao's face softened into a smile as she spoke softly, "Esteemed Lord of the Dark Knight Dragon, your presence graces our humble abode. Please come inside, and allow this humble maiden to serve you well." Her voice dripped with seductive charm, sending shivers down even Qin Liangyu's spine. But Wang Hao only let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Serve me? You're not worthy. You." Hearing this, Pan Yao nearly lost her composure on the spot. But Wang Hao only stared at her coldly, his face twisted in scorn. "You filthy, lowly woman, you're unworthy of even approaching me. Keep talking nonsense, and see if I don't slap your face to pieces. You." Pan Yao gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. She abruptly turned to Pan Hui, letting out a sharp, cold snort. Abandoning all pretense of gentleness, she spat out, "Pan Hui, you looked down on me back then, didn't you? In the end, aren't you just the same? Who knows what tricks you used to seduce a married man like the Dark Knight Dragon King, making him come after us for revenge? You're so despicable." Smack! Before she could finish, Wang Hao's hand came down hard across her face. The blow sent Pan Yao crashing to the ground, her cheek instantly caved in by at least a centimeter. Her face, which had been alluring and charming moments before, now looked terrifying. The searing pain on her face made Pan Yao's expression twist in shock. "How dare you?" Pan Hui's body trembled uncontrollably. But Wang Hao merely sneered coldly with disdain. "What's there to be afraid of? Who in the entire Pan family is beyond my reach?" With that, Wang Hao strode forward, kicking Pan Hui aside with a single blow. He then yanked open the palace doors and bellowed into the interior. "Are all the Pan family's influential figures dead? If you don't come out now, after today, there will be no Pan family left in this world. The Pan family will cease to exist." Such words were utterly outrageous. For decades, no ancient clan had ever vanished without a trace. Ancient clans often represent a legacy, a status. This is something other clans can scarcely match. And now, Wang Hao has uttered such words. Footsteps echoed through the palace halls. Under the gaze of all present, a figure slowly approached, its voice cold and detached. "Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, you certainly have a big mouth." As the words fell, over a dozen figures emerged. Among them were 4 war god tier powerhouses. 3 of them had even reached the half-step Heavenly King realm. Though the leader himself was not a half-step Heavenly King, the overwhelming aura radiating from him was enough to make everyone present feel the pressure. Though he was a war god, he had already reached the true pinnacle of his power, not far behind that red-robed figure from before. This man was none other than Pan Guoqing, the head of the Pan family. His voice turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Hao. "Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, you see clearly this is the domain of the Pan family. Do you realize how many of my Pan family's strongest warriors you will face in this battle? Back when you fought the United Council, you only managed to slay 3 war gods. Today, are you certain you stand a chance against us? Execute 3 war gods?" Wang Hao laughed upon hearing this. Beside him, Qin Liangyu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The news that spread was indeed that Wang Hao had slain 3 war gods. But in reality? Bull about 3 war gods. The United Council's true strength was only a tip of the iceberg visible to the public. Their main combat power remained hidden. The 3 war gods who died that day were merely the ones operating in the open. Behind the scenes, double-digit war gods perished. And here, another double-digit number of war gods were left gravely wounded. After that battle, not a single war god within the United Council escaped with minor injuries. At the very least, they were all gravely wounded. Most crucially, the Wang Hao of that day was already exhausted after a 1,000-mile forced march, fighting with a single-minded desire to die. Even that Wang Hao nearly dismantled the United Council. Now, 5 years later, Wang Hao has grown even stronger. Pan Guoqing. Where on earth did he get that confidence? Chapter 125, Kill Pan Guoqing. Wang Hao didn't say much. Instead, he turned his head and looked directly at Qin Liangyu. You handle them. It'll be good practice. Me? Qin Liangyu couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Across the way, the Pan family members stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Wang Hao's words. Wang Hao coming to fight them to the death was one thing, but Qin Liangyu? What was she, some kind of god, worthy of taking on the entire Pan family alone? Wang Hao smiled faintly and said calmly, go ahead. If you really can't handle it, I'll step in. This time, a smile spread across Qin Liangyu's face. Nodding, she stepped forward and, looking at the Pan family members, even flicked her fingers in a provocative gesture. This instantly made Pan Guoqing's face turn pale. Wang Hao being reckless was one thing, but Qin Liangyu? Does she even have the right? Kill her. Pan Guoqing barked coldly, and the Pan family's elite fighters all charged toward Qin Liangyu. Meanwhile, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Qin Liangyu's body. At that moment, every face present paled in shock. Qin Liangyu's aura towered above them all. It even gave them a sense of oppression that transcended their ranks. She was the Heavenly King. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A flicker of excitement also flashed in Pan Guoqing's eyes. If Qin Liangyu becomes a Heavenly King, it must be thanks to Wang Hao's help. In other words, Wang Hao truly knew how to help others break through to Heavenly King. If they could threaten Wang Hao into revealing his methods this time, perhaps they could truly cultivate a multitude of Heavenly Kings. From then on, the Pan family could even become one of the top 3 ancient clans. This thought only intensified the Pan family's resolve. After all, Qin Liangyu was merely an entry-level Heavenly King, no match for Wang Hao. Her strength was only on par with 5 war gods at most. Yet Qin Liangyu showed no sign of retreat. Facing the onslaught of her assailants, she continuously shifted her techniques. Wang Hao watched silently from the sidelines, shaking his head inwardly. The United Council's tactics were still too weak. Nothing Qin Liangyu displayed truly impressed him. And so it went, until Qin Liangyu was nearly driven to the brink. 4 war gods had already fallen on the opposing side. All 4 were gravely wounded, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Qin Liangyu was also panting heavily, blood staining the corners of her mouth. Wang Hao shook his head, stepping forward in a single stride to appear instantly before Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu startled, staring at Wang Hao and instinctively muttered, I can still fight. That's enough. Wang Hao shook his head, then lifted his gaze directly toward Pan Guoqing. Pan Guoqing's heart skipped a beat. Despite losing 4 war gods, they still had plenty of men. Especially several half-step Heavenly Kings. What exactly was Wang Hao thinking? Could it be he still had confidence in taking them on? Looking at Pan Guoqing, Wang Hao said calmly, come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry. You're asking for death. Hearing this, the 2 half-step Heavenly Kings instantly flew into a rage and charged straight at Wang Hao. Wang Hao chuckled lightly, then casually swung his arm. Instantly, overwhelming force enveloped both men, slamming them hard onto the ground. Thud. Both men spat blood on the spot. The rest of the Pan family couldn't help but show panic on their faces. These 2 were both half-step Heavenly Kings among the strongest in their ranks. What on earth had Wang Hao done to them? But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain to the crowd. He instantly charged forward, closing the distance to Pan Guoqing in the blink of an eye. Pan Guoqing's expression finally shifted. His face twisted with panic as he demanded, what are you doing? Wang Hao, I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. I am the head of the Pan family. I'm killing the head of the Pan family. Wang Hao let out a cold snort, then drove a fist straight into Pan Guoqing's face. Instantly, Pan Guoqing was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes bulged wide as his breath slowly faded away. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard. Pan Guoqing was dead. The formidable head of the Pan family, the strongest warrior of the Pan clan, had not even been able to mount a single counterattack before Wang Hao. He had been killed instantly. But Wang Hao couldn't care less. He turned his head and strode toward the other war god level experts nearby. Today, he intended to make an example of them. He would slaughter every single powerful member of the Pan family. He would kill until everyone trembled in fear. Only then would those who dared to challenge him think twice. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Wang Hao, the other war gods and half-step Heavenly Kings all panicked. What was Wang Hao planning? He seemed intent on slaughter. At this thought, panic spread across every face. 2 of them immediately turned and fled. He'd even killed Pan Guoqing, would he spare them? Today, escape was their only option. But watching their retreating figures, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. If you wanted to join your master sooner, you didn't need to go to such lengths. As he spoke, Wang Hao stomped his foot on the ground, launching himself high into the air. He grabbed one of the fleeing men mid-stride and hurled him forcefully forward, slamming him right into the other man. In an instant, both men crashed to the ground, writhing in agony, utterly immobilized.
A faint, cold smile curled the corners of Wang Hao's mouth. His voice drifted slowly into their ears.
Don't worry. The others will be joining you soon enough.
With that, Wang Hao tossed the Pan family's elite fighters one by one as if discarding trash, stacking them on top of each other. These men were like Wang Hao's playthings, utterly powerless to resist. All the ordinary members of the Pan family standing nearby were utterly dumbfounded. In their eyes, these men were godlike beings capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth, seemingly omnipotent. Yet now, before Wang Hao, they were as fragile as sand scattered by the slightest breath. His gaze swept over the piled-up Pan family elites before turning coldly to the remaining Pan family members. From this day forward, he declared, the Pan family is no longer ancient. Descend into the mundane world and become an ordinary family, then you may live. Should any harbor other ambitions, the Pan family shall be annihilated. With that, Wang Hao leapt high into the air, landing his foot squarely on the chest of the figure piled highest among the stacked warriors. In an instant, his overwhelming force pierced through every single one of them. The group scattered instantly, all lifeless. Qin Liangyu watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress the tremors running through her body. She had believed that after breaking through to the Heavenly King realm, the gap between her and Wang Hao wouldn't be too great. But now, the two were simply not on the same level. Wang Hao was terrifyingly powerful. The gap between Heavenly Kings was wider than that between humans and pigs. Just as Qin Liangyu was lost in thought. Suddenly, an elderly man from the Pan family approached slowly. Fixing his gaze on Wang Hao, he knelt down with a thud. This old man is willing to reveal the Pan family's greatest secret in exchange for the safety of all its members. I implore you to accept this offer. Chapter 126, The Artifact Forger. The Pan family's greatest secret? Wang Hao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He truly hadn't expected someone from the Pan family to suddenly utter such a statement. He instinctively glanced at Pan Hui. Pan Hui explained in a low voice, Mr. Wang, this is Pan Wenbin, the senior patriarch of the Pan family. Though lacking in power, his status is very high. With Pan Guiqing dead, he is the one who can represent the entire Pan family. Pan Wenbin turned to glance at Pan Hui, his face clouding with bitterness. I never imagined you'd grown so much. Back then, the Pan family wronged your parents and wronged you. Everything that has happened is our own doing. As he spoke, a trace of bitterness flashed across Pan Wenbin's face. Instantly, Wang Hao's curiosity deepened. He looked at Pan Wenbin and said, I've already said I'll spare you. Why go out of your way to do this? Why tell me your greatest secret? Is that really so important to you? Pan Wenbin gave a wry smile and nodded slightly. Very important. Your Excellency, when you say you'll spare my Pan family, it means you won't give us any extra chances. But I know full well that with these young men's reckless ways, they're bound to provoke you sooner or later. I hope to trade this secret for my family's one chance to escape death. Beyond that, if your Excellency could gain some benefit, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for my Pan family. Oh? This time, even Wang Hao couldn't help but take interest. Pan Wenbin explained, Your Excellency, are you aware that my Pan family has always had a sworn enemy? It's a family renowned throughout the ancient clans, the Hua family. The Hua family. Even Wang Hao was taken aback at the mention of this clan. After all, the Hua family possessed a Heavenly King-level powerhouse. They were undoubtedly a top-tier ancient clan. He hadn't expected the family feuding with the Pan family to be none other than the Hua family. Looking at Wang Hao, Pan Wenbin said with a hint of resignation, the Hua family is incredibly powerful, their strength truly top-tier. The reason the Hua family bears a grudge against my Pan family is actually because of this secret in our possession. My Pan family knows the location of a certain object. And that very thing is what the Hua family covets. Wang Hao's eyebrow shot up. What? Pan Wenbin took a deep breath before softly uttering two words. The divine treasure. The moment those two words left his lips, even Wang Hao felt his heart skip a beat. He knew exactly what a spirit treasure was. They were weapons wielded by the truly powerful. Despite Wang Hao's formidable current strength as a Heavenly King, he faced all opponents bare-handed. He knew deep down that if he encountered another Heavenly King wielding a spirit treasure, he might not stand a chance. The enhancement a divine treasure provided to a Heavenly King-level powerhouse was simply too great. A war god wielding a spirit treasure could easily overpower an ordinary Heavenly King. The methods for forging divine treasures had long been lost. Obtaining one could only mean acquiring relics left behind from ancient times. Wang Hao hadn't expected the Pan family to know the location of a divine artifact. Yet he couldn't help but frown. If those who bore grudges against your Pan family sought this divine treasure, why not simply hand it over to resolve the feud? Why involve me in obtaining it? Pan Wenbin couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. For I know full well that the master's strength far surpasses that of the opponent. Even if the Hua family obtained the treasure, they might not stand a chance against you. Then, should the Lord discover that the treasure was gifted by my Pan family, he would only harbor wrath toward us, perhaps even annihilate my clan in his fury. That is an outcome I cannot bear to see.
Therefore, I would rather let you obtain this divine treasure. Seeing Pan Wenbin's earnest expression, Wang Hao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Pan Wenbin to possess such foresight. After a brief silence, Wang Hao asked calmly, "Where is that divine artifact? Why doesn't Pan Guiqing carry it with him for use?" Pan Wenbin explained, "That divine treasure is an heirloom of my Pan family, enshrined deep within the rear mountain. To obtain it, one must pass the trials left by our ancestors. One of the requirements is to achieve the status of a heavenly king. This is also one reason why the family head sought to borrow your power to break through." Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. If it's something left behind by your Pan family ancestors, how can you be certain an outsider like me could obtain that divine artifact? Pan Wenbin shook his head. "I cannot be certain. But I believe your excellency would be willing to attempt it. Should you succeed, our Pan family would naturally owe you a debt of gratitude. Moreover, the Hua family will likely seek you out because of this. Should you eliminate the Hua family, it would also be a boon for my Pan family. But if something were to happen to you..." At this point, Pan Wenbin drew a deep breath, his expression growing somber. "For my Pan family, it wouldn't be a bad thing either." The moment those words left his mouth, a cold glint flashed in Qin Liangyu's eyes. Seeking death. But Pan Wenbin said nothing, merely staring silently at Wang Hao. Wang Hao raised his hand to stop Qin Liangyu. He understood clearly that Pan Wenbin refused to lie in his presence. And what he said came straight from the heart. That was only natural. He had just killed every powerful member of the Pan family. Did he really expect them to genuinely wish him no harm? Bull. But as Pan Wenbin had said, he, Wang Hao, didn't mind going in to take a look. With that thought, Wang Hao spoke in a deep voice, "The spirit treasure is in the back mountain?" Pan Wenbin nodded. "If you wish, I can accompany you there, sir." Wang Hao nodded, then turned to Qin Liangyu and said indifferently, "You and Pan Hui wait here. I'll go with him to take a look." "Sir!" Qin Liangyu gasped in alarm. In her eyes, Pan Wenbin clearly harbored ulterior motives, and this journey was bound to be fraught with danger. Why would Wang Hao still rush over regardless of the consequences? The divine treasure may be splendid, but was it truly necessary for Wang Hao? He is already peerless in this world. What difference does one more or one less divine treasure make? Yet Wang Hao offered no further explanation. It wasn't that he needed this treasure so badly, it was that he couldn't let it fall into someone else's hands. Otherwise, it would be like creating an enemy capable of challenging him out of thin air. But possessing the divine artifact meant that even if someone else wielded one in the future, he, Wang Hao, would have the confidence to defeat them. Waving dismissively, Wang Hao followed Pan Wenbin straight to the back mountain. As they entered the cave deep within the rear mountain, a hint of astonishment flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. "There are so many mechanisms here. What exactly did your Pan family ancestors do?" Hearing this, Pan Wenbin couldn't help but look awkward as he forced a wry smile. The Pan family ancestors were blacksmiths. Blacksmiths? Wang Hao froze in surprise. Pan Wenbin sighed. Back in the day, the Pan family patriarch achieved the Heavenly King realm through his blacksmithing skills, which is how the ancient Pan family was founded. The Pan family's blacksmithing skills became renowned throughout the land. That divine artifact was forged by our ancestor. Alas, the forging techniques were lost over time. Our Pan family could no longer craft divine treasures, nor even weapons of the next tier. By now, we've long since faded into obscurity, becoming just another ordinary ancient clan. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Hao's eyes. Blacksmiths? Bull. That profession was held in the highest regard in ancient times. It was a weaponsmith. Chapter 127, The Hidden Heavenly King. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, choosing not to speak hastily. He understood well that for an artifact forging family, the most crucial element was not the artifacts themselves, but their forging techniques. It was merely that the Pan family had lost their forging techniques. If he could obtain the Pan family's forging techniques and craft his own spirit artifacts, then in this world he could truly be called invincible. Shaking his head, Wang Hao followed Pan Wenbin deeper into the facility. Yet, barely moments into their journey, Wang Hao sensed something amiss. He sensed a terrifying aura. It was killing intent. Where did this killing intent come from? After all, this place was the Pan family's secret domain. No one ever came here. Those who did either fled or perished within its confines. How could such a place harbor such a vivid, pulsing intent to kill? Just as Wang Hao was puzzled. Suddenly, whoosh! Several arrows streaked through the air. Wang Hao's expression darkened instantly. He kicked Pan Wenbin hard, sending him tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, he grabbed one of the arrows mid-air with one hand while sidestepping the others. The next second, Wang Hao sent Pan Wenbin flying high into the air with a powerful kick. Simultaneously, he leaped upward himself, catching Pan Wenbin mid-air with one hand. Simultaneously, countless sharp blades erupted from the ground beneath their feet. At that moment, Pan Wenbin's back was drenched in cold sweat. What is this? His voice trembled as he spoke. Clearly, even knowing danger lurked here, he had never imagined such a trap could exist. Even Wang Hao was taken aback. Even though he wasn't a member of the Pan family, logically, this trap should only have been triggered after he used some energy to detect it. Why, the moment he and Pan Wenbin arrived, did this trap attack? And that earlier killing intent. That vivid, pulsing intent to kill it definitely didn't come from an inanimate object. Could there be a living person here? But if it was a living person, why weren't they wielding a spirit artifact? Why were they hiding here all this time? Wang Hao frowned, puzzled, but he still tossed Pan Wenbin aside and coldly declared, "You're not going in to die. I'll go check it out myself." With that, Wang Hao strode straight inside. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Pan Wenbin's expression was complex. He hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. After a long moment, he sighed and said nothing more. Wang Hao accelerated, charging straight into the depths. Since this place was crafted by an ancient Pan family forerunner, a legendary artifact smith from antiquity, no amount of caution could protect him from ambushes by these traps. Given that, he might as well charge straight through. First, it would catch some traps off guard. Second, if any real danger lurked, moving at high speed would allow him to react quickly enough to dodge or fight back. With this strategy in mind, Wang Hao charged headlong into the depths. Less than a minute later, Wang Hao landed on a grassy area. But at this moment, Wang Hao had no energy for anything else. Sitting where he was, he immediately took out the prepared pills he had readied earlier and swallowed them, simultaneously administering several acupuncture needles to himself. The expression on his face grew slightly complex. He had clearly overestimated himself. Even though Wang Hao had given it his all, navigating through these traps had still left him severely injured. These injuries were nearly as severe as those he had sustained during the Joint Council incident. Only because Wang Hao had carried a sufficient supply of pills as preparation did he avoid leaving behind some lingering ailment from this ordeal. The mechanisms left behind by the Pan family's ancestors were truly terrifying. Truly worthy of an ancient artifact master. Shaking his head, Wang Hao swiftly restored over 80% of his injuries before rising to look toward a nearby spot. This patch of grass stood apart from the entire surrounding area, its environment completely mismatched with the nearby hills. Moreover, the grass grew exceptionally thick and lush, as if bathed in perpetual sunlight and nourished by abundant nutrients. Consider this was deep within a cave, completely devoid of light, and certainly no one would come here to tend to it. The existence of such a lawn could only mean one thing. A potent energy had been leaking out continuously. Squinting, Wang Hao scanned the area before his gaze settled on a nearby shelf. The rack held quite a few items. A full 6 or 7 weapons. At first glance, these weapons appeared largely indistinguishable. Yet Wang Hao's gaze was instantly drawn to one sword among them. That sword was entirely different from the others. The energy it contained was incomparable to any of the other weapons. Most crucially, Wang Hao sensed a thread of life within this sword. This sword was alive. Or rather, it contained a living, breathing spirit within it. Any object with a spirit essence is a spirit artifact. This sword was the spirit artifact left behind by the Pan family's ancestors. Instantly, Wang Hao's interest was piqued. He stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the sword. But the moment his hand reached out, an overwhelming force erupted, sending Wang Hao reeling back several steps. His expression immediately darkened. This sword strongly resisted him. Faintly, he even heard a voice. "Get lost." It was the furious roar of the sword spirit. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao paused in silence before letting out another cold snort. "I'll be damned if I don't see whether you, spirit of the artifact, can decide your own future." As he spoke, Wang Hao reached out and grabbed it with one hand. This time, Wang Hao forced himself to endure the pain caused by the spirit's resistance, gripping the sword tightly. He even thought he heard a faint snort. It was a contemptuous snort. But Wang Hao paid it no mind, continuing to grip the sword tightly, using his own strength to suppress the spirit within. The spirit artifact's resistance grew increasingly fierce. Clearly, as a sword forged by the Pan family's ancestors, it desired only to serve as the Pan family's spirit artifact, utterly unwilling to be controlled by anyone else. Yet Wang Hao showed no sign of relenting. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. "Soul, don't you know why the Pan family brought me here? The Pan family owes me. The Pan family must repay all this through you. My strength is worthy of you. Today, you shall come with me. Otherwise, you defy the will of the Pan family." At these words, the spirit clearly faltered, the entire artifact seemingly stripped of its will to resist in an instant. Wang Hao seized the moment, violently increasing his energy output to firmly suppress the artifact spirit. He raised the sword high. For a spirit artifact, being raised by another often signified complete subjugation. Instantly, the spirit let out a wail of agony. Clearly, the spirit itself never imagined that one day, it would be utterly controlled by an outsider like Wang Hao. But before Wang Hao could study the sword further, a figure suddenly darted out. Instantly, Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Someone else was nearby? And not just anyone. A concealed Heavenly King-level powerhouse. He was here to seize this spirit artifact. Chapter 128, Hu Guang's Threat. At that moment, Wang Hao's expression changed noticeably. This man was no ordinary person. He was a Heavenly King-level powerhouse. Moreover, from the cold chuckle that now escaped his lips, Wang Hao finally realized that earlier cold snort had come from this very man. This bastard hadn't believed he could suppress the spirit artifact at all. Only after Wang Hao succeeded did he choose to ambush him. Cursing under his breath, Wang Hao showed no sign of worry. He swung a punch back in response. Fight? In a one-on-one confrontation, Wang Hao had never feared anyone. But now, as their fists collided, the intruder's expression instantly changed. Impossible. Mid-sentence, he was sent reeling back several steps by Wang Hao's punch. The look in his eyes as he stared at Wang Hao was pure disbelief. He had seen Wang Hao severely wounded. A Heavenly King who had already been gravely wounded and then expended massive energy to suppress that spirit artifact. How could he possibly be driven back? He was a Heavenly King himself. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly cold and indifferent. Just as Qin Liangyu had sensed earlier, the gap between Heavenly Kings was wider than that between humans and pigs. What defines a Heavenly King? One whose internal organs have returned to their proper places, forming a truly perfect cycle, enabling the physical body to commune with nature. That is a Heavenly King. And what comes after that? What limit can a human body reach when boundless energy flows into it? Others have no clue. But Wang Hao understood clearly, beyond the Heavenly King realm, one must integrate the power gained from this communion with nature into their being, pushing the physical body to its ultimate limit. Once that limit is reached, the cultivator can use this method to forge a bridge between their physical body and the natural world. That bridge is the soul bridge. The emergence of the soul bridge signifies a true qualitative transformation. Wang Hao now possessed such a soul bridge. His current path of cultivation involved using the soul bridge, forged through communion with nature, to shatter the limits of his physical form and ascend to even greater realms. In other words, even with the goal of surpassing the Heavenly King realm, Wang Hao has already taken half a step forward. In comparison, the person before him? Merely an ordinary Heavenly King. How could Wang Hao possibly regard someone who was still so far from even building a soul bridge? So what if he's gravely wounded? Wang Hao would kill him without hesitation. Feeling the gap between himself and Wang Hao, the visitor gritted his teeth and spoke up. Boy, I am Hu Guang of the Hu family. This place was discovered first by my Hu family, and we've kept a close watch on it all along. Today, if you dare to seize what belongs to the Hu family, then in the future, don't blame us for being unkind. The Hu family? Earlier, Pan Wenbin mentioned they had a grudge with the Hu family. And now this Hu Guang is actually here? A flood of thoughts surged through Wang Hao's mind. Seeing Wang Hao's silence, Hu Guang sneered coldly once more. Let me tell you, kid, the might of the Hu family is beyond your wildest imagination. You'd be wise not to provoke my family. Otherwise, the Hu family? It's not like I haven't crossed them before. Wang Hao cut Hu Guang off with a cold sneer. Hu Guang froze, still processing the remark. What did you say? Wang Hao's expression remained calm. 6 years ago, I sought out your old patriarch for a spar. Back then, your Hu family didn't even have a handful of Heavenly Kings. So now it seems that old codger finally saw the gap and was willing to pass down the Heavenly King techniques to you? Too bad you still don't know how to cherish it. As he spoke, a cold, menacing glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Offend me? You're not even worthy. The Hu family wants to pick a fight with me? Bring your ancestor here. These words instantly turned Hu Guang's face ashen. All these years, the Hu family's patriarch has personally guided everyone's transformation and advancement. The reason? Because 6 years ago, the Dark Knight Dragon King had sought out their patriarch for a sparring match. After putting their patriarch at a disadvantage, he had simply walked away. That day made the Hu family patriarch acutely aware of the gap between himself and Wang Hao. For the sake of the Hu family's future, he forcibly cultivated multiple Heavenly King-level experts. Yet, Hu Guang never dreamed that the man before him was none other than the Dark Knight Dragon King from that fateful day. You are the Dark Knight Dragon King, Wang Hao? Hu Guang instinctively took a step back. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. It is I. This time, Hu Guang didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and ran. Watching Hu Guang's retreating figure, Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. For someone like Hu Guang, a so-called Heavenly King artificially elevated by the Hu family, the road ahead would be fraught with difficulty. No threat at all. Wang Hao paid no mind to Hu Guang's departure, picking up the spirit artifact in his hand to study it once more. This time, the spirit artifact was noticeably more obedient and compliant. Clearly, the power Wang Hao had just displayed had made the artifact understand that Wang Hao was indeed a master suited for it. As he studied the artifact, Wang Hao murmured softly. Can you speak? Yes. The voice was faint, almost carrying a hint of grievance. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly. This artifact spirit is quite something. Wang Hao didn't beat around the bush. Are you going to cooperate, or do I have to kill you and replace you with another spirit? At these words, the artifact spirit immediately panicked. The spirit of a spirit artifact can indeed be replaced. This it knew well. Any spirit in the world could become the spirit of a magical artifact. And the replaced spirit would disintegrate on the spot. Only, very few people knew this. Now that Wang Hao suddenly brought this up, could it be he truly possessed such a method? Though uncertain, the artifact spirit hastily declared, "No need. I choose to submit." Wang Hao smiled faintly, saying little else. He merely remarked indifferently, "Are there any other benefits to be had here?" Other benefits? The artifact spirit froze. Wang Hao didn't beat around the bush. Do you know the Pan family's ancestral weapon forging techniques? This time, the artifact spirit caught on. It whispered, "Yes. They're hidden within the other weapons." Wang Hao's expression immediately changed. He had only asked out of curiosity, never truly expecting the artifact spirit to reveal anything. Who would have thought it actually existed? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao stepped forward and severed the other weapons with his spirit artifact. As the weapons shattered, the hidden forging technique manuscripts all fell into Wang Hao's hands. As he studied the contents, Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Ancient forging techniques were truly wondrous. Perhaps I should study them further. Shaking his head, Wang Hao didn't rush to do anything else. He simply stowed everything away, his gaze returning to the spirit artifact. "What is your name?" After a moment's hesitation, the spirit spoke softly, "This sword is called the Bright Moon Sword. It was forged by the ancestors of the Pan family on a full moon night, harnessing the moon's energy to shape its essence. You may call me Bright Moon." Wang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Clear wind, bright moon? Sounds like a Taoist priest's name. But Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. He picked up the Bright Moon Sword and headed outside. The moment he stepped out, Wang Hao spotted Pan Wenbin in a panic. "Your Excellency. It's terrible." That Huoguang stormed into the Pan residence, wounded Qin Liangyu, took Pan Hui hostage, and specifically demanded you come over. Chapter 129, Congratulations? What? Wang Hao's expression instantly darkened. When Huoguang fled earlier, Wang Hao had assumed he was merely making a hasty escape and hadn't bothered to intervene. After all, though the Hua family possessed some strength, with the Bright Moon Sword now in his possession, the Hua family alone posed no real threat to him. Who could have imagined that upon stepping out, Wang Hao would hear such news? Turning to glance at Pan Wenbin, Wang Hao said nothing further and charged directly toward the Pan family's direction. Qin Liangyu lay gravely wounded on the ground, her eyes filled with bitter resentment. Her strength was actually no less than Huoguang's. But after battling the Pan family's war gods earlier, Qin Liangyu was severely drained. When Huoguang suddenly ambushed her, she was defeated outright. This left her seething with frustration, yet utterly powerless to do anything about it. Seeing Huoguang holding Pan Hui hostage, a cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. "You're courting death." But Huoguang simply burst into laughter. "Looking for death? Dragon King, I care not what you think. I want the Bright Moon Sword now. Hand over the Bright Moon Sword, and I'll release her. Refuse, and she dies with me today. Have you thought this through?" Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a cold, sinister glint. His fists clenched tightly, and a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from his body. Naturally, he harbored little affection for Pan Hui. In a way, Pan Hui even owed him a debt. Yet even so, Wang Hao could not stand by and watch Pan Hui die for his sake. That was an outcome Wang Hao could never accept. His right hand gripped the Bright Moon Sword tightly as his voice turned utterly cold. "Even if I give you the Bright Moon Sword and release her, I will still kill you. That depends on whether you have the skill, sir." Huoguang spoke with utter confidence. The Bright Moon Sword was a spirit artifact. With the Bright Moon Sword in hand, no matter how powerful Wang Hao was, Huoguang was certain he could stand toe-to-toe with him today. At the very least, he could escape. Then, returning to the Hua family with the Bright Moon Sword, Huoguang would become the Hua family's future, its hero, its hope. The patriarch might even bestow the Bright Moon Sword upon him directly. His future would be boundless. At this thought, the excitement on Huoguang's face grew ever more intense. Wang Hao snorted coldly, sparing no words. He tossed the Bright Moon Sword directly before Huoguang, his expression icy as he declared, "The sword lies there. I only fear you lack the qualifications to wield it." Huoguang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wang Hao to toss the sword over so politely. But he quickly understood. The Bright Moon Sword possessed a spirit. Now that the spirit had chosen to follow Wang Hao, attempting to forcibly seize it would only result in injury. At this realization, a cold gleam flashed in Huoguang's eyes. He snorted coldly. "No need for that. Keep the sword and come with me to the Hua family. Once we're there, you put down the sword and walk away. I'll release this woman." "No." This time, even Pan Hui couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Wang Hao was confident he could handle Huoguang alone. Even if Huoguang truly obtained the Bright Moon Sword, Wang Hao might still be his match. But if Wang Hao actually went to the Hua family? With multiple heavenly kings within the Hua clan, coupled with the bright moon sword, Wang Hao would almost certainly be defeated. It was precisely because of this that Hua Guang dared to speak so boldly. Pan Hui was not a selfish person. She always felt she owed Wang Hao something, and she certainly didn't want him to suffer harm because of her. Wang Hao frowned, not rushing to respond. But at that very moment, a flash of resolve suddenly lit Pan Hui's eyes, and she began struggling violently. "Don't move! You!" Hua Guang couldn't help but curse out loud. But Pan Hui paid no heed. She just kept struggling, roaring, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare. As long as you get Mr. Wang out of here today, I'll kill myself. Don't think you can use me to threaten Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, kill him. I'm not afraid to die. Kill him. You never owed me anything, I owe you. Kill him." By the end, Pan Hui was practically screaming. Struggling, her body was instantly covered in numerous wounds. After all, the overwhelming aura of a heavenly king-level presence engulfed her. This instantly threw Hua Guang into a panic. He had thought he'd captured a woman with close ties to Wang Hao, but never imagined Pan Hui would react this way. If Pan Hui actually died in the struggle, it would spell trouble. Spotting Hua Guang's distraction, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and charged forward. Almost simultaneously, the bright moon sword landed in Wang Hao's hand, thrusting straight toward Hua Guang's throat. "Go ahead and kill her first if you dare." Hua Guang roared furiously, yanking Pan Hui in front of him, intending to use her body to block Wang Hao's blade. But Pan Hui shouted it out loud too. "Mr. Wang, kill me. You're asking for it." Hua Guang gritted his teeth in fury. But Wang Hao didn't thrust his sword directly. Instead, he gave a cold snort, flung the bright moon sword away, and simultaneously reached out to grab Hua Guang's head. Holding Pan Hui in his grasp, Hua Guang instinctively tried to use her body as a shield. But at that very moment, whoosh! The bright moon sword plummeted from the sky. It pierced straight through Hua Guang's head, tearing clean through his flesh. Hua Guang froze in place, his expression twisted with agony and despair. Even a hint of disbelief lingered in his eyes. He had been killed by a sword. And after that sword had slipped from Wang Hao's grasp. How could this be? But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain much. Why were spirit artifacts so powerful? It's not simply because they possess extraordinary carrying capacity or exceptional sharpness. The most crucial factor is the spirit essence within the artifact. The spirit can actively control the artifact. This is precisely why spirit artifacts can often accomplish feats beyond the reach of other magical treasures or weapons, including autonomous combat. That is precisely what makes them so precious. Pulling Pan Hui close, Wang Hao gazed at the bruise where Hua Guang had gripped her neck, then at her weakened state, and couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. "Come with me." With that, Wang Hao led Pan Hui directly into an adjacent room, treating her with medicinal herbs from the Pan family's storehouse. Under Wang Hao's care, Pan Hui quickly recovered. This brought relief to the entire Pan family. Pan Hui was now the only member of the Pan family who still maintained a good relationship with Wang Hao. Her existence offered the Pan family a sliver of hope. If even Pan Hui were to die, then the slightest provocation of Wang Hao could spell the end of the Pan family. At that moment, Pan Wenbin stepped forward. Looking at Wang Hao, he forced a smile and said, "Congratulations, Lord Dragon King, on obtaining the spirit artifact, the Bright Moon Sword." "Congratulations?" Hearing this, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. He took a step toward Pan Wenbin, his voice dripping with icy disdain. "I doubt you'd say that. Don't you owe me an explanation about Hua Guang's involvement? Others might be unaware, but you, Pan Wenbin, could you truly have no knowledge of this?" Chapter 130, The Hua Family's Schemes. Pan Wenbin's expression immediately darkened. He knew exactly what Wang Hao meant. But he couldn't fathom how Wang Hao had found out. What slip-up had he made? Watching Pan Wenbin's terrified expression, Wang Hao sneered contemptuously. "Is it really that hard to guess? You know that place well. You know perfectly well that when the Pan family enters, the traps won't activate. And why do you think these traps activated when we entered?" Pan Wenbin froze, then seemed to grasp something. "The Bright Moon Sword?" "Exactly." Wang Hao nodded. "Bright Moon controls everything here. He knows the entire layout of the Pan family's secret realm. Of course he knows when someone like Hua Guang entered. Mengmeng might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he knew at least this much: you entered after Hua Guang had hidden himself there. And he knows exactly how you reacted at that time." At this point, a cold smile touched Wang Hao's lips. "If you ask me for ironclad proof that you entered, I don't have it. But I'm not a judge, nor am I passing judgment. As long as I'm certain you, Pan Wenbin, knew Hua Guang was inside, that's all that matters. What do you intend to do? Use him to kill me? Or pit us against each other until we both perish?" Pan Wenbin remained silent, his body trembling, his face dark and grim. This was indeed one of his plans. He certainly wouldn't be so kind as to actually give the Bright Moon Sword to Wang Hao. He brought Wang Hao inside precisely because he knew Hua Guang had hidden there for a long time without obtaining the Bright Moon Sword. Moreover, Huoguang was also a heavenly king-level powerhouse. Even if Wang Hao entered, he would likely fail to obtain the Bright Moon Sword. Once Wang Hao clashed with Huoguang, a single sneak attack from the Bright Moon Sword might just be enough to slay both of them. That was his plan. In his eyes, it had been flawless. Who could have imagined the outcome would turn out like this? What unsettled him even more was that Wang Hao had now exposed the entire scheme. At that moment, Pan Wenbin was utterly thrown into panic. Staring at Wang Hao, he stammered, "What exactly do you want?" Wang Hao lifted his gaze to the Pan family members. Every member of the Pan family now wore expressions of utter terror and dismay, too paralyzed to speak. Everything Wang Hao had done before had truly unsettled them. This was a force they could never hope to oppose. Now that Pan Wenbin had so grievously offended Wang Hao, was he going to wipe them all out? Everybody trembled. Wang Hao snorted coldly. "From this day forward, all grievances between the Pan family and me are settled. The Bright Moon Sword shall henceforth belong to me, Wang Hao. It has no further connection to your Pan family. Henceforth, should any member of the Pan family dare to offend anyone close to me, Wang Hao, in the slightest, their entire clan will be annihilated." Thud. In an instant, every member of the Pan family knelt on the ground. Though Wang Hao hadn't demanded it, they dared not refuse to kneel. The pressure Wang Hao exerted was overwhelming. They had no right to say anything more. With a cold snort, Wang Hao dismissed them entirely, turning to lead Pan Hui and Qin Liangyu away. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Watching Wang Hao depart, someone from the Pan family couldn't help but step behind Pan Wenbin, trembling as they asked, "Elder, what should our Pan family do now?" Pan Wenbin's men were visibly shaken. In the past, as an ancient clan, the Pan family had secured every project through the backing of powerful figures. Without any war gods left, the Pan family was now worse off than even a second-rate clan. The few remaining strongholds they had left were utterly insignificant. Worst of all, the Pan family had offended and suppressed countless individuals whose power now far surpassed their own. If things continued on this path, the Pan family might not even know how they met their end. Gritting his teeth, Pan Wenbin reached a swift decision. Sell off every last asset the Pan family owns. Liquidate everything as fast as possible, even at half price. Within 3 days, liquidate every last asset. Then, with that money, the Pan family will emigrate. Emigrate? A collective gasp echoed through the room. The sense of racial honor among ancient clans remained profound. Emigrate? Are you kidding? But Pan Wenbin's expression was grave. This is our only way out now. Staying in Longwei, can you guarantee that none of you will accidentally cross someone close to Wang Hao in the future? Do you even know anyone close to Qi Wang Hao? If we offend even one of them, the Pan family will be finished. Only by emigrating abroad can we find safety." At these words, the entire Pan family fell silent. They knew all too well that Pan Wenbin's words were the plain truth. They couldn't afford to take that gamble. As members of the Pan family, no matter how destitute they became, they could never live with their heads bowed. But as long as they held their heads high, they risked offending someone one day. Risking their lives, living in constant danger of death? They refused to. Given that, they might as well take the money and emigrate. To smaller countries, their enemies wouldn't have much influence there. For a moment, everyone's expressions turned complex. The once illustrious Pan family, an ancient lineage, now reduced to this state by a single misstep in decision-making. It was truly heartbreaking. The Hua family. As one of the most prestigious ancient families in the Dragon Nation, the Hua family held little fame in the secular world. Few even knew of their existence. For many, the Hua family had never even entered their lives. Even their ancestral home lacks the grandeur of the Pans, residing instead in an ordinary residential complex within the capital. The complex looked utterly ordinary, the kind most people wouldn't give a second glance. It was a rundown neighborhood, seemingly neglected for years. It has just one gate and one security guard. In every respect, it was hardly impressive. Yet if you looked closely, you'd discover this complex had stood for over 50 years. Whether 50 years ago or today, the homes here have never been sold or rented to outsiders. Many units in this complex have remained vacant all along. And the security guard at the gate changes every single day. They look like slackers, but if you really tried to cause trouble in this complex, you wouldn't even know how you died. Because the guards on duty are all powerful members of the Hua family. At the very least, they'd call in a grandmaster. Meanwhile, within the Hua family, some intelligence had also surfaced. For instance, the Pan family has relocated, and Huoguang has fallen in battle. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Hua clan. Who could have imagined that Huoguang, a heavenly king-tier powerhouse, would be killed in battle after infiltrating the Pan family? And after word spread that it was Wang Hao who had killed him, all the top-tier powerhouses of the Hua family gathered together. At the center of it all stood the Hua family patriarch. Now, glaring at the patriarch, everyone's bodies radiated fury. After all, the Hua family had endured such a devastating loss for far too long. They refused to accept it. Feeling the collective fury, the patriarch of the Hua family couldn't help but sigh deeply. I know your thoughts, but are you truly willing to serve as others' tools? Chapter 131, The Hua Clan's Plan.
The expressions of the Hua family members all changed.
As elite warriors of the Dragon Nation, the Hua family members understood all too well that they held no direct grudge against Wang Hao. Others needed Wang Hao's methods to break through to the Heavenly King realm, but they did not. Their enmity with Wang Hao stems solely from the Pan family. But why would the Pan family provoke Wang Hao? This was something many had never considered before. Now, with the Hua family patriarch suddenly uttering such words, some began to feel uneasy. Someone couldn't help but ask, what does the patriarch mean? The Hua family patriarch narrowed his eyes, his voice heavy. I've investigated. The Pan family and Wang Hao originally had no grudge between them. They only dared provoke him after learning he possessed the method to become a heavenly king, discovering his whereabouts, and even learning he now had a wife and children no longer unburdened by ties. After all, any powerful individual, once burdened with attachments, will inevitably hold back somewhat in their actions. They won't be as ruthless and merciless as they once were. In their eyes, provoking Wang Hao might not even lead to their deaths. You tell me, how could an ancient family like the Pans, from a place as far removed from Jiangling as two ends of the earth, how could they possibly know all this? Everyone's expressions changed. The patriarch meant that someone deliberately leaked this information to lure the Pan family into confronting Wang Hao? Luring the Pan family? The Hua family patriarch snorted coldly. They've likely lured quite a few. It's only because our Hua family stands apart from the other clans, possessing our own heavenly king-level powerhouse, that they haven't come after us. But do you think they're unaware of the relationship between the Pan family and us? This entire scheme is also on their chessboard. The crowd's fury boiled over instantly. They are the Hua family, one of the foremost ancient noble houses in this dragon nation. They possess numerous heavenly king-tier powerhouses. And yet, in this situation, someone dared to scheme against them, even indirectly causing Huo Guang's death? Someone couldn't help but ask, Ancestor, does that mean Wang Hao's matter is simply dismissed? Don? Of course not. The Hua family patriarch gave a cold snort, a flash of icy glint darting through his eyes. No matter what, Wang Hao had personally killed Huo Guang. For that alone, he must die. But anyone who confronts Wang Hao head-on won't end well. Even if our Hua family were to confront him, we'd likely pay a heavy price. But since someone wishes to use our blade to kill Wang Hao, I shall return Wang Hao to them. Give Wang Hao back to them? Everyone was bewildered, struggling to grasp the old patriarch's true meaning. The other side deliberately avoided Wang Hao, refusing to provoke him. How could they possibly return Wang Hao to them? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, someone suddenly grasped the meaning and blurted out, Ancestor, you mean to act through Wang Hao's attachments? Wang Hao's attachment? The moment those words were spoken, the others gradually caught on. Wang Hao had a wife and children. And for anyone, their wife and children are their greatest weakness. Another person said, the patriarch wants us to target his wife and children to threaten him? Use your brain. The Hua family patriarch snorted coldly in irritation. Threaten him? If anything happened to his wife and children, do you really think we'd dare utter a threat? What do you think the consequences would be? Do you really think anyone could bear the consequences of angering a top-tier heavenly king wielding the bright moon sword? If you want to die, go ahead and die, but don't drag all of us down with you. The man's face darkened instantly. He hung his head, unable to utter a word. The Hua family patriarch's voice grew heavy. I've investigated. This entire affair was orchestrated by Qin Yue behind the scenes. Qin Yue? The expressions of everyone present shifted. Over the past 2 years, this organization has caused no small amount of trouble. Has the conflict between New Moon and Wang Hao escalated to this point? Has it come to this, using others as tools to target Wang Hao? The Hua family patriarch continued, moreover, Wang Hao likely suspects something is amiss. If we provoke Wang Hao with our next move and then shift the blame onto Qin Yue, what do you think he'll do then? No one spoke. Yet deep down, each person had their own answer. What would Wang Hao do? Naturally, I'll storm right in and find that New Moon for a little chat. Wang Hao is not someone to be trifled with. Surveying the crowd, the Hua family patriarch declared in a deep voice, Wang Hao may not know where New Moon's headquarters are, but I do. You know? Everyone was startled. The Hua family patriarch snorted coldly. Is that so surprising? Crescent Moon's headquarters is right near the capital. I've lived in the capital for decades, how could I not have any information about that? Once Wang Hao's wife and daughter suffer harm, we'll lure him into seeking revenge against New Moon. Then, regardless of who wins or loses, it won't harm us. Even if Wang Hao wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. New Moon is no pushover. Then, eliminating Wang Hao will be a breeze. Instantly, excitement flashed across everyone's faces. But someone couldn't help but speak up. I heard from the spy we planted in the Pan family that Qin Liangyu has also reached the Heavenly King level. Wang Hao's purpose in promoting her is likely to protect his wife and daughter. It matters not. The Ho family patriarch snorted coldly, waving his hand dismissively. However powerful she may be, she remains but a single individual. Once she's lured away, blow that room to smithereens. Wang Hao's wife and daughter are ordinary people. One explosion would be enough to kill them. Once they're dead, who will have evidence to prove we did it? As long as Wang Hao believes Xin Yue is responsible, he'll come after her. That's all we need. Hearing this, the Hua family members all lit up with excitement. The patriarch's words aligned perfectly with their desires. As long as Wang Hao ends up dead, they couldn't care less who takes the lead or who pulls the trigger. The Hua family patriarch said no more, merely waving his hand dismissively. I'll handle this matter. You just prepare yourselves. Once that Wang Hao truly slaughters all of New Moon's people, the moment he leaves gravely wounded, that will be our time to strike him down. Yes. All members of the Hua family bowed respectfully. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation. At Wang Hao's residence. After leaving the Pan family, he brought Qin Liangyu straight back home. Pan Hui returned to Jiangnan to continue her life. Qin Liangyu provided some financial assistance, but said little else. Seeing Wang Hao bring Qin Liangyu home, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng both looked puzzled. Mengmeng couldn't help but blurt out, "Daddy, did you bring me a second mom?" Mengmeng. Wang Hao felt his head spin. He'd been dreading having to explain things to Chu Xiaoyun, but Mengmeng's question left him even more at a loss for words. Qin Liangyu was also startled and quickly waved her hands. No. I'm not worthy of Mr. Dark King. I'm just here to protect you all. Protect us? Chu Xiaoyun froze. Wang Hao smiled faintly. She used to work for the United Council. Outsiders call her the Iron Rose. Chapter 132, The Big Bang. Iron Rose? The moment that name was uttered, Chu Xiaoyun's expression changed instantly. As a member of the Chu family, she had heard of this rare, openly acknowledged female war god. After all, the United Council had always been the undisputed top power in the world, and the Ironblood Rose was a legendary figure among its war gods, renowned far and wide. At one point, Chu Xiaoyun had even idolized her. Now, Qin Liangyu was actually coming to them to become their bodyguard? Noticing Chu Xiaoyun's confusion, Qin Liangyu hastened to explain, "It's my honor. Please don't let Miss Chu and little Miss Mengmeng worry about me. Just pretend I'm not here. When Mr. Wang is here, I'll stay in the guest room downstairs and won't disturb you. When Mr. Wang is away, I'll be right by your side to protect you." Chu Xiaoyun nodded slightly, accepting the offer for now. Yet the look in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Liangyu still held a thick layer of disbelief. The iron-blooded Rose had actually become their family's bodyguard? Wang Hao, however, saw nothing amiss. Qin Liangyu? Forget her. Even if the entire United Council were assigned to protect Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, he wouldn't bat an eye. And so, time flew by in the blink of an eye, several more days passing. During this period, Wang Hao hadn't left the house, focusing solely on cultivation at home while also safeguarding Chu Xiaoyun. Qin Liangyu, meanwhile, had been stationed near the school, keeping a watchful eye on Mengmeng and ensuring her safety. However, today Wang Hao received a message from Pan Hui, who hoped he could lend a hand. The recipients of this favor were the children she sponsored. Wang Hao had already heard about their situation from her last time. This time, Pan Hui's call was also about these children. Pan Hui no longer wanted to shoulder this burden alone. After this incident, Pan Hui understood clearly that relying solely on her support could never provide these children with a truly good life. To truly lift these children out of their current predicament, there was only one viable solution. To have them adopted by decent families who genuinely needed them. Pan Hui hadn't originally intended to ask Wang Hao for help, but after 2 days of frantic effort, she realized that even with the money Qin Liangyu had given her, this task was far from simple to accomplish on her own. With no other choice, she dialed Wang Hao's number. Pan Hui harbored complex feelings toward the man who had repeatedly saved her. She knew full well that Wang Hao had a family, and she shouldn't harbor any illusions about him. But she couldn't deceive herself. The mere thought of Wang Hao coming to her aid made her heart race uncontrollably, even filling her with excitement. Of course, she kept all these feelings buried deep inside, never sharing them with anyone. At that moment, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown upon hearing her words. In a way, Wang Hao wasn't exactly a saint. However, after informing the curious Chu Xiaoyun of the situation, she proactively requested Wang Hao to assist. Clearly, for the kind-hearted Chu Xiaoyun, she simply couldn't bear the thought of those children suffering such misfortune. Not to mention, Wang Hao truly had the power to change all of this. With no other choice, Wang Hao could only instruct Qin Liangyu to keep watch. He himself headed toward Jiangnan. Today happened to be the weekend, so Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng were both at home. With Qin Liangyu guarding them, nothing untoward would occur. After all, Qin Liangyu was a heavenly king-tier powerhouse. Ordinary people were no match for her. Qin Liangyu hadn't taken it too seriously at first. But what she hadn't anticipated was that over an hour after Wang Hao left, she suddenly opened her eyes, a strange, icy glint flashing within them. An overwhelmingly powerful aura was approaching this place. That person was none other than a god-tier warrior. The thought alone made Qin Liangyu snort coldly. How dare they? Daring to come looking for trouble with Wang Hao at a time like this? With a cold snort, Qin Liangyu charged straight out the door, glaring at the newcomer. Who are you? State your name. Seeing Qin Liangyu, the intruder offered no reply, merely offering a faint smile before suddenly unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power directly hurled toward Wang Hao's villa. Seeking death. Qin Liangyu's expression changed instantly. She charged forward to absorb the full brunt of the force, then spun around and lunged at the attacker. If she engaged in reckless combat here, any resulting explosion would endanger Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Only by closing in and eliminating the threat at point-blank range could she protect them both. Sensing Qin Liangyu's pursuit, the man turned and fled. His speed made Qin Liangyu's heart skip a beat. So fast. A war god, in terms of speed, was actually not much slower than this heavenly king-level powerhouse. But Qin Liangyu paid it no mind. As long as she gave chase with all her might, she would catch this person sooner or later. It wouldn't take long. Just as Qin Liangyu was deep in thought. Suddenly. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The deafening blast instantly sent Qin Liangyu reeling in shock. For the direction from which the explosion came was none other than the direction of Wang Hao's residence. Damn! At that moment, Qin Liangyu couldn't care less about killing the person ahead. She turned and sprinted back. Seeing the house engulfed in flames, cold sweat instantly drenched Qin Liangyu's back. Wang Hao had helped her break through to the Heavenly King realm with one sole condition: protect Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng for 3 years. But now, on the very first day Wang Hao was away, she'd already botched things. Worst of all, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng were ordinary people. In such an explosion, in such a sea of flames, how could they possibly survive? Shivering, Qin Liangyu dialed Wang Hao's number. Half an hour later, Wang Hao stood before the ruins, his entire body trembling. He had flown back immediately. He hadn't even spared a thought for his own exhaustion. Now, gazing at the house where firefighters had extinguished the blaze, his eyes were red. Mengmeng and Xiaoyun didn't notice. Qin Liangyu shook her head, fists clenched. I was lured away by a powerful enemy who threatened collateral damage here. Then this place exploded immediately. I thought Miss Chu and young Miss Mengmeng would be here, but they weren't. Qin Liangyu offered no further explanation. But Wang Hao understood. Someone took advantage of the fire to kidnap Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Who? Qin Liangyu couldn't help but blurt out, could it be someone from New Moon? New Moon. They were indeed the most obvious suspects at this moment. After all, Wang Hao and New Moon had the deepest grudge. Others, even if they coveted the Heavenly King's method in Wang Hao's possession, wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. They could have simply targeted Wang Hao directly or attempted a deal. Everyone understood that targeting those close to Wang Hao meant declaring an all-out, no-holds-barred war with him. Not only might they fail to obtain the cultivation methods of the Heavenly King realm, but they could very well lose their lives in the attempt. The Pan family stands as a stark warning. In this world, there are likely few such reckless fools. Xin Yue is the only one. Wang Hao didn't rush to speak. Instead, he said in a deep voice, recap the sequence of events leading up to when you were lured away. Qin Liangyu froze, then began recounting everything in a low voice. But upon hearing this, a murderous intent instantly flared in Wang Hao's eyes. These tactics. He had seen them before. These weren't Crescent Moon's methods. This was the methods used by the Hua family patriarch back then. The Hua family is courting death. Chapter 133, You Know What I Want. What? Qin Liangyu was startled, still reeling from the shock. The Hua family? Wasn't it the Crescent Moon's doing? What does this have to do with the Hua family? But Wang Hao didn't bother explaining further. He knew full well that with Qin Liangyu guarding alone, she'd be helpless if something like this happened again. If she kept retreating without engaging, the enemy would simply fight her near the villa, putting Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng in even greater danger. The root cause of all this was his own inadequate security preparations. With his identity exposed, ensuring the safety of ordinary people like Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng was incredibly difficult. Perhaps for their safety, he should make other arrangements for them. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao said nothing more and turned to leave immediately. None of this mattered now. The priority was rescuing Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. The Hua family. They were courting death. Racing straight to the airport, Wang Hao boarded a flight bound for the capital. Following intelligence from the Dark Dragon Hall, he arrived at the entrance of the Hua family's residential compound and strode confidently inside. The security guard on duty at the gate today was startled and rushed forward to block him. What are you doing? This is a private residential complex. Get lost. Wang Hao's palm sent the man flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily onto the road. The man's face was etched with utter shock. He was, after all, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Yet now, facing Wang Hao, he was sent flying with a single slap, utterly powerless to resist? Who exactly was this Wang Hao? But Wang Hao couldn't care less. Striding boldly inward, his voice echoed throughout the entire neighborhood as he walked. You worthless scum of the Hua family, get out here. Or don't blame me for slaughtering every last one of you. As he spoke, the entire neighborhood seemed enveloped by the murderous intent radiating from Wang Hao. The sky itself seemed to darken faintly, as if a downpour were imminent.
One by one, the Hua family members emerged, including the Ho family patriarch, a full 5 heavenly king-level powerhouses. Yet, their expressions were all rather complicated. Their plan had been to divert the trouble eastward, hoping Wang Hao would go after Xin Yue. Who could have imagined that in the end, Wang Hao would come knocking on their door? How on earth did he find out? But clearly, there was no time to ponder that now. Gazing at Wang Hao, the Ho family patriarch's voice rang out coldly. Wang Hao, what are you doing? My Ho family has never provoked you in any way. It was you who killed Hua Guang of the Hua family. That debt remains unsettled. Wang Hao stepped forward decisively. Hand over Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, or I'll slaughter the entire Hua family. What nonsense are you spouting? The entire Hua family erupted in fury. They blew up the house. Xiaoyun and Mengmeng are surely dead. Wang Hao actually demanded they hand over Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng? This guy is just here to pick a fight. At that moment, the Hua family patriarch couldn't be bothered with Wang Hao's nonsense anymore. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, instantly, the 5 heavenly kings surrounded Wang Hao in the center, while the Ho family patriarch's voice echoed out, cold and menacing. Kid, what do you think you are? Back then, when we faced off one-on-one, you barely edged me out. Today, I have the 4 heavenly kings by my side. How dare you, alone, challenge me? As he spoke, the aura emanating from the Hua family patriarch surged to its absolute peak. The other 4 likewise unleashed their auras, instantly enveloping Wang Hao. All were brimming with confidence. Yet Wang Hao only looked at their arrogant faces with utter contempt. Old fools are useless. All these years, and you haven't improved a bit. As he spoke, Wang Hao's entire body shot forward. This caused the Ho family patriarch's face to turn deathly pale in an instant. Wang Hao's speed was even faster than it had been back then. How could this be? Back then, both of them had already reached their limits. How could Wang Hao have become stronger? Little did he know that Wang Hao had long since developed his soul bridge, advancing toward even greater realms. To compare himself to Wang Hao now? They weren't even in the same league. With a cold snort from Wang Hao, their fists collided instantly. Before the Hua family patriarch could react, Wang Hao's fist slammed into his chest like a raging storm, forcing him to spit out blood. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. Wang Hao had defeated the Hua family patriarch in what felt like an instant. Only now did the other 4 heavenly kings snap out of their stupor. Gritting their teeth, the 4 immediately closed in for a coordinated assault. Yet Wang Hao seemed oblivious to their presence. After knocking the Hua family patriarch to the ground, he planted his foot squarely on the old man's face. Instantly, all 4 halted in their tracks. Rage flared in their eyes. Let go of the patriarch. Not just them, every single member of the Hua family nearby was now in a panic. No one could have imagined that the Ho family patriarch, whom they regarded as nearly invincible, would prove so utterly helpless before Wang Hao. Now that the patriarch was under Wang Hao's control, what right did they have to say anything? But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. His gaze remained coldly fixed on the patriarch as his voice rang out, icy as ice. Hand over Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Otherwise, don't blame me for wiping out the entire Hua family. I'll make sure your line dies out. You're talking nonsense. The patriarch of the Hua family could barely speak. Wang Hao, they're already dead, killed in the explosion. We both know that. I don't know how you deduced the Hua family was behind this, but since we did it, we'll own up to it. But you demand I hand over Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng? What do you expect me to give you? Go search the house yourself for the bodies. Wang Hao stared at the Hua family patriarch, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He could tell the Ho family patriarch was not lying. He truly hadn't captured Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Moreover, as he gradually calmed down, Wang Hao slowly realized something. The Hua family's plan never included capturing Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng from the very beginning. Otherwise, why would they have orchestrated the explosion to lure Qin Liangyu back? Wouldn't that have been redundant? The crucial point was that they only wanted to frame Xin Yue, luring Wang Hao into a confrontation with her. If they had captured Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, how would they have dealt with them? The moment they released the two, Wang Hao would inevitably uncover the truth. That was precisely what the Hua family didn't want to see. They should just kill Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. No need to capture them. After all, they don't need Wang Hao's Heavenly King breakthrough technique. Thinking it through, perhaps in this affair, not only the Hua family's involvement. Those who abducted Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng were entirely different individuals. Just as Wang Hao's heart sank with dread. Suddenly, his phone rang. Someone had sent him a video. The footage showed Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng bound in a corner. Soon, a figure in red appeared in the video. Gazing at Wang Hao, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as a leisurely voice echoed. Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, you know what I want, right? Chapter 134, The Old Eunuch. Boom!
An overwhelming surge of power erupted from Wang Hao's body, instantly shattering the blue stone path beneath his feet into dust. The surrounding members of the Hua family instinctively stepped back, not daring to approach him even an inch. At that moment, Wang Hao resembled a burning monster, utterly terrifying. Gazing at Wang Hao, the elderly patriarch of the Hua family trembled as he stammered, You know now it wasn't us who captured them. What can be done? Can what? Wang Hao's voice was icy cold. If you hadn't intervened, how could Mengmeng and Xiaoyun have been captured? The Hua family deserves annihilation. As the words fell, Wang Hao's overwhelming power detonated the surrounding area. Countless members of the Hua family spat blood and collapsed instantly. And in their eyes as they stared at Wang Hao, fear grew ever more intense. Wang Hao was too powerful. With just that one strike, some of the weaker ones died instantly on the spot. Fear seeped into every soul present at that moment. Gazing at Wang Hao, cold sweat poured from the Hou family patriarch's forehead. He knew full well that everything that had happened was his fault. But he knew even more clearly that there was no going back now. To save the Hua family, his only option was to help Wang Hao rescue Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Otherwise, the Hua family would be destroyed. He had believed that a family as powerful as the Huas would stand no chance against Wang Hao, even if he came personally. The Hua family could certainly eliminate Wang Hao. Yet the power Wang Hao displayed today had instilled a deep, visceral fear within him. Heavenly King? Even a Heavenly King stood powerless before Wang Hao. Had Wang Hao transcended the Heavenly King realm to become something even mightier? But clearly, the Hua family patriarch had no time to ponder such questions now. Glaring at Wang Hao, he gritted his teeth and spat, Wang Hao, just say it plainly. What must I do for you to spare the Hua family? Spare the Hua family? Wang Hao laughed a cold, sinister laugh. Sorry, that's impossible. As he spoke, Wang Hao's right foot slammed down with brutal force. Put! The Hua family patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His eyes bulged wide, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he remained speechless for a long time. That single kick from Wang Hao had nearly killed him. That damned Wang Hao, how dare he? But Wang Hao cared not a whit. Like crushing trash beneath his foot, he stomped again with his right foot, his voice growing icy. You can go die. With that, Wang Hao thrust his foot forward. The Hua family patriarch's eyes closed instantly, all signs of life extinguished. Every member of the Hua family turned deathly pale. How could this be? Wang Hao had actually crushed the Hua family patriarch to death with 2 kicks. The other 4 heavenly kings couldn't help but step back at that moment. They knew full well that with Wang Hao's strength, killing the Hua family patriarch had been so effortless. Killing them? That would be as easy as eating and drinking. With that realization, the 4 turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. This sent the rest of the Hua family into complete panic. As descendants of an ancient clan, the lower ranks of the Hua family had always lived in carefree luxury. After all, their only duty was to enjoy life. Should trouble arise, the top-tier powerhouses would handle it. They never had to lift a finger. But now, with the Hua family patriarch slain by Wang Hao, those very protectors had all chosen to flee. Today's Hua family was a house divided. Wang Hao let out a cold laugh and suddenly lunged forward. He charged straight at one of the 4. Truthfully, after establishing his soul bridge, Wang Hao's speed advantage was minimal. Even if the Heavenly King fled, he couldn't catch up instantly. But Wang Hao had little to worry about. Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng were both in Xinyue's hands, and Xinyue naturally wouldn't harm them lightly. In fact, they were quite safe in New Moon's custody. Red Robe would risk his life to prevent anyone from harming them. To do so would be to destroy Hongyi and shatter Xinyue's greatest bargaining chip. Therefore, Wang Hao couldn't care less whether the others escaped. He locked onto one of them, caught up, and killed him on the spot. As for the other 3, they'd already vanished without a trace. But Wang Hao had a hunch. Most likely, they'd gone to summon reinforcements. After all, they were the Hua family. As an ancient noble family, the Hua clan held considerable standing within the Dragon Nation. If multiple Heavenly King-level experts were to show up at their doorstep, it was likely even the Dragon Nation authorities would be willing to intervene on their behalf. But so what? Wang Hao couldn't care less. Even if the Dragon Nation sovereign himself came today, Wang Hao wouldn't bother to acknowledge him. At that moment, they made their way back to the Hua family compound. None of the other Hua family members had fled. They knew that with their abilities, even if they tried to run, they couldn't possibly escape. Wang Hao's speed was simply too fast. How could anyone else possibly match such formidable power? Their only option now was to wait here for death. Seeing the Hua family members, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. All members of the Hua family involved in plotting against my family stepped forward. No one moved. Each harbored a sliver of hope. In their eyes, Wang Hao had no idea what had happened back then. So, as long as they pretended it was all orchestrated by those higher-ups, they could just claim ignorance, right? Did Wang Hao suddenly develop mind-reading abilities? But observing their reactions, Wang Hao let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Do you really think staying silent means I can't do anything to you? If no one steps forward, then the entire Hua family will die together. Die together. The moment these words left his mouth, panic swept through the crowd. After all, many were truly innocent. Much of what befell the Hua family had nothing to do with them. They were just ordinary people. But now, because those people refused to step forward, they must all die together? They refused to accept it. No, I wasn't involved. Only war god level beings qualify to participate. An ordinary person like me truly knows nothing. One person shouted out loud. His words ignited the fear simmering in everyone's hearts. Instantly, many others joined in the chorus. Yes, I can vouch for it. Only those war god level powerhouses attend the meetings. The rest of us know nothing. We're just nobodies. How could we possibly be privy to such matters? This has nothing to do with us. The furious roar of the crowd turned the faces of the Hua family's war gods an unnerving shade of grim. They never imagined that the very people they had always protected would betray them so directly at this critical moment. But Wang Hao didn't find it the least bit strange. A bunch of parasites, what principles could you possibly expect from them? As they spoke one after another, Wang Hao coldly declared, "All you war gods, come and meet your deaths." The bodies of the Hua family's war gods trembled uncontrollably, fear etched across their faces. Outside, they were the elite of the elite. But before Wang Hao? They were nothing. They didn't even have the right to resist. But at that very moment, Wang Hao, you dare! A furious roar erupted. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, those three heavenly king-level powerhouses had actually returned. And behind them, trailed by an old eunuch. Chapter 135, Dragon King demands your death. At the sight of this old eunuch, everyone's expressions changed instantly. After a moment of stunned silence, many members of the Hua family burst into excited shouts. It's Chief Eunuch Huang. Huang Chang? It really is him. Good heavens, how did he get here? The three elders invited him. Amidst the chatter, these members of the Hua family couldn't even spare a thought for the threat Wang Hao posed. They immediately began celebrating. In their eyes, no matter how arrogant and overbearing Wang Hao had been before, he would have to bow his head obediently before Huang Chang. After all, Huang Chang represented the official authority of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, Wang Hao's gaze also fell upon Huang Chang. Not particularly tall, barely over 5 feet, his features were soft and delicate, almost feminine. Upon seeing Wang Hao, a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, it's been an honor to finally meet you. As he spoke, Huang Chang proactively bowed to Wang Hao, his demeanor deeply respectful. This caused the members of the Hua family to feel a sudden chill in their hearts. Huang Chang, what exactly is the meaning of this? Wang Hao, however, showed no reaction whatsoever. He crossed his arms, silently observing Huang Chang without uttering a word. Seeing this, Huang Chang spoke again in a low voice. This old man has come here today with only one wish, to secure peace and stability for the Hua family. Might the Dark Knight Dragon King deign to grant this request? Huang Chang remained profoundly humble. Yet upon hearing these words, the Hua family members all breathed a long sigh of relief. After all, it was enough that Huang Chang had made his stance clear. Though Huang Chang was merely a eunuch, he was the Dragon Kingdom's genuine Grand Chamberlain. He was responsible for the Emperor's daily life and personal affairs. Such a man was far from ordinary. His words, in a sense, carried more weight than those of some top-tier beings. With him speaking thus, what right did Wang Hao have to be so arrogant? Yet upon hearing this, a faint smile touched the corners of Wang Hao's lips. You want me to spare the Hua family? Is this your personal opinion, or the official stance of the Dragon Nation? Huang Chang narrowed his eyes. My intention is also the official stance of the Dragon Nation. Wang Hao smiled faintly. If it's the Dragon Nation government's will, then let someone who truly represents the Dragon Nation come speak to me. Don't send a rootless waste like you to deliver messages. You're asking for death. At these words, many Hua family members nearby couldn't help but turn pale. Wang Hao's words were downright arrogant. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He watched Huang Chang silently, awaiting his response. Huang Chang's expression visibly shifted slightly, yet he forced down his anger and retorted, Does His Excellency the Dark Knight Dragon King believe that I, Huang Chang, cannot represent the official stance of the Dragon Nation? Of course. Wang Hao smiled. Have you ever seen any country send a eunuch as their representative? Who do you represent? I certainly won't accept you representing me. At least I'm a normal man, not some mutilated freak. You. Hearing this, the three kings of the Hua family erupted in fury. They had assumed that after Huang Chang's arrival, Wang Hao would surely tone down his behavior. If not sparing the entire Hua family, he would at least refrain from his previous arrogance, constantly threatening to slaughter everyone. Who would have thought that now, with Huang Chang here, Wang Hao not only refused to give Huang Chang face, but even dared to humiliate him like this? He had the nerve. Huang Chang's eyes flickered with an unusual expression as he looked at Wang Hao. What Wang Hao said was true, he knew that. But he, Huang Chang, was the Grand Chamberlain of the Imperial Palace. His status was so exalted that while he might not be second only to the emperor, he was undoubtedly among the highest-ranking figures in the realm. His power was beyond comparison. Others might fear Wang Hao, but he certainly didn't. Gazing at Wang Hao now, Huang Chang spoke in a measured tone. If I were to raise a hand against His Majesty the Dark Knight Dragon King, I wonder if His Majesty would slay me? Not the first time. Wang Hao's reply was simple. Huang Chang understood Wang Hao's meaning. Out of respect for his royal lineage, Wang Hao might spare his life. But a second time? No one would be spared. Just once? That was enough. Today, he would show Huang Chang whether Wang Hao truly deserved such arrogance. With a cold snort, Huang Chang charged fiercely toward Wang Hao. At that moment, the aura within him erupted completely. Simultaneously, a bridge materialized above his head. Seeing that bridge, Wang Hao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A soul bridge. Huang Chang was also a heavenly king tier powerhouse who had built a soul bridge. In a sense, building a soul bridge signified the ability to advance toward even greater heights. He had already taken that crucial half-step forward. In that instant, every member of the Hua family present couldn't help but change their expressions. Clearly, no one had anticipated Huang Chang would be this powerful that such a thing could appear above his head. Though its nature remained unknown. Extremely formidable. At the very least, Wang Hao hadn't possessed it before. Yet now, after staring at Huang Chang for a long moment, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. So your soul bridge is still newly formed, and you don't know how to restrain it yet? Let me give you a hand. With that, Wang Hao leapt high into the air. Everyone gasped in shock. Huang Chang's aura now radiated in overwhelming power. Even the three heavenly king-level experts instinctively stepped back, not daring to approach. How dare Wang Hao take the initiative to attack? Yet Huang Chang's expression instantly turned ashen. Wang Hao had actually grabbed the soul bridge and shattered it with a single, brutal punch. That was something impossible to destroy by his own strength. Yet Wang Hao had shattered it with a single punch, leaving only a sliver of connection. In that instant, he instantly understood the meaning behind Wang Hao's earlier words. What did he mean by help him restrain himself? Bull. By smashing it clean off, he'd naturally been restrained. Because he was no longer a soul bridge master, he had become an ordinary heavenly king, needing to rebuild his soul bridge from scratch. You see, building a soul bridge is like constructing an actual bridge. It requires you to gradually use your energy to complete the structure, connecting it to the other shore. Such a bridge is forged from the very essence of a powerful being's strength. If it truly shatters, does he think he can rebuild it? It would take at least 3 to 5 years, no easy feat. Wang Hao's threat now. Dare to act again? Then I'll sever his soul bridge completely. Huang Chang, terrified. He instantly stumbled back several steps, gazing at Wang Hao. Taking a deep breath, he bowed respectfully. This time, his demeanor was even more submissive than when he first arrived. Huang Chang thanks Lord Dark Knight Dragon King for sparing my life. Wang Hao snorted coldly, ignoring him. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the three powerful warriors of the Hua family. You could have lived. You chose to come back and die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Hao charged directly at the trio. The trio immediately attempted to flee as they had before. After all, last time when the 4 of them fled together, only 3 survived. Trying it again now shouldn't be too difficult, right? But at that moment, Huang Chang casually waved his hand, instantly blocking the path of 2 of them with his soul bridge. A whisper escaped his lips. The Dragon King commands your death. Haven't you heard? Chapter 136, The Pride of the Crimson Robe. Chief Steward Huang. At these words, the expressions of all 3 turned deathly pale. They never imagined that Huang Chang, whom they had invited specifically to deal with Wang Hao, would now choose to intervene on Wang Hao's behalf and block their path. But Huang Chang couldn't care less. He had personally experienced Wang Hao's formidable strength. Unless he'd lost his mind, Huang Chang wouldn't pass up this chance to curry favor with Wang Hao. He understood clearly that on the path to becoming a heavenly king, Wang Hao had already surpassed him. If he could receive Wang Hao's guidance in his future cultivation, it would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort. And now, stopping these 2 would be his pledge of loyalty. In the blink of an eye, one of the remaining 2 had been slain by Wang Hao. The other 2, held back by Huang Chang, had lost their best chance to escape. Gazing at Wang Hao, the 2 men knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to him. Dark Knight Dragon King, we were wrong. Please, spare us. We beg you. Their words came as their foreheads nearly scraped the ground. But Wang Hao remained utterly indifferent. You realize your mistake now? Sorry, it's too late. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Hao stepped forward, delivering a single kick to each of their chins. With a single kick, both men collapsed to the ground, their breath gone forever. All the Hua family members stood frozen in place as if they'd seen a ghost, swallowing hard but unable to utter a word. They never dreamed that today, Wang Hao would bring such tragedy upon the Hua family. But Wang Hao wasn't done yet. His gaze fell once more upon the group of war god level experts standing not far away. Will you take your own lives, or must I do it for you? Every body trembled uncontrollably. Even Heavenly King tier warriors stood no chance against Wang Hao. What were they, then? What right did they have to stand in his way? Seeing their silence, Wang Hao wasted no words. He charged straight at them. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, delivering a powerful kick that sent them flying. Instantly, a colossal force engulfed them, sending all of them crashing to the ground. Blood spurted from their mouths as their faces drained of color, all life drained from their bodies. In that instant, the entire scene fell deathly silent. Every member of the Hua family knelt on the ground, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Today, Wang Hao had delivered a resounding slap to every last one of them. An ancient clan? The Hua family, one of its most prominent? So what? Even with Huang Chang, the Grand Chamberlain of the Imperial Court, at their side, they couldn't stop Wang Hao in the slightest. Gazing down at the kneeling members of the Hua family, Wang Hao's voice was as cold as ice. From this day forward, the Hua family would be reduced to an ordinary clan, stripped of its ancient prestige. Do you submit? Yes. All responded with reverent voices, daring not utter another word. To live was already a tremendous blessing. Huang Chang looked at Wang Hao and spoke in a solemn tone. Lord Dragon King, I hear your wife and daughter were captured by the Crescent Moon faction? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. And what can you do to help me? Huang Chang replied solemnly, the royal family knows the location of Crescent's stronghold. Wang Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Where? Even knowing the location wouldn't directly rescue Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, but Wang Hao understood this was undoubtedly a significant advantage. Once Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng were exchanged for him, he wouldn't spare New Moon. Huang Chang wasted no time, immediately showing Wang Hao the coordinates. Upon seeing the coordinates, Wang Hao wasted no time. He demanded a vehicle and drove straight there. Watching Wang Hao's departing figure, Huang Chang's gaze grew complex. He had always been extremely self-assured. Though the world whispered that Wang Hao was the sole heavenly king, he himself had built the soul bridge. In his eyes, Wang Hao was no match for him. Yet today, Wang Hao had completely shattered that belief. This man was incredibly powerful. A soul bridge? He had built one too. And his soul bridge was even concealed. Wang Hao had advanced far beyond him on this path of cultivation. But, could such a prodigy truly exist in this world, one who reached such heights at such a young age, yet remained utterly indifferent to everything? Or could it be that behind him, the shadows of those figures? Those figures haven't shown themselves in over a century. The Dragon Nation today has no need for them to show themselves. Your Excellency, the Dragon King wishes you to harbor no other thoughts. I have no desire to make enemies with you again. Wang Hao had no idea what Huang Chang was thinking, or perhaps he simply didn't care. Right now, he drove straight to Crescent's lair. Arriving at the small town near the capital, Wang Hao let out a sharp, cold snort as he gazed at the factory in the distance. He knew full well that the Crescent Moon people were always cautious and prudent. His arrival in the vicinity meant they were undoubtedly already aware of him. With that thought, Wang Hao wasted no words and strode purposefully toward the factory. Meanwhile, beneath the factory, Red Robe's expression changed instantly upon seeing the video footage transmitted by his subordinate. Wang Hao? He actually came? But after a moment of shock, a cold smile spread across Red Robe's lips. Keep an eye on Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. I'll go meet him. With that, Red Robe strode out decisively. Almost the instant Wang Hao stepped into the factory, the massive underground elevator surfaced, and Red Robe emerged slowly. His gaze flickered with a hint of surprise as he looked at Wang Hao. Lord Dragon King has quite the talent to have tracked down the location of my New Moon's hideout so quickly. Seems New Moon needs to find a new place to operate. Wang Hao sneered coldly. The Long Nation authorities already knew. They just didn't go all out against you. Why would they want to eliminate me? Red Robe laughed. If my research could be utilized by the Dragon Nation authorities, wouldn't that be beneficial for them? They only pay lip service to opposing me. Do you really think they'd resist the emergence of something that could fundamentally change the course of war? They just want to reap the benefits of my hard work. As he spoke, Hongi let out a sharp, cold snort. This thing, in my hands, is inhumane. But once they control it, it becomes their legitimate tool to command the world none dare defy. Before I truly deliver results, what justification do they have to kill me? Would you even believe it, Lord Dragon King? They don't want you to kill me. They want me alive. Hongi saw through everything with crystal clarity, and Wang Hao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Whether it's the Dragon Nation's government or other nations, who wouldn't want to get their hands on what Hongi and his team have developed? Those things could change the entire world. With it in hand, one could advance or retreat at will. To put it bluntly, if the Dragon Nation government claims it needs this as a last resort war card, promising not to use it proactively, what grounds would Wang Hao have to object? It was simply a matter of differing stances. But Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. Gazing at the crimson-robed figure, Wang Hao snorted coldly. Where are Mengmeng and Xiaoyun? Chapter 137, Slay the New Moon, Enter the Heavenly King. Hongyi smiled faintly, her tone calm. Miss Chu and Mengmeng are naturally staying at my new moon stronghold. Rest assured, Dragon King. I would never harm them lightly. Unless I die, harming them would bring me nothing but harm. Wouldn't you agree? Hongyi's words held no fault. If anything truly happened to Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, it would be like completely unlocking Wang Hao's shackles. That Wang Hao would be like the one from 5 years ago, a force that would plunge the entire world into despair. Only by keeping Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng the two who can restrain Wang Hao can they contain this monster and dare to oppose him. Now, staring at the red-robed figure before him, Wang Hao let out a heavy, cold snort. What do you want? The red-robed figure smiled faintly, shrugged, and said, Don't you know what I want, Lord Dragon King? Money, fame, all fleeting as smoke. Only the realm of the Heavenly King is eternal. By the end of his words, the red-robed figure seemed utterly exhilarated. He knew full well that Wang Hao had no choice today. He wouldn't be like those fools, dragging Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng before Wang Hao to threaten him. That would only give Wang Hao the chance to turn the tables and kill them. No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't dare provoke Wang Hao. Only by keeping Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng under his control in a secure location can Wang Hao be made to obey. Gazing at Wang Hao, the man in red continued, There are numerous surveillance cameras in this vicinity. Everything that transpires between us will be known to my people. Should any of these cameras be tampered with, my men will kill your wife and daughter without hesitation. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? The red-clad figure smiled faintly. Why should I? I trust Lord Dragon King's affection for your wife and daughter. Wang Hao snorted coldly, saying nothing more. Clearly, the red-clad figure understood him well. Without absolute confidence, the red-clad figure wouldn't have come to say these things to him. Staring at the red-robed figure, Wang Hao coldly asked, If I give you the method to break through to the Heavenly King realm, will you release Mengmeng and Xiaoyun? Hongyi smiled. Why wouldn't I? The Dragon King seems to hold nothing else I desire, does he? I can't very well take your life, can I? Moreover, with a vast number of Heavenly Kings under my command, my new moon faction will become the foremost power in this world. Then, my research will only proceed more smoothly. By then, Lord Dragon King, do you truly believe I'll still need to threaten you with them? As she spoke, Red Robe radiated absolute confidence. Wang Hao said nothing, merely pulling out paper and pen to swiftly jot down something before tossing it to Hongyi. Is this the method to break through the Heavenly King realm? As she looked at what Wang Hao had written, a flash of excitement lit up Hongyi's eyes. What Wang Hao had written detailed the alterations to the extraordinary meridians, including the repositioning of certain internal organs. Wang Hao sneered coldly, If you don't believe it, just send one of your men to try it out. No need for the Dragon King to remind me. I'll do just that. Red Robe sneered coldly, then immediately called someone over with a single phone call. The one who arrived was none other than Purple Robe. Purple Robe had been wounded by Wang Hao that day and had harbored resentment ever since. Now standing before Wang Hao once more, her body still trembled slightly. After all, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Wang Hao's power genuinely filled her with dread. Hongyi commanded, Stand still. It'll hurt a bit, just bear with it. Purple Robe obeyed Red Robe without question, complying immediately. Following Wang Hao's instructions, Red Robe began modifying Purple Robe. Amidst the excruciating pain, Purple Robe let out agonized screams over and over, cold sweat pouring relentlessly from his forehead. This left the red-robed figure feeling uneasy deep down. However, after a full half-hour of modification, as Red Robe released his grip, Purple Robe roared with fury. The aura emanating from his body underwent a sudden, profound transformation. At that moment, excitement flashed across Red Robe's face. He had reached the Heavenly King realm. The purple-robed figure was also somewhat dazed. The excruciating pain moments ago had even made her feel deceived by Wang Hao, as if she were about to die at the red-robed one's hands. Yet as the agony faded, she merely raised her aura slightly and had broken through? That unparalleled thrill coursing through her entire body made the purple-robed woman's body tremble uncontrollably. The Heavenly King was truly a Heavenly King. Red Robe didn't rush to speak, instead immediately reassessing the state within Purple Robe's body. Everything was normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. As the creator of the drugs that granted ordinary people master-level strength, Red Robe's medical expertise was absolutely top-tier. If even he couldn't detect any issues with Purple Robe, that alone spoke volumes. What Wang Hao had provided was the genuine method to break through to the Heavenly King realm. Wang Hao hadn't deceived him. At that moment, Red Robe couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement. Watching Hongyi, Wang Hao spoke coldly. Now, can you release Xiaoyun and Mengmeng? Hongyi grinned. Though Purple Robe has just broken through, he's still no match for your majesty the Dragon King. I wouldn't dare release them here. Rest assured, Dragon King. Once we find a safer location, we'll have people escort Miss Chu and Mengmeng back to your residence personally. I guarantee they will be returned unharmed. Wang Hao gave a cold laugh and said indifferently, 1 hour. That's the chance I'm giving you. I'll be waiting right here. If I don't see them within the hour, I'll wipe out the entire crescent. With that, Wang Hao closed his eyes. Watching Wang Hao's figure, the red-robed figure's brows furrowed deeply. He couldn't fathom where Wang Hao's confidence stemmed from. He had clearly handed over the method to break through to Heavenly King level to him. Within an hour, they could even create multiple Heavenly Kings. Given this situation, what right did Wang Hao have to be so confident? Yet precisely because of Wang Hao's confidence, Hong Yi hesitated to act recklessly. He swiftly led all the Crescent Moon members away, but never brought Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng out. Wang Hao himself dared not enter lightly. If he rushed in recklessly, and the enemy had set up explosive traps or similar devices, it would only endanger Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Thus, it remained until nearly half an hour later. Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng emerged on their own. No Crescent members remained inside. Seeing the two still looking dazed, Wang Hao didn't bother explaining. He simply stepped forward, embraced them both, and after checking to make sure they were unharmed, led them away from the place. Wang Hao didn't even return to Jiangling. Instead, he headed straight north with the two of them. That place was the headquarters of the Dark Dragon Hall. Jiangling was no longer safe. But did Crescent Moon truly win? Wang Hao snorted coldly, a flash of icy glint darting through his eyes. After being treated this way, he would certainly make New Moon pay dearly. Wang Hao was not someone to be toyed with. After settling Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng and assigning Shadow to ensure their safety, Wang Hao first helped Wen Xingxue break through to the Heavenly King realm. Then, he immediately placed a call to Huang Chang. Lord Dragon King? Huang Chang was momentarily stunned. Why was Wang Hao suddenly calling him? Wang Hao's voice was as cold as ice. Transmit a message in the name of the royal family. To all who oppose New Moon, I, Wang Hao, shall grant them the method to break through to the Heavenly King realm. Those who strike at the heart of the New Moon, I shall aid them in ascending to greater heights. Chapter 138, Visitors from the North. What? At these words, even Huang Chang's expression changed. As the one who had constructed the Soul Bridge, he knew exactly what Wang Hao meant by ascend to a higher realm. It meant passing on the method of constructing the Soul Bridge. Once this news spread, it was easy to imagine how many factions would immediately declare themselves enemies of New Moon. Countless individuals, upon attaining the Heavenly King realm, would likely seek retribution against New Moon. This was nothing short of the sole opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. This was a once-in-a-century opportunity for them. No one would let such an opportunity slip away. And the New Moon will face a crisis unlike any it has ever known. Even if it doesn't get wiped out outright, the New Moon will face immense hardship. But Huang Chang frowned and said in a deep voice, Lord Dragon King, are you certain you wish to make the cultivation methods of the Heavenly King realm standard practice? Wang Hao snorted coldly. Is there a problem with that? Huang Chang froze, then couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, what's wrong with that? In the past, the Heavenly King realm was suppressed, and others could only cultivate up to the War God realm. That was because the Heavenly King transcended all existence. The Heavenly King was the ultimate limit. This was the key to a select few maintaining their status. They cannot allow those they have suppressed to all become kings. That would threaten their position. But now? Things are different now. The Soul Bridge, in a sense, represents a higher realm. Whether one possesses a Soul Bridge, and how far its construction has progressed, determines many things. Wang Hao himself estimated he had reached the final stage of constructing his Soul Bridge, poised to break through to a higher realm at any moment. Under these circumstances, Wang Hao naturally has no worries about Heavenly Kings becoming the mainstream. So what if Heavenly Kings were everywhere? Today, Wang Hao has proven that slaying Heavenly Kings is as easy as slaughtering chickens. This time, New Moon had truly picked the wrong fight. Sighing inwardly, Huang Chang said nothing more, merely nodding lightly. I understand. As a member of the royal family, he knew exactly what choice he must make now. He could sense that Wang Hao was teetering on the brink of eruption, right at the tipping point. If he dared to reject Wang Hao's offer of cooperation, or show the slightest inclination to aid New Moon, then Wang Hao would become a nuclear bomb, detonating directly within the Dragon Kingdom. That was an outcome he could never accept. In comparison, while New Moon's research findings were also intriguing, when weighed against Wang Hao, New Moon could be sacrificed. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, the news spread throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Upon hearing the news, Hong Yi, who was in the midst of attempting a breakthrough, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, and he trembled with rage. Wang Hao. May you rot in hell. Wang Hao's move was too much for Crescent to bear. The Crescent Moon's very survival depended on the master forging potions they produced. No matter how powerful a war god might be, it was extremely difficult for one person to fight against a large number of grandmasters. Now, Red Robe had achieved his breakthrough, newly ascended to Heavenly King status, and had several Heavenly Kings under his command. He had believed this represented the pinnacle of New Moon's power. He even believed New Moon could replace the United Council as the world's foremost power. Who could have imagined Wang Hao would pull off such a move? He openly revealed cultivation methods for the Heavenly King stage. With this, a flood of Heavenly Kings would soon emerge across the world. Those who had been stuck at the War God realm for ages would now ascend to Heavenly King. The War God realm will gradually lose its value. Most crucially, the medication developed by New Moon that enables ordinary people to become grandmasters will also lose its value. After all, a group of masters could once handle a war god. But what about later? Taking on Heavenly Kings? Even a group of masters might not be able to do it. Even if they developed a drug that instantly grants ordinary people the power of a war god, it would likely lose its dominance. Wang Hao's move has severely undermined New Moon's social standing. Sir! Nearby, the other members of New Moon gasped in shock upon seeing the crimson-robed figure spit blood. Hong Yi waved his hand, signaling to everyone that he was fine, while a cold, sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Everyone, retreat. New Moon operatives, go underground immediately. Wang Hao, I will make him regret this decision sooner or later. If the land is littered with kings, it means the world order will be thrown into chaos. Wang Hao, I'll be watching to see how you clean up the mess you've created. New Moon faces its greatest crisis ever. Countless people worldwide have sought out Wang Hao, declaring their willingness to oppose New Moon. In response, Wang Hao has unhesitatingly revealed the cultivation methods for the Heavenly King realm. Anyone willing to fight against Crescent can cultivate it. In an instant, nearly every organization across the globe became New Moon's mortal enemy. Crescent's members now dare not show their faces in the world. Especially its core members. It could be said that Wang Hao's move nearly wiped out the Crescent Moon entirely. However, at the same time, because Wang Hao publicly revealed the cultivation methods for the Heavenly King realm, the number of Heavenly King level powerhouses in the world suddenly became countless. Over a third of the war gods attained Heavenly King status. The number of openly acknowledged Heavenly Kings instantly surpassed 20. His actions even directly altered the political landscape in numerous regions across the world. Official governments across nations now possessed their own powerful warriors. In some regions, the number of war gods on both sides had been evenly matched, maintaining peace and stability. Yet overnight, the balance of Heavenly Kings shifted dramatically. In some regions, the previously oppressed side suddenly emerged as the dominant force. Countless transformations unfolded across the globe. The world order was thrown into chaos. Yet Wang Hao couldn't care less about any of it. At that moment, he was simply playing with his wife and child in their residence within the Dark Dragon Palace, utterly content. For Mengmeng, simply seeing her mom and dad was enough to make her happy. Not to mention, the place was filled with uncles and aunts who treated her with utmost respect. Qin Liangyu, however, now found herself in an awkward position. She had promised Wang Hao to protect Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng for 3 years, yet such a major incident had erupted within mere days. The most crucial part was that she had agreed to all this solely for the Heavenly King realm cultivation method. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, the entire world would know about it? This left Qin Liangyu at a loss for what to do next. Standing outside the Dark Dragon Hall, she found herself caught between a rock and a hard place. But just then, Qin Liangyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. It was a Heavenly King realm aura. And it surpassed even her own aura. The murderous intent emanating from that person made it hard for her to breathe. Who was this person? Qin Liangyu couldn't help but turn her head to look. Not far away, 3 figures approached slowly. The leader wore plain cloth garments, his build not particularly imposing, even appearing somewhat delicate. Behind him stood 2 generals clad entirely in armor. Though slightly weaker than him, they had both barely broken through to the Heavenly King realm, likely fresh breakthroughs after Wang Hao had revealed everything. What were they here for? Just as Qin Liangyu pondered this, the plainclothed man halted and bowed, declaring, "Pang Yuehua, commander of the northern frontier, seeks an audience with Your Excellency the Dragon King." Chapter 139, The Northern Frontier Pact. The Northern Frontier's commander? Pang Yuehua? At the sound of that name, Qin Liangyu's expression changed. The Dragon Nation stood proud above all others. Few nations could truly be considered its equals. Minor states like the Eastern Sea Kingdom were scarcely worth mentioning. Only a handful of nations posed a genuine threat to the Dragon Kingdom's security. And the Northern Frontier was one of the greatest sources of that peril. The Northern nation's fierce and unyielding people were unlike any other nation. Pang Yuehua single-handedly held back the Northern Kingdom's armies, forging an ironclad defense along the Northern Frontier that safeguarded the Dragon Kingdom for over a decade. Such a figure could almost be deified in the Dragon Nation. Now he's actually come here personally to find Wang Hao. Though surprised, Qin Liangyu said nothing more. Before long, Wang Hao emerged. Pang Yuehua was, after all, the commander of the northern border of the Dragon Nation. Given the gravity of the matter, Wang Hao dared not be negligent. Looking at Pang Yuehua, Wang Hao's eyes also held a hint of puzzlement. What brings General Pang here today? After a brief bow, Pang Yuehua spoke solemnly, the Dark Knight Dragon King's recent public revelation of the Heavenly King cultivation method has produced many Heavenly King level masters in the north. Pang humbly expresses his gratitude. However, at this point, a strange gleam flashed in Pang Yuehua's eyes. The Northern Kingdom has also produced a large number of Heavenly King level warriors. Their numbers even surpass those of our northern frontier. The northern frontier, once thriving, now faces crisis. Should this lead to the collapse of our defenses, plunging our people into suffering and turmoil that would be the Dark Knight Dragon King's crime? Is there any error in my words? You're asking for death. When Xingxue, who had followed alongside, instantly flashed a cold glint in her eyes as murderous intent surged from her body. Pang Yuehua's words were clearly a provocation. Yet Wang Hao waved his hand, signaling Wen Xingxue to step back. He gazed calmly at Pang Yuehua and remarked indifferently, I am not one for flattery, nor do I care for threats or bribes. The calamity in the north truly bears my connection, but at its root, it stems from the north's lack of top-tier war gods. I merely magnified that gap. In terms of blame, General Pang and I each bear half the responsibility. Neither of us can point fingers at the other. What nonsense are you spouting? The two men behind Pang Yuehua immediately bristled with anger. In their eyes, Pang Yuehua had poured his heart and soul into safeguarding the north, even neglecting his own cultivation for it, repeatedly walking the razor's edge between life and death. Yet Wang Hao dared suggest Pang Yuehua bore half the blame for the northern frontier's current peril. It was utterly unacceptable. Yet Pang Yuehua raised his hand to halt them, gazing at Wang Hao with calm composure. That assessment holds merit. Wang Hao smiled faintly and continued, if General Pang requires anything of this humble one, speak plainly. If it can be done, I shall do it. If I have demands, I shall voice them. If cooperation is impossible, I shall refuse. There's no need for threats or inducements, nor to pin false charges on me. A faint smile touched Pang Yuehua's lips as he regarded Wang Hao. Interesting. Then I shall be explicit. The northern frontier requires the Night Dragon King to lead his heavenly kings in reinforcing the defenses for 1 year. This will buy time for the Dragon Nation to cultivate more heavenly king-level warriors. 1 year. That demand is no small thing. Even Qin Liangyu and Wen Xingxue couldn't help but frown again, clearly displeased. Wang Hao paused in surprise before chuckling. Out of curiosity, he asked, how many enemy heavenly kings threaten the front line I'm to defend? Pang Yuehua sighed. Originally, none. Now, 4. Beyond that, there are 6 war gods, over 10,000 elite warriors, and more than 100,000 regular soldiers. Our side here has no heavenly kings, just 3 war gods, but our troop numbers are comparable. In the past, under a solid defense, though there was a gap, we could still hold our ground. But now, if I annihilate every enemy here, will that settle all my past mistakes? Wang Hao cut Pang Yuehua off abruptly. Pang Yuehua froze in place, staring at Wang Hao, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long moment. Are you kidding me? Wipe out the enemy forces here? A deputy general beside him couldn't help but interject. Wang Hao, did you hear that? The enemy has 4 heavenly kings. Pang Yuehua frowned as well. Does the Dark Knight Dragon King have some hidden forces lurking in the shadows? Wang Hao smiled. No. Pang Yuehua's gaze swept over Qin Liangyu and Wen Xingxue. Just the 3 of you? No. Wang Hao shook his head. They must stay here to protect my wife and children. They won't be going to the north. Ha! This time, even Pang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Pang Yuehua, Wang Hao said calmly, I alone going to the north is sufficient. Are you kidding me? Behind Pang Yuehua, the 2 deputy generals couldn't help but exclaim in shock. No wonder they were so shocked. The enemy had so many powerful warriors and over 100,000 soldiers. How could Wang Hao possibly handle such a massive force alone? Had he lost his mind? But before their words had even faded, Wang Hao's figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant, both his hands seized their throats. He stared at them coldly. Did you think I was joking? You! Both men's faces paled instantly. Even Pang Yuehua couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. In that instant, even he hadn't been able to discern Wang Hao's movements. He had no idea when Wang Hao had closed the distance. Just how fast was this man? Staring at Wang Hao with utter shock, Pang Yuehua asked in a deep voice, the Dark Knight Dragon King wasn't joking? You really can eliminate all the enemy forces on that defensive line? Wang Hao replied calmly, just tell me if I do clear them, will that settle everything between us? As for the rest, the northern frontier needn't concern itself. Pang Yuehua took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. If the Dark Knight Dragon King can truly accomplish all you said, the northern frontier will become your most steadfast support in the days to come. Not only will our past grievances be wiped clean, but we can assist the Dark Knight Dragon King in countless ways. At this point, Pang Yuehua suddenly turned his head to glance at the Dark Dragon Hall headquarters not far away. Including protecting certain individuals close to you. At these words, Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. Clearly, Peng Yuehua's words struck a chord deep within Wang Hao's heart. Wang Hao took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on Peng Yuehua, and said in a solemn tone, "Very well. Send me the address. I'll handle my current affairs and come as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Peng Yuehua immediately sent all relevant information to Wang Hao. Wang Hao then left the two deputy generals behind and turned to walk back. Watching Wang Hao's departing figure, the expressions on both deputy generals' faces grew complex. They never imagined Wang Hao could be this powerful. In that single moment, the power Wang Hao had unleashed had utterly crushed them. After all, they had only just attained the rank of Heavenly King. Two Heavenly Kings, instantly defeated? What kind of power would that require? Peng Yuehua shook his head with a bitter smile. There was nothing amiss. The cultivation method for Heavenly Kings was spread by him. That he dared to do this meant he already knew the path to even greater realms. This man is unfathomable. At this point, Peng Yuehua shook his head again and sighed. Let's go back to the north. I too wish to see if our Lord of the Dark Night Dragons can bring the changes we long for to the north. Chapter 140, What do you want me to do? Within the Dark Dragon Hall. When Xingxue and Qin Liangyu gazed at Wang Hao, their expressions complex. Though they trusted Wang Hao completely, his destination this time was no ordinary place, it was the north. The Northern Kingdom's forces are no pushover. Watching Wang Hao, when Xingxue couldn't help but say, "Brother Hao, the Northern Kingdom isn't the East Sea. Their army is formidable. Especially their modern weaponry, some even possess God-tier destructive power. Add to that their existing Heavenly King-tier warriors and formidable military discipline. Brother Hao, are you truly prepared to go alone?" Beside them, Qin Liangyu also lowered her voice. "Lord Dragon King, the Northern Kingdom and the East Sea are worlds apart. This is no joke." Seeing the two women's worried expressions, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. He looked at Qin Liangyu and said, "Xingxue cares about me. I understand that. What I didn't expect was that you would also care about these things for me. If I die, you will be free. Isn't that just perfect?" Qin Liangyu snorted coldly. "What does your majesty the Dragon King take me, Qin Liangyu, for? I owe no one in this life. Having promised to protect your family for 3 years, I will see it through. My failure last time was an extra debt I owe you. I couldn't possibly watch you walk into death without warning you. I appreciate the sentiment." Wang Hao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "But watching me die? After all these years, are the United Council still so overconfident?" At those words, Qin Liangyu's expression froze solid. "Lord Dragon King, you may be confident. But we of the United Council always base our words on facts." "What do you mean, so confident? When has the United Council ever been wrong? When have we ever been wrong?" Wang Hao laughed. "All these years, has the United Council ever truly understood me, Wang Hao, even for a single second?" A single sentence left Qin Liangyu stunned on the spot. The United Council naturally had confidence in handling others, even clearly understanding their strength and cultivation levels. But Wang Hao? They truly did not know. Even during the 5 years Wang Hao was imprisoned by the United Council, they failed to fathom him completely. They didn't even know whether he had been crippled or had recovered. How could the United Council possibly determine the fate of such a man? But Qin Liangyu still couldn't help but protest. So what? Over the years, the United Council may have been ignorant of many things, but they know full well the might of the Northern Kingdom's military. Though the Dragon King is formidable, he stands no chance against a full Northern Kingdom army. Wang Hao offered no rebuttal, merely gazing quietly at Qin Liangyu across from him. His voice drifted out, "How about, we make a wager?" Qin Liangyu froze. "What?" Wang Hao spoke calmly, "If I die in the Northern Kingdom on this mission, I will restore your freedom. You will owe me nothing thereafter. If I return having slaughtered every last Northern soldier." At this point, a serene smile suddenly touched the corner of Wang Hao's lips. "Then you shall forever be a servant of my Dark Dragon Hall." "What do you say? You?" Qin Liangyu's face darkened instantly, her teeth grinding in fury. That damned Wang Hao. How could his words be so venomous? And he wants me to be a servant of the Dark Dragon Hall? He might as well have told her to warm his bed. Still, Qin Liangyu pursed her lips in displeasure and retorted, "Fine. Just wait until you can't make it back alive. Then you won't need to worry about it." Wang Hao smiled faintly, turning to look at Wen Xingxue beside him. He lowered his voice, "Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, I'm entrusting them to you. Protect them well. If necessary, seek Huang Chang's assistance." Wen Xingxue gave a slight nod. Wang Hao said no more, simply turning and walking away. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Qin Liangyu couldn't help but feel perplexed. She couldn't help but turn to Wen Xingxue. "Aren't you afraid he'll go and get himself killed? That's the Northern Kingdom's regular army. Not that joke of a force from the East Sea." Wen Xingxue smiled and shook her head calmly. "I trust Brother Hao completely. Are you out of your mind? I'm telling you straight up." Qin Liangyu nearly choked on her own anger at Wen Xingxue's words. She was giving a straightforward analysis of both sides' strengths. And when Xingxue was telling her she trusted Wang Hao completely? Was she practicing some kind of personal cult worship here? As if sensing Qin Liangyu's confusion, when Xingxue sighed softly and said, "Do you know how many times Brother Hao has saved the Dark Dragon Hall? Do you know what happened each time they faced what everyone called a crisis? Do you know how many promises Brother Hao made to me growing up, and how many he actually kept?" Qin Liangyu felt a bit dazed. But then when Xingxue sighed again. "You don't know, so you doubt him. If you knew, you would trust him unconditionally, just as I do." At this point, when Xingxue suddenly smiled and shook her head. Besides, what reason would he have to take such a risk? If he doesn't want to go, who can force him? If he wants to leave the Dragon Kingdom, who can stop him? Since he chose to go, he must have his reasons, right? I advise Miss Qin to reconsider how best to serve the Dark Dragon Hall as a lifelong servant. You! Qin Liangyu stamped her foot fiercely. Her expression, too, held a hint of complexity. She didn't know whether she should hope Wang Hao returned safely, or hope he met with misfortune as she had predicted. There were three major battlefronts between the Dragon Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom. Wang Hao was headed for the northeastern one. Now, as he made his way through the camp, a burly man standing nearly 6 feet tall approached him. The man's face was cold and stern, his expression grim. And the aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a war god tier warrior. Spotting Wang Hao, the giant gave a heavy, cold snort. Dark Knight Dragon King? Looks like he's nothing special after all. With that, he turned his head away and clasped his fists, bowing. Xiang Beifeng, I present the Dark Knight Dragon King. Seeing Xiang Beifeng's displeased expression, Wang Hao could easily guess his thoughts. As the commander defending the northern frontier, he naturally wished to rely on his own abilities to protect his nation and the lands under his command. In a sense, Wang Hao's summoning was also a form of underestimation toward him. But Wang Hao chose not to dwell on it. His mission did not require Xiang Beifeng's assistance. With that thought, Wang Hao spoke calmly, "Take me to the Northern Kingdom's military headquarters. Now." Xiang Beifeng froze. "This isn't wartime. Moreover, our primary role here is defense. Our forces are vastly outnumbered by the enemy. If you go rashly, I cannot guarantee your safety." By the end of his warning, Xiang Beifeng's voice carried a hint of urgency. Though he didn't particularly care for Wang Hao, the fact remained that Wang Hao had been sent by Pang Yuehua. If something happened to Wang Hao so soon after his arrival, he couldn't bear the responsibility. Yet at these words, a faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips. My safety doesn't need anyone else to guarantee it. With that, Wang Hao strode purposefully toward the north. This instantly caused Xiang Beifeng's expression to darken. What are you going to do? What? Wang Hao chuckled. I came here to kill enemies. Why else would I be here? Tell me, what do you think I'm going to do? Chapter 141, Step Back, I'm about to start killing. With that, Wang Hao strode resolutely northward. This instantly made Xiang Beifeng's expression turn even more grim. Wang Hao. Don't be reckless. Every offensive in the northern frontier is meticulously planned. Right now, we're on the defensive. If you rashly go out and get killed by the enemy, it will only demoralize our troops. Your actions are endangering the entire northern frontier. As he spoke, Xiang Beifeng gritted his teeth in fury. In his eyes, Wang Hao was nothing short of a reckless lunatic. He couldn't fathom why Pang Yuehua would send such a man to him. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly composed. The chaos in the north began with weakness. With insufficient strength, every step must be meticulously planned, no reckless moves allowed. But with me here, things are different. You think you're special just because you showed up? Who do you think you are? Xiang Beifeng's anger flared even more at the remark. In his eyes, Wang Hao was nothing but a troublemaker. He conceded that on the northeastern front, they were indeed no match for the enemy, their combat strength simply couldn't compare. Now that Wang Hao had revealed the Heavenly King's technique, they might not even stand a chance defending their walls. But even so, this wasn't something Wang Hao could change single-handedly. This was about armies and national warfare. This wasn't a matter for one man alone. The northern frontier wasn't some child's play like the eastern front. He clenched his teeth and said, I may be confident, but no matter how much faith you have, you can't gamble with the lives of every northern frontier soldier. Wang Hao stared at Xiang Beifeng before him. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled. Then come and stop me. With that, Wang Hao thrust his feet off the ground, launching himself into the air. He soared toward the Northern Kingdom's military camp. Wang Hao! What are you doing? Xiang Beifeng erupted in fury, striding after him while bellowing, Wang Hao, if you dare proceed, don't blame me for not holding back. Even if the Northern Kingdom blows you to smithereens, I won't bury you. Nobody's begging you. Wang Hao sneered coldly, his figure vanishing swiftly. Xiang Beifeng watched Wang Hao's departing figure, unable to restrain himself as he slammed his palm against the wall. He was merely a war god. Keeping pace with Wang Hao, who had reached the Heavenly King realm, was simply unrealistic. In a way, even if Wang Hao died, it wouldn't concern him. Yet, he still felt a lingering resentment. Allowing Peng Yue was meant to die right before the enemy's camp would deal a devastating blow to everyone's morale. Today, he must find a way to save Wang Hao. Even if it meant taking some risks. With that thought, he charged straight toward the conference room. And from his mouth, curses couldn't help but spill out. Wang Hao has truly doomed us all. I'll haunt you even in death. Before the Northern Kingdom's military camp. Wang Hao stood silently, gazing at the vast Northern Kingdom military camp, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. The Northern Kingdom's military might was indeed no less formidable than that of the Dragon Kingdom, truly one of its greatest adversaries. Though merely a military camp, it was surrounded by massive palisade walls, resembling a temporary small city. The moment Wang Hao arrived, the sentries immediately relayed the news back. Before long, a large contingent of Northern Kingdom soldiers emerged, clad in armor. They stared at Wang Hao, their eyes flickering with an unusual expression. Who dares come alone to our Northern Kingdom's military camp? Seeking death? His words dripped with arrogance. Watching him, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. A newly ascended heavenly king who broke through using the methods I provided, and now he dares to stand before me without even calling me master? The Northern Kingdom truly is a disgrace. Master? At those words, the man's expression shifted noticeably. Earlier, in order to obtain the Heavenly King cultivation method, the Northern Kingdom had proactively sent envoys to seek out Wang Hao, declaring war against New Moon in the name of their entire nation. This had compelled Wang Hao to agree to impart the methods for breaking through to Heavenly King to them. Thus, these Heavenly King-level powerhouses were born. Including the very Gowling standing before him now. As one of the Northern Kingdom's newly ascended Heavenly Kings, in his eyes, no one on the northeastern front of the Dragon Kingdom could hold a candle to him. Who could have imagined that now, Wang Hao himself had come here? Yet, after a moment of startled unease, Gowling swiftly let out a heavy, cold snort. The Dark Knight Dragon King himself participating in the national war? That was indeed surprising. But no matter how powerful the Dark Knight Dragon King is, isn't he still just a Heavenly King tier powerhouse? Heavenly Kings aren't invincible. Otherwise, why do you think we've never launched a direct assault on the northeastern front of the Dragon Nation, instead needing to plot and scheme bit by bit? Today, since the Dark Knight Dragon King has come here alone, I wouldn't mind letting His Majesty taste the might of our Northern Kingdom's artillery. With that, Golian clapped his hands. Soon, Northern Kingdom warriors brought the artillery into position. Even Wang Hao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at the sight of those cannons. That artillery piece was truly massive. Behind the barrel, stretching over 10 meters in length, sat an enormous energy storage unit. Countless energy storage units were placed nearby, ready to be converted into immense power for a devastating blast. Gul grinned wickedly at Wang Hao. Does the Dark Knight Dragon King recognize this? Let me introduce you. This is a standard military energy cannon. A single shot packs enough power to overwhelm even a Heavenly King level powerhouse. And we have over 10 of these energy cannons. These cannons are currently locking onto you from all directions. The moment you dare to move, they will obliterate you instantly. I wonder if the Dragon King still feels as confident as he did moments ago? As he spoke, Guruwei's face brimmed with arrogance and smug satisfaction. Almost simultaneously. Whoosh! Several figures landed directly behind Wang Hao. It was the Northern Frontier Forces led by Xiang Beifeng. Xiang Beifeng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wang Hao, run! I'll have the city's cannons block their shells for you just for a moment. Run!" Turning to Goring, he snarled, "Gorong, if you fire, my Northern Frontier artillery will respond in kind. You know the consequences. You know exactly how many lives would be lost if explosions occurred near your barracks. Consequences you cannot bear." Guling narrowed his eyes at Xiang Beifeng, holding his tongue for now, yet a cold glint flickered in his gaze. Clearly, Xiang Beifeng's words had struck a nerve. Both sides would hesitate to deploy artillery precisely because of its devastating power. Once the firing begins, both sides will suffer heavy casualties. No one could guarantee the outcome. Yet upon hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly smiled. He glanced at Xiang Beifeng, then abruptly raised his right hand and waved it lightly at the group. Instantly, Xiang Beifeng and the others' expressions froze on their faces. Xiang Beifeng couldn't help but blurt out, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Hao rolled his eyes and snapped irritably, "Step back. I'm about to start killing people." Chapter 142, Wang Hao must die. What the hell? Xiang Beifeng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How much resolve had it taken for him to bring his men here to help Wang Hao? But who knew that after all his pleading, not only did Wang Hao refuse to flee, he actually wanted to fight? Didn't he hear what the other side said? Not even the Heavenly King could stop that cannonball. What did Wang Hao have to fight them with? Yet Wang Hao paid no heed to others' thoughts. His gaze fixed squarely on Goluan, a faint smile curling his lips. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Killing you should make things much easier, wouldn't you agree? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Hao lunged forward. Guling's face instantly turned ashen. Typically, the top-tier warriors from opposing sides would never rush into a confrontation. After all, killing a heavenly king is no simple task. It often demands a tremendous price. During that time, the opponent could accomplish many things. Yet now, Wang Hao had chosen to attack him first? Had he lost his mind? Doesn't he fear getting entangled and finding himself unable to escape? Before he could think further, Wang Hao had already charged forward, grabbing Goluan by the throat and hoisting him up before slamming him hard onto the ground. Crash! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The entire Northern Kingdom army stood frozen in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. They didn't move a muscle, their eyes fixed on Wang Hao, utterly terrified. Wang Hao appeared before Gowling as if teleporting, instantly eliminating him. Yes, teleportation. They couldn't even discern his movements. When it came to long-distance movement, Wang Hao's speed might not surpass that of a war god tier powerhouse by much. But when it came to short-range bursts of speed? With Wang Hao's power, even war gods couldn't match his speed. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao looked down at Gowling, who lay motionless on the ground where he'd been slammed. Planting his foot on the man's back, he swept his gaze around the area and said calmly, "Northern Kingdom, any other strong ones left? If no one comes to rescue him, I'll kill him." Instantly, all eyes shifted toward the northern direction of the military camp. The Northern Kingdom possessed more than one heavenly king on the northeastern front. The other two heavenly kings were Goring's own brothers. If the three of them joined forces, even someone as powerful as Wang Hao might not be invincible. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two figures swiftly charged toward them from the distance. Both bore a resemblance to Gowling. Tall and imposing, they radiated a formidable aura. Their eyes burned with fury as they fixed their gaze upon Wang Hao. Even Xiang Beifeng couldn't help but change his expression. These two were none other than Gowling's elder brothers, Goluan and Gulu, both heavenly king tier powerhouses from the Northern Kingdom. Though Wang Hao was powerful, he had ventured deep into enemy territory alone. Facing three heavenly kings and countless soldiers closing in for the kill, could he truly escape alive? Gulhan glared at Wang Hao, his teeth clenched. "Lord Dark Knight Dragon King, you are truly arrogant. Do you intend to annihilate our entire Northern Kingdom army single-handedly? If you dare harm my brothers today, the Northern Kingdom's artillery will rain down upon this place. Then, even if my brother perishes, I will drag you down with him." Gulhan radiated absolute confidence. After all, the Northern Kingdom's artillery had an enormous range and devastating power. Even with Wang Hao's formidable strength, he couldn't possibly evade it. When that time comes, Wang Hao will die without a doubt. He refused to believe someone like Wang Hao would willingly sacrifice himself alongside Northern Kingdom soldiers for the sake of the Dragon Nation. Yet upon hearing this, a faint smile touched the corner of Wang Hao's lips. His expression serene as he regarded the two men across from him, he suddenly thrust his foot forward with explosive force. Instantly. Crack! Goring's body was crushed beneath Wang Hao's foot, leaving a gaping hole dead as a doornail. "You're asking for death." Gerhun and Gerlu both paled instantly. They never imagined that immediately after issuing their threats, Wang Hao would dare to strike and kill Gowling. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He looked at the two indifferently and said flatly, "I was actually wondering how to most conveniently eliminate this 100,000-strong Northern Kingdom army. You've given me a rather good option. Blow it up. That way, the entire Northern Kingdom army will be wiped out, saving me the trouble of killing them one by one." "You." At these words, shock washed over both their faces. Where did Wang Hao get this confidence? Did he think he could outrun the shells, or that the Northern Kingdom's artillery couldn't harm him? What gave him the right to say such things? But Wang Hao couldn't care less. He merely stared at them coldly, his voice tinged with impatience. "If you don't fire soon, I'll take matters into my own hands and kill you both first." Gulhun and Guluo exchanged glances, each seeing a flash of utter resolve in the other's eyes. Though they didn't want to die, and certainly weren't ready to die. But if Wang Hao truly turned his hand against them, given his prowess in slaying Gowling, they stood no chance of surviving his grasp. Their only option now was to take Wang Hao down with them. Though the Northern Kingdom's forces would suffer heavy losses, the northeastern front was divided into two sections. With half their military strength still in reserve, even the complete annihilation of their forces here wasn't entirely unacceptable. Moreover, if they could eliminate Wang Hao, the mere fact that he had just publicly demonstrated his Heavenly King realm cultivation techniques would be enough to make the Northern Kingdom's name resound throughout the world. The supreme prestige Wang Hao had just attained would become theirs. They would become the glory of the entire Northern Kingdom. With this thought, both men clenched their teeth and waved their hands decisively. Fire! In that instant, every Northern Kingdom soldier present revealed a fighting spirit that knew no fear. With 10 Northern Kingdom cannons laying down a barrage of fire, how could Wang Hao possibly survive? They could completely seal off the general's camp with an impenetrable energy barrier. Even Xiang Beifeng outside couldn't help but turn pale at this sight. He truly hadn't expected Wang Hao to push Goluan and his men to this extreme. This development was undoubtedly a boon for the entire northeastern border defense. Having swiftly eliminated the enemy while inflicting heavy losses on the Northern Kingdom, they would certainly refrain from recklessly attacking the northeastern front of the Dragon Kingdom. But if Wang Hao were to die, how could he possibly explain this to his superiors? Gritting his teeth, though still uneasy, Xiang Beifeng could no longer afford to hesitate. Go! He grabbed the others beside him and turned to sprint toward the city. Under the Northern Kingdom's artillery barrage, even standing here might get them caught in the crossfire. As for Wang Hao, he would return to claim his body. If he could find Wang Hao's body, that is. Just as Xiang Beifeng pondered this. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The violent explosion instantly reduced the entire Northern Kingdom's frontline military camp to ruins. A massive mushroom cloud billowed into the sky, while the overwhelming energy fluctuations sent fear rippling through every soul along the northeastern front of the Northern Kingdom. Gazing at the billowing smoke, Xiang Beifeng couldn't help but close his eyes. Wang Hao is dead. Chapter 143, Mobile Heavy Artillery. Whether it was Xiang Beifeng himself or the other elite commanders of the Northeast Front standing beside him, all felt profoundly conflicted as they watched the billowing smoke. Naturally, they harbored some resentment toward Wang Hao for rashly deciding to infiltrate the enemy's lair alone. Yet as Wang Hao truly prepared to take all the enemies of the Northeast Front down with him, a profound respect welled up within their hearts. Anyone who sacrifices their life to kill the enemy deserves their admiration. And to think he had obliterated the enemy's entire frontline force in the process. Such an achievement was nothing short of legendary. Over the years, Pang Yuehua had accumulated far greater military achievements than these men, yet he had never secured such monumental glory in a single battle. Today, Wang Hao had earned the respect of every single one of them. At that moment, Xiang Beifeng couldn't help but sigh softly, his voice tinged with bitterness. Upon our return, I shall report everything truthfully. I hope the higher-ups will posthumously grant Wang Hao the title of king. He deserves it. As he spoke, Xiang Beifeng bowed respectfully toward the mushroom cloud. The others followed suit, bowing in unison. Clearly, they all agreed with Xiang Beifeng's words. Wang Hao earned their utmost respect today. But at that very moment, the benefits of a royal title may be granted, but the throne itself need not be bestowed. As for posthumous honors? What? Since when does the Dragon Kingdom only bestow favors after someone has passed away? Wang Hao's cold voice suddenly cut through the air. Everyone froze in place, turning to look at him. Their faces were etched with utter shock. Wang Hao? How could you possibly? Everyone was stunned. They stared at Wang Hao in terror, utterly unable to believe their eyes. An explosion of that magnitude even a god wouldn't survive. That was Northern Kingdom artillery. It was an explosion unleashed after channeling the accumulated energy of countless Northern Kingdom forces. In such an explosion, that land would be unusable for days, as all life would be utterly obliterated. Yet Wang Hao had walked out alive. Most crucially, his clothes weren't even completely torn. His shorts remained intact, and only half of his upper garments were shredded. Though a trace of blood stained his lips, his expression and gait revealed Wang Hao was unharmed. How could it be impossible? Or is it that you refuse to acknowledge others achieving what you yourselves cannot? Wang Hao smiled faintly, his expression calm. Pang Yuehua and I have an agreement. Once all this is resolved, he will reward me as he sees fit. There's no need for you to vie for credit on my behalf. As for being crowned a king, I have no interest in it, nor is it necessary. The rest is yours to handle. With that, Wang Hao strode purposefully toward the northern frontier camp, leaving Xiang Beifeng and the others rooted to the spot. They stared dumbstruck at his retreating figure, speechless for a long moment. Is this even human? How could a heavenly king survive such an environment unscathed? Just how powerful was Wang Hao? After a long, stunned silence, Xiang Beifeng finally sighed, closed his eyes, and forced a bitter smile. We'd better report this truthfully. Wang Hao is even more terrifying than the entire Northern Kingdom. By the end of his words, Xiang Beifeng's eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Wang Hao had just resolved their most pressing crisis. By all logic, Xiang Beifeng ought to show him immense respect. Yet Wang Hao's recent actions made him realize this man was utterly uncontrollable. Everything was entirely at his whim. For now, he was willing to act on behalf of the Dragon Nation. That made him their trump card, someone they could rely on. But what if, one day, Wang Hao's heart changed? That Wang Hao would become the most terrifying nuclear bomb within the Dragon Nation's borders. Wang Hao cut straight through the military camp, then vanished in a flash from the northern border surveillance. Half an hour later, Wang Hao arrived at a nearby town and checked into a hotel. Sitting on his bed, Wang Hao's previously ruddy complexion instantly drained to a deathly pallor. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The explosion had been terrifying. Though Wang Hao had always been confident in his abilities, he had forcibly burrowed dozens of meters underground in that instant. Even so, he had nearly perished in that terrifying blast. Recalling that terrifying power still sent chills down his spine. He finally understood why this world was controlled by major nations, rather than being governed solely by a handful of top-tier powerhouses. No matter how powerful one might be, no one could claim invincibility against artillery of such terrifying destructive force. He, Wang Hao, had already constructed his soul bridge and had just deployed it to shield himself. Yet even so, under the barrage of 10 simultaneous cannon blasts, he had still nearly lost his life. Even his soul bridge sustained damage. Such artillery wasn't exclusive to the Northern Kingdom. The northern frontier possesses them too. Other western regions of the Dragon Nation, including the capital, likely possess them too. Even other nations, even some smaller ones, might possess 1 or 2 cannons of this caliber capable of unleashing devastating destruction at any moment. One must not lightly provoke a nation. Shaking his head, Wang Hao didn't rush to address other matters. Instead, he sat on the bed and began restoring his own body. The North. After General Xiang Beifeng relayed the news, Peng Yuehua's expression became utterly priceless. His 2 deputy generals nearly bit their tongues in shock. Are you kidding me? This Wang Hao, did he single-handedly annihilate the entire enemy force on the northeast front? And survived 10 cannon bombardments unscathed? Is he even human? Disbelief was written all over both their faces. Peng Yuehua couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Before, I thought our agreement with him was setting the bar too high for him. But now it seems I underestimated him. This man is not to be trifled with. At least for now, the Dragon Nation possesses no capital to confront him. At this moment, Peng Yuehua grappled with the same question as Xiang Beifeng. Wang Hao's existence was like a ticking nuclear bomb one must tread with utmost caution, never provoking him in the slightest. The consequences were something the Dragon Nation could not bear. Yet after a brief silence, a flicker of something strange suddenly passed through Peng Yuehua's eyes. Then again, perhaps he would be forced to become part of the official Dragon Nation establishment. What? Both deputy generals froze in surprise. They had both witnessed Wang Hao's arrogance and his profound reverence for freedom. This man would never take orders from anyone. The Dragon Nation authorities want to control Wang Hao? Impossible. Peng Yuehua said nothing more, merely turning his gaze northward. Now, as per their agreement, he needed to protect Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. And given the temperament of those Northern Kingdom scoundrels, they would never let this go. Wang Hao annihilated their army? Then they would likely choose to deal with Wang Hao at any cost. If the Northern Kingdom managed to enrage Wang Hao to the point of no return, yet they succeeded in protecting Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng? Given Wang Hao's deeply loyal and principled nature, getting him to serve the Dragon Nation at the very least, sending him to the north to fight the enemy might just work. Chapter 144, Wang Hao's era has ended. Northern Kingdom. Imperial Palace. Perched in the northern reaches of the world, the Northern Kingdom endured perpetual cold, with temperatures so low that many struggled to survive. Yet this harsh environment forged the formidable combat prowess of its warriors. Their individual prowess stands unmatched across the globe. It's hard to find a nation whose individual soldiers can match them. Yet, despite years of war with the Dragon Nation, the Northern Kingdom has never gained any advantage. They had believed that their advantage on the northeastern front would finally grant them substantial gains. Yet they never imagined they would ultimately face such a crisis. Not only did they fail to break through the northeast front, but they suffered the largest single battle loss in their history. And the root cause of all this was Wang Hao. That damned bastard. At that moment, the entire imperial palace fell into a deathly silence. Fury burned in every pair of eyes. They knew all too well that the Northern Kingdom had suffered immense losses this time. Their sovereign must be furious beyond measure. Anyone who spoke out now, if they failed to grasp the deepest thoughts of their sovereign, would face consequences too dreadful to contemplate. Finally, after a long silence, the Northern Kingdom's ruler spoke in a cold, icy tone. Wang Hao must not be spared. At these words, the crowd fell silent. 10 cannons couldn't even kill Wang Hao. Under these circumstances, how could it be easy to kill Wang Hao? Wang Hao wasn't foolish. If he hadn't been confident, why would he recklessly put himself in danger, giving the Northern Kingdom more opportunities to bombard him with cannons? Observing the silent assembly, the Northern Kingdom's ruler let out a cold snort, his voice icy as he declared, "A bunch of fools. Wang Hao must die, but it won't be by our hands. Otherwise, if we provoke his wrath and he unleashes a rampage upon our Northern Kingdom, we cannot bear such losses. Killing can be done by proxy." Killing by proxy? The assembly gasped in shock. The principle is sound. But, given Wang Hao's strength, whose blade could possibly be borrowed to kill him? Seeing the puzzled expressions, the Northern Kingdom's ruler snorted coldly. "I've heard this man had some grievances with the Eastern Sea Kingdom and the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom?" A subordinate below him gave a wry smile. "Indeed, your majesty. But the Eastern Sea Kingdom is but a tiny speck of land, weak and feeble. Even if they mustered their entire nation's strength, they likely couldn't kill that Wang Hao, could they?" "Ignorant." The Northern Kingdom's ruler snorted coldly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Those useless fools in the Eastern Sea Kingdom certainly couldn't do it, but the Eastern Sea Kingdom possesses ancient divine beings. Otherwise, how do you think this tiny nation could have attained its current international standing? How could it still exist today, unvanquished? Ancient deities. At these words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They had all heard whispers of this matter. It was said that the Eastern Sea Kingdom had long venerated certain ancient deities of the Eastern Sea. These beings possessed terrifying power. Even the faintest traces of their aura were enough to forge countless masters in the East Sea. Yet these ancient deities had remained dormant for ages. What did the king mean by suddenly bringing this up? Observing the astonished expressions, the Northern Kingdom's ruler coldly declared, the so-called deities of the Eastern Sea are nothing more than the physical remains of powerful beings left behind from the global war era. The mighty warriors of that war era were all heavenly king-level beings. And top-tier heavenly kings at that. These beings now exist in a state of half-life, barely clinging to existence through offerings. The East Sea, a mere speck of land, could never muster enough energy to revive these so-called gods. The crowd fell silent. One voice broke the quiet, curiosity laced in its tone. Your Majesty, are you suggesting we fund the revival of their gods? The Northern Kingdom's ruler snorted coldly. What a joke! Does that tiny speck of land called the East Sea even deserve our favor? I heard that after the East Sea incurred Wang Hao's enmity last time, they attempted to leverage the might of the Second Empire to intimidate the Dragon Nation. But even the Second Empire's Jade Lotus Bodhisattva suffered heavy losses at Wang Hao's hands that time. Only then did the assembled crowd grasp the ruler's intent to have the Second Empire or even the Buddhist sects aid the Eastern Sea in confronting Wang Hao. The Northern Kingdom's ruler smiled faintly. Wang Hao's recent victories may bring shame upon our Northern Kingdom, he said. But once word spreads throughout the Second Empire and the Eastern Sea, tell me, will they mock us, or will they scramble to find a way to deal with Wang Hao? The Buddhist sect? Those fellows are no pushovers. Once the Buddhist sect learns they can revive the Eastern Sea deities with Eastern Sea's aid to oppose Wang Hao, I'm sure those hypocrites spouting righteousness and morality wouldn't pass up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time, everyone finally caught on. Neither the Northern Kingdom nor the Second Empire are fools. Neither would go out of their way to provoke an entity like Wang Hao. Nor is the Eastern Sea King of the Eastern Sea a fool. But what if this matter brought benefit to the East Sea? After reviving a deity, if they could truly slay Wang Hao, and the deity remained undying, the Eastern Sea's standing in the world would be transformed forever. As for the Second Empire, though they might suspect this is the Northern Kingdom's scheme, with the support of the Buddhist sect, they already possess ample materials capable of reviving beings. Such a sacrifice wouldn't be too great. Given this, what reason would they have to refuse aiding the Eastern Sea's deity in its revival? Defeating Wang Hao was the shared objective of all. At this realization, excitement flashed across every face. They were eager to see whether the Eastern Sea's deities could truly slay Wang Hao. Even if they couldn't, the Eastern Sea, having completely antagonized Wang Hao, would inevitably engage him in a deadly battle, one that might even draw the Second Empire into the fray. When war erupts within the Eastern Sea's borders, the Second Empire will have no further reservations. As for Wang Hao, would be as good as dead. This was a strategy that killed three birds with one stone. The Second Empire. News of Wang Hao's legendary victory on the northeastern front sent shockwaves through the entire Second Empire. Unlike the Northern Kingdom, which was governed by its sovereign, the Second Empire's dependence on the Buddhist sect bordered on the insane. Faced with such a monumental event, their first instinct was to seek counsel from the Buddhist sect's patriarch. Upon receiving the Second Empire's report, the Buddhist sect fell into a profound silence. Artillery feared even by celestial kings couldn't kill Wang Hao? This man's power must have reached the pinnacle. Even my soul bridge cannot claim superiority over him. After murmuring softly, the Buddhist patriarch suddenly spoke with detached indifference. If the Eastern Sea deities were to awaken, what percentage of their combat strength would remain? The envoy from the Second Empire froze for a moment before responding, a top-tier soul bridge master. The Buddhist sect leader narrowed his eyes. After a long silence, he let out a sharp, cold snort. This Northern Kingdom is no better. They merely wish to exploit our Buddhist sect and the Second Empire to eliminate Wang Hao. But Wang Hao, indeed, he must die. This youth has attained such a realm at such a young age, and has even publicly revealed the Heavenly King cultivation method. He is a variable threatening the entire world. My Buddhist sect needs no variables now, only stability. Very well. I shall grant the Northern Kingdom its wish. Wang Hao? His era has ended. Chapter 145, The True God of the East Sea. East Sea. The ruler of the Eastern Sea Kingdom gazed at the letter delivered by the Buddhist sect, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. He had never imagined that one day, the Buddhist sect would actually offer to help them restore their divine status. Of course, he knew there would be a price to pay. Confronting Wang Hao was the price the East Sea must pay. Though Wang Hao's fame had recently soared, in his eyes, Wang Hao was no match for their deities. Deities were called deities precisely because they could accomplish what ordinary mortals could not. Most crucially, the pressure on Donghai was immense. Wang Hao has revealed the cultivation methods of the Heavenly King, but only to those who seek him out willingly. Even nations hostile to the Dragon Kingdom would declare war on Crescent Moon to obtain the Heavenly King's cultivation methods provided they held no grudge against Wang Hao himself. But the East Sea is different. The East Sea holds a grudge against Wang Hao. Not a single soul in the entire East Sea dares approach Wang Hao, fearing he might grow displeased and annihilate them outright. Moreover, Wang Hao might not even trust the Eastern Sea. Under these circumstances, the East Sea has now become one of the few nations in the world without a Heavenly King. Crucially, even their partners refuse to share the relevant methods with them. After all, they represent not individuals but entire nations. What if someone revealed the method for the East Sea to advance to Heavenly King status, only to anger Wang Hao in return? If Wang Hao were to pay that nation a visit afterward, it wouldn't be something that country could bear. The East Sea must now stake everything on this one gamble. And the news from the Buddhist sect before them was their last hope. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in the eyes of the Donghai ruler. This is Donghai's last hope. Inform the Buddhist sect, we of Donghai await them before the sacrificial temple of the true god Wanjing. Once the true god emerges, Wang Hao must die. Hearing this, the Buddhist envoy smiled faintly, then without another word, turned and departed. And so, the next morning dawned. The powerful Buddhist practitioner, bearing a great quantity of supplies needed by the East Sea, once again arrived at the East Sea, standing before the temple dedicated to the divine being Wanjing. This Wanjing divine being was a mighty figure from the Eastern Sea who had perished during the era of global warfare. Having reached the peak of the Soul Bridge realm, he was one of the most widely venerated masters throughout the East Sea. Over the years, many powerful figures from the East Sea had received corresponding blessings through their worship at the temple of the true god Wanjing, forging several war god-level masters. This only deepened the reverence the Eastern Sea people held for the true god of tranquil peace. Now that the true god Wanjing had a chance to revive, the entire East Sea was filled with anticipation. At this moment, as the materials for his revival were brought forth, the excitement on the Eastern Sea sovereign's face grew ever more pronounced. This was what he had long anticipated. Once all materials were arranged according to the corresponding formation, energy surged as the ritual commenced. Deep within the temple, a powerful energy slowly began to manifest. What appeared before everyone was, astonishingly, a corpse. Yet now, protected by the dense energy, the corpse began to show signs of revival. The rotting flesh on the corpse began to regain vitality. Finally, the entire corpse transformed into a living, breathing human. Finally, as those eyes opened, boom! Those nearby instinctively took a step back. Even the Buddhist master felt his heart skip a beat. He had seen the Buddha master of the Buddhist sect and knew the combat prowess of beings at that level. Though he had speculated on the strength of this so-called Wanjing divine being, he never imagined this being could be so incredibly powerful. Rivaling a Buddha master. Such an existence was exceedingly rare in the entire world. How many supreme beings had emerged from that global-scale cataclysm back then? At this moment, even his heart stirred with a wave of dread. The ruler of the Eastern Sea Kingdom, however, was visibly exhilarated. He stepped forward and addressed the true God, Your Divine Majesty, I am the current ruler of the Eastern Sea Kingdom. This revival you are. Before he could finish, the true god Wanjing raised a hand to cut him off. Though my physical form perished, my true spirit remains undying. I have heard all you have said. His gaze fixed on the Buddhist figure as his voice turned icy. I know your intentions, Buddhist sect. You merely wish to use me as your blade to slay someone difficult to kill. You have revived me and done me a favor. Regardless of your motives, I should assist you this time. But after this matter, the Eastern Sea owes neither your Second Empire nor the Buddhist sect anything further. Make no mistake about that. The Buddhist monk's heart skipped a beat. Yet he quickly regained his composure, bowing respectfully. With Wang Hao's demise, all debts and grievances between the Second Empire and the Eastern Sea are settled. Wang Jingjin nodded lightly, glancing at the Eastern Sea ruler nearby and stating calmly, the rest, we'll discuss another day. Bring me Wang Hao's dossier. I shall kill him today. What? The Eastern Sea ruler gasped in shock, unable to contain himself. Divine Lord, Wang Hao is a man of the Dragon Nation. He is no easy foe. You. Before he could finish, the true god Wanjing cut him off with a dismissive wave. What? Do you not trust me? As she spoke, Wanjing gave a cold laugh. Instantly, a colossal soul bridge materialized above his head. The bridge was as vast as if it spanned an entire riverbank. With the appearance of this soul bridge, every single person present in the East Sea immediately knelt to the ground. Cold sweat dripped relentlessly from their foreheads, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Clearly, in the East Sea realm without even a heavenly king, no one had any idea what this was. This colossal soul bridge was suffocating them. This oppressive force surpassed everything they had ever known. Observing the crowd, the divine being Wanjing spoke once more, now, I declare I intend to slay Wang Hao. Do any of you object? Every head shook in unison. Even the Eastern Sea sovereign's face betrayed a hint of excitement. Wang Hao was as good as dead this time. Northern Dragon Kingdom. Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng continued living with the Dark Dragon Hall. As for Wang Hao, he had only just opened his eyes in the hotel room. Despite his formidable recovery abilities, it had taken until now for his body to fully heal from the severe injuries. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao rose from the bed and strode purposefully toward the exit. Over the past 2 days, while recuperating here, Wang Hao had also given much thought to the situation. He knew full well that once he stepped outside, trouble would inevitably come looking for him. The Northern Kingdom? The Eastern Sea? The Buddhist sect? All possibilities. Wang Hao shook his head. He understood that no nation in this world was as straightforward as it seemed. Given the people he had offended before, anything could happen. As Wang Hao pondered these thoughts, he had just reached the hotel lobby. A sudden cry of alarm rang out. Mom! Mom, what's wrong? Mom! Chapter 146, Take everyone and go. Wang Hao followed the sound. Not far away, a little girl was crouched beside her mother, shaking the unconscious woman's body as she lay on the ground, her face filled with terror and panic. Seeing the state of the child's mother on the ground, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown slightly. This woman's condition was rather unusual. 1 in a million. Of course, Wang Hao was certain he could treat it. Just as Wang Hao was about to step forward to help. Excuse me, I'm a doctor. A slightly anxious yet melodious female voice suddenly rang out. Wang Hao froze, looking up. Not far away, a beautiful woman dressed in hanfu pushed her way through the crowd. She knelt down, took the patient's pulse, and furrowed her brow slightly. Then, she swiftly retrieved silver needles from her medical kit, ready to begin treatment. Amidst the crowd, gasps of astonishment echoed. It's Divine Dr. Yun. It really is Divine Dr. Yun. Wonderful. This girl can be saved. Having Divine Dr. Yun in our little town is such a blessing. People chattered excitedly, their faces radiant with joy. Wang Hao couldn't help but look at the female doctor with a touch more surprise in his eyes. The woman wasn't old, looking around 30, with a dignified and elegant demeanor. Her hanfu attire accentuated her classical elegance, giving her an air of unapproachable nobility. Her figure and features were both first-rate. Especially her almost expressionless face, cold, yet stunningly beautiful. Despite the complete absence of emotion, it was enough to stir a strong desire to conquer in any man. According to local accounts, she was a physician at the town's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, named Yun Ninger. She consistently provided treatments at remarkably low prices for the townspeople. Initially, many doubted Yun Ninger's abilities. But as she repeatedly cured those difficult and complicated ailments, charging extremely little, the townspeople began to develop a deep trust in her. Moreover, in such a remote town, no wealthy tycoons would ever take notice or compete with her for business. Even the town's public hospital would actively seek Yun Ninger's assistance when encountering difficulties. In the eyes of many, with Yun Ninger present, all was well. Just as everyone was pondering this. Suddenly, cough. As Yun Ninger administered the acupuncture, the girl's mother began coughing violently. But this wasn't just a cough, it was coughing up blood. The girl's mother's complexion grew even paler. Even Yun Ninger's face betrayed a flicker of panic. How could this be? As she spoke, Yun Ninger's body trembled slightly. She knew full well that this was not the outcome she had intended with her acupuncture. The current situation had completely exceeded her original expectations. The girl's mother's condition had clearly deteriorated. Even some of the onlookers nearby couldn't help but show signs of panic. They all held Yun Ninger's medical skills in the highest regard. If even Yun Ninger couldn't cure her now, then... Yun Ninger gritted her teeth, drew another silver needle, and prepared to insert it into a crucial acupoint on the girl's mother. She knew full well she was risking everything. If this attempt failed, the girl's mother might well lose her life right here. But she had no choice. Even if she ended up killing the patient, it was better than abandoning her here. But just as Yun Ninger was about to act, Wang Hao's voice suddenly drifted into her ears. You can't give that injection. What are you doing? The moment these words were spoken, the onlookers nearby instantly wore expressions of fury, glaring at Wang Hao with eyes brimming with rage. In their eyes, Yun Ninger was their goddess, the guardian of the entire town. She was risking her life to treat someone, so what did Wang Hao mean by that? Even Yun Ninger frowned and looked up at Wang Hao, her eyes filled with confusion. What was Wang Hao thinking? Wang Hao ignored the reactions of the others, simply watching Yun Ninger calmly. You should be aware, he said indifferently, that you're taking a risk. But now, it's not time yet. Try the Tianling 3 acupuncture points. The others were still baffled, but Yun Ninger's heart skipped a beat. The acupuncture technique she was performing was precisely the heavenly spirit needle method. This was an ancestral technique passed down through her family. Logically, very few people should know of its existence. The so-called Heavenly Spirit 3 was precisely one of its needle insertion techniques. Earlier, in her panic, Yun Ninger hadn't considered using the Celestial Spirit 3 to treat this woman. But now, with Wang Hao's reminder, it suddenly clicked. Indeed. Employing the Heavenly Spirit 3 now was the most appropriate course of action. Not only was the risk minimal, but it could potentially transform the current situation entirely. While it might not directly cure the woman, it could transform her condition into one that could be swiftly healed using the Heavenly Spirit needling technique. Yun Ninger couldn't help but look at Wang Hao, the astonishment in her eyes growing ever more pronounced. Wang Hao clearly knew the Celestial Spirit needle technique. Moreover, in terms of medical skill, he surpassed even her, Yun Ninger. Who exactly was this man? But Yun Ninger had no time to ponder these questions now. She immediately began treating the woman before her. Following Wang Hao's instructions, the woman indeed regained consciousness, and the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. In their eyes, today marked yet another occasion where Yun Ninger had saved them. The woman now clutched her child, her voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you, Divine Dr. Yun. Wunwun, hurry and thank Divine Dr. Yun." The girl named Wunwun hurried forward and bowed. "Thank you, pretty auntie." Yun Ninger smiled and shook her head, pointing at Wang Hao. "Thank him instead. Though I performed the treatment, without him, you likely wouldn't have survived today." Hearing this, both Wunwun and her mother froze, turning to look at Wang Hao, unsure how to respond. Wang Hao gave a slight shake of his head, seemingly unconcerned. "You'll need to take medicine and rest after returning home. Don't be careless." Wang Hao intended to leave after giving a few words of advice. But just then, Wang Hao's expression abruptly changed. He suddenly sensed an utterly terrifying aura. Its intensity was so overwhelming it rivaled his own. A soul bridge powerhouse. What was going on? Where did this guy come from? He turned his gaze directly to Yun Ninger and said in a deep voice, "Take everyone and leave. Get out of here." "What?" Yun Ninger froze, still processing the shock. But Wang Hao's voice instantly turned grave. "I said, take everyone and leave." Yun Ninger shuddered in fright. Yet she could clearly sense Wang Hao's unwavering resolve. She knew this kind of man never spoke lightly. With that realization, Yun Ninger said no more. Grabbing Wunwun and her mother, she immediately rallied everyone to leave. Wang Hao, meanwhile, walked step by step toward the distance. Moments later. Boom! A figure plummeted from the sky. None other than the divine being Wan Jingzhen. Chapter 147, Don't Regret It. Wang Hao stared at the divine being Wan Jing without a word. The true god of Wan Jing looked down on Wang Hao with utter arrogance. He didn't take Wang Hao seriously at all. Even knowing all of Wang Hao's past battle records, he didn't believe Wang Hao could be his opponent. The soul bridge, he had perfected it to its absolute limit. No matter how strong Wang Hao was, how much stronger could he possibly be? He refused to believe Wang Hao's soul bridge could possibly surpass his own in scale. As long as there was a gap in their soul bridges, Wang Hao would never be his match. After all, when it came to combat experience, he had participated in that worldwide scale melee back in the day, something a young upstart like Wang Hao could never compare to. Gazing at Wang Hao now, a smug expression flickered across Wan Jingzhen's face. "Allow me to introduce myself, Wan Jingzhen of the East Sea. A top-tier soul bridge powerhouse who fought in the Great War a century ago. I've come here today for one purpose, to slay you, you little thief. Will you take your own life here, or shall I end it for you? Kill me?" Wang Hao let out a cold laugh, a sudden flash of icy light darting through his eyes. "You're not worthy." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Wang Hao's entire body shot forward from his spot. Almost simultaneously, his soul bridge power enveloped the entire area. Seeing Wang Hao's soul bridge, even the divine heart of Wan Jingzhen couldn't help but skip a beat. Wang Hao's soul bridge was scarcely smaller than his own. This young man possessed such formidable power? Though stunned, the true god Wan Jing quickly let out a cold sneer. "Youngster, your strength is decent enough. But you think you can match me? You're still far too weak. I'll grant you one final choice: kneel before me, become my dog, and serve as my loyal underling from this day forward. I guarantee that once I unify the world, I'll give you half." The Wan Jing divine being remained utterly arrogant, simultaneously unleashing a powerful aura that instantly widened the distance between him and Wang Hao. But as he looked at Wan Jingzhen, a cold smile spread across Wang Hao's lips. Unify the world? A worthless loser who was defeated and died in battle a century ago, does he even have the right to speak such words? The Eastern Sea truly is a nation of trash. Even your ancestors were trash like you. Serving as lackeys? Don't think that just because you've been serving the First Empire like dogs for so long, everyone else enjoys being someone's lapdog like you do. As he spoke, Wang Hao's speed surged once more, charging straight toward Wan Jingzhen. Wan Jingzhen's expression instantly turned ashen. Looking for death. As he spoke, he unleashed a punch straight at Wang Hao. Go head to head? He didn't believe he could lose to Wang Hao. His soul bridge was far larger than Wang Hao's. What right did Wang Hao have to chase him down like this? Feeling the full force of Wan Jingzhen's attack, Wang Hao hesitated not a moment, countering with a direct punch of his own. Instantly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Wang Hao and Wan Jingzhen each staggered back a step. A look of unease instantly flashed across Wan Jingzhen's face. Wang Hao seemed to be his equal. This man's strength completely surpassed his expectations. When had such a formidable presence emerged among the younger generation of the Dragon Nation? As Wang Jingzhen pondered this, Wang Hao had already charged forward once more. This made the true god Wang Jing unable to hold back a curse. Are you out of your mind? In his eyes, once the two fought to the death, even the victor would be gravely wounded. Was Wang Hao really charging headlong into a direct confrontation without considering any other tactics? What on earth was going through his mind? But Wang Hao knew exactly what he was aiming for. What the hell is this divine being Wang Jingzhen nonsense? Put simply, she was nothing more than a loser who had been defeated and died once back in the day. Such a person might possess some strength, but as for his fighting spirit? Absolutely pathetic. Having tasted death once, he fears it more than anyone. And that's precisely what Wang Hao intends to exploit. He intends to fight Wang Jingzhen to the death. What the true god Wang Jing dares not do, he will force the true god Wang Jing to do. Wang Hao understood clearly that Wang Jingzhen's combat experience far surpassed his own. With their raw combat abilities being roughly equal, his only hope for victory lay in completely shattering Wang Jingzhen's mental fortitude. With this resolve, Wang Hao gave himself no time to regroup, relentlessly pursuing Wang Jingzhen with unceasing attacks. And Wang Jingzhen was gradually losing his composure. Originally, in his eyes, his strength far surpassed Wang Hao's. Yet now, with each relentless strike from Wang Hao, fear began to seep into his consciousness. He might die. His power was insufficient to completely crush Wang Hao. At this moment, the divine being Wang Jing's heartbeat raced uncontrollably. He was afraid. Instinctively, the true god of Wang Jing wanted to flee. He was the true god of the East Sea. Even if this attempt to kill Wang Hao failed, it wouldn't affect his standing in the East Sea. He could settle the score with Wang Hao later. Far better than fighting Wang Hao to the death here today. With that thought, the true god Wang Jing snorted coldly, instantly retreating several steps while declaring icily, Wang Hao, I have matters to attend to today. I shan't waste my time with you. I will kill you another day. With that, the true god Wang Jing turned to flee. But the moment he turned to dash away, Wang Hao's figure materialized behind him in an instant. A contemptuous cold laugh escaped Wang Hao's lips. Do you truly believe you can come and go as you please? Before the words had even faded, Wang Hao erupted with explosive speed, charging forward once more. This caused Wang Jingzhen's expression to change once more. Has that kid Wang Hao lost his mind? But he had no choice. Wang Hao was nearly his equal in strength. If he didn't settle this here and now, and let Wang Hao chase him all the way to the East Sea to fight again, he feared Wang Hao would truly endanger countless lives there. No. With such immense losses, he might not even survive to reach the East Sea. After all, once Wang Hao informs the Dragon Nation authorities of his arrival, they'll undoubtedly mobilize massive forces to hunt him down. At his peak, he naturally feared no siege by the Dragon Nation authorities. No matter how many came, he was confident he could slay them all. But the problem was, he now had Wang Hao hot on his heels. To continue fighting like this? Wang Hao would drain his stamina considerably. Though formidable, he was not invincible forever. Once his stamina was depleted and he faced the official forces of the Dragon Nation again? Even as a soul bridge powerhouse, he would surely meet his end. At this thought, the Wang Jing true god dared not flee any further. He instantly intercepted Wang Hao's attack, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Kid, are you sure you want to fight me to the death? Why not? Wang Hao shrugged with a smile, a strange light flickering in his own eyes. You know what? You look like a clown right now. You're clearly terrified, yet you still put on airs and threaten others. Don't you find yourself utterly ridiculous? You're asking for death. At those words, a murderous intent instantly radiated from Wang Jingzhen's body. Boy, you chose this path to ruin yourself. Don't regret it. Chapter 148, laughing at you for not knowing your own doom. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly. I told you you're nothing but a clown. If you truly had the power to kill me, what was that earlier? Just putting on a show? What do you know? Wang Jingzhen clenched her teeth, her eyes flashing with a cold, sinister glint. Killing you comes at a price. Before this, I simply didn't want to go all out. If I truly fought for my life, do you think you, Wang Hao, could survive my hands? This time, even Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. He could sense Wang Jingzhen's confidence. This woman might truly possess some desperate tactic that, in her eyes, could kill Wang Hao. At the very least, if Wang Hao's strength was only what he had just displayed, Wang Jingzhen would certainly be able to kill him. But, so what? Wang Hao smiled, a smile tinged with disdain. His power wasn't limited to that alone. Seeing Wang Hao smile, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Jingzhen's eyes. He dares to smile? I'll see if he can still manage a smile in a moment. As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Wang Jingzhen's body. Before him, a sword gradually materialized from the converging energy. Seeing that sword, Wang Hao's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. This wasn't an energy sword. This was a tangible, physical sword. Where on earth had this sword come from? Wang Jingzhen glared coldly at Wang Hao, her face brimming with smug satisfaction. This is the supreme divine sword I, Wan Jing, obtained back then, the extinction divine sword. This sword has long since fused with my very being. No one can ever take this sword from me. And as long as this sword remains, slaying anyone I desire is no difficult task. As he spoke, the true god Wan Jing seized the sword of extinction. Yet Wang Hao showed no fear, instead letting out a cold laugh. This move of yours, is it meant to drain your remaining years? Otherwise, why didn't you draw this sword to kill me long ago? Wang Jingzhen glared at Wang Hao, her voice as cold as ice. Yes. The sword of annihilation is too powerful. With my strength alone, I cannot suppress it. To wield the sword of annihilation, I must trade my own lifespan for its power. But with the sword of annihilation's might, slaying you requires but a single strike. That won't consume much of my lifespan. And after your death, I shall devour your soul bridge. Once I use this to ascend to a greater realm, all losses today will be acceptable. By the end of his words, even the divine being Wan Jingzhen grew excited. Yet Wang Hao couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Things were absolutely not that simple. Otherwise, given Wan Jingzhen's temperament, he wouldn't have waited until now to challenge me to this duel. His aftereffects were certainly more than just this. And what Wang Hao must do was to stall. Once the aftereffects erupt within Wan Jingzhen's body, Wang Hao will claim victory today. With that thought, Wang Hao hesitated not a moment, charging straight at the true god Wan Jing. This caught Wan Jingzhen off guard, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boy, are you courting death? To come looking for trouble at a time like this? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. I'll see just how long you can keep up your arrogance. With that, the true god Wan Jing raised the silent extinction divine sword in his hand and thrust it straight at Wang Hao. But just then, Wang Hao spun around abruptly and bolted for his life. Boom! The sword strike triggered a violent explosion in the surrounding area. It felt like the earth itself was shaking. The very ground trembled beneath their feet. The power of the Nirvana divine sword was truly terrifying. Yet at this moment, Wan Jingzhen's expression was far from pleased. His very first strike had missed its mark. His body trembled uncontrollably at that very moment. His muscles were twisted and contorted. The consequences of wielding the Nirvana divine sword were far greater than he had imagined. Not only was his lifespan diminishing, but his physical form was struggling to endure. But the divine being Wan Jing had no time for such concerns. Today, he would kill Wang Hao. With a cold snort, Wan Jingzhen charged straight at Wang Hao. This time, he would see how Wang Hao could evade when he took the offensive. Meanwhile, cold sweat drenched Wang Hao's brow. Though he knew the Nirvana divine sword was formidable, Wang Hao's heart still raced when Wan Jingzhen unleashed it. Its power far exceeded his expectations. If struck by this sword, Wang Hao feared he might not survive. Just one strike. That was how terrifying this sword was. Of course, even if it took 2 strikes, the true god Wan Jing would likely meet his end here. Yet Wang Hao had no reason to feel pleased. As Wang Hao sprinted away, he simultaneously gathered a formidable mass of energy before him. He wasn't without desperate measures. His lineage and master were no less formidable than anyone else's. With that thought, Wang Hao let out a cold snort. And just as the divine being Wan Jing was about to reach Wang Hao, die! Wang Hao spun violently around and unleashed a punch. Feeling the energy contained within that punch, the true god Wan Jing couldn't help but change his expression. This wasn't Wang Hao's normal attack power. He must have unleashed some forbidden technique. This strike was barely weaker than the Nirvana divine sword in his own hand. Though furious, the true god Wan Jing had no choice but to instantly raise the extinction divine sword before him, forcibly blocking Wang Hao's strike. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, Wang Hao was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning grim. That single strike had drained over 80% of his energy reserves, leaving his body visibly damaged. It was all for unleashing the most powerful blow he could muster at his current limit. Yet even this strike fell slightly short of the extinction divine sword's power. Had Wan Jingzhen not blocked with the sword of annihilation, he would have suffered severe injury at most, not death. But Wang Hao knew full well that Wan Jingzhen, already weakened, would never dare to risk it. He must have used the annihilation divine sword once more. The current Wan Jingzhen's physical condition was hardly any better than Wang Hao's. And indeed, that was the case. Divine being Wan Jing's muscles were now twisted and contorted, an utterly terrifying sight. His face was deathly pale, radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. Observing Wang Hao's weakened state on the ground, Wan Jingzhen knew he could easily choose to flee. If he fled, Wang Hao would struggle to catch him. But he refused to accept defeat. Even gravely wounded as he was, if he failed to kill Wang Hao, his standing back in the East Sea might be compromised. This was an outcome he could not accept. Today, he would kill Wang Hao. With that resolve, Wan Jingzhen raised the sword of oblivion once more, pointing it directly at Wang Hao. Have you written your last words? Wang Hao slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Wan Jingzhen. A faint smile suddenly touched the corners of his mouth. Wang Jingjin couldn't help but frown. What are you laughing at? Wang Hao licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice slow and deliberate. I laugh because you are about to die, yet you remain utterly unaware. Chapter 149, Slay Wan Jing, Seize the Divine Sword. I'm about to die and don't even know it? Hearing this, the true god Wan Jing burst into laughter. Wang Hao, are you joking? Look at your current state. One more strike from this sword of oblivion in my hand, and you're as good as dead. What gives you the right to speak to me like that? Wang Hao shook his head. The sword of annihilation is powerful, but can you even draw it? If you strike again, who do you think will die first, you or me? Wan Jingjin snorted lightly, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. Then we shall see. No sooner had the words left her lips than the sword in Wan Jingjin's hand shot upward. Boundless energy surged within the sword of annihilation. Clutching it in her right hand, she charged straight toward Wang Hao. In that instant, the aura emanating from Wan Jingjin surged to its absolute limit. His muscles twisted violently, his entire form barely recognizable as human. Even his face seemed to age significantly. Clearly, this third activation of the Annihilation Divine Sword exacted a far greater toll on him than the previous two. Under such immense strain, even Wan Jingjin found it difficult to endure, howling in agony. Yet he gritted his teeth against the excruciating agony, thrusting his sword straight toward Wang Hao. With this strike, he would surely slay Wang Hao. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Wan Jing divine being, Wang Hao did not flinch or retreat. He merely gazed calmly at the divine being Wan Jing across from him, his expression serene as he spoke. You are unworthy of a treasure like the Nirvana divine sword. What? Wan Jingjin's heart skipped a beat. Watching Wang Hao stand motionless before him, a vague unease began to stir within his heart. Wang Hao, what is he planning to do? Is he actually going to use his own body to withstand the silent extinction divine sword's attack? Has he gone mad? And what did his words truly mean? But at this moment, the divine being Wan Jingjin had no time to ponder these questions. His twisted body left him no room for regret. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he hurled the sword of oblivion from his grasp. The blade transformed into a fiery red energy sphere, hurtling straight toward Wang Hao. It slammed into him with overwhelming force, pinning Wang Hao to the ground. Wang Hao had no strength to resist and crashed to the ground. But unlike before, this time Wang Hao spread his arms wide. And from his mouth came a chant. Sword of oblivion, if you possess a spirit, you must know the gulf between him and me. He is unworthy of you, but I am. His mortal form has crumbled, you may now depart and enter my body. From this day forward, you and I shall share in glory. As his words reached their climax, Wang Hao's aura surged dramatically. In that instant, the fiery crimson sword of Nirvana emitted a mournful wail. The aura Wang Hao unleashed in that moment made it painfully clear to the sword the vast chasm between him and the Wan Jing true god. It wasn't merely a matter of their differing strengths. Compared to the true god Wan Jing's withering, aged physical form, Wang Hao was simply too young. And youth meant greater potential, a brighter future. Compared to Wan Jingjin, Wang Hao was the one who truly held the future. At this realization, an unusual aura began to emanate from the extinction divine sword. All the energy previously infused into it by Wan Jingjin was now being absorbed by the sword of annihilation. Instantly, the sword, now a shimmering white light, began to dissolve, gradually merging into Wang Hao's body. No! Goddess Wan Jing let out an agonized howl on the spot. In that moment, he finally understood what Wang Hao intended to do. This bastard was attempting to seize his Nirvana divine sword outright. This severed the very root of Wan Jing's existence. He refused to accept it. Wang Hao, you're courting death. You're courting death. As the words reached their end, the true god Wan Jing let out an agonized howl, the deafening sound echoing throughout the entire small city. Every ounce of his essence now enveloped his physical form without reservation, hurtling straight toward Wang Hao. Since Wang Hao intended to absorb the extinction divine sword, then he would seize this opening to kill Wang Hao first. Today, Wang Hao left him no way out, so he would never spare Wang Hao either. No one would live. No one would be spared. Amidst the furious roar, the divine spirit of 10,000 tranquilities slammed heavily into Wang Hao's physical body. Wang Hao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale in that instant. Yet a faint smile flickered across Wang Hao's face. His voice echoed faintly into Wan Jingjin's ears. Looks like you'll be the first to die. As he spoke, Wang Hao's fist, packed with immense energy, slammed directly into Wan Jingjin's head. Boom! The blow sent the true god of tranquil peace flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His face turned ashen, and his life force began to fade away bit by bit. Yet from his lips came a final, bitter murmur. You'll die too. You won't last much longer. With a body like yours, you dare attempt to fuse with the extinction divine sword? You will die. You will die. As the words faded, Wan Jingjin's body could no longer withstand the terrifying force. It shattered on the spot, reduced to nothingness. Wang Hao lay on the ground, gasping for breath, yet his face showed no trace of excitement. He knew full well that the words spoken by the true god Wan Jing before his death held no falsehood. His current physical form was utterly incapable of withstanding the blazing sword's entry. Moreover, the Sword of Annihilation had long since lost its physical form. It could not survive long without a foundation to anchor itself. Fusion must be achieved swiftly. But forcing the Sword of Annihilation into Wang Hao's body would likely shatter it instantly. Gritting his teeth, a resolute glint suddenly flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Gazing at the Sword of Nirvana, he murmured softly, "Sword of Nirvana, enter my soul bridge. Henceforth, one sword shall cross rivers and seas. One sword shall dominate the world. You shall be the foundation of my soul bridge. Should I attain supreme status, you shall be this world's first sword." The Nirvana Divine Sword was clearly moved by these words. The Nirvana Divine Sword was no ignorant blade. As a divine sword, it understood exactly what a soul bridge was. It also knew precisely what Wang Hao would gain if it became the root of his soul bridge. That would be Wang Hao's most primordial energy. Naturally, it wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. Whoosh! In an instant, the Nirvana Divine Sword leapt high into the air. Wang Hao simultaneously unleashed his soul bridge. The Sword of Annihilation merged seamlessly into the soul bridge. Empowered by its energy, the blade grew larger and larger, eventually spanning the river like a colossal sword bridge. Yet at this moment, the pressure Wang Hao felt was immense. His soul bridge simply wasn't as powerful as the Sword of Annihilation. Now, he even felt as though it had been upstaged. His soul bridge seemed to be dominated by the Sword of Annihilation. This was not the outcome Wang Hao had desired. But all that was beside the point now. Right now, Wang Hao only wanted to sleep. Overwhelmed by intense mental exhaustion after merging with the Sword of Oblivion, Wang Hao could no longer hold on. His eyes slowly closed, and he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Almost simultaneously, a frantic figure rushed out, hands supporting Wang Hao, eyes filled with unease. The one who came. None other than Yun Ninger. Chapter 150, The First Empire Enters the Game. Yun Ninger was utterly panicked at that moment. After escorting everyone to safety, she had arranged for Wan and her mother to stay at her residence before rushing back. After all, it was Wang Hao's prior assistance that had saved Wan and her daughter. To Yun Ninger, Wang Hao was both their benefactor and hers. Without Wang Hao, had she inadvertently caused Wan and her daughter's demise, it would have been an absolute Waterloo for her reputation. For this reason, she had taken a tremendous risk to come here, hoping to see if she could assist Wang Hao in any way. Now, after briefly taking Wang Hao's pulse, Yun Ninger sensed the complexity within his body. Countless energies surged chaotically within his body, his vital force in utter disarray, and his spirit utterly despondent. Counting on Wang Hao to save himself, who knows how long that would take. And now, the only one who could help Wang Hao was her. With that thought, Yun Ninger hesitated not a moment. Using her petite frame, she forcibly hoisted Wang Hao onto her back and carried him step by step back to her home. After placing him on the bed and dismissing everyone else, Yun Ninger quietly began performing acupuncture on Wang Hao while simultaneously preparing his medicinal decoction. Today, she would spare no effort to heal Wang Hao. At the same time, news spread across the entire world. After all, the revival of the divine being Wan Jingzhen was no small matter. The First Empire, the Second Empire, the Northern Kingdom, the Eastern Sea, and even the Dragon Kingdom were all closely monitoring the situation. Though seemingly unknown to the public, countless individuals worldwide were already employing every means to probe for information about Wang Hao's battle with the Wan Jing true god. Naturally, the Dragon Nation was the first to receive the news. And now, a report from the Dragon Nation has spread to the highest echelons of every nation. Wang Hao has slain Wan Jing of the East Sea near the northern border of the Dragon Nation. The news sent shockwaves across the land. The northeastern front of the Northern Kingdom immediately retreated 100 li, barricading themselves behind closed doors and hastily fortifying their walls, too fearful to confront the Dragon Nation. After all, Wang Hao had only stirred up this trouble because he was fighting on behalf of the Northern Kingdom. Even if the Northern Kingdom's ruler plotted against Wang Hao again, a being capable of slaying the true god Wan Jing was not someone they could afford to offend. Everything would be decided after Wang Hao truly clashed with the Eastern Sea. Only then would the Northern Kingdom make its move. But for now? Losing a bit of face is no great matter. Upon receiving the news, the Second Empire immediately relayed the matter to the patriarch of the Buddhist sect. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the Buddha master's eyes. Wang Hao was a man not to be underestimated. To slay that good-for-nothing Wan Jing, his strength is no small feat. Beside him, a Buddhist disciple couldn't help but interject, "Buddhist patriarch, this man even killed Wan Jing. Could it be that he has already?" He dared not finish his thought, his tension palpable. After all, their own patriarch was only at the Soul Bridge realm. If Wang Hao truly reached a higher realm, it would be nothing but trouble. Yet the Buddha master shook his head gently. No. If he were stronger, after killing Wan Jing, he would have immediately headed to the East Sea to slay the East Sea Kingdom's ruler, shocking the entire world. That was Wang Hao's signature style. But he did not. He vanished. If my guess is correct, this man either died at Wan Jing's hands, taking her with him in a mutual destruction, or he's gravely wounded and undergoing treatment. Either way, his strength is at best on par with Wan Jing's, nowhere near terrifying enough to make me fear him. As he spoke, the Buddha master radiated absolute confidence. The Buddhist monk beside him couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. Indeed, given Wang Hao's temperament, if he truly possessed such power, he would have long since sent the East Sea to the bottom. Why would he remain as calm as he is now? Wang Hao. The Buddha murmured the name softly. If this man were truly as he seemed, keeping him around would pose no threat. East Sea. Upon hearing the news, the ruler of Donghai turned deathly pale. He never imagined that the mighty Wanjing divine god, who had departed with such confidence, would meet his end at the hands of Wang Hao. Hours had passed since the Dragon Kingdom issued its report, yet his agents there still found no trace of the true god Wanjing. True god Wanjing was most likely truly dead. For the Eastern Sea Kingdom, this was an utterly insurmountable predicament. After all, whether Wang Hao was gravely wounded or only slightly injured, as long as he remained alive, once recovered, he would surely come to the East Sea to cause trouble. That was simply Wang Hao's temperament. The Eastern Sea, especially its ruler, now stood on shaky ground, teetering on the brink of a brutal demise at any moment. Beside him, a subordinate whispered, "Your Majesty, should we seek another audience with the Second Empire?" Many nodded in agreement. In their eyes, the Second Empire was their greatest ally. If they could secure the Second Empire's support, especially that of the Buddhist sect, they might just use the Eastern Sea region to trap and eliminate Wang Hao. Yet the Eastern Sea King clenched his fists and shook his head. "It's useless. The Buddhist sect won't come to our aid again." As he spoke, the Eastern Sea King's eyes blazed with fury. He knew all too well the Second Empire and the Buddhist sect's true intentions. Their previous assistance in reviving the Wanjing true god served two purposes: first, to gauge Wang Hao's strength; second, to use the East Sea as a battlefield to confront Wang Hao. Now that the true god Wanjing was dead, Wang Hao would inevitably target the Eastern Sea. Forcing the Eastern Sea to commit its entire nation's strength to a mutually assured destruction with Wang Hao was precisely what they wanted to see. Even if Wang Hao survived, he would likely be gravely wounded. Then, with Wang Hao gravely wounded and fleeing from the East Sea, they would have ample opportunity to eliminate him. That is precisely what they desire. As for aiding the Eastern Sea and resisting Wang Hao within its borders, that would bring them absolutely no benefit. Neither the Buddhist sect nor the Second Empire would ever do such a thing. After a long silence, a cold gleam suddenly flashed in the Eastern Sea King's eyes. "Proclaim it to the world. I shall personally journey to the First Empire to pay my respects to its sovereign and negotiate matters of alliance and cooperation." The First Empire? At these words, the expressions of the assembled ministers shifted dramatically. Relations between the First Empire and the East Sea were hardly amicable. 100 years ago, during the Great Turmoil, Wanjing had perished at the hands of a First Empire warrior. Under such circumstances, the East Sea seeking aid from the First Empire? Many ministers below even felt it was a disgrace. Yet the Eastern Sea King gritted his teeth, his voice cold and grim. "We have no choice. Either Wang Hao annihilates us all, or invite the First Empire into the fray. Which path do you choose?" The First Empire had always stood aloof, looking down on the world. They had never held the United Council in any regard. Rumors even suggest the United Council was established with the First Empire's behind-the-scenes manipulation. Now, with the Dragon Nation at its center, other nations are embroiled in chaotic warfare, and behind it all, the First Empire's shadow looms large. Yet they themselves have never entered the fray. Do you truly believe this benefits the East Sea? We've been nothing but pawns in the First Empire's game. And we've gained nothing in return. If that's the case, why not proactively become that pawn? It may cost us our pride, but it ensures our survival. Which path will you choose? For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. Though agonizing, not a single minister of the Eastern Sea dared to object. They all knew this was indeed the best and only choice available now. Chapter 151, The Unexpected. Observing the silent ministers below, the king of Donghai sighed softly, his voice heavy with resignation. "So be it. I too would rather not beg them, but compared to the annihilation of our nation, this is our best and only choice." All bowed their heads, speechless, yet their eyes were filled with anguish. Bowing to the First Empire. This was the last thing the Eastern Sea Kingdom wished to see. Yet now, they had no other choice. The strategic cooperation between Donghai and the First Empire was quickly established. The entire process took less than 2 hours. The reason for such swift agreement was straightforward. The East Sea had shamefully signed countless agreements. For instance, the most crucial clause allowed the First Empire's powerful figures to directly purchase residences in the East Sea for long-term settlement. Moreover, while maintaining their status as First Empire elites, they could simultaneously hold official positions within the East Sea. Their status was no small matter. In other words, the East Sea is no longer a sovereign nation, it has become a co-governed state with the First Empire. Calling it a vassal state or colony. wouldn't be far off the mark. Throughout the East Sea, cries of despair echoed everywhere. Yet they are utterly powerless. For survival, this is their only choice. And now, as news from the East Sea poured in one after another, Huang Chang, here in the Dragon Kingdom, stared at the reports before him, his eyes flickering with an unusual expression. Standing beside him at that very moment was none other than Peng Yuehua. This entire affair had begun with the new moon, drawing both of these top-tier figures of the Dragon Nation into its vortex. Seeing the shifting landscape, both wore expressions of profound complexity. Had Wang Hao survived, the Dragon Nation would have emerged victorious. Not only would the northern frontier forces have retreated, but the eastern sea would have suffered heavy losses, and the Second Empire would have expended vast resources. Yet the First Empire's intervention had complicated matters. On the surface, the First Empire's elite forces had entered the East Sea to aid its defense against Wang Hao's invasion. Yet their continued presence posed a grave threat to the Dragon Nation's Eastern Theater Command. The Eastern Dragon Nation had previously been relatively unchallenged, as the Eastern Sea's national strength was negligible. The entire Eastern Theater's combat strength was inferior to the former Northeast Front. But now, with the First Empire's involvement, the situation had grown considerably more complicated. After a long silence, Peng Yuehua suddenly spoke in a deep voice. If Wang Hao were still alive, the turmoil in the East Sea would resolve itself. How would that be resolved? Huang Chang frowned. With the First Empire now involved, Wang Hao rushing into the East Sea would likely only lead to his death. But Peng Yuehua shook his head gently. He needn't do anything. Simply by going to the East Sea, chaos will erupt there of its own accord. Without intervention, who could capture him? Not even a Soul Bridge powerhouse. How could an Eastern Sea consumed by internal strife possibly threaten the eastern borders of our Dragon Nation? Huang Chang grasped the implication the moment the words left Peng's mouth. But soon, a bitter expression returned to his face. That may be true, but is Wang Hao truly still alive? After his battle with Wan Jing, he vanished without a trace. Our men searched the area extensively, yet not even his body was found. No body means he's still alive. A flicker of emotion crossed Peng Yuehua's eyes. A man like him would die spectacularly if he were to die at all. I've seen him. I know how deeply he loves his wife and daughter. If he were to die, he would spare no cost to return to his wife and daughter before his final breath, to be with them and spend his last moments. His failure to return to the Dark Dragon Hall speaks volumes. Huang Chang nodded slightly. Huang Chang understood Wang Hao's devotion to his wife and daughter. Wang Hao's fury toward Xin Yue stemmed entirely from his devotion to his wife and daughter. Now that Wang Hao hadn't returned to the Dark Dragon Hall and no body had been found, it was likely he was still alive and not on the brink of death. But where exactly was he? Peng Yuehua gritted his teeth and declared, I'll search the area near where he fought Wan Jing. I'll search personally. I refuse to believe we can't find a single clue. Huang Chang hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. This matter is of the utmost importance. Peng Yuehua going himself is not out of the question. After some thought, Huang Chang said in a solemn tone, prepare some medicinal pills to take with him. If he needs them, give them to him. This is our best chance to build trust with him. Peng Yuehua paused, then nodded lightly in agreement. When it came to understanding human nature, Huang Chang clearly had far more insight than he did. Watching Peng Yuehua's retreating figure, Huang Chang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wang Hao. If this man lives, he will be a blessing to the Dragon Nation, a peril to the East Sea, and even the root cause of chaos for the First Empire. Within the Dark Dragon Hall. Upon learning of Wang Hao's disappearance, Chu Xiaoyun felt utterly bewildered. Yet she knew staying here was the wisest choice. Otherwise, if anything happened to her while Wang Hao remained unharmed, it would be the greatest harm to him. Mengmeng, however, kept reassuring Chu Xiaoyun. Daddy will be fine. Daddy is the strongest. Listening to Mengmeng's words, Chu Xiaoyun could only smile bitterly to herself. If it were any other matter, she would naturally believe Wang Hao could handle it. But this time, Wang Hao had offended several nations. The Northern Kingdom, the Eastern Sea, even the Second Empire. To stand alone against multiple nations? Who could possibly have such power? At Yun Ninger's residence, Wang Hao had been unconscious for over 12 hours. It was now dawn, the sky bright, yet Yun Ninger had not slept. She remained by Wang Hao's side, constantly monitoring his condition, checking his pulse and recording it every 10 minutes. Simultaneously, she kept replacing the herbal decoction she was preparing for him to drink. Acupuncture, massage. Every skill Yun Ninger possessed was poured wholeheartedly into Wang Hao's recovery. At this moment, as she carefully buttoned Wang Hao's clothes, a faint blush spread across Yun Ninger's fair face. Though she called it treatment, after wiping the blood from his body and performing acupuncture and massage, touching his unprecedentedly powerful muscles and gazing upon his imposing physique, Yun Ninger couldn't help but feel her heart race. She had never seen a man with such a sexy, commanding physique. Crucially, since Wang Hao was unconscious, administering medicine was inconvenient, forcing her to feed him by mouth. Each intimate moment, though Wang Hao remained oblivious, made Yun Ninger's heart feel like it was leaping out of her throat. This was her first time sharing such intimate contact with a man. Her face flushed, Yun Ninger prepared a pot of medicine. After letting it cool, she did as before, holding the medicine in her mouth, she leaned toward Wang Hao. Gently prying open his lips, she fed the medicine drop by drop into his mouth. But this time, before Yun Ninger could withdraw, she suddenly sensed something unusual. Wang Hao moved. That fleeting contact sent a blush creeping up Yun Ninger's cheeks all the way to her neck. Nervously, she tried to stand up. But the more nervous she became, the more likely she was to make a mistake. Yun Ninger's entire body tumbled forward, landing directly on top of Wang Hao. Chapter 152, Blind Date. In that moment, Yun Ninger's breath quickened uncontrollably. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she tried to push herself up with her hands. But remembering that Wang Hao hadn't fully recovered, she dared not place her hands directly on him. Paralyzed by nervousness, she trembled all over, unable to speak. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at Yun Ninger before him. He had vaguely sensed Yun Ninger administering treatment. Yet when he truly awoke, he never imagined it would be like this. Yun Ninger was pressed against his lips like this. The most crucial thing was that she had just saved him. Before he could figure out what exactly Yun Ninger meant by this, Wang Hao felt too awkward to push her away. What if Yun Ninger actually intended to kiss him? What was he supposed to do then? At that moment, Wang Hao felt utterly awkward and could only wait for Yun Ninger to make the first move. Yun Ninger was just a doctor, not some superhuman. In such an awkward position, she struggled to get up. Each straining effort only brought her lips closer and closer to Wang Hao's. Finally, tears welled up in Yun Ninger's eyes. What kind of karma had she brought upon herself? She just wanted to get up. Why was she now locked in such a fierce kiss with Wang Hao? With each collision, Wang Hao's breathing grew increasingly ragged. She truly hadn't meant for this to happen. Seeing Yun Ninger cry, Wang Hao finally snapped out of it. He quickly helped her up, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, "Thank you." Wang Hao meant to thank Yun Ninger for treating him. But hearing Wang Hao's words now, Yun Ninger nearly choked on her own blood. Was that really the appropriate thing to say at a time like this? Yun Ninger even felt like he was thanking her for kissing him and making him feel good. Realizing the awkwardness of his words, Wang Hao forced himself to stand despite the pain, saying with a hint of resignation, "That's not what I meant. You saved my life this time. There's anything I can do for you. Anything at all, as long as it's within my capabilities." Wang Hao looked utterly sincere. Yun Ninger couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Clearly, she hadn't expected Wang Hao to say something like this. For the vast majority of people in this world, this was an incredibly exciting proposition. Wang Hao's capabilities could fulfill almost anyone's dreams. But Yun Ninger stood frozen in place for a long moment, unsure how to respond. It seemed she truly had no dreams that needed Wang Hao's help to achieve. Just as Yun Ninger remained silent, her phone suddenly rang. "Mom, what's wrong?" Yun Ninger's father's family had always been in the medical profession. Her father had no objections whatsoever to her following in the family footsteps and becoming a doctor. But Yun Ninger's mother was deeply dissatisfied with this. After all, Yun Ninger was a girl, and she was already this age. Not only had she never been married, she hadn't even dated anyone. And now she's leaving the big city to move to the small town? How could she possibly accept that? After all, there were bound to be more eligible young men in the big city than in this small town. Hearing Yun Ninger's words over the phone, her mother, Zhang Lan, immediately snapped back. "What about me? You ungrateful child, you just don't understand. Listen to me, I'm heading to your place right now. I'm coming to pick you up." "Pick me up?" Yun Ninger froze. "Pick me up for what?" Zhang Lan snapped impatiently, "You can't even find a boyfriend yourself? Does your mother have no responsibility to help you? I've booked a hotel in the city. I'm taking you on a blind date right now. The young master from the Hua family in Mo Bay City is an absolutely prime catch. You'd better make the most of this opportunity. Got it?" As she spoke, Zhang Lan glared at Yun Ninger, her face flushed with anger. Yun Ninger froze in place. "Mom, I don't want a blind date. Enough with the nonsense. I'll be there soon. We'll talk when we meet." Zhang Lan hung up without another word. Yun Ninger stood frozen for a long moment, unable to process it. Was she really going on a blind date? And worst of all, with someone she had absolutely no interest in? How could this be? In that moment, Yun Ninger was so flustered she stomped her foot. Wang Hao watched Yun Ninger and couldn't help but chuckle. "In trouble? How about I help you out?" With Wang Hao's keen hearing, he'd naturally overheard Yun Ninger's earlier conversation with Zhang Lan. To him, the Hua family of Northern Desert City was insignificant. He could simply have Wen Qingxue make a phone call, and they would guarantee the matchmaking would be cancelled immediately, temporarily solving Yun Ninger's urgent problem. But hearing Wang Hao's words, Yun Ninger immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion. "Right. There's you. Go take a shower and get yourself together. Later, pretend to be my boyfriend and fool my mom. Put. Wang Hao nearly choked on his water. What the hell? Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He already has a daughter and now he's supposed to pretend to be someone's boyfriend? Was that even appropriate? But Yun Ninger couldn't care less about that now. She practically dragged Wang Hao to his feet. Go take a shower. You stink to high heaven. My mom will come over soon and she'll be disgusted. Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. What if your mom actually takes a liking to me? He was genuinely terrified of that possibility. What if Shanlan actually took a liking to him as a potential son-in-law? What if she started asking questions and discovered he was already married with a child? Wouldn't that cause a huge scandal? What if Shanlan went to confront Chu Xiaoyun? Where would Wang Hao's face be then?
Yun Ninger froze for a moment, then shook her head firmly.
No way. Once this fuss blows over, I'll just tell her you're infertile and can't have kids. My mom will drop it for sure. Wang Hao. Be a decent human being. At that moment, Wang Hao was genuinely speechless. What kind of reasoning is that? Wang Hao massaged his temples, sighing helplessly. Fine, I'll use a fake name. This is too embarrassing. From now on, call me Wang Dong. With that, Wang Hao walked straight into the bathroom beside him, turned on the water, and took a shower. But after finishing his shower, Wang Hao suddenly froze in place. He hadn't brought any clean clothes. His previous clothes had all been torn to shreds during the fight. Only half of his underwear remained, and it was completely bloodstained. He couldn't possibly wear that, could he? Left with no choice, Wang Hao opened the door and poked his head out, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Miss Yun, could you possibly buy me a set of clothes? Including underwear. Yun Ninger froze for a moment, then her face flushed crimson instantly. But remembering her mother was about to arrive, she had no choice. She steeled herself, went to a nearby store, and bought a suit, a white shirt, and underwear, returning to help Wang Hao get dressed. Seeing Wang Hao dressed in the suit, Yun Ninger couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He'd always dressed plainly before, and she hadn't been particularly drawn to him. But now, dressed in a suit, he made her heart race uncontrollably. Wang Hao really was quite handsome. Just as Yun Ninger was lost in thought, there was a sudden knock at the door. Outside, Zhang Lan's voice called out. Xiao Ninger, open the door. Hurry up, we're going back to Mo Bay City for a matchmaking event. Chapter 153, You've gone too far. Yun Ninger felt like she had three heads. She glanced at Wang Hao, who had already changed his clothes, and whispered, Don't say anything out of turn later. You promised to help me. Wang Hao nodded reluctantly, saying nothing more. Yun Ninger walked over and opened the door. Seeing Zhang Lan outside, her expression grew complicated. Mom, I really can't go on a blind date today. Zhang Lan cut her off immediately. What do you mean you can't go? Even if your legs were broken, I'd push you there myself. How old are you? You don't even have a boyfriend. What kind of example is that? Her words were laced with disappointment, as if scolding an uncooperative child. She didn't expect Yun Ninger to marry some big shot who would bring her benefits. Rather, from the perspective of a woman of her age's values, it was far too late and far too inappropriate for Yun Ninger to still be unmarried at this stage of her life. If she doesn't marry soon, she'll be in advanced maternal age when she has children. That's unthinkable. Now was Yun Ninger's prime time to be sought after. If she delayed any longer, she might end up with no one wanting her. The thought alone made Zhang Lan anxious. That was precisely why she had arranged everything for Yun Ninger today. Yun Ninger shook her head. Mom, that's not what I meant. I mean, I already have a boyfriend, how could I possibly go on blind dates with other people? That's just not right, is it? You have a boyfriend? Zhang Lan froze. When did Yun Ninger find a boyfriend? How come she didn't know? Hello, Auntie. Wang Hao emerged, feeling somewhat awkward. No matter how formidable the enemy he faced, even someone like Wan Jing, Wang Hao never felt fear. Instead, a thrill stirred within him. That was the yearning a strong fighter felt for battles at this level. But ask him to face Zhang Lan? He really didn't know what to say. He'd never even met his mother-in-law. Not even Chu Xiaoyun's mother had he ever met. As for Chu Xiaoyun's other relatives, Wang Hao felt no respect whatsoever toward them. Now, facing Zhang Lan, Wang Hao felt slightly awkward. But he quickly composed himself and introduced himself in a low voice. My name is Wang Dong. I'm Ninger's boyfriend. You? Zhang Lan looked at Wang Hao with some surprise. Dressed in that suit, Wang Hao actually looked quite the part. Anyone seeing him dressed like this would think he was a very dependable person. Handsome, classy, mature and steady. Few mothers-in-law wouldn't like someone like that. Looking at Wang Hao before her, Zhang Lan maintained her composure and asked in a low voice, What do you do, young man? Both Wang Hao and Yun Ninger were taken aback. They hadn't really had time to discuss this beforehand. Wang Hao had no idea what kind of profession Zhang Lan hoped he would have. Yun Ninger, however, quickly regained her composure and hurriedly explained, Wang Hao's family runs a business too. They're quite well off. Wang Hao's lips twitched slightly. His family? He'd never even met his own parents. He'd been raised entirely within the Dark Dragon Hall. You say his family is well off? If Xianlan were to suddenly demand to meet Wang Hao's parents later, all his boasts would be blown to smithereens. But Wang Hao didn't argue. He merely said indifferently, just some small business ventures, nothing worth mentioning. Zhang Lan didn't question it. If Wang Hao had claimed his family ran some grand enterprise, Zhang Lan might have been suspicious. But with Wang Hao phrasing it this way, she found nothing amiss. These days, there were countless people running small businesses. Since Wang Hao's family was involved in such ventures, she saw no reason to question it. Still, Zhang Lan frowned slightly and murmured, "Young man, it's not that I have any issue with you. It's just that this time, I've already made arrangements with Master Waiting-chun of the Hua family. If Ninger doesn't go, I'm afraid the Hua family might." At this point, Zhang Lan felt a pang of regret. Had she known earlier that Yun Ninger had her own romantic interests, she wouldn't have meddled so much, nor would she have gone out of her way to introduce potential suitors. But now, she had already made arrangements with Hua Dingchun. If she didn't go, the consequences would be far beyond what their small Yun family could bear. Wang Hao noticed Zhang Lan's distress. He considered offering to make a call himself, but he had just mentioned running a small business. If he suddenly changed his story, it would only arouse Zhang Lan's suspicion. Beside them, Yun Ninger also felt at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Zhang Lan spoke up. "Young man, why don't you accompany Ninger and come with me to meet young Master Waiting-chun? We'll offer our apologies. What do you think?" An apology? Wang Hao froze in surprise. Under normal circumstances, Wang Hao would have refused outright. But putting himself in her shoes, if Yun Ninger really had a boyfriend, and Hua Dingchun had agreed to the blind date without knowing about it, then it made sense for this boyfriend to apologize on behalf of Yun Ninger's family. If he refused now, he feared Zhang Lan might fly into a rage and force Yun Ninger into the arranged meeting. Then, either Wang Hao's identity would be exposed, or the charade they were putting on would be revealed. Either way, it wouldn't be good for Yun Ninger. Wang Hao glanced at Yun Ninger, seeing only bitterness and pleading in her eyes. Clearly, she understood the gravity of the situation. Though she knew it was unreasonable to expect someone of Wang Hao's stature to accompany her to apologize, Yun Ninger had no other options at this point. Seeing her reaction, Wang Hao couldn't help but give a wry smile. He nodded. "Alright, I'll listen to Auntie." After all, Yun Ninger had saved him. In his entire life, Wang Hao had never liked owing anyone anything. A debt of life-saving grace was easily repaid by merely apologizing on someone else's behalf and making a fool of himself. Yun Ninger immediately exhaled a long breath of relief. Zhang Lan smiled and said, "Good job, young man. If you can handle this matter well, I'll feel at ease in trusting Ninger to you." Yun Ninger's face flushed slightly, and she said nothing more. Soon, the three of them hailed a taxi and headed straight for Mo Bay City. Though Mo Bay City was a frontier town near the northern border, it couldn't compare to a true first-tier metropolis. Even compared to Jianling, it fell slightly short. The harsh cold still took its toll on the lives of its residents. Upon their return, the trio headed straight to the hotel Zhang Lan had booked, bypassing other destinations. As they ascended the floor, Zhang Lan reiterated the point. Wang Dong, Master Waiting-chun, is one of the most prominent figures in Mo Bay City. Under no circumstances should you show him any disrespect later. It wouldn't be good for your family either, understand? Zhang Lan clearly still cared deeply for Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled and nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry, Auntie. I won't do anything reckless. From what I see, you've already messed up." Before she could finish, a heavy, cold snort echoed through the air. A man in his 30s strode out, glaring coldly at Wang Hao. His voice dripped with icy fury. "Stealing the woman from Waiting-chun? Kid, you've got some nerve." Chapter 154, Get Down on Your Knees. Waiting-chun was a man in his 30s. Dressed in a sharp suit, he exuded an air of sophistication. Hands tucked into his pockets, he looked handsome yet arrogant, the quintessential dashing middle-aged man, clearly a successful figure. As he approached, Zhang Lan hurried to greet him. "Mr. Hua, this way please. I'm so sorry, so very sorry. This whole mess is my fault." This old woman didn't understand and acted rashly. "Blame me if you must. Come, let me offer you a toast." Her words dripped with flattery as she beamed, then stepped forward to pull out a chair for Hua Dingchun. Hua Dingchun accepted without hesitation, crossing his legs after sitting down. His gaze lingered briefly on Wang Hao before settling firmly on Yun Ninger. Today, Yun Ninger had dressed formally for the meal, though it wasn't a blind date. Before leaving, she'd specifically changed into a long dress. Though her figure was modestly covered, Yun Ninger radiated an irresistible charm. Her beauty was enough to stir the heart of any man. Upon seeing Yun Ninger, a flicker of something unusual passed through Hua Dingchun's eyes. Previously, he had only seen her photographs. Since Yun Ninger disliked having her picture taken and never wore makeup or dressed up, her photos appeared pretty but not particularly stunning. Many girls, after photo editing and makeup, were no less than her. But seeing her in person? Even Hua Dingchun couldn't help but feel his heart race. Yun Ninger was the epitome of someone who looked even more stunning in person than in photographs. Her vibrant presence even gave off an ethereal, fairy-like aura. Her flawless complexion, perfect features, and oval face were the kind of beauty others could only achieve through photo editing. Combined with her profession as a doctor and her refined demeanor, she was enough to make any man's heart race. After a brief silence, Hua Dingchuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he gazed at Yun Ninger. Truthfully, Miss Yun Ninger's beauty had long been etched deep within my heart. Ever since Aunt Zhanglan arranged for me to meet her, I had fallen deeply in love with Miss Yun Ninger. Yet today you tell me Miss Yun Ninger already has a boyfriend. This is something I find very hard to let go of. Zhanglan hurriedly said, Young Master Hua, whatever we can do to compensate you, we will do our utmost. Yun Ninger nodded in agreement. Young Master Hua, my mother was indeed in the wrong this time. Whatever you desire, just say the word. As she spoke, Yun Ninger glanced at Wang Hao. Though reluctant, Wang Hao could only say, Go ahead, Mr. Hua. As long as your demands are reasonable, we won't refuse. Hua Dingchun snorted coldly. My demand is simple. Since Miss Yun Ninger was sent to meet me, she should accompany me for the night. After tonight, we'll never interfere with each other again. How does that sound? At these words, Yun Ninger's face instantly turned ashen. Though Hua Dingchun hadn't specified what exactly he wanted to do, seeing his expression, how could Yun Ninger not guess? This bastard just wants to toy with her body. Even Zhang Lan couldn't help but interject, Young Master Hua, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wang Hao frowned and added, I said it had to be a reasonable request. Your demand is simply too excessive. Excessive? Hua Dingchun leaned back in his chair, a wicked grin curling his lips. Fine. I'm not unreasonable. Since you refuse to let Miss Yun Ninger accompany me for the night, let's settle this with money instead. You've wasted my time and ruined my matchmaking plans. How about 8 million yuan as compensation? 8 million? You've got to be kidding. Yun Ninger's face instantly paled. Since starting her medical practice, she'd barely charged any fees and had virtually no savings. Though the Yun family owned some businesses, coughing up 8 million yuan at once would practically drain them dry. Such compensation was simply beyond their means. Wei Dingchun sneered. What? Think it's too much? If you can't pay, then Miss Yun Ninger can accompany me for one night. 8 million for one night, not a bad deal, is it? As he spoke, Hua Dingchuan's gaze toward Yun Ninger already held a hint of predatory intent. In his eyes, this woman would sooner or later become his bed toy. But no sooner had he finished speaking. Wang Hao suddenly spoke up in a leisurely tone. Fine. We'll compensate young Master Hua 8 million. Give me your card number, and I'll transfer it to you. From this day forward, the Yun family and Miss Yun owe you nothing. At these words, Yun Ninger, Zhang Lan, and Hua Dingchun all froze in shock. No one had expected Wang Hao to take responsibility for such a major incident. Zhang Lan covered her mouth, utterly speechless with disbelief. This was 8 million yuan. Wasn't Wang Hao's family just running a small business? And he was willing to fork over 8 million for Yun Ninger in one go? Just how much does this young man love Yun Ninger? Yun Ninger was also a bit dazed. But upon reflection, she understood. For someone as powerful as Wang Hao, securing 8 million yuan was a breeze. To him, 8 million was practically nothing. Solving this current problem was all that mattered. For a moment, Yun Ninger felt a strange sensation. It felt as though she was utterly unworthy of Wang Hao. Even Hua Dingchun was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Hao to be willing to shell out 8 million yuan for Yun Ninger like that. But after a brief moment of shock, he let out another heavy, cold snort. My apologies, I misspoke earlier. Not 8 million, 38 million. Hua Dingchun, is this extortion? Yun Ninger couldn't help but blurt out the accusation. Zhang Lan frowned and said, Young Master Hua, you clearly stated 8 million just now. How can you? Hua Dingchun raised his hand to cut her off, his face brimming with arrogance. What right do you have to bargain with me? I said 38 million, and that's what it is. Kid, you're so eager to spend money on Yun Ninger, right? Come on, hand over the cash. Transfer 38 million, and I'll spare the Yun family. How about it? Seeing Hua Dingchuan's arrogant demeanor, Wang Hao froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. He tucked away the phone he'd just pulled out to make the transfer, sat down across from Hua Dingchun, crossed his legs, and drawled, in that case, I've made my decision. Today, you won't get a single penny. And don't even think about touching Yun Ninger for the rest of your life. What a joke. Hua Dingchun snorted coldly. Kid, who do you think you are? You think just because you say I can't get the money or touch Yun Ninger, I won't get the money or touch her? Not only that. Wang Hao spoke coldly, I also want you to kneel down and kowtow to Yun Ninger to apologize. At those words, Hua Dingchuan's face turned ashen. He slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet, pointing at Wang Hao and bellowing, Kid, you're asking for it. Zhang Lan also looked slightly flustered. But Wang Hao merely smiled as he watched Hua Dingchun, murmuring softly. Kneel. Chapter 155, Now, I can slaughter you. Kneel?
Hua Dingchun froze for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Kid, are you trying to make a joke here? You want me to kneel? What gives you the right? What the hell do you think you are? I won't kneel today, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Watching Hua Dingchun's arrogance, Wang Hao gave a light snort. Suddenly, he raised his hand and gently slapped downward through the air.
Instantly. Bang!
Hua Dingchun crashed to his knees on the floor, his knees slamming hard against the tiles. The pain made him howl in agony. His face turned deathly pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body shook uncontrollably.
He couldn't even speak.
Zhang Lan, standing nearby, was also startled. She couldn't fathom how Wang Hao had managed to make Hua Dingchun kneel out of thin air.
Hua Dingchun himself looked utterly bewildered.
Only Yun Ninger, gazing at Wang Hao now, held a hint of something unusual flickering in her eyes. She knew Wang Hao possessed the ability to accomplish all this. Yet when Wang Hao did these things for her, it still made her heart race.
What woman could resist the sheer charm of a man doing all this for her? Shaking her head, Yun Ninger said nothing more.
Meanwhile, Hua Dingchun was slowly coming to his senses. Glaring at Wang Hao, he gritted his teeth and spat. So that's why you were so confident, you little bastard.
You're a martial artist? So what if I'm a martial artist? Kid, do you even know who I am?
I'm the young master of the Hua family.
The entire Hua family supports countless powerful warriors. How dare you speak to me like this? You better believe I'll call them over and have you dead here in minutes.
By the end, Hua Dingchun was practically screaming.
The excruciating pain in his knee fueled his rage to the boiling point. Only by killing Wang Hao could he quench this inferno of fury. But Wang Hao, upon hearing this, remained unruffled.
Crossing his legs, he said leisurely, then go ahead and call them. Since I'm here to settle things today, I'll make sure it's settled once and for all.
You, your father, anyone in your family, call everyone you can.
I'll make it clear, one comes, I take one down.
Come two, I'll take them both down.
I'd love to see just how many people your Hua family can actually bring in. Wang Hao's arrogant words made Zhang Lan cover her mouth in shock. She turned to look at Yun Ninger, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Hadn't Yun Ninger said Wang Hao was just a small-time businessman? Why was he now acting so arrogantly in front of Hua Dingchun, completely disregarding his face? Where did he get the nerve?
Even Hua Dingchun was momentarily stunned. But after only a brief silence, Hua Dingchun let out a cold laugh. Kid, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being unkind. As he spoke, Hua Dingchun pulled out his phone and dialed a number. On the call, Hua Dingchun wept bitterly, his tears streaming down his face.
Only after a torrent of sobbing did he hang up. His gaze fell upon Wang Hao, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Kid, just wait. My father will be here with reinforcements soon. When he arrives, you're as good as dead.
As he spoke, Hua Dingchun radiated sheer arrogance.
But Wang Hao remained utterly calm.
He sat quietly in his chair, legs crossed, his face a mask of indifference. His attitude was clear, let Hua Dingchun go find his men.
Wang Hao feared nothing. This left Zhang Lan feeling a bit flustered.
She tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve and said, Wang Dong, don't you like this? She didn't even know how to put it into words. Behind Hua Dingchun stood the Hua family, one of the most powerful clans in all of Mo Bay City.
How could Wang Hao possibly stand a chance against such a clan? Wasn't he even thinking about how to escape?
Worst of all, if anything happened to Wang Hao, it would surely drag the Yun family down with him. At this thought, Zhang Lan couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Yun Ninger beside her. But Yun Ninger gently shook her head and murmured, Mom, if we're going to resolve this, let's resolve it completely. Better than leaving ourselves with hidden dangers down the road.
Zhang Lan froze. She could sense Yun Ninger's trust in Wang Hao. But she couldn't trust Wang Hao. That was the Hua family. If Wang Hao really angered them, wouldn't it be the Yun family who suffered in the end?
With that thought, Zhang Lan immediately dialed Yun Xiao, Yun Ninger's father, and explained the situation in a low voice.
Before long, Yun Xiao arrived first.
Seeing Hua Dingchun still kneeling on the ground, cold sweat instantly broke out on Yun Xiao's forehead. He stepped forward and pulled Hua Dingchun up, saying, Young Master Hua, my daughter is ignorant. Would you please get up first?
Get up? Hua Dingchun flung Yun Xiao's hand away. This is what your Yun family's chosen son-in-law ordered me to do to kneel. How could I possibly get up? I must let my father see that I've been kneeling all this time. Hua Dingchun's stance made Yun Xiao's heart sink.
He couldn't help but plead, Young Master Hua, my Yun family truly has no intention of antagonizing you or the Hua family.
That brat he doesn't represent my Yun family.
As he spoke, Yun Xiao turned to glare at Wang Hao, his teeth clenched in fury.
Kid, everything that happened today is your doing.
It has nothing to do with the Yun family. Apologize to Young Master Hua immediately.
Do you hear me? Dad.
Yun Ninger murmured in displeasure. Yun Xiao cut her off with a single piercing glance.
What? Do you want the entire Yun family to follow your lead in this nonsense? Shut up. You know nothing. You probably just saw this kid in action, realized he's pretty skilled, and now think he's invincible? Bull. He's just some so-called martial artist. Martial artists may transcend ordinary people like us, but the Hua family isn't short on martial artists. The Hua family could easily field a whole group of guys like him. What does he have to stand against the Hua family? At these words, Yun Ninger couldn't help but freeze in shock. She didn't know Wang Hao's true identity, only that the previous battle had been earth-shattering. Wang Hao was clearly no ordinary man. Yet after Yun Zhao's words, even she felt uncertain. Could the Hua family truly produce a whole host of men like Wang Hao? Watching the hesitant Yun Ninger and Yun Xiao beside her, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. That's right. I have no ties to the Yun family. This matter I alone will take responsibility for my actions. If the Hua family seeks retribution, let them come after me. As for Miss Yun Ninger. At this point, Wang Hao paused briefly before continuing in a detached tone. After this matter, you and I will owe each other nothing. We shall have no further connection. With that, Wang Hao strode directly toward Hua Dingchun. Yun Ninger tried to say something, but Yun Xiao grabbed her arm. In his view, Wang Hao's willingness to sever ties with Yun Ninger was a blessing for the Yun family. He certainly didn't want Yun Ninger causing him any more trouble. As Wang Hao approached Hua Dingchun, a faint smile touched his lips. Do you know why I spared your life just now? Because at that time, I was dealing with you as Miss Yun Ninger's boyfriend. The Yun family still needs to survive in Mo Bay City, so I couldn't act recklessly. But now. At this point, a cold, mocking expression spread across Wang Hao's face. I can slaughter you without restraint. Chapter 156, Lost. As he spoke, Wang Hao strode step by step toward Hua Dingchun, who stood not far away. Feeling Wang Hao's footsteps, cold sweat began to bead on Hua Dingchun's forehead. His father would arrive any moment. He was certain that when his father arrived, Wang Hao would be as good as dead. But now, Wang Hao was actually preparing to kill him. No! No! You can't do this, you can't! Hua Dingchun's entire body was trembling. Even Yun Xiao couldn't help but warn, kid, don't do anything rash. Wang Hao turned to glance at Yun Xiao, his tone cool. You're not really anyone to me now, are you? Do you even have the right to tell me what to do? Yun Xiao fell silent. Indeed, Wang Hao had just declared he was severing ties with Yun Ninger. What right did he have to interfere with Wang Hao? If he tried to interfere now, Wang Hao would likely drag the entire Yun family into trouble. But, watching Wang Hao brutally kill Hua Dingchun like this? Wouldn't the Hua family then blame them for it? But what could he do? Wang Hao is a martial artist. As an ordinary person, what right did he have to oppose a martial artist? But Wang Hao couldn't care less what others thought. That Hua Dingchun had pointed at him so arrogantly earlier, and it had already rubbed Wang Hao the wrong way. A person like that. Wang Hao had no intention of sparing his life. Kill him? So be it. With that thought, Wang Hao strode forward, glared at Hua Dingchun, gave a cold snort, and suddenly lashed out with a backhand slap. Smack! The force of the blow sent Hua Dingchun crashing to the ground, his mouth filling with blood as several teeth shattered and flew from his mouth. Fear now etched itself onto Hua Dingchun's face. He suddenly realized. What Wang Hao had meant wasn't just killing, it was brutal execution. Wang Hao not only wanted him dead, but also intended for him to endure endless agony before his demise. At this thought, Hua Dingchun's body trembled uncontrollably, fear etched across his face. As Wang Hao prepared to strike again, the onlookers couldn't help but turn their heads away, unable to bear witness to the sight. Though Hua Dingchun was vicious, Wang Hao's actions instilled in them a fear that came from deep within their souls. He was like a demon. But at that very moment, stop! A furious shout suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man approaching step by step, flanked by a large contingent of powerful individuals. Inside the hotel, everyone instinctively stepped aside, lining up on either side, not daring to obstruct them in the slightest. From the mouth of the middle-aged man leading the group, a cold, menacing voice echoed once more. Dare to harm my son, Hua Xiong? Boy, you're courting death. As he spoke, Hua Xiong strode forward. At his glance, the two powerful figures beside him charged directly toward Wang Hao. Both men were Grandmaster-level warriors. Now, they moved with absolute confidence. Yun Xiao and Zhang Lan sighed inwardly, convinced Wang Hao's journey would end here today. Yun Ninger couldn't bear to watch. Hua Dingchun's face lit up with delight in an instant. In his eyes, Wang Hao was finished. Yet Wang Hao wore a look of utter disdain. With a casual wave of his hand, he murmured two words. Kneel. The words had barely left his lips. Thud. Thud. Both men crashed heavily to their knees, immediately letting out blood-curdling screams like pigs being slaughtered. Two Grandmaster-level powerhouses had inexplicably been forced to their knees, utterly powerless to resist. How could this be? What kind of power was this? Terror and unease were etched across every face. Hua Xiong couldn't help but swallow hard, cold sweat pouring down his back. Though the Hua clan was formidable, the strongest warriors they could muster were merely Grandmasters at best. How could Wang Hao effortlessly eliminate two Grandmasters like that? Could he be a god-tier warrior? Had the Hua family actually offended a war god? In that moment, Hua Xiong felt his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly composed. As if Hua Xiong weren't even there, he fixed his cold gaze on the terrified Hua Dingchun and said, "Is this the caliber of your father? If he insists on saving you, I won't stop him. Let him find you so you can reunite underground." With that single sentence, Hua Xiong, who had been about to step forward to intervene, forced himself to swallow every word he had been about to say. A son can be reborn. But if even he were to die, if the entire Hua family were wiped out, then truly, everything would be lost. This plunged Hua Dingchun into utter despair. Staring at Wang Hao, his eyes went blank, and he was utterly speechless. He had believed that once his father arrived, the situation would completely turn around. Who could have imagined that Hua Xiong, from start to finish, couldn't even get close to Wang Hao, terrified into submission by him? Who exactly was this Wang Hao? How could someone like this be dating Yun Ninger? At that moment, Hua Dingchun was utterly lost in confusion. But even more shocked were Yun Xiao and Zhang Lan standing nearby. They had both believed Wang Hao was finished. To that end, they had spared no effort to keep Yun Ninger away from Wang Hao. Who could have imagined the outcome would be like this? Without further ado, Wang Hao stepped forward and delivered a kick straight to Hua Dingchun's jaw. In an instant, Hua Dingchun collapsed to the ground. He wasn't dead. But he became a vegetable. Wang Hao turned to look at Hua Xiong coldly. Does the Hua family still plan to come looking for me, or cause trouble for the Yun family, in the future? Hua Xiong froze for a moment before shaking his head frantically. No. Absolutely not. As he spoke, Hua Xiong felt his legs grow weak beneath him. Come looking for trouble with Wang Hao. He must be out of his mind. That's a god-tier warrior. War god-tier warriors, aren't they all tyrants in their own right? Compared to them, what was Hua Xiong? Just the head of a noble family in the northern frontier's desert North City comparing himself to a war god? He's not worthy. Wang Hao let out a cold snort, cast one last glance at Yun Ninger, gave a slight blink, then turned and walked away without another word. This left Yun Ninger with nothing but a bitter smile. Wang Hao's meaning was crystal clear: this charade was over. From now on, the two owed each other nothing. But for Wang Hao, he had resolved one matter. But for Yun Ninger? She had lost what was likely the most exceptional man she would ever encounter in her life, without a doubt. Watching Wang Hao depart, Hua Xiong dared not utter a word. He ordered men to carry away Hua Dingchun and the two gravely injured masters. He didn't even dare address the Yun family members, turning immediately to leave. Others around the hotel instinctively kept their distance from the Yun family members. Even though Wang Hao claimed to have no ties to the Yun family anymore, after all, he and Yun Ninger had been a couple before. What if they rekindled their old flame? Who could say for sure? Offending the Yun family now? That would be suicide. As things gradually calmed down, Zhang Lan couldn't help but slap Yun Zhao's chest. It's all your fault. What was your attitude toward Wang Dong before? If it weren't for you, how could Ninger have lost such a great boyfriend? Yun Xiao froze, then snapped back, "You're blaming me? You were acting the same way just now. If you hadn't called me, would I have come?" Yun Ninger ignored her parents' quarrel, staring blankly in the direction Wang Hao had left, lost in thought. It felt like she'd lost something truly important. Chapter 157, If You've Got What It Takes. Dark Dragon Hall Headquarters. Seeing Wang Hao return, everyone rejoiced. Especially Mengmeng. Mengmeng trusted Wang Hao the most, but equally, she feared losing him the most. After all, Mengmeng had only recently begun to experience Wang Hao's fatherly love. This had completely transformed her life after years of hardship. If Wang Hao were to suddenly vanish, Mengmeng couldn't even imagine what her life would become. Looking at Mengmeng, Wang Hao smiled as he picked her up. He then turned to Wen Qingxue and Qin Liangyu, who were still waiting to report to him, and said softly, "You two go handle other matters first. I'll spend some time with Mengmeng and Xiaoyun. I'll come find you later." Hearing this, Wen Qingxue and Qin Liangyu both looked somewhat helpless. But they knew this was just Wang Hao. This guy always put family first. Nothing matters more to him than family. Even if it meant delaying the most important matters, he would never change his choice. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Wen Qingxue suddenly turned to Qin Liangyu and smiled. "Does our earlier agreement still stand?" Qin Liangyu's face darkened instantly. She had made a bet with Wang Hao. If Wang Hao returned alive, she would serve him as a servant for the rest of her life. But Qin Liangyu had never believed Wang Hao would return alive. After all, she knew full well the devastating power of cannons. But what was the outcome? Fire cannon was easily dealt with by Wang Hao. Though he vanished again for several days afterward, Wang Hao even went on to slay Wan Jing, the divine being of the East Sea. What Wang Hao accomplished far exceeded anything Qin Liangyu had ever demanded. For a moment, Qin Liangyu found herself at a loss for words. She, a mighty heavenly king-level powerhouse, reduced to serving as someone's servant? Just as Qin Liangyu was wrestling with this dilemma, Wen Qingxue suddenly sighed softly and said, "Cherish it. Serving brother Hao as his bed warmer might just be the greatest honor of your life." "Put. What nonsense are you spouting? Who said I'd be his bedwarmer? Qin Liangyu flushed instantly, biting her lip in obvious displeasure. When Xingxue wore a serene smile as she added, whether you accept or not, you'll still be his bedwarmer. How could a servant possibly refuse their master's request? Warming his bed is already a tremendous honor. I don't want this honor. Qin Liangyu stomped her foot in anger. Meanwhile, back in the room, Wang Hao chatted with Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Just then, Mengmeng suddenly stood up, wriggling free from Wang Hao's embrace. This startled both Wang Hao and Chu Xiaoyun. Wang Hao asked curiously, "What's wrong, Mengmeng? Need to use the bathroom?" "No," Mengmeng shook her head, then grinned. "I just realized Mom and Dad haven't seen each other in ages. Anwen said you two need some private time to get frisky, and I don't want to interrupt." Ah! At those words, Chu Xiaoyun's face flushed bright red. Even Wang Hao couldn't help but blush. Wen Xingxue. Was that something you should say to Mengmeng? But Mengmeng just chuckled, turned, and dashed out the door, calling over her shoulder, "I'm going to watch TV. I'll crank the volume all the way up, so don't worry, I won't eavesdrop or peek at you two getting frisky." Mengmeng. Get back here. Chu Xiaoyun was so embarrassed she grabbed a pillow and smacked Mengmeng with it. Mengmeng quickly slammed the door shut and dashed out. Chu Xiaoyun was at a loss for words. What on earth was going on? Wang Hao felt a bit helpless. But now, with only him and Chu Xiaoyun left in the room, Wang Hao found himself growing bolder. For a long time, Wang Hao had never crossed any boundaries with Chu Xiaoyun. He knew all too well that the damage caused by his 5-year absence was impossible to erase. He felt she hadn't fully forgiven or accepted him yet. But now, after his departure and seeing her reaction upon their reunion, Wang Hao sensed the moment had arrived. The final barrier between him and Chu Xiaoyun should be completely removed. With that thought, Wang Hao walked directly to the bedside and stood beside Chu Xiaoyun. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but shudder. What's wrong? Wang Hao cleared his throat. I think what Mengmeng and Xingxue said is pretty spot on. Ha! Chu Xiaoyun's face flushed. Before she could react, Wang Hao pressed himself against her. Chu Xiaoyun stared at Wang Hao's face inches from hers, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Hadn't she longed for something like this? But all this time, Chu Xiaoyun had never had such an opportunity. She couldn't bring herself to make the first move. Now, with Wang Hao taking the initiative, Chu Xiaoyun blushed, lowered her head, and offered no resistance. Whatever Wang Hao wanted to do today, she would accept it. Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's attitude, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. He knew this was the chance he'd been waiting for all along. 15 minutes later, Wang Hao lay on the bed with a bitter expression, burying himself under the covers, utterly exasperated. Worried Chu Xiaoyun might feel uncomfortable, he deliberately extended the foreplay and showered her with sweet talk. It took a full 15 minutes before Wang Hao finally took off his clothes. But then, out of nowhere, Mengmeng wet her pants. That wail nearly scared the life out of Wang Hao. Chu Xiaoyun, having mustered up the courage she could barely muster, threw it all away, dressed quickly, and dashed out to deal with Mengmeng's mess. Wang Hao massaged his temples, feeling helpless but powerless to do anything. His precious little daughter was usually so dependable, why did she have to let him down at the worst possible moment? Then again, it was fortunate he hadn't started the real fight yet. Otherwise, that sudden wailing might have given him a real scare. Though exasperated, Wang Hao could do nothing about it. After calming himself, he dressed and stepped outside. Chu Xiaoyun went to change Mengmeng's clothes, while Wang Hao proactively went outside to find Wen Xingxue and Qin Liangyu. The two briefed Wang Hao on everything that had transpired recently, including the situation in Donghai. Hearing this, Wang Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Hao understood clearly that the First Empire's entry into the fray would inevitably plunge the eastern regions of the Dragon Nation into immense turmoil. The old order would inevitably undergo a massive upheaval. And all of this, to put it plainly, had been triggered by him, Wang Hao. Though he had been forced into it, Wang Hao was not one to shirk responsibility or run from his obligations. Since this matter had arisen because of him, it was his duty to resolve it. With that thought, Wang Hao took a deep breath and declared in a sullen voice, I'm heading to the East Sea. Brother Hao, let me accompany you. The East Sea is fraught with danger. I fear. When Xingxue tried to say more, but Wang Hao shook his head gently. It's actually more convenient for me to go alone. Rest assured, whether it's the East Sea or the First Empire, if they want to keep me, they'd better have the ability to do so. Chapter 158, Wei Yueqi. Wang Hao set off alone for the East Sea. Though Chu Xiaoyun felt helpless about this, she said little. She understood this was simply Wang Hao's nature. Wang Hao never wanted to owe anyone anything. It had always been so, and it remained unchanged. But the moment Wang Hao departed, the entire Dragon Nation, indeed, the entire world, was sent into an uproar. Wang Hao had made his appearance. Prior to this, Wang Hao had been missing, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Even after the news of Wang Jingzhen's death spread, no one had seen Wang Hao. Not even the Long Nation authorities. This had led many to speculate about the situation. Wang Hao, is he still alive? If he is alive, what is his condition? Now, news has finally emerged. Not only is Wang Hao alive, but he's completely unharmed. This news sent the East Sea faction into immediate panic. After all, according to the rumors, Wang Hao had vanished without a trace shortly after his appearance, and no one knew where he had gone. But for Donghai, Wang Hao was most likely heading straight for them. This was utterly unacceptable. Upon realizing this, the Eastern Sea King acted decisively and issued an immediate order. All Dragon Nation aircraft were prohibited from entering the East Sea. Simultaneously, seal off the border between the East China Sea and the Dragon Nation, and place all personnel on high alert. To counter Wang Hao, the East Sea region was prepared to sever diplomatic ties with the Dragon Nation temporarily. This news sent shockwaves throughout the entire Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation government was furious and dispatched a special envoy to the Dark Dragon Palace, hoping to locate Wang Hao and resolve the matter. Yet the outcome left the Dragon Nation officials stunned. Wang Hao was not at the Dark Dragon Hall headquarters. He had left once again. This left everyone utterly dumbfounded. With all flights grounded, where on earth had Wang Hao gone? Amidst everyone's bewilderment, Wang Hao was currently aboard a private cruise ship. The yacht had departed from northeastern Dragon Nation, heading toward the Eastern Sea Kingdom. The East Sea only bordered the Dragon Nation on its western side. Its eastern expanse was boundless ocean. Now, Wang Hao's plan was to take the yacht and sail around the East Sea from another route. Wang Hao was well aware that with the First Empire's backing, the East Sea was now teeming with elite forces, including Soul Bridge Masters. The First Empire might even have deployed other terrifyingly powerful military-grade weapons. If Wang Hao rashly forced his way through, he could very well meet his end in the East Sea. Therefore, Wang Hao's plan was straightforward. First, infiltrate the East Sea. Once there, he would seek an opportunity to meet the Eastern Sea King alone, eliminate him, and plunge the Eastern Sea into chaos. At this moment, Wang Hao, disguised and posing as Wang Dong, boarded this private cruise ship belonging to the East Sea Kingdom, anchored along the Dragon Nation's coastline. The passengers aboard were predominantly Eastern Sea nationals. They had been traveling with a wealthy second-generation heir when they suddenly learned of the crisis and were now preparing to take a detour back home. Wang Hao's identity for this journey was that of a relative from the Dragon Kingdom of a woman named Wei Yueqi aboard the ship. Wei Yueqi was a mixed-race child of Donghai and Dragon Nation, and she wasn't exactly a saint either. Her trip to Dragon Nation was solely to accompany this rich kid on his escapades. Put simply, she was a standard sugar baby. Her willingness to help Wang Hao stemmed from the substantial sum he had paid her. She publicly claimed Wang Hao was her cousin in Longhua, hoping to seek refuge in Donghai. After Wei Yueqi's clingy, pleading act, the wealthy second-generation heir from the East Sea agreed outright. However, the cruise ship wasn't large, and there were no extra rooms available. So now, Wang Hao and Wei Yueqi were sharing a cabin. Wei Yueqi felt no qualms about a stranger entering her cabin. While primping before the mirror, she drawled, "Wang Dong, right? You give me money, and I'll help you get to Donghai. But remember this, I'm determined to get involved with young Master Tianyu this time. I'm not counting on your help, but don't mess up my plans, got it?" Wang Hao gave a faint smile and nodded, saying little else. He had little interest in these ordinary people of Donghai. He only wanted to board this cruise ship to the East Sea, nothing more. As for these rich kids or their mistresses, whatever their schemes were, Wang Hao couldn't care less. It wasn't just Donghai, people like this were everywhere in Longhua. Moral decay? What did that have to do with him, Wang Hao? Wang Hao lay on the bed, eyes closed, resting in silence. Meanwhile, Wei Yueqi, having finished dressing and applying makeup, soon stepped out of the room. As she had stated, her purpose in coming this time was to seduce Tianyu, the wealthy second-generation heir of Donghai. Her goal was to dress up beautifully, hook up with Tianyu, and become his woman. As for the process? Unimportant. Earlier, to avoid arousing suspicion, Wang Hao hadn't given Wei Yueqi much money, just a few 100,000 Long Nation currency. This was clearly insufficient to ensure Wei Yueqi's lifelong financial security. And Wei Yueqi's plan to seduce Tianyu must continue. Watching Wei Yueqi leave, Wang Hao said nothing more. And so, time slipped by unnoticed, an hour passing. Wang Hao suddenly furrowed his brow. The next second. Bang! The door burst open. Wei Yueqi crawled into the room, her face contorted with agony. Seeing the pain etched on her face, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown as well. What happened? As he spoke, Wang Hao stepped forward to help Wei Yueqi up. A flicker of fear flickered in Wei Yueqi's eyes. They forced me to eat it. I don't want it. I don't want it. As she spoke, Wei Yueqi burst into tears, her face etched with terror. The moment Wang Hao caught the scent on Wei Yueqi, he instantly understood. Those people were consuming some kind of banned substance. But clearly, Wei Yueqi was far too naive. She believed that with her looks and charm, she could easily lure a rich second generation like Tianyu into becoming obsessed with her. Little did she know that the euphoria those drugs induced transcended everything. And that rich kid? He was a drug addict. To a junkie, women? They were playthings, but certainly not the most important thing. Did Wei Yueqi really think her looks were top tier among that crowd of women, enough to make Tianyu utterly devoted to her? She was dreaming. Wang Hao looked at Wei Yueqi and said nothing more. He carried Wei Yueqi straight into the house, laid her on the bed, and prepared to administer a simple treatment to expel the toxins. He could sense that Wei Yueqi had been forced to consume some kind of banned substance. For anyone else, there might be no solution. But he, Wang Hao, could help her. At the very least, he wouldn't let her become addicted to it. But just then, outside, footsteps suddenly echoed, followed by the sound of someone pounding heavily on the door. Wei Yueqi. Damn it, you! You dare ruin young Master Tianyu's mood? Get your ass out here. Today, you'll eat that stuff whether you like it or not. Chapter 159, Kill you? I dare. The thunderous pounding and furious curses made Wei Yueqi curl up on the bed, her face frozen in terror. She shook her head incessantly, her expression etched with sheer dread. She looked at Wang Hao, her lips moving in a constant murmur. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Wei Yueqi's face as her body trembled uncontrollably. Yet Wang Hao seemed oblivious, casually retrieving a silver needle. He lifted Wei Yueqi's shirt and pierced it into her lower abdomen. You? Wei Yueqi's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't comprehend what Wang Hao was trying to do. But soon, she felt her body changing. After Wang Hao administered the needle, she instantly felt much more alert, the effects of the alcohol she'd been forced to drink largely dissipating. Most crucially, a significant amount of the toxin previously injected into her body was being expelled through the silver needle. This left Wei Yueqi wide-eyed, staring at Wang Hao with utter disbelief. Wang Hao? Actually knew medicine? Who exactly was this man? At that moment, Wei Yueqi was completely dumbfounded. However, the crowd outside clearly had no intention of giving her much time to think. Bang! With a dull thud, the front door was smashed open. Several men stormed inside, with the leader pointing at Wei Yueqi and unleashing a torrent of abuse. You filthy! How dare you disobey young Master Tianyu's orders? You think I won't? Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed squarely across his face. In an instant, the entire room fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Wang Hao stood silently beside the man, staring at his right hand that had just delivered the blow. His voice was calm as he said, Wei Yueqi needs rest. You all, get out. Kid, you're asking for it. The leader erupted in rage, leaping to his feet and pointing a finger at Wang Hao. Do you even know who the hell I am? He snarled through gritted teeth. I'm Master Tianyu's man. I'm one of young Master Tianyu's men. Hitting me is like slapping young Master Tianyu in the face. Think carefully about what you're doing. If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, you'll face the consequences. By the end, his voice had shot up an octave, his eyes blazing with fury. But Wang Hao only sneered coldly in disdain. Make me kneel? You're not worthy. The words had barely left his mouth. Thud. Wang Hao delivered another kick straight to the man's knee. Instantly, the man collapsed to his knees, his eyes completely bloodshot with pain as he let out a blood-curdling scream. The others all wore looks of utter disbelief. No one had expected Wang Hao to react this way in the face of a threat. You've got some nerve. You just wait. Just wait. One of the others pulled the man off the ground and turned to run away. The rest trailed after him, cursing all the way. At that moment, Wei Yueqi finally snapped out of her daze. Staring at Wang Hao, her mouth fell open in shock. You're crazy. Her face was etched with utter disbelief. This is a cruise ship. Out on the open sea. You've offended Tianyu. How are we supposed to survive this? It's over. Everything's over. By the end of her outburst, Wei Yueqi collapsed onto the bed, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. Though she was furious and refused to take those substances, she never imagined confronting Tianyu head-on like this. What was the difference between this and suicide? Yet Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile. Do you seriously think I should just let them drag you away? Make you kneel before Tianyu and beg for forgiveness? Then join them in consuming that stuff, turning yourself into a complete and utter waste of space? If that's what you want, I can send you back and tell them you have nothing to do with me. How does that sound? At those words, Wei Yueqi froze in place. Yes, if Wang Hao hadn't resisted, she would have been taken away. The consequences, then how could she possibly bear them? Did he really want her to become a woman addicted to that stuff for the rest of her life? But Wei Yueqi couldn't help but ask, what difference does it make? Out on the open sea, we wouldn't even have anywhere to run. By the end of her words, Wei Yueqi sounded utterly hopeless. But Wang Hao just laughed. Why run? Ha! Wei Yueqi was momentarily bewildered. Wang Hao walked straight toward the door, his voice calm and measured. If you don't want to die, come with me. Watching Wang Hao's departing figure, Wei Yueqi stood silent for a long moment before finally rising to follow.
After all, the medical skills Wang Hao had just demonstrated far exceeded her expectations. And then there was the sheer dominance and power he displayed when dealing with those troublemakers. Following Wang Hao at least offered her a semblance of security. If she stayed here alone, any random person could simply grab her and take her away. Though deep down she didn't believe Wang Hao could handle Tianyu, this was her only option. Wang Hao strode purposefully toward the cruise ship's entertainment suite with Wei Yueqi in tow. He didn't pause for a moment along the way, kicking the cabin door open with a single powerful kick. Inside, the man whose leg Wang Hao had broken earlier was still reporting the situation to Tianyu and the others, who were high on drugs. Originally, Tianyu found it hard to believe. After all, Wei Yueqi was just a peripheral figure. How could someone like her dare to resist him? Who could have imagined that Wang Hao would now force his way in? Tianyu froze for a second before erupting into a torrent of curses. Damn it! You've got some nerve, disrupting this young master's business. Kid, even if you beg on your knees today, you won't be leaving this cruise ship alive. His words dripped with arrogance. Wei Yueqi, standing nearby, was visibly shaken by Tianyu's intimidating presence. Trembling with fear, she clung tightly to Wang Hao's arm, unable to take a single step forward. But Wang Hao simply smiled. Well then, he said, I was originally going to spare your life. But now it seems I can only send you to your death. What? Everyone in the room froze in shock. No one had expected Wang Hao to suddenly blurt out such a line. Tianyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. You want me to go die? Do you know whose ship this is? My men are everywhere on this ship. You might be a bit strong, but do you really think you can take on all of them? Even if you're a skilled fighter, so what? Kid, do you even know who I am? Do you know how vast the Tian family's holdings are across the East Sea, how immense their influence? They're one of the top 10 elite clans in the entire East Sea. I could bury you with money alone. And you want me to die? I'm standing right here for you to kill. Do you dare? By the end of his rant, Tianyu's voice shot up an octave, his face brimming with arrogance. But at that very moment, whoosh! Wang Hao's figure flickered, appearing before Tianyu in an instant. His right hand clamped down on Tianyu's throat, hoisting him off the ground. A low murmur escaped Wang Hao's lips. I dare. Chapter 160, You are Wang Hao. You. Tianyu was stunned. The others around Tianyu also wore expressions of horror. No one expected Wang Hao to be so bold to dare treat Tianyu like this in public. Someone roared in fury, let go of young Master Tianyu. If you dare harm a single hair on young Master Tianyu's head, we'll fight you to the death today. A single hair? Wang Hao laughed, his smile dripping with contempt. I won't just harm a hair on his head, I'll take his life. As he spoke, Wang Hao suddenly tightened his grip. In an instant, Tianyu's neck snapped clean in two. The expressions of everyone present froze solid on their faces, leaving them utterly speechless. They never dreamed Wang Hao would actually kill Tianyu and do it so directly, so ruthlessly. Staring at Wang Hao, the expressions on everyone's faces became incredibly complex. But Wang Hao wasn't done yet. His gaze cold as ice, he addressed the group. You just said you'd fight me to the death? Then I'll take your lives as well. With that, Wang Hao delivered a powerful kick to the nearby coffee table. Instantly. Crash. Every bottle and jar on the table shattered into pieces. The shards of glass, like countless razor-sharp blades, instantly slit the throats of everyone present. In the entire room, more than 10 people perished in the blink of an eye. Killed by these glass shards, not a single one survived. Wei Yueqi was stunned, staring at Wang Hao in utter shock, speechless. Is this even human? Wang Hao. What kind of person was she partnering with this time? What kind of being had she provoked? Wang Hao, however, remained calm. Let's go. Where are we going? Wei Yueqi felt a flicker of panic, hesitating to speak. Wang Hao smiled faintly. To the cockpit. I think we might need to hurry. With that, Wang Hao strode purposefully toward the upper-level cockpit. Wei Yueqi gritted her teeth and followed. The cruise ship's soundproofing was fairly effective. But if we just rush in without caution, who knows what they might discover over there? If word reached the shore prematurely, they'd likely face trouble. As the two approached and pushed open the door, the people inside the wheelhouse couldn't help but startle. What brings you here? They clearly knew nothing about it. But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain. He stepped forward and lightly tapped his finger against each of their necks. Instantly, all of them collapsed unconscious onto the floor, showing no signs of life. This left Wei Yueqi, standing nearby, utterly stunned. She had assumed Wang Hao intended to threaten them or keep them under surveillance to prevent them from spreading the news. Who would have thought he'd simply knock them all unconscious upon arrival? She couldn't help but ask, you knocked them all out? How are we supposed to get back? Wang Hao smiled faintly. I'll drive. You? Wei Yueqi couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Wang Hao can drive a boat. What can't this guy do?
Without another word, Wang Hao adjusted the course, steering the yacht toward the nearest coastline of the East China Sea. Seeing Wang Hao change their destination, Wei Yueqi couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. The East China Sea was heavily regulated by the Dragon Nation right now. Tianyu must have pulled some strings to get permission for him to dock at a specific location. Changing course so abruptly might mean we can't return at all, we could even get shelled. Wang Hao smiled faintly and said calmly, "Don't worry. We just need to get close." Ha! Wei Yueqi froze, not quite grasping Wang Hao's meaning. Wang Hao offered no further explanation, simply sitting down to rest. The nearest coastline was less than 2 hours away. The control room and the signal room communicating with the East Sea were both under his control. Those here couldn't send out any messages. As for the others, those who didn't cause trouble, he couldn't be bothered. But if anyone came looking for trouble, Wang Hao wouldn't mind sending them to the west. As for the Donghai personnel, he, Wang Hao, had never minded killing a few more. And so, 2 hours passed quickly. As the coastline came into view, Wei Yueqi grew increasingly panicked. She couldn't help but ask, "Wang Dong, what do we do now? If we don't stop soon, they might really start shelling us over there." Wang Hao gave a slight smile, immediately adjusted the course, and steered the cruise ship back toward its original destination. He then walked onto the deck, looked at Wei Yueqi who had followed him, and suddenly whispered, "Do you have a fear of heights?" Ha! Wei Yueqi froze, momentarily unable to process the question. But the next second, she understood exactly what Wang Hao meant. Wang Hao grabbed Wei Yueqi and leaped high into the air. Ah! Wei Yueqi couldn't help but scream out loud, her whole body trembling as cold sweat broke out on her back. She never dreamed in her wildest dreams that Wang Hao was actually flying. How on earth was he doing this? As Wang Hao carried her soaring toward the coast of the East China Sea, Wei Yueqi couldn't help but cry out again, her panic overwhelming her. But there are radars and anti-aircraft missiles along the East China Sea coastline. Won't we get shot down? Her voice trembled with panic. After all, Wang Hao wasn't exactly flying at a high altitude. Wang Hao shot her a disapproving look. Do the anti-aircraft missiles in the East China Sea shoot birds? Wei Yueqi froze, then realized. Holding her close, Wang Hao explained they were simply two living beings soaring like giant birds. Why would anti-aircraft missiles target them? They carried no detectable metal, and radar would struggle to identify their composition. As Wei Yueqi pondered this, they had already crossed the coastline of the East China Sea. Reaching a corner, they landed directly. Seeing Wei Yueqi still flustered, Wang Hao paused before saying, "Take me to your home. I'll give you a sum of money that will ensure you live comfortably for the rest of your life." Wei Yueqi couldn't help but swallow hard. She knew Wang Hao possessed that kind of capability. A man who dared kill Tianyu, a man who could fly, how could he possibly lack the means to provide her with a life of comfort? But at that moment, Wei Yueqi's mind was filled with a single, overwhelming question. Who exactly are you? As she spoke, Wei Yueqi's eyes brimmed with bewilderment. Wang Hao's appearance had completely surpassed her imagination. She wouldn't even entertain the thought that Wang Hao might be interested in her body or anything like that. A man like him would never even glance her way. But why had Wang Hao infiltrated the cruise ship? Who exactly was Wang Hao? A faint suspicion stirred in her heart, yet she dismissed it as absurd and hard to believe. Seeing Wei Yueqi's puzzled expression, Wang Hao smiled faintly and said lightly, "You already have the answer in your heart, don't you?" That single sentence plunged Wei Yueqi into silence. She stared at Wang Hao in horror, her body trembling uncontrollably. You're Wang Hao. The Dark Knight Dragon King of Longhua, Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled faintly and nodded gently. "It is I. Now, are you still willing to make a deal with me?" Chapter 161, Serving Clients. Go. Wei Yueqi swallowed hard, her expression turning complex. She never imagined that by simply finding a man in Longhua who wanted to sneak into their donghai, she would encounter Wang Hao. He was the most feared figure in the entire East Sea right now. Wei Yueqi massaged her temples for a long moment before finally letting out a bitter laugh. "Do I have a choice?" she murmured. "Follow me." With that, Wei Yueqi stepped toward the exit, straightening her clothes as she went, her expression bitter. Wang Hao said nothing, simply following her lead. The two hailed a taxi and headed to Wei Yueqi's residence. Wei Yueqi's home was located in one of Donghai's more developed cities. Yet her home sat on the city's outskirts, in a rundown neighborhood. Nestled within a shantytown, it required navigating a winding alley to reach. The house was less than 30 square meters. One could even say there was absolutely no privacy. People outside could even hear the sounds coming from within. Inside the room sat a young boy. He looked about 8 or 9, still very young, yet his expression was unnaturally mature. Upon seeing Wang Hao, he immediately flashed a look of disgust. Grabbing his homework, he hurried out the door. Before leaving, he glared at Wang Hao with hatred, gritting his teeth and snapping, "Hurry up." Wang Hao froze, turning to Wei Yueqi with a wry smile. Wei Yueqi felt a bit awkward and explained helplessly, "This is my younger brother." "He thought you were here to buy your body?" Wang Hao shook his head with a smile. It's fine. If a younger brother has no affection for his sister at all, then your efforts would truly be wasted. Wei Yueqi froze, then shook her head again. There's no such thing as effort or no effort. The first time I did this, it was truly to support him. But later, I simply couldn't accept the meager earnings from hard work, so I chose this shortcut. I've never been a good woman, and there's no need to sugarcoat my past. Watching Wei Yueqi, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He had always thought of Wei Yueqi as a woman of the night. A shameless escort. Who would have thought this woman saw things more clearly than anyone else? Though her actions were sordid, her mind was as clear as a mirror. Looking at Wei Yueqi, Wang Hao said calmly, I need to stay here for a couple of days. I'll take the opportunity to explore Donghai. I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Wang Hao had intended to say he could sleep on the floor at night, but Wei Yueqi shook her head immediately. I'll be out working tonight and might not return. You can sleep in the bed with OU. OU was the name of Wei Yueqi's younger brother. As for work? Naturally, it meant going out to sell. Looking at Wei Yueqi, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to work anymore. For the rest of your life, just do whatever you like. As he spoke, Wang Hao pulled out his phone and transferred money to the account Wei Yueqi had given him earlier. Wei Yueqi froze for a moment, then shook her head. No, I still need to work. Otherwise, even a fortune will run out someday. She meant to add that she should earn as much as possible while she was young. But when Wang Hao raised his phone, revealing the figure displayed, Wei Yueqi froze in place, her mouth agape, utterly speechless. Because the figure displayed on the screen was a staggering 9 digits. 100 million. Wang Hao had just transferred 100 million yuan to her. This sum of money, let alone living expenses, was more than she could ever spend, even if she went on a wild spending spree right now. Go! Wei Yueqi swallowed hard, her expression going blank. She never imagined Wang Hao would be so generous when he made his move. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He said casually, you can spend this money however you like from now on. Rest assured, it's clean money, no trace will lead back to me. But while I'm in Donghai, don't go splurging recklessly. Otherwise, if it causes trouble for you, it won't be good for anyone. Wei Yueqi quickly nodded her head. She understood Wang Hao's meaning perfectly well. If Wang Hao clashed with the Eastern Sea King this time, the entire Eastern Sea might face massive upheaval. At that point, this sum would be enough for her to live anywhere in the world. But what if she spent it prematurely? If anyone discovered even the slightest trace of it, she'd be in serious trouble. Wang Hao waved his hand with a smile, saying casually, your brother's name is OU, right? Have him come in. I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand that I'm here to solicit your services. Wei Yueqi's face flushed instantly. Those in her line of work had thick skins, especially when it came to matters of the heart. They had almost no boundaries. Yet Wang Hao's words made Wei Yueqi's heart race, even bringing a blush of bashful embarrassment to her cheeks. Wei Yueqi knew she was starting to develop feelings for Wang Hao. It wasn't her fault any woman would be moved by a man who rescued her from such dire straits. Of course, Wei Yueqi was well aware of her own nature. She was nothing but a whore. She was unworthy of being with someone like Wang Hao, the Dragon King of the Dark Night in Longhua. Still, keeping this as a fragment of her memory, well, it didn't seem so bad. Wei Yueqi dashed out and called OU inside. Looking at Wang Hao, a trace of contempt flashed across Stone's face. So fast? What a loser. Get out already. Me. Wang Hao couldn't help but flush crimson. As the Dark Knight Dragon King, Wang Hao held a natural dominance over Wei Yueqi. They simply weren't from the same world. Wang Hao was essentially striking from a higher dimension. But a kid like OU clearly didn't care about such things. He couldn't care less about whether it affected Wei Yueqi's business. He'd even prefer it if these people never showed up again. He was worried about his sister too. Hearing this, Wei Yueqi panicked slightly and hurriedly said, OU, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Wang wouldn't do such a thing. He gave me money. OU rolled his eyes. He paid you, yet claims he didn't? If it's a short time, then it's a short time. If he's sick, he should get treatment. Why pretend? OU's words nearly choked the life out of Wang Hao. This kid was truly a source of both laughter and tears. Wei Yueqi snapped irritably, OU. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Wang saved your sister's life, and that money wasn't something she could have earned on her own. Once our life improves, you must properly thank Mr. Wang. OU sensed Wei Yueqi's seriousness and froze in place. He never imagined Wang Hao would genuinely offer Wei Yueqi such sincere assistance. For a moment, OU couldn't help but feel curious. He studied Wang Hao, his eyes flickering with confusion. Wang Hao didn't elaborate much. I'll be out for a while, but I'll be back tonight. Could you prepare a set of bedding for me? I'll be sleeping on the floor. Wei Yueqi gave a slight nod. No problem at all. But before Wang Hao could leave, outside, a brazen burst of laughter suddenly echoed. Where's Wei Yueqi? You, come serve your customer. Today, I'm gonna have my fun with you. Chapter 162, Farewell. Hearing the voice, Wei Yueqi and Stone's faces instantly turned ashen. Clearly, this man was someone they both feared. Wei Yueqi instinctively said, "Stone, you go hide first. I'll." Before she could finish. Bang! The door was kicked open with a single blow. Outside, a middle-aged man with a small mustache strode in laughing. He wore only a tank top and shorts, holding 2 bills in his hand. His face radiated arrogance. Upon entering, he flung the money onto the floor and sneered, "Oh? Other guests today? Whatever. Come on, you. Get on your knees and serve your old man." With that, the mustachioed man stripped off his own pants. Wei Yueqi's body trembled uncontrollably. Wang Hao couldn't help but frown slightly. Those 2 bills? Only $20. This clearly wasn't the price Wei Yueqi had been charging for her body. In other words, this little mustache was humiliating Wei Yueqi. Seeing the fear etched on Wei Yueqi and Oyu's faces, Wang Hao could easily guess that this little mustache had likely threatened them or even laid hands on them. Wang Hao and Wei Yueqi were merely partners naturally, they felt no attachment to this outpost of Donghai. But Wei Yueqi's place was precisely the rest stop Wang Hao desperately needed right now. He certainly didn't want this scum ruining his plans. Now, seeing Wei Yueqi standing motionless, the little mustache's face twisted with rage. "Damn it, you! Why aren't you over here? If you don't come serve me now, you'll see I'll make sure you and your brother never walk out of this street alive." His eyes blazing with fury, the little mustache man's words sent Wei Yueqi trembling. She curled up and backed away, her face etched with terror. Chu gritted his teeth, stepping directly in front of Wei Yueqi. He spread his arms wide and shouted angrily, "Get lost! You're not welcome here. Take your money and get out." Seeing Oyu's fury, the little mustache paused, then burst into laughter. "Ha! Kid, what the hell do you think you are? You dare block my way? Look at yourself, what do you think you are? Get the hell out of my way." "No!" Gritting his teeth, Stone stood firmly in front of Wei Yueqi, glaring at the little mustache. Even though his body trembled with fear, he didn't retreat a single step. This instantly sparked a cold, menacing glint in the little mustache's eyes. Looking for death. With that, the little mustache lunged forward in 2 strides, his open palm slamming straight toward Stone's face. The little mustache was solidly built, his muscles bulging, clearly someone who could hold his own in a fight. In comparison, Stone was just a frail child. That slap would likely knock Stone unconscious on the spot. But just then, smack! Little mustache's hand was caught mid-air by Wang Hao. Staring at the man with the mustache, Wang Hao's expression remained impassive, his voice as cold as ice. "Do you think I'm invisible? Let go, you bastard." The little mustache struggled a couple of times, surprised by Wang Hao's unexpectedly immense strength. But he didn't feel particularly afraid. After all, he had the locally notorious strong brother backing him. When Brother Chang made his move, even the local tycoons would bow their heads and take a detour. What could a mere Wang Hao possibly do to him? But upon hearing this, Wang Hao simply sneered with contempt. "Oh, you want me to let go? Fine." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Hao suddenly exerted force with his hand. Arg! A piercing scream instantly echoed. The moment Wang Hao released his grip, the man with the little mustache collapsed to his knees, clutching his right arm, his face contorted with terror and dread. That single squeeze from Wang Hao had actually snapped his arm. That immense force felt like an iron machine. Gripped by excruciating pain, little mustache's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He swallowed repeatedly, his gaze toward Wang Hao now tinged with unease. But he gritted his teeth and spat out, "Kid, listen up. My boss is Chang Gu. You know who Brother Chang is? He's the local kingpin around here. Even the Donghai royal clan wouldn't dare push Boss Chang around here. You dare hit me? Mark my words, you're finished. All of you are finished." Hearing this, panic flashed across Stone's face. He knew exactly who Brother Chang was. As Little Mustache had said, this was the top-tier big shot in this entire area. If such a big shot got involved, he and Wei Yueqi would be finished. The thought alone made Oyu scramble to plead, No, I beg you, don't. Beg me? Too late. Little Mustache snorted coldly. "I'll definitely call Big Brother Chang over. Once he arrives, he'll make sure your entire family is wiped off the face of the earth. Kid, you just wait. You think you're tough? I'll see how you fare when Brother Chang arrives." By the end, the little mustache was practically screaming. But at that moment, a faint smile touched the corner of Wang Hao's lips. His expression remained calm as he looked at the little mustache, his voice slow and measured. "Oh? This Brother Chang, is he really that formidable?" "Of course," the little mustache declared smugly. "Brother Chang's power is beyond your imagination. Once he arrives, you're dead meat." Watching the arrogant little mustache, Wang Hao didn't lose his temper. He merely smiled and nodded lightly, his voice lingering as he said, "In that case, why would I give him the chance to come?" "What?" Both the little mustache and Stone froze, momentarily unable to process the statement. What did Wang Hao mean by that? Wei Yueqi, however, finally began to grasp the meaning, a bitter smile curling her lips. How foolish she had been just now. Her instinctive flinching in fear had only made Stone panic. But in reality? There was absolutely no need for that. With Wang Hao here, how could he let anything happen to them? Though she had no special connection to Wang Hao, after he saved her life, Wei Yueqi felt an almost fanatical trust in him. She believed Wang Hao would never abandon them. And she understood exactly what Wang Hao meant now. Wang Hao certainly wasn't afraid of that strong brother. But adhering to the principle that it's better to avoid trouble than seek it, killing this little mustache was the most perfect solution. And that was precisely Wang Hao's thinking. At that moment, gazing at the little mustache before him, Wang Hao planted his foot squarely on the man's chest. Instantly. Arg! A piercing scream erupted. The little mustache trembled in agony, his eyes filled with terror and unease. What is Wang Hao up to? Is Wang Hao actually going to kill him? At that moment, the little mustache completely lost his nerve. He stared at Wang Hao in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. By the end of his plea, the little mustache was nearly scared out of his wits. Because Wang Hao's foot lifted once more, aimed squarely at his head. His body was utterly immobilized. Wang Hao seemed to have cast a spell of immobilization upon him, stripping him of all control over his own body. Gazing at the terrified little mustache, Wang Hao murmured 3 words. Goodbye. Chapter 163, all yours. Thud. The words barely left his mouth when Wang Hao brought his foot down, crushing the little mustache's head into a bloody pulp. Staring at the headless corpse, Oyu's body trembled slightly. He swallowed hard, his face filled with panic. He never imagined Wang Hao would be this ruthless, crushing little mustache's skull with a single stomp. That was just too brutal. But Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He glanced at Wei Yueqi beside him and said indifferently, prepare a mop or something. I'll handle the cleanup around here. Ha! Wei Yueqi was momentarily stunned, unsure what Wang Hao meant. Wang Hao said no more, instead slapping the corpse again with his palm. In an instant, the overwhelming force surged into the corpse of the man with the mustache, exploding him into dust. Not a trace remained. Tu's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his head covered in cold sweat, unable to utter a word. He never imagined Wang Hao could be this terrifying, a single slap turning a living person into a pool of blood. Was this even human? Endless terror made Oyu's body tremble uncontrollably. Wei Yueqi felt a slight wave of nausea. After all, when Wang Hao had killed others before, she hadn't witnessed it up close and in such detail. Wang Hao hadn't bothered to dispose of the bodies either. Now that he was actually disposing of the body, it made her feel uneasy too. Fortunately, Wang Hao had given her a large sum of money. In a few days, she could move to a new place to live. Otherwise, the thought of sleeping next to a place where someone had died made Wei Yueqi uneasy. Wang Hao, however, paid little heed to such things. After swiftly disposing of the body, he gave the two a few instructions, left Wei Yueqi his phone number, and then walked straight out. For Wang Hao, his visit to Donghai was about a major mission. With the First Empire's intervention, Donghai now posed a grave threat to Eastern Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation could never stand idly by. Once reinforcements were dispatched, fueled by the First Empire's incitement, Eastern Dragon Nation could easily become a battlefield. Who knew how many lives would be lost then? He, Wang Hao, was no saint, but this crisis had been sparked by his actions. If countless lives were lost in the Eastern Dragon Nation because of this, guilt would gnaw at his very soul. The only way to resolve this is to eliminate the current Dragon Sea king and usher in a new dynasty across the entire Dragon Sea. Let the East Sea be governed by those within its borders who genuinely desire independence and autonomy, bear no grudge against him, Wang Hao, and refuse to tolerate the First Empire's powerful forces here. Now that he had arrived in the East Sea, Wang Hao's first task was to gain a thorough understanding of the political landscape within the region. Only then could he better prepare for future actions. With this in mind, Wang Hao spent a day touring the East Sea, gaining some understanding of the situation. Indeed, the Eastern Sea harbors politicians advocating for autonomy and independence, fiercely opposed to the First Empire's interference. They believed that no matter how formidable the enemy might be, the East Sea must confront it on its own terms, never bowing to foreign rule. From the moment they became dependent on others, what difference would it make if the East Sea were conquered? It would be like voluntarily handing themselves over. Imperial subjects in the East Sea were treated as superiors. The people of the East Sea, in their own homeland, inexplicably become second-class citizens. All of this was utterly unacceptable to them. Wang Hao quietly noted down the names of these politicians. After identifying their ringleader, he wasted no time lingering outside and returned directly to Wei Yueqi's residence. Dealing with the East Sea requires patience. Whether it was eliminating the Eastern Sea king or promoting others to power, it had to be done step by step. Acting too hastily would only stir discontent and suspicion among the people of the East Sea. If evidence surfaced implicating him, Wang Hao, as the mastermind behind the scenes, those who had initially been willing to support the politician's rise might well withdraw their support due to his involvement. By the time he returned to Wei Yueqi's home, night had fallen. Following Wang Hao's request, Wei Yueqi had prepared a brand new set of bedding and laid it out for him on the floor. She herself shared the modestly sized bed with Ou. Though small, Ou was quite self-aware. Understanding the gender difference between himself and Wei Yueqi, he voluntarily slept near the edge of the bed, avoiding any physical contact with her. Wang Hao lay on the floor, eyes closed, resting his mind. As Ou gradually drifted off, Wang Hao suddenly heard footsteps. Opening his eyes and turning his head, he saw Wei Yueqi, dressed in her nightgown, quietly walking to the window by the door. She stared out, lost in thought. Everything that had happened these past 2 days felt utterly detached from her life. Even now, deep into the night, she still couldn't sleep. Wang Hao rose, walked behind Wei Yueqi, and said softly, "Go rest." "I'm sorry. This isn't something you should have to go through. Rest assured, I'll be leaving in a few days. Then you can finally live the life you've always wanted." Wei Yueqi froze, turning to look at Wang Hao. Her mouth hung open for a moment before she finally shook her head with a bitter smile. "No need to apologize. I'm the one who should thank you. I'm just a mistress. In their words, I'm a lowly whore. Any man who wants to play with me I have no right to refuse. For the ones who pay more, I have to be proactive and cooperative. What right do people like me have to make choices? What right do I have to live the life I want?" By the end of her words, Wei Yueqi's face was etched with a bitter smile. Years of this life had long since erased her dreams. Day after day, she repeated the same routine, all for a mere pittance. Watching Wei Yueqi, Wang Hao found himself at a loss for words. Wei Yueqi spoke again. "You know, my unease actually stems from the money you gave me." "What?" Wang Hao froze, not quite grasping her meaning. Wei Yueqi gave a wry smile, her face showing helplessness. "Every penny I've earned has come at a tremendous personal cost. This money may be tainted, but I take it with a clear conscience. But I haven't really helped you at all. You gave me too much, and I can't accept it with a clear conscience." Wang Hao was speechless. The money he gave Wei Yueqi was meant only to help her live a little better, nothing more. Who would have thought this money would become a burden for Wei Yueqi instead? Wei Yueqi looked up at Wang Hao and whispered, "I told you, I'm just a cheap whore. I have no principles. No matter how uneasy I feel about taking such a large sum, I could never bring myself to return it. I just can't bring myself to part with it. I've never lived well before. I wanted to experience it too. But I don't want to live with that unease either. I want to keep this money with a clear conscience." Wang Hao was momentarily stunned. He couldn't quite grasp what Wei Yueqi intended to do. Looking at Wang Hao, Wei Yueqi took a deep breath and suddenly knelt down on the ground. This startled Wang Hao. "What are you doing?" Wei Yueqi's voice trembled slightly, a rare blush spreading across her cheeks. "There are still many things I've never done. Today, I'll give them all to you." Chapter 164, Wei Yueqi's Little Thoughts. As she spoke, Wei Yueqi reached out to unbutton Wang Hao's pants. She knew that despite her lowly status, in matters like this, she far surpassed other women. She understood far more than most women about how to please a man. Now, looking at Wang Hao, she found herself bolstering her courage. First, as she had said, she wanted to ease her own conscience, to take that money with a clear heart. Second, and more importantly, she also wanted to create some memories with Wang Hao. He was likely the most extraordinary man she'd ever encountered in her life. She knew full well she wasn't worthy of being Wang Hao's woman, but she understood that if she could share something with him, it would become a beautiful memory for the rest of her life. That was enough. But Wang Hao suddenly grabbed her wrist. Looking at Wei Yueqi with a calm expression, he said, "I have a wife and child." "I don't care." Wei Yueqi shook her head. "I won't ask for anything else. I just want to. Nothing at all." Wang Hao interrupted Wei Yueqi, his expression unflinching. "I won't allow even the slightest crack in my family life. I won't let their lives face any crisis." Wei Yueqi froze, then couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Wang Hao simply didn't trust her. In other words, Wang Hao wouldn't let Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng lose anything because of him. He wouldn't let Chu Xiaoyun suffer because of him. Of course, if Wei Yueqi didn't speak up, who would ever know? But Wang Hao wouldn't tolerate any unexpected incidents. And not doing anything to wrong Chu Xiaoyun was the best choice. By not doing it, all accidents could be avoided. At that moment, Wei Yueqi couldn't help but let a wry smile slip as she looked at Wang Hao. She didn't press the matter, merely nodding. "I understand." With that, Wei Yueqi returned to the bed, and Wang Hao went back to rest on the floor mattress. Early the next morning, Wang Hao rose early and bought breakfast back. Since it was the weekend and she'd been sleepless the night before, Wei Yueqi slept in. Ou, however, had gotten up early and started doing his homework. What Wang Hao hadn't expected, however, was that Ou suddenly looked at him and spoke in a low voice. "Last night, I woke up. I heard everything." Wang Hao froze, then couldn't help but look awkward. As the Dark Knight Dragon King, he had experienced countless things and could remain calm in the face of most people and situations. But when a child like this suddenly blurted out something like that, Wang Hao still felt a slight awkwardness. Wang Hao rubbed his temples and murmured, "Then you should know I didn't do anything to your sister." "Rest assured." "No, that's not what I meant," Oyu interrupted Wang Hao. Wang Hao froze. Ha! He'd expected Oyu to come confront him, yet the boy had unexpectedly blurted out this request. Looking at Wang Hao, Oyu said earnestly, "I hope you can satisfy my sister." Cough. Wang Hao couldn't help but cough repeatedly, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He never would have dreamed Oyu would blurt out something like that. "Wait, that's your sister?" "You?" Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Wei Yueqi had sacrificed far too much for Oyu. Yet now, Oyu was actually asking him, an outsider, to go talk to Wei Yueqi. What kind of twisted logic is this? But Oyu seemed utterly resolute. "Precisely because she's my sister, I understand her. I know what she's thinking. You might be the only light in her life. She wants to create some beautiful memories with you. I understand your reasons for refusing, but I can promise you my sister won't interfere with your life." By the end of her speech, Oyu even seemed slightly nervous. Wang Hao felt both amused and exasperated, yet he didn't agree to Oyu's request. He just shook his head. "You're still a kid. You just don't get it." "What don't I understand?" Oyu pouted, but didn't press further. Despite his young age, he could easily see that Wang Hao simply didn't want anything to happen with Wei Yueqi. He didn't press the issue. It wasn't until past 10 o'clock that Wei Yueqi finally got out of bed. She'd planned to go out and buy some vegetables and meat to cook a proper meal for Oyu when she got back. But Oyu suddenly said, "Sis, I think I want to eat out." By the end of his sentence, Oyu lowered his head, looking a bit embarrassed. From childhood onward, Oyu had never eaten out, he always ate at home, enjoying the meals Wei Yueqi prepared. This had made him long for the outside world. Now that the chance had finally come, he wanted to give it a try. But voicing this unprecedented request still made him feel a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Wei Yueqi froze, then instinctively turned to look at Wang Hao. Wang Hao stayed at her place precisely to avoid staying in hotels and risking exposure that could bring trouble. Wang Hao certainly didn't want to appear in public view. The more crowded the place, the less he wanted to go there rashly. She wondered if Wang Hao would object to going out for dinner. Wang Hao immediately saw through Wei Yueqi's concern and smiled, "It's fine. If we go out to eat, then we go out to eat." Hooray! Stone's face lit up with excitement. Wang Hao shook his head, choosing not to say much more. As long as they didn't cause any major trouble outside, a meal wasn't such a big deal. The three headed to a nearby mall and found a barbecue restaurant. Wei Yueqi didn't hold back, ordering a mountain of grilled meats that made Oyu's eyes sparkle with excitement. The three of them ate heartily, all in good spirits. For today's outing, Wei Yueqi had deliberately changed into a very elegant blue maxi dress, giving her an ethereal aura. She had her own little thoughts, after all. She wanted to look more suited to Wang Hao. However, this outfit was completely at odds with her profession. Yet Oyu sat beside them, beaming with delight. This was the sister he held in his heart. Even if her profession seemed lowly, it wasn't because she was born that way. She was forced into it. When both parents abandoned them and left them to fend for themselves, it was Wei Yueqi who used her own body to hold this family together. It was Wei Yueqi who used her own body to protect Oyu from bullying, allowing him to live happily to this day. He never considered Wei Yueqi unclean. To him, hers was the purest body imaginable, as ethereal as a fairy's. Even Wang Hao was taken aback by Wei Yueqi's beauty in today's attire. But he didn't say much about it. A woman with such inherent kindness, Wang Hao didn't mind lending a helping hand. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a wicked laugh echoed through the air. "This is truly the most beautiful woman from the East Sea I've ever seen in my life. Hey, sweetheart, tell me, a woman like you, what are you like in bed? Are you just another plaything for me to toy with?" Chapter 165, Bastard. As the words fell, several figures slowly approached. The crowd looked up to see 6 men approaching. The 2 leading figures were tall, burly middle-aged men with pale, coarse skin, clearly not natives of the East Sea. If they weren't mistaken, these men were likely agents of the First Empire. Trailing behind them were 4 East Sea locals, bowing and scraping, following the 2 men without daring to breathe a word. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. East Sea, this is truly embarrassing. The First Empire's people run rampant here, yet their own people can only follow like dogs? Shaking his head, Wang Hao paid them no mind whatsoever, continuing to let Wei Yueqi eat on her own. Wang Hao's calmness caught Wei Yueqi off guard. She couldn't quite fathom his thoughts, but dared not speak further, simply following his instructions. She too also felt a flicker of unease. As an academically accomplished student, he remained deeply concerned about current affairs. Especially matters concerning the First Empire. They filled him with outrage. In his view, what was happening to the East Sea now was no different from becoming someone else's colony. It was utterly disgraceful. But right now, as just a kid, he dared not speak out recklessly. Seeing the 3 continue eating their meat as if nothing had happened, the 2 leading figures from the First Empire couldn't help but frown. Behind them, a man from the East Sea immediately rushed forward, pointing at the trio and shouting angrily. Are you deaf? Lord James and Lord Harry are speaking to you. Didn't you hear them? Oh? They're calling us your excellencies now? I'm curious, is this the East Sea, or the First Empire? Wang Hao didn't even lift his head, continuing to devour the grilled meat on his plate with a straight face. Yet his words resonated with many East Sea locals nearby. After all, these past 2 days, the East Sea had been thrown into utter chaos by these First Empire people. Hordes of First Empire citizens were running rampant in the East Sea, relying solely on their status to bully locals. Local officials dared not intervene, and even when the police were dispatched, they returned sheepishly, unable to reprimand these individuals. In just a few short days, the people of the East Sea felt as if they were living in a living hell. A woman caught someone's eye? That was considered good fortune. Someone bullied? Suck it up. These First Empire folks eating in Donghai without paying? Then just waive their bill. Countless inexplicable rulings have left everyone in the East Sea suffering terribly. Yet even the low-level officials of the East Sea were powerless to act. The higher-ups had directly invited the First Empire's top-tier powerhouses to take up residence in their own territory. These individuals could wipe out vast swaths of the East Sea populace with a mere breath. Under such circumstances, who would dare to oppose the First Empire on behalf of the authorities? No matter how furious they were, they dared not resist. Who could have imagined that Wang Hao would suddenly utter such words? Though stunned, many couldn't help but cheer inwardly. However, the few Eastern Sea men accompanying Harry and James immediately panicked. The leader among them couldn't hold back a curse. What the hell are you talking about? Are you trying to get yourself killed? If they truly angered Harry and James, they would all be finished. These two from the First Empire weren't ordinary people, they were officials. Especially James, a god-tier powerhouse. How dare Wang Hao speak to him like that? What else could it be but suicide? But Wang Hao just laughed. So in Donghai, if you're a white-skinned guy walking the streets picking fights with pretty girls, and they dare to talk back, it's suddenly their fault? I'm genuinely curious, what exactly does the East Sea's national law state? Is it to ensure the interests of every East Sea citizen, or to ensure the interests of every First Empire citizen? Or does Donghai law tell you that First Empire citizens are inherently noble, while Donghai natives are inferior races? That even if raped in broad daylight, they must smile and thank their benefactors for the favor? You. The East Sea man's face flushed red, then drained pale, yet he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Every word Wang Hao spoke struck him like a dagger to the heart. He was, after all, a man of the East Sea. What was happening now was truly disgraceful for the people of the East Sea. But Hari just sneered coldly. Got a problem with that, kid? If you're so upset, then in your next life, be reborn as one of us, a citizen of the First Empire. Don't waste your existence as a worthless nobody in those third-rate countries like the East Sea or the Dragon Kingdom. Hari's arrogance knew no bounds. Yet Wang Hao remained unmoved. He merely picked up the meat tongs silently, placed them on the pot, and pressed down gently. Soon, the tongs were scorching hot. From Wang Hao's mouth, a deep, icy voice finally emerged. You know, there's a saying. Villains die by talking too much. The words had barely left his mouth. Wang Hao suddenly grabbed the scorching hot tongs and slammed them directly onto Harry's face. Wang Hao's speed was blindingly fast. Harry couldn't react in time, and a large patch of his face instantly turned red and swollen from the searing heat. He let out a wail of agony on the spot. Ow! Ow! Beside him, James's expression darkened. As a war god tier powerhouse, he could easily tell Wang Hao was no ordinary man. That burst of speed just now was at least god of war level. But James showed no fear. He stepped forward with a cold snort, glaring at Wang Hao with contempt. So that's why you had the nerve to block us. Turns out you've got some skill after all? But kid, do you even know where you are? Wang Hao froze. The East Sea? Are you trying to tell me this place has been renamed the East Sea branch of the First Empire? You! James's face darkened. He had intended to say that the East Sea now answered to the First Empire. But some things, while he could think and act on them, he couldn't say them out loud. Otherwise, if someone recorded it and leaked it, under pressure, the East Sea and the First Empire would have no choice but to deal with him. The East Sea might bow to the First Empire, but it couldn't do so openly. James snorted coldly, fixing his contemptuous gaze on Wang Hao. Let me make this clear, he said. Whoever you are, if you dare speak to me like this again today, or lay a finger on Harry, you will die without a doubt. Don't think a little skill means anything. The First Empire's power in the East China Sea is enough to make your entire family die 800 times over. Wang Hao crossed his legs with a smirk. Oh? So you're planning to hire someone to kill you 800 times? To desecrate your corpse? James froze, utterly bewildered. When did I say I wanted to kill myself 800 times? Wei Yueqi and Oyu both looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't actually said that. What exactly did Wang Hao mean by that? But Wang Hao looked perfectly relaxed as he gazed at James and said calmly, Didn't you say you wanted my entire family to die 800 times? You bastard, even if you are a bit of a coward, I still can't deny you're my grandson, right? You're asking for it. James exploded with rage. He never imagined Wang Hao would dare humiliate him like this in public. But before he could react, Wang Hao suddenly sprang to his feet and grabbed James by the throat. His cold, menacing voice echoed in James' ears. Kid, how do you talk to your old man? Chapter 166, King of the East Sea, get out here. You. This time, everyone around them was utterly shocked. After all, Wang Hao's actions had been utterly unexpected. The shock left everyone momentarily speechless. But Wang Hao remained utterly calm. Hey kid, know the simplest truth in this world? When the weak stand before the strong, it's best to keep quiet, otherwise, you'll get beaten. James stared at Wang Hao in sheer terror, speechless. He never imagined Wang Hao could be this powerful. This was a heavenly king. Only a heavenly king-level powerhouse could annihilate him so effortlessly. Watching James still struggling, nearly out of breath, Wang Hao tossed him onto the ground and coldly ordered, kneel down and apologize. I'll spare your dog's life. Refuse, and I'll make sure there are 6 corpses here. Wang Hao spoke calmly, but James knew all too well Wang Hao would actually do it. The martial king fears killing a few people? The thought made James swallow hard. Though every fiber of his being resisted, he knelt before Wang Hao with utmost reverence, bowing deeply. I'm sorry. This left everyone else around them utterly dumbfounded. They clearly couldn't fathom James's reaction. But James was the strongest among them. If he bowed, who else dared to defy? Harry took the lead, followed by the 4 Eastern Sea lackeys, all kneeling before Wang Hao. We're sorry. They all murmured in unison. Then Harry stood up immediately. In his eyes, Wang Hao couldn't very well make him kneel and apologize only to keep him here afterward, could he? But as soon as Harry rose, Wang Hao's contemptuous sneer echoed through the air. Useless trash. Did I give you permission to leave? By the end, Wang Hao's voice suddenly grew several times louder. A wave of overwhelming sonic force slammed directly into Harry's ears. Instantly. Thud. Harry collapsed straight onto the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, dead as a doornail. At that moment, everyone let out a startled cry, fear etched across every face. Wang Hao had actually killed Harry. He had killed an official of the First Empire in the East Sea. This was bound to cause a major uproar. Staring at Wang Hao, even James couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. Sir, are you aware that Harry was an official of the First Empire? To kill him like this, publicly humiliating other women, spewing filth from every breath, doesn't such a man deserve to die? Wang Hao spoke coldly, his face brimming with disdain. Take his body away. And tell your people if they want to cause trouble for me, they can come. I'll be waiting for them downstairs. If you don't show up within an hour, I'll be on my way. With that, Wang Hao resumed devouring his grilled meat. James swallowed hard, then dared say nothing more. With a sweeping gesture, he led his men away, carrying Harry's body with them. Watching Wang Hao, Wei Yueqi couldn't help but feel flustered. Sir, what are you? Wang Hao said calmly, once you two are out, take a taxi to another city, then fly out of Donghai. The entire Donghai region is about to descend into chaos. Wang Hao's words instantly turned Wei Yueqi and Oyu pale. Donghai is about to descend into chaos? What was Wang Hao planning to do? Sure Tu wanted to ask more questions, but Wei Yueqi cut him off. She bowed respectfully to Wang Hao. Thank you, benefactor. Though Oyu didn't quite understand, he followed suit and bowed as well. Wang Hao waved them off without further comment. Watching them walk away, he then descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. After confirming via phone that the pair had left the city for a nearby town, preparing to spend the rest of their lives abroad, a faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips. With this, he had nothing left to worry about in the East Sea. The First Empire's elite? The King of the East Sea? Bring them all on. He'd see if, after things blew up, these people still had the nerve to talk like they did before. Today's incident was his greatest leverage for stirring up trouble in the East Sea. Seated in the mall's ground floor lounge, Wang Hao remained calm. Less than an hour later, James arrived with a massive entourage. They arrived not only on foot and by car, but even more shockingly, a helicopter flew in from the distance, hovering overhead and keeping a close watch on Wang Hao. This spectacle caused every ordinary citizen nearby to turn pale. No one could have imagined such an event unfolding. The sudden arrival of the helicopter, along with the large number of fair-skinned individuals from the First Empire. What on earth was going on? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao slowly rose to his feet and walked directly onto the square. His eyes swept the area, and a faint smile touched his lips. He paid no attention to the others around him, fixing his gaze instead on the helicopter. At the same time, a whisper escaped his lips. Thanks. I was just missing a megaphone. Ignoring James and the others, Wang Hao suddenly leaped high into the air, soaring directly toward the helicopter. This caused everyone's expressions to change abruptly. They had called for the helicopter to monitor Wang Hao from above, enabling them to better coordinate the others in surrounding him. But who could have predicted that Wang Hao would completely ignore everyone else and go straight for the helicopter itself? This left everyone completely caught off guard. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao didn't destroy the helicopter upon reaching it. Instead, he flung the pilot out of the aircraft. Immediately, James below sprang into action, catching the pilot. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Hao took control of the helicopter. He didn't fly it anywhere. Instead, he quietly activated the helicopter's loudspeaker and cranked the volume to maximum. His voice echoed into every ear present. Since when did the East Sea fall under the First Empire's jurisdiction? I killed someone in the East Sea, yet not a single East Sea official showed up. The First Empire, however, dispatched an armed helicopter and brought a massive contingent, and still, not a single East Sea official intervened? How about I issue an announcement for you all? Tell the entire world that the East Sea is now nothing but a dog of the First Empire? His words instantly turned every face pale. Earlier, though many had heard Wang Hao's words, they were confined to the restaurant and hadn't caused much stir. But now, with the First Empire making such a huge scene and drawing a massive crowd, Wang Hao's loudspeaker announcement instantly caused everyone's expressions to darken. Clearly, Wang Hao intended to escalate this matter. He was determined to strip the king of Donghai of his people's loyalty. And now, Wang Hao spoke once more. King of the East Sea. Step out and tell everyone what should be done when the women of the East Sea are harassed and humiliated by the First Empire's forces? And while you're at it, have your wife and daughter step forward to demonstrate. Let everyone learn from your wife and daughter how to face the First Empire's harassment. Chapter 167, You're Asking for Death. His words plunged the entire hall into deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the commotion here had grown so intense that many people pulled out their phones to start live streaming. Today's society is nothing like the past. With one person holding a phone and starting a live stream, news spreads like wildfire. News spread like wildfire across the entire East Sea, reaching the ears of the East Sea King himself. The Donghai natives present were consumed by rage. Many joined Wang Hao in shouting, hurling furious insults at the First Empire's people. This was the anger they had suppressed deep within their hearts for far too long. The East Sea had been in utter chaos these past few days. They truly could not bear it any longer. Seeing this surging tide of enraged Eastern Sea natives, the First Empire's elite forces grew irritated. In their minds, they were first-class citizens. As for these Eastern Sea folk, they were mere outcasts. What right did the people of their colony have to shout demands for freedom and democracy here? They were unworthy. But precisely these words they cannot utter. Compounded by Wang Hao's lofty position now unsettling them, the group's actions grew increasingly reckless. Soon, ordinary citizens of Donghai were being pushed to the ground. Some who resisted were even struck dead on the spot by a powerful figure from the First Empire. Through the live broadcast, every single scene was witnessed by countless people in the East Sea. Those who recorded the footage spread it across the entire internet. In that moment, the entire East Sea seemed to ignite. Countless voices cursed the ruling authorities, especially the Eastern Sea King. Those nearby went wild, surging like madmen toward the First Empire's elite warriors. James was furious now. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot on the ground. Instantly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. A crack, 7 or 8 meters long, appeared in the ground. Several ordinary people from the East Sea fell into the gap on the spot. The crack continued to widen, eventually reaching a full 2 meters in width. This time, everyone fell silent. No matter how furious they had been moments before, the sheer disparity in power and the overwhelming fear before them forced them into a cold, sobering silence. Observing the silent Eastern Sea group, a powerful figure from the First Empire let out a cold, heavy snort. A bunch of useless fools, daring to disrupt our plans? Mark my words, take one more step forward, and whoever dares will die. I'll see just how many of you are willing to throw your lives away today. At these words, many First Empire members couldn't help but turn pale. After all, with so many people streaming live right now, if word of this got out, it would spell big trouble. But they didn't care about that now. The most important thing now was to deal with Wang Hao. Wang Hao clearly never expected these East Sea men to do anything for him. He only needed them to spread the news. By now, the entire East Sea must be abuzz with these rumors. Official efforts to suppress them would be futile. And the Eastern Sea King's prestige would plummet completely. As for those who opposed the First Empire, if they still didn't seize the opportunity to rise to power after he'd gone this far, they were nothing but a bunch of useless fools deserving of never ruling the East Sea. Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. His current mission was to deal with these powerful figures of the First Empire. However, after scanning the crowd with his gaze, a faint smile touched the corners of Wang Hao's lips. The strongest among them was merely an ordinary heavenly king. They thought they could kill him with just this handful of people? How utterly delusional. With a cold snort, Wang Hao suddenly leapt high from the helicopter and charged directly toward the First Empire's elite warriors. Instantly, every First Empire elite paled in shock. They never imagined Wang Hao would be so audacious. A single man facing all of them, and he actually dared to strike first? Had the guy lost his mind? But they had no time to dwell on such thoughts. 3 Heavenly King tier powerhouses instantly closed in. As representatives of the First Empire's official forces, they were seasoned top-tier war gods whose power was formidable. After their recent breakthrough, their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, elevating them to the elite tier among Heavenly King-level experts, far surpassing other newly ascended Heavenly Kings. In their eyes, a mere young upstart like Wang Hao? With all 3 attacking together, Wang Hao was as good as dead. Yet at that moment, as Wang Hao charged toward them, a wicked smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, a colossal soul bridge descended directly from the heavens. A soul bridge. At that instant, the expressions of all several figures turned deathly pale. A soul bridge of this magnitude could only belong to the absolute pinnacle of existence in the entire world. Such power, combined with that age and that appearance. There was only one possible candidate. You are Wang Hao. You are the Dark Knight Dragon King of the Dragon Nation, Wang Hao. With a thunderous roar, all eyes turned toward Wang Hao, shock etched upon every face. Wang Hao. The very man the entire East Sea feared. It was precisely because of Wang Hao that they had invited these powerful figures from the First Empire to the East Sea, leading to everything that had unfolded. Yet now, they suddenly realized it was Wang Hao who had saved the women of the East Sea and slain the First Empire's men. Who truly acted for the East Sea's benefit, and who was the villain who harmed it? Everyone fell into silence. But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to indulge these fools. Dare to cause trouble for him, Wang Hao? Today, he would kill every last one of them. Feeling the sudden surge of killing intent emanating from Wang Hao, the faces of those Heavenly King-level powerhouses turned deathly pale. They turned to flee. But Wang Hao only sneered coldly in disdain. In front of me? You think you can just run away? You're dreaming. As the words fell, the colossal soul bridge above Wang Hao's head crashed down. Instantly. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the majority of the First Empire's elite forces sent to confront him were instantly wiped out. Only the few Heavenly Kings remained alive, yet each clung to life by a thread. The gap between a Soul Bridge Master and an ordinary Heavenly King was simply too vast. Once the Soul Bridge manifested, it could annihilate them in an instant. Gazing at Wang Hao, the remaining Heavenly King-level experts were utterly terrified. They knew all too well that if the Soul Bridge descended once more, their deaths would be certain. At this moment, they were truly terrified. They couldn't care less about the others' fates, but they themselves couldn't die. At this thought, the leader among them cried out in alarm, Wang Hao, you can't kill us. We are all citizens of the First Empire. Killing us would mean you've completely alienated the First Empire. Then, the First Empire will surely send men to kill your wife and children. Kill my wife and children? Wang Hao cut him off abruptly, his voice instantly turning as cold as an iceberg. The very thought of it makes you doomed. Chapter 168, Run. His voice was as icy as polar glaciers, striking fear deep into the soul. All the Donghai citizens gathered nearby stared wide-eyed as Wang Hao used his soul bridge to crush several Heavenly Kings to death, yet not a single word escaped their lips. If at first they had been furious when they learned Wang Hao had stood up for the people of Donghai only to be bullied by the First Empire. But as Wang Hao's true identity was exposed, their emotions grew complex. And after Wang Hao had slain these First Empire agents, one thing became undeniably clear in their hearts. Wang Hao was utterly unbeatable. Is this even human? If he wanted to, he could wipe out an entire city anytime. He was a walking nuclear bomb. Under these circumstances, how could they dare to oppose Wang Hao? Why did the Eastern Sea faction ever oppose him in the first place? Countless thoughts flooded their minds, plunging them all into silence. But Wang Hao, having slaughtered all these First Empire elites, leapt high once more. Standing atop the helicopter, he bellowed through its loudspeaker, King of the East Sea, come out. Today, you owe all the people of the East Sea an explanation. If you don't come within an hour, I'll go to your East Sea Prince's mansion and kill you. When that time comes, don't blame me for not sparing your life. With that, Wang Hao acted as if nothing had happened, sitting down in the helicopter and closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, all the Eastern Sea people nearby were streaming live footage of the entire scene, swiftly relaying everything to the Eastern Sea King's ears. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, the Eastern Sea King slammed his hand down on the table. Seeking death. His body trembled with rage as the words left his mouth. To eliminate Wang Hao, he had sacrificed the entire interests of the East Sea, even his personal reputation, believing everything was now secure. Who could have imagined that upon Wang Hao's return, the consequences would be so dire? This bastard had caused chaos in the East Sea, slaughtering countless elite warriors of the First Empire. Such a man must not be spared. To keep him alive would be to invite an immense calamity. Tong Shui. Your subordinate is here. Tong Pan, commander of the East Sea, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the East Sea King. The Eastern Sea King's voice was cold and menacing. Mobilize every cannon in the Eastern Sea and follow me. Today, even if it means reducing the entire city to ruins, I will execute that traitor Wang Hao. Tong Pan's expression immediately darkened. He couldn't help but interject, "Your Majesty, if we do that, what of your reputation?" "My reputation?" The king of Donghai laughed, a laugh tinged with sorrow. "If I fail to kill Wang Hao, what I stand to lose will be far more than mere reputation." At these words, Tongpan fell silent. Indeed. If Wang Hao were to vanish from public view and gradually infiltrate the Donghai prince's residence, they would truly be powerless against him. Now was the best and only opportunity to eliminate Wang Hao. Realizing this, neither spoke further. Tongpan proceeded to carry out the order immediately. Meanwhile, after waiting a full half hour, Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes slowly. In the distance, an aircraft had landed in a relatively secure location. From within the plane, the voice of the Duke of Donghai echoed out. "Wang Hao, you have committed atrocities and slaughtered innocents on my Eastern Sea territory. Today, I shall execute you here. I will make the entire world witness Wang Hao's demise at the hands of the East Sea." Hearing the Eastern Sea King's voice, Wang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Listen here, you old scoundrel Eastern Sea King, can we cut the crap? Killing innocents? You call foreigners who seduce Eastern Sea women innocent? Flirting? How dare you call it flirting?" The Eastern Sea King sneered contemptuously. "Those were Dragon Nation prostitutes you brought in specifically to seduce the friends of the First Empire. You call that flirting? Wang Hao, you really do think too highly of yourself." Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He never imagined the King of the East could be so shameless. But Wang Hao remained unhurried. Pointing at the crowd below, he said indifferently, "This matter, it's not just me, Wang Hao, who encountered it." "What? Are you, the Duke of Donghai, suggesting that every single Donghai person here is lying, slandering the people of the First Empire?" As he spoke these words, a sudden chill gripped Wang Hao's heart. An ominous foreboding welled up from the depths of his heart. He felt as though he had guessed something. In that instant, Wang Hao's expression abruptly changed. He glared fiercely in the direction of the Eastern Sea King's aircraft, a flash of rage igniting in his eyes. "King of the East Sea, are you intending to slaughter every last citizen of the East Sea? They are all witnesses." "Witnesses?" The Donghai King's voice grew icy. "In my eyes, they're nothing but fools deceived by you. Today, they die a worthy death for contributing to the East Sea's cause of eliminating you." No sooner had the words left his mouth. Click! Click! Countless cannons instantly cocked, encircling Wang Hao completely. At the Eastern Sea King's command, these cannons would fire without hesitation, sparing no cost to eliminate Wang Hao. As for the ordinary people nearby, they too would have no chance of survival. Judging by the sheer number and density of these cannons, they could obliterate an entire district. With enough firepower to kill even Wang Hao, what chance did these ordinary people stand? Gazing at the direction of the Eastern Sea King's aircraft, rage blazed in Wang Hao's eyes. "King of the East Sea, are you prepared to slaughter your own people on such a massive scale? Massacre? No. They are martyrs." The Eastern Sea King snorted coldly, then waved his hand decisively. Instantly. Boom! Countless shells slammed toward Wang Hao's position. All around, every citizen of the East Sea panicked. They raised their phones, aiming them at the East Sea King, intent on recording every move he made at this very moment. They would make this damned bastard's reputation crumble. They wanted everyone to know just how shameless this man truly was. But when they opened their phones, they discovered they had no signal at all. The King of the East Sea had cut off all signals across the entire city. No one would ever know what he had done today. The world would only hear that the people of Donghai, seeking to eliminate Wang Hao, had willingly offered their lives to perish alongside him. This was the narrative the King of Donghai had crafted. Today, he would exhaust every last cannon in the East Sea's arsenal, sparing no expense, to eliminate Wang Hao. As Wang Hao watched the Eastern Sea King's aircraft, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "King of the East Sea, today I shall see who lives and who dies." With those words, Wang Hao flung his soul bridge forth. The Eastern Sea King's expression darkened. Normally, a soul bridge master's greatest strength lay in their soul bridge itself, which could move far faster than Wang Hao himself. Yet in the Eastern Sea King's eyes, facing such artillery fire, Wang Hao's soul bridge was surely meant to shield himself. Why, then, was Wang Hao now using his soul bridge to kill him? However, the Eastern Sea King had no time to ponder this further. His face contorted with terror, and an agonized wail escaped his lips. Run! Chapter 169, Destroy the entire city. The Eastern Sea King was utterly panicked. At that moment, Wang Hao's soul bridge charged toward their aircraft like an incredibly powerful homing missile. He couldn't afford to think about much else. He only wanted to survive. Alas! It was too late. Boom! Amid the terrifying explosion, the entire aircraft detonated on impact. The Eastern Sea King was reduced to nothing but ashes. At that moment, everyone froze in shock. Who could have imagined that the first to die today would be the Eastern Sea King? But before anyone could dwell on it, boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted. Countless artillery pieces detonated simultaneously. Amid the violent explosions, the blast radiated outward from the area where Wang Hao stood, engulfing everything within a radius of over 5 kilometers. Everything turned into a massive cloud of smoke. The swirling smoke filled the sky, evoking a deep-seated dread. Everyone nearby perished instantly. Many others in the surrounding area remained utterly unaware of what had transpired here. But the Eastern Sea King had no intention of sparing their lives. This explosion instantly reduced everything within a 5-kilometer radius to dust. A mushroom cloud shot skyward. All the so-called skyscrapers vanished without a trace in that instant. The entire scene fell into deathly silence. The entire core district of the city was utterly destroyed. This was something no one could have ever imagined. Everyone was stunned. What followed was a wave of wails and cries. Those who survived near the blast's edge rushed madly into the devastated zone, clutching their dead loved ones and weeping uncontrollably. And further inward? On the ground, only ashes remained. Every single one of them was buried alive. All for the sake of killing Wang Hao. In that moment, the entire city plunged into profound grief. This city is finished. The East Sea is finished too. The king of Donghai is dead. To kill Wang Hao, they invited countless forces from the First Empire, turning Donghai into a vassal state and branding its people as inferiors. Yet in the end, the king of Donghai still died. Everything he had done now seemed like a joke. The only comfort is that Wang Hao is dead. Just as everyone pondered this, suddenly, impossible! A startled cry erupted. Soon, more and more people around them noticed something was amiss, their gazes following the direction of the first-person stare. At the epicenter of the explosion, Wang Hao slowly rose into the air, hovering mid-sky as he surveyed the charred ruins around him, his eyes blazing with icy fury. He was now gravely wounded. Though that blow hadn't killed him, its force was even greater than the one he'd endured in the north. It would take at least 3 to 5 days for Wang Hao to recover. Yet he knew certain tasks demanded completion in one breath. Now was the most critical moment. After swallowing a pill to forcefully suppress his physical discomfort, Wang Hao spoke out loud. The chaos in the East Sea lies with the East Sea King. It lies with the East Sea rulers led by the East Sea King. The time has come for the Eastern Sea to change its dynasty. If you still consider yourselves people of the East Sea, then it is best that the East Sea be ruled by the people of the East Sea themselves. I, Wang Hao, kill only enemies, never the innocent. Yet the Eastern Sea King, in his campaign against me, Wang Hao, has brutally slaughtered countless ordinary people of the Eastern Sea. Who is right and who is wrong? You all know the truth in your hearts. You don't need me to tell you which side to choose, do you? With that, Wang Hao dismissed these confused commoners of the East Sea and sprinted away. As Wang Hao's figure vanished, all the Eastern Sea people fell into a deep silence. Clearly, they understood that today, the East Sea would descend into utter chaos. Today, an event had occurred in the East Sea that would shake the entire world to its core. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, who had been making his escape, flew directly to the East Sea capital and immediately sought out a certain individual. This person was none other than the leader of the East Sea Independence Party. Upon meeting Wang Hao, he wasted no words, immediately handing him a list. It contained the names of all the confidants of the former East Sea King. Once they are eliminated, I shall ascend to power. I cannot guarantee much for the future of the East Sea, but one thing is certain, I will not oppose Lord Dark Knight Dragon King. Wang Hao smiled faintly. That was enough. He didn't need the Eastern Sea to submit. What he demanded was the safety of his wife and child. He would not allow anyone to harm Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. And that included the East Sea. Clutching the list, Wang Hao vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, someone else slowly emerged from the side. Observing the man who had just transacted with Wang Hao, he couldn't help but mutter, "Can this man truly be trusted?" The man sighed, a wry smile curling his lips. When it comes to character, he's far superior to both of us. At the very least, he's a man who puts feelings above all else. 1 hour later, Wang Hao had slaughtered all the high-ranking officials in the East Sea who supported the First Empire. Those advocating for Donghai's independence immediately seized power. The news spread across the globe. The entire world was stunned. Numerous nations immediately dispatched envoys to the East Sea to negotiate with the new ruler. This was an imperative they could not ignore. Every nation requires diplomacy. The Dragon Nation was no exception. The envoy dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom this time was none other than Qin Liangyu, who had previously interacted with Wang Hao. Now, as he flew across the ocean, Qin Liangyu felt profoundly moved. Though everything unfolded suddenly, Dragon Nation had already received word. They knew this was all Wang Hao's doing. What countless people in Dragon Nation had failed to achieve for years, Wang Hao had accomplished single-handedly. Just as Qin Liangyu pondered how he would communicate with the new ruler of the East Sea. Suddenly, boom! A deafening explosion shook his aircraft violently. At that moment, even Qin Liangyu couldn't help but turn pale. He flung open the cabin door and gazed into the distance. In the direction of the East Sea, right above its capital city, a colossal mushroom cloud shot skyward, visible from afar. The blast's impact spanned hundreds of kilometers. The entire city, the entire capital city of Donghai had vanished. Who could possibly have done this? Such a weapon even the Dragon Nation might not possess it. Even if other nations possessed such technology, they could never have deployed it in the East Sea. No. The First Empire. They possessed the capability to forge such weapons and deploy them in the East Sea. At this realization, Yan Liangcai's body began to tremble uncontrollably. And he knew exactly what the First Empire intended to do. Their people were all dead. All perished at Wang Hao's hands. Clearly, Wang Hao was an enemy of the First Empire and a terrifyingly powerful one at that. Such a person must not be allowed to live not for the First Empire. Since that's the case, they, naturally, must destroy him. And the best way to eliminate Wang Hao is to use their most advanced weaponry to make Wang Hao, along with all the opponents of the Eastern Sea Kingdom, vanish from this world. As for the millions of citizens in that capital city, who gives a damn about them? Chapter 170, The First Empire's Ambition. Amid the explosions, Yan Liang stared blankly at the scene, his expression frozen in disbelief. He never dreamed such a thing could happen. The First Empire had gone mad. Yan Liangcai immediately halted the aircraft, then pulled out his communicator and relayed everything directly to the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation. He knew full well that today's events weren't witnessed by him alone. The First Empire's deployment of annihilation-level weapons against Wang Hao would inevitably send shockwaves across the entire world. All the Dragon Nation could do now was fight for more time for Wang Hao's family. As for survival? What a joke! In an explosion of that magnitude, even the hardest metal in the world wouldn't remain intact, let alone a human being? No matter how powerful Wang Hao was, he was nowhere near that level. Just as Yan Liangcai had anticipated, the news spread across the globe in no time. Within the Dragon Nation, the news spread as if deliberately accelerated, soon becoming common knowledge to all. Indeed, someone was deliberately steering the narrative. That person was none other than Crescent Red Robe. Ever since being suppressed by Wang Hao, Xinyue had become a pariah, forced to hide in the shadows, never daring to show her face. It could be said that the New Moon's once promising situation had been utterly obliterated by Wang Hao's tactics. Even though they possessed numerous Heavenly King-level experts, it was only now that Red Robe finally understood. The so-called Heavenly Kings, though formidable, were no match for Wang Hao. That colossal soul bridge represented a realm far beyond their comprehension. Hongyi knew he had been played by Wang Hao. This hatred consumed him, making him yearn to flay Wang Hao alive. Now that he'd learned of Wang Hao's death, he would spread the news across the land at once. Especially to Wang Hao's wife and children. He wanted Wang Hao's most cherished family to be utterly devastated by his death. Under Red Robe's arrangements, Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng soon received the news from the East Sea. The two tried every possible method to contact Wang Hao, but to no avail. And now, creak! The door suddenly swung open. Seeing the figure at the doorway, Chu Xiaoyun's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Standing not far away was none other than Wen Xingxue, the current acting Dragon King of the Dark Dragon Hall. Seeing Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, Wen Xingxue could no longer contain her emotions. She kept wiping away tears, her body trembling slightly. Without a word, Chu Xiaoyun already knew the outcome. Slumped on the sofa, Chu Xiaoyun's eyes were vacant, her body trembling uncontrollably as tears streamed down her face. He said he'd be fine. He said he'd take care of me and Mengmeng for the rest of our lives. Liar. He's a liar. 5 years ago, he left without a word. Now, he's gone again. How long does he plan to deceive me? By the end, Chu Xiaoyun was practically screaming her grief. Beside her, Mengmeng, usually the most cheerful child, stood with a bewildered expression. Though she still clutched the newly bought picture book in her small hands, all excitement had vanished. She stood there blankly, staring into the distance, lost in thought. Compared to Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao had only appeared briefly in Mengmeng's life. Yet even that brief time had turned Mengmeng's world upside down. Without Wang Hao, all the confidence and security she had built up inside would vanish too. Her life might well revert to the terrifying state of the previous 4 years. Watching the two of them, Wen Xingxue sighed softly. Sister-in-law, Mengmeng, it's not over yet. The initial search results for the entire East Sea have just come in, and no. Any signs of life? No signs of life whatsoever. Those words pierced Chu Xiaoyun's heart like the sharpest arrows. No signs of life meant that not even a single fly had survived, not even at the very edge of the explosion. No birds in the sky, no beasts on the land, no fish in the water, no insects anywhere. And no people. In such an environment, how could Chu Xiaoyun possibly cling to the hope that Wang Hao was still alive? Watching Chu Xiaoyun, Wen Xingxue closed her eyes in anguish. But she knew she had other matters to attend to. Wang Hao's death would inevitably send shockwaves through the Dark Dragon Hall. The original Wen Xingxue had never cared about the Dark Dragon Hall. Her only concern was Wang Hao, her brother. Yet she understood she must protect Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. Otherwise, even in the afterlife, she would have no face to meet Wang Hao. And to protect Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, she had to ensure the Dark Dragon Hall remained powerful and intact. With this resolve, Wen Qingxue said no more and withdrew immediately. The Dark Dragon Hall was now in disarray. And she was the only one who could keep the Dark Dragon Hall standing for now. Yet when Qingxue understood that at best, she could only shield the Dark Dragon Hall for a time. Should Wan Haoruo die, the Dark Dragon Hall would inevitably disintegrate. Meanwhile, nations began dispatching their own representatives to address the East Sea incident. Today, the East Sea had become the negotiation ground for the entire world. Regarding this explosion, the First Empire not only made no attempt to conceal it but instead readily admitted everything. As envoys from various nations arrived, the First Empire's envoy spoke in a resonant voice. Allow me to introduce the device we employed in the previous explosion, the ancient nuclear weapon. This is a special energy weapon, secretly developed by our First Empire. You have witnessed its power. It can obliterate an entire city at will. Moreover, even a soul bridge master like Wang Hao would not survive. As he spoke, the envoy of the First Empire radiated confidence. Meanwhile, representatives from other nations present wore solemn expressions. Even representatives from the Second Empire and the Northern Kingdom couldn't help but curse inwardly. Their military development had been hindered by years of mutual checks and balances with the Dragon Nation. Now, the ultimate beneficiary was the First Empire. Their rivalry had enabled the First Empire to surpass them all in military technology. Yet none uttered a word now, instead turning their gaze toward the Dragon Nation's representative Pang Yuehua of the northern frontier. They understood all too well that the other nations simply weren't in the same league as the First Empire. The Northern Kingdom, the Second Empire, the Eastern Sea. Surrounded on three sides, the Dragon Nation still stood firm. This alone spoke volumes. Only the Dragon Nation could possibly stand against the First Empire. At that moment, Pang Yuehua stared at the envoy from the First Empire and couldn't help but let out a heavy, cold snort. Tom, if you have something to say, speak plainly. Everyone is here, no need for beating around the bush. The envoy of the First Empire named Tom heard this and showed no anger, merely smiling faintly. You want me to be explicit? Very well. The First Empire shall establish a heavenly kingdom. A nation united by all nations. The First Empire shall reign supreme. Gentlemen, any objections? Chapter 171, Destruction must precede creation. Establish the heavenly kingdom, with the First Empire as supreme. With those words, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. The First Empire's ambition is truly immense. This isn't some United Nations, it's a brand new world order with the First Empire as its supreme authority. From this day forward, whether it be the Dragon Nation, the Second Empire, or the Northern Kingdom, whoever they may be, all must bow their heads and pledge allegiance before the First Empire. Then, the people of the First Empire could openly declare themselves the first-class citizens anywhere in the world. At that moment, a cold, sinister gleam flashed in Pang Yuehua's eyes. Tom, are you dreaming? Tom smiled faintly, his voice calm. Is there a problem with what I said? Or does the Dragon Nation want to experience more explosions of those ancient nuclear weapons? Just a friendly reminder, my First Empire possesses tens of thousands of such devices. Tens of thousands. At that number, even Pang Yuehua's face turned deathly pale. If Tom's words held any truth, these alone could obliterate the entire world. Combined, all the other nations present wouldn't even come close to matching the First Empire's firepower. If he, Pang Yuehua, refused all this on behalf of Dragon Nation today, leading to several of its cities suffering such explosions, then he, Pang Yuehua, would be a traitor to the Dragon Nation. At that moment, no matter how confident Pang Yuehua had been before, his expression grew heavy. He sat down, remained silent for a long while, then spoke again in a low voice. I need some time to consider this matter. I believe none of you present here can make such a monumental decision on behalf of your nations. If the First Empire refuses to grant us this time, the Dragon Nation will rather go down fighting. Tom remained unperturbed, merely smiling as he replied, very well. I shall grant you all one day. 24 hours should be sufficient for you to accomplish much. I await your good news. I believe it won't be long before we're all family. As he spoke, Tom's lips curved upward slightly, his face radiating excitement. In his view, this explosion alone was enough to strike fear into the world. If even Soul Bridge experts were powerless to resist, how could anyone else possibly stand against them? The First Empire would henceforth become the true rulers of all. What of the Dragon Nation? The Second Empire? The Northern Kingdom? From now on, they would all be nothing but second-class citizens. While this globally watched conference was underway, at the heart of the ruins in the capital of the Eastern Sea Kingdom, at some unknown point, a small hole had appeared here. The hole was small, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Most crucially, this hole plunged downward, seemingly bottomless. However, if someone were to drop a stone into it, it would plunge straight through to the ocean surface. This hole pierced straight through the entire continent. Yet even so, the air within the hole still carried the thick, lingering scent of the recent explosion. Evidently, even this immense chasm couldn't fully escape the blast's fury. And now, descending through this hole all the way to the ocean floor, a figure floated silently in the sea. His clothes were nearly torn to shreds, drenched in blood. It was Wang Hao. Wang Hao allowed his body to drift in the ocean, his eyes heavy with gravity. The explosion had been truly terrifying. Even with his lightning-fast reflexes, which allowed him to blast through the entire surface, he had barely escaped. Fortunately, the location was close to the ocean, and the continental depth was shallow enough for him to tunnel straight through the surface into the sea. He drifted for an unknown distance, relying on the ocean's resistance to gradually lessen the explosive force. Otherwise, even with his formidable strength, Wang Hao would have perished in that blast. By now, Wang Hao's body had mostly recovered. Though he looked battered, he could wield about 80% of his former strength. Yet Wang Hao had no intention of emerging immediately. He knew full well that the First Empire must have its motives. Otherwise, the First Empire couldn't possibly bear the blame for destroying his capital city. Under these circumstances, Wang Hao had already guessed something. The First Empire likely possessed not just one such weapon, but many. Their objective in destroying the Eastern Sea Kingdom's capital and killing him, Wang Hao, was to intimidate the world and establish a new order with the First Empire as its supreme ruler. No matter how furious Wang Hao felt, deep down he knew the First Empire truly had the right to be so arrogant. The destructive power of their new weapon was sufficient to threaten the lives of even Soul Bridge-level powerhouses. Had luck not been on his side, Wang Hao himself would likely have perished instantly. To confront the First Empire? Unless he, Wang Hao, could advance further. Though he had long grasped the Soul Bridge realm and reached the threshold of advancement, the Wang Hao of before had never possessed the confidence to take that step. He had no concept of what greater power truly entailed. Only after touching greater power does one earn the right to break through. Otherwise, no matter how gifted, attempting to create a realm from nothing is mere fantasy. Wang Hao had achieved the Soul Bridge realm so smoothly before precisely because his former teacher had imparted this wisdom to him. He also understood the cultivation methods required to reach the peak of the Soul Bridge realm. But beyond that? Not even his master had ever reached those realms. According to his teacher, once Wang Hao reached the peak of the Soul Bridge realm, he would take him to a certain place. He believed that with Wang Hao's talent, he could advance to the next realm there. Yet even Wang Hao never imagined that 5 years ago, such an event would occur. After that, due to returning to his family, Wang Hao never went back. Who could have imagined that today would present Wang Hao with such an opportunity? If anyone else had been attacked by such a weapon, they would only feel fear and dread. But Wang Hao sensed something different within it. The explosive energy was unlike any he had cultivated before. It was a uniquely distinct energy. It was a level above the Soul Bridge he was currently cultivating. Radiation energy? Wang Hao, submerged in the seawater affected by the explosion, saw images flash continuously through his mind. From the seawater before him, to each droplet, to the intricate molecular structures and chemical compounds contained within every single drop. All the way to something. It was a pulsating energy point. And the root cause of all the explosions lay right here. Destruction precedes creation. Wang Hao's eyes snapped open, and these 4 words burst from his lips. The Soul Bridge spans mountains, rivers, and seas, reaching the other end of cultivation. Yet cultivators focus solely on strengthening the Soul Bridge, endlessly enhancing its power. After all, the boost the Soul Bridge provided was immense. As long as the Soul Bridge kept growing stronger, the increase in one's power was more than satisfying. Yet this very path causes them to overlook the splendor that lies ahead. They forgot their original purpose. Their purpose in building the Soul Bridge was never to concentrate energy within it. They sought to reach the other shore. At that moment, Wang Hao's Soul Bridge slowly materialized before him. He stepped forward along the Soul Bridge, advancing toward the horizon. Upon reaching the other shore, the Soul Bridge shattered completely. Chapter 172, Oh, so cocky? Wang Hao was utterly straightforward, showing not a shred of hesitation from start to finish. He knew well that the greatest taboo in cultivation was hesitation. Having chosen this path, he could afford no more vacillation. Otherwise, he would never succeed in accomplishing this. With this resolve, Wang Hao stepped forward 1 foot at a time, while the Soul Bridge behind him shattered completely and merged into his body. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. The power of the Soul Bridge was immense, something Wang Hao had always known. But only now, as it shattered and merged into his body, did he grasp the true source of its immense power. After being used to construct the Soul Bridge, the energy itself had undergone a transformation due to its connection with the cultivation of the other shore. Now, as it merged into his body, Wang Hao felt that energy, the same profound sensation he had once experienced in the ocean. Break to rebuild the ultimate destination of energy was not greater power, but more refined energy. To break through the surface by focusing on a single point? Smiling, Wang Hao shook his head and let the energy gradually merge into his body. As the energy dispersed, Wang Hao distinctly felt the transformation within his body. The soul bridge was gone. Yet his aura had risen to an entirely new level of power. After the energy from the soul bridge integrated into his body, it even carved out an entirely new cultivation space within his mind. Though it existed within his mind, it felt boundless, stretching endlessly beyond sight. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao shook his head, forcing himself out of that boundless, universe-like environment. He knew full well that he would eventually return to that space within his mind. But not now. There, one careless step, and he feared he might become trapped within it. To become trapped in a space from which he could never escape, that would be a colossal crisis for anyone. Taking another deep breath, Wang Hao calmed his emotions and began to sense his physical body. Visually, it appeared unchanged from before. Yet in reality, Wang Hao's physical form had become far more resilient. Every ounce of his energy no longer pooled in his muscles and bones, but instead concentrated within every single cell of his body. This incredibly precise energy had fortified his body to its absolute limit, making it nearly indestructible. His physical strength now was on an entirely different level compared to before. In terms of raw power, Wang Hao couldn't even begin to estimate how much he had improved. But Wang Hao knew this much: at the very least, an explosion like the one before. Even if he couldn't dive into the ocean, it wouldn't have killed him. Given that, it was time to exact revenge. He, Wang Hao, was no pushover. The First Empire had provoked him, and he wouldn't mind showing them a taste of his power. With a cold snort, Wang Hao rose and set off along the sea, soon reaching the eastern sea border. The East Sea was now in utter chaos, with every inhabitant scrambling to find a way out. Explosions. Turmoil. The national leader was assassinated. The capital city destroyed. No one can live safely in such a place anymore. Even on some flights, people began rushing forward recklessly. As long as they could leave the East Sea, they didn't care where they went. They just wanted to get on a plane. Watching the chaos unfold in the East Sea, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Without dwelling on it further, he headed straight to an unattended clothing store in the city. He picked out a suitable outfit, changed into it, and transferred the amount shown on the price tag to the owner. Then, Wang Hao strode out without hesitation. He had overheard the Donghai locals discussing the international conference taking place there. News of the First Empire's ultimatum, a 24-hour deadline for consideration, had already spread. By now, there couldn't be much time left. The First Empire. Wang Hao let out a cold laugh, a flash of icy glint darting through his eyes. They still aspire to dominate this world? Did you even bother to ask me, Wang Hao, if I agree? With that, Wang Hao strode directly toward the location of this meeting. At the same time, in the central meeting area, most nations had already surrendered. For the vast majority of nations, they held little standing in this world to begin with. What the First Empire was doing now was merely bringing what had been hidden into the open, dividing people into tiers of privilege, nothing more. To them, it makes little difference. What right do nations that never possessed military sovereignty have to voice opinions on such matters? The only ones who truly care about this matter are the other major powers. Take the Dragon Empire, the Second Empire, and the Northern Empire. They are among the world's foremost superpowers. Now they are suddenly being asked to accept inferior status? They couldn't afford to lose face like that. Yet as half a day passed, apart from the Dragon Nation, which still hadn't responded, the representatives from the other two nations wore bitter expressions as they sat in silence. Their official responses had arrived. Bow down. After all, such military might was utterly crushing, leaving no room for resistance. Even the Buddhist sect had been cowed. Wang Hao's death made the Buddhist sect realize that before the First Empire, if they dared to act recklessly, a single ancient nuclear weapon could reduce them to ashes. All eyes now turned to Pang Yuehua, the representative of the Dragon Nation. Watching Pang Yuehua, Tom was growing impatient. He rose and walked over to Pang Yuehua, resting his hand on the back of the chair as a cold smile touched his lips. Pang Yuehua, haven't you made up your mind yet? It takes you long nations so long to discuss such a simple matter? Do you seriously believe you have any means to oppose my First Empire? Tom's words dripped with arrogance. The 24-hour consideration period wasn't meant for them to actually deliberate, it was just for them to deliver the message. After wasting an entire day here, Tom was exhausted and had lost all patience with Pang Yuehua. Pang Yuehua snorted coldly, not even turning his head. What? Didn't you say you'd give us 24 hours? Does the First Empire treat its word like a fart? Time hasn't even run out, and you're already backing out? This is perfectly in line with your usual style. You. Tom's expression darkened instantly. But he quickly regained his composure, flashing a wicked smile. Pang Yuehua, 20 hours have passed. Even if I gave you 4 more hours, what kind of solution could you possibly come up with? My First Empire stands unrivaled in this world. Who dares oppose the First Empire? Who dares? His words were utterly arrogant. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. But at that very moment, boom! The front door was suddenly kicked open. Wang Hao's cold, menacing voice echoed through the room. Oh? So cocky, are we? I'm going to take on your first empire. How exactly do you plan to kill me? Chapter 173, Threat. Who? At that moment, everyone's expression changed instantly. Their meeting was held in a highly secure environment no one else was authorized to enter. Why would someone suddenly appear here? And when they turned to look, many immediately stood up, their eyes filled with shock and utter disbelief. Wang Hao? Impossible. Pang Yue's mouth gaped open, his face frozen in disbelief. Tom's eyes widened to the point of bulging, his body trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As he spoke, Tom felt his brain was about to explode. He knew exactly how powerful their ancient nuclear weapons were. It was more than enough to kill any soul bridge expert. How could Wang Hao possibly survive? What the hell was going on? Tom felt his entire worldview crumbling. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. His gaze was cold as he looked at Tom, his voice calm and measured. So you're the representative of the First Empire? How do you plan to resolve the fact that your first empire blew me up? Tom swallowed hard, struggling to steady his nerves. After a long moment, he glared at Wang Hao, his voice thick with anger. Kid, I'll admit it, surviving that blast takes some skill. But so what? Didn't you hear just now? The First Empire possesses countless weapons like this. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering chickens for the First Empire. So what if you survived this time? What gives you the right to defy my First Empire? Everyone silently shook their heads, a wave of bitterness washing over their hearts. As Tom had said, even if Wang Hao survived, so what? A soul bridge powerhouse, no matter how formidable, could not alter the current world order. After today, this world would still bow to the First Empire. Those formidable ancient nuclear weapons remain unstoppable. Yet now, gazing at Tom, a faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips as he spoke calmly. That thing can't kill me. What did you say? Tom's heart skipped a beat. Wang Hao replied calmly, if you don't believe me, try again later. If I survived its explosion once, I can survive it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Oh, right. At this point, Wang Hao paused briefly, a faint smile curling his lips. Thanks. Without your help this time, I, Wang Hao, wouldn't have reached the next realm. The next realm. These words rolled off Wang Hao's tongue with effortless ease. Yet everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn deathly pale. After all, many of their nations had only recently gained some understanding of the Heavenly King realm through the cultivation methods Wang Hao had revealed, and had only just begun to cultivate their own Heavenly Kings. Learning that soul bridge masters existed in this world left them feeling helpless. After all, they had believed they were keeping pace with the times, only to turn around and discover they were merely scavenging the leftovers. Who wouldn't feel helpless and hopeless in such a situation? But back then, they could still accept it. Put simply, if someone chose to share their methods publicly, it likely meant they had already discovered the next step forward, revealing their outdated techniques and cultivation approaches. This was a universally accepted approach. But now, things were different. Wang Hao's disclosure sent shockwaves through everyone, including the Dragon Nation and the First Empire. Neither of these two superpowers' official bodies have achieved what Wang Hao has claimed. Wang Hao has surpassed everyone. This single statement plunged the entire venue into a deathly silence. After a long moment, Pang Yuehua was the first to recover, blurting out, Wang Hao, have you truly already? As he spoke, Pang Yuehua's body trembled uncontrollably. The entire official ranks of Longwu boasted only a handful of soul bridge masters. Judging by Huang Chang's earlier remarks, none of them should have been able to reach the heights Wang Hao had previously attained. Who would have thought that Wang Hao had now advanced once more? Wang Hao replied calmly, surprise? Call it luck, I suppose. For this, I must indeed thank the First Empire. Had that weapon detonated on another soul bridge expert, perhaps someone else would have broken through first, not me. The moment these words left his mouth, Tom's face turned uglier than a pig being slaughtered. Wang Hao's words practically buried the status of this ancient nuclear weapon deep underground. After all, no matter how vast a weapon's destructive range, if it cannot eliminate true top-tier powerhouses, it remains merely a strategic weapon utterly useless in actual combat. Only weapons capable of eliminating the absolute elite could alter the course of war. Otherwise, if you lose on the front lines, no matter how many cities you bomb behind enemy lines, they'll still fight back. Invincible warriors are the decisive figures in war. Wang Hao now stands as such an existence. Originally, Tom and the First Empire could still use this ancient nuclear weapon to threaten other nations. But with Wang Hao's words, it's as if he's telling the people of other nations, fear not. Soul bridge masters might not die after being bombed, they might even break through. Consequently, the First Empire dared not recklessly deploy this weapon against other top-tier nations, fearing they might blast out another Wang Hao. Second, they wouldn't dare indiscriminately blast their own soul bridge masters, for fear of actually killing them. Suddenly, the First Empire found itself in a dilemma. Their most advanced weapon had suddenly become rather useless. Tom's expression shifted repeatedly. After a long moment, he finally gritted his teeth and coldly declared, "Wang Hao. Don't spout nonsense. I admit you survived, but so what? There must have been some unforeseen circumstance. I refuse to believe you wouldn't fear the First Empire's next bombardment. Of course I'm afraid. How could I not be?"
Wang Hao shook his head with a smile. "If it happens again, bring more bombs, 100 or 80 of them, and detonate them all at once right in front of me.
Then maybe I'd actually get blown to bits."
But, at this point, Wang Hao's voice suddenly turned icy. His gaze turned cold as he stared at Tom, his voice as sharp as ice.
"Since you've threatened me like this, tell me, isn't it only fair that I threaten you back?" What do you mean?" Tom's expression changed, a vague unease slowly rising from the depths of his heart.
He suddenly realized he might have said the wrong thing and brought immense trouble upon the First Empire. Wang Hao snorted coldly, his voice dripping with contempt.
"Since you've threatened me, it's only fair that I make sure you suffer some consequences." Out of curiosity, he asked, "Where exactly is the capital of the First Empire?" What are you planning to do?"
This time, Tom was utterly panicked. Beside him, Pang Yuehua seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up as he offered, "The capital of the First Empire is called the Holy Capital. If Mr. Wang requires it, I can provide you with a detailed map of the Holy Capital, as recorded in the Dragon Nation's military archives."
Chapter 174, Wang Hao enters the Holy Capital. Pang Yuehua.
Tom nearly choked on his own blood. Wang Hao's words clearly indicated he intended to stir up trouble in the capital of the First Empire.
And Pang Yuehua actually piped up with that? Wasn't the situation already chaotic enough?
Yet Pang Yuehua acted as if he hadn't heard Tom's words at all, handing all the documents in his hands directly to Wang Hao. Wang Hao glanced at the documents about the Holy Capital, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
"Thank you. Since you all still have a meeting to attend, I won't keep you any longer.
In a few hours, I imagine you'll be seeing some new meeting materials."
With that, Wang Hao turned and walked away.
Meanwhile, Tom's expression shifted repeatedly, growing increasingly grim.
He never imagined things would escalate to this point.
Wang Hao's arrival had completely altered the entire situation. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, but now he was at a loss for words. Representatives from other nations were now making calls one after another, reporting on Wang Hao's sudden appearance. This was a major development. This would determine their stance on the First Empire's ancient nuclear weapons. Looking at Tom, Pang Yuehua couldn't help but burst into laughter.
"Tom, see? I told you to wait a little longer. There are still 4 hours left. Why the rush? In 4 hours, who knows what else might happen? Right? Tom's expression shifted repeatedly, unable to hide his agitation.
But he had no heart to argue with Pang Yuehua about this now.
He had to inform the First Empire's authorities about Wang Hao. Wang Hao was heading to the Holy Capital.
This was something they absolutely could not tolerate.
If Wang Hao were to actually reach the Holy Capital,
it would be like letting the enemy plant a landmine right at your doorstep.
Under no circumstances can Wang Hao be allowed into the Holy Capital. He must not even be allowed into the First Empire.
At this moment, after nearly a day of silence, the entire world erupted in chaos once more.
And now,
at the Dark Dragon Hall headquarters, Wen Qingxue, who had been in a meeting attempting to rally the scattered Dark Dragon Hall subordinates, also received a call. Still fuming, she ignored the first 2 calls. It wasn't until the 3rd call that she finally answered, her voice tinged with irritation.
"Who is this? What do you want?" Huang Chang sounded somewhat helpless on the other end. "It's Huang Chang, Miss Wen.
Miss Chu's phone is turned off, and I can't reach her.
I had no choice but to contact you. What do I have to say to you?" Wen Qingxue was irritated.
She had no patience to waste words with Huang Chang, that old eunuch.
She had far too many things to handle.
Even she herself was still drowning in grief over Wang Hao's death.
How could she possibly be polite to Huang Chang under these circumstances?
Yet upon hearing her words, Huang Chang burst out laughing.
"Miss Wen, are you sure you don't want to hear the latest news I have?" "What the hell does it matter to me?" Wen Qingxue exploded with profanity. Huang Chang smiled faintly. "Mr. Wang Hao is still alive."
"What did you say?" Wen Qingxue gasped in shock. Her eyes widened, her face radiating excitement. The others present clearly had no idea what Wen Qingxue had heard. Seeing her reaction, they were all a bit baffled.
"Wen Qingxue, what's gotten into you? Wang Hao is dead, why was she so excited?" But Wen Qingxue couldn't care less about that.
She turned on her heel and dashed out. She had to tell Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng everything immediately. Qin Liangyu intercepted her at the doorway, his voice tinged with resignation.
"What are you doing? There are so many people waiting for you to speak inside.
If you leave now, the Dark Dragon Hall is finished."
Only then did Wen Qingxue's emotions settle slightly.
Still unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Sister Qin, go inside and tell them Brother Hao is still alive. I'll go notify sister-in-law and Mengmeng first." With that, Wen Qingxue dashed out.
Hearing this, Qin Liangyu froze in place. Didn't the First Empire claim their weapons could destroy any soul bridge expert? Didn't they say the entire East Sea Kingdom had been obliterated? How could Wang Hao still be alive? How did he manage that? Judging by Wen Xingshue's expression, her source of information was clearly reliable. At that moment, a flicker of excitement flickered in Qin Liangyu's eyes. She hurried into a nearby room and, facing the stunned crowd, exclaimed excitedly, "The Dragon King is still alive. Everyone, whatever you have to say, wait until the Dragon King returns." What? At these words, everyone couldn't help but reveal expressions of surprise and delight. No one had expected such news to emerge. Wang Hao is still alive. Is it true? Excitement flooded everyone's faces, while Qin Liangyu remained silent. She didn't know the specifics of the situation either. But she knew this: as long as Wang Hao lived, nothing here would go wrong. The Dark Dragon Hall existed solely for Wang Hao. First Empire. Periphery. All First Empire air defense systems activated. Nationwide alert. In the eyes of their high command, nothing could be more terrifying than the crisis they now faced. Wang Hao is coming to kill. A survivor of their ancient nuclear weapons was marching on the First Empire's sacred capital. This was something the First Empire could never tolerate. To this end, they would even temporarily close all ports and airports to prevent Wang Hao's arrival. After all, Wang Hao had declared his intent to cause trouble. If he didn't make a move within 3 to 5 days, the one left looking foolish would be none other than Wang Hao himself. That much time would be more than enough for the First Empire to obliterate the Dragon Nation. Only by entering the First Empire immediately could Wang Hao completely shift public sentiment in this affair. If Wang Hao fails to arrive within a day, the First Empire's standing will remain utterly unaffected. That would prove Wang Hao still feared the threat they posed. At this very moment, Wang Hao stood on an island not far from the First Empire, gazing silently in its direction, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Without further ado, Wang Hao leapt high into the air, then plunged into the water. The First Empire had completely sealed off all routes air, sea, and land. Wang Hao had no desire to remain under constant surveillance. If that happened, even if he managed to fight his way to the holy capital, he'd be left with barely half a life. But beneath the waves, that was one place the First Empire could never fully control. As he approached, his position deep enough that the First Empire detected no trace of him. After penetrating deeper, Wang Hao did exactly as he had done in the East Sea. He followed the undersea terrain upward and forcibly broke through the surface. Emerging onto the surface, Wang Hao couldn't help but pause in surprise. He found himself in the living room of a villa's ground floor. What stunned him even more was the sight of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman lying on the sofa not far ahead. Completely unclothed. Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. You'd believe this was an accident? Chapter 175, You chose death yourself. You. The blonde beauty was dumbfounded. Her expression was incredibly complex, her entire body trembling, completely at a loss for words. She'd even forgotten to scream. As the child of a wealthy family from the East Coast region of the First Empire, she had purchased a villa in a coastal area, basking in the sun daily and living a life of utter ease. Just then, she was habitually undressing downstairs alone, preparing to change into a sexy bikini for the beach. Who could have imagined that Wang Hao would suddenly crawl out from beneath the ground? And he saw her completely naked. At that moment, Wang Hao was utterly flabbergasted. This blonde beauty possessed a stunning figure, boasting curves far more exaggerated than the average person's. Moreover, her fair skin and certain distinctive details gave off a unique exotic allure. But Wang Hao had no mind to dwell on such things. He rubbed his temples, sounding slightly exasperated. I'm gonna head out. Just pretend nothing happened earlier. Stop right there. The blonde woman finally snapped out of it, shouting at Wang Hao, her body trembling as she gritted her teeth. You lecher. You saw everything, and now you just want to walk away like that? Wang Hao sighed in exasperation. What do you want me to do? Am I supposed to take responsibility for you? I have a wife and kids. Who said I want you to take responsibility for me? The blonde woman flushed instantly. Wang Hao sighed helplessly. If you don't want me to take responsibility, then what do you expect me to do? Besides, if you want to talk things out properly, shouldn't you put your clothes back on first? At this, the blonde woman flushed again, quickly grabbing the nightgown she'd just taken off and pulling it over herself. She looked back at Wang Hao and whispered, You have to pay for the repair costs to my house. And compensation for emotional distress. Wang Hao patted his pocket, sounding somewhat exasperated. I didn't bring my phone. It's a bit inconvenient. Just give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it to you later. The blonde woman burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? Who leaves home without their phone these days? You want me to give you my bank account number so you can transfer it later? How are you supposed to remember it? Wang Hao sighed in exasperation. Of course he could remember it clearly, and he would definitely transfer the money to the blonde woman. But clearly, she wouldn't believe him. Rubbing his temples, Wang Hao felt a bit helpless. But just then, thump! A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. The blonde woman also frowned. Who could it be? A sinister voice came from outside. Mary, it's Billy. Open up. It's you? The blonde woman named Mary frowned deeply. Clearly, she didn't have much fondness for this Billy. Nevertheless, she stepped forward to open the door for Billy. Wang Hao startled, quickly shifting the nearby sofa to cover the hole in the floor. As Mary opened the door, a tall man over 6 feet tall stepped inside. As he stepped inside, he complimented, Mary, you're looking more beautiful every day. This sexy nightgown suits you perfectly. Any man who sees you would go wild for it. Did you put this on just for me? Of course not. Don't flatter yourself. Mary muttered discontentedly. Billy chuckled, if it's not for me, then who else could it be for? There's no one else here but you. As he finished speaking, Billy suddenly spotted Wang Hao's figure in the distance. His expression changed instantly. In his heart, Mary was his exclusive possession, his woman. No one else could touch her. Who would have thought that when he came to Mary's place, he'd see another unfamiliar man here? What's more, this man looked filthy from head to toe, as if he'd crawled out of some muddy ditch. He clearly wasn't anyone important. This only made Billy even more furious. He glared coldly at Mary, his teeth clenched. Mary, don't tell me you're into this kind of thing? You rejected my advances just for this trash? Mary frowned, her irritation rising. First of all, I have nothing to do with him. And even if I did, even if he were my lover, my man, what business is it of yours? Billy, if you're here to pick a fight, get out now. You're not welcome here. Mary's attitude made Billy's heart skip a beat. But he knew now wasn't the time for that. With that thought, Billy instantly forced a smile onto his face, his voice softening considerably. Mary, we've known each other for so long. Don't you know how I feel? Why would I come here to cause trouble? As he spoke, Billy stepped inside, eyeing Wang Hao with a sarcastic tone. My name's Billy. My family runs a shipbuilding business. Our assets are around 100 million. And what might this gentleman's family be involved in? To dare approach a top-tier beauty like Mary, he can't be just anyone, right? Tired of Billy's sarcastic tone, Mary couldn't help but interject, Billy, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't even know him. You. Billy waved his hand, cutting Mary off. Mary, when men are talking, it's best for women to keep quiet. Otherwise, it's disrespectful to our friend here. Right? Throughout his speech, Billy kept staring at Wang Hao with a cold expression, his arrogance and mockery plain for all to see. Mary couldn't help but frown. But she understood that Billy's words weren't entirely wrong. It was a matter of pride. Yet when she looked at Wang Hao, she couldn't shake this strange feeling. This guy didn't seem angry at all. As Mary pondered this, Wang Hao simply smiled and walked toward the door, completely ignoring Billy. This instantly made Billy's expression darken. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me? Wang Hao's expression remained calm as he replied in a leisurely tone, I heard you. But I have no interest in you. Likewise, I have no interest in the woman you're pursuing. I'm not going to get involved in your business either. With that, Wang Hao began to stride away. He came to the First Empire to stir up trouble in their holy capital, not to bicker with rich brats like these. He had no time to waste on them. But at those words, Billy just let out a cold laugh. Not interested? If you ask me, you're just a worthless piece of trash who doesn't dare, right? Wang Hao remained unmoved, striding purposefully toward the exit. He couldn't care less about insults from people of this caliber. But this only infuriated Billy further. He snorted coldly, his voice as icy as steel. A worthless piece of trash like you? Even if you have children, they'll be just as worthless as you. The sons will be slaves for generations. The daughters will be whores for generations. The words stopped Wang Hao in his tracks. He whipped his head around, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Billy. His voice, too, turned cold in an instant. You chose death yourself. Chapter 176, Call them all together. You chose death yourself. Those simple words instantly drenched Billy's back in sweat. At that moment, Wang Hao looked like a beast from hell, inspiring a deep primal fear. But Wang Hao didn't see anything wrong with it. No matter how much slander was hurled at him, Wang Hao couldn't care less. If a dog bit him, couldn't he bite back? But if anyone dared to utter a single word against Mengmeng, even if it was a dog that bit her, he, Wang Hao, would drag that dog back and boil it for dinner just to vent his rage. The Billy standing before him was that very dog. Right now, Wang Hao's aura clearly had both Billy and Mary scared stiff. They never dreamed that Wang Hao, this seemingly plain-clothed, grimy-looking guy, would suddenly unleash such a terrifying aura, making them feel genuine fear from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Billy. He hadn't taken Wang Hao seriously at all until now. But the moment Wang Hao spoke those words, he felt a terror like hell itself. It was a dread his own father had never instilled in him. After all, his father was the chairman of a company worth over $1 billion. Such a figure had never possessed this kind of intimidating presence. What kind of man must this be? Billy suddenly had an epiphany. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're a desperate man, aren't you? Perhaps even a martial artist with some real skill. Am I right?" As he spoke, Billy grew increasingly confident. He couldn't imagine Wang Hao being someone even his family couldn't afford to provoke.
The most likely scenario was that Wang Hao was a desperate criminal, probably with a family to protect, which explained why he cared so much about his son and daughter.
A man like that would likely back down with a simple apology and a little compensation. With that thought, Billy pressed on. "You're just after money, aren't you? I'll give you money. $1 million, how about that?
You must never approach Mary again. Your children will have a better life and will forget about what just happened. Deal?" In Billy's view, Wang Hao had no reason to refuse such an offer. But a sneer of contempt suddenly flashed across Wang Hao's face.
"Keep your money.
You can spend it slowly when you're down in the ground." No sooner had the words left his mouth.
Wang Hao's right hand clamped down hard on Billy's throat. "No! No!"
Billy's eyes widened as he struggled desperately.
"I'll give you 5 million. 10 million. 30 million. Take whatever you want from my house. Spare me, I beg you."
By the end, Billy could no longer speak. But Wang Hao remained utterly cold-hearted, showing no sign of letting him go. This plunged Billy into utter terror. He never imagined that after all his pleas and offers, Wang Hao still wouldn't spare his life.
What the hell did Wang Hao want?
But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to respond.
The one who humiliated Mengmeng. Damn it!
With a cold snort, Wang Hao suddenly tightened his grip. In an instant, Billy's neck snapped clean off at the throat, his head rolling to the ground.
Ah!
Mary, standing nearby, trembled violently, her legs giving way beneath her. She was too stunned to speak.
She never imagined Wang Hao could be so ruthless. How dare he?
Wang Hao glanced at Mary, paused for a moment, then said, "I don't want to cause you any trouble.
If he dies, who might it attract? Just call them directly. I'll give you 1 hour. Whatever trouble arises, I'll handle it completely. If you drag this out, don't blame me for abandoning you."
Wang Hao's cold demeanor made Mary swallow hard, her eyes wide with shock, speechless. But she knew this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Once Wang Hao was gone, if this happened at her place, she'd never be able to explain it away. With that thought, Mary gritted her teeth. Forgetting about Wang Hao's well-being, she immediately called Billy's father, Old Billy. After relaying the entire situation, Mary glanced at Wang Hao with a resigned expression.
"He should be here soon." "You?"
Mary wasn't sure how to break the news to Wang Hao. From Wang Hao's perspective, she felt he should flee immediately to avoid being implicated. But from her own perspective, she didn't want him to run away. Seeing Mary's flustered state, Wang Hao gave a slight smile and said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't leave."
"But you, with all the people coming soon, are you sure you don't need to change clothes? Besides, with something this big happening, shouldn't you notify your parents?"
At Wang Hao's prompting, Mary finally snapped out of her daze. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed upstairs to change her clothes. As for calling her parents, Mary didn't do that. Her relationship with her parents had always been strained, and she refused to rely on them for anything. Soon, Mary descended wearing a very sexy spaghetti strap dress.
Clearly, this woman was far more uninhibited than any woman from Longhua.
Even in a situation like this, her casual attire still radiated such sensuality. Feeling Wang Hao's slightly surprised gaze, Mary felt a flicker of unease.
"What are you doing?" "Nothing." Wang Hao shook his head, replying indifferently.
"It's just that you people from the First Empire are fundamentally different from the women of my Dragon Nation. The way you display your bodies, if it were our Dragon Nation men, 9 times out of 10 they wouldn't want their women seen like this by others."
Mary snorted coldly. "But don't you guys love staring at this stuff on the streets? Why pretend to be so proper?" Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. "Enjoying the sight doesn't conflict with this. Other people's wives can wear whatever they want. But my own woman? No way."
Mary rolled her eyes.
"You're so possessive."
Wang Hao smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Watching Wang Hao, Mary gradually calmed down.
She couldn't help but glance under the sofa and whispered, "How did you even get into my house?" Wang Hao shook his head, offering no further explanation. Just then, bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the front door was kicked open. Outside, a sinister-looking middle-aged man from the First Empire strode in, glaring at Wang Hao with a voice as cold as ice. "Boy, you killed my son? I'll have your worthless life." As he spoke, dozens of men surged in behind Old Billy, surrounding Wang Hao completely.
Mary took several panicked steps back, glancing uneasily at Wang Hao.
But Wang Hao remained utterly calm. His gaze swept around the room. His expression unchanged, he asked, "Anyone else? If you can call them, better bring them all at once. I'm in a hurry. No time to waste with you. These trash aren't my opponents." Chapter 177, The Disappearance of Wang Hao. "What did you say?" Old Billy's expression darkened instantly.
He was a renowned local factory owner with assets worth over 100 million.
The men he'd hired were all top-tier fighters in the area. Many of them were martial artists. How dare Wang Hao be so arrogant? He's got some nerve. One of the martial artists sneered contemptuously, "Kid, you dare act so cocky with us? You think I can't take you down single-handedly?" As he spoke, he advanced step by step toward Wang Hao, his aura radiating outward relentlessly, shattering the teacups around him to smithereens on the floor. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly indifferent. He sighed inwardly. "Just promoted to Grandmaster, and your confidence is already skyrocketing, huh? What?" A chill ran down his spine. Grandmaster realm. This was the realm he had only recently broken through. It was his greatest asset. In his eyes, in this small place, a Grandmaster-level powerhouse like him was practically invincible. Others would kneel before him, begging for mercy. Who could have imagined Wang Hao would utter such words? Did he not even regard Grandmasters with respect? At this thought, a flash of fury ignited in the man's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "You brat, do you know that a Grandmaster must never be insulted?" Hearing this, old Billy beside him joined in the tirade. "You brat, you have some nerve. You dare insult a Grandmaster? Looks like you've had enough of living." Watching the two men's arrogant fury, Wang Hao remained unperturbed. He merely smiled and said, "What you say makes sense, but a Grandmaster must not be disrespected, comes with a condition." As he spoke, Wang Hao lifted his head to gaze at the Grandmaster, his voice slow and deliberate. "That premise is that there is no one beside you who is stronger than a Grandmaster." The moment the words left his mouth, an utterly terrifying force erupted from Wang Hao's body. In an instant, the Grandmaster was crushed by this force, forced to his knees. His legs smashed through the tiles, shattering the bones in his knees. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and a horrifying scream erupted from his mouth. Arg! Amidst the agonized cries, the once proud Grandmaster first knelt, then collapsed face down onto the floor. His body caved in, and countless wounds began to surface across his skin, drenched in blood. Meanwhile, old Billy and the others were utterly petrified. They never dreamed that the most powerful Grandmaster among their ranks would prove so utterly helpless before Wang Hao. Old Billy felt sweat instantly soak through his back, leaving him speechless. Fixing his gaze on old Billy, Wang Hao spoke in a cold, icy tone. "Now, I can tell you how your son died. Listen carefully." As he spoke, Wang Hao sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said coldly, "He insulted my child. Therefore, I killed him." Got it? That simple sentence made old Billy's mouth twitch involuntarily. He never imagined Wang Hao could be so ruthless. Insult his child, and he must die. This was sheer, unbridled arrogance. Old Billy couldn't help but interject, "He only insulted your child. Didn't you just say a Grandmaster must never be disrespected?" Wang Hao chuckled lightly, cutting old Billy off. "Killing a Grandmaster is like slaughtering a chicken to me. If even a Grandmaster must not be insulted, then do you think someone who insults my child deserves to live?" One sentence silenced old Billy completely. Indeed, Wang Hao was so powerful he could kill masters at will. With a wave of his hand, a Grandmaster would kneel utterly powerless to resist. Such an existence, one who dared insult his child. How could he possibly deserve to live? At this thought, old Billy couldn't help but lower his head, sinking into silence. Wang Hao, however, spoke coldly, "I don't know this Miss Mary. I just happened to run into your son here. If we let this matter drop, I wouldn't mind sparing your life. I have no interest in slaughtering you vermin. However..." At this point, Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. The gaze he fixed on old Billy now held a new, icy glint. "I don't like owing anyone. If I ever learn that Miss Mary suffers any harm because of you after today..." Wang Hao paused briefly, then suddenly let the corners of his mouth curl upward as he spoke in a drawn-out tone, "Not even your family's ancestral graves will be spared." Hearing Wang Hao's words, old Billy's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He believed Wang Hao when he said that. This man could effortlessly slay the peerless Grandmaster he once revered. He wasn't even from the same world as them. A man like this could certainly achieve this if he chose to. And now, gazing at Wang Hao, old Billy remained silent for a long while before finally closing his eyes. "I understand. From this day forward, I will never take any action against Miss Mary." With that, old Billy waved his hand, dismissing all his men. He himself looked up at Wang Hao, awaiting his judgment. Wang Hao gave a cold laugh, his voice indifferent. "I've already said it, I have no interest in killing an ant like you." With that, Wang Hao stood up and strode out. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, old Billy couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He turned to glance at Mary. He knew this matter had absolutely nothing to do with Mary. After all, Mary's family was just an ordinary business clan. His son had truly met his end in an accident today. With a sigh, old Billy said no more and turned to leave. Mary watched Billy's departing figure, feeling a bit bewildered. Even she hadn't fully processed it yet. Wang Hao. Who exactly is this guy? How did he even get into her house? Mary froze for a moment, then seemed to remember something. She immediately looked toward the sofa nearby, which Wang Hao had moved. She pushed the sofa back into its original position and noticed the enormous hole in the floor. Mary knelt down and peered into the hole. In that moment, Mary felt as though her heart had been struck. Below was bottomless. How could Wang Hao have crawled out from here? Who exactly was he? Meanwhile, near the coastline of the First Empire, a single piece of news sent the entire military of the First Empire into a state of panic. What? Wang Hao's location data has been missing for over an hour? Previously, no matter where Wang Hao went, their top-tier global positioning system could always roughly pinpoint his location. Their computers could analyze any instantaneous image to pinpoint his approximate location, with a delay never exceeding 20 minutes. Yet now, Wang Hao had vanished for an entire hour. Where had he gone? Chapter 178, Trampling the Goddess Statue. The entire military of the First Empire was now plunged into chaos. Unless Wang Hao had returned to Dragon Nation, they should have been able to pinpoint his location. He was clearly still near the First Empire's coastline just moments ago. Why has he suddenly vanished? Where the hell did he go? Finally, after a long silence, the leader roared in fury. Nationwide alert! That was the only thing they could do now. But Wang Hao couldn't care less about any of that right now. After leaving Mary's place, he casually stripped an old Billy's henchman, donned the man's clothes, pulled on his hat, and strode along with the crowd all the way to the vicinity of the First Empire's capital city. Wang Hao didn't take a plane or anything, he simply walked. His pace appeared slow, yet his actual speed surpassed that of vehicles. Since the First Empire's capital was located near the east coast, the distance he covered wasn't particularly great. Now standing outside the First Empire's capital, observing the city's lockdown and full-scale security measures, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. They think blowing me up once is enough to stop me? Is this all you've got to stop me? First Empire, you really don't hold me, Wang Hao, in any regard. Without even bothering to take a detour, Wang Hao leapt high into the air and strode boldly toward the capital city of the First Empire. In an instant, at the gates of the holy capital, countless garrison troops immediately fell into chaos. Enemy attack! Wang Hao sighted. Amidst the roaring cries, countless pre-planned countermeasures were instantly activated. This time, the First Empire would stop at nothing to block Wang Hao from entering the holy capital. They would never permit Wang Hao to enter the holy capital of the First Empire. The consequences would be unimaginable. Yet Wang Hao paid them no mind whatsoever. His figure streaked like a beam of light, forcibly charging into the holy capital. Without a word, he landed atop one of its iconic structures. That was the heaven-sent goddess statue. As the most iconic structure in the holy capital, the goddess of heavenly grace symbolized the faith of countless people in the First Empire. Countless people worshipped the goddess of heavenly grace. It was the foremost faith of the First Empire. Yet now, Wang Hao was standing directly atop their heavenly goddess statue. This is nothing short of humiliation. Disgrace. An outrage. In that instant, every soul in the holy capital was consumed by unparalleled fury. Countless people gathered around, hurling furious insults at Wang Hao. Yet, on the side of the First Empire's military, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. They had originally planned to stop Wang Hao at any cost. Even if he entered the First Empire's holy capital, they were prepared to risk casualties among the populace and officials to eliminate him. Who could have imagined that the moment Wang Hao arrived, he would stand directly atop their heaven-sent goddess statue? To others, this was an affront to the heaven-sent goddess statue. But to the First Empire's military, it was a direct threat. Dare to touch Wang Hao? Then let the entire statue of the heaven-sent goddess be destroyed along with him. Not only did they lack confidence in harming Wang Hao, but even if they managed to bring about his mutual destruction with the statue, the First Empire would plunge into internal chaos. If they blew this place up and Wang Hao survived, then the First Empire would be finished. After mocking them, Wang Hao would walk away unscathed. This incident alone would be enough to plunge the First Empire into chaos. This is the negative impact of religious belief. In times of peace, religion can guide those who resist legal discipline toward doing good deeds. But once the state and religion truly clash, the larger the religion, the greater its influence and the more detrimental it becomes. Take the Second Empire, for instance. There, religion outright superseded the state. The First Empire may not have reached that extreme, but it wasn't much better. Should the divine goddess statue be destroyed, the entire First Empire would inevitably plunge into an unprecedented, colossal crisis. At that moment, the military of the First Empire was stunned. They truly never imagined Wang Hao's methods would be so despicable. Using religion to restrain their counterattack. But Wang Hao couldn't care less. Standing atop the head of the heaven-sent goddess statue, he swept his gaze across the rioting crowd below before bellowing out loud. Ruler of the First Empire, come out and talk. If you don't come out, don't blame me, Wang Hao, for being impolite. As he spoke, Wang Hao stomped his foot down on the head of the heavenly goddess statue. Instantly, a massive crack appeared across the statue's head. In that instant, panic swept through the crowd below. Many began shouting the First Empire's sovereign's name.
Faced with Wang Hao's threat, they had no time for anything else. They only wanted their sovereign to step forward and resolve this crisis, to protect their heaven-sent goddess statue. But facing a threat like Wang Hao, the ruler of the First Empire would have to be out of his mind to step forward now.
Are you kidding me? To step out now and stand before Wang Hao? That would be suicide.
The First Empire would rather detonate the entire holy capital than do such a thing. Yet they also knew that unless someone stepped forward, Wang Hao would never let this rest.
With this understanding, a dozen figures soon emerged from the holy capital's official building.
Escorted by others, they made their way to the base of the heavenly goddess statue and stood opposite Wang Hao.
The leader bowed respectfully to Wang Hao and declared in a solemn voice, "Holy Son Brownlee of the First Empire greets Mr. Wang Hao." Brownlee, the Holy Son of the First Empire? Wang Hao couldn't help but startle, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes.
He had assumed the First Empire would at most send someone of Huang Chang's caliber to represent them.
Someone capable of representing them in negotiations would suffice. Who would have thought they'd summon their very holy son?
This was equivalent to the crown prince of the Dragon Nation.
But Wang Hao didn't dwell on it.
He quickly regained his composure, looked at Brownlee, and said calmly, "Then let's discuss the matter of compensation.
If you make me happy, I might consider letting you off. You know what happens if I'm not satisfied."
A smile never left Wang Hao's face.
But before Brownlee could respond, citizens of the First Empire nearby erupted in outrage. "Who the hell do you think you are? You dare act so arrogantly in front of the Holy Sun? And you want to talk about compensation? You bastard, you."
This man wanted to seize the moment while Brownlee was present to make a good impression.
If Brownlee was impressed, his future would be limitless.
But before he could finish his rant, he froze in place, utterly dumbfounded.
Brownlee's expression across from him looked like he was about to kill someone.
He was trembling with rage, almost at a loss for words.
Wang Hao had arrived.
And right in front of him. All he could think about now was how to defuse this ticking time bomb.
Who would have thought this bastard would publicly humiliate Wang Hao like this? Does he want him to die even faster? Chapter 179, You brought this upon yourselves. Just as Brownlee was seething with rage,
Wang Hao's voice suddenly drifted out.
"Oh? Someone still dares to brag at a time like this?
Brownlee, you're not doing a very good job managing your people." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Hao swept his arm dramatically. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted directly before the man. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The man was instantly knocked flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably as fear washed over his face. He never dreamed Wang Hao would be so ruthless. He hadn't been given a single chance. In agony, his head lolled to the side as his breath ceased forever. Instantly, the entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone fell silent. The crowd, which had been boisterous moments before, now stood utterly speechless, staring at each other in shock, cold sweat pouring down their backs. After all, they had all just cursed Wang Hao. If Wang Hao could kill that man so easily, then what about them? The thought plunged everyone into panic. But Wang Hao remained utterly calm. He stared coldly at Brownlee and said indifferently, "Now, can we talk?" Brownlee swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "How do you want to talk?" Brownlee was genuinely intimidated by Wang Hao. Though he was the holy son of the First Empire, he had never before faced an adversary like Wang Hao. His expertise lay in political affairs. His expertise lay in deploying specialized weapons, not in direct confrontation with such formidable foes. Now, witnessing Wang Hao casually slay someone had sent his heart racing uncontrollably. The surge of blood to his head severely impaired his judgment. Wang Hao said coldly, "How do I want to talk? It's simple. The First Empire must apologize for bombing me in the East Sea." Brownlee froze upon hearing this, then hurriedly replied, "I am willing to represent the First Empire in apologizing to Mr. Wang for this matter." "No," Wang Hao waved his hand calmly. "You've misunderstood. I don't mean you personally apologizing to me, I mean the First Empire must apologize to me." "What?" Brownlee was bewildered. He, the holy son of the First Empire, couldn't represent the Empire? Watching Brownlee's stunned expression, Wang Hao said coldly, "I demand that on the First Empire's official television network, you and all the First Empire's high-ranking officials, led by your father, collectively bow before the entire world's audience and apologize to me, Wang Hao." "What did you say?" The words had barely left his mouth when Brownlee's expression turned ashen. He never imagined Wang Hao would make such a demand. "Are you kidding me? Make the entire First Empire bow down and apologize to Wang Hao?" Wang Hao really had some nerve. Didn't he fear that the First Empire, pushed to the brink, might strike back even harder? Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm. "If you're not satisfied, then you can just forget about this place." As he spoke, Wang Hao raised his right foot once more. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Brownlee's back as he hurriedly raised his hands. "No! Stop! Stop!" Brownlee nearly shouted the words.
His entire body trembled, fear etched across his face. If the goddess statue were shattered, the entire heaven-sent goddess cult would be enraged. Then, regardless of whether Wang Hao lived or died, Brownlee's life would be ruined. No one in the entire heavenly goddess cult would support him, Brownlee, becoming the ruler of the First Empire. His position as the Holy Son would be stripped from him outright. This was a consequence Brownlee could never bear. Glaring at Wang Hao, Brownlee gritted his teeth. "This matter," he said, "I must discuss with my father. I cannot decide on my own. Mr. Wang, you must understand that even if I agree to you now, it would be meaningless. My word holds no authority. I must first consult my father. He must make this decision." Observing Brownlee's nervousness, Wang Hao remained unruffled, replying calmly, "Then summon your father here. I'll give you 10 minutes. If he doesn't arrive here within 10 minutes, I believe we'll have to relocate our negotiations." As he spoke, Wang Hao closed his eyes, standing proudly atop the statue of the heavenly bestowed goddess, his feet planted firmly on her head, his expression unreadable. This only infuriated the First Empire's citizens below, especially the followers of the goddess of heavenly grace, even more. They were itching to dig up Wang Hao's ancestors' graves. Yet now, they dared not act or even speak. The cautionary tale of the man who had died earlier was right before their eyes. They could only turn their gaze to Brownlee, hoping he would resolve this crisis. For these religious devotees, the survival of the heaven-sent goddess statue was more crucial than Wang Hao's life or death, even more vital than the very existence of the First Empire. This made Brownlee inwardly curse like a sailor. He couldn't care less about their lives. He didn't even care about the so-called heaven-sent goddess cult, nor did he care about the statue of the heaven-sent goddess. If it were up to him, he'd simply let Wang Hao crush the thing to pieces. But as the holy son of the First Empire, he had to consider these people, had to consider the development of the entire nation. Muttering a curse under his breath, Brownlee reluctantly pulled out his phone and dialed his father, the ruler of the First Empire. After a brief exchange, they hung up. Brownlee then turned to Wang Hao and declared, "Mr. Wang, within 10 minutes, the First Empire will provide you with a satisfactory response." Wang Hao stood there silently, as if he hadn't heard a word Brownlee said. The others present grew curious. Could it be that the ruler of the First Empire had actually agreed to Wang Hao's demand? Amidst their confusion, 9 minutes passed. Just then, "Move aside! Move aside!" Boom! Boom! A series of sudden noises erupted. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads toward the nearby area. There, multiple top-tier battle vehicles were rolling in. And surrounding them were over 10 supreme powerhouses. These individuals were none other than heavenly kings. Among them was even a soul bridge powerhouse. What sort of person could possibly be worthy enough to ride in such a chariot and converse with Wang Hao? At that moment, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes as he observed the chariot. Theoretically, only the sovereign of the First Empire would be entitled to arrive in such a chariot, accompanied by so many powerful warriors for his protection. But Wang Hao refused to believe any of it. If these supreme beings were to appear, it would never be in such a manner. Such a timid and cautious manner of appearing was simply too disgraceful. Sitting inside a chariot? Absolutely pathetic. If he wished to negotiate, he would come openly and boldly. If he didn't? Then this is just a sham. With so many people surrounding and guarding him, it's likely just an empty shell. At this thought, a cold gleam flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. First Empire, you brought this upon yourselves. Chapter 180, Shattering the Goddess Statue. With that, Wang Hao's entire body shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he streaked like a bolt of lightning, closing in on the war chariot. Several heavenly king-level powerhouses immediately paled, closing in to surround Wang Hao in an attempt to block his path. The soul bridge expert stood arrogantly before the war chariot, blocking Wang Hao's path to it. His eyes were filled with utter coldness as he looked at Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, we both stand upon the soul bridge. Today, I stand here, you may not pass. Having lost control of the heaven-bestowed goddess statue, your time has come." His words radiated utter confidence. But Wang Hao merely responded with a mocking sneer. "Are you still asleep? Who else is a soul bridge like you?" As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wang Hao's body. In the blink of an eye, that aura completely enveloped the soul bridge expert before him. The soul bridge expert's expression shifted repeatedly. Wang Hao's aura was clearly in a different league altogether. Wang Hao was truly a tier above the soul bridge. At that moment, the soul bridge expert was utterly thrown into panic. Earlier, when news spread that Wang Hao had survived the explosion, he hadn't been entirely convinced. He'd even dismissed it as sheer luck. But now, as Wang Hao gradually unleashed power far beyond his wildest expectations, he finally understood. Wang Hao had truly broken through. He had truly ascended to heights no one had ever reached before. Staring at Wang Hao, the soul bridge expert trembled all over, and slowly uttered a few words. "What realm is this?" "The other shore." Wang Hao replied softly. Hearing this, the soul bridge expert murmured in astonishment. Borrowing the soul bridge to reach the other shore. So that's what the other shore realm is. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes, and not a trace of resistance remained in his body. Wang Hao's power had utterly crushed his will to resist. This was an insurmountable chasm of power. Gazing at the man, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh, kicking him aside with a single swift motion. His eyes then fell upon the war chariot at his feet, and he stomped down hard on its roof. In an instant, boom! An explosion echoed. The battle vehicle, reputed to withstand any explosion, instantly collapsed into the ground, its roof now gaping with a massive hole. Everyone instinctively stumbled back several meters, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. To ordinary people, everything Wang Hao had just done completely defied their comprehension. Is this even human? He was nothing short of a monster. He was like the superheroes they saw in movies. But Wang Hao couldn't care less about any of that. He let out a cold laugh, leaping back onto the statue of the heaven-sent goddess. He looked down at the crowd below, his gaze sweeping across them before finally settling on Brownlee. A cold voice emerged from his lips. "Holy son of the First Empire," he said, "it seems you're not particularly concerned about anything I've said. Your sovereign didn't arrive within 10 minutes after all. In that case, I said we could move our negotiations elsewhere." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Hao suddenly thrust his foot forward. In an instant, boom! The entire heavenly goddess statue came crashing down. "No! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! You damned bastard! I'll never rest until you're dead! Administrators of the First Empire! What are you doing? Brownlee! You dare to claim the title of Holy Son! My world is collapsing! It's collapsing! The gods will be furious! It's over, everything is over!" Everyone roared in fury, their emotions completely shattered. But Wang Hao couldn't care less about them. After crushing the entire heavenly goddess statue underfoot, Wang Hao's next target was none other than the residence of the First Empire's sovereign. It was also one of the First Empire's iconic structures. The Heavenly Grace Palace. It was the residence of every sovereign of the First Empire. Legend held it was built by harnessing the power of heaven and earth, a place established jointly by the First Empire's founding ruler and the high priest of the Heavenly Grace Goddess cult. This place is not only the residence of the First Empire's sovereign, but also a sacred site in the eyes of all followers of the Heavenly Goddess cult. This place must not be defiled. In an instant, everyone was consumed by rage. Ignoring Brownlee's commands entirely, they swiftly gathered and surged toward the direction of the Heavenly Palace of Divine Grace. Brownlee's expression shifted repeatedly. Gritting his teeth, he remained silent for a long moment before charging toward a Heavenly King standing nearby. At top speed, he growled, "Take me to the Heavenly Palace of Divine Grace. Report everything that has happened here to the Emperor. This matter cannot be resolved unless His Majesty himself intervenes." The Heavenly King nodded, not daring to delay. He scooped Brownlee up in his arms and dashed out at full speed. Today, the First Empire plunged into the greatest crisis it had ever known. The Celestial Palace of Grace. This was Wang Hao's first time here. True to its name, the Celestial Palace was built like a fairyland. Its all-white structure cast dreamlike light and shadow effects. Yet upon arriving, Wang Hao showed not a shred of reverence, striding directly toward the main gate. The two guards at the entrance instantly paled, instinctively reaching out to block Wang Hao. But as he looked at them, Wang Hao's face twisted into a cold, mocking sneer. Guards like these dared to stop him? Pure fantasy. Wang Hao didn't even need to move a muscle to deal with them. Without changing his stance, he merely emitted a faint aura. Instantly, the two guards crashed heavily to the ground, howling in agony. Meanwhile, Wang Hao strode steadily deeper into the building, his face radiating an air of utter arrogance. Soon, countless figures surged forth from all sides, attempting to block Wang Hao's path. Their strength grew increasingly formidable. The initial outer guards were merely Grandmaster tier. But later, God tier guards emerged one after another, followed by Heavenly King tier powerhouses, and finally, even Soul Bridge tier experts appeared. This time, 3 Soul Bridge powerhouses emerged simultaneously. Cold sweat beaded on all 3 men's foreheads. Their bodies trembled slightly, Adam's apples bobbed, and panic flashed across their faces. They never dreamed Wang Hao could be this powerful. Though they hadn't witnessed Wang Hao's actions firsthand, they had received the news from Brownlee. Wang Hao had instantly killed a Soul Bridge expert. Combined with the terrifying strength he displayed all the way here, their hearts were now pounding with unease. They knew all too well that an existence like Wang Hao would be no easy target. Even if the 3 of them gave their absolute all, combined with certain methods within this Heavenly Palace of Grace, they might not be able to kill Wang Hao. At that moment, Wang Hao halted his steps as he regarded the trio. He paid them no mind, instead lifting his gaze directly behind them. There, clearly visible, was the most central chamber within the entire graceful Heavenly Palace. Within it, Wang Hao sensed a flicker of life. That was the sovereign of the First Empire. That man is inside. Chapter 181, You're not capable of that. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao's lips curled into a cold smirk. He knew full well that the other party's refusal to emerge meant they possessed some means inside. Perhaps an array formation, or something else entirely. In short, forcing his way in today to confront this person would prove far from easy. But Wang Hao was determined to test that limit. With a cold snort, Wang Hao leapt forward and charged straight at them. Instantly, the three soul bridge experts reacted as if facing a major threat, blocking Wang Hao's path. Panic flashed across their faces. Though the three possessed formidable strength, to say they could handle Wang Hao? They likely didn't possess that capability. Nevertheless, the trio chose to give it their all. They were the most powerful and loyal subordinates by the First Empire's sovereign side. Even if it meant death, they would never retreat at this critical moment. No matter how formidable Wang Hao was, they would risk their lives today to stop him here. Observing the trio, a serious expression hardened on Wang Hao's face. Though his power far surpassed any one of them. Deep down, he knew that when these three peak-tier powerhouses joined forces, even he wouldn't be able to defeat them easily. After all, each of them was a soul bridge powerhouse. Three soul bridge masters combined were no less formidable than him, a newly ascended beyond realm powerhouse. With this understanding, Wang Hao unleashed his full power from the very start, overwhelming the trio with sheer aura. A chill ran down the spines of all three. They had known Wang Hao was powerful, but they hadn't grasped just how formidable he truly was. Now, as Wang Hao made his move, they felt it firsthand. Wang Hao truly possessed the capability to stand alone against all three of them. The trio dared not delay, pouring every ounce of their strength into confronting Wang Hao head-on. As their auras collided, everything around them instantly shattered. Countless tables, chairs, and furnishings shattered on the spot, and even the walls cracked with deep fissures. The expressions on the three faces grew increasingly grim. If this continued, regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Great Celestial Palace would be reduced to rubble. Then, the three of them would become criminals against the entire First Empire. They would be seen as utterly despicable by the countless followers of the heavenly Grace Goddess cult. But Wang Hao couldn't care less. So what if this place was destroyed? Even if he reduced it to rubble, it wouldn't concern him, Wang Hao. Today, he would force the First Empire to bow. He, Wang Hao, would make the entire world know, do not provoke Wang Hao. He would make every soul on this earth tremble at the thought of offending him, Wang Hao or anyone close to him. At that very moment, Mr. Wang, withdraw your divine power. You three, step back. A cold voice suddenly cut through the air. Instantly, Wang Hao's eyebrow shot up as he took a step back. The three men scattered immediately, crouching on the ground, gasping for breath, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Had that man not intervened just now, continuing to endure the assault would have meant at least one of them would have died right here. They were truly nearing their absolute limit. Even outnumbering him 3-1, they were still no match for Wang Hao. The gap was still vast. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Wang Hao was now filled with complex emotions. They had all heard the news. This time, Wang Hao had been blown into the Beyond Realm by their First Empire's new weapon. It was utterly laughable. They were all at a loss for words. Had it not been Wang Hao who was blown to pieces this time, perhaps the First Empire would have already made the entire world bow before it? Yet, single-handedly, Wang Hao altered the entire global landscape. But the three of them knew they had no right to say anything more now. All three remained obediently crouched on the floor, silent. At that moment, a figure slowly opened the door and stepped out. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes at the sight of the newcomer. Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, the figure wasn't exceptionally tall, but the aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly powerful. He was clearly a soul bridge powerhouse. This surprised Wang Hao somewhat. This man was none other than the ruler of the First Empire. The ruler of a nation, and a top-tier powerhouse at that? This was truly astonishing. Moreover, Wang Hao felt a surge of curiosity. The sovereign of the mighty First Empire dared to come looking for him so openly? Didn't he fear Wang Hao might suddenly strike and kill him? Even a soul bridge expert was no match for him, Wang Hao. The ruler of the First Empire should understand this principle. The First Empire's sovereign clearly perceived Wang Hao's thoughts. With a faint smile, he remarked, Mr. Wang's prowess is indeed astonishingly formidable. I never imagined such a formidable being could exist in this world, one who has shattered the limitations of the soul bridge to reach the Beyond Realm. Not only has Mr. Wang shattered humanity's limits, but he has revealed the dazzling brilliance of the Beyond Realm to all. I believe it won't be long before more and more Beyond Realm masters emerge. The ruler of the First Empire spoke with remarkable composure. Yet Wang Hao understood the meaning behind his words. The realm of one's cultivation cannot be concealed. After Wang Hao's breakthrough, one soul bridge powerhouse after another would inevitably seek him out. Whether for friendly sparring, seeking guidance, or even ambushing him to force his hand. Regardless, many aspects of the Beyond Realm would gradually reach everyone's ears, revealing its unique nature. After all, those who achieve the Soul Bridge realm are invariably individuals of extraordinary innate talent. Witnessing a Beyond Realm master in action would swiftly propel these individuals toward their own breakthroughs. Under such circumstances, the emergence of a second Beyond Realm powerhouse would not be far off. The First Empire's sovereign had made his intentions clear. He doesn't care that Wang Hao is now a powerful beyond realm master. As long as Wang Hao doesn't slaughter everyone outright, a power capable of counterbalancing him will soon emerge in this world. By then, Wang Hao would no longer be able to act as arrogantly as he does today. Today marks Wang Hao's pinnacle. It is also the most glorious day of his life. Yet Wang Hao still couldn't quite grasp it. He coldly regarded the ruler of the First Empire before him, his voice icy. First, I can choose to live in seclusion, avoiding contact with anyone. Anyone who dares to come looking for me will be killed without mercy. Then, you'll gradually become nothing but a legend, no longer a living person, no longer respected by anyone. The ruler of the First Empire spoke slowly, his voice calm. In that case, you naturally won't hold any sway over us either. But if you choose to step forward, we possess countless methods to showcase the unique nature of the Beyond Realm. This would allow us to touch upon that once unimaginably distant realm. Gazing at the First Empire's sovereign, Wang Hao's astonishment deepened. Truly worthy of being the ruler of the First Empire. His vision was far broader than anyone else's. Wang Hao said coldly, even so, that's a matter for the future. As you said today, this glory belongs to me, Wang Hao. If you refuse to follow my orders, what then if I demand your death today? The ruler of the First Empire shook his head gently, his expression serene. Mr. Wang, you jest. Kill me? You don't have the power to do that. Chapter 182, I don't believe in thugs. What? Wang Hao furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He couldn't quite grasp where the ruler of the First Empire found the audacity to utter such words. The First Empire's ruler watched Wang Hao silently while pulling a remote control from his pocket. With a light press, countless cannons instantly locked onto Wang Hao. The cannons materializing from walls all around him made Wang Hao frown. These cannons were different from those of the Northern Kingdom, clearly capable of withstanding much greater energy limits. In other words, these cannons could potentially unleash energy comparable to the blast that had nearly obliterated Wang Hao in the East Sea earlier. If all these cannons fired simultaneously, even someone like Wang Hao would find it difficult to survive. Observing Wang Hao, the First Empire's sovereign offered a faint smile, his expression serene. Mr. Wang, you must realize the destructive power of these cannons is far beyond what you could easily withstand. Even as a beyond realm powerhouse now, you must know deep down whether this strike would leave you dead or alive. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Doing this may not kill me, but you will die without a doubt. The sovereign of the First Empire is truly willing to gamble with me like this? The First Empire's sovereign shook his head gently, his expression unruffled. A nation must always have a sovereign. After I die, there is still Brownlee. Should he fall, others will rise. The First Empire will never lack a ruler. But should Mr. Wang pass away, that would be truly gone forever. I believe Mr. Wang wouldn't want that, right? A cold, sinister gleam flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Though he deeply disliked the feeling of being threatened, the First Empire's sovereign had a point. Indeed. What did it matter how exalted the other party's status was? He, Wang Hao, truly didn't care. All he cared about was his own life and the lives of those closest to him. Ask him to trade his life for others? No matter who they were, Wang Hao refused. He must live. He wants to be with his beloved and his child. This was Wang Hao's sole pursuit. Clearly, the ruler of the First Empire before him had seen through this very point. With a cold snort, Wang Hao said icily, I admit, you do have the right to threaten me like this. But I stand by my words. The First Empire can live if it bows its head and apologizes. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take you on in a gamble. His voice was icy cold as he spoke. If he let these men off today and simply walked away, his reputation would be utterly destroyed. He didn't care about his reputation, but the crisis it would bring. Then, even with his formidable strength, countless would come seeking trouble all to obtain the method for reaching the Beyond Realm. That would truly plunge Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng into endless peril. Only by forcing the First Empire to submit today could he offer them the best protection. This was Wang Hao's absolute bottom line. Gazing at Wang Hao, the First Empire's sovereign fell silent. Wang Hao feared death, didn't he? No matter how beautifully it was phrased, no one wanted to die to fulfill someone else's goals. Unless absolutely forced, it would never be his choice. But, for the First Empire to bow to Wang Hao, becoming a laughingstock in others' eyes? That was hardly a desirable outcome. Gazing at the silent First Empire sovereign, Wang Hao spoke coldly once more. You hope I'll back down? It's not impossible. I can permit you to remain unseen. Let the First Empire's other top leaders appear alongside your son. But if you refuse to appear, I'll demand other benefits in exchange. Benefits? The First Empire's ruler raised an eyebrow. What does Mr. Wang desire? Feel free to state your terms. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, his voice cold as ice. I demand access to the First Empire's national treasure ruins. What did you say? At these words, not only did the First Empire's sovereign's expression change instantly, but the three soul bridge experts standing beside him also paled. The First Empire's national treasure ruins. This was the First Empire's greatest secret. Everything the First Empire possesses stems from this national treasure ruins. Even the special weapon they used to bombard Wang Hao earlier originated from here. This place was a relic left behind from the First Empire's ancient era, holding countless secrets within. In fact, a significant portion of the First Empire's current abundance of top-tier powerhouses stems directly from the benefits bestowed by this place. And that's not all. The First Empire's national treasure ruins are a colossal secret throughout the entire empire. Only a handful of people know about it. Even the Dragon Nation's government, logically speaking, should not be privy to this knowledge. As a commoner, even as the Dark Knight Dragon King of the Dark Dragon Hall, what reason would Wang Hao have to know these things? The Dark Dragon Hall's influence hasn't grown that extensive, has it? Wang Hao offered no further explanation, merely stating flatly, "Besides you, the other top 10 officials must collectively apologize to me on your national television network. After the apology, I will be permitted to enter your national treasure ruins once more. If you fulfill all these demands, this matter will be settled. I, Wang Hao, will never harm you again. Otherwise, let's fight to the death today. I have no objection." Hearing Wang Hao's words, the First Empire's sovereign narrowed his eyes. "It's possible, but why should I trust you? If I agree now, it would mean handing over the initiative to you, Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, don't you think this arrangement is a bit unfair?" The First Empire's ruler looked thoroughly displeased. But Wang Hao merely smiled and shook his head. "Why? Because I don't trust you. When it comes to character, integrity, and morality, I, Wang Hao, am far more trustworthy than your First Empire. This is non-negotiable. I, Wang Hao, will never place my trust in the character of a bunch of rogues." "Who do you call rogues?" At those words, the three soul bridge experts instantly paled. Their eyes blazed with fury, their teeth gnashing in rage. To them, the First Empire was their glory. They even believed the entire world should bow before the First Empire with utmost reverence. Who could have imagined that Wang Hao would blurt out such a thing, calling their First Empire a gang of thugs? This was utterly unforgivable. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly calm, stirring up trouble across the globe, provoking others to fight so he could grow stronger. He bullied weaker nations under any pretext, dominating them. When other nations clashed, he'd pretend to be a neutral mediator, but his real goal was selling weapons. He'd love to see the world at war every day. A country like this, what else could it be but a rogue state? Chapter 183, The First Empire Bows. As they listened to Wang Hao's taunts, the expressions of the three soul bridge experts from the First Empire shifted repeatedly. Beside them, the First Empire's sovereign narrowed his eyes. Certain matters were understood by all. In the past, out of deference to the First Empire, no one dared to speak plainly. But Wang Hao was different. This guy couldn't care less. He was a man who cared only for the lives of those close to him. As for everyone else, none of his damn business. He curses the First Empire whenever he feels like it, speaking only his own mind. He doesn't give a damn about anything else. The First Empire's sovereign couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His voice grew solemn as he declared, "Regarding this matter, I shall proceed as Mr. Wang suggested. The First Empire is willing to issue an apology first, then escort Mr. Wang to the sacred ruins of our imperial treasures. However," at this point, he paused for a moment, a faint, icy glint flashing in his eyes. "Once Mr. Wang enters the national treasure ruins, his life, death, and safety are none of the First Empire's concern. Should Mr. Wang perish within, do not blame me for failing to warn you." As he spoke, the ruler of the First Empire's voice grew noticeably colder. This prompted Wang Hao to snort coldly. The First Empire's ruler's meaning was crystal clear. They might actively target Wang Hao inside. He was being given time to think it through. After a long silence, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. "Fine. But let me remind you this. If I encounter your men and they attack me, I, Wang Hao, make no guarantees about their survival. If things escalate, the consequences may not be what you expect." At Wang Hao's words, the First Empire's sovereign's expression shifted slightly. He could easily tell that Wang Hao's words were no empty threat. If they provoked Wang Hao, the First Empire might not be able to bear the consequences. However, recalling certain treasures within the imperial relic, the First Empire's sovereign let out a cold snort. "Very well. I only hope that when the time comes, Mr. Wang won't regret it." By the end of his words, the ruler's voice carried a palpable edge of menace. The two were threatening each other. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly composed, agreed. "Who will regret it? Time will tell. Now, I want to see the First Empire's apology. You have half an hour." As he spoke, Wang Hao pulled up a chair and sat down beside them, crossing his legs with an expression of utter calm, as if none of this concerned him. The First Empire's ruler narrowed his eyes. He could easily discern Wang Hao's confidence. This man had likely never been truly understood by them. But when it came to confidence, he too had absolute faith in their national treasure ruins. He refused to believe Wang Hao could emerge alive from that place. With that thought, he cut to the chase and ordered the 3 soul bridge experts to make arrangements. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Around the world, people went about their daily lives, glued to televisions, computers, and phones. But then, some viewers watching television suddenly froze in shock. The broadcast abruptly switched channels. It switched to the First Empire's broadcast, abruptly showing them over a dozen high-ranking officials of the First Empire, including their holy son, Brownlee. This left many Dragon Nation citizens utterly bewildered. They were just watching a TV drama. Why were these people suddenly appearing? It wasn't just them, even officials from many countries were momentarily stunned. Clearly, they too were unsure what such an abrupt broadcast meant at this moment. Even the Dragon Nation's officials were gathered around the television. They too wanted to know what these people from the First Empire were trying to say. Under the gaze of the crowd, several faces contorted with intense pain and reluctance. Facing the camera, they suddenly bowed deeply with utmost respect. Brownlee, the leader, gritted his teeth and painfully declared, "The First Empire apologizes to Mr. Wang Hao today." Bow. As the words fell, everyone bowed respectfully to the camera once more. Their faces were etched with anguish. At that moment, everyone witnessing this scene was utterly stunned. No one could have imagined that after Wang Hao's single visit to the First Empire, such an event would unfold. The First Empire, the world's greatest superpower, had actually bowed to Wang Hao. It was simply unbelievable. At that moment, everyone fell silent. The citizens of the First Empire were filled with anguish and resentment, while people from other nations could scarcely believe their eyes. As for the citizens of the Dragon Nation, were screaming with excitement. How on earth did Wang Hao manage this? That our Dragon Nation has such a figure is our nation's good fortune. What a blessing for the Dragon Nation. Wang Hao is the pride of our nation. Hurry up and share it online. What are you waiting for? Yes, go share that video with everyone. If even one person in this world hasn't seen that video yet, I'll be heartbroken. A crowd of people wildly expressed their reactions. Soon, the video spread across the entire globe. Especially in Dragon Nation, it became practically a household name. Not only ordinary people were spreading it, but the government also jumped on the bandwagon, ordering state-run TV stations and websites to loop the video non-stop. In an instant, the entire world was watching this video. Everyone was screaming with excitement. Yet Wang Hao remained remarkably calm. After reviewing the updates, he set his phone aside. Noticing the First Empire's ruler looking less than pleased, he said casually, "Let's go. To your national treasure ruins." Right now? The First Empire's ruler couldn't help but feel surprised. He had assumed Wang Hao would make preparations first. Wang Hao remained utterly composed. What? Scared? Or have you changed your mind? Fine, let's go. The First Empire's ruler snorted coldly, sparing no words as he turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Hao smiled faintly and followed immediately. He knew full well that the First Empire, no matter how you looked at it, had some real substance, something the East Sea simply couldn't match. By moving now, while the enemy was completely unprepared, his chances of securing favorable terms were significantly higher. If he waited too long and allowed the First Empire to prepare, even he, Wang Hao, couldn't guarantee a clean retreat. Soon, the two arrived at a region in the central part of the First Empire. The surrounding wilderness was devoid of any cities, despite the flat terrain. After traversing the flat wasteland, they soon arrived at the perimeter of a sealed-off zone. Gazing at Wang Hao, the First Empire's sovereign spoke coldly, "Ahead lies the sacred ruins of my First Empire's national treasure. Since Mr. Wang wishes to go and see for himself, then go. But let me warn you now, if you don't make it out alive, don't blame the First Empire for not giving you fair warning." Chapter 184, The Martial Saint Statue. Seeing the First Empire's ruler's cold expression, Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Without another word, he strode directly toward the depths. As he watched Wang Hao's figure disappear into the depths, a peculiar expression flickered across the First Empire ruler's eyes. He shook his head at the guards at the entrance, signaling them not to interfere. After Wang Hao disappeared into the depths, the ruler took out his phone and dialed a number. "Bring that thing over, hurry. Today, the dignity lost by my First Empire must be reclaimed by my own hand. The First Empire never lets revenge wait until tomorrow." Wang Hao made his way deep into the First Empire's national treasure ruins. Observing the peculiar stones surrounding him, a peculiar look crossed his eyes. This place was truly peculiar. Wang Hao witnessed things beyond his wildest imagination. This so-called national treasure site was actually an ancient town. An ancient town in the style of ancient Dragon Nation. Surveying everything within the town, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. After all, this was the First Empire, not the Dragon Nation. Why would an ancient town modeled after the Dragon Nation appear in a place like the First Empire? Who exactly built this ancient town back then? And why had it become a national treasure and heritage site of the First Empire? Though puzzled, Wang Hao stepped inside, one foot after another. The deeper he ventured into the ancient town, the more perplexed Wang Hao became. He even began to doubt. Could this truly be the First Empire's national treasure site? He saw nothing within the ancient town. But Wang Hao understood that the First Empire wouldn't reveal everything about the ruins to him. To explore this place, he could only rely on himself. Besides, Wang Hao wasn't entirely unfamiliar with this place. Earlier, the First Empire's sovereign had wondered why Wang Hao knew of the national treasure's secret realm. And Wang Hao knew not because of anything else, but because his master at the place where he once studied had told him. According to that master, in all the vastness of the world, there were no more than 10 places where truly valuable treasures could be found. Most of them lie within the borders of the Dragon Nation. Among the few abroad was the First Empire's national treasure's secret realm. According to his master, the true treasure here was hidden behind the martial saint statue. But where in this place could there be a statue of the martial saint? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, scanning the area before suddenly noticing a house. It was a house noticeably taller than the others in the surrounding town. Judging by its decor, it appeared to be a shrine hall. According to ancient customs, if the locals were to worship anything, they would likely do so within this ancestral hall. With that thought, Wang Hao strode directly toward it. Reaching the shrine's entrance, he gently pushed open the doors. Instantly, a colossal statue of the martial saint loomed before him. Gazing at the colossal statue of the martial saint, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of awe wash over him. As a top-tier powerhouse, Wang Hao had seen far larger statues of saints or Buddhas back home. Buddha statues towering dozens or even hundreds of meters high were not uncommon within the Dragon Nation. Yet none of them had ever evoked such a peculiar sensation within him as this martial saint statue before him. That feeling even left Wang Hao somewhat bewildered. For the statue of the martial saint before him seemed, somehow, as if it were alive. This place had existed for countless years. How could anyone live that long? Shaking his head, Wang Hao forced himself to ignore the unease in his heart and walked straight to the back of the martial saint statue. According to his master, the greatest treasure within the entire national treasure secret realm was hidden there. As Wang Hao approached, his brow furrowed. Behind the martial saint statue, there was nothing at all? How could this be? But soon, Wang Hao realized something. After all these years, the First Empire had surely searched this place countless times. Even if there had been any treasures there, they wouldn't have waited for Wang Hao to come and take them. But if the First Empire had truly taken it, why hadn't they used that treasure against him? That was a treasure master had described as absolutely surpassing the beyond realm. What was going on here? Just as Wang Hao was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something, causing his eyebrows to arch in surprise. If it wasn't taken by the First Empire, could it be that someone else had taken it? For instance, this so-called martial saint statue. This thing might actually have come to life. The thought sent Wang Hao's heart racing uncontrollably. If this thing was alive, and he, Wang Hao, was right beside it, rummaging and searching everywhere, would it really not attack him? Just as Wang Hao was deep in thought. Suddenly, creak! An unusual sound suddenly echoed through the air. A chill ran down Wang Hao's spine. What was that sound? Could it be the statue of the martial saint? Wang Hao swallowed nervously, backing step by step away from behind the statue. As he looked up at it, his gaze grew increasingly complex. This thing had definitely been tampered with. Its gaze was different. Its position has shifted. But Wang Hao couldn't figure it out. If this thing was alive, if it truly was some martial saint, why hide it away like this? Could it be that this thing isn't actually his match? And that the treasure is still in its hands? At this thought, a cold, sinister glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he swung a direct punch at the martial saint statue. This phantom playing thing today, he would get to the bottom of what the hell it was. Sensing Wang Hao's sudden onslaught, a chilling aura instantly emanated from the martial saint statue. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two auras collided. Wang Hao stood motionless, while the martial saint statue burrowed into the earth. What? Wang Hao's expression changed instantly. The outer layer of skin surrounding the martial saint statue fell to the ground, its core already hollowed out. In other words, someone had been hiding inside the statue for quite some time. Someone from the First Empire? Or someone from ancient times who had survived until now? Regardless of which, Wang Hao could be certain that the treasure was undoubtedly in their possession. Moreover, this person was likely no match for him. With that realization, Wang Hao hesitated not a moment, plunging straight down the underground passageway in pursuit. Meanwhile, no sooner had Wang Hao descended than a group of people burst out from the National Treasure secret realm, arriving at the entrance to this underground passage. They were carrying a large bundle. It was clearly a bomb. And the one leading the group was none other than the ruler of the First Empire. Gazing at the subterranean passageway, a cold smile curled his lips. Wang Hao, it seems, possesses considerable knowledge of the First Empire's treasured secret realm, even knowing the location of that supreme artifact. Today, he absolutely must not be allowed to survive. The explosives were set right here. Today, I will ensure Wang Hao never returns. Upon hearing this, the group immediately began laying explosives around the perimeter. Inside that massive bundle lay explosives far more powerful than those that had obliterated the Eastern Sea Kingdom's capital. Chapter 185, Not Necessarily. Underground. Wang Hao frowned the moment he descended. Someone had clearly been here. And not just one person. But clearly, that martial saint statue had been placed there just moments ago, completely blocking the entrance. What did this mean? It meant all of this had been deliberately placed there by others specifically to target him, Wang Hao. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao pondered briefly before understanding why the First Empire would do this. They first used the martial saint statue to gauge whether he knew the secrets of this place, then used that person to lure him down. So what was the next step? Wang Hao glanced upward. The distance was vast, and it seemed isolated by some overwhelming aura, preventing him from sensing what lay above. But Wang Hao knew this: above, the First Empire had undoubtedly prepared explosives powerful enough to obliterate a beyond realm powerhouse. The First Empire possessed that capability. Of course, to achieve this, the First Empire would have to sacrifice the entire national treasure secret realm as the price. But now it seemed, perhaps the First Empire truly was willing to make such a sacrifice. Everything they had obtained from the national treasure secret realm was already sufficient to reshape the entire world's order. With Wang Hao dead, the world would naturally fall to the First Empire. Naturally. Why would they hesitate to part with their national treasure sanctuary? Wang Hao snorted coldly and turned his gaze toward the vast underground cavern. The surroundings were dim and lightless. Yet after taking just 2 steps forward, Wang Hao discovered that this place was, astonishingly, a town almost identical to the ancient town above. An underground ancient town, replicated almost exactly. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that the so-called martial saint statue was actually located underground? And the so-called treasure was also behind the underground martial saint statue. Wang Hao scanned his surroundings and quickly located the spot corresponding to the shrine above. It was another shrine. However, compared to the one above, this subterranean shrine felt far more sinister, like the underworld itself. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao slowly approached, intending to push open the shrine's doors. But the moment he reached the doorway, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth from within the shrine. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Wang Hao's back. The aura emanating from the ancestral hall at this moment was unmistakably that of the Beyond Realm. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Wang Hao's mind. For instance, the First Empire had already encountered this aura before they must possess some understanding of the Beyond Realm. After his own breakthrough, it wouldn't be long before the First Empire could also produce its own Beyond the Shore Realm powerhouse. Moreover, the individual within had likely attained the Beyond Realm countless years ago. However, his condition might not be perfect. Perhaps he was barely clinging to life. Or perhaps it's simply a lifeless object. Then there's that fake martial saint who lured me in earlier. After entering, that fellow's aura vanished completely. For someone weaker than Wang Hao to instantly and completely conceal their aura in his presence was nearly impossible. The only possibility was that the person had just ducked straight into the ancestral hall, using the aura of that Beyond Shore powerhouse inside to completely mask his own. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao's mind raced with possibilities. He understood clearly, had he not been utterly confident in the figure within, this intruder would never have made such a choice, let alone dared to hide inside while being weaker. But beyond the shore? So what? Wang Hao chuckled softly and pushed open the shrine's doors. Instantly. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from within the shrine, violently shaking everything around it to the brink of collapse. Even Wang Hao felt as though the chilling wind might knock him off his feet. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao stepped steadily deeper into the shrine. Almost simultaneously, a figure charged directly before Wang Hao. This figure was not the so-called Beyond Realm expert, but the very same individual who had just disguised himself as the martial saint. What astonished Wang Hao, however, was the aura now erupting from this figure. It was unmistakably that of the Beyond Realm. It was impossible for a person to suddenly advance an entire tier of power out of nowhere. The only possibility was that he was borrowing power, leveraging the power of the one who had released that Beyond the Shore aura. Yet, the more this was the case, the more confident Wang Hao became. If that Beyond Shore powerhouse could intervene, there was no reason for him to lend his strength to a soul bridge cultivator to deal with someone of equal power. That would be far too uncertain. And it would waste his strength even more. The only reason he would do this is if that person couldn't come out. If that was the case, Wang Hao had nothing to worry about. At this realization, a faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips. He immediately charged toward the approaching figure. Boom! In an instant, the two collided head-on. Wang Hao stood his ground, while the other man was sent reeling backward several steps. He slammed into the table behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, his eyes burned with pure hatred. He refused to accept this. He was a top-tier powerhouse of the First Empire. Yet today, in his attempt to kill Wang Hao, he had become a sacrificial pawn in the Emperor's hands. In theory, if he could harness the power of the martial saint statue to kill Wang Hao, he would be hailed as a national hero across the entire First Empire. But deep down, he knew it was utter nonsense. He was merely a soul bridge cultivator. How could he possibly kill Wang Hao by borrowing the martial saint statue's power? Wang Hao was a genuine beyond realm powerhouse. The sovereign's true reliance had never been him, but the countless explosives laid out in the surrounding area. Those explosives were the true means to kill Wang Hao. As for him, was merely a sacrificial pawn tasked with luring Wang Hao in. Even though he knew this all along, a pang of heartache still pierced him after that failed strike. Gazing at this man, Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a heavy, cold snort. The First Empire isn't worthy of killing me. You're not worthy, and neither are those outside. With that, Wang Hao's figure surged forward, stomping directly on the man's heart. In an instant, the man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorting with hatred and rage. Wang Hao, just you wait. The might of the First Empire isn't something you alone can overthrow. We've already secured the most precious relic within this national treasure's ruins. We will stand atop the world. We will. As he uttered his final words, his body suddenly convulsed. Then, he collapsed lifelessly into a pool of blood. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes at the corpse, gave a faint snort, and raised his foot. Yet from his mouth came a cold, indifferent voice. You think you've obtained the most precious thing here? I doubt it. Chapter 186, You are merely a pawn. As he spoke, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and looked up at the statue of the martial saint in the distance. This was the genuine statue of the martial saint, distinct from the one he had seen earlier. Though outwardly identical, a closer look reveals that the statue below wasn't constructed later, it was a person. The so-called statue of the martial saint was actually a person whose physical body had been sealed here for some reason, unable to escape. It was this very person who had ultimately transformed into the so-called sacred statue. Gazing at this statue, Wang Hao did not rush to seek the treasure behind it. Instead, he first bowed respectfully and spoke in a solemn tone. Junior disciple Wang Hao greets the senior. No response came. Dead silence. Wang Hao snorted coldly, his voice echoing faintly, If I am not mistaken, senior, your presence here is likely due to some soul-binding technique. Your spirit and physical form cannot merge, leaving you no choice but to survive in this manner. Then, deceived by the First Empire, you handed over the benefits to them in exchange for items you needed, hoping to find a way to break the seal and lift the confinement. Is what I say true? This time, the colossal statue of the martial saint trembled visibly. Clearly, Wang Hao's words struck at the very core of its innermost thoughts. He had indeed been doing just that all along, constantly seeking a way to escape. Yet, as he listened to the thick sarcasm in Wang Hao's words, a faint, icy aura began to emanate from the martial saint statue. The First Empire and I each pursue our own ends. Boy, what right do you have to mock me? As the words fell, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from the statue, its terrifying power clearly that of the Beyond Realm. Just like the First Empire's elite Wang Hao had slain earlier. At that moment, even Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a heavy, cold snort. You truly are foolish, elder. What did you say? The killing intent emanating from the martial saint statue instantly grew even more intense. A terrifying aura seemed poised to engulf and annihilate Wang Hao. But Wang Hao merely curled his lips. What? Am I not speaking the truth? If you weren't foolish, how could someone of your caliber become another's pawn? Who do you think is someone else's pawn? The martial saint statue clearly refused to accept this. In his eyes, even if he wasn't a wise deity, he certainly wasn't foolish. Who could have imagined that Wang Hao's words would now humiliate him so deeply? How could he possibly accept this? Yet Wang Hao merely offered a faint smile. Am I not correct? If you were not a pawn, why would you be on the brink of death without even realizing it, still doing their bidding? What did you say? The aura of the martial saint statue instantly grew agitated, its killing intent thickening. He was dying? What a joke! He was a martial saint, a revered Beyond Realm powerhouse hailed as a sage. Even Wang Hao was merely a newly ascended Beyond Realm powerhouse, no match for him whatsoever. And Wang Hao dares say he's dying? He's got some nerve. Yet Wang Hao remained utterly composed. Gazing at the martial saint's statue before him, he remarked calmly, Am I not correct? You don't know yet, do you? They lured me in just to blow me up right here. They've already used the techniques you taught them to create powerful explosives outside. Whether that thing can kill you. You know better than anyone else. At these words, the martial saint's statue visibly trembled. How could they possibly? You're talking nonsense. Nonsense. The martial saint statue nearly screamed the words. But Wang Hao wore nothing but contempt on his face. And you claim you're not a pawn? If you weren't a pawn, how could you still be unaware of the situation? Even the loyal followers who relied on you knew the plan, yet you remained completely in the dark. Senior, you really have lived a miserable life. You. The statue of the martial saint visibly trembled, its aura growing increasingly furious. He never dreamed this day would come. Even now, he was at a loss for what to do. The First Empire. Those damned bastards. He'd helped them out of goodwill, bestowing upon them ancient techniques that allowed them to rise from obscurity to become the world's foremost empire. And this is how they repay him? They deserve to die. Gazing at the statue of the martial saint, Wang Hao spoke calmly, "Elder, you should know that for both of us, survival is paramount. Why not join forces and escape first? What do you say? You and I join forces?" The expression on the martial saint's statue grew peculiar as it regarded Wang Hao. "You and I? How exactly would we join forces?" His voice carried a hint of resignation. Though powerful, he was utterly immobilized. His physical form was utterly frozen in place. His soul and body were utterly severed. Though he could muster a sliver of energy to suggest he could command his own body to depart, he simply didn't have that ability. Gazing at the statue of the martial saint, Wang Hao shook his head softly. "Elder, you need only tell me how to deal with their explosives, or whether there are other exits here. Once I've eliminated the First Empire's forces, the Elder will naturally be saved, won't he?" Wang Hao's words held a certain logic. Yet upon hearing this, the martial saint's statue sighed audibly. "I understand your meaning, but their explosives truly have no weaknesses. Unless you can destroy the explosives before they're ignited, once detonated, it's an indiscriminate energy explosion, there's no way to stop it. As for other exits..." At this point, the martial saint statue's expression turned bitter, as if reluctant to elaborate further. Because this place has always been connected vertically through the martial saint statue. Where would another exit even be? Yet mid-sentence, the martial saint statue seemed to suddenly recall something. His eyes lit up, and his voice took on a peculiar tone. "You ask about exits? Perhaps there truly is another place to escape." "Where?" Wang Hao's interest was instantly piqued. The martial saint statue sighed. "On the surface, this appears to be underground. But in truth, after entering through that passageway, you step into an independent, small space." "An independent space?" Wang Hao furrowed his brow, his eyes clouded with confusion. Even he couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind those words. Looking at Wang Hao, the martial saint statue explained, "After entering here, you essentially step into another place separate from the world you live in. Except for the passageway serving as the boundary between the two realms, every other aspect bears no connection to your original world. Even if you break through the world barrier and exit, the place you reach might not be your original world." At these words, Wang Hao's brow furrowed instantly. "If that's the case, then there's no way out at all? Who says?" The martial saint statue chuckled smugly. "There is another path." Wang Hao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where?" The martial saint statue took a deep breath and replied in a solemn voice. "Near the entrance." Chapter 187, done. Near the entrance? Wang Hao looked utterly baffled. Earlier, the statue had insisted there was no other way out. Why, all of a sudden, had the original entrance become the only exit? Seeing Wang Hao's astonished expression, the martial saint statue solemnly declared, "I know what you're thinking, but it is indeed true. The entrance is the sole point of connection between the two worlds, and the barrier surrounding it is far weaker than elsewhere between the two realms. In other words, if one were to force open a passage, that location offered the greatest convenience and the highest chance of success." Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but nod slightly. He could understand that logic. But forcibly opening a passage between the two realms? Even though Wang Hao was now a beyond-realm powerhouse, such a notion still sounded a bit far-fetched. Frowning, Wang Hao paused briefly to consider before deciding against asking further questions. Instead, he turned his gaze directly toward the entrance. He knew full well that the martial saint statue not holding him back was already a blessing. Expecting it to sacrifice much to help him escape was unrealistic. Even if this thing knew it had been exploited by the First Empire, it wouldn't easily turn around and help Wang Hao. But Wang Hao wasn't about to let it go just like that. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao turned to face the martial saint statue and said coldly, "Cooperation? Fine. But I need you to pay another price." The martial saint statue frowned. "What do you want?" Clearly, he wasn't eager to give up too much. Hearing this, Wang Hao smiled faintly. "My demand isn't high. Simply give me an identical copy of what you previously provided to the First Empire. How does that sound?" "What?" The statue of the martial saint froze. He hadn't expected Wang Hao to ask for this. Once such information leaked, it would cease to be a secret. Moreover, upon careful reflection, if Wang Hao was indeed being manipulated by the First Empire as he claimed, then handing over the weaponry blueprints exclusively held by the First Empire to another party would deal the greatest blow to the First Empire. However, after a moment's thought, the martial saint statue frowned. "If I give you these, once you create the corresponding weapons, the First Empire will surely realize I revealed all this to you. Then I'd be dead either way. You have ulterior motives." Watching the furious statue of the martial saint, Wang Hao shook his head gently. "Not at all. I'll simply claim these were obtained from the National Treasure's secret realm. They won't dare lay a finger on you. Besides..." At this point, Wang Hao suddenly narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. Besides, the true treasure of the National Treasure Secret Realm is likely still in your possession, isn't it? The First Empire wouldn't dare kill you. At these words, even the martial saint statue fell silent. Indeed, as Wang Hao had stated, the true treasure, the artifact capable of reshaping the world, remained in his possession to this day. As long as he possessed this, the First Empire would never rashly kill him without ulterior motives. Most crucially, he was now very close to fully merging his physical body with his soul. If he could just stall for a little longer, he would surely break free. Then, how could the First Empire threaten him? With that thought, the martial saint statue ceased further discussion and proceeded to recount to Wang Hao all the military tactics he had previously disclosed to the First Empire. For individuals of their caliber, everything they heard was essentially committed to memory upon hearing it. Yet now, as he listened to the martial saint statue's description, Wang Hao remained outwardly composed, though his heart was churning with a storm of shock. The First Empire's hot weapons had already been astonishing enough. But now, after hearing the martial saint statue's account, Wang Hao realized that the First Empire possessed far more advanced technology than what they had revealed thus far. What if they fully mastered the weapons revealed by the martial saint statue and mass-produced them? Then, even he, Wang Hao, might not stand a chance against the First Empire. Without resorting to underhanded tactics, a direct confrontation to eliminate him, Wang Hao, would not be impossible. Now, as the martial saint statue finished speaking, a faint smile touched its lips as it regarded the somewhat dazed Wang Hao. Did you just realize how much you underestimated me in the First Empire before? Wang Hao shook his head, then his lips curved upward slightly, revealing a faint smile. No, I just feel a bit excited. Excited? The martial saint statue froze, staring at Wang Hao for a long moment, unable to comprehend. Clearly, he couldn't quite grasp what Wang Hao meant by excited. Wang Hao smiled faintly, saying nothing more, and turned his gaze directly toward the entrance. Now, it was time to figure out a way out. The grudge between him and the First Empire, perhaps today was the day to deepen it. With that thought, Wang Hao let out a cold snort. He leapt high into the air, landing near the entrance. As he gazed toward the opening, sensing the palpable threat emanating from the aura within, a wave of admiration welled up within him. The First Empire's ultimate combat power was truly astonishing. Shaking his head, Wang Hao dismissed the thought and approached a spot near the entrance. He reached out and touched the wall-like surface around him. As he felt the peculiar texture of the wall, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This wall felt utterly unique, unlike any ordinary structure. Merely touching it gave Wang Hao an extremely peculiar sensation. It was as if merely touching this wall drew him into another place. This wall separated two realms. Though it appeared that the place where Wang Hao now stood was only a few hundred meters from the entrance, if the enemy detected his presence and triggered an explosion, Wang Hao might not even survive. Yet Wang Hao was certain, if he attacked the wall from his current position, breached it, and escaped, the place he would arrive at, even if it were his own world, would likely be incredibly distant from the First Empire's National Treasure Secret Realm. A world apart. The connection between realms defies ordinary reasoning. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao didn't dwell on it. He simply reached out and placed his hand on the wall before him, gradually channeling his energy into its surface. Instantly, the entire wall began to tremble. Outside, the First Empire's sovereign's expression shifted noticeably. What on earth was happening inside the National Treasure Secret Realm? Why was it trembling incessantly? His voice rose involuntarily as he spoke. He knew full well that what was happening outside was insignificant. The true National Treasure Secret Realm had always been underground. Under these circumstances, everything unfolding here naturally unsettled him. Could it be that the First Empire's most crucial secret realm was about to be destroyed? But what he didn't know was that at that very moment, boom! Before Wang Hao, the wall exploded violently. Wang Hao gazed outside, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It worked! Chapter 188, I won. Observing the scene outside, Wang Hao's eyes couldn't help but flicker with an unusual expression. He recognized that place. That place was none other than the First Empire. And he had only just departed from there not long ago. That was the statue of the heaven-sent goddess he had crushed underfoot. If he walked out from here, he would reach the heavenly goddess statue. Most crucially, the breach he punched open was now slowly closing. If he didn't get out now, this place would likely seal itself shut. With that realization, Wang Hao hesitated not a moment. His entire body shot forward in an instant, racing straight toward the exit. Almost the instant Wang Hao exited. Clatter! The exit was sealed off once again. Between heaven and earth, it was as if nothing had ever existed. Even Wang Hao himself felt uncertain. Had he truly emerged from that very spot just now? Just as Wang Hao was startled. Ah! A startled cry drew everyone's attention. Heads turned toward them, each face etched with utter disbelief. Wang Hao? How did he suddenly appear here? Amidst the gasps, Wang Hao snapped back to his senses. His gaze swept the room, a faint smile curling his lips. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he shot forward. Now that he was out, it was time to give the ruler of the First Empire and all their high officials a little gift. Dealing with him, Wang Hao? If they had such intentions, they'd better be prepared for the backlash. At the entrance to the National Treasure secret realm, led by the First Empire's sovereign, the group gasped for breath, not daring to blink. They stared intently inside, terrified that Wang Hao might emerge. The commotion inside had been too intense. It felt as if the entire entrance to the National Treasure secret realm was about to explode. But now, the area around the entrance had calmed considerably. The commotion had vanished. The calm only made things more unsettling, because no one knew what had just happened. And yet, none of them dared to go down and investigate. After all, if they went in and Wang Hao was hiding inside, they might not even know how they died. Gazing into the darkness, the First Empire's sovereign gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. Everyone, regardless of anything else, wait 10 minutes. If there was still no movement after 10 minutes, they would detonate the explosives and completely destroy the place. By then, whatever underhanded tricks Wang Hao might be plotting inside, his life would be forfeit. Yes. The First Empire's men immediately saluted with utmost respect. Thus, time ticked away second by second. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 minutes had passed. The tension among them grew thicker by the second, their breathing becoming increasingly ragged. But just then, "Hey, you lot look pretty good with your butts sticking out like that. Come on, let's snap a pic. I'll capture the First Empire's top-tier figures looking utterly humiliated." Wang Hao's voice suddenly rang out. And it came from behind them. In an instant, the faces of the group led by the First Empire's sovereign turned deathly pale. The next second, the First Empire's sovereign turned and bolted for the exit. He knew exactly what this place meant. He and Wang Hao had made an agreement. Within the National Treasure ruins, whoever killed whom deserved it. Though they both knew the true secret realm lay underground, outwardly, this place was within the ruins' boundaries. Wang Hao killing him here was in accordance with their agreement. Just as he had killed Wang Hao before. For powerhouses of their caliber, scheming and plotting against each other was perfectly normal. Yet they would always adhere to their original pact. They never exceeded the bounds of that agreement. Wang Hao acted thus, and so did he. At this moment, the sole thought occupying the First Empire's sovereign was to leave this place. Get out, and Wang Hao would not kill him. But as long as he remained here? Though he didn't know how Wang Hao had slipped away and appeared behind them, the mere presence of this man meant certain death. Watching the First Empire's ruler charge out, Wang Hao immediately gave chase. At the same time, the others closed in as well. They understood Wang Hao and their sovereign's intentions perfectly well. As the most trusted individuals by the First Empire's ruler, they knew exactly what they had to do. Even if it meant risking their lives, they could not allow their sovereign to perish here. Yet, as he observed them now, a faint smile touched Wang Hao's lips. His target had never been the ruler of the First Empire. He still agreed with the ruler's earlier statement. Even if he were to die, the First Empire would never lack for a ruler. There would be another, and another after that. Moreover, if Wang Hao were to kill him, the foremost task of those who ascended to power would be to seek revenge against Wang Hao. That would become a massive problem for him, Wang Hao. By contrast, sparing this man and allowing a generational gap among the First Empire's elite is clearly the superior choice. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao wasted no words and immediately engaged these men in a fierce struggle. As a beyond-shore powerhouse, Wang Hao dispatched these heavenly kings and soul bridge experts with effortless ease. In the blink of an eye, of the several who had surrounded him, only 2 soul bridge experts remained clinging to life. The rest were all slain. And in the eyes of those 2 soul bridge masters, a flash of determination now flickered. They'd fight him to the death. With a furious roar, they both charged at Wang Hao simultaneously. In an instant, overwhelming power engulfed Wang Hao. Simultaneously, several types of explosives they had forcibly dragged over were also engulfed. Except for the explosives powerful enough to obliterate the entire National Treasure ruins, they had dragged everything else over, all for the purpose of severely wounding Wang Hao. Yet Wang Hao, observing their actions, paid them no mind whatsoever. With a single kick, he sent both of them flying dozens of meters away, and the explosives were kicked away along with them. Instantly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The 2 men were instantly blown to smithereens by the explosives. Though Wang Hao bore wounds on his back, they were not severe. He whipped his head around and lunged forward, closing in on the First Empire's sovereign. His right hand shot up, clamping down on the sovereign's throat. In an instant, the First Empire's ruler felt his breath catch, his face darkening with grim determination. Wang Hao, however, looked at him with a smile and said slowly, "It seems today, I've won." The First Empire's ruler's body trembled uncontrollably. His mind was filled with nothing but confusion and bewilderment. How on earth did Wang Hao escape? They had explored the underground countless times. They knew all too well there was no other way out. Even if Wang Hao had truly escaped, who knew where he would have ended up? How on earth did he end up here? But Wang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain any of this to him. Gazing coldly at the First Empire's sovereign before him, Wang Hao's voice was as icy as ever. Tell me, do you choose death, or do you choose to give me something else of value? Chapter 189, The Most Important Person. Give me more benefits. Hearing Wang Hao's words, the First Empire's ruler's face instantly turned paler than a pig's liver. Did he not understand what Wang Hao meant? This time, Wang Hao wasn't asking for apologies or anything like that. Wang Hao was trying to get him killed. The First Empire's sovereign's face flushed from pale to crimson. After a long moment, he finally gritted his teeth and spoke again. What do you want? In truth, he was also somewhat curious. What exactly does Wang Hao want? What could the First Empire possibly offer this man? Looking at the First Empire's ruler, Wang Hao smiled faintly. I want the First Empire to publicly submit to the Dragon Nation and acknowledge its sovereignty. Are you out of your mind? The words sent the First Empire's ruler's face turning ashen. He trembled with rage, unable to utter a word. He never dreamed Wang Hao would be so ruthless. To have them directly submit to the Dragon Nation? If they did that, the First Empire would lose all its dignity. His position as ruler would likely become untenable. Glaring at Wang Hao, he spat out, Wang Hao, don't you think this is utterly ridiculous? I will never do such a thing. I'd rather die. Is that so? Wang Hao shrugged indifferently with a smile. Doesn't matter. I couldn't care less. If you want to live, do as I say. If you want to die, I'll kill you and then threaten your son. If your son still wants to live, I'll kill him and then threaten your grandson. Once your family is wiped out, I'll move on to threaten your other blood relatives. Oh, and your wife. I refuse to believe your entire family is made of steel. Of course, if you'd rather have everyone bury you alive, I won't mind. Wang Hao spoke with remarkable calm, his face never losing its smile, not a trace of panic. Yet upon hearing these words, the First Empire's sovereign's expression instantly darkened into something grim and unsettling. Wang Hao's words had struck a genuine threat to him. That damned bastard. Though the First Empire's ruler didn't care about his family as much as Wang Hao did, they were still his kin. He could disregard one or two. But all of them? He cared. The crucial point was that by then, not only would he die, but he still wouldn't be able to change anything. He knew full well that not everyone around him would be as resolute, willing to die rather than yield. When betrayal came, the one bearing the eternal infamy would still be him. At that moment, the ruler of the First Empire clenched his fists, his voice cold as ice. He glared at Wang Hao, his teeth clenched. Fine. I agree. But Wang Hao, remember this. Once you obtain all this, you become the mortal enemy of the First Empire. Consider the consequences carefully. Threaten me? Fine. I don't mind. Wang Hao's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. Any grudges or debts, take them out on me, Wang Hao. I won't blame you. But remember this, if you dare harm anyone close to me, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. Not just you, I'll make sure every single person in the First Empire, every soul I encounter, meets the same fate. I will turn your nation into a realm of the damned. Believe me, I, Wang Hao, always keep my word. These words sent a cold sweat running down the First Empire's sovereign's back. His mouth twitched slightly, and he remained speechless for a long moment. Wang Hao's threat struck genuine fear into his heart. But Wang Hao wasn't finished yet. Besides, I have something else up my sleeve. As he spoke, Wang Hao glanced toward the underground entrance of the National Treasure's secret realm. What I've obtained from there is enough to grant the Dragon Nation military capabilities to rival your First Empire. If you truly come after me, I won't hesitate to find myself a sufficiently powerful ally. At these words, the First Empire's sovereign's expression instantly darkened. Clearly, Wang Hao's words had struck a nerve. The Dragon Nation. It stands as the most powerful nation in the world today, second only to the First Empire. And this was all built upon the First Empire's formidable military might. If the Dragon Nation also obtained the relevant information, could its military might rival that of the First Empire? Then the Dragon Nation could even become a nation capable of threatening the First Empire's global standing. This tangible threat far outweighs any so-called reputation. At this thought, the First Empire's sovereign let out a heavy, cold snort. Fine, I agree. I will bow to the Dragon Nation. I will submit as a vassal. I will declare all this directly to the cameras. But Wang Hao, my First Empire is not so easily bullied. Everything you've done will come back to haunt you sooner or later. By the end of his speech, the ruler's voice was filled with icy coldness. Yet Wang Hao, upon hearing this, merely let a faint smile curve his lips. Fine. I'll be waiting for you. I hope you don't disappoint me. With that, Wang Hao delivered a kick straight to the First Empire ruler's knee. The impact shattered the ruler's leg instantly. Pain made his eyes bulge and his body tremble violently. That damned Wang Hao had actually kicked his leg clean off. Though Wang Hao hadn't completely severed it, allowing for future repair. The agony was real and excruciating. Wang Hao smiled faintly, tossed the First Empire's ruler onto the ground, and turned to leave. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, the First Empire ruler's gaze grew increasingly complex. Wang Hao. This man sooner or later, I'll make him pay. That very night, the First Empire was once again shaken to its core. For the ruler who had never shown his face before now stood directly before the cameras, declaring to the entire world, the First Empire bows its head in submission to the Dragon Nation. The moment those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The people of the First Empire were stunned. Even the people of the Dragon Nation were stunned, including the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation's government. Huang Chang stared at the news, speechless for a long time. He couldn't help but glance toward the curtain nearby. Inside lay none other than the Dragon Nation's sovereign, that supreme being who had never once intervened. Yet in Huang Chang's eyes, even that figure could not achieve such a feat. To make the First Empire bow its head in submission, publicly acknowledging the Dragon Nation as the superior state. Admittedly, it was merely a declaration. The First Empire would certainly not actually begin paying tribute to the Dragon Kingdom. Yet even so, such a matter of face was enough to send shockwaves through the entire world. Huang Chang couldn't help but sigh. Wang Hao, this man was utterly astonishing. I've never heard of anyone achieving such feats. As he spoke, Huang Chang shook his head in disbelief. Just then, a deep voice suddenly echoed from within the curtain. In the future, our Dragon Nation shall regard this man as our most crucial ally. Chapter 190, Time to Return. What? At these words, Huang Chang's expression changed instantly. As one of the most trusted confidants by the Dragon Nation's sovereign, he was among those who understood the sovereign's thoughts most deeply. It could be said that in many matters, no one understood the Dragon Nation's ruler's thoughts better than he did. But even he hadn't expected the Dragon Nation's ruler to blurt out something like that. What on earth was he thinking? Was the mighty Dragon Nation truly going to treat Wang Hao, a mere private citizen, as a vital partner from now on? Wouldn't that elevate Wang Hao's personal standing to the level of a sovereign state? Couldn't something happen to the Dragon Nation's ruler? Couldn't an accident occur? Observing Huang Chang's astonished expression, the Dragon Nation's ruler remained utterly composed. His expression serene, he remarked, "What? Do you think I've elevated him too highly?" Huang Chang replied solemnly, "Your Majesty, Wang Hao is indeed a rare talent. He has grasped the beyond realm and reached the pinnacle of the world. This is a talent, a man we should value. That much is true. But the problem is, once you elevate him to such heights, what if he harbors certain ambitions? You must remember, he is a citizen of the Dragon Nation." By the end of his words, Huang Chang's voice had grown incredibly heavy. Though he did not state it explicitly, he trusted the Dragon Nation's sovereign understood his meaning. A nation can only have one sovereign. As a Dragon Nation native, should Wang Hao's prestige grow too great, the repercussions would be immense. Should he harbor any other ambitions, even the Dragon Nation's sovereign might not be able to contain him. Yet upon hearing this, the Dragon Nation's sovereign merely let a faint smile touch his lips. Shaking his head gently, he replied, "You're overthinking things. This man is a martial cultivator. His life must be devoted to the path of martial arts. Should he become overly fixated on power and influence, his path would be forever blocked. Frankly speaking, given his talent, his future may lie in realms beyond our comprehension. The Dragon Kingdom might not be able to contain him." Huang Chang couldn't help but shudder at these words, his heart sinking with a thud. A wave of unease crept into his heart. He couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, are you not overestimating him? Based on the historical records we possess, it's not as if no one has ever reached the beyond realm before. And they were all high-ranking generals of the court. But with the demise of spiritual energy, as you said yourself, the spiritual energy has been destroyed." The Dragon Nation's sovereign sighed, a fleeting hint of unease flickering in his eyes. The destruction of spiritual energy meant cultivation had become an arduous endeavor. In this age, achieving a soul bridge is now a feat only the most exceptional talents 1 in 10,000 can accomplish. As for the beyond realm, even those who know the path of cultivation struggle to overcome this barrier. How could Wang Hao possibly manage? This young man shattered that barrier himself. Such talent, placed in ancient times, would have been unparalleled. Unmatched by anyone. A great general? Had he lived in ancient times, he might have ascended to immortality. This single remark plunged Huang Chang into silence. He truly hadn't expected the sovereign's assessment of Wang Hao to be so extraordinarily high. It was utterly astonishing. But Huang Chang knew this was the sovereign's decision. As a eunuch, he had no standing to challenge it. "Ah, right." Just then, the sovereign suddenly spoke again. Huang Chang froze in surprise. "Your Majesty, what is it?" The Dragon Kingdom's sovereign narrowed his eyes. "This man," he said, "is rumored to have connections to Kunlun. Kunlun hasn't emerged in 100 years. Have someone keep an eye on him. This man is now causing chaos across the land. Perhaps it won't be long before Kunlun emerges as well. When that time comes, who knows what will happen." Kunlun. At the mere mention of those two words, Huang Chang's breathing instantly grew ragged. Other matters might not concern him deeply, but for a soul bridge powerhouse, Kunlun was an inescapable presence. It was the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Nation, indeed, the entire world. A paradise for cultivators. A single Wang Hao might not have troubled Huang Chang much. But Kunlun? Then this matter demanded his full attention. At this thought, Huang Chang nodded lightly. Understood. I shall immediately assign men to monitor Kunlun. No one is to be allowed near. Report any movement immediately. The Dragon Nation's ruler nodded and continued, as for Wang Hao, have someone keep a distant watch and report the situation. This man. As long as he does not oppose our Dragon Nation, we shall not provoke him. Yes. This time, Huang Chang offered no rebuttal. His mind drifted back to his previous encounter with Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Whether this man is a martial arts fanatic is debatable. But for him, perhaps conquering the world was nowhere near as important as his wife and children. The events surrounding Wang Hao shocked the entire world. Now, the entire world knows of a man named Wang Hao who made the First Empire bow its head and compelled the First Empire to submit to the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's government has even issued a formal expression of gratitude. The impression given was that Wang Hao did not merely represent the Dragon Nation, but stood as an equal to it. It could be said that in today's Dragon Nation, while some might not know the name of the Dragon Nation sovereign, there was certainly no one who did not know the name Wang Hao. As the news spread, the members of the Dark Dragon Hall grew increasingly excited. Mengmeng would come out every day to chat with the uncles and aunts of the Dark Dragon Hall. Listening to their vivid retellings of the various versions circulating about Wang Hao's exploits in the First Empire, her face was always beaming with joy. What Mengmeng cherished most were the tales of her father's heroic deeds. That feeling of hearing others praise her father's greatness was what Mengmeng cherished most. Just then, as Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun listened to the official report from Qin Liangyu, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Everyone froze in surprise. After all, Qin Liangyu was a heavenly king-tier powerhouse. With a powerhouse like her present, even a soul bridge expert couldn't have approached silently enough to open the door without giving her a chance to react. However, when they turned to look, excitement lit up their faces. Dad! Mengmeng rushed over in a flurry of excitement, throwing her arms around Wang Hao and trembling with emotion. Chu Xiaoyun also stood up, her face aglow with excitement as she looked at Wang Hao. Clearly, she hadn't expected Wang Hao to return so suddenly either. Qin Liangyu also looked at Wang Hao. But her expression was rather complicated. After all, should technically be considered Wang Hao's maid. For this iron-blooded rose, the female war goddess, this was nothing short of a tremendous humiliation, and it was something she found difficult to accept. Even if Wang Hao returned, she wasn't quite sure how to approach him. Wang Hao, however, paid no heed to Qin Liangyu's thoughts. He smiled as he watched Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng, murmuring softly, "Now, we have earned the right to return to Jiangling and live the carefree life you've always dreamed of." Chapter 191, Mengmeng falls down. Return? Chu Xiaoyun was still a bit dazed upon hearing this. Mengmeng, however, lit up instantly. Does that mean I can go to school and play with my friends again? Her voice brimmed with unbridled excitement. Clearly, for a child her age, having friends and enjoying the life she should be living at this stage is what she looks forward to most. Especially Mengmeng. Having grown up without friends, she craved companionship intensely. Kindergarten was the only place where she could make friends. She dreamed of going there, of being with her own little friends. Even though she didn't cry or fuss when Wang Hao told her to come over earlier, that didn't mean she wasn't disappointed deep down. Now that Wang Hao said they could return to normal life, Mengmeng was naturally overjoyed. Chu Xiaoyun, however, couldn't help but ask, "Wang Hao, if we go back, will it be?" She didn't finish, but Wang Hao understood her worry perfectly. Wang Hao had already stirred up trouble with too many people. If they returned and someone harbored ill intentions toward Mengmeng, it would spell trouble. Yet upon hearing this, Wang Hao's lips curved into a faint smile as he replied calmly, "Don't worry. If anyone who's been causing me trouble dares to lay a finger on you or Mengmeng now, they won't even need me to step in. Someone else will make them pay dearly. As for the trouble you and Mengmeng brought upon yourselves." At this point, even Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but give a bitter smile. The trouble she and Mengmeng had encountered in their own lives? The enemies they were capable of provoking weren't even worth a single finger of Wang Hao's to deal with. Given that, what was there for her to worry about? With that thought, Chu Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. She too looked forward to returning to her life. Though their house had burned down, Wang Hao had purchased numerous properties. Losing one wouldn't make much difference. After settling the matter, the three departed immediately, heading straight for Jiangling. Watching Wang Hao depart, Wen Qingshue's expression grew somewhat complicated. She had assumed he would linger here for a while, yet unexpectedly, he was returning so soon. To Wen Qingxue, Wang Hao was the light in her life. Some secrets even ones Chu Xiaoyun didn't know she understood clearly. For instance, Wang Hao's origins. That legendary Kunlun. But Wen Qingxue didn't dwell on it. To her, Wang Hao was not only her dream lover but also her brother. He was the one she would remain loyal to for the rest of her life. Given that, she only needed to follow his instructions. Jianling. After settling into his new place, Wang Hao dropped Mengmeng off at kindergarten. At that moment, seeing Wang Hao bring Mengmeng back, Lu Dandan across the street wore a rather complicated expression. Truthfully, few people in the entire kindergarten knew Wang Hao's identity. After all, he was just another parent at the kindergarten, not some local big shot. Who would pay attention to that? Even when Wang Hao had caused a scene to rescue Mengmeng last time, most people hadn't taken it seriously. Many couldn't even recall his name. But as Mengmeng's teacher, Lu Dandan remembered that name clearly. Wang Hao. That was the name now reverberating across the entire nation. If it had happened suddenly, Lu Dandan might not have suspected anything. But the things Wang Hao had done, they happened right after he took Mengmeng away. Under these circumstances, how could Lu Dandan possibly not understand what was going on? This Wang Hao was the very same Wang Hao who now commanded global renown. Recalling her previous assessments of Wang Hao, Lu Dandan's expression grew increasingly complex. She had once thought some of his actions were irresponsible. But now? Wang Hao was simply acting according to his own convictions. Her perception of his actions as misguided stemmed solely from her lack of understanding. Given Wang Hao's true capabilities and his perspective on those matters, what Wang Hao did was flawless. Now, looking at Mengmeng who had been brought over, Lu Dandan gave a wry smile and said, "I'll take care of arranging things for Mengmeng. Oh, and there's a school event coming up in the next couple days that requires parental attendance. Will you and Miss Chu be attending? Parents attending?" Wang Hao froze, momentarily lost. Looking at Wang Hao, Lu Dandan nodded. "It's sort of a fun activity, parents and kids together. There'll be a bonfire party in the evening. If you're interested, I'll sign you and Mengmeng up." Wang Hao didn't rush to answer, instead turning to glance at Mengmeng. To him, as long as Mengmeng wanted to do it, he didn't care what it was as long as she was happy. As for things she didn't want to do, no one could force Mengmeng into anything. Feeling Wang Hao's gaze, Mengmeng nodded her little head repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly, this kind of group activity was exactly what Mengmeng wanted most. She couldn't wait to spend more time playing with these little friends. Seeing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. "Then sign up. When is the activity?" "Parents should come together first thing tomorrow morning. The event will run until evening, so you might need to take time off work." At this, Lu Dandan suddenly froze, then chuckled helplessly. Take time off? Someone like Wang Hao, who would he even ask for time off? Wang Hao smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. After handing Mengmeng over to Lu Dandan, Wang Hao returned home and found Chu Xiaoyun. For quite some time, Chu Xiaoyun had been spending her days alone at home, tending to her flowers and such. Though her life seemed leisurely, Wang Hao could detect a hint of melancholy in her expression. Wang Hao knew well that Chu Xiaoyun was never the type to crave a life of leisure and freedom. She had her own ambitions. Her ambitions weren't grand, but she didn't want to be a housewife. She wanted her own career and her own value in society. Previously, due to Xinyua's circumstances, Wang Hao had insisted Chu Xiaoyun stay home. But now, the new moon probably wouldn't dare show its face. Under these circumstances, Wang Hao naturally had no reason to worry about that anymore. Returning home now, Wang Hao looked at Chu Xiaoyun and offered his suggestion directly. Start your own company? Chu Xiaoyun froze, momentarily unable to process the suggestion. Wang Hao, however, wore a broad smile. Profits are yours, losses are mine. Name your investment amount. Do everything you want to do, without any pressure. This is the life I want to give you. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun's eyes instantly welled up with tears. After staring at Wang Hao for a long moment, she finally threw her arms around him tightly, her body trembling slightly as she struggled to speak. She could feel Wang Hao's care for her. She knew this was the most important person in her life. Chu Xiaoyun nodded silently, saying nothing more. And just like that, the next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Chu Xiaoyun went out to seek opportunities for starting her company, while Wang Hao accompanied Mengmeng to school to participate in the day's activities. For Wang Hao, Mengmeng's happiness was all that mattered. At that moment, Mengmeng was participating in the fun sports meet. Though her physical condition wasn't particularly strong, she ran with great earnestness, her little face flushed red. But just then, crash! Mengmeng collided head-on with a little boy who had run onto her lane, sending both of them tumbling to the ground. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. But before he could speak, a furious shout rang out. Are you blind, you little brat? How dare you run like that? Chapter 192, Are your eyes on your butt? Hearing this, Wang Hao, who had been silently watching Mengmeng without comment, suddenly turned pale. He never imagined that after Mengmeng was knocked down, the other person would actually utter such words. It was utterly despicable. But the woman wasn't done yet. She scooped up her son, then whipped her head around to face Mengmeng and delivered a vicious kick. This caused Wang Hao's expression to change drastically in an instant. He never intended to bully the parents of Mengmeng's classmates to secure her any special privileges at kindergarten. For Wang Hao, letting Mengmeng handle her own relationships was exactly what she wanted most. He just needed to follow through with that, without overthinking it. But what Wang Hao hadn't anticipated was that while he thought this way, the other parents certainly didn't. Right then, Mengmeng was kicked in the face. In that instant, Wang Hao lost all restraint. He lunged forward, snatched the attacker's ankle mid-air, and flipped them over. The woman was instantly sent tumbling to the ground. Ouch! The woman landed on the ground, her face flushed with rage. Beside them, a man who had remained silent until now sprang to his feet and rushed over. Staring at the woman, he glared at Wang Hao with fury. "Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare touch my woman? I bet you're sick of living." The commotion instantly drew everyone's attention. Lu Dandan hurried over, grabbing both of them by the arms. "Guys, let's talk this out calmly." As she spoke, beads of cold sweat formed on Lu Dandan's forehead. This man might be wealthy, but what good was that? Forget Jiangling. Even in the capital, how many could hold a candle to Wang Hao? His wife had tried to strike Mengmeng, only to be pulled back by Wang Hao, and yet he still dared to act this way? In Lu Dandan's eyes, this guy was practically asking for death. But the man shoved Lu Dandan aside and glared coldly at Wang Hao. "Kid," he said, "just because you're the father of my baby's classmate, I'll let you off today. But only if you kneel down and kowtow to my wife to apologize. Otherwise, believe me or not, I won't let you live past today." By the end of his sentence, the man's voice carried a thick confidence. But Wang Hao merely sneered in contempt. "The person who can make me not live to see tomorrow hasn't been born yet." As he spoke, the murderous intent radiating from Wang Hao became increasingly difficult to contain. He had been holding back all along. Who would have thought that Mengmeng's parents would be so outrageous? He, Wang Hao, might prefer to keep a low profile, but he wasn't someone to be pushed around. If these bastards dared to say another word, if they dared to harm Mengmeng again, he, Wang Hao, wouldn't hesitate to unleash a bloodbath in Jiangling. If it came to it, he'd simply let Mengmeng move to another city and start anew with the life she desired. After all, Mengmeng's bond with these classmates wasn't that deep anyway. Watching Wang Hao now, Lu Dandan couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. She wasn't afraid of trouble from others. Even though there were many wealthy families at the kindergarten, she didn't worry much about the others. They were just a bunch of wealthy people from Jiangling. How much influence could they really have? But Wang Hao was different. This guy was a monster. If that little boy's father provoked Wang Hao any further today, blood would be spilled right here. That was the last thing Lu Dandan wanted to see. With that thought, Lu Dandan's voice turned stern. "Mr. Chen, please calm down. What you just said was unreasonable." At Lu Dandan's words, Chen Ke's father, Chen Xiao, instantly flew into a rage. "Teacher Lu, watch your words. My words were unreasonable? Believe me or not, I'll make sure you lose your teaching position." Beside him, Chen Xiao's wife and Chen Ke's mother, Yang Yu, added coldly, "Teacher Lu, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Do you know who you're talking to? My husband is not someone you can afford to offend. With a single word from him, your entire kindergarten could change hands. Who do you think you are, talking to my husband like that?" The two of them were incredibly arrogant. Even Qin Ke pointed at Mengmeng and yelled, "Woman, can't you move out of the way? Can't you see I'm behind you?" Clearly, Chen Xiao and Yang Yuer's upbringing had turned Chen Ke into a domineering and rude child. Hearing this now, even Mengmeng with her usually gentle temper couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't help but retort, "I don't have eyes on my backside, so how could I possibly see you behind me? Besides, this is my lane. Isn't yours right next to mine?" Her tone brimmed with indignation. Having been upright since childhood, she disliked being bullied so unreasonably. When she was younger, she might have just endured such things. But ever since Wang Hao returned, he'd been telling her she should simply do things her own way. Given that, Mengmeng naturally saw no need to give Qin Ke any face. But upon hearing this, Yang Yu instantly flew into a rage. "How dare you speak like that? Teacher Lu, is this the child you've raised? Can't you speak properly?" Yang Yu's assertiveness left Lu Dandan speechless. The entire family had been arguing for ages, yet Wang Hao hadn't uttered a word. Now Mengmeng had retorted to Qin Ke with such sound reasoning. How could it be that Mengmeng was the one in the wrong? Before Lu Dandan could say anything else, Wang Hao, who had been silent for a long while, suddenly flashed a smile. That smile sent a chill through Lu Dandan's heart. Fear instantly crept across her face. She wasn't particularly worried about Wang Hao being angry or furious. An angry Wang Hao might punch someone twice at most, and even if he injured them, that would be the worst of it. But a smiling Wang Hao? That made cold sweat break out on Lu Dandan's back. She knew Wang Hao's temper all too well. The more he acted like this, the more it proved that Wang Hao was genuinely furious right now. Anyone daring to provoke him now would be courting death. Realizing this, Lu Dandan promptly shut her mouth and stood quietly to the side, watching. Wang Hao turned his gaze to Chen Xiao and Yang Yu, speaking in a flat tone. "Did Mengmeng say something wrong? Or does your son have eyes on his butt? What nonsense are you spouting?" Yang Yu snapped, visibly annoyed. In her eyes, Wang Hao's words were crude and vulgar, utterly unworthy of her attention. But Wang Hao wore nothing but contempt on his face. Well, maybe your son really does have eyes on his butt. As he spoke, Wang Hao abruptly yanked Chen Ke toward him, pulled down his pants, grabbed 2 stones, and pressed them directly onto his buttocks. Instantly, a howl. Chen Ke let out a wretched scream of agony, his eyes bulging wide as his body shook uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Those 2 stones seemed to have grown right into his buttocks, sinking deep into his flesh. Blood gushed forth. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Wang Hao spoke coldly. Yes, your son truly has eyes in his butt. Chapter 193, Who's looking for death? You're asking for it. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Xiao and Yang Yu across from him turned pale as death. Staring at Chen Ke's backside, Yang Yuer's expression turned as sour as. She never imagined her precious son could be reduced to this state. Yang Yuer gritted her teeth, her face dark and grim. Beside her, Chen Xiao clenched his fist so tightly the veins stood out on his body. Kid, if I don't kill you today, I'll change my last name. As he spoke, Chen Xiao dialed one of his underlings' numbers. After hanging up, his eyes blazed with fury. You just wait. You dare treat my son like this? No one can save you today. Oh? Are the people you brought in really that formidable? Wang Hao spoke calmly, a smile playing on his lips. Of course they are. Hearing this, Chen Zhao's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a smug grin. Let me tell you, the one I brought is a renowned powerhouse in this entire region. When he arrives, you'll be beaten to a pulp. Today, while everyone is here, I'll make it clear to all, in this kindergarten, there's only one person who should be listened to. His words immediately set off a flurry of whispers among the crowd. Lu Dandan tried to speak, but Wang Hao silenced her with a single glance. Wang Hao looked calmly at Chen Xiao and said indifferently, Go ahead and call everyone you can. I'm giving you one chance. After this matter is resolved, don't regret how I choose to deal with you. With that, Wang Hao pulled Mengmeng close, crouched down, and gently touched the knee she'd scraped when she fell earlier. Though Mengmeng was resilient, the touch of the wound made her wince and suck in a sharp breath. A cold glint instantly flickered deep within Wang Hao's eyes. The Chen Xiao family dared to hurt Mengmeng? They deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Wang Hao said nothing, only gently rubbing Mengmeng's knee. Soon, the wound healed. Mengmeng froze for a moment, then a look of surprise and delight spread across her face. Daddy's amazing. As she spoke, Mengmeng clapped her hands excitedly. Nearby, some parents hadn't quite grasped what had just happened, looking rather dazed. Lu Dandan, however, who had been watching Mengmeng closely, felt a sudden pang in her heart. Wang Hao's abilities seemed to have grown even greater than before. His skill was nothing short of divine. Yet Wang Hao said little. He simply pulled Mengmeng close, calmly soothing her emotions. As Wang Hao stroked her head, Mengmeng's agitation gradually subsided. But at that very moment, who dares to lay a hand on Master Chen's family? Amidst a furious roar, a figure strode directly from the distance. Upon seeing the newcomer, many present couldn't help but murmur among themselves. It was Jiang Yan. Rumored to be a formidable figure gaining fame in Jiangling lately, having just slain a grandmaster 2 days prior. He dares to kill even a grandmaster? What audacity! And he managed to bring this man here? Just who is this Chen Xiao? Whispers spread through the crowd, eyes brimming with confusion. At that moment, a smug smile spread across Chen Zhao's face. Hey, did you hear that? I invited none other than Mr. Jiang Yan. This is the ultimate powerhouse I, Chen Xiao, have invited. Killing you would be like slaughtering a chicken. How dare you treat my son like that? Today, I'll make you understand the consequences. With that, Chen Xiao stood up abruptly and bowed repeatedly to Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, I've invited you here today to deal with this brat. Let him learn who truly calls the shots in Jiangling. Hearing this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He hadn't been in Jiangling long. As someone who had just broken through to the war god realm, Jiang Yan was now extremely arrogant. In his eyes, he was already on par with some of the border commanders guarding the Dragon Nation. At his level, no one else was worthy of being compared to him. Now that Chen Xiao had invited him at great expense and shown him such favor. Even though this was merely a small kindergarten, he intended to handle this matter with utmost perfection. At the very least, he couldn't let others look down on him now that he'd just arrived in Jiangling. With this thought, Jiang Yan walked toward Wang Hao, his voice cold as ice. Fine. Today, I'll see just who has the audacity to. Cough. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yan nearly collapsed to his knees. His eyes widened as he stared at Wang Hao, nearly choking on his own spit. He never dreamed the person before him would look like this. After all, the face before him was all too familiar. He'd seen this face far too many times these past 2 days. And it wasn't just him. Every single war god level powerhouse in the entire Dragon Nation had been deeply impressed by this face these past 2 days. It had practically been etched into their very souls. Now, suddenly seeing this face in reality, it was no wonder Jiang Yan was overcome with such terror. His eyes widened as he stared at Wang Hao, speechless. How could it be him? This terrifying being, before whom even the ruler of the First Empire had to bow his head, how could he appear in a place like this kindergarten, and even clash with someone like Qin Xiao? It shouldn't be. Shouldn't someone like this be on the same level as the Dragon Nation's sovereign? Could it be just to look alike? At this thought, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. That's it. That must be it. What kind of person is Wang Hao? How could he possibly come to a place like this? The person before him must just bear a resemblance to Wang Hao. With that realization, Jiang Yan looked at Wang Hao with an air of superiority. Kid, don't get any ideas. I just choked on my own spit a moment ago. I wasn't scared of you. Now, what's your name? No nameless ghosts die by my hand. Seeing Jiang Yan's arrogant demeanor, Chen Xiao beside him grew even more confident. He glared coldly at Wang Hao. Kid, hurry up and spit out your lowly name. Today, I'll see just how much arrogance this trash has left in front of Mr. Jiang. Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile faintly. My name is Wang Hao. Wang Hao? Ha! Hearing that name, Chen Xiao burst out laughing. You actually share the same name as that Wang Hao who's taken the world by storm lately? Don't you feel embarrassed? Sharing a name with someone like that? From now on, whenever you go out, people will probably say you're not worthy of that name. Mr. Jiang, wouldn't you agree? Chen Xiao was acting incredibly arrogant, but Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be that coincidental? Looking alike is one thing, but sharing the same name too? The odds of that happening were just too slim. Just then, he suddenly turned his head and saw a face. It was adorable face. At that moment, cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Yan's back. Even the child looked exactly the same. This couldn't be a coincidence. The person before him was none other than Wang Hao. In an instant, Jiang Yan's mind went blank. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, his lips twitching uncontrollably as fear-filled whispers escaped his mouth. I was wrong, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Chapter 194, Forget It? Are you kidding me? The moment Jiang Yan spoke, the expressions of Chen Ke's mother, Yang Yu, and father, Chen Xiao, instantly turned ashen. Chen Xiao, in particular, stared at Jiang Yan in utter shock, unable to contain himself. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by this? I sought you out to ask for your help. Before he could finish, Jiang Yan cut him off, his teeth clenched. Help your ass. You want me to help you? What the hell do you think you are? Why the hell should I risk my own life for you? His words trailing off, Jiang Yan turned to Wang Hao and began banging his head on the floor. Mr. Wang, please spare me. I beg you, please let me live. Seeing Jiang Yan's terrified expression, Chen Xiao suddenly realized something. He hurriedly interjected, Mr. Jiang, how could he possibly be that legendary Wang Hao? He's just a namesake. No matter how much you fear that Mr. Wang Hao, you shouldn't treat someone who merely shares his name this way, should you? Don't you realize that if he were the real one, his child would be in the capital? A child of the same rank as the emperor's. How could he possibly be in a small town like Zhongling? Wouldn't you agree? That made perfect sense. Not only Chen Xiao, but Yang Yu beside him thought the same. They naturally feared the legendary Wang Hao. But in their eyes, someone like that could never appear in Zhongling City. Yet now, upon hearing this, Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. A bunch of ignorant fools. He had once shared their skepticism, but he knew more than they did. He knew Wang Hao's appearance, and Mengmeng's too. These 2 points alone were enough to prove Wang Hao's identity. Even if, by some remote chance, he wasn't, someone with such uncanny coincidences in this world was almost certainly connected to Wang Hao. Such a person was far beyond what Jiang Yan could afford to provoke. With that realization, Jiang Yan ceased engaging with Chen Xiao and the others. Instead, he prostrated himself, pleading, Your Excellency, I beg your forgiveness. I implore you to forgive me. What must I do to earn your mercy? Whatever you demand, I shall obey. Without question. By the end, Jiang Yan was practically screaming. Wang Hao smiled faintly at his words and replied calmly, Do you truly believe your status makes you worthy of my hand to kill you? At these words, Chen Xiao and the others beside him erupted in fury. Jiang Yan was a grandmaster. How dare Wang Hao speak to a grandmaster like that? Had he lost his mind? But Jiang Yan was suddenly overjoyed. In his eyes, what was he himself? What right did he have to compare himself to Wang Hao? The two men weren't even in the same league. Frankly, he'd rather Wang Hao think he wasn't worthy. Because if he were worthy, Wang Hao might actually kill him. Hearing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly replied, Sir, please instruct me on how I may depart. I shall obey without question. Observing Jiang Yan's earnest expression, Wang Hao replied coolly, You frightened my daughter. Kneel before her, kowtow 3 times, sever your own arm, then get out of here. 3 loud kowtows. Then sever your own arm. Hearing Wang Hao's demand, Chen Xiao froze for a moment before bursting into joy. In his eyes, Jiang Yan had merely been fearful due to suspicion before. But now, with Wang Hao throwing down such a challenge, Jiang Yan would surely refuse. Then, if Jiang Yan took the gamble, Wang Hao would be as good as dead. After all, in Chen Xiao's eyes, Wang Hao could never possibly be that person. With this thought, Chen Xiao hurriedly interjected, Mr. Jiang. This man is utterly arrogant. You never harmed his daughter in the slightest. Yet just by showing up, he demands you kneel and kowtow, even severing your own arm? Where in the world is such a thing justified? Beside him, Yang Yue nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Jiang. That brat is utterly outrageous. I've never heard of such a thing. Today, you must execute him right here, leave him no way out. As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in Yang Yue's eyes. Chen Ku was her only child and the very reason she could marry Chen Xiao. If anything happened to Chen Ku, her dream of becoming a wealthy lady would be shattered forever. That damned Wang Hao, how dare he treat Chen Ku like this? She dreamed of Wang Hao's death. Yet, upon hearing their exchange, Jiang Yan, who had remained silent for so long, burst out in fury. How dare you? This is utterly outrageous. Who do you two think you are, daring to criticize Mr. Wang's demands? That Mr. Wang spared my life is already a blessing. What's cutting off an arm? What is kowtowing? This is what I ought to do. With that, Jiang Yan stepped forward, looked at Mengmeng, and with a thud, knelt down. He then began banging his head on the ground repeatedly. Forget 3 in one go, he delivered over a dozen blows. By now, his forehead was bleeding, his head covered in blood, looking utterly pitiful. Then, Jiang Yan rose, glared at his left arm, clenched his teeth, and lunged forward to tear it off. But before he could act, Wang Hao's voice suddenly drifted into his ears. There are children here. Do you really want to draw blood? Get out. Once we return, you will sever your own arm. If I find out you didn't do it, I'll make you pay the price. Never. Jiang Yan shook his head repeatedly. Are you kidding? Who is this? This is Wang Hao. This is the terrifying force that even the might of the First Empire couldn't gain an advantage against. What the hell is Jiang Yan compared to him? How could he possibly compare himself to the First Empire? Wang Hao had just spared his life, and he dared not utter another word before turning and bolting for the exit. Passing by Qin Xiao and Yan Yu, he suddenly halted, glared at Qin Xiao, and spat on the ground. You piece of trash. If it weren't for you, how could I have suffered such massive losses today? Chen, mark my words, after today, we are enemies, not allies. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. With that, Jiang Yan turned and bolted out the door. Qin Xiao and Yang Yu stood there utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to what to do next. Wang Hao, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He pulled Mengmeng close, ruffled her little head, then turned to Lu Dandan and said indifferently, That's enough. Let's not waste everyone's time. Lu Dandan froze upon hearing this, only then realizing that every pair of eyes in the room was now fixed on Wang Hao. If things keep going like this, today's school event will have been for nothing. With a wry smile, Lu Dandan immediately got back to organizing and arranging. The others didn't dwell on it much either. After all, what kindergarten classmates' parents did was irrelevant to most people. But now, watching everyone else chatting and laughing, Chen Xiao and Yang Yu's expressions were as sour as if they'd eaten something rotten. Today, they had lost all face. Yang Yu clenched her teeth and snapped, Husband, are we just going to let this slide? What about Chen Ku? Forget it? Of course not. Chen Xiao cut her off with a sharp, cold snort. His eyes burned with hatred. I'll make that little bastard pay for everything he's done. Chapter 195, The Celebrity Guest. But even that Jiang Yan. Yang Yu instinctively began to speak, only to be abruptly silenced by Qin Zhao's raised hand. Jiang Yan wasn't truly afraid of this man, it was simply that a figure of his stature valued his life. He feared only that rumored Wang Hao. But how could that be? By the end of his words, Qin Zhao couldn't help but let out a mocking, cold laugh. These so-called powerhouses were utterly unreliable. Their strength wasn't lacking, yet their courage was so pitifully small it was laughable. But to deal with this man, we don't necessarily need to confront him directly. Not attack him directly? Yang Yu froze, not quite grasping Qin Zhao's meaning. Qin Xiao snorted coldly. This guy may be strong, but today's event is a school-wide family activity. If you want to make a splash here, money is far more effective than fists. Saying this, Qin Xiao pulled out his phone and checked something before smiling. I know a local Jiangling singer, a third-rate artist in Longwood who happens to be here today. I'll have her perform. What do you think these kids will do? And what about the other parents and school administrators? Then I'll have her publicly humiliate Wang Hao and his lowly son. Even if he gets furious, would he dare to fight back? If he actually lays a hand on anyone, he'll be pitting himself against everyone. I don't believe he has the guts. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yang Yu couldn't help but nod slightly. Though she didn't want Qin Xiao getting too close to those so-called female celebrities, fearing her man might be stolen away by other women. But given the current circumstances, bringing that person in seemed like the best solution. And so, time slipped away unnoticed, half a day passing in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After the morning activities, the children had each gone back to rest for a while and had just reassembled. According to the original plan, the teachers would now perform some simple songs and dances. Lu Dandan was also scheduled to perform. After all, as the most beautiful female teacher in the kindergarten, Lu Dandan's appearance and charm were unmatched by the other teachers. Her performance was naturally one of the highlights of the day. Now, as it was Lu Dandan's turn to perform, everyone watched intently. Mengmeng clapped non-stop, excitedly exclaiming, "Daddy, Teacher Lu is the prettiest. Her performance is sure to win everyone over." Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a quiet, bitter laugh, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, on stage, Lu Dandan had chosen to perform a piece of Dragon Country dance. Though not a professional dancer, Lu Dandan possessed remarkable talent. Combined with her striking beauty, she moved like a fairy from a painting during her performance, leaving many parents watching with their mouths agape. Yet Lu Dandan paid no heed to such reactions. She instinctively glanced toward Wang Hao's direction. There he sat, watching her performance with intense focus. Though his eyes never left her, they held a pure, unadulterated gaze. It was as if Lu Dandan's dance were nothing more than an ordinary performance. This was entirely different from the gazes of the other men present. This made Lu Dandan feel a faint pang of disappointment. But she didn't dwell on it. Her gaze quickly shifted away from Wang Hao as she resumed her performance. Her graceful movements drew gasps of admiration from many in the audience. Such a dance was truly mesmerizing. Especially after watching Wang Hao, the faint glimmer of sorrow in Lu Dandan's eyes evoked a deep sense of pity. Finally, 10 minutes later, the dance concluded. Lu Dandan bowed respectfully, and the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Both the children and the male parents were visibly thrilled. Clearly, Lu Dandan's performance was the one that best aligned with their aesthetic preferences among all the performances that day. Only a few envious female parents rolled their eyes, too disdainful to clap. Whispers of fox spirit could even be heard murmured among them. Those with money, power, and influence began scheming about how to get Lu Dandan expelled from the school. Wang Hao paid no mind to this, thinking only of continuing to watch the show with Mengmeng. Who could have imagined that at that very moment, Chen Xiao suddenly strode onto the center of the stage? This left the entire audience momentarily stunned. Today's performers were all teachers from the school. As a parent, what was Chen Xiao doing up there? As Mengmeng's teacher, Lu Dandan felt a sudden pang of anxiety, fearing Chen Xiao might cause trouble again. She hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, our performance isn't over yet." "What are you doing? Performance?" "Well, I have an important performance to present to everyone next." "Teacher Lu, are you trying to stop me because you're afraid someone will steal your thunder? How could that be?" Lu Dandan tried to explain, but Chen Xiao raised his hand to cut her off. "If that's not what you meant, then say no more. Everyone, we've gathered here today, and as someone who holds some standing, I, Chen Xiao, have arranged a special program to thank you all for coming." "What?" The moment he said this, everyone couldn't help but grow curious. These parents had come to participate in the event, not to put on any kind of show. What did Chen Xiao mean by that? What kind of program had he arranged for them? Mengmeng also looked curiously at Wang Hao. But Wang Hao merely smiled and ruffled her hair, saying nothing more. Clearly, whatever performance Chen Xiao had planned was none of Wang Hao's concern, nor did he care. Seeing everyone's reactions, Chen Xiao chuckled and spoke again. "Has anyone here heard of a talented singer from Jiangling named Zhang Yunyun?" Zhang Yunyun? The crowd fell silent at the mention. Elsewhere, Zhang Yunyun might not have been particularly well known. But in Jiangling, her popularity and fame were unmatched. She hailed from Jiangling, and most of her performances and television appearances aired locally. Outside of Jiangling, she might be considered a third-tier singer. But in Jiangling, her popularity likely rivaled that of some second-tier singers. Now that Chen Xiao suddenly brought up Zhang Yunyun, many people were curious. What exactly is Chen Xiao up to? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Xiao chuckled and said, "Today, I've specially invited Miss Zhang Yunyun to sing a song for all the children here. What do you all think?" "What?" The moment he said that, everyone couldn't help but look stunned. Chen Xiao actually managed to get a star like Zhang Yunyun? And for a kindergarten event? Is this for real? Chapter 196, Could you even get her? While others were astonished, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He never imagined that after all the fuss Chen Xiao made, he'd end up bringing out this woman. Thinking she could be the star of the show today just by bringing in a celebrity? But Wang Hao didn't really care. He'd never cared much for so-called celebrities or the entertainment industry anyway. Chen Xiao had invited a celebrity to perform, and Mengmeng could see it he didn't mind. As for stealing the spotlight? Wang Hao never cared about that sort of thing. All he cared about was Mengmeng's happiness. If Zhang Yunyun's performance truly delighted Mengmeng, have the Dark Dragon Hall give her a call and have her perform for Mengmeng every day from now on. After all, with his status and influence, Wang Hao could command even the world's top A-list stars, let alone Zhang Yunyun, without them daring to refuse. Shaking his head, Wang Hao dismissed the thought. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Zhang Yunyun stepped onto the stage. Today, Zhang Yunyun wore a white dress, heavily made up, radiating an ethereal aura. Many in the crowd cheered in unison. Yet the cheers weren't as loud as expected. It wasn't for any other reason, it was simply because Lu Dandan had just performed. And if you set aside the celebrity filter and judged purely on looks, figure, and charm, Zhang Yunyun actually fell short of Lu Dandan. Still, celebrities are celebrities, and Zhang Yunyun knew exactly how to showcase her charm. With every graceful gesture, a few playful remarks, and that captivating smile, she swiftly drew the entire crowd's attention. After greeting the crowd, Zhang Yunyun's gaze settled on Chen Xiao. She bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Chen, I am deeply honored by your invitation today. Whatever Mr. Chen requires, Yunyun will gladly comply. Please just say the word, Mr. Chen." Hearing this, Chen Xiao burst into laughter. He could see the envy and resentment in the eyes of the others present. After all, Zhang Yunyun had said she would agree to any request. Didn't that mean he could even sleep with Zhang Yunyun if he wanted? Where could one find such a blessing? Feeling the stares, Chen Xiao didn't waste words. He simply smiled and said, "I have no other requests today. I only hope Miss Yunyun will perform a little longer. Why not hold a mini-concert? Sing 7 or 8 songs, what do you say?" Hearing this, Zhang Yunyun's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure visible. She thought it would be a simple performance, and she was willing to give Chen Xiao the courtesy. After all, she did have a couple of very famous songs. But 7 or 8 songs all at once? Not only was she completely unprepared, but even if she had been, that would be a whole different price. Chen Xiao clearly wasn't worthy of her casually agreeing to such a big request. But now that the mood had been set, Zhang Yunyun couldn't refuse. She could only think about demanding payment from Chen Xiao afterward and agreed for the time being. "Alright, please allow Yunyun some time to prepare. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves for now. Yunyun will come over later to perform for you all." With that, Zhang Yunyun turned and left first. Watching Zhang Yunyun depart, surrounded by her bodyguards, a smile once again touched Chen Xiao's lips. His gaze swept around the room as he declared proudly, "Everyone, would you like to see Miss Zhang Yunyun's performance today?" "Of course we would. Thank you, Mr. Chen. We're all here today thanks to Mr. Chen." The group chattered excitedly, their faces aglow with anticipation. Clearly, for ordinary people, the chance to see a celebrity perform was already an incredibly thrilling prospect. Zhang Yunyun, considered a second-tier celebrity locally in Jiangling, was something others could only dream of. Yet upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's lips suddenly curved into a faint smile. "If you all wish to see the performance," he said calmly, "I certainly have no objection. But..." At this point, Chen Xiao's voice suddenly rose an octave as his gaze fixed on Wang Hao. "But Miss Shang was invited by me, Chen Xiao. I'm happy to share her with everyone, but I won't let my enemy profit from it. This Wang Hao, he just beat up my son. His crime is utterly heinous. How could I possibly pay out of my own pocket to bring a superstar like Zhang Yunyun here to perform for him? Administration, if you wish for Miss Zhang Yunyun to continue her performance here today, my demand is simple. Get rid of this man. If he doesn't leave, Miss Zhang Yunyun will absolutely refuse to perform any further." Chen Xiao's words were brimming with arrogance. Hearing this, many on the school administration's side paled. The chaos Wang Hao had caused earlier was still fresh in their minds. They knew full well that Wang Hao, whether he was the legendary Wang Hao or not, was no ordinary individual. Such a man was someone the school administration could not afford to offend. But if they stood up for Wang Hao now, it would mean alienating everyone else. An opportunity to have a superstar like Zhang Yunyun perform wasn't something that came along every day. For a moment, all eyes fell on Wang Hao. Clearly, the school administration hoped Wang Hao would resolve this issue himself, sparing them the awkward position of being caught in the middle. Feeling the stares of the school officials, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. He hadn't intended to get involved in the first place. If Chen Xiao wanted to hog the spotlight, let him have it. It had nothing to do with Wang Hao. Who would have thought this guy harbored such ulterior motives? Shaking his head, Wang Hao said calmly, "So what if he's a celebrity? I never imagined that could be used to threaten someone. Your perspective is truly pathetic." At those words, Chen Xiao let out a cold laugh. "My perspective is narrow? He's just a celebrity. What a joke. What is Miss Zhang Yunyun's status? Her live performances, who could just walk in and watch? What status? How much are concert tickets? At her level, tickets shouldn't be hard to snag, right? A woman who spends hundreds to watch her jump around for 2 or 3 hours, a casual hour-long performance from her would be worth $100 tops. What kind of status is that? What does it even mean? I'd be very curious to know." "You." Chen Zhao's face darkened upon hearing this. He knew he'd said the wrong thing. Stars make their living through performances. At most, he was subsidizing the show for everyone to watch. To demand anything more than that was truly inappropriate. Yet he quickly sneered, "Pretentious. After all, it was Miss Zhang Yunyun I invited. If you're so capable, why don't you invite a celebrity yourself? You don't even need someone like Miss Zhang Yunyun, a third-rate star in Jiangling. Can you even afford a fourth-rate minor celebrity? For a moment, all eyes turned to Wang Hao. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Forget second or third tier stars. Even if I called a top tier celebrity, it would be her good fortune. Chapter 197, could he really? Blowing smoke without a script. Hearing this, Chen Xiao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his face brimming with scorn. Kid, you're being way too cocky. A top tier star would be honored to perform for them? Then go ahead and invite one for me to see. I'd love to see what kind of a list star would consider being invited by you a blessing. Not only did Chen Xiao find it hard to believe, but everyone else present, including Zhang Yunyun, was equally skeptical of Wang Hao's claims. Jianling wasn't exactly one of the country's top-tier metropolises. In a place like this, there aren't many celebrities who would live here normally, let alone A-list stars. Now Wang Hao was bragging like this. Regardless of whether he was telling the truth or not, even if he really had the connections to bring in some A-list star, expecting them to arrive in Jiangling this very afternoon? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. With that thought, Zhang Yunyun stepped forward and said calmly, fine. I'd like to see which entertainment industry heavyweight this gentleman can actually bring in. Let me witness what a real heavyweight truly looks like. Though Zhang Yunyun said she wanted Wang Hao to show her, her words were actually dripping with contempt and sarcasm. The others understood Zhang Yunyun's meaning perfectly. Parents who had been eyeing Qin Zhao's influence began pointing fingers at Wang Hao. Young man, don't talk nonsense. Exactly. We're already extremely satisfied that Mr. Qin Xiao managed to invite Zhang Yunyun. A top-tier star? You should know your place. The crowd chattered away, as if Wang Hao were the worst offender and the root of all evil today. But Wang Hao didn't get angry. He simply turned to Mengmeng, ruffled her little head, and asked softly, who's your favorite star right now, Mengmeng? Tell daddy. Wang Hao's sudden question left many around him momentarily stunned. Chen Xiao, in particular, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kid, you're not seriously suggesting that whoever your daughter likes, you can just call them over, are you? That's absolutely hilarious. You can't possibly be bragging to that extent, can you? How many people in the entire Dragon Nation can pull that off? You actually think you're one of them? Or do you think just because your name is Wang Hao, you're that person? Chen Zhao's face was etched with scorn as he spoke. The others present couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief, completely dismissing Wang Hao's words. To them, Wang Hao was merely asking casually. He'd likely find some excuse to back out soon, then resort to some underhanded tactic to retaliate. As for actually bringing in the celebrity Mengmeng liked? Absolutely impossible. But Mengmeng wasn't thinking that far ahead. In her eyes, Wang Hao was the most amazing person in the world. Her favorite, the one she admired most, would always be daddy. Looking at Wang Hao, Mengmeng blinked her big eyes and said, Mengmeng and lots of kids in my class all love this group called Go Boys. Go Boys? Wang Hao had never heard of such a group. But clearly, a group that could capture the hearts of most kids her age must have some fame and status in the entertainment industry. He glanced at Chen Xiao and asked casually, are these Go Boys considered top tier? Go Boys? Hearing this, Chen Zhao's mouth twitched slightly as he snapped, what do you mean, top tier? Go Boys? They're a top tier supergroup. Kid, you're not seriously suggesting you could bring the Go Boys group here, are you? Wang Hao smiled faintly. Why not? With that, Wang Hao dialed Wen Qingshue's number. Qingshuo, get the Go Boys to perform at Mengmeng's kindergarten. Throughout the conversation, Wang Hao didn't seem to think much of this so-called top-tier group. On the other end, Wen Qingshuo was equally arrogant, replying coolly, alright, I'll take care of it right away. Clearly, for people of their caliber, the entertainment industry? What the hell is that? They had never given a damn about the so-called entertainment industry in their entire lives. Entertainment industry stars? A single phone call could summon them. A single word could make these stars tremble with excitement, bowing before them. Inviting a group? What's the big deal? No matter where they are, they could have them fly over right now to sing for Mengmeng. And now, as Wang Hao hung up the phone, Chen Zhao's laughter grew even more maniacal. Ha! Kid, you're not pulling my leg, are you? You're not seriously suggesting that just by saying so, the Go Boys group could come perform for everyone today? Do you even know the special nature of the Go Boys? Unique? Wang Hao froze, not quite grasping the meaning behind Chen Zhao's words. After all, he knew nothing about the entertainment industry, let alone a group consisting entirely of young boys. Hearing this, Zhang Yunyun beside him let out a cold laugh. The group originally had 3 members, but as they grew up, they'd each pursued their own paths. The capital backing them no longer permitted them to gather freely. In public settings, they weren't even allowed to mention each other's names. And you actually suggested bringing them all together for a performance? Do you even know what that implies? Do you have any idea how valuable this is in the eyes of investors? You think they'll come just because you call? Or travel all the way to perform for your daughter? Arrogant beyond belief. Talking big without a clue. Hearing Zhang Yunyun's mockery, Wang Hao couldn't help but pause in surprise. He truly hadn't expected that behind the group Mengmeng casually mentioned, there was so much more to it. But after only a moment's pause, Wang Hao laughed. What does it matter to me? Just then, Wang Hao's phone rang again. It was Wen Xingxue calling. He answered, and Wen Xingxue's voice came through the line. Brother Hao, the group has agreed to come. One of the three is very close to Jianling and can be here in just over an hour. The other two will need to fly over and should arrive in about 3 hours. Got it. Wang Hao gave a slight smile, hung up, then turned to Mengmeng and said calmly, wait an hour. One of them will come over first. The other two will arrive later. That single sentence made many in the know widen their eyes in disbelief, unable to trust their ears. Are you kidding me? One of the legendary gas station boys would arrive in just over an hour? And the other two would show up later too? Remember, Wang Hao wasn't talking about days from now, he said they'd be there shortly. If this turned out to be a lie, wouldn't he be humiliated in no time? Wang, how could he really pull this off? Chapter 198, he really did bring them. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wang Hao remained remarkably calm. He paused for a moment, then turned his gaze back to Mengmeng and asked softly, are there any other celebrities you like? Name a few more, and I'll see who's nearby. I'll have them hurry over and put on a show for you. Otherwise, this hour-long wait would be wasted. At this remark, the corners of the others' mouths twitched again. Was Wang Hao joking with them? If he could actually contact a group of the caliber of the Cheer Boys, it might be possible that he had some special connections and specifically had Mengmeng play along by mentioning that name. But to suggest he could actually bring in other celebrities? That was just too far-fetched. Could it be that he didn't know the oil boy band themselves, but rather the capitalists behind them? Amidst everyone's bewilderment, Mengmeng, completely oblivious, casually rattled off several more names. As the names were called out one after another, the expressions on everyone's faces grew incredibly complex. Because these names were none other than those of A-list and B-list celebrities. Moreover, the companies and capital backing them were all completely different. No matter how capable Wang Hao was, he could never possibly mobilize so many people at once. Otherwise, how would he differ from the top power brokers of the entire Dragon Nation? But Wang Hao hadn't considered all that. Following Mengmeng's lead, he relayed these names to Wen Xingxue, instructing her to determine who was nearby and could arrive immediately. After checking, Wen Xingxue reported that 3 individuals could arrive within half an hour. Without delay, Wang Hao summoned them immediately. And so, half an hour later, as the 3 second-tier celebrities hurried over, the expressions of Chen Xiao and the others froze on their faces, leaving them speechless. They never dreamed in their wildest dreams that Wang Hao would actually bring in several celebrities. Though they were only second-tier celebrities, their standing within the industry far surpassed that of Zhang Yunyun. And now they'd come specifically for Wang Hao. Didn't that speak volumes? Even Zhang Yunyun's jaw dropped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. In the eyes of a third-tier actress like her, if any one of these stars offered her a chance to sleep with them, she would have accepted without hesitation. She knew all too well that sparking a scandal with any one of them would skyrocket her fame. As for her reputation, it wasn't exactly pristine to begin with, so a little scandal wouldn't make much difference. But more crucially, these 3 men had all been summoned by Wang Hao with a single word. Just what kind of man was this Wang Hao? In that moment, Zhang Yunyun even felt an impulse to go seduce Wang Hao herself. But she knew now wasn't the time. If she were to make a move, it would have to wait until everything today was over. As for these 3 second-tier celebrities who had arrived, they clearly carried no airs whatsoever. They weren't like Zhang Yunyun, a star who'd been invited. They'd been summoned by Wen Xingxue's single command. Refuse to come? Refusal meant death. Under these circumstances, who would dare act out? Now that they'd arrived and confirmed who Mengmeng was, they dared not say much to anyone else around them. They immediately turned toward Mengmeng and took the stage to perform their respective signature hits. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. All the parents who had been watching the spectacle now waved their hands excitedly. Only those who had just cursed Wang Hao, along with Chen Xiao and his lackeys, had expressions frozen on their faces. They had assumed Wang Hao was just putting on a show earlier, and they'd been thinking about tagging along with Chen Xiao to reap some benefits later. Who could have imagined the situation would shift so dramatically? Not only had Wang Hao not been humiliated by Chen Xiao, but Chen Zhao's side was now completely outmatched. Wang Hao effortlessly summoned several second-tier celebrity singers. Crucially, the moment they arrived, they threw themselves into the spotlight, each belting out their signature hits. Their attitude was absurdly good. Their demeanor even created the illusion that they were merely dancers strumming instruments for Wang Hao, not the dazzling superstars they were known to be. What on earth was going on? These people probably never imagined that the big stars they idolized were nothing more than a bunch of actors to Wang Hao. In times of peace, actors might hold some status and be respected. But in times of chaos? Performers become mere playthings. True, these were peaceful times now, but Wang Hao possessed the power to plunge this world into chaos at any moment. Under such circumstances, how could these people dare to offend Wang Hao? Put plainly, Wang Hao held the power of life and death over every star and performer in this world. If he were to cause trouble, a top-tier star? They'd be the first to be taken back to the warlord's mansion for entertainment. And now, as the three put on their performance. Finally, as a car screeched to a halt, a figure slowly stepped into view. The entire crowd was stunned. The newcomer was none other than one of the Fuel Boys. Super A-list star, CZ. At that moment, CZ hurried over, paying no heed to the frenzied cheers of the parents, fans, and children surrounding him. He quickly reached Mengmeng, plastered on a smile, and knelt on one knee before her. "Miss Mengmeng," he said, "what song would you like to hear today? Big brother will sing it for you." CZ had intended to curry favor with Mengmeng. After all, he knew Wang Hao's status and standing. No matter how famous he was, he dared not provoke Wang Hao at this moment. But before he could finish speaking, Wang Hao's voice suddenly rang out beside him. "You're unworthy of being Mengmeng's brother." CZ turned toward the voice. The sight of Wang Hao's calm face sent a cold sweat running down his back. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and stammered, "You're absolutely right, Mr. Wang. I was out of line." As he spoke, CZ hastily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile back onto his face. Turning to Mengmeng, he pleaded, "Please tell me, Miss Mengmeng. I will do exactly as you request." Mengmeng tilted her head thoughtfully before listing several songs. Without a moment's delay, CZ turned and headed for the stage to prepare the sound equipment and microphones. Though the accompanying entourage held some status, they dared not defy CZ's wishes. They promptly cooperated, allowing CZ to take the stage and begin his performance. As a top-tier superstar, CZ's performance clearly satisfied the majority of the audience. The performance lasted over an hour. Just as the crowd was left wanting more. Suddenly, two private helicopters descended from the sky. Amidst the crowd, gasps of surprise erupted. It was the other two members of the Cheer Boys. They'd flown in. Chapter 199, Die Hard Fans. They flew in. The moment those words were spoken, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward the sky. Even Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, turning his head to look. Not far away, two helicopters approached. The two members of the Cheer Boys stood on the edge of the aircraft, striking incredibly cool poses. They were preparing to land right beside the helicopters, ready for the crowd to cheer them on. The crowd below clearly played along, cheering enthusiastically in unison. Clearly, in everyone's eyes, when two top-tier celebrities put on such a show, they had to play along. Soon, the pair jumped from the helicopter at a suitable spot, struck a pose, and wore smug expressions. In their eyes, such a landing was sure to win them plenty of admiration. But before they could dwell on it, CZ's voice reached their ears. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and pay your respects to Miss Mengmeng." His tone was thick with exasperation. Rumors had long circulated that the three were at odds. But in reality, the three had always gotten along exceptionally well. After all, they'd grown up together since they were little kids running around naked. How could there be any real discord? At worst, their bond wasn't as ironclad as it had been in childhood, but they were undoubtedly top-tier childhood friends. Under these circumstances, CZ couldn't bear to watch the two of them walk into certain death. The two of them froze upon hearing this, then turned to look at Wang Hao and Mengmeng. Mengmeng still wore a look of pure curiosity, while Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. Clearly, in Wang Hao's eyes, these two weren't big stars who needed such a grand entrance. They were merely two performers summoned to entertain Mengmeng. What right did these two actors have to show off before even meeting him and Mengmeng? Feeling Wang Hao's displeasure, cold sweat instantly broke out on the backs of the two men. Don't be fooled by how convincing they were just now, but you're really going to try to fool Wang Hao? They wouldn't dare. They're celebrities, singers and actors. They put on airs in front of others, but in front of Wang Hao, they're nothing. One word from Wang Hao could make them disappear without a trace. At this thought, both men's expressions instantly turned complex. After a long silence, they looked at Wang Hao, gritted their teeth, and rushed forward. Kneeling down, they bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Wang. We hope Miss Mengmeng was satisfied with the impromptu performance earlier?" Hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. If they'd done it just to show off, he'd have been annoyed. But since they'd explicitly stated they were performing for Mengmeng, Wang Hao couldn't really say much more. Mengmeng, however, nodded her little head excitedly, beaming, "It was great. I loved watching it." Hearing Mengmeng's words, the two breathed a long sigh of relief before turning their attention to CZ. The trio wasted no time, immediately launching into another performance together. The entire kindergarten erupted with excitement. It had been years since the three of them had collaborated together, ever since Capital forced them into separate operations. And now, at this kindergarten performance, Wang Hao had actually called them together to perform. It was utterly unbelievable. Not just the others, even Lu Dandan's face lit up with excitement. After all, she was a fan of the trio, having practically watched them grow up. Now that Wang Hao had so effortlessly fulfilled her wish as a fan, she naturally felt overjoyed. Even now, the way Lu Dandan looked at Wang Hao had changed somewhat. After all, every woman has dreams. It's one thing to tell someone your dream and have them help you achieve it. But when you haven't said a word and a man fulfills everything for you, that feeling is something few others can truly understand. That was exactly how Lu Dandan felt now. She knew full well that Wang Hao had a daughter and a wife, yet deep down, she still harbored an unusual affection for him. But Lu Dandan also knew she couldn't show it. Deep down, she still had her principles. She knew she couldn't become a mistress. She could only bury these feelings deep within her heart, in the deepest recesses of her soul. At that moment, Wang Hao paid no attention to anything else. He simply sat with Mengmeng, quietly watching the trio's performance. Even after night had fallen, the celebrities Wang Hao had invited stayed behind one by one, choosing to join everyone for dinner. Of course, their real purpose was to exchange a few more words with Wang Hao. Whoever could make Wang Hao remember them would have nothing to worry about for the rest of their lives. Wang Hao understood their intentions but made no effort to stop them. The kindergarten's dinner plan for the day was simple: a bonfire party. Singing, dancing, and eating grilled meat together was one of the children's favorite activities. Wang Hao didn't say much, calmly participating in the evening event. The three members of the Go Boys group kept hovering around Mengmeng, pampering the little princess until she was all smiles. The others watching the scene couldn't help but exchange extremely peculiar expressions. After all, Mengmeng truly looked like an ancient princess at that moment. Meanwhile, the superstar they admired was reduced to a servant-like role, tasked solely with entertaining the little princess. It was utterly beyond their wildest imaginations. At that moment, Qin Xiao and his group felt the most complicated emotions. To put it plainly, today's events were essentially a battle between Wang Hao and Qin Xiao. Originally, Qin Xiao even held a slight advantage. Especially after he brought in Zhang Yunyun. Had Qin Xiao not deliberately provoked Wang Hao, everyone would have thanked him for bringing Zhang Yunyun, and tonight, he would have been the star. But now, the situation has completely changed. Not only did Wang Hao bring in the cheerboy, but he also summoned a group of second-tier celebrities. The current situation was entirely under Wang Hao's control. Everyone's flattery was directed squarely at Wang Hao. As for Qin Xiao, forget anyone coming to butter him up. Many were actively avoiding him, afraid Wang Hao might get the wrong idea and think they had some connection to Qin Xiao. Watching everyone revolve around Wang Hao, Qin Xiao's expression grew increasingly grim. Beside him, Yang Yuera clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Husband, today's events absolutely cannot be left unresolved. I'll make sure that Wang Hao has nowhere to bury his bones. By the end of her sentence, Yang Yuera was practically screaming. The others nearby immediately lowered their heads. Make Wang Hao have no place to be buried? Even a group of A-list and B-list celebrities treated Wang Hao with such contempt. How could they possibly make him disappear without a trace? But now, looking at the three members of the cheer boys, Qin Xiao suddenly thought of something, and a flicker of something strange passed through his eyes. He, Wang Hao, might be untouchable to others, but there was one group he absolutely dared to provoke. They could even make Wang Hao wish he were dead. Yang Yuera couldn't help but pause. Who? Qin Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile as three words slipped from his mouth. Brainless fans. Chapter 200, this could kill someone. Brainless fan? Hearing those three words, everyone's expressions turned slightly peculiar. This group was actually quite peculiar. After all, most fans might be disliked by others, but their idols still adore them. But these brainless fans? They're terrifying enough to make even their idols feel a bit scared. No one knows what they might do. Take that rapper who got into trouble earlier, for instance. He hadn't actually done anything that's serious enough to warrant being banned. Sure, he'd crossed some moral lines, but he hadn't crossed any legal ones. But who could have predicted that his brainless fans would storm official Weibo accounts and other platforms, all to avenge their idol for being called out? This uproar enraged the authorities, who launched a crackdown and unearthed every illegal act the rapper had committed. In an instant, the rapper was permanently banned from the industry, no chance of a comeback for the rest of his life. This left everyone utterly speechless. Clearly, no one could have predicted such an outcome. A group of fans single-handedly destroyed their idol. The most crucial point is that the more famous a celebrity becomes, the more likely they are to have such fan groups lurking in their shadows. These brainless fans look down on everything and everyone, holding no one in the slightest regard. If Wang Hao had managed to offend this group of brainless fans from the cheer boys, then no matter how powerful Wang Hao might be, he would likely not escape death. But how could one possibly make Wang Hao offend the brainless fans of the cheer boys? As she spoke, Yang Yuer also seemed puzzled. But then Qin Xiao gave a slight smile and pulled out several photos. They were pictures of the cheer boy group bowing to Mengmeng. His voice turned grim. What do you think their reaction will be when they see these photos, especially with some captions added? And I've got an even deadlier trump card up my sleeve. An even deadlier trump card? At his words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. In their eyes, manipulating these people this way was already a vicious tactic. What could possibly be more ruthless than this? Qin Xiao snorted coldly, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Tell me, he said, if those three little guys from the Fuel Up Boys group were to meet with some kind of accident because Wang Hao called them over, what do you think those brainless fans would do? An accident? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone's faces turned ashen. Even Yang Yuer couldn't help but blurt out, "Husband, you wouldn't be planning to." Seeing the panic spread across their faces, Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. It's not what you think. I just want them to have a little mishap. Like food poisoning. Food poisoning. Hearing this, everyone instantly understood. Causing simple food poisoning was far too easy. Simply lacing today's water supply with a mild toxin would send everyone running for the bathroom or even writhing in agony on the spot. Moreover, this wouldn't lead to any serious consequences. In the end, people would only suspect the water source was contaminated, they'd never even consider the possibility of poisoning. But if those brainless fans ever found out, and with just a little incitement from them, Wang Hao would surely be buried alive. At that moment, Chen Xiao addressed the group once more. Remember this, everyone must eat and drink normally. If tonight's food is poisoned, we all poison ourselves. Whoever remains unscathed will become the prime suspect. Food poisoning won't kill anyone. But whoever gets pinned as the poisoner, don't blame me for not warning you about the consequences. The word sent a chill through everyone present. Yet they knew they were all in the same boat now. With Wang Hao making such a spectacle of himself today, they and even their children would likely face isolation in the future. That was an outcome they absolutely refused to accept. Now, if they could ensure Wang Hao met a fate so disgraceful he'd have no place to be buried, it would be a blessing in disguise for them. At the very least, Mengmeng would never dare to come to school again. As long as Mengmeng dared not show her face at school, everything else would be manageable. With that thought, everyone agreed. Chen Xiao then had Yang Yuer personally administer the poison. Thus, at dinner time, everyone gathered around the campfire, laughing as they watched the celebrities take turns performing. They ate grilled meat, their expressions relaxed and carefree. After all, who wouldn't enjoy such an evening activity after a busy day? The celebrities, too, dared not slack off. After all, they were performing for Wang Hao's daughter. Who would dare to mess around? But then, suddenly, ugh! A child began vomiting violently. Everything he'd eaten earlier came rushing back up, and his face turned deathly pale. This left everyone panicking. What's going on? Food poisoning? Had they eaten something contaminated? People chattered nervously, their eyes filled with unease. But before they could think further, ugh! The sound of vomiting echoed once more. Another person. And this time, the location was completely opposite from the first person's. Soon, one after another. Almost every child present began vomiting within mere minutes. Wang Hao's expression couldn't help but shift slightly. That evening, he had little appetite for dinner and didn't eat, letting Mengmeng eat alone. After all, he hadn't anticipated this situation unfolding. Who would have thought food poisoning would actually strike? Wang Hao wasted no time, immediately beginning treatment for Mengmeng, who was showing the same symptoms. Deep down, Wang Hao had already begun to suspect something. After all, the only way so many people could follow simultaneously was if the water source was contaminated. There was simply no other way for everyone to get food poisoning together. But as Wang Hao delved deeper into treating Mengmeng, his expression changed repeatedly. What kind of poison was this? It was deadly. This was absolutely not a case of contaminated water. At that moment, Wang Hao's face turned deathly pale. Today's water contamination issue was extremely serious. So serious that if not for him, Wang Hao, being here, everyone would have died today. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hao's face darkened as he immediately began treating Mengmeng while summoning Lu Dandan. Lu Dandan also looked haggard and weak at this moment. Nevertheless, she forced herself to suppress her unease and approached Wang Hao. Mr. Wang. Listen to me. Wang Hao cut Lu Dandan off abruptly, his voice deep and commanding. Have someone arrange for medicinal pots and fire pots to be brought here. Also send someone outside the school to purchase some herbs. I'll write down the specifics for you. Hearing this, Lu Dandan couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Mr. Wang, isn't this food poisoning? Why not take the children to the hospital for 4 fluids and gastric lavage instead of doing this? Food poisoning? Wang Hao snorted coldly. This is deadly poison. Chapter 201, Another New Moon. A deadly poison. Those few simple words instantly turned Lu Dandan's face pale. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wang Hao, her body trembling. How could that be? Who would? Before she could finish, Lu Dandan instinctively turned to look at Chen Xiao and the others. But she saw they were all showing symptoms of vomiting too. This only deepened Lu Dandan's confusion. If it were a deadly poison, why would they poison themselves too? Seeing Lu Dandan's puzzled expression, Wang Hao said in a deep voice, those scoundrels might dare to poison us, but at most they'd use a mild toxin just to make us feel sick. This situation suggests others may have arrived today, intending to take action against me, Wang Hao. As he spoke, a cold, sinister glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. The events of the day had been far too conspicuous. And it was precisely this conspicuousness that was likely to attract certain special individuals. Especially those who sought to deal with him, Wang Hao. For instance, those from the First Empire. Or perhaps, those from the Crescent. Regardless of which faction it comes from, they possess the capability to carry out this poisoning without leaving a trace. While it might not kill Wang Hao himself, if they were lucky enough to poison Mengmeng to death, they would still consider it a success. But right now, Wang Hao had no time to dwell on such matters. After treating Mengmeng, he first stabilized the toxins within Lu Dandan's body. He then sent her to handle the matters he had just arranged before resuming Lu Dandan's treatment. After Lu Dandan, it was the turn of the other children present. Wang Hao treated the children one by one, while the adults present suffered somewhat. After all, though their bodies were stronger than the children's, they were struggling to withstand such a deadly toxin. After treating several people consecutively, Wang Hao's brow furrowed. He turned to Lu Dandan and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why hasn't the person who went to buy medicine returned yet? The medicinal pot and fire-making tools haven't arrived either?" Lu Dandan was equally puzzled. "I sent several school security guards and gatekeepers to handle it. They should have returned by now." After a moment of silence, Wang Hao realized what had happened. The enemy must have been lying in wait nearby, ambushing them. Now that he was stuck here, Wang Hao couldn't leave. Even if others went out, they'd struggle to bring anything back. He cursed under his breath. Though he knew this would cause significant delays, he had no other choice. He could only call his Dark Dragon Hall subordinates, ordering them to mobilize en masse and bring the supplies he needed. Thus, just as Wang Hao had nearly finished treating all the children, the supplies finally arrived. Wang Hao began brewing the medicine. Another half-hour passed before the potion was finally administered to everyone. Though their lives were saved, many remained profoundly weakened, and some might even suffer lasting aftereffects. This was damage to their very foundations. Even Wang Hao couldn't reverse it. Take, for example, the 3 members of the Go For It boys. Their vocal cords had all sustained some degree of damage. This caused Wang Hao to frown unconsciously. He knew today's events would likely bring trouble. But Wang Hao didn't want Mengmeng to stay here any longer. After treating everyone, Wang Hao took Mengmeng straight home. He himself departed that very night, alone, like a giant eyeball suspended in the sky, fixedly watching over the entire city. He would find the one who poisoned them. After scanning the area, Wang Hao quickly identified the likely route the culprit had taken. He then went straight to the police station and dug up the person's profile. It was a woman in orange. A woman from the Dragon Nation. The orange robe of the new moon. In that instant, a murderous intent surged from Wang Hao. "New moon, you lot are asking for death." With those words, Wang Hao charged directly toward the direction the orange-clad figure had departed. Today, he would kill this person. Moreover, he would use this man to uncover the crescent moon's current location and annihilate the entire organization in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, on the expressway at the outskirts of Jiangling City, the orange-clad figure drove away, a faint smile playing on his lips. This time, she had certainly accomplished a great feat. Wang Hao's arrogance and tyranny today had presented her with an opportunity. She had seized the moment to poison him. She knew full well that today's poison wouldn't kill Wang Hao. In fact, it wouldn't even kill the few people present. Given Wang Hao's capabilities, it was entirely possible that not a single person would die. But what Orange Dress understood even more clearly was that the most terrifying aspect of this poison wasn't death itself. It was that even if the victims survived, they would be left with all sorts of lasting complications. Once those celebrities suffered consequences, their fanatical followers would surely make Wang Hao pay dearly. In this regard, she and Chen Xiao were truly on the same page. Only, Chen Xiao's petty tricks were no match for Wang Hao. She, however, was the one who truly made this situation unbearable for Wang Hao. The thought that Wang Hao might never regain the ability to live a normal life because of her actions, that his wife might even die or be harmed as a result, couldn't help but draw a look of excitement to Qingyi's face. "Wang Hao, this time, I'll see how you manage to survive. I, Xin Yue, am not someone to be trifled with." As she spoke, Orange Robe's body trembled with excitement. Were it not for her formidable strength, the car might have shaken violently from her intensity. But at that very moment, boom! A thunderous crash erupted. A figure materialized out of thin air in front of the car, halting it abruptly. Before any rear-end collision could occur, the figure grabbed the vehicle and hurled it skyward. This scene left all nearby drivers pale with shock. Several vehicles slammed on their brakes instantly, causing a massive pileup on the highway. Though no lives were lost, it caused severe gridlock. But Wang Hao had no time to spare. Holding the car with one hand, Wang Hao hurled it directly into the mountains not far away. Then, boom! A deafening roar echoed. The figure in orange burst forth in an instant, charging straight toward the west. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She never dreamed in her wildest dreams that Wang Hao would actually come after her and find her so precisely on the highway. How on earth did this man manage it? Was he human or divine? At that moment, Orange Dress's heart was filled with terror and panic. But Wang Hao couldn't care less about that. Now, seeing Qingyi try to flee, Wang Hao instantly lunged forward, grabbed her by the throat, and hoisted her high into the air, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Want to live? Wang Hao's question was brutally direct. Staring at Wang Hao, Qingyi's body trembled uncontrollably. She knew full well that with Wang Hao's power, killing her now was merely a matter of will. Before Wang Hao, she was utterly powerless to resist. But she knew even more clearly that to live, she must betray the entire crescent. Betray the red robes. At that moment, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Orange Robe's face. She slowly closed her eyes, and a cold voice emerged from her lips. The new moon shall not perish. Chapter 202, Defeat Wang Hao, Protect My Brother. The new moon shall not perish. With these simple words, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the orange-clad figure. Instantly, the entire being detonated in a self-destructive explosion right where they stood. Wang Hao stared at the charred corpse before him and let out a cold, heavy snort. Long time no see, new moon. Your methods remain as ruthless as ever. They would rather die than betray their comrades. After a moment of silence, Wang Hao gave a cold snort at the orange-clad figure's corpse. Without another word, he turned and left, returning to the kindergarten. At that moment, most of the children and parents who had completed the detoxification process had chosen to leave the kindergarten. After all, with Wang Hao temporarily gone, they saw little reason to linger and do anything here. Now, upon Wang Hao's return, his gaze swept around the room, a fleeting hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had noticed Chen Xiao earlier. That guy's gaze had never felt quite right. If Wang Hao hadn't misjudged, Chen Xiao had likely poisoned the food as well. However, the poison he administered would likely only cause food poisoning and diarrhea, at most nothing life-threatening. But Wang Hao couldn't quite figure it out. If that was all it was, what was the point of Chen Xiao poisoning anyone? How could that possibly threaten him? Though puzzled, Wang Hao didn't dwell on it too much. Now, upon seeing Wang Hao return, the group of artists led by the gas station boy approached him and bowed respectfully. Thank you for saving us today, Mr. Wang. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. No need to mention it. Had I not invited you all here today, this crisis would never have arisen. The responsibility lies with me. You may return now. Thank you for today. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I, Wang Hao, will repay this debt of gratitude. At these words, excitement instantly flashed in everyone's eyes. They hadn't come expecting any real benefit, they'd only shown up out of fear that Wang Hao might cause them trouble. Now Wang Hao was offering to repay their kindness. Though it was merely a verbal promise, such a simple statement was enough to buy them another lease on life. This was no exaggeration. In their eyes, any situation that seemed like a dead end for them could be resolved with Wang Hao's help, even if it was just a casual favor he happened to grant. With Wang Hao's word, they could secure immense support for the rest of their lives. But at this moment, Wang Hao paid it little mind. After dismissing the others, Wang Hao went straight to find Lu Dandan. Earlier, Wang Hao had asked Lu Dandan to look after Mengmeng, so Lu Dandan simply brought Mengmeng back to the office. To Mengmeng, Lu Dandan was the person she trusted most at school. Now, alone with Lu Dandan in the office, Mengmeng looked utterly carefree. Sitting in a chair, her slender legs swayed back and forth as she snacked, her face radiating pure relaxation and contentment. Despite the troubles brewing outside, in Mengmeng's eyes, none of it mattered. Her dad was handling it, what could possibly be so troublesome? In fact, right now, it was Mengmeng who was constantly reassuring Lu Dandan. Ms. Lu, relax. My dad's got this. My dad is the most amazing dad in the whole world. He's handled so many problems, why would he be afraid of this little thing? Dad said he wouldn't even be afraid of the First Empire. A mere poisoner? No big deal. Seeing Mengmeng's carefree demeanor, Lu Dandan couldn't help but let out a series of bitter laughs, yet she found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse to be the teacher of a child like Mengmeng. But Lu Dandan didn't say much more. Just then, Wang Hao returned and promptly took Mengmeng away. Wang Hao didn't take Xin Zhao's earlier actions too seriously either. Back home, Mengmeng pulled Chu Xiaoyun close, recounting everything that had happened that evening, her face beaming with excitement the whole time. Chu Xiaoyun, however, listened with her heart pounding. If Wang Hao hadn't been there, Chu Xiaoyun might have nearly had a heart attack from Mengmeng's terrifying stories. Now, looking at Chu Xiaoyun, Wang Hao asked curiously, how was today? Chu Xiaoyun had spent the entire day preparing to start her own company, working late into the evening before returning home. Hearing the question, a faint smile touched the corners of her lips. Not bad. I secured a commercial space and will sign the contract in a couple of days. Wang Hao asked curiously, what are you planning to do? Though they'd known each other for years, Wang Hao's understanding of Chu Xiaoyun's interests and hobbies had remained frozen in time, 5 years prior. Back then, Chu Xiaoyun was only interested in things little girls liked, like flowers and ice cream. Now that she was starting her own business with Wang Hao as her strong support, he wondered what she planned to do. At his question, a smile instantly spread across Chu Xiaoyun's face. She whispered softly, I want to open a flower shop. Ha? Wang Hao froze, momentarily taken aback. Seeing Wang Hao's astonished expression, Chu Xiaoyun remained remarkably calm. I know this isn't a particularly glamorous job, she said. But this has always been my wish, my dream. If I could spend every day surrounded by flowers, meeting all kinds of people who buy them, perhaps that would be the life I most want to live. Seeing Chu Xiaoyun's earnest expression, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle softly. He truly hadn't expected Chu Xiaoyun to have such thoughts. But he didn't argue. Instead, he smiled and nodded, saying softly, as long as you like it. Whatever you want to do, as long as you like it. I'll support you unconditionally. Seeing Wang Hao's earnest expression, Chu Xiaoyun's smile grew even brighter. What she wanted wasn't necessarily the best. Giving her the very best of everything might not necessarily make her any happier. The greatest happiness lies in giving someone the freedom to choose what they do and don't do. Early the next morning, Wang Hao rose early, intending to prepare breakfast before Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun woke up. But just as he stepped out of the bedroom, Wang Hao suddenly froze in place. It was barely 6 in the morning. Usually at this hour, the neighborhood was so quiet you could hear birds chirping. But today, the neighborhood felt strangely off. Outside, Wang Hao could hear a lot of commotion. Most crucially, these sounds seemed to be coming directly toward Wang Hao's home. What was going on? Why was a group of people suddenly heading toward his home? Though puzzled, Wang Hao didn't panic. He strode to the door, opened it, and looked outside. As the group drew nearer, their chanting grew louder, reaching Wang Hao's ears. Down with Wang Hao. Protect brother. Chapter 203, Someone Wants to Kill Mengmeng. Take down Wang Hao, protect brother? What the hell is this nonsense? At that moment, Wang Hao's brows furrowed involuntarily, his eyes filled with confusion. Whose brother had he offended? How could so many people appear out of nowhere? And they were all women? Wang Hao's brow furrowed deeply. But soon, his expression changed completely. Because not far away, as those people appeared one by one in Wang Hao's field of vision, he saw what they were holding in their hands. Paint. Rotten tomatoes. Rotten eggs. Some were even approaching with fruit knives. What the hell were these people up to? In that instant, an unparalleled fury erupted from Wang Hao. He casually shut the door and stepped out, coldly surveying the crowd as the killing intent radiating from him could no longer be concealed. If it were just a bunch of kids causing trouble, shouting and cursing, he wouldn't have cared. He couldn't care less about what these people thought or did. Just a bunch of kids. In Wang Hao's eyes, they were nothing more than children. But when these people brought out these things, Wang Hao was enraged. Because he knew full well that these people might harm those close to him. Chu Xiaoyun and Mengmeng. That was something Wang Hao would never allow to happen. Now, as the group approached and saw Wang Hao standing at the doorway, they all froze in place, momentarily dazed and clearly still processing what was happening. But soon, the leader among them pointed at Wang Hao and began shouting curses. That's Wang Hao. He's the one who harmed my brother yesterday. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd around them erupted like madmen, each grabbing whatever was in their hands and hurling it at Wang Hao. In their eyes, these objects were more than enough to disgust Wang Hao. But Wang Hao merely snorted coldly. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy that instantly scattered all the flying debris. After hurling objects for a long while, not a single one landed on Wang Hao. Some, driven to fury, even hurled kitchen knives, yet they too landed harmlessly before Wang Hao, failing to scratch him in the slightest. For a moment, fear flickered across the women's faces. Watching them, Wang Hao spoke in a cold, icy tone. Which one of you can speak properly? Explain yourselves. What are you doing here? Why did you come? If you can explain clearly, I might spare your lives. If you can't explain yourselves. At this point, Wang Hao let out a sharp, cold snort. I have no qualms about killing women. At these words, the expressions of everyone present instantly turned ashen. Clearly, Wang Hao's words were a genuine threat to them. After all, the power Wang Hao had just displayed was far beyond that of ordinary men. How could they possibly stand against such a demonic presence? The group exchanged nervous glances. Being mostly minors, the group appeared indecisive at this moment. After a long moment, the slightly more mature girl in her 20s, who seemed to be their leader, gritted her teeth and spoke up. You poisoned our brother yesterday and nearly killed him. You're the one to blame. We came here today to avenge our brother. What the hell is this nonsense? Wang Hao was still baffled. The man didn't bother explaining, just tossed a newspaper at Wang Hao. Wang Hao picked up the paper and immediately frowned. The article detailed everything that had happened at the kindergarten the previous night. Of course, the report omitted the part about Wang Hao hiring performers. Instead, it emphasized how his actions had caused several artists to suffer food poisoning. Particularly the 3 members of the Cheer Boys, whose vocal cords might be damaged. You see, although the 3 members of the Cheer Boys were now primarily focused on acting, their fans had been eagerly anticipating seeing them perform together again in concert. If their voices were truly compromised, that would be utterly unacceptable to their devoted fans. Now, it was clear they were placing all the blame squarely on Wang Hao. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Hao's eyes. Newspapers are never the primary source of information. Someone must be orchestrating this behind the scenes. It's far more than a simple leak. And the only ones who could orchestrate this so swiftly could only be the Chen Xiao family. At that moment, Wang Hao let out a sharp, cold snort. His gaze turned icy as he surveyed the brainless fanboys before him, his voice as cold as ice. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either get the hell out now. I'll pretend nothing happened. Or I start killing people. Your choice. As he spoke, Wang Hao raised his right hand. Instantly, a fruit knife previously tossed at him and caught mid-air slipped into his grasp. He glanced at a nearby tree and flung the knife with deadly precision. Instantly. Crack. The tree was cleaved cleanly in two. The knife, as if possessed by flight, returned straight back to Wang Hao's hand. This caused the corners of everyone's mouths to twitch involuntarily. What was that? Is this even human? At that moment, everyone's bodies trembled slightly. Wang Hao, however, remained composed. Holding the fruit knife, he spoke coldly, I don't have time to waste on you lot. I'll give you 10 seconds. Those who don't leave. Die. This time, no one dared to hesitate. The group turned and fled, panic etched across their faces. After all, they were still just a bunch of kids. The oldest was barely in her early 20s. Most of them were still students. How could they have ever experienced such terror? Everything Wang Hao had just done seemed almost divine, leaving them utterly incapable of resistance. Now that they had all fled, Wang Hao couldn't help but curl his lips, a trace of mockery appearing on his face. They thought they could take him down with such petty tricks? Qin Xiao, you've seriously underestimated me. With that thought, Wang Hao said no more. He went back inside to cook as usual. After eating, Chu Xiaoyun headed out to discuss the flower shop business. Mengmeng, meanwhile, was sent off to kindergarten by Wang Hao. After returning home, Wang Hao didn't dwell on the matter. He sat alone in his room, quietly practicing his cultivation. After all, he hadn't given much thought to the path beyond the beyond realm. He needed to consolidate his current strength first. But around 10 in the morning, Wang Hao's phone suddenly rang. The call was from Lu Dandan. Before Wang Hao could speak, Lu Dandan's panicked voice came through the line. Mr. Wang, it's terrible. Something's happened at the kindergarten. Someone rushed in with a knife, shouting they'd kill Mengmeng. You need to come see this immediately. Chapter 204, Daddy's here. What did you say? The words sent Wang Hao bolting upright from his bed, his eyes wide with fury, a palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from him. Who? They've got some nerve. As he spoke, Wang Hao was truly enraged. He never imagined anyone would dare to target Mengmeng and to threaten her life with a knife. It was utterly unforgivable. On the other end of the line, Lu Dandan's voice trembled. I don't know who it was, but it was a woman. She looked pretty big and burly. She had a knife in her hand, and the security guards couldn't stop her. She kept shouting that she wanted to kill Mengmeng to avenge her brother. Her brother? Wang Hao looked utterly baffled. What brother? Whose brother had he killed? As Wang Hao pondered, Lu Dandan on the other end of the line spoke again in panic. Mr. Wang, please come quickly. I'm afraid I can't stop her from doing something terrible. This woman has gone mad. She's already cut down a security guard. None of the other guards dare stop her. I'll be right there. Wang Hao wasted no time, hanging up immediately and rushing out. At that moment, Lu Dandan shielded Mengmeng tightly behind her, her body trembling uncontrollably. Deep down, she was utterly speechless toward Wang Hao. This guy really was bringing trouble to her family. She was just a kindergarten teacher. If not for Wang Hao, she'd never have lived such a thrilling life. As Lu Dandan pondered this, suddenly, bang! The office door was suddenly pounded on repeatedly. Lu Dandan and the other teachers in the office were startled. One by one, they cowered, too afraid to approach the door. Outside, the obese woman's furious shouts echoed. Open the door. I know Mengmeng is in there. Let her out, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll make you all pay with your lives for my brother's vocal cords. Accompany his brother's vocal cords to the grave? This time, after a brief moment of stunned silence, the group seemed to grasp something, snapping into realization instantly. They finally understood who this woman was referring to as her brother. It was the three boys from the Go For It group. This woman was their die-hard fan. At that moment, Lu Dandan was so furious she nearly exploded with curses. While she also liked the cheer boys, she despised these brainless fans with a passion. What purpose did such behavior serve, other than tarnishing the oil boys' reputation? The cheer boys must have hit rock bottom to end up with fans like these. But Lu Dandan couldn't spare a thought for that now. She shielded Mengmeng tightly behind her back, preventing her from being seen, while silently praying the gate would hold up just a little longer. Before Lu Dandan could dwell on it further. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as the door was smashed open. At the doorway stood a massive, obese woman, blood-stained knife in hand, her eyes blazing with fury. Her gaze swept the room, quickly locking onto Mengmeng, who was trembling violently behind Lu Dandan. This instantly brought a sinister, icy smile to her face. Her voice was as cold as ice. "Now," she said, "I can finally kill you and avenge my brother's vocal cords. My brother will thank me. My brother will marry me." With that, she lunged forward, knife in hand. Lu Dandan gritted her teeth, stepping directly in front of Mengmeng. She glared at the obese woman, her voice filled with rage. "What are you doing? You're not making Thie boys happy like this. Who do you think you are? How dare you say the cheer boys wouldn't like me?" Hearing this, the obese woman instantly flew into a rage. She had always despised women who were beautiful. In her eyes, all attractive women were seductresses. These people must have filthy hearts. And it was all because of them that her brothers wouldn't marry her. Such people deserved to die. At this thought, a thick aura of murderous intent erupted from the obese girl's body. Wielding her knife, she lunged toward Mengmeng. At that moment, Lu Dandan's expression abruptly changed. She never dreamed this woman would be so impulsive, attacking someone with a knife right off the bat. The other teachers all turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Clearly, they all knew exactly what was about to unfold. It was a scene none of them wanted to witness. Yet now, as the blade descended, Lu Dandan clenched her teeth, spun around abruptly, and shielded Mengmeng with her own back. She didn't know why she did it. But she knew this, whether for Mengmeng or for anything else. She had to protect this child. In that moment, she had no room to consider anything else. Nor did she have the energy to wonder if it was worth it. Splash! Blood spurted out instantly. Lu Dandan's face instantly drained of color. Her eyes widened, her expression growing blank and dazed. Though this single blow hadn't instantly taken her life, it was close enough. Lu Dandan gazed at Mengmeng, her eyes glistening with tears, murmuring softly, "Stay alive. Ah! I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The obese woman roared madly, her eyes bloodshot, raising the knife to strike Lu Dandan once more. "No, no!" Mengmeng burst into tears. Though Lu Dandan was merely her teacher, she was the first teacher in Mengmeng's life, a woman who treated her like her own child. Deep down, Mengmeng had even come to see Lu Dandan as a second mother. How could Mengmeng possibly remain calm when Lu Dandan had been slashed like this just to protect her? And almost at the same moment, thud! A powerful surge of energy slammed the obese woman to the ground, pinning her down. Wang Hao burst through the door. His gaze swept from the woman pinned down by his energy to Lu Dandan beside her, his voice instantly turning icy. "What the hell is going on here? Call the police. Arrest this crazy woman first. Leave the rest to me." Hearing this, the other teachers finally snapped into action, hurriedly dialing the police. At that moment, Mengmeng emerged from behind Lu Dandan, clutching Wang Hao's pant leg tightly as she sobbed uncontrollably. "Daddy, save Teacher Lu. I don't want her to die. I don't want her to die." By the end of her plea, Mengmeng's tears flowed uncontrollably. Wang Hao wiped Mengmeng's tears with one hand and whispered, "Don't worry. Daddy's here. I won't let anything happen to her." As he spoke, Wang Hao turned to a teacher standing nearby and said in a cold, icy tone, "Mengmeng is in your care for now. I'll have someone come over soon. I expect no further incidents during this time. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill." Chapter 205, Don't Move If You Don't Want Scars. Hearing this, the teacher shuddered violently, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Yet she dared not argue back. She knew Wang Hao's capabilities all too well. He was a devil incarnate. With a single word, he could summon the fuel boy from hundreds of kilometers away. A man like that, if he said he wanted to kill someone, who would dare to object? The teacher hastily nodded in agreement. Wang Hao first summoned the dark dragon Holman, then picked up Lu Dandan and strode toward the door. Wang Hao knew Lu Dandan's condition wasn't critical, just external injuries, excessive blood loss, and possibly cardiovascular damage. For anyone else, this would be a life-threatening emergency, even hospitalization might not save her. But for Wang Hao? This wasn't a big deal. The real priority now was finding a quiet room where they wouldn't be disturbed. With that in mind, after leaving the kindergarten, Wang Hao didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he found a nearby hotel, booked a room, and immediately laid Lu Dandan on the bed. Staring at the blood-soaked back of her dress, Wang Hao took a deep breath and murmured, "Sorry about this," before swiftly unzipping the back of her dress. In an instant, the dress fell away, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful back to Wang Hao. Staring at her pale skin and the bloody knife wounds etched upon it, Wang Hao couldn't help but curse under his breath. What kind of person could possibly bring themselves to hurt such a beautiful woman? But Wang Hao said nothing more. She quietly removed Lu Dandan's entire dress. First, she used energy to seal the wounds, then fetched a towel to wipe Lu Dandan's back clean, ensuring the blood wouldn't obstruct her view. After completing everything, Wang Hao went downstairs to the pharmacy to buy some herbs. Some were for external application, others for decoction. By the time the herbal decoction was ready, Lu Dandan had gradually regained consciousness. At this moment, Lu Dandan was still extremely weak. In her mind, she was certain she would die today. To open her eyes after death. Could this place be the legendary underworld? With this thought, a strange gleam flashed in Lu Danden's eyes. Her gaze swept around the surroundings, and her curiosity grew ever more intense. How could the underworld look exactly like a hotel? And why did her back still ache so terribly, even after death? Just as Lu Danden was lost in confusion, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Wang Hao nearby. At that moment, Lu Danden froze in place. Why was Wang Hao here? Could he be dead too? Impossible. Who was Wang Hao? A man like him wouldn't die so easily. If he's here, could it be that? Still alive? Did he save me? As Lu Danden stood there in a daze, she suddenly remembered something. She reached out and touched her own body, then. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the stillness. Wang Hao, who had been simmering medicine, froze in surprise. He stood up and looked at Lu Danden, smiling slightly. You're awake? Wang Hao, however, seemed completely unfazed by the scene unfolding before him. But Lu Danden, now on high alert, yanked the quilt over herself in one swift motion. Her body trembled slightly as she stared at Wang Hao, panic etched on her face. You just. Wang Hao froze, watching Lu Danden's flustered expression before realizing what she was worried about. He couldn't help but give a wry smile. I can't apply the medicine if I don't help you undress. Which is more important, your life or someone seeing your body? You should be able to figure that out, right? Don't move around. The medicine on your back hasn't fully absorbed yet. Stay still. If you end up with scars, don't blame me for not warning you. Hearing this, Lu Danden couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in her heart. In her mind, a knife slash across her back was bound to leave a scar. She'd given up all hope of avoiding it. Surviving was already a blessing. As for ever wearing backless dresses or bikinis again? Forget about it. That was simply unrealistic. But who would have thought Wang Hao would suddenly blurt out something like that? This instantly silenced Lu Danden's other thoughts. She immediately lay flat on the bed, not daring to move a muscle. Even Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. But as the tension eased, Wang Hao froze for a moment. His focus had been entirely on Lu Danden's injuries, leaving no room for other concerns. Now, however, as Lu Danden's body began to recover somewhat, Wang Hao's attention gradually drifted elsewhere. For instance, Lu Danden's figure. It must be said, Lu Danden was an exceptionally beautiful woman, undoubtedly ranking among the top tier of beauties. Her fresh, youthful style of dressing, combined with her role as a kindergarten teacher, added an air of innocence to her appearance. Seeing her, one was more likely to feel pure admiration rather than any improper thoughts. Wang Hao had always felt the same way. But now, for the sake of applying medicine. At this moment, Lu Danden was left with little to cover her body. In this state, Lu Danden was breathtakingly beautiful. Her perfect figure was completely exposed before Wang Hao. Her alluring curves seemed to plead for sympathy. After all, Lu Danden's attire had always been rather conservative, a dress being the boldest choice she'd ever made. Under these circumstances, this flawless figure had never been displayed to outsiders before. Feeling Wang Hao's gaze, Lu Danden's face flushed instantly. Her voice trembled as she stammered, what are you looking at? Her words instantly made Wang Hao look awkward. He cleared his throat twice before whispering, nothing. Don't move. The medicine is almost ready. I'll pour it out and feed it to you. With that, Wang Hao ladled the herbal decoction into a bowl and carried it over to Lu Danden. Taking the bowl from Wang Hao, Lu Danden slowly rose to her feet, her face flushed an unnatural crimson. She knew she couldn't get dressed right away. Otherwise, the wound on her back might get irritated. Just as Wang Hao had said, it would be terrible if it left a scar. But if she didn't get dressed, standing up to drink the medicine meant she'd have to make eye contact with Wang Hao in her current state. At that moment, Lu Danden's breathing grew uncontrollably rapid. After taking the medicine, her mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, leaving her no room to consider much else. She simply wanted to quickly finish the medicine and end this awkwardness as soon as possible. This startled Wang Hao. Careful, it's hot. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Danden was already spitting it out from the heat, splashing the herbal soup all over herself. Wang Hao swiftly pulled out 2 napkins and began wiping her down. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Chapter 206, Director Jiang. The air itself seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Lu Danden stared at Wang Hao stared back at Lu Danden. Neither reacted for a long while. Wang Hao was dumbfounded, while Lu Danden was utterly stunned. What was Wang Hao doing? Groping her chest? You? Lu Danden couldn't help but speak in a trembling voice. Only then did Wang Hao finally snap out of it. He quickly withdrew his hand and stammered, Teacher Lu, I didn't mean it like that. Hurry up and turn around. Lu Danden's face flushed crimson, her body trembling uncontrollably as tears welled in her eyes. She was truly furious. That damn Wang Hao. Turn around already. If you think it's inappropriate, why are you still watching? Wang Hao froze for a moment, then quickly turned away, his face flushing with embarrassment. Drink your medicine. Call me when you're done. Lu Dandan blushed as she slowly drank down the herbal soup. Instantly, a wave of heat surged from her core, enveloping her as if she were in a furnace. Sweat poured from her pores, and her heartbeat quickened. She looked at Wang Hao and blurted out, "What's happening to me?" Seeing Lu Dandan's flustered expression, Wang Hao quickly explained, "The medicine accelerates your blood circulation and metabolism. It will stimulate your body to produce blood on its own, compensating for the loss you just experienced and helping your body recover quickly. Including the damaged skin on your body, it'll heal rapidly too. Don't worry, there are no side effects." No side effects? This time, Lu Dandan seemed to latch onto the key point. "So you're saying there are side effects after all?" Wang Hao's face flushed slightly as he replied awkwardly, "Well, there is a tiny bit, but it's nothing serious, just a minor issue. It just causes a rush of blood to the head, resulting in a slight, well, you know." By the end of the sentence, Wang Hao was completely speechless. Lu Dandan's face instantly flushed crimson, and she nearly blurted out an expletive. She knew why her mind had suddenly filled with all sorts of strange thoughts, why her body felt so hot, why she had this overwhelming urge she couldn't control. Was all this because of Wang Hao's medicine? Wang Hao felt the awkwardness too, his lips twitching slightly as he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. I'll wait for you outside." With that, Wang Hao walked straight to the sofa outside the suite, patted his chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Despite his age, such situations still made him feel slightly awkward. After all, Lu Dandan was, in a way, Mengmeng's teacher. If something unexpected happened between him and Lu Dandan, he'd be in a situation he couldn't possibly explain away. Chu Xiaoyun would probably be furious enough to die. Inside the room, Lu Dandan watched Wang Hao's retreating figure with flushed cheeks, her gaze growing slightly complicated. She never imagined Wang Hao would leave so swiftly, so decisively. Am I really that unappealing? Lu Dandan murmured to herself, her mind growing increasingly hazy. After all, Wang Hao's potion naturally stirred her blood and energy. Combined with its subtle side effects and the completely safe environment, Lu Dandan's defenses crumbled completely. Lying on the bed, she slowly closed her eyes, her hands moving unconsciously. Outside the room, Wang Hao had been resting on the sofa. But he was, after all, a powerhouse at the beyond realm level, with senses tenfold sharper than ordinary people. At that moment, he began to hear some strange sounds. At first, Wang Hao thought the sounds might be coming from Lu Dandan, who was feeling unwell. But the moment he stood up, he sensed something was amiss. His expression grew increasingly complex. Should he listen? Or shouldn't he? At that moment, Wang Hao felt like he had three heads. Rescuing someone today had truly led to a whole new set of problems. Finally, an hour later, Lu Dandan had taken care of business, showered, and changed into fresh clothes before letting Wang Hao in. Originally, Lu Dandan had intended to pretend nothing had happened, but the moment she saw Wang Hao's expression, she knew she hadn't managed to hide it. Instantly, Lu Dandan's face flushed as red as an apple, and she couldn't utter a word. Wang Hao, however, had already bought a new set of clothes. He tossed them to Lu Dandan and said, "Change into these. Let's head back to school together. I need to check on Mengmeng too." Upon hearing this, Lu Dandan gave a slight nod. After quickly changing her clothes, she returned to school with Wang Hao. By now, the kindergarten entrance was already packed with a dense crowd. Judging by their ages, they were mostly young people, roughly the same size as the crowd that had gathered outside Wang Hao's home earlier that morning. However, they were all blocked outside by the Dark Dragon Hall's guards. Wang Hao paid them no mind and strode straight inside. Seeing Mengmeng, Wang Hao breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as Mengmeng was safe, that was all that mattered. Everything else was of little consequence to him. At that moment, upon seeing Wang Hao, Su Qi respectfully bowed in greeting. "Sir, these people outside are all fans of the gas station boy. I've thoroughly investigated this incident. Someone behind the scenes has been spreading exaggerated and sensationalized accounts of yesterday's events. And the one paying these people to do it? Shen Xiao. So it was him." At these words, a cold glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, followed by a sharp, cold snort. Shen Xiao has some nerve. Without further ado, Wang Hao strode toward the exit, his voice icy as he commanded, "Not a single person is to harm Mengmeng in the slightest. I'll handle this myself. Remember this, even if the King of Heaven himself came down, no one is allowed anywhere near Mengmeng today. Got it?" "Yes." Feeling Wang Hao's icy glare, Su Qi hastily bowed in deference. Though he'd long suspected Wang Hao's true identity, after Wang Hao's recent incident in the First Empire, Su Qi realized he'd underestimated him all along. Their Dragon King was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Meanwhile, at Chen Zhao's residence, Chen Xiao, having just ended his call, let a cold smile curve his lips. Everything that had transpired earlier was entirely his doing. Last night's poisoning didn't fill in with fear, instead, it revealed an opportunity. After all, an idol of Fuel Boy's caliber commanded a terrifyingly large fanbase. And the number of brainless fans among them was certainly no small figure. This time, if he could provoke these die-hard fans into causing more trouble, Wang Hao would be finished. So what if he's powerful? Could Wang Hao possibly wipe out this entire army of fanatics? And as long as the chaos keeps escalating, he could use other means to hurt Wang Hao to get revenge. Kid, you care most about your precious daughter, don't you? Fine. Today, I'll make you understand what it feels like to lose a daughter. As he spoke, Chen Xiao dialed a number. Soon, as the call connected, his voice turned icy. Chief Jiang, take someone away from me. Chapter 207, Die. Zhang Tian, chief of the local police station. He was also someone close to Chen Xiao. In terms of influence, Zhang Tian may not have been powerful, but he had just enough clout. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian spoke in a low voice. Mr. Chen, which one would you like me to take away? At this, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Zhao's eyes as he replied in an icy tone, I want you to take Wang Hao's daughter Wang Mengmeng. Hearing this, Zhang Tian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he stammered, Who? Wang Mengmeng. Chen Xiao repeated, the icy glint in his eyes intensifying. The entire kindergarten is sealed off now. Someone has definitely called the police. Hurry over there and take her away under the pretext of protecting Wang Mengmeng. My people will pick her up at the police station. You just bring her back. Everything else is none of your concern. At these words, Zhang Tian's expression instantly changed. Mr. Chen, this is illegal. His voice betrayed his growing panic. If it were any other matter, even if illegal, he would have helped Chen Xiao. But if he took Mengmeng away in plain sight, only for her to go missing at the police station? Then he'd be held accountable no matter what. His entire life would be ruined. Detecting the panic in Zhang Tian's voice, Chen Xiao clenched her teeth, her tone turning icy. Rest assured, after today's matter, my people will immediately give you a sum of money to ensure your entire family can live well after going abroad. First Empire, Second Empire, Northern Kingdom, your choice. Or live under a new identity in any other city within the country, whatever you choose. Funds exceeding 10 million. Guaranteed residency and school enrollment. How about it? Hearing this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel tempted. Truth be told, he felt a certain unease about his current life. After all, constantly working for Chen Xiao made him feel like he could be caught at any moment. What if he pulled off one big job now and could immediately fly away, leaving the country never to return? That would be an absolute blessing for him. With that thought, Zhang Tian stopped beating around the bush and nodded his agreement. All right. I'll handle it. Hearing this, a faint smile touched the corners of Chen Zhao's lips. Then, thank you, Director Jiang. After hanging up, Chen Zhao's face was filled with smug satisfaction. In his eyes, after today, Wang Hao would surely lose all hope. He would make Wang Hao regret everything he had ever done to him. Just as Chen Xiao was deep in thought, the door to the room suddenly burst open. Instantly, Chen Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he sprang to his feet. Who's there? Beside her, Yang Yu also looked utterly shocked. After all, what they'd been doing at home today was hardly something to be seen. They had clearly locked the door. How could someone just push it open and walk in now? But soon, both their expressions changed completely. Not far away, that figure was none other than Wang Hao. At that moment, Chen Zhao's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily, How dare you? Kid, this is my house. Breaking in like this, you think I won't call the cops and have you arrested? Yang Yu snapped out of it upon hearing this and immediately joined in, bellowing, You're committing a crime. Watching their frantic expressions, a cold, mocking smile spread across Wang Hao's face. So what if it's illegal? So what if it's a crime? Dare to harm those close to me, Wang Hao? Then you will pay the price. Not just you. If this country so much as harms a hair on their heads, this country will also bear the brunt of my wrath. Hearing Wang Hao's outrageously arrogant words, Chen Xiao and Yang Yu were both stunned. Yang Yu couldn't help but blurt out, What nonsense are you spouting? This country will also bear the brunt of your wrath? Who do you think you are? How many people in this world have the right to speak such words? Yang Yu felt her words were perfectly reasonable and was basking in her self-satisfaction. But Chen Xiao, standing beside her, felt a sudden chill run through her heart upon hearing Wang Hao's words. Wang Hao. This name has long been renowned nationwide. But he simply couldn't believe the man before him was that Wang Hao. After all, that Wang Hao was a terrifying force capable of single-handedly standing against the entire First Empire. How could such a being ever come to Jiangling? How could he possibly have any connection to him? Even when Wang Hao had previously brought in groups like the gas station boys to prove his capabilities, Chen Xiao had never considered that possibility. But now, after Wang Hao uttered those arrogantly defiant words, a sudden jolt ran through Chen Zhao's heart, sparking an unexpected thought. Could this kid before him be the legendary Wang Hao? If this person really was that Wang Hao, then wouldn't Chen Xiao be? At that moment, Chen Zhao's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. But Wang Hao had no time to explain any of this to them. His voice was as cold as ice as he looked at the two of them. Anyone who wants to cause trouble for me, Wang Hao, I don't mind. I'm not afraid of you causing trouble for me either. But if anyone, no matter who you are, dares to harm my wife and child in the slightest, I will make sure you have no place to bury your dead. As his words reached their climax, an overwhelming aura erupted from Wang Hao's body. The overwhelming power instantly enveloped both of them. The terrifying killing intent made Qin Zhao's back instantly soaked with sweat. Trembling, he stared at Wang Hao and gritted his teeth. Wang Hao, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the legendary Wang Hao. But mark my words, if you kill me, you'll pay a heavy price. The consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Ridiculous. Wang Hao scoffed coldly at the words. I'd love to see what consequences I, Wang Hao, couldn't bear. Glaring at Wang Hao, Qin Zhao clenched his fists, his voice icy. If you want to never see your daughter again, go ahead and try. Never see your daughter again. The moment those words left her mouth, the murderous intent radiating from Wang Hao intensified. Do you even know what you're saying? With that, Wang Hao took a step forward. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. The entire villa seemed poised to collapse under the force of his single stride. The floor tiles shattered on the spot. This single move sent Chen Xiao and Yang Yu across from him into a trembling fit, their faces instantly etched with terror. The murderous intent Wang Hao displayed struck a primal fear deep within them. They were genuinely terrified. But Wang Hao had no intention of explaining himself to them. He, Wang Hao, would never rely on such people to save his own daughter. He, Wang Hao, would personally ensure Mengmeng's safety with his own abilities. As for those who threatened him using Mengmeng, well then, just die. Chapter 208, Join him underground. Watching Wang Hao, Chen Xiao, and Yang Yu were now overcome with fear beyond measure. They never dreamed Wang Hao could be this terrifying. This man was actually going to kill them like this. At that moment, Chen Xiao could no longer hold back. He roared in fury, Wang Hao, if you dare kill us, you're finished. You'll be a murderer. No one can protect you. And your daughter Mengmeng, she'll be ruined too. There won't be a place for her in this world. Are you sure you want to do this? By the end, Qin Xiao was practically screaming. But Wang Hao's expression grew even colder than before. You're courting death. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! Wang Hao's overwhelming aura instantly crushed down upon the two of them. How could two ordinary people, powerless to lift a chicken, possibly stand against Wang Hao? In the blink of an eye, both were crushed to death on the spot, flattened into meat patties, unable to utter another word. At that moment, Wang Hao, having exited the room, paid no heed to the others and headed straight toward the kindergarten. Chen Xiao wouldn't have dared say what she did unless she'd done something. Wang Hao couldn't let her get away with harming Mengmeng. No one, absolutely no one, would ever lay a finger on Mengmeng. This was Wang Hao's absolute bottom line. With this resolve, Wang Hao made his way back to the kindergarten in no time. The moment he arrived, he heard the sound of a heated argument. The noise was coming from inside the building. On one side stood Su Qi and the Dark Dragon Hall members, while on the other was Jiang Tian leading a group of uniformed individuals. Jiang Tian was demanding Mengmeng's removal, citing her as the instigator of the disturbance. Under the guise of protection, his true intent was to seize her. Naturally, Su Qi refused to agree. This was Wang Hao's daughter. She was entrusted to him personally by Wang Hao. Today, he would either die here or protect Mengmeng from being taken away by anyone. There would be no third option. As he stared at Su Qi, a cold gleam flickered in Jiang Tian's eyes. His sole purpose in coming today was to take Mengmeng away. The means, the reputation, none of that mattered anymore. He didn't care. After today, he would leave this place anyway. From now on, no one would ever restrain him again. Given that, he saw no need to stick to formalities. He had long since betrayed every last one of his own principles. With that in mind, what was there left to hesitate about? With this thought, Jiang Tian hesitated not a moment, violently drawing his gun. Seeing the black muzzle, Su Qi across from him couldn't help but change his expression. He truly hadn't expected Jiang Tian to draw a gun. You're out of your mind. Su Qi couldn't help but roar in fury. But Jiang Tian remained utterly calm. Holding the gun, he stared at Su Qi, his voice as cold as ice. Hand Wang Mengmeng over to me. Otherwise, I'll stop at nothing. At that moment, Su Qi finally sensed something was terribly wrong. Earlier, he had thought Jiang Tian might have some ulterior motive for wanting to take Mengmeng away. But now, as Jiang Tian drew his gun, the truth dawned on him completely. This guy was here to capture Mengmeng. This bastard was probably one of Chen Zhao's men. And if that was the case, there was absolutely no reason to hand Mengmeng over to Jiang Tian. Gritting his teeth, Su Qi snarled, Jiang Tian. Don't say I didn't warn you. I, Su Qi, am not someone to be trifled with. If you shoot me dead today, you won't live to see tomorrow. You're not blind, you can see how many brothers from the Dark Dragon Hall are here today. Do you have enough bullets for all of them? If you can't kill them all, you won't leave here alive today. If need be, I'll trade my life for yours. I'm not afraid of you. The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Tian's expression darkened considerably. But recalling his agreement with Chen Xiao, Jiang Tian could not afford to hesitate. His eyes turned cold as his finger instantly pulled the trigger. Today, he was going all in. Su Qi, who heard the sound, froze in place. He truly hadn't expected Zhang Tian to pull the trigger. But now, he had no room for regrets. He could only close his eyes and await death's arrival. He was Wang Hao's man. He was a member of the Dark Dragon Hall. Even in death, he would not dishonor Wang Hao or the Dark Dragon Hall. But, after closing his eyes for a long while, Su Qi still hadn't met the end he had anticipated. That shot still hadn't struck its target. What was going on? Did he miss? At such close range, Zhang Tian was at least a division chief. How could he possibly miss? Even if it did miss, Zhang Tian could have fired again. Why, nothing happened? It's been several seconds now, right? Just as Su Qi was puzzled, Zhang Tian's astonished voice reached his ears. Impossible. It was a roar of utter shock. This made Su Qi curious enough to open his eyes. The moment he did, Su Qi himself recoiled in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Hovering mid-air before him was a bullet. The bullet Zhang Tian had just fired had come to a halt right before him, as if held in place by some immense force. Such power was far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. Realizing this, Su Qi abruptly looked up toward the distance, his face immediately lighting up with excitement. Sir! The sound of sir made Zhang Tian's heart skip a beat. He whipped his head around. There stood Wang Hao, silent and still behind them, his expression calm as if nothing had ever happened. But Zhang Tian's heart skipped a beat. To be capable of such. This Wang Hao was absolutely not someone he could afford to antagonize. And he had just come for Mengmeng. If this man decided to kill him, he would die without a doubt. The thought made Zhang Tian turn to flee. But the moment he turned, a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. Wang Hao's voice drifted into his ears. Since you're here, why the rush to leave? You. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Tian's back. His body trembled uncontrollably as he swallowed repeatedly, utterly at a loss for words. Though Wang Hao merely gripped his shoulder, Zhang Tian now felt an overwhelming terror. It felt as though a terrifying force had fused with his body, poised to strike him down at any moment. At that moment, Wang Hao spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Any last words? Last words? Zhang Tian, hearing this, was instantly overcome with terror. He blurted out in panic, No! You can't kill me! I'm an official! You can't! By the end of his plea, Zhang Tian was on the verge of emotional collapse. But Wang Hao only responded with a cold, mocking laugh. Since you have no last words, go join Qin Xiao. He must be waiting for you down there, waiting in utter loneliness. Chapter 209, Stances from All Sides. No. At that moment, Zhang Tian completely panicked. He had prepared himself for today no matter what, survival came first. If he could take Mengmeng with him then, that would be best. But what if he couldn't? He'd already bought his plane ticket. Once this was over, he'd leave immediately. Jiangling had no place for him anymore. But what Zhang Tian never could have imagined was that at this very moment, Wang Hao would suddenly try to kill him without a word. He seemed like a god or a demon. Yet seeing Zhang Tian's terrified expression, a cold smile curled up at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Scared now? Sorry, too late. From the moment you chose to come after my daughter for Qin Xiao, you forfeited your right to live. The words fell. Snap. Though Wang Hao stood several meters away from Zhang Tian, the latter's neck snapped cleanly in an instant. Zhang Tian's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but swallow repeatedly, speechless. They had previously imagined that if Wang Hao truly killed Zhang Tian, they would risk their lives to capture him. But who could have imagined Wang Hao would kill Zhang Tian like this? Everyone knew it was Wang Hao who had killed Zhang Tian. Yet none of them could produce a shred of evidence. Wang Hao was so far away from Zhang Tian, and he had no weapon in his hands. How could they possibly convict him? They had no evidence. If people could be arrested like this, wouldn't it mean that whenever someone died on the street, everyone nearby would become a suspect? Amidst the stunned crowd, Wang Hao remained utterly calm. As if nothing had happened, he strode straight into the kindergarten, picked up Mengmeng, and walked out. The current Wang Hao had come to understand one thing. If he wanted to return to Jiangling and enjoy life with his wife and child, there was one thing he absolutely had to take care of first. That was to eliminate all lingering concerns. Today's incident with Qin Xiao was minor. But he, Wang Hao, still had a formidable enemy. Xin Yue. If New Moon wasn't eliminated, what if she came looking for trouble again next time? Then Wang Hao would be in big trouble. As for those brainless fans? At that moment, a cold smile curled the corners of Wang Hao's mouth. Holding Mengmeng in his arms, he strode directly to the kindergarten gate. In that instant, countless brainless fans immediately aimed their phones at Wang Hao, snapping photos while hurling insults. Wang Hao! Give us back our little brother's voice. You can't afford to pay for my brother's future. You're courting death. We'll never let you off the hook. The crowd hurled insults at the top of their lungs, yet Wang Hao simply held Mengmeng close, saying nothing as if he hadn't heard a word. Finally, someone suddenly started cursing Mengmeng. Your worthless daughter just sent her off to be a whore. The man was quite excited as he hurled the insults. But just as she finished speaking, boom! Her entire body exploded right there in the crowd. Not a trace remained. In that instant, all the brainless fans froze as if struck by a petrification spell. They fell silent instantly, cold sweat breaking out on their backs as they were too terrified to utter a word. Watching them, Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Oh? Shut up now? Well then, can you hear me speak? Who do you think you are? We're not afraid of you. Someone couldn't help but snap back at Wang Hao. Unfortunately, the moment she finished speaking, boom! Another explosion echoed through the air. The man's body instantly shattered into pieces on the ground. This time, everyone else was utterly petrified. This time, no one dared utter another word. Wang Hao was like a demon, killing without hesitation. He cared not a whit for anyone's life. Faced with such a demon, what right did they have to say anything? Observing the silent crowd, Wang Hao let out a cold laugh. This time, would anyone dare interrupt me? No one dared to contradict him. Everyone chose silence. Because no one wanted to die. Observing this crowd, Wang Hao spoke calmly. Those who wish to seek revenge against me, those who wish to take me down, Wang Hao, come at me. I don't mind. Bring 10, and I'll kill 10. Bring 100, and I'll kill 100. I couldn't care less. But, at this point, Wang Hao's voice turned icy cold, and a flash of icy glint darted through his eyes. If anyone dares to harm my wife and children, I won't hesitate to wipe out their entire family. Incidentally, I'll find out exactly whose fan this person is. And whoever they're a fan of, I'll kill them along with their master. I, Wang Hao, mean what I say. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try. One sentence was enough to send this bunch of brainless fans into a panic. After all, they know Wang Hao's capabilities. Killing someone was easier for him than slaughtering chickens was for them. If he says it, he'll make it happen. If their idol were to die because of them, dragging their entire family down with him, they'd have no face left. Observing the silent crowd, Wang Hao remained remarkably calm. He had come to a clear realization today. Reasoning with these brainless fans was futile. The only way to deal with them was through threats. The harsher, the better. As for whether this was a bit like bullying children, Wang Hao couldn't care less. So what if the world sees him as a devil? He, Wang Hao, was a devil by nature. Only when facing his wife and child would he deign to smile. Having threatened these people, Wang Hao couldn't be bothered with further words. He simply scooped up Mengmeng and vanished before their eyes. Back home, Wang Hao summoned Chu Xiaoyun to return, instructing her to care for Mengmeng. Simultaneously, he called Qin Liangyu, ordering her to bring men immediately to protect both mother and daughter. This left Qin Liangyu somewhat puzzled. After all, she hadn't witnessed the events of this morning and had no idea what had transpired around Wang Hao. When she asked about it, Wang Hao just let out a cold laugh. Look it up yourself. With that, Wang Hao turned and left immediately, heading straight for the capital. He was going to meet with the ruler of their dragon nation. Not for any other reason, but to use the official channels of the dragon nation to annihilate Crescent Moon. Meanwhile, watching Wang Hao's departing figure, Qin Liangyu looked utterly bewildered. She pulled out her phone and began searching. But before she could even begin her search, she spotted the top trending topic. It was an explosive trending topic. And the headline of that trending topic sent a chill down Qin Liangyu's spine. Go boys blast their fans. This was the nation's top-tier supergroup. What were they up to? Curious, Qin Liangyu clicked on the link. Then she saw the video posted by the three members. Mr. Wang is our role model. Anyone who does anything extreme to Mr. Wang, we don't recognize you as fans. If I catch you doing it once, I'll curse you out and beat you up. We'd rather quit showbiz than associate with people like you. Our fans, please kick these people out of the group. Chapter 210, He Jumped. Watching the video, Qin Liangyu was stunned. Though as a veteran war god, now a heavenly king tier powerhouse, she paid little heed to these celebrities. She knew full well they guarded their reputations fiercely. Fans are their feathers. No one dared to cross their fans. When fans had even criticized the official accounts before, these artists had all chosen to keep quiet, afraid to speak out recklessly. After all, fans were their lifeline. If they truly pissed off the fans, they'd be finished. But now, for Wang Hao and powerhouse groups like Go Boys, they've openly chosen to antagonize their fans. This isn't just about money anymore. It's a matter of survival. Wang Hao's earlier words had already reached their ears. They know better than anyone that Wang Hao could wipe them out in an instant. Anyone who still wants to live should keep standing with these brainless fans. That's why they rushed to post this video to distance themselves immediately. As for those comments claiming they were threatened, they fired back instantly. Threaten my ass. They cursed outright, declaring their loyalty. Qin Liangyu put down her phone, finally understanding what Wang Hao was about to do. This man was about to sweep away the final obstacles to the life he desired. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, who had been traveling to the capital, made no delay upon arrival. He headed straight for the Dragon Kingdom's imperial palace. Huang Chang appeared before Wang Hao immediately. Facing the formidable Wang Hao, Huang Chang's expression grew slightly complex. He could sense the threat emanating from Wang Hao, yet he dared not intervene. Wang Hao was too powerful. Not even the entire First Empire could stop Wang Hao. How could a mere Huang Chang stand in his way? Watching Wang Hao now, Huang Chang looked somewhat helpless. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes at Huang Chang. What? You intend to stop me? Not at all. Huang Chang shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. I merely wish to ask what brings Mr. Wang to this place. I must enter and report. Wang Hao snorted coldly. I demand every piece of information and all documentation concerning New Moon. Don't try to fool me with lies. I intend to destroy New Moon. If I can't destroy New Moon today, I'll return to slaughter you all. You'll see. Wang Hao's forceful and icy words sent a chill through Huang Chang's heart. Clearly, he never dreamed Wang Hao had come for such a purpose. This guy. What exactly does he want? But Huang Chang dared not delay. Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. I'll go inside and announce your arrival. With that, Huang Chang turned and dashed inside without a second thought for Wang Hao's reaction. He was now completely at a loss. In his eyes, only the sovereign himself could make the final decision on this matter. He was in no position to say more. Meanwhile, Wang Hao paid no mind to Huang Chang's departure and continued striding toward the palace's main hall. Huang Chang sprinted all the way, bursting into the chamber and relaying every word Wang Hao had just spoken to the sovereign. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom's ruler's expression instantly darkened. How dare he? His words were accompanied by a thunderous slap on the chair as his eyes blazed with fury. Is this my Dragon Kingdom, or Wang Hao's Dragon Kingdom? How dare he speak so boldly? Huang Chang hurriedly interjected, Your Majesty, there's no need for such fury. Wang Hao harbors no ambition. He merely seeks to eliminate his enemies. Besides, that Xin Yue has long since lost any value. Having Wang Hao eliminate her is not a bad thing. Hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom's sovereign fell silent. After a long moment, the palace doors swung open. The moment Wang Hao stepped inside, the sovereign's voice reached his ears. All documents related to Crescent Moon will be provided to you by Huang Chang. I will withhold nothing. And I hope you won't come back to blame me if you fail to eliminate Crescent Moon. Thank you. Without another word, Wang Hao turned and walked away. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, the ruler couldn't help but pause in surprise. He sensed a profound indifference emanating from Wang Hao. It was indifference toward power and influence. Any other person, granted the opportunity to have the Dragon Nation's ruler act on their behalf, would seize the moment to assert their status. That was precisely why the Dragon Nation's ruler had grown angry earlier. But the Wang Hao of today left him utterly bewildered. This man truly had no desire for power. Does such a person truly exist? Wang Hao seemed to be just such a person. Sighing softly, the Dragon Nation's ruler gazed at Huang Chang before him and suddenly spoke in a low voice. Would you say his realm is far beyond that of us common folk? Huang Chang gave a bitter smile and shook his head gently. Your Majesty, I truly cannot fathom his depth. Wang Hao left the imperial palace and headed directly northwest. That was precisely the location of the new moon, as indicated in the information Huang Chang had provided him. Ever since Wang Hao had uprooted her completely, New Moon had been hiding here, never daring to venture out again. After all, since Wang Hao had publicly revealed the Heavenly King's cultivation methods, many had chosen to oppose New Moon. For New Moon's followers to venture out recklessly was far from a wise choice. Now, following the coordinates provided by Huang Chang, Wang Hao made his way there swiftly, soon arriving outside an office building. Unlike before, when New Moon had always hidden underground, the New Moon faction now operated much more openly. They had established their headquarters directly within this office building. They had purchased the entire building, yet occupied only the top 2 floors themselves, leasing out the rest. Hiding in plain sight, that was precisely the strategy. Standing at the base of the building, Wang Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. Given the environment here, if Wang Hao rushed in recklessly, the enemy could easily escape. Worse still, if they seized the opportunity, everyone in the entire building could become hostages of the New Moon. Silently eliminating Crescent was practically impossible. Yet after a brief pause, Wang Hao let out a cold snort and strode decisively toward the upper floors. Some things simply didn't warrant overthinking. He'd deal with whatever came his way. Taking the elevator, Wang Hao headed straight for the top floor. But he didn't go straight to the top floor. Instead, he stopped at the 2 floors below, then walked straight into an office, opened the door, and stepped inside. Who goes there? The person inside paled, instinctively trying to block Wang Hao. But Wang Hao paid them no mind whatsoever. He strode straight in, walked to the window, looked at the clerk working there, and smiled faintly. Excuse me, could you move aside? Ha! The clerk was still processing the request. Wang Hao didn't bother explaining further. He simply pushed open the window and leaped out. Ah! At that moment, everyone couldn't help but let out a startled cry. A living person just jumped like that? And he specifically chose to jump here? What on earth was this guy thinking? Chapter 211, The Mark. A person specifically came to their company to jump to his death? Has this guy lost his mind? That was the shared thought of everyone in the company at that moment. Especially the clerk who had been sitting by the window just moments ago. Now she stood frozen in shock, utterly speechless. She never would have dreamed that the person who had just pushed her aside would do something like this. But soon, another person near the window let out a startled cry. Ah! Amid the cries, he pointed straight ahead, and everyone followed his gaze. Their eyes widened in disbelief, leaving them speechless. Because right then, suspended mid-air, Wang Hao stood there motionless. Not only had he not fallen, but he had soared upward significantly, hovering just outside their window, near the top floor of the building. What was going on? This guy, he can actually fly? The thought made everyone's expressions grow even more peculiar. Everyone swallowed repeatedly, their expressions incredibly complex. Today, it felt as though they had witnessed a god. Is this even human? They had never encountered such a terrifying existence. But at that moment, Wang Hao couldn't be bothered with such thoughts. Hovering mid-air, he watched everything inside the penthouse apartment with quiet intensity, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of everyone inside the top floor room were uglier than eating. For at that very moment, the New Moon faction was holding a meeting there. At the head of the table sat none other than Red Robe. Surrounding him were the other high-ranking members of New Moon. Everyone was present. And in this situation, Wang Hao suddenly appeared right beside them. This could spell trouble. At that moment, the expressions on everyone's faces grew incredibly complex. Though they harbored deep hatred for Wang Hao in their hearts, in this critical moment, could they possibly be expected to oppose him? They weren't worthy. They were no match for Wang Hao. Realizing this, they all gritted their teeth, then without another thought, turned and fled. Today, they had no intention of losing their lives here. But seeing their flight, a cold smile spread across Wang Hao's lips. You lot, thinking you can escape my grasp? You're taking yourselves far too seriously. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Hao shot forward like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, Wang Hao's speed was blindingly fast, like a streak of light. He charged forward, smashing through the glass, piercing through the bodies of two high-ranking Crescent Moon experts, and then headed straight for the man in red and his female companions. Red Robe couldn't help but curse inwardly. He never imagined that Wang Hao, now renowned throughout the land, would suddenly come looking for him. He couldn't help but curse, Wang Hao. Why? What exactly did I do to offend you today? Offended me? Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Orange Robe, isn't she your man? The words froze Red Robe in his tracks. Orange clad? She was indeed his man and his woman. But he truly had no idea what Orange Robe had gone to do. But now that Wang Hao suddenly brought it up, it wasn't hard to guess Orange Robe must have really done something. After all, Orange Robe was not far from Jiangling. Recalling how the three fuel station boys had suffered irreparable damage because of Wang Hao, Hongi instantly understood. This was Orange's doing. Otherwise, with Wang Hao present, how could they possibly have suffered such an outcome under normal circumstances? With that realization, Red Robe asked no more questions. He accelerated and charged forward once more. This time, Red Robe's speed was significantly faster than before. After all, he was now a Heavenly King-level powerhouse. Though he still lagged far behind transcendent powerhouses like Wang Hao, he was no longer the greenhorn he once was. With his speed erupting in an instant, Hongi leapt from the rooftop in the blink of an eye. His figure vanished instantly into the crowd. Simultaneously, the countless subordinates behind him went berserk, unleashing every ounce of their power as they charged straight toward Wang Hao. Their sole purpose was to block Wang Hao. If they could delay Wang Hao today, even if it meant death, they would accept it without hesitation. As long as Red Robe lived. Now blocked by this mob, Wang Hao halted his steps. He coldly surveyed the crowd, unable to suppress a bitter inner sneer. Don't you find yourselves utterly ridiculous? His words dripped with scorn. In his eyes, these people had all given their genuine hearts to Red Robe. Otherwise, mere benefits alone could never bind a group to one person with such unwavering loyalty. But what did Hongi do for them? It was pure exploitation. Hongi had never truly cared about them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so easily, so indifferently. Yet now, upon hearing this, a resolute expression hardened across every face. The leader stared at Wang Hao, her voice as cold as ice. You'll never know how much we trust him. He is our light, our everything. We will never abandon him. We are all willing to die for him. As they spoke, unwavering resolve etched itself across every face. Watching this group, Wang Hao couldn't help but frown. He never imagined they would be this resolute. Red Robe really had some skills. But as he looked at them, Wang Hao soon let out a faint smile, his voice echoing as he spoke. Do you know? Everything you're doing is futile. Today, you will die, and he will die too. And originally, you could have lived. What? All of them froze, somewhat baffled by Wang Hao's meaning. Red Robe had clearly vanished into the distance. Where did Wang Hao get this confidence? But Wang Hao said no more. Instead, he struck instantly. This time, he charged directly at the red-clad woman standing before him. Every strike he landed was a lethal blow. Though none of them had yet struck a fatal blow against Wang Hao or his companions, he knew full well that if they ever truly turned on him, they would be ruthless to the extreme. Leaving them alive would pose a grave danger to Mengmeng and Chu Xiaoyun. Killing them was the only solution. As for the red robes, Wang Hao had his own methods. Now, watching Wang Hao move like a god of death, reaping the lives of this group one by one, a face in the crowd finally paled. Instantly, that person froze in place, as if transmitting some mental message. Witnessing this, Wang Hao's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. He remembered the red-robed puppet he had encountered earlier. The guy before him was also a puppet. And this man had likely guessed Wang Hao's methods as well. Wang Hao had left a mark on the red-robed figure. With that mark, wherever the red-robed one went, he could never escape Wang Hao's grasp. Chapter 212, Choose for Yourself. Originally, according to Wang Hao's calculations, his plan should have been flawless. After all, even if these people noticed something amiss, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to notify Red Robe. But now, with the appearance of Red Robe's puppet among them, Wang Hao knew things weren't that simple. The enemy likely possessed some special means to swiftly relay everything happening here along with his suspicions to Red Robe. And once Red Robe conducted a thorough cleansing of her body, purging Wang Hao's lingering aura from her, it wouldn't be impossible. With this realization, Wang Hao shed all hesitation and launched a massive slaughter against the group. In an instant, the aura surrounding Wang Hao was nearly depleted. At the same time, Wang Hao's gaze shifted toward the distance. That was precisely where the red-robed figure had been moments before. After the puppet before him had reported the situation, the red-robed one's position had remained unchanged. Wang Hao surmised that Red Robe was either still at the original spot, erasing traces of his presence, or had already shifted his cover and fled in another direction. Regardless of the scenario, Wang Hao had no time to linger here now. With that thought, Wang Hao charged forward with blinding speed. His speed was blindingly fast, impossible for ordinary people to keep up with. In the blink of an eye, he reached the spot where the red-robed figure had stood. But, just as he had suspected, this place was a blank slate. The aura he had just attached to the red-robed figure was transferred onto a brick. As for the red-robed figure itself, it had vanished without a trace. Yet Wang Hao showed not a hint of panic. He gave a cold snort, then leaped high into the air. This time, Wang Hao soared directly into the sky, standing there like a deity, overlooking the entire city. As his gaze swept across the cityscape, Wang Hao's mental energy drained at an immense rate. For in this moment, he functioned like a computer, scanning the entire city with his eyes. Every person he saw transformed into a cluster of information entering his brain, which he then analyzed to determine whether or not they were the red-robed one. After all, Wang Hao's knowledge of the red robe was still far too limited. If he shed that crimson robe, even Wang Hao would know little about him. He had to find him in the crowd. Thus, Wang Hao's brain was operating at near overload capacity. Cold sweat dripped incessantly from his forehead, and his breathing grew increasingly ragged. Clearly, such exertion was no easy feat, even for a beyond-realm powerhouse like Wang Hao. But Wang Hao paid it no mind. For him, eliminating the man in red was now the absolute priority. High cost? So what? Wang Hao couldn't care less. With this mindset, Wang Hao scanned the entire city relentlessly. After a full 30 seconds, Wang Hao's body was nearly soaked through with sweat. Yet the corners of his mouth suddenly lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. A low murmur escaped his lips. Found you. With that, Wang Hao shot forward like a bolt of lightning. His target was a vehicle not far away. It was a taxi, with a man dressed entirely in gray and wearing a hat seated in the back. He looked no different from an ordinary person, and Wang Hao couldn't even see his face. But when the car reached a certain spot, he instinctively turned his head toward Wang Hao. In that instant, their gazes locked. That single instant was enough for Wang Hao to recognize the man. It was the man in red. It was him. No doubt about it. In that instant, Wang Hao shot forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance to the taxi in the blink of an eye. With one hand, he slammed the vehicle to a screeching halt. In an instant, the rear of the vehicle lifted high off the ground, and the driver was so terrified he wet himself on the spot. After all, who wouldn't be terrified if their car was suddenly lifted off the ground mid-drive? But the man in the red coat in the back seat couldn't afford to care about that now. He wasn't about to try pretending to be someone else in front of Wang Hao. That would be suicide. He had only one thought now: run. The farther, the better. But how could he possibly escape so easily in front of Wang Hao? In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao materialized before him. And Wang Hao's right hand had already seized the red-clad man by the head. Hongyi's face instantly drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. You. At that moment, Red Robe had a flood of words he wanted to say. After all, in his own eyes, he still represented a certain degree of justice. He hoped he could persuade Wang Hao before him to spare his life. And if he could just get Wang Hao to spare his life, he was confident he could exact his revenge sooner or later. He possessed that confidence. Hong Yi was a genius. He was capable of anything. But before Hong Yi could speak, a sneer of contempt suddenly curled at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. "You wouldn't actually expect me to let you off, would you?" His words dripped with scorn. Hong Yi's expression froze solid on his face. Gazing at the red-robed figure, Wang Hao spoke in a drawn-out tone. "Qin Liangyu has tormented me for 5 years and tormented my wife and children for 5 years. Do you know what? In this world, anyone who harms even a single hair on my wife and children's heads, I will take their lives. How many times do you think your crimes deserve death?" "No." Hong Yi's eyes widened instantly. He was truly terrified. He knew convincing Wang Hao was utterly impossible. But he still had other methods. Gritting his teeth, Hong Yi's voice turned as cold as ice. "Wang Hao, if you kill me, this entire city will go down with me. I've planted explosives everywhere. Many people will die. They will all die because of you. Think carefully." This barrage of words sent the red-robed man's emotions spiraling into a frenzy. In his eyes, if Wang Hao wanted to represent justice, then he must be bound by justice. This man must be spared today. Yet, as Wang Hao gazed at the crimson robe, a cold smile touched his lips. "You know what? The number of people I've killed probably isn't much less than the number you'll slaughter in this city next. Go ahead and kill. I, Wang Hao, care not for my reputation. I only care about my wife and children. As long as you can't harm them, nothing else will threaten me in the slightest." As he spoke, Wang Hao raised the red robe high, a faint smile curling his lips. "How do you want to die? Blow everyone up, take them with you, and have them haunt you in the afterlife? Or die alone, in silence? Make your choice." Chapter 213, Marry Me. Staring at Wang Hao's utterly unflappable expression, Hong Yi was completely dumbfounded. He had believed his words would threaten Wang Hao, forcing him to pay the price. Who could have imagined the outcome would be like this? Wang Hao simply didn't care about any of this. In this man's eyes, his so-called threats were utterly insignificant. Staring at Wang Hao, Hong Yi fell silent for a long while. Finally, he closed his eyes in anguish, his voice tinged with bitterness. "So you truly don't care?" His words carried a profound sense of resignation. In his eyes, Wang Hao should have cared deeply about these ordinary people and been intimidated by him. After all, Wang Hao had always appeared to be the righteous one, constantly praised by countless people. In his view, someone like that would naturally care more about protecting his own interests and safeguarding his reputation. Who could have imagined that Wang Hao would now appear so indifferent? Hong Yi had underestimated Wang Hao. This man never gave a damn about the lives of ordinary people. His ruthlessness far surpassed Hong Yi's. At that moment, Hong Yi lowered his head with a bitter smile, a trace of bitterness flickering across his face. He said nothing more, merely closing his eyes. Clearly, that was his decision. Death. Go to the underworld, join his beloved companions. That's enough. As for slaughtering everyone outside? Though he cared little for the lives of ordinary people, he never took pleasure in it. If Wang Hao cared, this would be his leverage to threaten him. But if Wang Hao didn't care, then he wouldn't bother killing them either. Watching the silent red robe, Wang Hao couldn't help but snort coldly, suddenly tightening his grip. In an instant, the red-clothed man's skull was crushed in his hands. The red-robed figure crashed heavily to the ground, speechless forever. A legendary warlord, the Lord of the Crescent Moon, had fallen. Wang Hao watched the scene before him in silence, shaking his head indifferently. The new moon no more. From now on, perhaps there would still be those in this world who wished to oppose him, Wang Hao. But he, Wang Hao, no longer cared. With his greatest adversary gone, he cared nothing for the rest. All he wanted was to live happily with his wife and child, never allowing anyone to harm them in the slightest. As for threats from others, Wang Hao could handle them with ease. Now that most matters were settled, Wang Hao would finally pursue something he'd long desired. After all, when he left 5 years ago, he hadn't completed his wedding with Chu Xiaoyun. To this day, they still hadn't obtained their marriage certificate. He owed Chu Xiaoyun a proper proposal. Jianling. Chu Xiaoyun's flower shop had successfully opened. Free from external pressures, her shop flourished remarkably well. On this day, many influential figures in the area chose to show their support by purchasing bouquets whether small or large, the cost was secondary. Everyone knew Wang Hao wasn't short on money. Wealth. The entire city of Jiangling combined couldn't match Wang Hao's wealth. What Chu Xiaoyun truly desired was the normal social interaction that running a flower shop brought, along with the lively atmosphere and the vibrant energy of everyday life on the streets. She didn't want her life to remain perpetually detached from reality. She cherished that grounded feeling. Even if something happened to Wang Hao one day, she could earn enough to support this family. Though she wouldn't need to, she needed to possess that capability. That's what made her feel secure. And so, the flower shop operated for several days. Though business wasn't booming, it allowed Chu Xiaoyun to live comfortably. Suddenly, a large truck pulled up outside Chu Xiaoyun's flower shop. The driver who stepped out looked down to earth. He walked up to Chu Xiaoyun and handed her an order form. "Madam, get these flowers ready ASAP. Tell your girls to hurry up, our boss is paying top dollar for them. Remember, not a single item can be wrong. You'll personally deliver them with me later to avoid any issues. But I don't know anything about these flowers. I don't want to get yelled at by the boss." Chu Xiaoyun froze for a moment, then glanced down and instantly broke into a smile. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things." She could tell the other party intended to create a stunning display. Just imagining that display brought a smile to her face. Because it was something she truly loved. Creating a scene she loved like this brought joy even to Chu Xiaoyun. Without delay, Chu Xiaoyun joined the young women hired by the shop to arrange the flowers. Only after everything was finished did she and the driver deliver all the flowers to their destination. Upon arrival, watching the set designers at work, Chu Xiaoyun couldn't help but let a hint of envy flicker across her face. Her life was already the envy of nearly everyone in the world. She was Wang Hao's woman. And Wang Hao was, without a doubt, the man who treated his wife the best among all those standing at the pinnacle of the world. Everyone who knew Wang Hao's identity envied her, resented her, and even hated her. Yet deep within Chu Xiaoyun's heart, a lingering regret remained. To this day, she and Wang Hao had never had a wedding ceremony. In fact, they hadn't even registered their marriage. And she couldn't bring herself to say anything about it. After all, Wang Hao had never even proposed to her. Now, this beautiful scene before her, these flowers she loves. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Wang Hao proposed to her right here? As Chu Xiaoyun was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a touch on her head. Startled, Chu Xiaoyun instinctively turned around. There stood Wang Hao behind her, slowly placing a veil over her head. In that instant, Chu Xiaoyun suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. All around them, people had gathered. Everyone had gathered around them, forming a tight circle. Most crucially, these were no ordinary people. The Dragon Nation's sovereign. The top generals of the Dragon Nation. The ruler of the First Empire. The ruler of the Second Empire. The ruler of the New Eastern Sea Kingdom. The Buddha of the Buddhist order. All the world's most powerful figures have gathered here today. Amidst the applause, Mengmeng suddenly rushed forward excitedly and handed a small box to Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled faintly, opened the box, knelt on one knee, and took out the diamond ring inside. Looking at Chu Xiaoyun, he spoke softly. "Xiaoyun, I love you. Will you marry me?" Chu Xiaoyun gazed at Wang Hao, her eyes instantly welling up. She never imagined that today, Wang Hao would surprise her with something like this. They already had a child, yet Wang Hao had gone out of his way to arrange this special proposal for her. In that moment, Chu Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. "I do." Hearing this, the Dragon Country ruler stepped forward and declared in a loud voice. "I hereby declare Mr. Wang Hao and Miss Chu Xiaoyun are now joined in holy matrimony.